the dull thud echoed through the cramped room. Living in the narrow corridor, Xiaoshan rushed into the room, seeing Zhang Guoqian yanking her mother's hair and slamming her head forcefully into the wall. Good for nothing. The man's harsh voice rang out. In the 30 years since the apocalypse, order had already collapsed, power and resources were everything. Her father had been recruited after awakening plant-based supernatural abilities, earning a 50-square-meter basement, which housed 5 people, her parents, her younger brothers, and herself. Her parents and 2 brothers had their own rooms, while Xiaoshan was forced to live in the narrow corridor, and every time someone passed through, they would curse her for being in the way. Because she, like her mother, had not awakened any abilities, she was just an ordinary person, and in this family, her status was hardly higher than that of a tool in use. Xiaoshan rushed over and hugged her mother, clenching her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Stop hitting her. Zhang Guoqian turned around, his eyes filled with hostility and impatience. You still have the nerve to call out? If it weren't for your useless mother, unable to bear a child with powers, would our family be in this state? He spat. I've already talked to Boss Wu. I'm sending you over in exchange for 3 bags of compressed food, and in my favor, an additional 10 bottles of nutrients. Xiaoshan froze in place. Boss Wu, the leader of an unofficial organization in Base A, was infamous for his ruthless methods. Sending her there, what did that mean? No. Guoqian. You can't do this to an. Xiao Yuling struggled to get up, lunging at Zhang Guoqian's legs, sending her to Boss Wu to be selected as a mercenary? That place is a death sentence or a life of mutilation. Anen is only 20. Zhang Guoqian kicked her away, a woman's perspective. How many people would beg for the chance to join the federal mercenaries? Even if she fails the selection, being a toy for Boss Wu is better than starving with us. Death or mutilation? He sneered. That's what happens to useless people. Anen. He looked Xiaoshan up and down, maybe she'll be lucky. Xiao Yuling's face drained of color, and she suddenly grabbed Xiaoshan's arm, her nails digging in painfully. Anen, run. Run quickly. Mom? Xiaoshan was stunned. Run. Get out of here. Find any job that can help you survive, mining, clearing ruins, anything, but don't stay here. Xiao Yuling's voice was desperate, filled with tears. This is not home. Go quickly. I won't leave. Xiaoshan shook her head stubbornly. What will you do if I leave? She then knelt down to Zhang Guoqian. Dad, I beg you, don't send me there. Xiao Yuling's tears surged, and she shook her head violently. Silly child. Your real father, sacrificed long ago while joining the Federal Army. It's my fault for thinking someone could protect the 2 of us, but who knew? Her words were violently cut off by Zhang Guoqian. Enough with the nonsense. He yanked Xiaoshan's hair, trying to drag her out. Pain shot through her scalp, and Xiaoshan screamed, instinctively struggling. It dawned on her that everything her mother had endured was because of her. A surge of power unlike any she had felt before rose from deep within, a mixture of anger, despair, and the instinct to survive. Xiaoshan bit down hard on Zhang Guoqian's wrist. Ah! Zhang Guoqian cried out in pain and loosened his grip. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaoshan shoved him aside and ran out the door. You little bitch! You're asking for it! Zhang Guoqian's roar echoed behind her, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Run, only one thought circled in Xiaoshan's mind. She sprinted out of the low, dilapidated basement, the gray sky above her, the air thick with the smell of decay and dust. To escape Zhang Guoqian, she ran desperately, until her lungs burned and her legs felt like they were filled with lead. Finally, the footsteps behind her grew fainter and fainter. She reached the slums of the base, the outermost defense line, where the buildings were mostly ruined, withstanding attacks from zombies outside the base, and occasional mutated creatures breaking through. The people who live here are those who have no ability to survive and are abandoned here to wait for death. At the end of the site, a lonely abandoned building appeared, taller than the surrounding buildings, but even more bleak and ruined. She no longer had the strength to run. Her steps staggered, she leaned on the cold wall of the building, breathing heavily, her vision beginning to blur. Why she had already endured so much, yet she still could not be allowed to live. The exhaustion of the body and the despair of the spirit drowned her like a tide. Before darkness came, she seemed to hear a cold electronic sound. Detected host that meets the conditions. Life signs critical starting forced binding, 1% 78% 100%. Binding successful. Xiao Shiren completely lost consciousness. No one knew how long had passed when Xiao Shiren slowly woke up. She found herself still leaning at the foot of the building wall, the sky seemed darker. There was no trace of Zhang Guoqian, maybe because he lost her trail, so he gave up. She moved her stiff body, an unusual touch came from her palm. Looking down, she found that in her hand she was holding a heavy bunch of brass keys, old in style, at least dozens of them. Where did this come from? She shook her dizzy head, trying to recall what happened before fainting. That strange electronic sound system? Hello host, the landlady's system is at your service. That voice sounded again, clear without doubt. Not an illusion. Xiao Shiren suddenly stood up, looking around. Except for the occasional non-human roars from the distance, all around was dead silence. At this moment, a teeth-grinding heh-heh sound came from the corner of the street. A staggering, twisted figure appeared. Skin gray-blue, eye sockets sunken, saliva hanging at the mouth corner, meaningless roars from the throat, staring straight as it shuffled toward Xiao Shiren. Zombie. Although she had seen zombies from afar and the base being dealt with by patrol teams, never had she faced one this close. Her heart was instantly taken by fear, her legs trembling, rooted to the spot unable to move. Run! Run now! But to circle around this huge building was clearly unrealistic. The zombie was getting closer, that stench of rot almost hitting her face. 10 meters, 8 meters. She did not want to die. Struggling to stand up, she tried to use the keys in her hand to open the rusted iron door of the building. Click. The first one, not right. Click. The second one, still not right. The zombie was closer and closer, just about to step into the 5-meter range. Sla! A violent blue arc of electricity appeared out of thin air, striking the zombie fiercely. The zombie shuddered all over from the shock, its movement clearly slowed, then as if encountering an incomprehensible obstacle, it turned around blankly, staggering away. Xiao Shiren collapsed weakly to the ground, her heart pounding madly. Saved. Chapter 2. Welcome to Ark Apartment. System? Where are you? She asked in a low voice. I am in the consciousness of you, the host. If needed, I can transform into a canine. Xiao Shiren pressed her forehead, feeling it unbelievable. In the apocalypse, ability users were not rare, but a system appearing directly in the mind unheard of. Not needed for now, I cannot even feed myself. Considering the host's current dangerous situation, the system provides a newbie electric grid shield, valid for 48 hours, remaining 47 hours and 58 minutes. Protection range is 5 meters outside the apartment building. Electric grid shield? That electric strike just now? The system seemed able to hear her thoughts, calmly answering. Yes, host. But after the trial time ends, the shield will disappear. Xiao Shiren's heart that had just settled was lifted again, then what should I do? What if zombies come after 3 days? Please host quickly complete the newbie task, successfully recruit the first tenant. After completion, you can unlock the permission to build the electric grid, which is the most basic defense facility of the apartment. Recruit a tenant? Xiao Shiren looked at the ruined, broken down building before her. It was like a building that could collapse at any moment. Who would rent a house in such a place? Forget it, just move in first. She tried one key after another from the large bunch. Occasionally, zombies would wander by, but they were blocked 5 meters away by an invisible shield. Finally, after inserting the 10th or so key, the lock made a soft click sound. The lock was open. Xiao Shiren pushed open the heavy iron door, and a strong smell of dust and mildew hit her face. The lobby was empty, with only thick dust and cobwebs. Welcome home, host. The system's voice sounded at the right moment. Xiao Shiren steadied herself, looking around warily, lowering her voice. System? What exactly are you? This system is the landlord system, bound to the host, Xiao Shiren. The host needs to manage the apartments, recruit tenants, upgrade the apartments, and the ultimate goal is to establish a human sanctuary in the apocalypse. The system's explanation was simple and clear, but it made Xiao Shiren's heart race. Xiao Shiren looked around again at the dilapidated building. Wind howled through the broken windows, making a ghostly wailing sound. Who would want to live in a place like this? And pay rent? But time waits for no one. She had to act quickly. She picked up the key marked with the number 1001 from the large bunch, walked across the lobby, and headed for the room marked 1001. She inserted the key, turned it, and the door opened. Inside was also empty, but slightly cleaner than the lobby, and the windows were intact. Detected that the host has opened the first rental room. Please clean and arrange it quickly to attract tenants. Xiao Shiren searched around, but there were no cleaning tools, not even a rag. She could only clean a relatively clean patch of floor with her bare hands, staring at the empty room, feeling a lump in her chest. What good was having a building? She still had nothing. Not even a bed. Who would come to rent? Please name this apartment. Name it? Xiao Shiren looked out at the gray sky and remembered the sci-fi movie her mother once told her about, Noah's Arkansas. Let's call it Ark Apartments. Name successfully set, Ark Apartments. Newbie gift pack has been issued, please check. A semi-transparent screen unfolded in front of Xiao Shiren. She clicked on the gift pack that popped up on the screen. Ding! You have received 2,500 Federation coins. Xiao Shiren's eyes widened slightly. Federation coins. These were the currency used in the base. 2,500 was equivalent to Zhang Guoqian's salary for 5 months, definitely a huge sum. She and her mother worked in the base center, and they could only save a few dozen Federation coins a month. This 2,500 was enough for them to live on for a long time. Host's total assets exceed 2,000 Federation coins, needing the apartment upgrade requirements. Upgrading to LV1 requires 2,000 Federation coins. After upgrading, the home decor shop function will be unlocked. Do you want to upgrade? Home decor shop? Xiao Shiren immediately realized that this could be the key to solving the empty room issue. But spending 2,000? She only had 500 left. This was wealth she had never had before. Spending most of it at once made her instinctively uneasy. But if she didn't upgrade, she couldn't arrange the room, couldn't attract tenants, and in 3 days, the protective shield would disappear. She gritted her teeth. Upgrade. 2,000 Federation coins deducted, ARC apartments upgraded to LV1. Function unlocked, home decor shop. As the system's prompt faded, Xiao Shiren immediately clicked on the home decor shop icon in the screen. A dazzling shelf of items appeared before her eyes. Folding chair, 20 Federation coins, small wooden table, 30 Federation coins, basic lighting lamp, 50 Federation coins, simple wooden bed, 700 Federation coins. To complete the most basic set of living furniture, it would require a total of 800 Federation coins. Xiao Shiren was stunned. She only had 500 Federation coins, not even enough to buy a full set of furniture. She instinctively wanted to check other rooms in the apartment to see if she could find any useful old items. She walked to the next closed door, trying to open it with a key. It didn't open. She tried another key. Still no good. System, why can't these rooms be opened? The ARC apartment currently only unlocks the lobby in system-designated room 1001. Expanding the apartment area requires consuming Federation coins or completing specific tasks. Unlocking a single room requires 500 Federation coins. Unlocking an entire floor, including 10 single rooms and a corridor, requires 4,500 Federation coins. Xiao Shan looked at the string of numbers, and the 500 Federation coins she had just received suddenly seemed insignificant. As she felt discouraged, the system popped up another prompt. First task triggered, the beginning of settling. Task requirement, successfully furnish room 1001 to make it livable, including at least a bed, a table, a chair, and lighting. Task reward, free unlock of the landlord's office and room 1002. Free unlocking of 2 rooms? Xiao Shan's eyes lit up, immediately seizing the key point. Furnishing, does it have to be furniture bought from the home store? The system only checks if the room is equipped with furniture that meets basic living needs. The source is not limited. Not limited in source. Xiao Shan's mind started racing. The home store's items are too expensive, she can't afford them. But, there are so many abandoned buildings in the base, maybe she can find some old furniture that's still usable? Although it's dangerous, it seems like the only choice compared to waiting for the shield to disappear, or spending all her remaining money. She glanced at the empty room 1001, then at the 500 Federation coins left on the screen. She must go outside to find something. She turned around and quickly walked toward the apartment's main door. She pulled open the heavy iron door, and the outside wind, carrying a rotten stench, rushed in. Chapter 3, The First Tenant. Xiao Shan hesitated not at all and stepped out of the ARC apartment's range, heading toward the center of the base. There are more people there, and probably more abandoned supplies too. But after walking around the base, Xiao Shan's heart grew heavier. Some second-hand home store items were priced ridiculously, and those in the black market were even more expensive. Compared to that, the system's prices were much more reasonable. In her moment of despair, she saw a broken bedboard leaning crookedly against a wall in an abandoned corner at the edge of the base. It was damaged, but at least it was a board. If she could get this bedboard, she'd have enough to furnish the room. The temptation to complete the task and unlock 2 rooms for free outweighed the fear of danger. She looked around, seeing nothing unusual, and slowly walked toward the bedboard. Just as she bent down to grab the edge of the bedboard, a terrible stench rushed at her from the side. A twisted figure stumbled out from the ruin's corner, lunging straight at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan was so scared her heart stopped, with no time to react. Clang! Sparks flew. A black shadow intervened like lightning, a short blade crossing, precisely cutting the zombie's throat, and with a muffled thud. The zombie's head rolled to the ground, and filthy blood splattered. Xiao Shan stared blankly at the figure standing in front of her. Tall, neat, and in a tight combat suit that outlined powerful lines. It was a woman. The woman's cold eyes scanned Xiao Shan, then fell on the broken wooden board she was holding, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. A broken piece of wood, are you courting death? Xiao Shan opened her mouth, forcing out 2 dry words, thank you. The woman said nothing more, her eyes dropping to the large clanging brass keys hanging on Xiao Shan's chest, then looking toward the ruined building standing at the edge of the ruins. She paused for a moment, bent down, and with swift movements, lifted the heavy bedboard onto her shoulder with one hand. Then, she stretched her long legs and walked straight toward that building. Xiao Shan froze for a moment, then quickly jogged to catch up, pulling the corresponding key from the clanging set and inserting it into the rusted iron lock hole. Click! The heavy iron door creaked open. The woman placed the bedboard heavily onto the dusty floor of the lobby. A muffled sound was heard. She turned her body, and only then did Xiao Shan see clearly that there was a long tear on the back of her combat suit. Dark red blood had soaked through the fabric and was flowing out in waves. "You're injured." Xiao Shan blurted out, "It's not safe outside. Do you want to stay here? I have a room." The woman looked around the hall, which was filled with dust and cobwebs, several windows were broken, and cold wind was howling through the gaps. "Here? Are you sure someone can live here?" Xiao Shan vigorously shook the keychain hanging on her chest, trying to make her voice more convincing. "I'm the landlord. It's just that the hall is a little broken, but the windows in the room are intact, it's safe." She quickly walked to a door marked 1001 and unlocked it with the key. Inside the room, there was a set of desks and chairs she had bought from the system earlier. She gestured for the woman to follow her, and together they moved the broken bedboard and the furniture into room 1001. "The single room meets the rental standard. The daily rent is 100 federal coins. Please inform the tenant." The system's prompt tone rang in Xiao Shan's mind at just the right time. "See? It's livable." Xiao Shan's voice became a little rushed. The woman looked at the darkening sky outside the window and the occasional shadows of zombies in the distance, remaining silent. "How much is the rent?" she finally spoke. 100 federal coins per day. Xiao Shan nervously quoted the price. The woman hesitated for a moment, then reached into her pocket and pulled out some badly worn banknotes, handing them to Xiao Shan. "First tenant detected, unlocking building permission, electric grid." Hearing the system sound in her mind, Xiao Shan finally let out a long sigh of relief. Nightfall came. Xiao Shan stood by the window, looking at the zombies wandering outside but not approaching, her heart feeling a little calmer. The weather wasn't too cold, and she lay down on the hall floor, fully dressed, to sleep. In the middle of the night. Alarm! Alarm! High-energy biologicals detected near the apartment's perimeter. The sharp alarm echoed through the apartment. Xiao Shan woke up with a jolt, jumping up and instinctively grabbing a piece of wood that could barely be used as a weapon. The door to room 1001 opened from the inside, and the woman stepped out, her eyes cold and sharp. "Zombies?" Xiao Shan asked. "Mutants," the woman spoke briefly. She walked to the window, looking at several creatures outside the apartment, their figures clearly larger and faster than normal zombies, her eyes flashing with seriousness. Just as she was about to charge out, she noticed that those mutated zombies seemed to have hit an invisible wall when they got closer to the building, letting out painful howls. Blue arcs of electricity jumped over their bodies. Although it didn't immediately kill them, it effectively stopped their invasion. The woman paused slightly and looked at Xiao Shan. "Electric grid." Xiao Shan said a little embarrassedly, "I installed it." The woman didn't say anything, only silently returned to her room and closed the door. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Xiao Shan woke up, she found the woman had packed her things. "Are you leaving?" Xiao Shan asked. The woman nodded and took out a stack of federal coins from her pocket, placing them on the table. "Reservation, 10 days. Xiao Shan was stunned for a moment, then smiled, "Okay." She took the money and counted, exactly 1,000 federal coins. Warning! Newbie shield remaining time, 59 minutes 48 seconds. The system's warning sound exploded in her mind. Xiao Shan was startled and immediately called up the system interface. The electric grid requires 700 federal coins. Build. Xiao Shan silently murmured. 700 federal coins have been deducted, electric grid construction completed. Mission a safe start completed. Reward, 1 landlord office, room 1002 unlocked. Xiao Shan looked at the screen showing the remaining 800 federal coins and thought about the broken wooden board that the warrior woman had slept on last night, feeling a bit guilty. She opened the system's home improvement store. Simple wooden bed, 700 federal coins. Buy. 700 federal coins have been deducted, simple wooden bed placed in room 1001. Xiao Shan silently dragged the old wooden board that had accompanied the woman through the night into the just unlocked, also empty, landlord office. Place it against the wall. This will be her bed for tonight. She thought of the wounds on the back of the female warrior and opened the shop again. Basic external injury spray, 50 Federation coins. Strong hemostatic bandage, 100 Federation coins. Looking at the remaining 100 Federation coins, Xiao Shan gritted her teeth. A safe environment and basic bedding were necessary, but she couldn't just watch her tenants' injuries worsen. Purchase, she confirmed in her heart. 100 Federation coins have been deducted. Strong hemostatic bandage has been placed in your storage. On the screen, Federation coin balance, 0. But looking at the two items that had appeared in her virtual storage, Xiao Shan felt a bit more at ease. She took out the hemostatic bandage and walked to the door of room 1001, gently knocking. The door opened quickly, and the woman still wore that cold, guarded expression, her eyes falling on the items in Xiao Shan's hand. Xiao Shan handed the items over, smiling a little awkwardly. Your injury. I happen to have some medicine here, you should use it. It might not be the best, but it should help a bit. The woman glanced at her, said nothing, and turned back into the room. A moment later, she came out again, shoving 1,000 Federation coins into Xiao Shan's hand. For the medicine. Then, she opened her palm, revealing a pigeon egg-sized, faintly glowing, slightly murky irregular crystal. If it's not enough, there's also this. Xiao Shan looked at the crystal, her scalp tingling. Rumor had it that this was something dug out of a zombie's head, sticky, carrying a virus. Detected a level 2 zombie crystal, can be used to unlock specific system permissions, please keep it safe. Xiao Shan looked at the crystal in the woman's palm, a wave of nausea sweeping over her, and instinctively wanted to step back. The crystal is a concentration of post-apocalypse energy and is essential for unlocking system-specific permissions. The system's cold voice interrupted her resistance. Essential item. Xiao Shan's gaze drifted between the crystal and the wounds on the female warrior's back. She reached out her hand, carefully accepting the crystal from the woman's palm. It felt cold and hard, not as sticky as she had imagined, but still uncomfortable. The woman, seeing she had accepted it, explained in a flat tone, level 2 crystal, worth 1,500 Federation coins on the black market outside. But this hemostatic bandage, of this quality, is priceless. The 1,000 Federation coins and the crystal, consider it me getting the better deal. Xiao Shan was stunned. Things that only cost 100 Federation coins in the system shop were so valuable outside? And needed a crystal for exchange? She hesitantly spoke, if you need more medicine in the future, you can buy it directly with Federation coins from me, I have a lot. The woman suddenly looked up at her, a flash of surprise in her cold gaze. Stable supply of medicine that can be bought without needing a crystal? This was almost impossible in the apocalypse. She remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly evaluating the truth of Xiao Shan's words. Then, she straightened up, finally looking Xiao Shan in the eye, and slowly spoke, Ling Che. Xiao Shan blinked, My name, Ling Che. As soon as she finished speaking, a clear gurgling sound came from her stomach. A rare hint of discomfort flashed across her normally cold face. She turned her head away, her voice a little dry. Is there anything to eat? I'll buy. Xiao Shan froze. She herself was starving, her stomach pressing against her back. But in the apocalypse, although food wasn't as rare as medicine, it wasn't something you could just get. She tentatively asked in her mind, System, can I buy food in the apartment? Currently, there is no food for sale in the apartment. The host can spend 800 Federation coins in the home improvement shop to buy an automatic vending machine, which will unlock the purchase of food and drinking water. There really is. 800? Xiao Shan flinched. She had just received 1,000 Federation coins from Ling Che, and before it could even warm up, the system was about to take most of it. But food and water were essential for survival. Not only did Ling Che need them, but she herself was about to pass out from hunger. In the future, this vending machine can continue to generate revenue. Buy, she gritted her teeth and confirmed. 800 Federation credits have been deducted. The vending machine has been placed in the apartment lobby. As she turned around, a brand new vending machine suddenly appeared in the center of the lobby, which had previously been empty and covered in dust. Its silver-white metal shell faintly glowed in the dimly lit lobby, completely out of place compared to the surrounding decaying walls and dust-covered floor, as if it had fallen from another world. Xiao Shan quickly walked over, circled the vending machine, then leaned against the transparent window to peer inside. Empty. The shelves were bare, nothing inside. Wait, system bro, I spent 800 Federation credits and you gave me an empty shell? Xiao Shan was furious, not even a sample? You're a scammer. The system was silent for a few seconds. First-time detection of the host activating a food-related business project. To encourage the host's enthusiasm, a grand opening gift package has been added to the vending machine. As soon as the voice finished, a slight mechanical sound came from inside the vending machine, followed by the sudden filling of the shelves with goods. Xiao Shan quickly leaned in to take a closer look, her eyes lighting up. 10 boxes of high-quality beef instant noodles, 10 colorful self-heating hot pots, 10 bottles of sports drinks, and 10 bottles of pure mineral water. In the system store, the host's purchase prices are instant noodles 20 credits, hot pot 40 credits, drink 25 credits, mineral water 15 credits. Suggested retail price: instant noodles 50 credits, self-heating hot pot 100 credits, sports drink 60 credits, pure mineral water 40 credits. The host may adjust the prices. Xiao Shiren clicked her tongue in surprise. The profit margin was indeed quite large. But in the apocalypse, a clean cup of hot water and food was priceless, and these retail prices were already very reasonable. She turned to Ling Che, pointed at the vending machine. Ahem, well, there are instant noodles and hot pots, as well as water and drinks. Ling Che didn't understand the terms Xiao Shiren was using, but she noticed the sudden appearance of this large machine. She glanced at it but said nothing. Her gaze fell on the vending machine, and after a moment, she walked up to it, awkwardly operating the touchscreen, selecting a box of noodles and a bottle of water. Instant noodles 50, mineral water 40, total 90 Federation credits. The vending machine's prompt sounded. Ling Che took out 90 Federation credits and placed them in the coin slot. The machine quickly took the money, dispensed the goods, and automatically heated the noodles. The aroma of the noodles filled the air. She didn't care about manners, crouching in a corner of the lobby, slurping the noodles, and the cold, sharp look on her face seemed to soften a little. The scent of the food made Xiao Shiren's stomach growl with hunger. She quickly stepped up to the vending machine. Landlord benefit: the host may freely take items from the vending machine, with a daily limit of 500 Federation credits. The system's voice echoed in her mind, and almost immediately, Xiao Shiren reached out, swiftly taking a box of instant noodles and a bottle of drink. Alright, system, now this is more like it. She patted the cold metal surface of the vending machine, feeling much better. After a few bites of hot soup noodles, Xiao Shiren's exhausted body gradually recovered, and the comfort of feeling alive again made her exhale a long breath. At that moment, faint cries for help could be heard from outside the apartment. The sound was weak, but it pierced through their ears like needles. Ding, host, you have a visitor. Xiao Shiren and Ling Che both stopped at the same time, standing up and looking outside. Outside the electric fence, a man covered in blood was weakly leaning against a stone pillar. The weak electric current of the fence kept him from getting any closer, while also blocking the monsters outside, who were drawn to the scent of blood. Chapter 5: The Injured Mercenary. I'll go take a look. Xiao Shiren put down the half-eaten bowl of noodles, with grease still on the rim. She quickly walked to the door, standing behind the sizzling electric fence. The man's face turned pale, and a gaping wound on his abdomen was horrifying to see. Hey! What's going on with you? Help, help! The man's voice was weak, filled with despair. Xiao Shiren's mind stirred. Room 1002 had just been unlocked, perfect for him to stay. But then she hesitated. The most basic furniture set from the home decor store, bed, tables, chairs, lights, cost 800 Federation coins. The remaining Federation coins after buying the vending machine were nowhere near enough. She took just 2 seconds to glance at the medicines in the system store that could be sold. In the apocalypse, quality medicines were even rarer than food, a hard currency. This apartment needed upgrades, furniture, and the power grid needed to be maintained, all of which required money. She wasn't running a charity. To survive, and to make this place a true shelter, she needed income. But what if the tenants were a threat? Xiao Shiren seized the opportunity to ask the system, "System, I don't know if the person outside is good or bad, don't you have to ensure my personal safety? This system has activated level 1 close-range defense for the host. If a tenant attacks the host, the defense system will directly transport them outside the electric grid. The host can spend 500 Federation coins to unlock level 2 defense. Level 2 defense can sense the tenant's malice, allowing the host to make a decision on whether to transport the tenant in advance. If not unlocked, the defense will only activate when the tenant attacks, and the tenant will immediately be sent outside the electric grid, but the host may already be injured." The system's voice ended. Xiao Shiren knew she couldn't bargain with the system over upgrades. She cursed silently, "Scam artist." Although she didn't have enough Federation coins to unlock level 2 defense right now, fortunately, Ling Che's combat strength was extraordinary, and when she had more money later, she could unlock level 2 defense then. After some weighing, she made up her mind and spoke to the man outside. "I am the landlord of this apartment, and I can offer you accommodation and food." She tried to keep her voice calm. "I also sell medicines here. They work well, can stop bleeding quickly, and prevent infection." Hechuan struggled to lift his head, and a faint glimmer of light flashed through his dazed eyes. "Medicine, how much?" "Special hemostatic bandage, 200 Federation coins per piece. If it doesn't work, you don't pay." Xiao Shiren carefully considered her words. "Looking at your injuries, you'll need at least 5 pieces to start controlling the bleeding." In the system store, the hemostatic bandage was priced at 100 Federation coins per piece, but she doubled it. She needed the money, not just for the cost of the medicine, but also for the continued operation of the apartment. Hechuan breathed heavily, though with some hesitation and doubt. After all, this place didn't seem like one that sold medicines, but he glanced at the sizzling electric grid, and he could feel the reassuring energy waves surrounding the building. "How do I get in?" Hechuan weakly asked. Xiao Shuren activated the system scanner, confirming that the injured man posed no risk of being infected by zombies. Then she controlled the narrow door inside the electric grid to open, wide enough for only one person to pass. Come in. After receiving permission, Hechuan, leaning on the cold wall, slowly moved inside. I'll buy 5 bandages. He fumbled out a blood-stained money pouch, trembling as he counted out a stack of banknotes. Here is 1,000 Federation coins. Host's current Federation coins balance, 1290. After confirming the money was correct, Xiao Shuren bought 5 strong hemostatic bandages from the system. The 5 new hemostatic bandages appeared in her storage compartment in her consciousness, and she took them out and handed them to the man in front of her. Treat your wound first, then I'll arrange a room for you. Hechuan took them, using his last bit of strength to tear open the package and pressed the bandage to the wound. A cool sensation spread from the wound, and the bleeding visibly slowed. When the man awkwardly pressed the last bandage on the wound, Xiao Shuren bought a set of furniture for room 1002 from the system and then turned to unlock the door with a key. When Hechuan raised his eyes to look at the interior of room 1002, his steps stopped. In such a dilapidated apartment, there was actually such a spacious and bright room, with a wooden bed and a table and chairs beside it. He swallowed hard, then looked toward the young landlord with a bit more curiosity. This is my room? Hechuan's throat felt dry. Room 1002, single room, 100 federal coins per day, Xiao Shuren quoted the price. I can pay for 1 day first. Hechuan took a deep breath, then pulled out 100 federal coins from his pocket. I'll rent it. Received rent of 100 federal coins, host's current total assets, 590 federal coins. After arranging for the tenant, Xiao Shuren prepared to leave room 1002. Hechuan, almost exhausted, lay on the bed, forcing a breath to speak to Xiao Shuren. Landlord, thank you. My name is Hechuan, I'm a member of the Federation's mercenaries. Our squad was ambushed during a mission, and I got separated from my teammates. He took a breath. I left a rendezvous signal. If they find their way here, can you let them stay too? Xiao Shuren smiled. Sure, as long as they follow the rules and pay rent. My name is Xiao Shuren. Hechuan weakly smiled, finally closing his eyes. In the office, Xiao Shuren wrapped herself tightly in a thin blanket, lying on the wooden plank. In the silence, sudden urgent shouting erupted outside the apartment, mixed with the spine-chilling roars of zombies, the sound getting closer. Captain! Captain He! Roar! Xiao Shuren jolted upright. Almost at the same time, the door to room 1001 creaked open, Ling Che standing at the doorway holding a short blade. The door to room 1002 also opened, Hechuan leaning against the doorframe, his face drained of color. It's my teammates. Xiao Shuren rushed a few steps to the window of the hall and looked outside through the scratched observation window. 2 figures, one tall and one short, were running desperately toward the apartment, with 3 or 4 shadows trailing behind them, one of which was massive and moved very swiftly. Open the door quickly. Let them in. Hechuan's voice had changed. Xiao Shuren looked at Ling Che, who had already drawn his short blade and nodded at her. Without hesitation, Xiao Shuren quickly acted, and a narrow door appeared at the corner of the electric net. This way! She shouted outside. Upon hearing the voice, the 2 of them immediately changed direction and rushed toward the door. In the moment they stumbled inside, Xiao Shuren quickly closed the narrow door. The mutant zombies chasing them collided into the reclosed electric net, and with a few sharp electrical zaps, they were blasted back, emitting furious roars. The 2 who came in were a man and a woman, both wearing tattered combat uniforms, covered in blood and dirt, with several fresh wounds on their bodies. The man was very tall, holding a machete. The woman was relatively small, with a handgun on her waist, panting heavily. Captain! The 2 saw Hechuan and almost burst into tears. Wang Meng! Sun Li! Hechuan shouted their names excitedly. The man called Wang Meng bent over, breathing heavily, then started scanning the surroundings. When he saw the electric net still faintly buzzing with electricity in the relatively clean hall, his eyes widened. Captain, the mark you left, there really is a place like this. This electric net, amazing. Sun Li also looked around, her tone filled with disbelief. This place is way better than we thought. We thought the captain was hiding in some rat hole. Wang Meng slumped down onto the cold ground, grinning and gasping, a large wound on his arm with skin and flesh hanging out. Sun Li walked over, holding her left arm, her combat suit torn open, dark red blood soaking a patch, making her already pale face look even more haggard. Special effect hemostatic patch, 200 federal coins each. Xiao Shuren stepped forward to pitch. She paused, then added, anti-inflammatory powder 50, bandages 30. Wang Meng's eyes lit up, as if he had found treasure. That's great. Give me 3 hemostatic patches, please. 2 more packs of anti-inflammatory powder, 2 rolls of bandages. He was straightforward, pulling out a handful of slightly softened federal coins from his pocket, handing them over without even counting them. Xiao Shan took the stack of money, her fingers brushing against the rough texture of the bills. Received 760 federal coins, after deducting the host's purchase cost, the host's remaining federal coins, 1260. She didn't say much, turning and walking toward the vending machine in the corner of the hall. Her hand gently wiped across an inconspicuous spot on the side of the machine. When she pulled her hand out, a few items of medicine were safely resting in her palm. Wang Meng and Sun Li, as if they had found treasures, quickly started treating the wounds. Soon, the faint scent of medicine spread in the air, overpowering the previous smell of blood. He Chuan leaned against the doorframe of room 1002, silently observing everything. He looked at the apartment building, which exuded a strange yet oddly safe feeling, and then at the young but unusually calm landlady. "Landlady Chow," he spoke hoarsely, his tone carrying an undeniable seriousness, "our team wants to rest here for a while." Seeing that Xiao Shan was just looking at him, he continued, "I'll renew the lease for room 1002 for 3 months. Wang Meng and Sun Li, they also need a place to stay, each for 10 days, what do you think?" 3 months. 100 federal coins per day, 90 days equals 9,000. Wang Meng and Sun Li renting for 10 days each adds another 2,000. A huge sum of money just floated down like that. After each one finished speaking, he turned around and went back to his room, pulling out a thick stack of federal coins. After they paid the rent, the system voice sounded. Room 1002 renewed for 90 days, received 9,000 federal coins in rent. Please unlock and arrange rooms 1003 and 1004 as soon as possible. Xiao Shan almost instinctively responded in her mind, unlock rooms 1003 and 1004. Unlocked 2 single rooms, total cost 1,000 federal coins. Purchased basic furniture package, bed, desk, chair, light, 4 rooms 1003 and 1004, total cost 1,600 federal coins. A series of commands and deductions were quickly completed in her mind. The string of numbers in her account balance made her feel a bit dazed, 7,660 federal coins. Congratulations, host, your apartment level has increased to LV2. Unlocking 10 rooms will grant you unlimited tap water. Tap water? Is it free water? Unlimited. Use it as you like? Yes, host. The tap water has been processed and is drinkable. Its uses include, but are not limited to, washing, watering plants. A bold thought formed in her mind. System, unlock the entire second floor. Unlocking the second floor of the apartment, including 10 single rooms in the corridor, requires 4,500 federal coins. Confirm? Confirm. 4,500 federal coins have been deducted. The second floor of Ark apartment has been unlocked. Congratulations, host, you now have unlimited tap water access. A feeling that was hard to describe rose from the depths of her heart, as if the entire building's pulse was slowly coming under her control. After finishing all of this, she remembered her still empty landlord office. She opened the home decoration store and began selecting carefully. A comfortable single bed, 300. A spacious desk, 200. A chair with a soft cushioned backrest, 100. And a brighter light fixture, 50. She added some storage units and small ornaments, rounding it up to 150. Total cost 800 federal coins. When the brand new furniture appeared out of nowhere in the office, Xiao Shan let out a long sigh. She collapsed onto the new bed, feeling the softness of the mattress, finally able to say goodbye to the old, uncomfortable bedboard that had made her back sore. The system's fee deduction prompt had just faded from Xiao Shan's mind when, just as she was about to examine the new features unlocked on the second floor, a coarse, crude insult erupted from outside. Xiao Shan. You little bitch. Get your ass out here. Zhang Guoqiang. How did he find his way here? Xiao Shan quickly walked to the door, peeking outside through the observation window. She saw Zhang Guoqiang's twisted face almost pressed against the electric fence. The eyeballs greedily scanned every inch of the apartment building. Open the door. I'm your father. You little bastard don't know how lucky you are to hide here. Zhang Guoqiang stretched out his hand, intending to slap the electric fence, but was sharply shocked by the weak current on it, causing him to grimace in pain and quickly retract his hand. He stepped back, looking utterly ridiculous. Xiao Shiren saw that familiar face and immediately felt anger rising in her chest. She opened the apartment door and directly demanded, "Where is my mother?" Her voice passed through the dense electric net, sounding as cold as stone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqiang's greedy expression immediately disappeared, replaced by a yellowed smile, as he chuckled creepily. The smile was so sticky it made one's stomach churn. Your mother? She's just fine. As long as you listen and share half of the good things you've scavenged from this building with me, and prepare a nice room for me to enjoy, I'll show mercy and tell you where she is. Otherwise. Humph. His words were filled with a strong sense of threat. In the hall, He Chuan, Wang Meng, and Sun Li had unknowingly gathered from their respective rooms. Even Ling Che, who usually didn't like to join in, had quietly walked to the doorframe of room 1001. All their attention was now focused on the man outside the door, who was hopping and making a fool of himself. Sun Li stepped closer to Qiao Shiren and whispered, her tone full of undisguised disgust, "Landlord, you absolutely cannot let this man in, don't show him any mercy." At this moment, Wang Mang also walked over, his teeth gritting as he said, "As for your mother, if you trust us, we can go all out and help you get her out. But if you invite this disaster into the apartment, you'll just be asking for trouble." Qiao Shiren turned her head and looked at Sun Li's concerned face. Her throat tightened, and she gave a soft in response. Chapter 7, Unwelcome Guest. Ling Che didn't speak but calmly wiped his sharp short blade. The cold blade flashed past Zhang Guoqiang's face from time to time, causing him to shiver. He Chuan and Wang Mang stepped forward a few paces. The two sturdy men, both over 6 feet tall, stood like two small mountains, giving off an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zhang Guoqiang was the type of person who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Under their cold, piercing gazes, especially the chilling stare from Ling Che, which seemed to penetrate the soul, his legs went weak, and he nearly lost his balance. "You? What do you want to do?" "I'm her father." He stood outside the electric fence, stiffening his neck, but his voice had become much smaller, now trembling noticeably. Ling Che snorted coldly, flipped his wrist, and the short blade spun nimbly between his fingers, a flash of cold light quickly disappearing. Zhang Guoqiang was so frightened that he jerked back several steps, cursing under his breath, "You little brat, just wait for me." In the end, he lacked the courage to continue and fled in panic. Watching him run away, Qiao Shiren's tense body finally relaxed a little. The storm had passed, but Ling Che found Qiao Shiren alone. "I need to go out for a while, to take on a task." She always spoke briefly and without unnecessary emotion. "Now?" Qiao Shiren was a bit surprised. Ling Che nodded, the Federation coins are running low, need to restock." She paused, her usually emotionless eyes now showing rare seriousness. "Be careful, human hearts are sometimes more unpredictable than zombies." After saying this, she slung her bag over her shoulder, took the electric fence pass that Qiao Shiren handed her, opened the gap in the electric fence, and walked out without looking back. Her tall, slender figure quickly disappeared into the ruins outside. With Ling Che gone, the spacious hall seemed to grow a bit colder. Qiao Shiren stood by the door, the faint crackling sound of the electric fence closing once again echoed in her ears. Zhang Guoqiang's greasy face, and that greedy expression. Like a piece of sticky dogskin plaster, it clung to her mind. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake it off. That old man was scared off this time, but who knows when he will pop up again next time. And her mother, although there was no life-threatening danger, staying by Zhang Guoqiang's side was no different from being in hell. She had to get her out. In the apartment, He Chuan and the others could lend a hand, but after all, they were tenants, and she couldn't rely on them for the long term. She needed to have something real to protect herself. "System, give me something practical, a self-defense weapon that a regular person like me can use, is there anything?" Filtering items from the store for the host. On the half-transparent screen, the product list flickered, and 2 items popped up. High-voltage taser, 500 Federation coins. Equipped with a high-energy battery, reusable, instantly releases high-voltage electricity, effectively subduing targets. Disposable strong pepper spray, 300 Federation coins. Causes intense irritation to the eyes and respiratory system, disabling the target's ability to act for a short period. Qiao Shiren's gaze immediately fixed on the high-voltage taser. The pepper spray was disposable, so if there were a lot of people or if they were prepared, once it was used up, she would be left helpless. The taser was different, it could be used repeatedly. The crackle sound of the electricity alone was enough to send a chill down one's spine. This one, the high-voltage taser. 500 Federation coins have been deducted. The high-voltage taser has been placed in the host's storage. She immediately took out the dark metal stick from her storage. It was pretty heavy, slightly longer than her forearm, and holding it, the cool metallic feel made her feel much more at ease. She tried pressing the switch, and the top of the stick made a crackling sound, a faint blue electric arc flickering. The sound was not loud, but it exuded a dangerous vibe. Alright, with this thing on her, she felt much more confident. She weighed the taser in her hand, repeatedly familiarizing herself with the position of the switch and how it felt to grip, so she wouldn't be flustered if she really had to use it. Ding, host, you have a visitor. Just as she was thinking, the system's prompt sound went off. Qiao Shiren looked outside, and outside the apartment door, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared, peeking inside. The man was about 30, with greasy hair stuck to his scalp, wearing a dirty, obviously ill-fitting jacket. His small eyes kept darting around, exuding an indescribable sleaziness and calculation. When the man saw the faintly visible electric net at the door, his neck shrank, but then his eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands as he moved closer. Ahem, is anyone there? I just want to ask for directions. The man's voice was oily and slick. Xiao Shiren walked over to the door, nonchalantly observing him through the peephole. When the man saw Xiao Shiren, his small eyes immediately glued to her, shamelessly scanning her up and down. Then he grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Yo, little sister, all alone? Is this building under your management? His tone was light and playful, clearly probing. Xiao Shiren furrowed her brow, disgust rising in her heart, and her voice turned cold. If you have something to say it. If not, leave. The man chuckled, and instead of leaving, he moved closer, almost pressing up against the electric net. Sis, don't be so harsh. I'm Yuan Peng, out here alone trying to make a living, looking for a place to stay. Your building looks good, can you rent me a room? We can talk about the price, and I can even help you with some physical work. What do you think? He flicked his greasy bangs, his expression just like someone sizing up an item they could casually manipulate. The rent for the apartment is 100 Federation coins per day, pay first, stay after. No bargaining. Xiao Shiren said clearly, word by word. When Yuan Peng heard the price, the smile on his face froze for a moment, then he quickly replaced it with a grin. 100? It's tough for me to be alone. How about 50? I promise to behave and not cause you any trouble. He acted as though he thought a young girl like Xiao Shiren would be easy to manipulate. He wanted to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Shan couldn't be bothered to waste more words with him. If you don't have money, please leave. Yuan Peng's smile completely disappeared, his face darkened. He sized up Xiao Shan, then glanced a few more times at the spacious hall behind her. He licked his cracked lips, suddenly switching to a smiling face again. Alright, 100 it is. Who told me I liked you so much? Open the door, I'll rent it. Xiao Shan stared at him warily, not making a move immediately. Yuan Peng spread his hands, pretending to be helpless. What? You're afraid I can't pay? Don't worry, I do have some savings. Xiao Shan coldly looked at him, pay first. Yuan Peng hesitated and slowly pulled out a crumpled federal bill from his pocket, unwillingly counting out 100 and sliding it through a small gap under the electric fence. Xiao Shan took the money, confirmed it was correct, then opened the narrow gate of the electric fence and turned to grab the key and the register. The moment she turned around, Yuan Peng's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. He suddenly lunged forward, hands outstretched, trying to hug her from behind. Little girl, you're quite spicy, I like it. Chapter 8, Punishing the Pervert. Xiao Shan had already been on guard. Almost as soon as Yuan Peng made his move, she quickly turned around and activated the high-voltage stun baton in her hand. Z. The dazzling blue electric arc harshly struck Yuan Peng's reaching perverted hand. A nauseating burnt smell instantly spread through the air. Ah! Yuan Peng let out an extremely shrill and miserable scream. His whole body seemed to lose its bones, convulsing violently, eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, and he collapsed straight onto the ground, still shaking uncontrollably. What's going on? He Chuan was the first to rush out from his room, followed closely by Wang Meng and Sun Li. Seeing the scene in the hall, the three of them were stunned. Xiao Shan stood there, holding the black metal rod with glowing blue electricity, looking unbothered. A strange man was lying on the floor, frothing at the mouth and twitching. Wang Meng's eyes widened. Landlady, what's going on here? Xiao Shan didn't even look at Yuan Peng on the floor, her voice cold and without a trace of warmth. He had bad intentions, tried to make a move. She turned to Wang Meng and Sun Li. Please help me throw him out, tell him that if he comes within 50 meters of our apartment again, his life won't be guaranteed. Got it. Wang Meng responded loudly with full energy and directly stepped forward. Sun Li silently followed, each taking one side, and together they lifted the still trembling Yuan Peng like a chicken. Yuan Peng didn't even have time to groan before being dragged out of the apartment door, tossed with a thud into the pile of ruins outside, kicking up a cloud of dust. He Chuan stood at the door of room 1002, watching all of this, silent. He looked at Xiao Shan, his thoughts twisting in his mind. This young, slender landlady handled such disgusting matters without even batting an eye. The air in the apartment seemed to freeze for a moment because of it. When the people from Yichuan's team looked at Xiao Shan again, the feeling was different from before. After throwing the man out, Wang Meng and Sun Li muttered softly, our landlady isn't that old, but she's fierce, no hesitation at all. Sun Li glanced at him, with a landlady like her, we can live here with peace of mind. At least, no one dares to cause trouble in this apartment anymore. Xiao Shan didn't pay attention to the various expressions behind her, she simply stared intently at the direction where Yuan Peng was dragged away. To ensure the apartment's safety in the long run, strict rules must be in place. She turned and went back to the landlord's office, sitting behind the large desk. She exchanged paper and a pen from the system store and spread them out. She picked up the pen and wrote a few words. ARC Apartment Resident Guidelines. 1. No malicious rent evasion. 2. No causing trouble in the apartment. 3. No physical or verbal threats toward the landlord or other tenants. 4. No damage to the apartment's public facilities. Carrying dangerous items needs to be reported to the landlord. A single room can only be occupied by one person. Each rule blocked the most common loopholes in the end-of-world scenario. After finishing, Xiao Shan read it over and over again, confirming there was no way for anyone to exploit a loophole. She took the handwritten check-in notice and walked to the hall, carefully posting it in the most visible spot next to the vending machine. As soon as she finished posting it, Wang Meng and Sun Li came over. Wang Meng's loud voice exploded in the spacious hall. Wow! Landlord, this list you made. I think it looks good. With this kind of control, anyone who wants to make trouble will have to think twice. Sun Li stood beside him, also reading it word by word. She wasn't as loud as Wang Meng, but just quietly hummed in approval. He Chuan read through the paper filled with writing and then looked at Xiao Shan. He was silent for a few seconds, and the only sound in the hall was the slight hum of the vending machine. Then, he spoke, his voice a little deeper than usual. Landlord Xiao, we will definitely follow these rules. Xiao Shan smiled. Then it's settled? Settled, He Chuan answered. The downstairs soon returned to its previous quiet, with only the occasional soft hum of the vending machine. Xiao Shan didn't immediately go back to the office. The 4-digit number on her light screen did ease her mind quite a bit. But peaceful days didn't last 2 days before new troubles knocked on her door. Every day's rent entry, the sale and restocking of the instant noodles, hot pots, and bottled water in the vending machine, and her own occasional small purchases from the system store. One transaction after another, with both income and expenditure, all mixed together in a chaotic mess. Xiao Shan sat down at her new office desk, with several sheets of paper exchanged from the system store spread out on the desk, a pen beside them. She took a deep breath, trying to clear up the income and expenses of the apartment in the past few days. The more than 10,000 federal coins from each Chuan's team for renewing their lease, plus the previous earnings from selling medicine and scattered rent payments, then subtracting the cost of unlocking rooms and buying furniture. She lowered her head, the pen tip scribbling on the paper, the numbers overlapping and scattered in all directions. Yesterday, 3 buckets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water were sold from the vending machine, with an income of 230. The day before yesterday, He Chuan renewed some medicine, the expenditure cost, and the income. Xiao Shan rubbed her temple, the pen gripped tightly in her hand. She had once tried using the simple form built into the system's light screen, but the numbers were crammed together so tightly that when she looked at the entries she typed in again after a while, she couldn't even tell which one was which. Finally, feeling frustrated, she waved her hand, and the light screen turned off, out of sight, out of mind. But the accounts still had to be settled. Especially the vending machine, with its restocking costs, sales income, and her own occasional landlord benefits of food and drinks. Although the system said there was a 500 limit per day, she always felt uneasy with the unclear accounting. What if one day the system malfunctioned and said she exceeded the limit, then randomly deducted from her federal coins? Who would she talk to then? TCH. Xiao Shan threw the pen onto the desk, leaned back in her chair, and irritably grabbed her hair. This apartment building had people coming and going, and the number of tenants would only increase. She couldn't always have a muddled account. She closed her eyes and called out in her mind, "System, don't you have some, function that could help manage the accounts? If this keeps going, I'm going to be a completely clueless landlord." After a few seconds, the familiar mechanical voice slowly sounded. Detected that the host is facing significant difficulties in financial management, affecting apartment operation efficiency. It is recommended that the host unlock the Smart Butler module. Xiao Shan suddenly opened her eyes. Smart Butler? Sounds pretty advanced. What can it do? This module integrates multiple advanced functions such as daily apartment operation management, automatic financial statistics, energy consumption allocation, and tenant information management. A long list of function introductions made Xiao Shan feel a bit dizzy, but she heard the words financial automatic statistics loud and clear. This is good. How much does it cost? To unlock the Smart Housekeeper module, it requires 50,000 federal coins and 1 level 5 crystal core. How much? Xiao Shan doubted she had heard incorrectly. 50,000 federal coins? And a level 5 crystal core? What is that thing? She had never heard of such a thing. The level 2 crystal core that Ling Che gave her was already the highest level she had seen. It seems that she could not rely on this smart housekeeper. She sighed, rubbing her forehead, letting her eyes drift aimlessly over the view outside the window. The ruins still looked lifeless, a grayish stretch fading into the distance. Ding, host, there are potential guests. Suddenly, a faint, intermittent crying sound brushed against her eardrum like a feather. The sound was soft, filled with suppressed sobs, as if afraid of disturbing some lurking danger. Xiao Shan's expression tightened. She listened closely. The sound seemed to be coming from the low building diagonally across from the apartment, which was mostly collapsed. After hesitating for a moment, she turned back to the office, tucked the dark high-voltage electric baton behind her waist, and stuffed a few bottles of basic wound spray and band-aids into her storage compartment. After getting ready, she went downstairs, not disturbing each one, and just said to Wang Meng and Sun Li by the vending machine, "I will step out for a moment, keep an eye on the apartment." Wang Meng was taken aback, just about to ask, when Xiao Shiren had already walked to the edge of the electric fence and skillfully opened a narrow door that only allowed one person to pass, slipping outside. The air outside the apartment was filled with the unique dust and faint decay scent of the ruins. Xiao Shiren stepped lightly, moving toward that low building. The closer she got, the clearer the suffocating crying became, mixed with a woman's low, desperate words of comfort. She bypassed a broken concrete wall, and in the shadow of the corner, she saw two figures curled up. A disheveled woman with a gaunt face tightly held a child in her arms. The woman's clothes were dirty and torn, stained with large patches of dark grime. She stared vacantly at the ground as tears silently streamed down her dust-covered cheeks. The child in her arms looked about 7 or 8 years old, their small face pale, lips cracked and peeling, lifelessly nestled against the woman, with only the faintest rise and fall in their chest indicating a weak sign of life. Scanning target, Chen Jing, female, 52 years old, uninfected, Xiaoya, female, 8 years old, uninfected. Both are in extreme hunger and dehydration. The system's prompt echoed in her mind. Xiao Shiren looked at the frail child, and something in her heart stirred gently. She slowly walked closer. The faint sound of footsteps startled the woman lost in her sorrow. Chen Jing suddenly looked up, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instinctively tightening her hold on the child, her voice hoarse and fearful. "Why you, don't come any closer." Xiao Shiren stopped in her tracks, raised her hands to show she was unarmed. "I mean no harm." She turned, took a bottle of mineral water and a small pack of compressed biscuits from her storage compartment. These were the leftovers from what she had previously taken from the vending machine. "Give the child something to eat and drink." She placed the water and biscuits on the ground, then stepped back 2 paces. Chen Jing held her daughter, watching her warily, with her gaze shifting back and forth between the food on the ground and Xiao Shiren. Hunger gnawed at her stomach, and her daughter's faint breathing was barely audible. She stretched out her hand, her fingertips trembling. Picking up the water bottle, she opened the cap and cautiously brought it to her daughter's cracked lips. The little girl shifted slightly, opening her small mouth to suck, making tiny swallowing sounds. Chen Jing tore open the biscuit package again. "Break off a small piece and send it into the daughter's mouth." Xiaoya chewed the biscuit, making a light sound. After a while, the rise and fall of her chest seemed to strengthen a little. Chen Jing let out a long breath. "Thank you," her voice was dry and hoarse. Xiao Shan waited for them to calm down a bit. "Where did you come from? How did you end up here?" she asked. Chen Jing wiped her face, her voice choked. "We escaped from West City. The Federal Army in West City abandoned the city and fled. The group of refugees also scattered." She spoke intermittently, her body trembling slightly. "The Federal Army abandoned West City? Something big must have happened." Xiao Shan thought for a moment, paused, and said, "I have a place to stay, and there's food and water. If you're willing, you can come with me." Chen Jing suddenly raised her head, shocked. "Really, is it true?" "Yes, it's true." Xiao Shan nodded. "However, there are rules in my place that you must follow." She briefly explained the situation of the apartment and the most basic rules. After hearing this, Chen Jing nodded without any hesitation. "We are willing. As long as you can give us a place to survive, I can work to pay the rent. I may be older, but I can still work. I can do anything." Xiao Shan helped the weak Chen Jing up and then carried the almost powerless Xiaoya in her arms. Back at the apartment, Wang Meng and Sun Li saw Xiao Shan bringing back 2 strangers, an old woman and a child, and they were a bit surprised. Xiao Shan briefly explained, and then took Chen Jing and her daughter to an empty room on the 2nd floor that had just been unlocked. The room was dimly lit and otherwise empty. Xiao Shan took instant noodles and warm water from the vending machine for them. As she watched her daughter swallow the noodles bit by bit, Chen Jing's tears fell once again, and she kept saying thank you to Xiao Shan over and over. Once they both ate and drank enough, and their emotions gradually calmed down, Xiao Shan took Chen Jing to her office to chat more. "Aunt Chen, you must be in your 50s, right? What did you do before the apocalypse?" Xiao Shan asked casually. Chen Jing wiped her eyes, smiling a little embarrassed. "I used to work as an accountant in a small company for almost 5 years, then the apocalypse came." "An accountant?" Xiao Shan almost jumped out of her chair. "This truly is when you need a pillow, someone brings it to you." She was worried that no one would manage the tangled accounts, but unexpectedly, Aunt Chen she casually brought back was a professional. "Aunt Chen, here's the thing." Xiao Shan cleared her throat, trying hard to make her tone sound steady. "The apartment just opened, as you can see. It's not big, and there aren't many tenants, but every day there are accounts to manage and supplies to buy. It's indeed a bit complex." She paused and looked at Chen Jing. If you don't mind, I'd like to hire you as the accountant for the apartment and also help manage the front desk a bit, like tenant registration, collecting rent and utilities, handling some daily chores. As for the pay, Xiao Shan continued, I can provide you and Xiaoya with a separate room, plus, each day I'll give you both basic food and drinking water, enough for your daily needs. Chapter 10, Forced Eviction. Chen Jing listened, her lips trembled with excitement, and she couldn't speak for a long time. An hour ago, she and her daughter were on the brink of starving to death, and now she actually had a job. I'm willing. Landlord Xiao, of course I'm willing. Chen Jing nodded repeatedly, afraid that Xiao Shan might change her mind at any second. You can rest assured, I have experience with accounts, I will manage them clearly for you. Xiao Shan also breathed a sigh of relief. She asked Chen Jing and Xiaoya to wait in the hall while she finished adding essential furniture, then she would bring the mother and daughter back to room 2001. Pointing to Chen Jing, this room is temporarily for you and Xiaoya to stay in, it's a bit simple, but we will add more furniture for you later. That's enough. Thank you so much. Chen Jing held Xiaoya's hand, expressing her gratitude to Xiao Shuren again. Well then, I'll leave the apartment bills to you in the future, Aunt Chen. In less than half a day, Chen Jing brought a stack of account books. These are the accounts for the past few days, please have a look. Xiao Shuren took over the thin but slightly worn account book. Opening it, the handwriting was neat and clear, every expense and income was clear, and there were notes in different colors explaining the details of some special items. She let out a long sigh. The frustrating numbers that had made her feel dizzy were now neatly organized, easy to understand. The apartment's affairs will be complex in the future, I appreciate your hard work, Aunt Chen. Xiao Shuren spoke from her heart. Chen Jing waved her hand, smiling gently, Landlord, you flatter me. I'm also happy to help. She paused and added, the restocking frequency of the vending machine supplies has increased a bit these days, I made a statistic, there are a few items we can stock up on, to avoid running short unexpectedly. Also, if we need new tenants, we should put up a sign at the entrance for renting out the apartments, so that passing people will know what the ARC apartments are for. Sure, we'll follow your lead. Xiao Shuren was now 100% satisfied with Chen Jing. This former accountant from before the apocalypse seemed weak, but her thinking was meticulous, the daily expenses and supplies for the apartment were all managed in a clear manner. With Xiao Shuren and a few tenants looking after it, everything in the apartment was in order. Wang Meng's loud voice often shouted, Landlord Xiao's place is the cozy nest for us desperate souls, if we don't protect our home, who will? That afternoon, outside the buzzing electric fence, two figures wobbled towards them. A man and a woman, about 25 or 26 years old. The man was tall, wearing a relatively clean outdoor jacket, his hair slicked back neatly, his face carried an air of stubborn arrogance. The woman was small and delicate, her features pretty, timidly following behind the man, her eyes darting, glancing at his expression from time to time. They reached the electric fence. The man frowned, surveying the lonely apartment building standing in the ruins, glanced at the faintly sparkling electric fence, his nostrils flared, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily dropped. Hey! Is anyone there? Open the door. The man's voice was commanding. Xiao Shuren heard the voice and went to the door, seeing the two outside through the fence. What's the matter? We want to rent a room, the man lifted his chin, the best room, one. Xiao Shuren evaluated them. The man had a I am the best in the world attitude, while the woman beside him kept her head down, fingering the edge of her clothes. The apartment currently only has single rooms, 100 federal coins per day, pay first then stay, Xiao Shuren replied calmly. Single room? The man's brows knitted tighter, you guys don't even have a decent double room in this broken place? The woman beside him gently tugged at his clothes and said softly, Gao Jun, let it go, having a place to stay is good enough. Gao Jun shot a glance at the woman, snorted, as if also realizing there were no better options at hand. Then two single rooms, next to each other. He pulled out a stack of federal coins from his pocket, counted out a few bills, and handed them through the gap in the fence, rent for 3 days. Xiao Shuren took the money and confirmed it was correct. She opened the gap in the fence, letting the two in. Rooms 2002 and 2003 are vacant, you two can stay in these. Xiao Shuren led them to the door of the rooms on the second floor. Gao Jun strode in, opened the door, glanced around, and his displeasure grew even clearer. This kind of broken bed and shabby table? 100 a day? Are you robbing us? The woman quickly stepped forward to pull him back. Gao Jun, stop it, we have already been forcibly evicted by the base. It's a relief to find a safe place. The woman turned to Xiao Xian, forcing a stiff smile, I'm sorry, boss, his temper isn't great. Xiao Xian's expression was emotionless, this is the condition of the apartment, whether you stay or not is up to you. Gao Jun ultimately chose room 2002 with a dark face, and Lin Weiwei moved into 2003. Late at night. The wind howled through the ruins, and the apartment was peaceful and quiet, with most of the tenants in dreamland. Xiao Xian had just lain down. Suddenly. Alarm! Abnormal trespassing detected in room 2002. Occupant of 2002 is attempting to forcefully enter room 2003, violating apartment regulations, no physical contact with the landlord or other tenants, and single rooms are for single occupants only. The system's cold alert tone exploded in Xiao Shan's mind. Gao Jun. Don't do this. In room 2003, Lin Weiwei's voice trembled, filled with helplessness. Lin Weiwei. What the hell are you pretending to be, a virtuous woman? The man's brutal curses, mixed with the woman's stifled cries, abruptly pierced through the apartment's midnight silence. Xiao Shan opened his eyes, got out of bed, grabbed the electric baton by the bed, and rushed to the stairwell. Gao Jun had his whole body pressed against Lin Weiwei, rendering her unable to move, while one hand roamed over her body. Lin Weiwei was forced to lie on the bed, crying out, "You promised me not to touch me. Shut the hell up. I paid for your room, and now you're mine. Stop struggling and just submit to me." Gao Jun hissed darkly, his voice filled with tyranny. "Stop." Xiao Shan strode into the room, and his voice turned cold. Gao Jun turned to face him, a sneer appearing on his face. "Oh, landlord? What, do you want to stand up for her? I advise you to mind your own business. This is between the two of us. The apartment rules state that a single room can only be occupied by one person." Xiao Shan's voice was icy. "Your actions right now are a serious violation." "Rules? I am the rule." Gao Jun scoffed, completely disregarding Xiao Shan, standing up and adjusting his unfastened pants. "I paid for this. I can do whatever I want. You little girl, keep talking, and I swear I'll deal with you too," he shouted arrogantly, raising his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's alert sounded again. Serious violation detected by occupant Gao Jun, and an attempt to attack the landlord. Should the forced eviction process be initiated? Chapter 11, Searching for Quality Tenants. Confirm. Xiao Shan did not hesitate. In that instant, a visible white light shot down from the ceiling, like a spotlight, accurately enveloping Gao Jun. Gao Jun's arrogant smile instantly froze, turning into utter shock and fear. What the hell is this? He tried to struggle but found himself bound by invisible ropes, unable to move. The white light grew brighter, almost blinding. The next second, under everyone's horrified gaze, Gao Jun, along with the backpack he had thrown at the door of room 2002, vanished as if grabbed by an invisible giant hand. Immediately after, a heavy thud sounded outside the apartment door, and Gao Jun's terrified scream turned unrecognizable. "Ah, let me back in. What kind of witchcraft is this?" The hall was silent. Wang Meng's mouth dropped open, unable to close for a long time. Sun Li also wore a face of disbelief. He Chuan tightened his grip on his weapon and looked at Xiao Shan. This supernatural ability to transport someone at will was unheard of. Xiao Shan calmly pulled back his gaze. The apartment system's power exceeded her expectations, giving her more confidence in defending this place. At that moment, the door of room 2003 suddenly swung open. Lin Weiwei stood at the door, tearful and disheveled, her clothes a mess. She didn't look at Xiao Shan but instead cried out into the empty hallway, "Gao Jun! Where is Gao Jun?" Xiao Shan frowned. Lin Weiwei abruptly turned her head, her red eyes fixating on Xiao Shan, devoid of any hint of gratitude. It was unexpectedly filled with resentment. "Where did you take him?" Xiao Shuren looked at her, somewhat speechless. "He broke the apartment rules and was evicted." Xiao Shuren stated indifferently, "If you want to leave with him, you can do so now, I won't stop you." "Why should I leave?" Lin Weiwei wiped her tears, but her tone became strong. "I paid the rent. I have rented this room for 3 days." Xiao Shuren pointed to the check-in instructions posted in the hall. The apartment rules should have been clearly seen upon entry. "Since you've chosen to stay, you must obey. If there's another similar situation, or if you violate any other rules yourself, the result will be the same as his." Lin Weiwei bit her lip, glared at Xiao Shuren hatefully, and stopped speaking, slamming the door with a bang. "This Lin Weiwei probably isn't too bright," Xiao Shuren muttered, turning back to the landlord's office. "Sai, forget it, she has already paid the rent, let her stay for now, and when the 3-day rental period is up, hurry up and send this plague god away." Having gone through the situation with Gao Jun, she had also figured things out. The Fangzhou apartment was too isolated, information was scarce, and the tenants that came were either lost like Yichuan's team or desperate like Chen Jing and her daughter. The other tenants were basically dangerous individuals who couldn't survive in their original bases. If she wanted to attract more quality clients, it was impossible to just wait around here. Early the next morning, Xiao Shuren knocked on Chen Jing's door. "Aunt Chen, I want to print some rental information, can you help me brainstorm?" The two discussed for a while and quickly drafted the content for the flyer. Xiao Shuren also exchanged some waterproof ink and thick paper from the system store, and Chen Jing, skilled and clever, soon produced dozens of simple but clear rental flyers. Once the flyers were ready, they needed to find a place to distribute them. Xiao Shiren's target was a small survivor gathering point about 5 kilometers from the apartment. It was said that the foot traffic there was relatively larger, and there were some informal barter markets. "Landlord, it's too dangerous for you to go alone." He Chuan spoke up after he learned about it. "I have an injury and am afraid I will hold you back, so I'll let Wang Meng go with you. He is strong and has a sharp mind, he can handle unexpected situations." Xiao Shiren thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Having an extra person was always better for safety. She tucked the stun baton behind her waist, prepared enough medicine and a few compressed biscuits in her storage compartment, and then left the apartment with Wang Meng. A 5-kilometer journey in today's ruins wasn't exactly short. They took precautions all the way and spent nearly an hour before finally catching sight of the outline of that gathering point in the distance. It was a place transformed from several comparatively intact abandoned factories, surrounded by barbed wire and a haphazard arrangement of old cars, with a few ragged men loitering with sticks at the entrance. As Xiao Shiren and Wang Meng approached, they were stopped by a few unfriendly-looking men. "What do you want?" A scarred man looked Xiao Shiren up and down, his gaze lingering on her beautiful face and curves for a long time, revealing unabashed desire. Wang Meng stepped forward half a step, handing over the flyers with an air of respect. "Hey, bros, we're just here to distribute some rental information." The scarred man didn't even take the flyers, his slanted eyes flicking over Wang Meng and then sticking to Xiao Shiren behind him. A crooked grin forced its way onto his rough face, revealing yellow teeth. "Renting? Just you two?" He spat on the ground. "Little girl's tender skin, renting an apartment? I think you're opening a brothel. The big brothers can make you feel like a goddess." The thugs behind him also burst into laughter, their filthy language becoming increasingly vulgar, saying things like "big brothers are good," and "guaranteed more comfortable than your shabby apartment," as they spewed out nonsense. Wang Meng gripped the mountain-cutting knife tightly, his knuckles turning pale, and his voice squeezed out between his teeth, word by word. "Keep your mouth clean. Oh, look who's so tough." The scar-faced man grabbed the flyer from Wang Meng's hand, crumpling it into a ball and slamming it on the ground, then he stomped on it, spitting thick phlegm on top. "Today, I'm filthy, and what are you going to do about it? Huh?" He leaned forward, and the stench of cheap tobacco mixed with sweat wafted over, making Wang Meng feel nauseous, hitting him directly in the face. The air was tense. At that moment, from behind a mountain of discarded tires, a loud crash suddenly erupted, sounding terrifyingly explosive. The scar-faced man and his group shrank their necks, all turning their heads in unison. "Who the hell is that?" Taking advantage of their distraction, a small figure dashed out from behind the pile of tires, moving so fast that it was hard to see clearly. In the chaos, that shadow kicked up, sending several stacked paint cans rolling away, splattering red and yellow paint everywhere. Then, grabbing a wobbly old iron shelf, it crashed down with a loud bang, dropping all sorts of items that hit the ground with a loud clatter, causing the nearby thugs to howl in chaos, cursing loudly. "Damn it! Grab that little brat," the scar-faced man shouted in fury, leading his men to chase after the shadow. The scene became utterly chaotic. Wang Meng yelled, "Xiao Fangdong, let's go." Chapter 12, Fake Ability User. Taking advantage of the moment, the two burst through the encirclement. After running a long distance, with no sound from the group of men behind them, Xiao Xian finally stopped, panting heavily. "Just now, thanks to that person." Wang Meng wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken. As they were planning to leave this dangerous place, a subtle sound came from behind a dilapidated billboard not far away, and moments later, a person strolled out. It was a boy. About 15 or 16 years old, his hair was messy, and his clothes were so torn that the original color was unrecognizable, covered in yellow paint, with a dirty face. He said nothing, just glanced at them before turning to leave. "Wait!" Xiao Xian called out to him. The boy's steps paused, taking 2 steps back, watching them warily. "What do you want?" Such a strong sense of caution. Xiao Xian forced herself to smile more kindly, stepping forward slightly. "Thank you for just now." The boy pressed his lips tightly together, seemingly unwilling to respond. As soon as Xiao Xian got closer, he immediately stepped back several paces, casting her a warning glance before sprinting away with incredible speed. Xiao Xian choked on her words. "Do I look like a bad person?" "Wang Meng, that kid isn't being cautious because of you. Most of the people here are refugees expelled from the base. If they aren't wary, they won't last a day." Wang Meng slapped Xiao Xian's shoulder heartily, trying to comfort her. "Don't worry, the fact that kid helped us means that for now, we look like good people in his eyes." Xiao Xian's small frame could barely handle his gentle slap, nearly stumbling over, stabilizing herself with great effort, her shoulder feeling numb for a while. She secretly murmured in her heart. "What do you mean, we're only temporarily seen as good people?" Sorry. Wang Meng quickly raised his hand, scratching his head awkwardly. "Are you trying to recruit that kid as a tenant? If that's the case, it's better to give up early." Xiao Xian hadn't thought of that at all, but hearing him say so made her curious. Why? Rubbing her shoulder and looking where the boy had left, there was no sign of him anymore. Wang Meng answered as a matter of course, as a fake ability user, but living in a place like this, he definitely can't pay rent. Fake ability user? Xiao Xian's heart stirred. She had heard that term before. 30 years ago, a natural disaster struck, extreme heat for months followed by a year of extreme cold. When they finally waited for the weather to warm again, what broke through the ice was not hope, but a virus that could turn people into monsters. In the extreme cold, the dead suddenly moved, becoming a group of flesh-eating monsters. Those who were injured by them could not escape misfortune. In such a wasteland, a group of chosen ones emerged. More and more people revealed extraordinary abilities. They came at the call of wind, rain, thunder, and fire, like miracles. Such people were called superpowered individuals. Her nominal father, Zhang Guoqiang, was merely a plant-type superpowered individual with the lowest level of ability, yet many still extended olive branches to him, providing food and shelter without the need for dangerous missions. In addition to superpowered individuals, there were also some who, although not as powerful, excelled in certain aspects beyond ordinary people. Exaggerated speed, strength, eyesight. These people were called pseudo-superpowered individuals. Xiao Shiren had rarely left the base since childhood. She had heard much about these things, but seen little. Only now did she realize, after Wang Meng's reminder, that the boy's speed was indeed not something ordinary people could match. If she guessed correctly, Wang Meng and Sun Li were also pseudo-superpowered individuals. Xiao Shiren silently took back the hemostatic patch she had not given out. Forget it, since they are active in this area, I'll run into them eventually. Wang Meng, are the people at the nearby gathering point like those just now? Wang Meng was much more familiar with the situation here than Xiao Shiren. Not everyone, but over 80%. After all, who would want to leave when they can live a stable life in the base? More than half of the people here are those expelled from the base, while the other half can't stand the base's rules, have some abilities, and want to live freely. Less than 20% are normal people who had no choice. Xiao Shiren thought for a moment. It made sense that a place where expelled people gathered would be anything but harmonious. Thinking this way, her thoughts of renting started to fade. She wasn't just going to rent to anyone, she would rather leave the room empty than let these people in to make the apartment a mess. But since she was already here, she couldn't leave empty-handed. Wang Meng seemed to notice her concerns and playfully wanted to pat Xiao Shiren's shoulder, but halfway through, he awkwardly pulled back. Don't be scared, landlord. Those people look wild, but there aren't many stronger than you. Remembering how Xiao Shiren dealt with Gao Jun in the apartment, with her transformational methods, Wang Meng's face was full of admiration. Anyone foolish enough to act out, landlord, you just wave your hand and take care of them. Xiao Shiren didn't know where Wang Meng got his confidence in her. Just as she was considering looking for a better trading point, a sharp alarm rang in her mind from the system. Warning, severe violations detected from residents Lin Weiwei, He Chuan, and Sun Li. To maintain harmony and peace in the apartment, do you wish to initiate the forced eviction process? Xiao Shiren felt momentarily stunned. The system's violation reminder actually included 3 names at once. Landlord, why are you staring at the ground? What's down there? Seeing Xiao Shiren suddenly freeze, Wang Meng curiously leaned in, jokingly asking, do you want me to dig a hole to look? No need. Xiao Shiren quickly stopped him, fearing he would really start digging. She glanced in the direction the boy had left, hesitated for a moment, then took out a rental flyer, folded it in half, inserted a special hemostatic patch, and slid it behind the old advertisement board. Let's go, hurry back to the apartment. Alright, there are plenty of trading points nearby, the biggest one is. Wang Meng was excitedly explaining when he suddenly choked. Huh? Are they going back now? What did they even do to have to go back? We're leaving now, hurry up. Xiao Shiren rubbed her head hard. She still didn't know what happened in the apartment. The system prompts were becoming more frequent, and if it kept getting louder, she felt her head would split open. He Chuan was stable, and Sun Li wasn't one to cause trouble. Among the 3, if she had to pick a source, Xiao Shiren could only think of Lin Weiwei. But right now, it was unclear why. Lin Weiwei was still an unexpired tenant, and she couldn't throw someone out for no reason. Fortunately, He Chuan and Sun Li were also dealing with Lin Weiwei, so they couldn't lose out. Only Xiao Shiren had to bear the system's relentless reminders, hastily rushing back. At first, Wang Meng was puzzled, but suddenly he seemed to think of something and got anxious, pulling Xiao Shiren to run faster. Is there something wrong in the apartment? Even the usually composed landlord, Xiao, wore this expression. Could it be that zombies had attacked the apartment? Or had someone blown up their apartment? Chapter 13. She could only see stick figures? The 2 figures quickly disappeared. In a moment, a thin figure appeared. It was the boy who had left early, walking back from the opposite direction. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, confirmed no one was there, then quickly skirted around the billboard, digging out a tin can from the messy pile of tiles beside him. The can was a bit rusty, but the writing on it was still visible. It was actually a can of milk powder. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, carefully hiding the can in his clothing, and left quickly. As he passed by the billboard, the flyers on it were exceptionally eye-catching. The boy merely glanced at it, showing no intention of taking it down to look, but when he caught sight of something vaguely hidden among the flyers, he stopped in his tracks. He took down the flyer, saw what was inside, and felt a stir in his heart, stuffing it along with the flyer into his pocket, before walking away again. Wang Meng was a busybody, and after not running out for long, he couldn't help but chatter. "Landlord, you seem so anxious. Is there something wrong in the apartment?" Xiao Shiren held her breath and rushed along, not wanting to respond, her mind already opening the system interface. Because she had unlocked the second floor, the original flat map had turned into a three-dimensional image. Amidst densely packed green lines, the first floor lobby's position turned red, with 3 red stick figures flashing inside. "System, can I know what is happening inside specifically?" "Insufficient permissions, please work hard to upgrade, host." "Can I at least move the people back to their rooms?" "Insufficient permissions, please work hard to upgrade, host." Xiao Shiren gritted her teeth. "Then if things go wrong, before it escalates, I can move Lin Weiwei out of the apartment, right?" She admitted she favored Yichuan a bit. If it came down to it, she would have to put Lin Weiwei at a disadvantage. "Host level insufficient, beyond 1,000 meters from the apartment, cannot remotely control, please work hard to upgrade, host." The system rejected her decisively. Xiao Shiren. There's also a range limit? So, her current authority only allows her to see stick figures, right? Xiao Shiren resigned to her fate, biting down on her back teeth as she sprinted. "Warning, tenant serious violation, initiate forced eviction procedure?" "Landlord, are we surrounded by zombies?" "Warning. Initiate forced eviction procedure?" "Landlord, is the house on fire?" "Warning. Landlord." The system's voice in her head overlapped with Wang Meng's voice, making Xiao Shiren's oxygen-deprived head hurt more as she finally couldn't hold back and said, "Shut up, or your room will be gone." Next time, if she had to leave the apartment too far, she definitely wouldn't take Wang Meng. Wang Meng immediately fell silent, stealing a glance at Xiao Shiren, and ran even faster. The usually gentle landlord had turned irritable. Indeed, things were more serious than he had imagined. Finally, with some quiet around her, Xiao Shiren breathed a sigh of relief. She must find time to thoroughly study these neglected functions. This incident wasn't too troublesome yet, but if real danger hit, she wouldn't have time to return. It took them an hour to get out. They made it back in half an hour, rushing as they were. Wang Meng had such good stamina, but after talking too much along the way, he was also panting heavily. Landlord, it looks like there's nothing wrong?" Xiao Shiren leaned against her knee to catch her breath, quickly opened the door, and rushed into the apartment. The door on the first floor was wide open, and before entering, Xiao Shan saw Chen Jing and her daughter standing by the door, looking out. When they saw her, their faces lit up with joy. "Landlord, you're finally back. Come in and take a look." Without needing her to say it, Xiao Shan had already stepped inside, and at a glance, she saw Yichuan and Sunli standing shoulder to shoulder, trapping the terrified Lin Weiwei against the wall. "What's going on here?" Xiao Shan swept her gaze over the three. "Sunli, you explain." Seeing their expressions, Yichuan seemed a bit anxious. Although Sunli stood beside him, she was actually holding him back, preventing him from acting rashly. As for Lin Weiwei, upon seeing Xiao Shan, the fear in her eyes instantly turned into smugness, her eyes darting around, not revealing her intentions. For now, Sunli appeared to be the calmest of them all. Sunli had her back to the door, but when she heard Xiao Shan's voice, she turned around and saw her, letting out a sigh of relief. "Landlord, you left for just a little while," and Lin Weiwei came to knock on Captain Yi's door, saying she wanted to talk. Sunli looked a bit hesitant to say more. "Talk?" Xiao Shan, not fully understanding the situation, was momentarily confused. "About what? Did something happen in the apartment?" Sunli was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected the landlord to be such a powerful person yet also somewhat innocent. "It's just... she wants to seduce me." Before Sunli could find the right words, Yichuan, the one involved, blurted out the truth. "Gao Jun was kicked out, and she doesn't want to leave. She wants to latch onto someone new, and has set her sights on me. She knew you weren't in the apartment and insisted on squeezing into my room." Yichuan was straightforward, clearly stating the essence of the matter in just a few sentences. Sunli's expression relaxed a little. Captain He got angry, and after throwing her out, he even wanted to throw a few punches at her. Yichuan was quite rough. When he threw Lin Weiwei out, he swung his arm around with force. If Sunli hadn't been desperately trying to hold him back to avoid getting into trouble with Xiao Shan, one punch from him could have led to a fatal incident in the apartment. Xiao Shan felt helpless. No wonder the system had issued an urgent alert. The apartment's rules had been broken multiple times in a row. Yichuan, who had acted within the apartment, and Sunli, who had tried to intervene, were both counted as violators by the system. Lin Weiwei's face turned pale with a mix of colors. "No, I just wanted to make friends with Brother He. How could you say I am so wretched?" With things said to this extent, Xiao Shan could no longer pretend not to understand. She couldn't help but blush, quickly changing the subject. "By the way, you reminded me that your rent is due in 10 minutes. Do you want to renew it? Lin Weiwei hadn't thought of how to respond yet, seeing Xiaoshan's attitude of, if you have money, stay, if not, leave. She looked pitifully at Sun Li. Sister Sun, I really have no federal coins left. It's so dangerous outside, and I am just a woman who knows nothing. If I go out like this, isn't that like sending me to my death? Sun Li had kept He Chuan from acting rashly earlier, so she must have a soft heart. If only. Xiaoshan looked at Sun Li. Are you going to help her? No one's life was easy in the apocalypse. Xiaoshan would consider helping those in trouble, but she wasn't a soft-hearted person. Someone like Lin Weiwei didn't deserve it. Sun Li should also not be overflowing with kindness. Sun Li nodded. I don't think we should just kick her out like this. Everyone present was stunned. The joy on Lin Weiwei's face hadn't spread yet when the usually gentle Sun Li had already turned cold. She dares to cause trouble in the apartment and even targets us. She must pay the price. Chapter 14, The Landlord's Powerful Abilities. In the apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevails. The idea that the weak are justified no longer holds. Hearing her words, Xiaoshan also knew they didn't want to escalate matters and bring trouble to themselves. She felt a warmth in her heart and glanced at the clock on the wall. All right, 10 minutes are up. Dear tenant, your time is up. Welcome to visit again. As soon as the words fell, the familiar white light enveloped Lin Weiwei, and in the next moment, her figure disappeared. Xiaoshan saw He Chuan wanting to say something but hesitating, and she just smiled slightly. Inside the apartment, tenants should live in harmony. Outside the apartment, I can't control. As soon as these words came out, He Chuan and the others immediately understood the meaning, each with smiles on their faces, rolling up their sleeves and heading out the apartment door. Wang Meng, who heard the whole story, stepped out with big strides as well. Daring to use this trick on the captain, they probably didn't want to live anymore. It wasn't until Xiaoshan finished restocking the vending machine on the first floor and poured herself a bottle of mineral water that the three of them returned to the apartment one after another. Xiaoshan looked at the three people standing together in the hall. Is it resolved? We beat him up and tossed him into the border area. Wang Meng said this as he ran to the vending machine, bought a bottle of water, and gulped it down before wiping his mouth. That little woman is wicked and a burden, lucky for her to escape with her life. As he sat down, Xiaoshan, also holding an empty bottle, was hit by a wave of sweaty odor. This journey had taken a toll on Wang Meng, and he was dripping with sweat. Xiaoshan thought for a moment and quietly called up the system panel in her mind. Looking at the clearly defined layout map, there were still 7 rooms on the first floor that had not been unlocked. On the second floor, except for room 2001 where Qingjing and her daughter lived, the other 9 rooms were vacant. When the rooms were in idle mode, Xiaoshan could use the system's one-click reset function to rearrange the room. The weather was getting hotter. After such a journey today, anyone would be drenched in sweat. The Ark apartment now only had the simplest facilities. After they opened the tap water a few days ago, tenants were just washing up simply in their rooms. It wouldn't do for long. Xiaoshan had also overlooked this problem. Since she thought of it now, it had to be solved right away. Her account balance was just over 1,000 federal coins. It wasn't enough to open new rooms, so she decided to renovate the vacant ones for now. The original furniture in the room had all been stored in the system warehouse, and with a slight adjustment in layout, Xiaoshan looked at room 2002, now divided into 6 small compartments, and was very satisfied as she opened the system mall. Bathing items were much cheaper than furniture. Besides a 400 federal coin bathtub, a complete shower set only cost 50 federal coins. She installed shower sets in all 6 small compartments. Xiaoshan thought for a moment, chose 2 compartments, and separately installed water heaters, even putting up special signs on the doors. After the apocalypse, both summer and winter were exceptionally long, and the coming 4 to 5 months would be extremely hot. Most people would just take a quick shower, making the probability of needing hot water very low, so 2 was enough. Besides, this bathroom was for temporary use. It wouldn't be long before it needed to be renovated again, so there was no need to make it too complicated. Confirming that the facilities were complete, just as Xiaoshan was about to close the interface, she suddenly got an idea and secretly remodeled a small bathroom in her own room. She couldn't easily modify the already rented rooms, but her own room didn't have so many restrictions. Everyone, listen to me. Xiaoshan cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention to herself. Room 2002 upstairs has now been transformed into a bathroom. With the weather getting hotter, tenants in the apartment can use it freely. There are 6 showers in total. Since there are only a few of us now, it's more than enough. If we get more tenants later, we'll expand again. Room 2002? Wasn't that originally Gao Jun's room? In just one day, the room had already been turned into a bathroom? Everyone exchanged glances, once again shocked by Xiaoshan's abilities. The landlord's supernatural powers were too terrifying. Xiaoshan's magical apartment and her amazing abilities had been defined by the tenants as an unprecedented supernatural power, amidst various speculations. Some even had unique ideas. Xiaoshan's superpower was defined as a special earth-based ability, raising high buildings from the ground. As for the furniture inside, it should be unrelated to the superpower. It was heard that the previous female warrior slept on a broken bedboard that Xiao Shan had struggled to dig out when she first arrived. Really? Wang Meng, who had been feeling a bit too hot, jumped up and rushed back to his room, hugging a basin full of things, heading towards 2002. Sun Li and Chen Jing's eyes brightened. They didn't expect that there would be such a good benefit in the apartment. Especially Chen Jing. Xiaoya was only 8 years old, and her body had been worn out from fleeing these days, needing a long time to recover. If she did not clean properly and got infected with bacteria, it could lead to other illnesses, and she might even leave hidden roots of illness. Xiao Shan smiled and nodded. Yes, as long as you don't intentionally waste water, it's free to use. These are considered the apartment's welfare facilities. Our apartment has just started, and the facilities will only become more complete in the future. He Chuan and Sun Li exchanged glances. They used to think that the basic room costing 100 federal coins a day was somewhat expensive. After all, someone like Zhang Guoqiang, an ability user, only earned 500 federal coins a month. But now looking at it, 100 federal coins was not expensive at all. Soon, they would probably not even be able to rent. Chen Jing could not sit still either, happily hugging Xiaoya. Landlord Xiao, I've already organized yesterday's income and expenditure data and placed it in your office. I'll take Xiaoya to the bathroom first. Go ahead, go ahead. Xiao Shan smiled and nodded, thought for a moment, and took out 2 boxes of milk from his pocket. By the way, take this. Xiaoya is at a growing stage, and she needs to keep up with her nutrition. Chen Jing's eyes turned red, her lips trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something, but instead, she accepted it. Thank you, landlord. She had given birth to Xiaoya at over 40 years old, a late-age pregnancy under apocalyptic conditions, and the child had not lived a good life since she was born, so they really needed this. These 2 boxes of milk were redeemed by Xiao Shan from the mall. Such rare items in the apocalypse cost her 100 federal coins for just 2 boxes. Chen Jing worked well, and Xiaoya was particularly obedient. This mother-daughter pair made Xiao Shan feel very at ease, and she was happy to spend that 100 federal coins. Watching Chen Jing happily leave with Xiaoya, everyone else followed to the upstairs bathroom, and the hall on the first floor completely emptied. Xiao Shan quickly returned to her room. In the newly added bathroom, there was a medium-sized big wooden tub. She was still reluctant to buy a bathtub, but this tub was much cheaper, costing only 50 federal coins. The weather was not too hot yet, so Xiao Shan added a little hot water and joyfully soaked herself in the tub before opening the system again. Chapter 15, The Seeds Before the Apocalypse. This time out, she discovered that her study of the system was still not thorough enough. Turning it over, she indeed found some things. In the huge system mall interface, beside the food items, there were a few inconspicuous small words. Washing supplies, furniture, books. She had previously entered the furniture mall from the room decoration interface, missing out on quite a lot. Xiao Shan clicked on the 4 small words washing supplies, and those 4 words instantly enlarged while the earlier 3 words food items shrank. The washing supplies interface was similarly simple. Besides the cheapest laundry powder, soap, toothpaste, and toothbrush, the rest were all gray. Xiao Shan's eyes lit up. A bar of soap cost only 10 federal coins. She remembered that in the base, such delicate soaps with a faint fragrance sold for 70 federal coins, and most ordinary people were reluctant to buy them, making it a small luxury. Now, there was only an automatic vending machine in the hall on the first floor, and the empty space was wasted. Xiao Shan flipped through the mall and found that various types of products had only unlocked the cheapest few items. Apart from washing supplies and furniture, the other categories. This gave Xiao Shuren a surprise. The unlocked bookstore items were all basic early childhood educational materials and storybooks, but the locked ones included everything from planting and breeding manuals to detailed physics and chemistry books. Xiao Shuren was born 10 years into the apocalypse. Before the end of the world, the education system still existed, but it had been drastically cut down, with only a small part of people able to finish their studies. With someone like Zhang Guoqiang, having several sons and daughters, at best, they could only go to primary school. Xiao Shuren only attended 2 years of primary school because, at first, Zhang Guoqiang wanted to save face when she and her mother arrived. Later, he even stopped pretending, denying Xiao Shuren's top-ranking results and claiming she was lazy, forcing her to drop out of school. Fortunately, Xiao Shuren was smart and learned quickly, otherwise, she might not even be able to read the words on the system panel. Xiao Shuren joyfully flipped through the nearly endless pages of the bookstore interface, her heart filled with hope. Education is a powerful tool to support group survival. With this, there is hope for survival and development. Besides books, there were also the most basic seeds. All the seed varieties Xiao Shuren had heard of and those she hadn't were available in the store. What had been unlocked were the most fundamental seeds: corn, wheat, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, all of which were the most productive and practical. Suddenly, Xiao Shuren remembered, system, are these seeds different from those sold at the base? All products sold by the system are of pre-apocalypse quality. Xiao Shuren sat up straight. Even the seeds are from before the apocalypse? After the apocalypse, crops on the ground mutated due to light and virus pollution. The grains produced and turned into food were not very tasty and could only fill the stomach. Only seeds that had not been exposed to the post-apocalyptic environment for 30 years, cultivated in a special environment, could compare to the taste of pre-apocalypse food. These things, just to plant, required a huge amount of human and material resources. Ordinary people couldn't even see them, and Xiao Shiren had only heard Zhang Guoqiang mention them sourly. Thus, simpler and easier to carry nutrients were more popular than food. If she could have a piece of land to plant all these seeds, wouldn't she get rich? It seemed a bit difficult. In the apocalypse, planting food was no longer something just anyone could do. Land in the base was extremely valuable, and a special area had to be marked out for centralized management of planting. Ordinary people could only manage to set up a small box at home to grow something. The base managers had also thought about surrounding land outside the base to grow food, but after several attempts, it was either destroyed by zombies or maliciously robbed by other bases or refugees, so they had to give up. At present, it seemed that the area within the electric grid was all under her control. If she could plant food in the empty spaces, she'd get rich. Xiao Shiren exited the store, studied the map for a while, and discovered that the green lines on the map were not limited to the area of the building. They extended outward, merging into the fog surrounding the building. Her idea had a good chance of realization. Excited, Xiao Shiren closed the map and glanced at the store again. A single seed was priced at a minimum of 1 federal coin, and with her 3-digit account balance, her wish to taste pre-apocalypse food was dashed. After finishing her bath, Xiao Shiren didn't rush. She rested for a bit before looking for Qinjing. "Aunt Chen, you look pretty good." Seeing Qinjing and her daughter, Xiao Shiren was momentarily stunned. The two had washed up nicely and even changed into newer clothes, looking radiant, as if they had become several years younger. Qinjing held the old clothes they had changed out of, which looked familiar to Xiao Shiren. They should be what she wore when she found them. The holes were connected, and there was no longer any need to mend them. Qinjing was carefully cutting the scraps of fabric that could still be barely pieced together, arranging them on the table, seemingly preparing to sew something. When Xiao Shan entered, Qinjing shyly crumpled the leftover fabric strips into a ball, stuffed them into a plastic bag, and explained softly, a bit embarrassed, "When winter comes, anything that can burn is very precious, so I'm saving them in advance." This is how the lower class people live. Someone as capable as the landlord probably doesn't understand these things. What she didn't know was that Xiao Shan's past life was even harder than hers. Xiao Shan said nothing more, sitting directly opposite Qinjing on a small stool, and plainly stated her purpose. "Sister Chen, have you ever thought about having an additional source of income?" Qinjing was taken aback, unsure what to think, and hurriedly assured, "The landlord's conditions for me are already far more than the value I can create. As long as the landlord doesn't mind, I will dedicate my later life to our apartment." The most basic single room in the apartment costs 100 Federation coins per day, totaling 3,000 Federation coins in a month. Adding in their food expenses, the monthly pay surpasses that of some mid-level ability users in the base. As an ordinary person, she couldn't even dare to think about such things, fearing Xiao Shan would misunderstand. Xiao Shan could tell she was overthinking and quickly clarified, "Aunt Chen, you misunderstood. I recently purchased a batch of daily necessities, toothpaste, toothbrushes, laundry powder, soap, everything. It's just that those automatic vending machines can't hold these items, so I plan to set up a small shop in the lobby on the first floor. The items in the vending machine are all preset by the system, not even she could change them. So these items could only be sold by a person." Xiao Shan explained her plan to Qinjing a bit bashfully. "You need to manage the apartment's accounts, and also take care of Xiaoya, and now you have to oversee the small shop too, this." Upon hearing it wasn't about the apartment's external affairs, Qinjing let out a sigh of relief. "Landlord, don't worry. There are only a few of us in the apartment now, how complicated can the accounts be? I feel uneasy living here for free, so just trust me with it." She smiled and gently patted Xiaoya's head. "This child has learned a lot from being with me since she was small. Don't look at her age, she can manage a simple sales record. If I get busy with something else, I can let Xiaoya take care of it, it won't hold us back at all." Xiaoya obediently sat aside listening to the adults talk, and when her name was mentioned, she nodded vigorously. If it weren't for the landlord's sister, they would have perished outside long ago. Mom said to be grateful and repay kindness. Now living in a comfortable house and having no worries about food and clothing, this kindness can never be fully repaid. Xiao Shan adored Xiaoya's cute appearance and gently squeezed her cheek. "Alright, I will give you a 1% commission on these sales." Qinjing was taken aback, quickly shaking her head. No, we are already taking advantage of it, this little matter. "Aunt Chen, you must not refuse. There are currently few people, and the business is small, so 1% isn't much. Once the business grows, we will definitely need dedicated management." Xiao Shan lightly patted her hand. "Aunt Chen, even though you and Xiaoya are not worried about food and housing now, you probably don't have much savings. Take this opportunity to save a little. Employees in the apartment are provided food and housing, but they don't cover everything. Kids are growing, changing sizes every few months, and everything costs money. How can they manage without some income? Chen Jing's eyes turned red again, tears uncontrollably rolling down her cheeks. Landlord, you are so considerate of us, I truly don't know what to do. Xiaoya was startled, nervously tugging on Chen Jing's sleeve but didn't dare to interrupt. Xiaoshan helplessly took out a tissue, wanting to wipe her tears, but the small stool she was sitting on seemed to be one Xiaoya usually used, and she was indeed a bit short, curled up into a ball, unable to reach it, and could only stuff the paper into Chen Jing's hand. Right. Xiao Shiren suddenly remembered something, bought a basic storybook from the mall, and placed it on the table between the two. The convenience store won't be too busy now, take this with you to keep the child from getting bored. If there's a chance in the future, I'll get more books so that the kids living in the apartment all have something to read. Xiaoya's eyes brightened, looking at Chen Jing eagerly, clearly very fond of it, but not daring to casually take someone else's thing. Alright, I'm getting ready for the opening of the convenience store today, you take Xiaoya to have a look tomorrow morning. Seeing Chen Jing staring at the book, seemingly about to cry again, Xiao Shiren got a bit scared and quickly stood up. I have other things to do, I need to leave first, let's settle this matter. Before the words even faded, Xiao Shiren was already out the door. Chen Jing, with a complicated expression, stroked the cover of the book. Xiaoya, we owe the landlord more and more. Coming out of Chen Jing's room, Xiao Shiren breathed a sigh of relief. Why does it feel more pressured than when I saw Zhang Guoqiang before? There were people coming and going all day in the apartment lobby, making renovations inconvenient, so Xiao Shiren specially chose midnight to add a small convenience store in the corner. The area of the apartment did not change, just made a few small modifications in the already unlocked places, and the system didn't greedily deduct her money. Early the next morning, a few tenants lined up in front of the vending machine to buy breakfast and immediately noticed the extra small room, gathering around it. Chen Jing and her daughter were so excited that they hardly slept all night. They rushed to the ground floor hall early in the morning and indeed saw the store Xiao Shiren talked about. The two quickly sorted and organized the goods in the convenience store carefully. Seeing someone coming, Xiaoya hurriedly leaned a small wooden board with prices against the glass window. Oh? This soap is only 60 federal coins? Cheaper than at the base, and from the sample in front, it seems even more exquisite than those at the base. Wang Meng, holding a cup of instant noodles, slurping while his eyes fixed on the soap. These things are clearly rare, nothing like before the apocalypse. Just don't know how it is to use, I'll take a piece first. Most of these people were around 30, they only remembered when the apocalypse began a few years ago, and photos and videos from before the apocalypse still circulated, many having seen items from before. I'll take one too, I felt like I didn't wash well last night, just right, I'll wash again later. Toothbrush is 20 federal coins, toothpaste 100 federal coins, laundry powder 100 federal coins, and such a big bag is only 100 federal coins? This packaging looks exactly like those in the photos from before the apocalypse? Xiao Shiren casually bought a bread to nibble on, watching them chat excitedly, smiling along. Hearing her mother say that before the twilight of the apocalypse, people would gather together, drink a little, or surround a go table, watching the excitement while chatting, the atmosphere was very pleasant. Xiao Shiren felt that the scene before her was wonderful, no zombies, no hunger, just leisurely chatting, enjoying the world before the apocalypse. Alarm! The apartment shield is under attack. Would you like to initiate automatic counterattack? Notice, the basic power grid has only one chance to counterattack automatically each month. Please use wisely, host. Xiao Shiren's good mood that had just risen instantly vanished. Where did this trouble come from again? The power grid can counterattack? Xiao Shiren really wanted to see how the counterattack worked, but she couldn't bear to waste the opportunity. She wouldn't even put down the half-eaten bread and directly walked outside. Landlord? Wang Meng, holding an empty instant noodle box in one hand and the soap in the other, was about to come over to throw away the trash when he saw Xiao Shiren suddenly change her expression and rush out, quickly tossed the box aside and followed. What's wrong with the landlord? Is someone looking for trouble? If it's about fighting, come find me. He Chuan was furious because of Lin Weiwei's incident yesterday, tossing and turning until he finally fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. He woke up late this morning and as soon as he arrived in the hall, he heard Wang Meng saying they were going to fight, which startled him. He couldn't even ask a question before he hurriedly followed him outside. As soon as Xiao Shiren stepped out, she saw a group of people armed with sticks, fiercely striking the apartment's front gate. Some people were fiddling with the sides of the gate, seemingly trying to dismantle the electric fence on her wall. Seeing the wooden sticks and tight rubber gloves in their hands, Xiao Shiren's heart thudded. They came prepared. It seemed she hadn't offended anyone recently. Could it be that the vagrants she encountered while handing out flyers found her here? Landlord, isn't that Gao Jun? Wang Meng, standing beside Xiao Shiren, noticed first due to his height, pointing it out to her. It's that one over there, baring his teeth and waving his arms. Reminded by him, Xiao Shiren also saw it. The person in the middle of the crowd, gesturing angrily at someone, was indeed the Gao Jun she had expelled from the apartment a few days ago. He came over with a group of people looking fierce and menacing. How could this be anything good? In the small yard in front of her apartment, Xiao Shuren looked at the people outside through the gate and coldly asked, "You guys come here to destroy my electric fence without saying a word, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Xiao Shuren felt a bit uncertain inside. System, can this electric fence be destroyed by humans? If it could be, then today's incident wouldn't be entirely bad, at least it would serve as a warning. The apartment's electric fence can be damaged by humans. If detected in time, the system can repair it. Each repair takes 5 minutes. Chapter 17 Wyken would conduct electricity. Xiao Shuren sighed, she had been too naive, and the system, indeed, had a dark side. If the electric fence were indestructible, relying on the basic fence would have made her carefree. However, if it can be repaired. System, what do I need to repair it once? Just 800 Federation coins, the system can restore the electric fence to like new. Xiao Shuren. This system. It should just say replace with a new set instead of repair. Xiao Shuren glanced at her account balance. 804 Federation coins. That was probably due to the recent rent payments from the tenants for their breakfast. The noise outside grew louder, and Xiao Shuren felt the 8 at the front of her balance was about to topple. She hurriedly called out, "What are you doing?" The two sides were only about 10 meters apart. Perhaps the people outside had long noticed Xiao Shuren, but they didn't take her seriously. Now, hearing her speak, a few turned to look at her, but their hands didn't stop moving. The people beside Gao Jun also looked over, seeing only a small skinny girl confronting them. They snickered disdainfully, addressing Wang Meng next to Xiao Shuren. When there are men present, when does it come to a woman to speak? Gao Jun also noticed Xiao Shuren and shot her a venomous and smug glance. "Brother Zhao, this is the landlord I told you about. She looks honest, but in reality, she's just a shameless bitch who turns her back when the money is paid. I paid the rent, and she kicked me out on the spot." In just a few sentences, the people in the hall had realized something was wrong and all came out. They all knew about Gao Jun's situation. Those who knew understood he was kicked out for violation, despite having paid the rent. Those who didn't know thought Xiao Shuren did something disgraceful. "You've offended me, I will make you pay the price." Gao Jun stood in front of Brother Zhao, bending over flatteringly. When looking at Xiao Shuren, however, he wore a smug grin that was very out of place. "I advise you to return my rent now. No, it's 10 times that amount, and hand over that bitch Lin Weiwei. That way, perhaps I can still help me plead for you." That Lin Weiwei, that wicked woman, used his money to pay rent, and he was kicked out, yet that woman was still enjoying herself here. He absolutely could not let that woman live well. Before he could revel in his own success, someone kicked him in the waist, sending him tumbling like a rolling gourd. Zhao Gu disdainfully patted his pants leg. "What are you? Just a dog that's been kicked out, and you think you can make me give you face? Stay put, and if you say any more, don't blame me for dealing with you first." "You?" Gao Jun's face turned blue and white. "Zhao Gu, I spoke out of turn, I promise. There are many good things in this apartment. The food sold inside is different from the base's taste. It's very much like the food described in those end-of-world books. I won't let you come here for nothing, you promise me." After being kicked out, Gao Jun knew he couldn't get the upper hand against Xiao Shan for now and racked his brain for 2 days, finally thinking of such a person. He had no choice, but others did. And Zhao Lei had also promised him that if this worked, he would find a way to let him return to the base. Life outside was like hell, the high temperatures were about to come, staying outside the base would mean death. "Get lost, stop wasting words." Zhao Lei was annoyed by his chatter. "The one inside is called Xiao Shan, right? I advise you to open the door now, or I'll have to put in more effort, and I'd have to fix the electric fence again." He clearly regarded the Ark apartment as his own property. At this point, Zhao Lei sneered cruelly and moved a few steps to the side. Behind the crowd, there was even a digger parked, and a few people were holding various tools. "Do you see? You think I brought just these few people with wooden sticks?" Zhao Lei raised his hand. "Tear it down, anyone who dares to stop us, just run over, ungrateful bastards." Xiao Shan gritted her teeth, her clenched palms sweating. She had just become the apartment owner a few days ago, and she still felt uncertain inside. Someone like Zhao Lei, who could casually drive construction vehicles from the base, was someone even Zhang Guoqiang would have to flatter. Seeing her like this, Zhao Lei, accustomed to flattering, immediately noticed her fear, and acted even more recklessly. "Just push the walls down, can't we deal with you? If she doesn't act now, she might lose the apartment." Even if they fixed the electric fence, Zhao Lei could tear it down once and could do it again. Xiao Shan gritted her teeth, suppressing her fear. "Zhao, if you dare to act recklessly again, don't blame me for being rude." No, she was different now. She had finally gained her own territory and a chance to turn things around. When Zhao Lei heard this, he not only felt no fear but laughed heartily. "Oh, I'm so scared, go ahead and be rude to me." Xiao Shan gritted her teeth. System, that self-defense mechanism, activate, maximum power. No matter how reluctant, she had to use it. If the electric fence was gone, what was the point of having an automatic defense? Activated. The next moment, Zhao Lei, who was still laughing uproariously, suddenly convulsed and flew out, crackling with electricity. Those surrounding him, along with a huge digger, everything not belonging to the Ark apartment, was like flowers scattered by the heavens, blasted away, landing 30 meters from the apartment entrance. Two unfortunate souls were smashed by the falling digger, dying instantly. He Chuan and Wang Meng stood left and right beside Xiao Shan, their eyes communicating for a long time, just reaching a consensus to help, when they witnessed this astonishing scene. He Chuan's face was full of amazement. Indeed, the landlord lives up to their title, so powerful, we really thought too much. How could this little group pose a threat to the landlord? Wang Meng on the other side held back for so long, only to exclaim two words, awesome. Xiao Shan herself didn't expect that this so-called self-defense would create such a scene. Was this the kind of situation that could be bought with 800 federal coins? Electric fences automatic defense activated. For half an hour, the remaining time is 29 minutes and 41 seconds. Along with the system's prompt sound, there were also Zhao Lei and others' curses. What is this thing, daring to ambush me? One of his legs seemed broken. With the help of those around him, he struggled to his feet, pointing at the translucent glowing shield in front of him. What the hell is this? Smash it. He casually picked up a wooden stick that had fallen beside him and smashed it angrily against the shield. In the next moment, dense currents surged through the wooden stick and into Zhao Lei's body. Zhao Lei and the person supporting him rolled their eyes, collapsing straight to the ground, their hair frizzed, black smoke pouring from their nostrils and mouths, likely beyond saving. The people nearby automatically stepped back several paces. What's going on? Is this an electric shield? But why can wood conduct electricity? Chapter 18, Do not expose weakness lightly. This matter, Xiao Shuren also couldn't explain clearly. But the electric net's automatic counterattack seemed really powerful. No wonder it could only be used once a month. Zhao Lei's sudden death threw the others into a panic. Some looked at the electric shield as if it were a monster, picking up stones to throw, but unfortunately, they were all bounced back. With electricity wrapped around it, whoever got hit would die. Zhao Lei brought a group of people, and they no longer had the energy to think about why stones and dirt could conduct electricity, only feeling the ground beneath their feet seemed to be crawling with deadly currents. Run, run fast. No one knew who shouted first, but Zhao Lei's group regained their senses and bolted away. Who knows if the current would suddenly burst out from beneath their feet? Xiao Shuren stood behind the door, her gaze fixed on Gao Jun, who was fleeing along with the crowd. This person bore malicious intent towards her apartment, and if possible, she would rather kill him directly. Today's events served as a wake-up call for Xiao Shuren. If she couldn't become stronger quickly, even if she had the apartment, she wouldn't be able to protect it. Her eyes swept over Wang Meng and the others. She knew these people were straightforward. If she had asked for help earlier, they would have willingly helped her deal with Gao Jun. But Xiao Shuren did not speak. Not only because they had known each other for a short time, but more so because they were merely a landlord and tenant. She should protect the tenants who had already paid to live there, rather than ask them to kill for her. In the blink of an eye, everyone gathered outside the base had already left, leaving only a few unfortunate corpses and a toppled excavator. Xiao Shuren looked at the big machine, feeling quite tempted, but rationally did not take it for herself. After the apocalypse, production capacity had drastically shrunk, especially for large machinery like this, where almost every unit was numbered. Losing a machine could provoke serious consequences. The people in the base wouldn't just turn a blind eye. She couldn't confront these people just yet. Xiao Shuren struggled to shift her gaze. Let's go, everyone go back. As she turned around, she saw Ling Che, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, leaning against the doorframe, thoughtfully watching the crowd flee. Xiao Shuren's eyes lit up. When did you come back? Have you eaten breakfast? She hadn't seen Ling Che for several days. This was the strongest woman Xiao Shuren knew, mostly out on missions, always paying rent but seldom staying, making Xiao Shuren feel a bit guilty for taking her money. Xiao Shuren glanced at the half-eaten bread in her hand, putting her worries aside. Let's go, I'll treat you to some small hot pot. Eating such heavy food early in the morning? Ling Che laughed as she walked back to the hall with her, casually answering her earlier question. I just got back last night. Ling Che, who had been tense all along, finally relaxed at that moment. She didn't expect that after completing her mission, she instinctively returned here rather than to her place in the base. She has her own house in the base, but there are many scheming people in the base. Only here can she completely relax after returning from a mission and fall asleep immediately. Xiao Shan used her landlord benefits to buy 2 portions of hot pot, added a few other things, and, gritting her teeth, spent her daily limit. Only then did she hold a pile of things and say, let's go eat in my office. Xiao Shan's office is rarely used. She could renovate her house and arrange her room anywhere. There was no need to specifically go to the office. If it weren't for the fact that this room was designated as an office by the system and couldn't be modified for rental use, she would never keep it. Ling Che quietly sat down opposite Xiao Shan, watching her unpack the hot pot and add water. Only then did he slowly speak. Do you have something to discuss with me? Xiao Shan is a straightforward person, and she gets along well with her current tenants. Most of the time, she enjoys eating with everyone. Now, suddenly inviting her to eat alone must mean there is something to talk about. Feeling awkward after Ling Che brought it up directly, Xiaoshan said, "It's like this. You saw what happened today, people have already started to pay attention to the apartment. I can't keep watching over it all the time, so I want to ask you to teach me some combat skills. I want to go on missions with you." Ling Che rarely mentioned her abilities to Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan heard from Wang Meng and others that Ling Che's abilities are quite rare. They are not conventional natural powers but rather a sharpness that suddenly erupts in close combat. When Xiaoshan heard Wang Meng say this, her mind went blank. What she had heard was that whether it was a power user or a pseudo-power user, powers could be manifested. But during combat, Ling Che seemed like an ordinary close combat fighter. Yet every time she swung her knife, almost invincible zombies were weakened in an instant. When Wang Meng talked about this, he looked puzzled. How should I put it? Our team has competed with her, and when facing her, our powers seem suppressed and used very difficultly. Powers are the trump card for survival in an apocalyptic world. Xiaoshan was curious about Ling Che's powers but didn't ask recklessly. Instead, she carefully pushed the hot pot to her. "I heard your team goes on missions every day. Can I join you?" Ling Che frowned immediately. "No, if you go, it's just sending you to your death." Xiaoshan felt frustrated. She knew she was weak compared to Ling Che and the others. But Ling Che's blunt rejection still hit her hard. "Of course, I don't mean I want to go right now." Xiaoshan quickly added, "Can you teach me to train? I want to become stronger. I want to feel more secure when I leave the apartment." Now, perhaps more and more people will focus on the apartment, and the retaliation function can only be used once a month. If she continues to stay in the apartment, relying on the basic electric net, it's just waiting for death. If she encounters Gao Jun again, she will kill him with her own hands at the first opportunity. Ling Che didn't expect Xiaoshan would say this. Gripping her chopsticks, she looked surprised and raised her eyes. "Your powers are quite special. This is the first time I've heard of something like this. I thought you would just focus on developing the apartment." At first, when Xiaoshan heard such words, she felt a little guilty, but now her heart was completely calm. Powers are just powers. Besides that, she had no better reason to explain the apartment's ever-changing layout or the powerful electric barrier from earlier. "Landlord Xiao." Ling Che's expression suddenly became serious. "You can say these things in front of me, but once you go outside, keep them to yourself. This apartment is very intimidating, enough to make others think you are a powerful power user, especially while you are in this apartment. Your words now completely expose your weaknesses." Xiaoshan was taken aback, suddenly breaking into a cold sweat. I understand. In this apocalypse, there are many cunning people." Her words reached the ears of those with intention, making it easy to guess that her seemingly intimidating demeanor had flaws everywhere, and this ability user was weak and pitiful once she left the apartment. Fortunately, in front of her was Ling Che. Chapter 19, Is the tenant causing trouble? Seeing that she was listening, Ling Che smiled slightly. "Becoming stronger isn't something that happens overnight. How about this? I'll list the training content the team started with for you to choose from. But this kind of thing shouldn't be forced, overtraining will backfire." She really liked this apartment and sincerely hoped that Xiaoshan could grow stronger and protect this place. Xiaoshan was overjoyed at Ling Che's agreement and felt a surge of happiness. This was a training method brought forth by the base's #1 female warrior, as Wang Meng called her, so it had to be special. Feeling happy, Xiaoshan's appetite improved a lot. She enjoyed a piece of bread and a bite of hot pot, eating with delight. Seeing her like this, Ling Che's cold expression softened. "I'll sort it out for you once I get back to my room." With Ling Che's words, Xiaoshan felt a sense of security in her heart. However, at night, she was so excited that she tossed and turned in bed and finally fell asleep after flipping through a math textbook she bought from the store. The next morning, after refreshing herself, Xiaoshan energetically ran to Ling Che's door and knocked. "Good morning, I invite you to breakfast." Ling Che usually got up early, and by this time, he had already finished exercising. When he opened the door and saw Xiaoshan's eager face, he silently handed her a few folded papers. "Remember to know your limits, moderation is key." Got it. I have nothing to do later, so I'll just follow this." Xiaoshan's eyes lit up as she eagerly opened the papers to take a look, but just after taking a few steps, a voice suddenly rang in her head from the system. "New potential tenant detected, please handle it promptly, host." Alarm, the apartment entrance is under attack. Would you like to activate the electric defense? To avoid mistakenly hurting incoming tenants, the apartment door is usually not electrified. These two system prompts rang out at the same time, and Xiaoshan was surprised to open the system interface and check the records. After confirming there was no mistake, Xiaoshan waved at Ling Che. "I suddenly have something to do. I'll leave first." Ling Che saw her running off and thought for a moment before following her. The sudden change of topic clearly indicated something was going on. Was it another disturbance from the people at the base? The two exited the apartment lobby one after the other, and the area outside the electric fence was already crowded with people, the atmosphere seeming different from when Zhao Lei had caused trouble. A crowd was pushing against the apartment door, some with short tempers already starting to fight. Some people who had barely squeezed to the front were desperately banging on the door, trying to force their way in. No wonder the system judged it as an attack. Xiao Shiren even saw a lady, one hand carrying a child, squeezing to the very front. Seeing the lady struggle to push people aside while trying to shove two children through the gaps of the apartment railing, Xiao Shiren broke into a cold sweat. Quiet, everyone quiet. What's going on? Landlord. Wang Meng came over while slurping his noodles. You don't know, huh? Yesterday's matter caused such a big stir. Zhao Lei and his group were quite a spectacle when they came out. When the remaining people fled back, the noise was even bigger. You have no idea how lively it was when the people from the base secretly came last night to haul the excavator back. Wang Meng exaggeratedly gestured. I've been in this area for so many years, and it's the first time I've seen a night so brightly lit. Last night was it so lively? Xiao Shiren thought back and was filled with images of the chaotic numbers that drifted around her before bed. She hadn't noticed any commotion outside. She slept so soundly. Xiao Shiren thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what these people wanted to do. Do you mean that many of Zhao Lei's people died here, and these people want to take revenge for them? Cough cough cough. When Xiao Shiren said this, Wang Meng, who was slurping noodles from a cup, got choked badly. Two noodles shot out of his nostrils like two white lines, making his eyes tear up from the spice. Xiao Shiren and Sun Li, who were closest to him, were in danger. Sun Li, standing on the other side of Xiao Shiren, quickly pulled her back, narrowly avoiding the disaster. However, Sun Li wasn't so lucky. Her clothes were splattered with oil droplets. Sun Li, who usually had a good temper, had a rare frown. I already said not to sway around with your noodles. Who eats instant noodles for breakfast every day? Ever since Xiao Shiren installed the vending machine in the hall, instant noodles have been the best seller. Wang Meng had a particular fondness for the noodles inside, and emptied the stock every time. 3 meals a day, 3 cups each time, and he never got tired of it. Meanwhile, others often struggled to buy them and repeatedly urged Xiao Shiren to impose purchase limits. Unfortunately, during this time, Xiao Shiren was too busy to manage these requests. Wang Meng was getting scolded by Sun Li, apologizing and wiping his tears, making it seem like Sun Li had given him a huge scare. Xiao Shiren stood 3 steps away, confused as she looked at Wang Meng. Why is he reacting so strongly? Ling Che, watching the scene, softened his expression. How could these people come for revenge? They are trying to curry favor with you. What? Xiao Shiren, who had been at the bottom of the base for so many years, couldn't grasp the meaning of this statement for a moment. Ling Che, having investigated Xiao Shiren's background, quickly understood the reason and couldn't help but feel sorry. You might find it hard to comprehend how appealing a place must be if it's as safe as a fortress, has private rooms, allows you to wash freely with water, and provides food at such cheap prices. After a pause, Ling Che added, moreover, the rent is only 100 federal coins a day. Xiao Shiren suddenly realized. Indeed, although Zhang Guoqiang treated her harshly, she still had a place to stay because of her mother. Countless people in the base have no houses of their own, living in cramped pigeonholes with their families. They have to queue for washing their faces and for using the toilet. The smell is a mix of unpleasant odors, the water is bitter and stinky, not properly filtered, and the food is barely enough to fill the stomach, made from unknown substances, for bread and nutritional agents. Compared to that, her place was almost like heaven. But they... Xiao Shiren looked at the crowd gathered outside, puzzled. Do they all have money to pay rent? Zhang Guoqiang only earns 500 federal coins a month. Here, just the rent alone costs 3,000 federal coins a month. These people should be ordinary, with income even less than Zhang Guoqiang's. Ling Che, of course, knew who Zhang Guoqiang was. He smiled and patted her shoulder. Do you think, as an ability user, Zhang Guoqiang has such a little income? What does that mean? In an instant, Xiao Shiren reflected on the past 20 years. It was impossible. If Zhang Guoqiang had more income, she would have noticed something. Fool. Ling Che's lips curved into a rare smile. Zhang Guoqiang, after all, directly received a room, and it's not a small one. Such rooms, most residents in the base could never own in their lifetime. Xiao Shiren suddenly realized. She had forgotten this point. So these tenants could be the potential tenants that the system referred to? Xiao Shiren felt a surge of joy in her heart, preparing to say a few words to maintain order, only to find that the once noisy door had quieted down at some point. Instead, there were many sounds of people swallowing nervously, echoing one after another. Xiao Shiren looked over and saw many people staring at the steaming instant noodles in Wang Meng's hand, eagerly sniffing the aroma in the air, while swallowing hard. Seeing Wang Meng splattering everywhere, surprisingly did not feel disgusted. So fragrant, is this instant noodles? Indeed, this looks different from the food we usually see, just this smell has made me hungry. Look at the woman next to him, smelling such fragrance, but she still has a face of disdain. She must be tired of eating this all the time. How plentiful must the food be in this apartment? No, I must move in. At first, there were just a few small murmurs, but soon, they started arguing again. Why are you pushing? I arrived first, let me move in first. Who said you came first? I'm closer to the door, I'm the first in line. Landlord, you must be the landlord. I'll pay now, I'll move in first, I'll pay for a month right now. A month? That's nothing, I'll pay for a whole year. Landlord, I offer double, no, triple the price. I want 2 rooms and I want to move in now. Being rich is impressive, I'll pay 5 times the price. The back and forth bidding made Xiao Shiren feel lightheaded inside. So much money. She was tempted to the core, but she also knew that once rules were broken, there was no going back. She realized that it was yesterday's incident that had frightened these people, making them spend money without holding back. And once more money was collected today, it would become a hidden danger. Xiao Shiren raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Everyone, I still have empty rooms in this apartment, but there aren't many left, so please. Before she could finish, the people outside instantly exploded. What? Not many empty rooms left? Then what are we waiting for? I must move in today. I came first, I'm the one at the front of the line. Xiao Shiren was momentarily speechless. She had been out of the base for almost a month, mostly staying in the apartment, rarely encountering such a scene, and she said the wrong thing for a moment. Ling Che noticed her silence and lightly patted her shoulder. People always have to grow, you can't change from a bullied girl to a powerful leader in just a few days. Growth always takes time, at least now you are much stronger than when you first started. Ling Che still remembered when he first saw Xiao Shiren, a small girl timidly carrying a bedboard. That bedboard was bigger than her, nearly crushing her into the ground. Now, she could manage the apartment better and command the tenants. Even someone like Wang Meng, who rarely listened to others, obeyed her. If she wasn't mistaken, yesterday Xiao Shiren's gaze towards Gao Jun seemed like she wanted to kill him. This was a hawk with sharp claws hidden deep, not a soft little rabbit. Ling Che's hand on her shoulder gave Xiao Shiren assurance. Yes, she had become much better, each day ahead would be better than the one before. Everyone be quiet. Xiao Shiren imitated Ling Che's usual serious face. If anyone causes trouble again, just leave. Aunt Shen. The commotion at the door did not involve Chen Jing, she was still carefully managing the items in the small shop. Xiao Shiren had entrusted this place to her, and she had to keep an eye on it. Xiaoya was still a child, and she didn't dare to leave everything to her yet. Hearing Xiao Shiren call her, Chen Jing quickly got up, carefully explained to Xiaoya, and then hurried to the door. Landlord. Aunt Chen, bring out the prepared questionnaire, these people are all lined up, ask them one by one, and note down the qualified ones. When Xiao Shiren was making the flyers, she anticipated that many tenants would come in the future. After all, there were abundant and cheap food and medicines here, making it hard not to attract people, but she couldn't just let anyone in as long as they paid. Gao Jun was a perfect example. To filter the customers, she specifically created this questionnaire with Chen Jing, He Chuan, and others. The tenants arrived much faster than she expected, and the questionnaire would just come in handy. As soon as they heard that renting a room required an investigation, many people were unhappy. Who do you think you are? Renting your place and still causing so many issues. If you don't want to rent, there's plenty of people elsewhere who will. A middle-aged man, slightly bald, cursed as he talked, pretending to walk out, all the while paying close attention to the expressions of Xiao Shiren and others. Unfortunately, there were so many people gathered at the entrance that no one agreed with him, not even Xiao Shiren, who looked on with a calm expression, showing no intention of persuading him to stay. Feeling a bit awkward, the middle-aged man hesitated, wanting to leave but unwilling to give in, and finally huffed coldly, I want to see what your questionnaire is all about. Aunt Chen, start handing out the questionnaires. If anyone causes trouble, just kick them out. Xiao Shiren no longer looked at the man, standing on the steps and raising her voice, everyone, please don't worry. Everyone who fills out the questionnaire will have a chance to move in. Right now, there are not many vacant rooms, but a new batch of rooms will be ready soon. At that time, we will contact everyone in order. If you'd like to come, we welcome you very much. This batch of tenants moving in meant a huge increase in income. At that time, she would have money to unlock new rooms, or even add some other facilities. These added benefits were the main reasons that renters flocked to her. Xiao Shiren happily planned, not lingering here, and quickly walked into her office, pulling the curtain half open to sneak a look outside. Her office on the first floor had windows on 3 sides. One side faced the front yard and the gate, one side faced the lobby, and the other side had a small window that, when opened, revealed the small path outside the apartment walls. The windowsill facing the gate was a bit high. Xiao Shiren stood on her tiptoes, her arms resting perfectly across the windowsill. She rested her chin on her forearm and began to watch the commotion. The system's light flickered twice. Unlock office facilities, apartment surveillance? There's surveillance? Xiao Shiren's eyes lit up, her mind instantly alert. How much? Unlock half of the surveillance for 3,000 federal coins, unlock all surveillance for 5,000 federal coins. How much? Xiao Shuren's eyes widened. What did you say? This greedy system, do I look like I have 5,000 federal coins? Xiao Shuren couldn't help cursing in her heart. Chapter 21, What young master comes from which family? That was 5,000 federal coins, a peak number she had earned through hard work, only to see it vanish in less than 10 minutes. No need for surveillance, it's really not urgent. Xiao Shuren reluctantly rejected the system's money-grabbing suggestion, realizing the system knew exactly how to strike at her weak spot. She continued leaning on the windowsill, looking outside. Wang Ming's face was much more intimidating than Xiao Shuren's welcome. He stood there with wide eyes, looking like a grim-faced gatekeeper, still brimming with anger from being scolded by Sunli. The crowd outside the apartment turned much quieter. The Hechuan team seemed to have some fame at the base. People outside the electric fence recognized the three of them. Wang Mang set a little table across the entrance, and suddenly put the questionnaire on the wall and began to distribute paper in pens. The paper was bought by Xiao Shuren from the market exercise books, 1 page for each person after removing the staples. The people who had been noisy and pushing earlier fell silent the moment they got that piece of paper, their eyes filled with naive curiosity. Wow, such a nice thing, and we get to write on it? What is this? This pen is made so exquisitely, far better than what they sell near the base school. Some older ones were already staring wide-eyed. This can't be a treasure left over from before the apocalypse, right? These basic learning supplies, unlocked along with enlightening literature, became rare treasures in front of the survivors. After the apocalypse, just living was a problem. Who would care if things were exquisite or not? Cheap and durable is the way to go. The ordinary residents in the base have never even seen such delicate paper. A few people at the back of the line greedily toyed with the paper and pen, their eyes darting around like thieves. Taking advantage of Sun Li's distraction, they quickly slipped a pencil into their pockets. In Xiao Shan's view, everything was as clear as if she had a god's perspective. The corners of her lips curled slightly, silently labeling these faces as lambs ready for slaughter. Want to take advantage? Fine, soon they will learn that things taken by trickery must be returned double the effort. Just as she was watching, a figure caught Xiao Shan's attention. That person looked completely out of place in the surroundings. Clad in clean clothes and a pair of exquisite little leather shoes, adorned with finely crafted decorations. This was a small boy with delicate features, about 11 or 12 years old, his hair combed meticulously, and he was even using hair gel. Goodness, Xiao Shan couldn't help but exclaim. This is the end of the world, not a young master's fashion show. To swagger about so boldly, he must be the young heir of some big shot in the base. Xiao Shan instantly became alert, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Such a person daring to leave the base must either be a dragon-proud sky or followed by dragon-proud sky bodyguards. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, Xiao Shan quickly spotted the target. 2 serious-looking men were standing, one in front and one behind him. One was younger, not much older than the little master, his face stern as he surveyed the entire apartment. The other was slightly older, around the same age as Hechuan. This man had extremely high vigilance. As soon as Xiao Shan's gaze landed on him, his wolf-like eyes locked onto her, filled with undisguised warning. Their eyes met in the air, and Xiao Shan's heart suddenly tightened. She instantly thought back to 2 years ago, seeing the leader's gaze during a firefight between 2 bases through her window. Cross the line, and you die. Not to be messed with. Xiao Shan felt anxious, wanting to go out and give a warning, but after 2 steps, she feared attracting that person's attention, so she anxiously paced in circles. Forget it, as long as they dare to come in, they have entered her territory. Besides, after the list is sorted, it still has to pass her eyes. If there's really a problem, she can just expel these 3 people. It seems her apartment has successfully caught the attention of the higher-ups in the base. Soon there will only be more people trying to sneak in and gather information. Before long, the questionnaires were submitted. Those who were still dawdling, according to Xiao Shan's request, were deemed invalid. The outside immediately erupted. Why can't we keep them? The few who were still delaying became anxious. We just write slowly, is that a crime? Sunli maintained a stern face. The questions are all about yourselves, unlimited words. Such delays only indicate you have a lot to hide, certainly posing a risk to the apartment. Arc apartment has many rules, and isn't suitable for you. Her words were polite but cut straight to the heart, mercilessly exposing these people's thoughts. A few people's expressions changed, and they turned to leave. Next time when you ask us to come spend money, we won't come. Wait. Sunli shouted loudly to stop them. The few who were already reluctant to leave showed a hint of triumph, turning around to say, "What? Now you regret it? I tell you, if you continue to drive customers away like this, your business will close down before long." Sunli ignored her shouting and shot a glance at Wang Mang, who was glaring beside her. Wang Mang understood, stepping forward like a wall to block the path. What? You think you can leave with the things? Hand over all the pencils you received. Upon hearing this, the situation grew tense. A few people immediately refused and shouted to roll up their sleeves. What pencil? That broken thing has long been thrown somewhere. If you want it, go find it yourself. Exactly, treating a broken item as a treasure, with such a big apartment, how shameful. Those who wanted to keep it shouted loudly, oblivious to that fact, while a few hot-tempered ones directly took the pencil out, broke it in half, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it hard a few times. Wang Mang was already angry, and seeing the scene, he also rolled up his sleeves. Want to take our apartment stuff for free? Fine, today I, Wang Mang, will stand right here and see who can take anything out. I'll say this, 1 pen, 50 federal coins. Either pay up or return the pen. He flashed a grin, his menacing white teeth glinting in the sunlight. I advise you to think it through. Once you step outside that door, your life might not even be worth 50 federal coins. Xiao Shan, behind the window, felt warmth in her heart. She knew that Wang Mang and the others were not naturally aggressive. Now, saying these things was just to give her apartment a stronger presence. They had all paid their rent and owed her nothing, and seeing them trying so hard made Xiao Shan feel a bit embarrassed. In this world, gold is easy to obtain, but buying a heart is hard. They were tenants, and owed her nothing, yet they were willing to go this far for her. She rummaged in her space for a long time, looked at her remaining balance, and gritted her teeth, packing 6 sets of healing bandages and other supplies from the shop. To her, this was quite a significant expense now, but she felt it was worth it. Moreover, with a pencil costing 50 federal coins, this was a great deal for her. Those people were just putting on a brave front, they didn't dare really confront Wang Mang. In the end, they either paid or returned the pencil, leaving in disgrace. With these few examples, the remaining people became completely honest. Soon, Chen Jing knocked on the office door with a stack of papers. Xiao Shan quickly pulled the curtain shut and jogged over to open the door, taking the stack of questionnaires, but only looked at the top list and pointed at a few. What about these people? She couldn't remember all of them, just heard the names they read out when registering while standing by the window. The few she pointed at were the ones who had just hidden her pencil. She remembered their petty thefts clearly. Chen Jing hurriedly replied, those who didn't meet our apartment requirements were sent back directly. The last few sheets are their questionnaires. Chen Jing thought Xiao Shan had other plans, so she quickly explained, landlord, you can take a look, if any of them are suitable, we can call them back. I made sure they all left their contact info at the end of each questionnaire. Xiao Shan roughly flipped through, the contact information primarily being their detailed addresses in the base, or other methods to reach them. Xiao Shan did indeed have other plans, but the difference from what Chen Jing thought was a bit wide. She diligently managed such a large apartment, every brick and tile was hers, and there were people trying to steal from her? Did they really think she was easy to bully? Xiao Shan looked at those names and corresponding addresses several times. Then, from her drawer, she pulled out a notebook and copied down the key information twice. Anchen, please give this to Wang Mang and Captain He, and ask them to help me collect a debt. As for the reward, I'll surprise them in a couple of days. I can't let them down. Seeing her keeping it mysterious, Chen Jing smiled, took the documents, and headed outside. These young people really had a lot of ideas. Xiao Shan suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. Alright, is Ling Che around? I have a question for her. When she left from the window just now, it seemed Ling Che was no longer at the door. Yes. Chen Jing nodded with a smile. Ling Zhanshin came down late today and hasn't had breakfast yet. When she just came in, I saw her at the vending machine buying something. That's good, I'll go find her. Xiao Shan let out a sigh of relief, took only the list and left the office without the remaining questionnaires. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Ling Che walking back with 2 buns, so she quickly jogged to catch up. Just right, I have something to ask you. Ling Che's room was in 1001, right next to her office. After just a few steps, they arrived. Ling Che did not stop her, directly opening the door and letting her in. As soon as Xiao Shan sat down, she pushed a bun over to her. No, I've already eaten. Xiao Shan shyly pushed the food back, getting straight to the point. You were at the door just now. Did you see a well-dressed kid with hair gel? Do you know anything about him? Such a person was hard to miss in a crowd. Xiao Shan specifically came to find Ling Che because she thought Ling Che was more likely to know such high-ranking people in the base. I know him. Ling Che took a casual bite of the bun with one hand, while the other hand took the list from her, quickly scanning it before pointing out one name. It should be him, but he has changed his name. Xiao Shan hurriedly leaned in to look and saw the name Dong Wanwan written in the location Ling Che pointed to. This name sounded like a temporary fake. Ling Che continued to explain, he is the only son of Du Zhonghong, the third in command of the base, Du Shaowan. His mother's surname is Dong. This fake name was quite traceable. Xiao Shan's heart sank a bit. She had thought this kid might come from the base's upper ranks, but she did not expect him to be related to the third-ranking official directly. That person was not someone Zhao Lei could compare with. If he also had his eyes on her apartment, how could her small frame handle it? Noticing Xiao Shan's face turning pale, Ling Che guessed what she was thinking and lightly tapped the table with her fingertip. Don't worry, if it really is him paying attention to your apartment, that's a good thing. Ling Che swallowed what was in her mouth and carefully explained the situation in the base to her. Xiao Shan roughly understood her meaning. As long as her apartment wasn't a filthy place, the higher-ups in the base would only help her. In light of this, today was actually her lucky day. The feeling of a twist of fate was quite nice. Seeing her relax, Ling Che specifically reminded her, just knowing this is enough, but when you meet Du Xiaowan, it's better to act as if you know nothing, it will make things easier. Xiao Shan's inner unease gradually faded. Letting her apartment come to the attention of the base's higher-ups might not be a bad thing. At least if something like what happened yesterday occurred again after Du Xiaowan moved in, even if her apartment couldn't stop it, the people in the base wouldn't just stand by and watch, providing an extra layer of protection. Alright, thank you so much for this today. With Ling Che's words, Xiao Shan felt much more at ease, happily taking the list to find Chen Jing for arrangements. Seeing her like this, Ling Che felt helpless. After all, they had only known each other for a short time, and Xiao Shan actually trusted her this much, not fearing that she might be from Du Zhonghong's side, intentionally flattering her just to secure her apartment. Normally, Chen Jing would stay at her workstation. Xiao Shan quickly found her at the shop. We have 14 vacant rooms in our apartment, let's go in this order, counting down 13 from the first, and include him as well. Xiao Shan specifically pointed out Du Xiaowan's name. By the way, the rent is 100 federal coins a day, and the maximum amount can only cover a year's rent in one payment. Her apartment almost changed every 2 days, a year's time was quite long. If there were any major changes, adjustments could be made easily. After all, future renewals had a system in place, so it wouldn't be a hassle. Without saying a word, Chen Jing took the list and went outside to call the names. When she called out Du Xiaowan's name, she couldn't help but look him over a couple more times, curious about this person the landlord had specifically prioritized. Who is it, after all? At a glance, my heart jolted. Looking at this appearance, ordinary people can't afford to dress like this. No wonder the landlord pays special attention to him. Hearing his name called out, Du Xiaowan froze for a moment. Is it just me? But the three of them came together. Yes, it's you. The list given by the landlord is never wrong. Chen Jing smiled appropriately. Do you want to move in? Our rooms can only accommodate one person each. If you don't want to, we'll just move on the list, and when there's a room for multiple people, we'll contact you again. Du Xiaowan hesitated a bit. There are still many people in front, why did it jump straight to me? Could it be that the owner of this apartment knows something? Chen Jing had already thought of a countermeasure and smiled slightly. The landlord said she prefers lucky people, so she just randomly picked one from a string of numbers, and it happened to be you. Besides, you're quite good looking, who wouldn't like that? Of course, this isn't forced, it also depends on what you think. Du Xiaowan looked at the people in front of him. They were mostly old ladies or big men, and looking down the line, it did seem like he was the only young and handsome one. Is that so? Am I that outstanding? Du Xiaowan seriously adjusted his hairstyle. Looks like your landlord has good taste. Chapter 23, The Automatic Payment Machine. The boy in front, about the same age and wearing a serious face, snorted, doing this randomly, it's not easy to keep the apartment. Du Xiaowan, who had been feeling a bit smug about Xiao Shiren's special treatment, nearly exploded at those words. Du Xiaojun, what do you mean? You're just upset because I got in and you didn't, right? I got in line by my ability, what are you jealous of? Just wait, I won't share any of that good food I get. Du Xiaojun snorted softly, still maintaining his serious expression, only kids are greedy. Chen Jing listened to their conversation carefully and reminded them cautiously, young man, have you made up your mind? I've decided. Such a good opportunity, of course I want to move in. Du Xiaowan quickly nodded, squeezed through the crowd to the front, and pulled out a black card from his bag. I'll pay for 5 years first. What? Everyone was stunned. They had just thought his companions looked tough, but now they were really curious about which family this kid came from, being so extravagantly rich at such a young age. He's offering 5 years of rent at once. That's tens of thousands or even 20,000 federal coins. Some who were originally eyeing Du Xiaowan's outfit instantly gave up on their small ideas. These people are not something I can mess with. Seeing him directly take out the card, Chen Jing's heart also sank. I'm sorry, the landlord has a rule that at most only 1 year can be paid at a time. So, please register here, and I'll go find the landlord. Xiao Shiren had just returned to her room, flipping through the layout map the system provided, hesitating whether to turn the second floor into a bathhouse and divide it into 2 sections. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Seeing Chen Jing return with something, Xiao Shiren was a bit curious. What's up? Chen Jing hurriedly handed the card to her. Landlord, the boy you just mentioned wants to pay 5 years of rent at once. I told him as you requested that he can only pay for 1 year, but the money is all on the card, and you need to handle it. Xiao Shiren and Chen Jing both stared at the card, falling silent together. Since the end of the world, fewer people used cards. In this world, hard currency is no longer money, but useful items. Food, clothing, oil, and even alcohol and cigarettes are worth more than federal coins. Here, the bank cards are issued by various major bases. There are some slight differences in currency between the major bases, but they can be exchanged, albeit with some handling fees deducted. The base's institutions, similar to banks, keep federal coins for the residents of the base. Not only is there no interest paid to users like before the apocalypse, but there are even storage fees charged. This leads to residents in the base with little savings not using bank cards at all, and instead keeping cash. Xiao Shiren had only seen a bank card once, when Zhang Guoqiang had just joined the base alliance organization and was given one to receive his salary. However, he found the bank's storage fees too expensive, and he would withdraw the money as soon as he received his salary. He never let Xiao Shiren touch the money or the card. Xiao Shiren carefully took the card from Chen Jing's hand. It was hard to imagine that such a light card actually held over 100,000 federal coins. But the problem was, she had never even touched a bank card. How would she know how to use it? Xiao Shiren decisively called out to the system, "What do you think about this? I can't keep carrying cash every time someone rents the luxury suite and has to pay the annual fee, right? Counting cash would be a nightmare. And Chen Jing, as a good accountant, shouldn't be treated like a mule. The system can provide the host with a cash register, with deposit and transfer functions, perfectly solving the host's troubles." Xiao Shiren's eyes brightened. "There's such a good thing? Then what are we waiting for? Where is it? I want to use it right now." More than 30,000 federal coins were about to be in her hands. Caution, 10,000 federal coins. Xiao Shiren clenched her jaw in an instant. The previous monitoring fee was 5,000, and now it directly jumped to 10,000. Was this system born from money grubbing? Make it cheaper. Xiao Shiren tried to bargain with the system. "You know how much I have in my pocket more than I do." After a while, there was silence in her mind. The system completely ignored her request to negotiate. Fine. Xiao Shiren gritted her teeth. The rent in her hands, could it just disappear? She struggled for a moment. "The money is on the card. If you can deduct it directly, then I will take that cash register. If you can't, then I have no choice." Before she finished speaking, "Ding, deduction failed. Long-term rental of over a year requires a contract. The tenant has not signed a rental contract with the host. The system cannot deduct the payment." This system doesn't respond to questions but immediately attempts to deduct money when it hears payment. Xiao Shiren slapped her forehead. "A contract, right? Okay, I had prepared it. How could I forget about this? Anshan, you go and get the contract signed." Seeing that she looked very anxious, Chen Jing hurriedly took the contract and ran back to the hall. Xiao Shiren also rushed to the window, eagerly watching Du Shaoan sign the contract. "System." Just as she was about to remind, the system's voice rang in her head. "Deduction successful. A cash register has been arranged for the host." The dogged system was quicker when it came to taking money than to answer her. Xiao Shiren gritted her teeth, clutching the bank card, feeling as if it had become thinner, just like the 10,000 federal coins that seemed to have flown away before she even got them. When Chen Jing rushed in with the rental contract, Xiao Shiren was staring at a shoebox-sized machine that had suddenly appeared on the table, gritting her teeth in distress. According to the electronic manual provided by the system in her mind, she had already studied the machine once. On the left side of the machine was a recessed area with a lid, and on the right was a small screen. She took 3 different denominations of federal coins from her balance, placed them in the recessed area as per the instructions, closed the lid, and the screen on the right displayed the total amount of the 3 federal coins. Soon, a green light indicating successful verification lit up on the screen. In the next moment, the account balance, which had just decreased due to the withdrawal, flickered and returned to the original amount. When she opened the lid, the 3 federal coins inside had already disappeared. This is so magical. On the right side of the screen, there was a small embedded chip. According to the explanation on the electronic manual, as long as she enters the amount to be transferred in or out. With a tap of the card, the transaction could be completed. Moreover, the federal currency from any base could be used universally. After reading the introduction, Xiao Shiren comforted herself that this 10,000 federal currency was well spent. In the future, wouldn't she be able to collect money easily? Chen Jing's workload would thus decrease a bit. Xiao Shiren looked at the card in her hand. After deducting this 10,000 federal currency, there would still be over 20,000 left for rent. Let's give it a try. Xiao Shiren carefully tapped the screen, afraid of making even a small mistake. Then she held the card and touched it to the chip. On the system screen, the account balance numbers jumped wildly, making Xiao Shiren's heart race with excitement. 2 seconds later, the balance stopped at 27,140 federal currency. What a long string of numbers. Chapter 24, Striking It Rich. Xiao Shiren's heart raced, almost making her want to perform a spontaneous celebration right there. System. She felt herself stand taller. Install that monitoring system, install it all. It was all for the safety of the apartment. This was not a loss at all. The next moment, a giant screen that took up half the wall appeared before Xiaoshuren. Countless images flickered, except for the 4 blocks lit up in the center, the rest were all lonely static. Xiaoshuren's gaze locked onto those 4 active images, which were the entrance, the lobby, the second-floor hallway, and the small road on the other side of the apartment. The monitoring has been successfully set up, and more camera angles will gradually unlock as the apartment area is unlocked. Xiaoshuren's heart stirred. She indeed had not guessed wrong. Besides this building, there were other areas waiting for her to unlock. And this 5,000 federal currency monitoring system included all the unlockable areas. The money spent was simply worth it. Before long, the first batch of approved tenants was notified to come to the power grid. After lining up, Chen Jing was taken into the office. To Xiaoshuren's surprise, the fierce elderly woman who had been at the front earlier was also there. She really had made assumptions too quickly. However, the 2 little kids were not with her this time. Xiaoshuren glanced around and confirmed she hadn't seen them before, curiously asking, "Where are those 2 kids?" The elderly woman changed her fierce demeanor and appeared somewhat shy in front of Xiaoshuren. "They'll be back soon, I live alone." "Landlord, don't worry, I understand the rules and won't cause you any trouble." The rooms in Ark apartment weren't very small, it wouldn't be impossible to squeeze in 1 or 2 kids. But Chen Jing was an employee, being allowed to bring children was a privilege. If it was open to everyone, then what would happen? What family didn't have 1 or 2 kids? If everyone brought their entire family, then this place would not be a paradise in the apocalypse but a market instead. Xiaoshuren felt mixed emotions but didn't press further. She glanced at the list. "Lu Guifan, right? Don't worry, in a few days, the apartment can be renovated into shared rooms, and when you need it, you can apply to change rooms and bring your family in, just pay the difference." "Really?" Lu Guifan's eyes lit up, unable to contain her smile. "Great, thank you, landlord." She had been conflicted, having finally secured a spot, even if not everyone could live in, she was reluctant to give it up. In the end, she ruthlessly sent the 2 kids back to the base, intending to stay to buy some good things to bring back with her. Those 2 kids of hers were weak since childhood. The tasteless slop from the base had raised them to be like 7 or 8-year-olds when they were near 10. Hearing that the food here was like that before the apocalypse, she was sure it would help her kids grow strong again. She thought this was already the best plan, but unexpectedly, Xiaoshuren directly gave her a bombshell. "Thank you, landlord, thank you, landlord." Lu Guifan laughed so hard she couldn't close her mouth. "I want to rent for a month, no, half a year. Here's the rent." She took out several plastic bags from her clothes, thick stacks of crumpled bills piled together, some whole, some in pieces, falling over as they couldn't stand upright. "So much?" Xiaoshuren looked at these old and crumpled bills. Knowing her life wasn't easy, I kindly advised her, "Our house can be rented by the day, and if you want to continue renting, you can decide before the time ends." No, I want to rent for half a year." Lu Guifan insisted unusually. She came this time, bringing all her possessions to gamble on a future. The rent and expenses for 3 people were all here. "This house is precious, and it can also be prioritized for more shared rooms. We must lock in half a year first." Landlord." Lu Guifan shyly pointed outside the door. "Can everyone buy the things in that vending machine? Is there a purchase limit?" As she passed through the lobby and saw Wang Meng rummaging for instant noodles, her heart flew over. Xiaoshan was taken aback, realizing what she wanted to do, hesitating for a moment. "For now, there is no limit, but it can't be too ostentatious. At least we need to leave something for the others in the apartment, right?" Of course. Du Guifan quickly assured. She certainly wouldn't buy a lot of this good stuff to show off everywhere. Not only would it cause chaos, but if it attracted more people crazily grabbing for houses, what would they ordinary folks do? Lu Guifan rubbed her hands, constantly staring at the money on the table, feeling anxious. Could it be that renting for half a year was also not allowed? Clearly, that kid just now could rent for a year. Just as she was about to say something, Xiaoshan nodded. "Okay, let's get her checked in." Xiaoshan gestured for Chen Jing to collect the money. "Since our apartment currently doesn't have an elevator, let's arrange you on the first floor for convenience." With the money, Xiaoshan stood tall. She directly unlocked the room permissions for the entire first floor in her mind. Elevator? Lu Guifan's eyes widened like copper bells. "So, landlord, you mean, we might get an elevator in the future?" 30 years ago, she was a child, living in a community with elevators, which was so convenient. Nowadays, elevators had long become legendary. "Yes, it's in the plan." Xiaoshan casually uttered those few words, but it felt like dropping a deep-water bomb on a calm lake. Good. Lu Guifan trembled with excitement, feeling that renting for half a year was the wisest decision of her life. Chen Jing placed the money into a small box, quickly tapping. "Okay, later everyone will input their identity information together, then you'll be free to enter and exit the apartment." Using the cash register for the first time, Xiaoshan specially watched in the office. Seeing Chen Jing operating it skillfully, she finally handed over the entire machine to her. This cash register will temporarily stay in the convenience store. When there are more people later, I'll arrange a separate finance room for you, and this treasure will move in too. Xiaoshan never worried about the security issues of the system's products. After all, the system was even more money-hungry than she was. The system's products came with warranties. The money deposited directly went into her account balance. No one could take away even a penny. As soon as people heard that an elevator might be installed in the apartment in the future, the entire lobby erupted in excitement. If that really happened, wouldn't their apartment be cooler than the base headquarters? Many who originally planned to rent for a few days to test the waters immediately added money without hesitation to extend their rental period. Xiaoshan returned to her office, just sat down, and before the chair even warmed up, the sound of money arriving jingled in her mind. That sound was like music from the heavens. She leisurely opened the system interface and saw a dazzling balance of over 100,000 federal coins, leaving Xiaoshan momentarily in shock, unable to think straight about what year it was now. Just as she thought about asking Chen Jing, she walked in with an account book. "Landlord, here's the rent list for this time, please take a look." Chapter 25, Experience Card for Sudden Wealth? Xiaoshan quickly took the account book, flipped through it roughly, and her fingertips trembled slightly. Over 10 tenants, with the shortest rental period being half a month, and 2 even rented for a whole year. What does this mean? Did they trust a small apartment landlord who was just starting out like this? Alright, I understand. Xiaoshan suppressed the turmoil in her heart and pretended to be calm as she instructed. Please explain the apartment rules to these new residents as well. Since we see each other frequently, it's inevitable that there might be some friction, so let's not hurt our harmony. Most of the new residents selected this time have good personalities, so she actually isn't too worried. After seeing Chen Jing off, as soon as the office door closed, Xiaoshan immediately tossed aside her account book, feeling satisfied as she switched to the house renovation interface. She stared at the long string of magnificent numbers on her balance panel, her heart racing. Over 100,000. She is now also a little rich woman with over 100,000 in her pocket. But after the excitement, a sense of crisis emerged. With more and more residents in the apartment and bigger targets, is their current defense capability really sufficient? It must be upgraded. Especially that security defense system. System, what are the requirements to upgrade the apartment's security system? The security system is a comprehensive benefit of the apartment level. Please upgrade the apartment level first. To upgrade the apartment to LV2, it will cost 50,000 federal coins. Xiaoshan gritted her teeth. Sure enough, this system is a money-eating beast. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Her feeling of lightheadedness was instantly pulled back down to earth by the sense of crisis about the future. Upgrading will unlock the 3rd floor of the apartment. Rooms on the 3rd floor will be in free choice mode. The host can choose to unlock single rooms, multi-person rooms, and luxury suites. Xiaoshan was first shocked by the high upgrade cost. No rush, there are definitely other rewards. 50,000 federal coins, if it's just for this, it's too shabby. She listened quietly to the system's introduction, but after the system finished explaining the room types, it surprisingly fell silent. System. Xiaoshan looked at the screen, utterly confused. 50,000 federal coins, don't tell me that's just to unlock a room? If that's the case, she's not very interested in upgrading. After the system upgrade, the number of residents that can be accommodated will reach 30. Crowded living conditions will reduce resident satisfaction. To provide a better living environment for residents, the system will unlock a small garden in front and behind the apartment. Greenery will create the most beautiful community. Wait a minute. A small garden? In the apocalypse, these 3 words transformed in Xiaoshan's ears into small. Vegetable. Garden. What a joke, having land means having unlimited food. All those fruits and vegetables from before the apocalypse are waving at her. Isn't it just 50,000 federal coins? Compared to the safety of a vegetable garden, that's nothing. Upgrade. Right now. Immediately. With a command from Xiaoshan, her mind suddenly shook, and the model of the Ark apartment on the system map magically rose, adding a solid 3rd floor. The area of the 3rd floor is twice that of the 1st and 2nd floors. In the hall on the 1st floor, right opposite the 2nd and 3rd floors, a huge public area appeared that was not yet unlocked, currently unknown in purpose. She didn't have time to examine it closely and excitedly rushed to the window, peering outside. System, where is my small vegetable garden? Hurry up and bring it out for me. The system prompt sounded immediately, automatically ignoring her non-standard term of address. The small garden of the apartment will soon be unlocked for the host, please choose. Front yard garden 100, unlock cost, 10,000 federal coins. Backyard garden 500, unlock cost, 50,000 federal coins. Do you wish to unlock? What the heck? Xiao Xian's smile froze on her face. Isn't this an upgrade benefit? Why does it still cost money? Can you say it again, how much? She suspected she heard wrong. System, are you trying to take advantage of me now that I've just earned some money? The system lifelessly repeated. Do you want to unlock all? Unlock all? That's a ripoff. That's 60,000. After just spending 50,000 to upgrade, spending another 60,000 means her little rich woman status will expire. Xiao Xian was in so much pain she gasped, gritting her teeth. Unlock the front yard. Let's start small and test the waters. As long as she can grow uncontaminated food, she would sell everything she has to get that larger backyard. Successfully unlocked a 100 small garden times 1. Congratulations, host. You have taken the first step in greening your apartment. A set of various flower seeds has been gifted to you and placed in the system space. Xiao Xian didn't even glance at the flower seeds. Just then, a sudden wailing came from outside the window. My God! The ground is sinking. Help! Xiao Xian turned her head sharply, only to see Wang Meng stuck in the yard in a ridiculous position, with only his upper body protruding, looking terrified and flailing around. The apartment's indestructible concrete floor had somehow turned into a patch of gleaming, black soil. Wang Meng was a power-type pseudo-superhuman who loved exercising in the yard because the ground here wouldn't break no matter how hard he stomped. Today, he had just finished eating instant noodles and stepped out to stretch when suddenly his feet gave way, and he sank right in, the dirt burying him up to his chest. He looked up as if he had seen a ghost, spotting Xiao Xian peering sneakily from the window. He immediately felt like crying without tears. Landlord! Your earth powers are too stealthy. Next time, can you at least give me a heads up? With her earth powers now firmly established, Xiao Xian gave an awkward smile and quickly closed the curtains, but inside, she was beaming with joy. That gleaming black soil, it must be the legendary Black Land. Just look at how Wang Meng got stuck, the soil must be so soft. She was going to strike it rich. This time she was really going to hit the jackpot. She rubbed her hands together with excitement, reopened the system interface, and waved her hand. System, unlock all rooms on the 3rd floor. Insufficient balance, unlock failed. The host can choose to unlock them one by one. Xiao Xian was stunned. She looked incredulously at her balance of nearly 70,000, wondering how it wasn't enough. System, come out and explain, how can 70,000 not be enough? System prompt, the rooms on the 3rd floor are furnished apartments. Each room unlocks for 10,000 federal coins. To unlock the whole floor requires 90,000 federal coins. Xiao Xian's vision darkened, her heart trembled. Just a few dozen minutes ago, she was proudly declaring herself a little wealthy, yet now she couldn't even unlock a single floor? Forget it. Let's unlock 4 shared rooms first. Lu Guifan and the others were still waiting. She also needed to save some money as backup. The system was full of pits, money pits. Unlock successful. The system prompt chimed again. Before Xiao Xian could breathe a sigh of relief. Please furnish the rooms, they cannot be rented out without renovation. Chapter 26, Planting Vegetables? A challenge for the group. Xiao Xian's heart instantly sank. How could she have forgotten this? It's okay, I just need to furnish a room, only 800 federal coins, right? At most, I just need to add a bed, it's not a big deal. Xiao Xian patted her chest. Don't scare yourself. System prompt, the 3rd floor suite rental standard requires a full set of furniture according to the number of bedrooms. Additionally, increase the living room standard, sofa times 1, coffee table times 1. Once furnished fully, it can be opened for rent. The limit for the 3rd floor shared room is 3 occupants. Suggested rent, 300 federal coins. The host can consider adding furniture to increase the rent price. I still have to put in a sofa? Xiao Xian quickly opened the furniture interface to check. The cheapest wooden sofa costs 1,000 federal coins, and the coffee table costs 800 federal coins. Calculating this, the furnishing would cost 3,000 federal coins. She didn't even dare to look at more expensive furniture like the refrigerator and television. Xiao Xian covered her face with her hands. She wished all these system prompts were just figments of her imagination. After simply furnishing, she had already lost over 10,000 federal coins for the 4 rooms. Xiao Xian sighed as she walked out of the office. Just as she reached the lobby, she saw Lu Guifan excitedly picking and choosing at the vending machine, already holding a lot of items in her arms. She thought for a moment and hurried over. Auntie. Upon seeing her, Lu Guifan instinctively put everything down. These are all for the 2 kids, I'm not buying anything for myself, absolutely not taking too much. Xiao Xian couldn't help but laugh. That's not what I was saying. Just now, I promised you about matters regarding multiple rooms, and now it's settled. I'm here to tell you this news. How could there be a result in less than half an hour? Could it be that the landlord saw her buying so many things, regretted agreeing to her, and wanted to change her mind? Lu Guifan felt anxious and dared not speak. But she heard Xiao Shiren laughing, telling her the great news: the three-person room is renovated. If you want to move in, you can upgrade your room now. However, there is no elevator in the apartment now, so climbing up and down 3 floors might be inconvenient. Lu Guifan had a pile of things at her feet. Looking at Xiao Shiren's beaming face, it felt like a dream. Is it really that good? Xiao Shiren had told her she would upgrade to a multiple room, and it hadn't even been a day before saying it was ready? Why did it feel like getting a room from landlord Xiao was easier than picking big cabbages? Auntie, if you have time, you can go upstairs to take a look and then decide. Alright. Lu Guifan nodded excitedly, instinctively wanting to go upstairs, but she kicked a plastic bag at her feet and then realized she had to hold onto the pile of things. The tenants on the first floor, who were still familiarizing themselves with their rooms, heard words like multiple rooms and renovated and curiously followed along. Xiao Shiren didn't stop them, these were potential customers, and it was good for them to look around first. The corridor on the third floor was no different from the second, but the 4 rooms near the stairway had brand new doors, with brass locks still hanging with keys. Xiao Shiren casually chose a room, twisted the doorknob, and walked in first. The furniture she had purchased was already arranged. The room was twice as large as before, and the 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout appeared exceptionally spacious and bright. Wow! The incoming tenants gasped in astonishment. Xiao Shiren stepped aside at the entrance, smiling as she introduced, "This type of multiple room is suitable for 3 people to live. It has 2 bedrooms and a living room with an independent bathroom for convenience. The living room only has a sofa and coffee table for now. If you want to add appliances, just let me know, the electrical wiring is all reserved. There is no kitchen for now, but the living room is spacious, so you can cook if you want." As Xiao Shiren spoke, she observed the tenants' reactions. The room was simply decorated, and she felt a bit embarrassed, but the tenants seemed to think otherwise. Looking at the spacious and clean room, they were all stunned, unable to close their mouths. However, after asking about the rent, many fell silent. Living in the apocalypse is tough, not everyone can afford a rent of 300 a day. Lu Guifan was very distressed. This house is good, but she had paid half a year's rent up front to secure her spot. For her to take out twice the amount of money again was truly a struggle. Xiao Shiren noticed her embarrassment and smiled as she explained, "Auntie, we upgraded this room suddenly, and you just rented it today. How about this, we'll exchange based on the time. If you want to upgrade to the multiple room, we can convert your half-year rent into 2 months. What do you say?" "That sounds great." Lu Guifan was overjoyed. Let's switch right now. I'll go fetch the 2 kids. Now everything would be fine, and she could worry about nothing. All right. Xiao Shiren clapped her hands. There are only 3 multiple rooms left now, so those in need can go find Aunt Chen. After arranging this, she couldn't wait to go check her little vegetable patch. The front yard hadn't changed much. The originally paved cement ground had a large area dug out from the middle. Xiao Shiren hadn't planted anything before, she just heard about the general process. She stared at the shopping mall several times. "I'm so reluctant, books on planting and raising livestock are all intermediate goods, and I haven't unlocked them yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to work so hard." She sighed and pulled out a stick, poking a hole. "It should be fine to just throw the seeds in, right? Should I water it? I heard planting also needs fertilizer." "What is fertilizer?" "Landlord, what are you muttering about here?" Wang Meng's deep voice came from behind. He took a few steps forward and curiously looked at the ground, looking for a treasure. "Is there something in this soil? What are you doing here?" Xiao Shiren turned her head. Waiting for Captain He to come back to change shifts. Wang Meng was a warm-hearted person. Seeing her frown, he rolled up his sleeves without saying a word. "Since I'm free, I'll help you. It's just digging in the ground, watch me." As he spoke, he was about to jump into the black soil, but before he could land, the collar of his shirt was grabbed by someone and he was lifted up. "Don't cause trouble." Wang Meng was lifted like a chick and immediately got angry. "Who dares to sneak attack me? Captain Ling? Ling Che let go of his hand, set him down, and stood on the concrete at the edge of the land, examining that patch of black soil. "If you want to grow vegetables, relying on brute force is not enough." Xiao Shiren's eyes lit up as she looked up at him. "Do you know how to plant?" Ling Che met her gaze and answered very decisively, "I don't know." Xiao Shiren. Ling Che added, "But we can study it." Well, that's true. These guys were all top battle talents, expecting them to know agriculture was indeed asking too much. So, half a day passed. A strange scene appeared in the front yard of the apartment. 3 strong people who could walk sideways outside were squatting around a small patch of black soil, each wearing a worried expression. Wang Meng had dug crooked holes, Xiao Shiren scattered seeds everywhere, while Ling Che, after careful observation and thought, concluded, the soil is wet. Chapter 27, It would be great if we could recruit a soil-based ability. Just then, a soft sound came from the narrow gate of the electric fence. The three of them turned their heads in unison and saw Lu Guifan entering, holding one child in her left hand, pulling another with her right, and carrying a bulging bundle on her back. Lu Guifan was full of joy about her new home. When she looked up and found herself being stared at by the three most powerful figures in the apartment, she shivered and the bundle on her back fell to the ground with a thud. I didn't need these things at the base, so I brought them all. She hurriedly explained, fearing she had committed some taboo. There shouldn't be rules saying bedding must be bought in the apartment, right? Saying this, she quickly pulled the two little girls beside her and pushed them forward. Xiao Yu, Xiao Shui, quickly greet the adults. The two kids were not even waist-high to Lu Guifan. They timidly grabbed her dress and looked up at Xiao Shiren and Ling Che, softly saying, "Hello, pretty sisters." When their gaze turned to the robust Wang Mang, the two children clearly seemed a bit scared and shrank back. Hello, uncle." Wang Mang's smile instantly froze on his face. He could accept that Xiao Shiren had matured a bit, but was it too much to expect him to be outclassed by Ling Che? Xiao Shiren didn't notice Wang Mang's internal wail. Once she confirmed no one was here to cause trouble, she felt relieved and smiled gently at the two children. But as soon as she lowered her head and her gaze returned to that patch of black soil, her expression returned to one of worry. How on earth are we supposed to plant this land? Wang Mang was in awe of Xiao Shiren's seamless transformation of expression. Even Ling Che, who usually didn't smile, had the corners of his mouth slightly turned up in a very faint smile. Lu Guifan sensed the atmosphere was a bit strange, standing in one place, unsure whether to leave or stay. She remembered how much help Xiao Shiren had given her, so even if she couldn't provide much assistance, showing some concern was necessary. So she gathered her courage and cautiously spoke, "Landlord, what are you worried about?" "What else could I be worried about?" Xiao Shiren said in frustration, poking the ground with a twig. "It's not easy to get a piece of land, but among the three of us, not a single one knows how to plant." "Ah?" Lu Guifan widened her eyes in surprise. "Is this it?" The three seemingly omnipotent figures in her eyes were squatting here, gloomy and miserable, as if the sky were about to fall. "Is it really just for such a small matter?" Seeing her standing here without leaving, Ling Che glanced at her and immediately sensed something was wrong. "You can?" Xiao Shiren immediately became alert. Who can?" Following Ling Che's gaze, she looked at Lu Guifan, her eyes brightened. "Aunt Lu, can you farm?" Ah! How did she not think of this? People born after the apocalypse might not understand, but those from before the apocalypse had all kinds of life skills. But then again, Lu Guifan was only about 30 before the apocalypse, and people from the city at that age probably didn't know how to farm. "I can, a little." Staring at her with three pairs of bright eyes, Lu Guifan felt a bit embarrassed. She pulled at the straps of the bundle on her back. "Before the apocalypse, there were a few acres of poor land behind my hometown. I had no parents, no education, no skills, so I relied on farming and selling vegetables to barely get by." As she spoke, it seemed like something came to her mind, and she quickly pulled out a bundle tied with a plastic bag that had just fallen to the ground. She opened it. "During these years at the base, I also picked up 2 broken plastic barrels and secretly grew some things inside the house, but the sunlight wasn't enough, so they didn't grow well." Xiao Shiren leaned forward and took a look. Inside the plastic bag were a few drooping little bok choy, but in the world where vegetables were generally yellow and withered after the apocalypse, this bit of green was already a miracle. She instantly understood. No wonder Lu Guifan, a woman, could survive with 2 kids and still save half a year's rent during the apocalypse. Lu Guifan was truly a hidden gem. At first, she thought she was just a tough aunt, and it was already a surprise that she passed the questionnaire selection. But now, she didn't expect she had such a skill hidden away. Aunt Lu." Xiao Shiren approached her like she had discovered a rare treasure, her eyes sparkling. "Aunt, do you have a regular job at the base?" Yes. Lu Guifan thought she was worried about the rent and quickly nodded. "Don't worry, these 2 kids are very well behaved. They won't cause trouble in the apartment, and I can still go out to work. The rent will definitely not be delayed." "I'm not worried about the rent." Xiao Shiren smiled like a little fox. "Since we're already living in the apartment, why don't you just stay here and work? It takes 2 to 3 hours to travel back and forth from here to the base. Can you really leave the 2 kids here alone?" Lu Guifan wanted to say that after staying here for half a day, she was already very at ease. But hearing Xiao Shiren's tone, it seemed like she wanted to arrange a job for her in the apartment. Her heart skipped a beat. "If I could work in the apartment, that would be wonderful." Xiao Shiren's face lit up, and she confirmed with a smile. "All right, Aunt, the apartment just happens to need someone to manage the vegetable garden. You can take care of these 2 plots of land first, and I will provide the seeds and fertilizer. The first batch of vegetables grows quickly, so let's use this as a trial period. If you can grow them successfully, your rent will be fully waived, and you will officially become a staff member of the apartment, with 3 meals a day provided. When the kids are older, I'll arrange for someone to teach them to read and write." This was Xiao Shiren's future plan, and one of her biggest goals. She knew that just being able to recognize characters was far from enough. Lu Guifan was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. This is too good. She quickly put the seeds away. I'll take the kids to recognize the room and then tidy up this land. The landlord was practically a living bodhisattva. If her little skills could be of use to the landlord, then. Lu Guifan's enthusiasm made Xiao Shiren very satisfied, feeling lighthearted. This problem was solved just like that. Really lucky, someone with such talent wasn't snatched up by the base. It's not that the base overlooked such people, but they can't use them. It's not that the base missed them, but they can't use them. Ling Che, standing beside her, explained faintly while watching Lu Guifan's back. Vegetables have a short growth cycle, but they consume a lot of energy and have low yield. The base's focus is on staple foods like rice and wheat, which can be harvested twice a year at most, and they also have to fight against soil pollution and mutated creatures. They need not experience, but the plant system ability users who can nurture plants and purify the land. Xiao Xian fell silent. She almost forgot that outside the apartment, without the assistance of ability users, ordinary people finding ways to grow food was like dreaming a dream. However, within her apartment, it shouldn't be that troublesome, right? Xiao Xian secretly clenched her fist. It's okay, we are just at the starting stage, and we will definitely recruit our own ability users in the future. What ability users? A steady voice suddenly came from beside her, shocking Xiao Xian. Just now. Hechuan shook a stack of federal currency in his hand and handed it to Xiao Xian. Harvest. Wang Meng turned his head, looking at Hechuan like he had seen a ghost. Captain, you have changed. Chapter 28, The Female War God Wants to Join the Fun? In the past, their captain was such a serious person. Now after just a few days with the landlord, he smoothly engaged in friendly exchanges and even used the word harvest. Captain, you are this. Wang Meng admiredly gave Hechuan a thumbs up, so professional. Xiao Xian hurriedly waved her hand. No, I just asked you to go help talk sense. Everything we get is your spoils of war. One thing at a time. Hechuan firmly stuffed the federal currency into Xiao Xian's hand. I'll go wash up, the next group needs to send in inexperienced ones, or it'll be too fake. Xiao Xian looked at the federal currency in her hand and then at Hechuan's calm back as he walked away, murmuring, why do I feel like Captain he can handle this perfectly on his own? At this, Wang Meng's expression turned wrong. In a state of panic, he jumped up. Don't, landlord. We agreed on this, you can't back out. It's my turn next. Saying that, he rushed out the door like a gust of wind. Just wait, I will definitely be more professional than the captain. Xiao Xian didn't even have a chance to say, be careful, before Wang Meng had already disappeared. She couldn't help but laugh and cry, this is too eager, I thought they wouldn't want to. What's going on? Sounds interesting. Turning around, Xiao Xian saw Ling Che's calm face, and there was something in his eyes, anticipation? 10 miles away from the apartment, behind a dirt slope, a group of people lay on the ground with bruised faces, gasping like broken bellows. Damn it, a man spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. We've run this far, that hellish star shouldn't be chasing us anymore, right? Should not anymore. They hadn't caught their breath when they started cursing. Crazy. It was just a pencil, why chase us around and beat us for so long? What's most strange is, how could they chase us so well? We got so far from that damned apartment, and we still got caught and beaten. Someone touched their body, feeling the burning pain, almost crying. It's one thing to get beaten, but they also robbed us. For a broken pencil, they extorted 100 federal currency from us. We can't even pay them back, they insist on money. In the corner, one person clutched 2 broken pencil pieces tightly and cried out loud. Another person was in a more miserable state, staring blankly. At least you got 2 broken pencil pieces. What about me? My pencil was taken, my money was robbed, and I didn't even get a beat down. Mentioning this, several people gritted their teeth in resentment. Looking all righteous, but their methods are so dirty, even worse than us criminals. Just wait, these people are ruthless characters. Let's stay hidden for now. When the opportunity arises, I'll make them pay. One man gritted his teeth as he rubbed his legs, trembling as he stood up. I still feel uneasy. What if that hellish star comes back? Let's hurry and return to the base. In this wild and desolate place, they really had no sense of security. Seeing him leaving, several others who hadn't recovered their strength were also afraid of being left alone, hurriedly trying to keep up. Just as they turned from behind the dirt slope, they spotted someone running wildly from afar. That speed was astonishingly fast. Who is that? Did anyone who got beaten not come over? This kid runs really fast. Just after talking for a bit, the person was already in front of them, grinning and saying, wow, you're all still alive? That smile was scarier than a zombie in their eyes. The person who had just struggled to get up felt their legs go weak and collapsed again with a thud. Oh, how they regretted it. Why did they take that breath just now? It would have been much better to run away directly. This person looked very familiar. Wasn't he the strong guy maintaining order at the apartment entrance? Wang Meng stopped in front of a few people, glanced around, confirmed his target, and without saying a word, began to crack his knuckles, making loud popping sounds. Wait a minute. The man who had just cried the hardest screamed while crawling backward with his hands and feet. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Wang Meng chuckled, looking down at them. You think you can just run off after taking things from our apartment? Is the world really that nice? Did I not say? Either leave the things behind, or pay up. Do you think I'm just talking nonsense? Wait a second. Someone felt something was off and shouted boldly, but someone has already come by. They took our pencil money, a whole 100 federal coins, and even beat us up. You can't cause more trouble. Someone's already come by? Wang Meng looked at him sideways and then his gaze fell on the pencils in their hands, sneering, then why are these pencils still in your hands? Who can prove you paid? Wang Meng certainly knew that it was Sichuan who had come, but how could he admit that? He had awakened and had extraordinary hearing. When he had just run over, he vaguely heard these guys planning to kill them. He suddenly pointed at a guy with a bruise on his face and said sternly, I see that injury, you must have tripped while running, right? Thinking of scamming me? That's adding another crime. Having finally caught an opportunity, Wang Meng would not waste any time, his figure flashing like a tiger down the mountain. The others sensed the danger and wanted to run, but Wang Meng was faster. He grabbed the collars of two people, lifting them like two little chickens and smashed their heads together with a loud bang. The remaining people hadn't even taken 2 steps before Wang Meng jumped in front of them, delivering a clean and swift punch to each, knocking them down to the ground. This was a pseudo-mutant with power, and even with deliberate control over his strength, it was enough for them to suffer greatly. Amid the screams, everyone quickly lay on the ground, unable to move. Wang Meng remembered Xiao Shan's advice in his heart, fearing he would beat someone to death and scare off the future tenants. When he thought it was enough, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, the first unfortunate fellow he had beaten was now crying with snot and tears, still struggling to grab his pants leg. Bro, I really paid. I paid twice. The first payment you took. Surely this man can't be unreasonable, right? The fact proved that sometimes Wang Meng truly was unreasonable. He squatted down, baring his white teeth in a bright smile. Sorry, I forgot. Then, he lightly punched the man's shoulder a couple more times. Ouch. The man finally rolled his eyes and completely passed out. Right, I almost forgot the main thing. Wang Meng stood up in a cheerful mood, brushed off his pants, and began searching them for federal coins. He didn't count them carefully, he just felt the thickness was over 100 federal coins before stopping. He can't lose to Team He, right? Mission accomplished, he happily waved a stack of federal coins, fanning himself. Alright, I'm not unreasonable. Since I've taken your money, these pencils are now yours. He shook his finger, his tone instantly turning cold, but take care of them. If I find out anyone has thrown away things from our apartment again, it means you look down on us. Don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Meng chuckled, turned, and walked away in big strides, leaving behind a group of people who still had some ability to think. Lying on the ground, despairingly gazing at the sky. Chapter 29, The Sweetness Before the End. That fool, is he out of his mind? Even when he's about to leave, he insists on lecturing people. Now look, not only did he take a few punches, but our money has also been robbed. I always feel, this pen is a disaster, having it with us will cause trouble sooner or later. But they don't dare to actually throw it away. If it weren't for the pain keeping them from moving, they really would want to slap themselves. Why on earth would they greedily go after such a broken pencil? When Wang Meng returned to the apartment with a full load, Xiao Shan was talking earnestly and patiently to Ling Che. So, about this friendly communication, it's enough to send Wang Meng in them. Someone of your skill really does not need to. Ling Che had a well-known reputation at the base, although Yichuan's team had never interacted with her before, they greatly admired her. Just as he was about to step forward to claim credit, he heard these words and immediately felt something was off. What's going on? The great Ling Che actually wants to join in on this? This solitary goddess had never been heard of wanting to join any team. Seeing the landlord's pained expression, it seemed she couldn't be persuaded otherwise. Wang Meng instinctively straightened his back. He felt his future was looking bright. He stood there for a long time, then Xiao Shan and Ling Che both noticed him and looked over. Seeing his proud expression with a stack of cash in hand, Xiao Shan asked, both amused and helpless, back already? Yes, I'm back. Wang Meng hurriedly stepped forward, proudly slapping a stack of federal currency and a bunch of miscellaneous items onto the table in front of them. I guarantee they learned a lesson, but still left with a breath. Xiao Shan looked at his eager expression, speechless but amused. Ling Che casually picked up the stack of federal notes, her fingers merely fiddling with them when her expression turned cold. She didn't speak but split the money in half, taking out a few brand new bills and setting them aside. What's wrong? Xiao Shan leaned in curiously, is this money fake? Ling Che pushed the few new bills in front of him, succinctly saying, sequential serial numbers, brand new with no creases. The currency circulating in the apocalypse is all old bills. This new printed money can only be released in small quantities through high-ranking military channels or special avenues. Ordinary people can't get it. She raised her gaze, a sharp glint in her eyes. When they handed over the money, were they hesitating? Did you search them yourself? Wang Meng didn't expect there was such a method involved and sheepishly scratched his head. Yes, I saw they weren't honest, so I took action myself. I didn't expect this to be indirectly hitting the mark. Not indirectly hitting the mark. Ling Che's tone held a hint of amusement. It's that they were too careless, or rather, their backers did not take us seriously at all, which is why they gave them this new money that would expose their identities. Wang Meng's expression darkened. Their team was only at a middle level in the base. If they really offended someone big, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Leave the matters at the base to me. Ling Che's brows raised, her lips curling into an excited arc. She looked at Xiao Xian, like a cheetah finally waiting for a hunting opportunity. Now, can I receive the third wave of troublemakers? That look contained a trace of pride, as if saying, look, this is the benefit of letting me join, isn't it revealed now? Xiao Xian facepalmed. She finally understood. This big shot seemed indifferent but actually enjoyed stirring up trouble. Forget it, you can do whatever you want. Xiao Xian waved her hand, but her heart felt heavy. Wang Meng and the others really treated her like a friend, that's why they rushed headlong into such trouble without hesitation. Since they stood up for her, she had to provide them with the strongest support. She didn't touch the money on the table, turned around, and went back to her room, concentrating on opening the system interface. Since it was like this, she should also find some benefits for them. And the apartment's strength must be improved quickly. After leveling up to the second level, the system interface lit up quite a bit. Previously busy unlocking rooms with big spending, she hadn't had time to check some small functions in the corners. She glanced at the interface, her gaze quickly bypassing the empty room on the second floor with a shocking unlocking price of 20,000 federal coins. What a joke, this isn't how you rob someone. Her eyes moved down, and a blinking red dot caught her attention. The vending machine in the first floor lobby displayed the words upgradable. Upgrade the vending machine? Xiao Shiren felt a bit curious. How can this thing be upgraded? She focused her thoughts to click open, and a long series of explanations flooded into her mind instantly. She skipped over the complicated text, but a few keywords exploded in her mind like thunder. New product type added, cold beverages. Cold beverages? Xiao Shiren, who was casually leaning against the head of the bed, suddenly sat up straight. Images from the textbooks flashed through her mind in an instant. Coke frosted with a layer of white, colorful juices, and the delicate and tempting ice cream. In no time, the extreme heat lasting for 4 months would arrive, and these things were so timely. Xiao Shiren crossed her legs, excited to continue reading. Function 2 can start consignment mode. The vending machine opens a certain space, and the host can store items they want to consign in the vending machine, starting the self-service sales mode. Xiao Shiren's eyes brightened even more. The second function, although not as convenient as the system's auto-restock, allowed for a selection of styles. She had thought before that it would be great to sell soap through a vending machine. Now this function actually came. Looking again at the consignment space in the vending machine, it could hold up to 1,000 items at a time. When there are more people in the future, this amount definitely won't be enough, but for now, it's certainly sufficient. Looking further down, there was another explanation. Current unlockable quantity of the apartment's vending machine, 2, current installed quantity, 1. Landlord benefits upgraded, host can use vending machine items for free, daily limit of 2,000 federal coins. 2,000? Great. Even the landlord benefits have quadrupled. Xiao Shiren didn't hesitate to click on the upgrade and added another vending machine next to the original one. The upgraded vending machine unlocked the cold beverage category, and beside it, a freezer taller than a person appeared. Xiao Shiren specifically chose a vending machine and bought a huge amount of soap from the store to store it inside. Just as she finished setting it up, a loud uproar erupted outside the door. Xiao Shiren jumped down from the bed and pushed the door open. As soon as the door opened, she heard waves of exclamations from the lobby, incredibly lively. Almost all the tenants were crazily gathered in front of the 2 vending machines. Next to one of them, a tall freezer was releasing wisps of cold mist. Landlord! Landlord, look quickly! Is this a miracle? Oh my gosh, it's cold. This water is actually cold. I bought it for 20 federal coins. This thing called ice cream costs 100 federal coins. So expensive, but it looks so delicious. Chapter 30, the young master tries to recruit the landlord? In the chaos, an elderly man with graying hair trembled as he used almost all his savings to buy the most ordinary cream ice cream. He tore open the package and cautiously licked it, his murky eyes widening in an instant. The next moment, he squatted down on the ground, crying loudly like a child. This is the taste, this is the taste. The surrounding noise seemed to freeze. The young tenants looked at him in confusion. Most of them were born after the end of the world and had never tasted this legendary dessert. Yet that cry of sorrow filled with endless nostalgia struck everyone like a heavy hammer on their hearts. A young man gritted his teeth, also bought one, and handed it to his companion. As the cool and sweet taste melted on his tongue, they finally understood the old man's tears. It was a kind of pure, sweet happiness they had never experienced before. Clearly, it tasted so good, yet their eyes were filled with tears. It turned out that a world without an apocalypse could be so sweet. It really is sweet. Xiao Shiren bit the ice cream in her hand, not crying. She only saw hope. Her apartment would definitely get better and better in the future. After she finished her ice cream, the residents' excitement also calmed down a bit, all happily returning to their rooms with their newly bought ice creams and chilled fruit juices. Xiao Shiren saw Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Xiaoxue watching from afar, eagerly looking over. She smiled as she took 5 ice creams out of the vending machine and handed one to each of the 2 kids and Lu Guifan. Kids love these, but don't eat too much will hurt your stomach. She patted the heads of the 2 kids, then turned back to the entrance of the store, handing one to Chenjing and Xiaoya each. Everyone else is going to see the excitement, why aren't you? Chenjing stared at the ice cream in her hand, somewhat emotional. The landlord said a few days ago that there might be a chance to get a machine that sells soap automatically, and now it has actually happened. I've never met such an amazing person like you, landlord. But Xiao Shiren saw the disappointment hidden behind her smile. The appearance of the vending machine undoubtedly took away some of her work. Xiao Shiren smiled softly, her confidence steady. I worked hard to figure this out. It can finally free up your hands for something more important that I've been wanting to hand over to you. Chenjing suddenly looked up. Something more important? Of course, Xiao Shiren replied, starting to clatter as she took things out from her space. This store will be turned into a library for now. These are all the books I could find, from beginner reading materials to basic textbooks and various technical manuals before the apocalypse. All residents in the apartment can borrow them for free, but they cannot take them out of the apartment. You will be in charge of registration and management, and I'll add 2,000 federal coins to your salary each month. How about it? In this scene of seemingly pulling things out of thin air, Xiao Shiren no longer avoided trusting people like Chenjing. Chenjing had long witnessed Xiao Shiren's abilities and was not shocked by this trick, but she was completely overwhelmed by the mountain of books. Landlord, you are. She was so excited she became somewhat incoherent. In the decades since the apocalypse, knowledge had been cut off, and only the upper levels of the base could access books. In this world now, where people were uneasy and struggling to survive, the landlord was still planning for everyone's spiritual world and for children's futures. These books were priceless treasures. From what Xiao Shiren said, it seemed they would be free to access. Clearly, she was also a young person just over 20, how could she be so powerful and consider such long-term issues? Estimating that Chenjing would still be excited for a while, Xiao Shiren smiled, Anchan, you can take care of everything here. If there are any difficulties, just tell me any time. As she turned around, she saw Lu Guifan, with the 2 kids, had unknowingly also arrived at the entrance of the store. Her gaze was fixed on the books, her eyes shining with a heat even more intense than when seeing food, murmuring, there are books to read. Xiao Shiren understood. It seemed this mother cared even more about her children's education than she had imagined. Her evaluation of Lu Guifan went up a few notches in her heart. Are you the landlord here? A deliberately deep, childish voice rang out. Xiao Shiren looked around but saw no one. Who's speaking? The voice paused for a moment, then spoke again with a hint of annoyance. This young master is right here, can't you see? Xiao Shiren looked down in the direction of the voice and saw a small hand holding an ice cream cone, waving vigorously from behind the shiny new freezer. She then noticed that a small part of a head was poking out from behind the ice cabinet. At that sight, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. It was that little tenant named Du Shaowan. His immature little face was trying hard to maintain a serious expression, dressed in an exquisite little black suit, with hair slicked back shiny. But the melting ice cream cone in his hand and his height that barely reached the top of the ice cabinet completely ruined the mature vibe he was trying to create. Xiao Shiren couldn't keep a straight face, her lips curling up slightly. The little boy's face instantly darkened. Are you laughing at my height? No, absolutely not. Xiao Shiren quickly contained her smile and replied seriously, little friend, eat less cold stuff. Be careful not to get a tummy ache. You wouldn't dare, Du Shaowan huffed contentedly, proudly puffing out his little chest. I'm not like them, I'm an ability user, my body is very strong, I can eat as much as I want without a tummy ache. Xiao Shiren's back instantly stiffened. This little youngster was actually an ability user. Had her apartment started attracting outside ability users to move in? I heard that the younger the ability user is, the greater their potential. No wonder the base felt at ease letting her, a small child, live alone here. Clearly, he was a precious little gem. Xiao Shiren's mind raced. This child might be a new opportunity for the apartment's development. Hey, are you even listening to me? Du Shaowan was a bit unhappy to see her distracted. Xiao Shuren immediately snapped back to attention, suppressing her impulse to pinch his chubby cheeks, and squatted down to meet his gaze with a gentle smile. Xiaowan, what do you want to talk about? I'm not Xiaowan, you can call me Master Du Xiaowan corrected with a stern face, then waved his little hand confidently, pointing at the ice cabinet beside him. I want one of these at home in the base too, you can set any price, this is a big business. Xiao Shuren understood. So this big business was because the little master was craving ice cream. Unfortunately, she really couldn't take on this business. I'm afraid that won't work. Xiao Shuren shook her head regretfully. You can think of this machine as part of my ability, it won't work outside the range of my apartment. Chapter 31, Recruitment? The landlord only wants to do business. Du Xiaowan's little face instantly fell, and he took a frustrated bite of his ice cream. What kind of useless ability is this? It's actually a range-limited skill. Compared to this young master's ability, it's practically nothing. Yes, Xiao Shuren immediately followed his words, her beautiful eyes dimming, her tone filled with disappointment. My ability is really useless, I can only produce various flavors of ice cream, candies, chips, and those snacks from before the apocalypse. Sigh, apart from satisfying my cravings, it's practically worthless. Hearing you say that, I might as well stop wasting energy trying to upgrade it. The more she spoke, the brighter Du Xiaowan's eyes became, staring at Xiao Shuren in a daze, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard. The ice cream in his hand melted and dripped onto his hand, but he completely forgot about it, subconsciously wiping the corner of his mouth, and only relaxed when he realized he wasn't drooling. Seeing that Xiao Shuren really seemed to be giving up on herself, the little master couldn't hold back his pride any longer. He hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Shuren's sleeve, shook it vigorously, and softened his tone. Actually, it's not that bad. It may be a bit worse than this young master's, but it's still better than most people's abilities. As if afraid that Xiao Shuren would be too discouraged and really quit, Du Xiaowan emphasized again, really. Xiao Shuren was amused by his earnestness and could no longer hold back, reaching out to pinch his soft little face. Why do you need one at the base too? You are my biggest customer here, if you want ice cream, can't I take care of you? Du Xiaowan's little face tightened, instinctively wanting to get angry. But she suddenly remembered that she had just made him want to give up his ability, so she had to forcefully suppress her anger. She huffed, Let me pinch your face once, and we'll call it even. After a pause, she added, a bit uneasily, you must not hold a grudge against what I said about your ability, and you definitely can't really stop using it. I still want to buy delicious food from you in the future. So it was all for that tasty food. Xiao Shuren almost couldn't hold back her laughter, realizing that this young master of the base must have been spoiled growing up, and today, he truly lowered himself for the sake of food in front of her. Xiao Shuren's heart stirred, and a brilliant idea floated to her mind. Although I can't specifically set up a vending machine just for you, she looked at him with a bright smile. As your landlord, I can give you, the apartment's highest spender and the most handsome young man, a unique privilege. From now on, when you buy anything here, there will be no limit. How about that? This seemingly was a privilege for Du Xiaowan, but in truth, it was an invitation extended to the Du family and even the top management of the entire base. Ling Che's words had already given her confidence. What did she have to be afraid of? Du Xiaowan blinked. He was too young to understand the deeper meaning in Xiao Shuren's words. He only knew that since moving in, it seemed she had never placed any restrictions on anyone buying things. Were these things actually limited? Though he didn't quite get what was so good about this promise, the terms unique and privilege instantly made him feel satisfied, and his little face couldn't help but show a bit of pride. Ahem, it seems you also have good taste. He puffed out his small chest, pretending to be generous as he waved his hand. Alright, since you were so sincere, if you run into any trouble in the base in the future, just tell this young master. Xiao Shuren was amused again. Did he even tell his father, who was the third in command, about his casual promises? Seeing Xiao Shuren smiling without saying a word, it seemed she didn't take his promise seriously. Du Xiaowan's eyes spun around, and he suddenly put on a very obedient smile, his voice sweet enough to make one's teeth ache. Sister. This sister made Xiao Shuren shiver all over. Was this still the proud young master Du? How could this sound so full of conspiracy? Xiao Shuren quickly took 2 steps back, her face full of vigilance. What do you want? I'll say it first, my ability absolutely can't be taken out. Don't even think about any crooked ways. How could it be a crooked way? Du Xiaowan's voice was whiny, even mimicking something he had seen somewhere to act spoiled, starting to sweet-talk her. Sister, why not, come to work at our home? Our house is much bigger than this place, and we have a lot of ability users. If you go to our place, no one will dare bully you. If anyone unwittingly messes with you, just tell me, and I'll help you take revenge. The more he spoke, the more pitiful he sounded, as if he were suffering greatly at home, unable to even have a snack. For a scoop of ice cream, this child was using every trick in the book to act cute and endearing. Mature yet frightening, but also pure and adorable. Xiao Shuren admitted she was charmed, but she was not easily swayed by just a few words. Wow, does your family have a lot of ability users? Xiao Xian raised her brows, pretending to exaggerate in surprise. It sounds like a big family. How about this, since you're giving me such face, I'll also give you some face. As long as any ability user from your family comes to stay here, the rent will be 20% off. How about that? What? Du Shaowan was completely dumbfounded. He tilted his little head, momentarily unsure how to respond. What was up with this person? He had offered such generous conditions, yet her first reaction was to offer him family a discounted apartment? Is their family short of federal coins? Simple as Du Shaowan, who wholeheartedly wanted to attract talent like the elders in his family, completely failed to realize that the landlord was targeting their family's ability users. He only quietly scorned the landlord for only wanting to do his business, turning so many ability users in their family into tenants to make money. The huge gap in understanding made Du Shaowan's small face flush red. He felt unprecedented contempt, stomped his foot hard, and shouted, "You are so stupid." After saying that, he angrily ran to the freezer, took out a black card from his pocket, and dipped it against a slot on the side of the vending machine that Xiao Xian had never noticed. Before Xiao Xian could react, she saw the screen of the vending machine light up instantly as Du Shaowan extended his small hand and started madly tapping on the screen. In the next second, the vending machine began to clatter as various flavored drinks and ice creams tumbled down, piling up into a small mountain. What is this? Swiping a card made the vending machine go out of control. Xiao Xian was stunned. Du Shaowan skillfully pressed a button next to the vending machine, and a large thick plastic bag dropped from the side outlet. He hurriedly stuffed all the snacks into the bag, struggling to hoist it onto his shoulder, and furiously walked out. Chapter 32, It's over, Ling Che has been led astray. Xiao Xian widened her eyes and ran over to study it for a while before realizing that this vending machine she thought was ordinary not only supported card payments but also had a built-in function to sell packing supplies on the side. Whose apartment is this? Why is Du Shaowan more familiar with the functions here than the owner herself? Xiao Xian slapped her forehead. Perhaps she had underestimated the people's horizons in the apocalypse. It had only been 30 years since the apocalypse, and those with high positions in these bases completely had the ability to use some technologies from before the apocalypse, some of which, even before the apocalypse, she might not have had access to. Right. She suddenly realized that the kid was taking a big bag of ice cream outside, and in this 40-degree weather, it would turn into a puddle of syrup in less than 3 minutes. Wait. Xiao Xian hurriedly chased to the door. Your ice cream is going to melt. Before she finished speaking, she witnessed a magical scene. Standing at the door, Du Shaowan placed the plastic bag nearly as tall as him on the ground, waved his small hand, and a faint blue light instantly enveloped the entire bag. The packaging bag, which had begun to soften due to the high temperature, astonishingly firmed up again under the blue light, even forming a thin layer of white frost on its surface. The ice creams really did not melt. What kind of ability is this? Low temperature? Or some kind of space locking? Xiao Xian watched the small figure carrying the spoils, disappearing into the sunlight without looking back, her heart filled with mixed feelings. I am an ability user. Xiao Xian recalled Du Shaowan's words. Is this the method of ability users? Her heart surged with an indescribable wave of emotions. At that moment, she finally felt that she had broken free from her old life and stepped into a whole new level. Landlord, what are you staring at? So lost in thought? Wang Meng's voice suddenly popped up like a ghost. He leaned against Xiao Xian, resting his hand on the doorframe, and followed her gaze to look ahead. Is there federal coin on the ground? In his impression, the only thing that could make Xiao Xian so focused was federal coin. What kind of talk is this? Xiao Xian's small face darkened. When did her image in the tenant's eyes become like this? Wait, Wang Meng has been in the base for so many years, maybe he knows something. Xiao Shuren's heart stirred, and she took small steps closer to Wang Meng. How much do you know about Du Shaowan? Wang Meng suddenly realized, you mean young Master Du? Who in the ability user circle doesn't know about him? There are rumors that he awakened his ice abilities as soon as he was born, and when he came out of his mother's womb, he was covered in ice, almost freezing to death. Originally, his father didn't treasure this son so much. But the research institutes in the base had bad intentions, wanting to draw blood for research because he was so young, which drove the Du family mad. During that time, they killed anyone they saw, and made those people so scared that they kept their distance, and since then, the Du family's reputation has risen greatly. Survivors in the apocalypse are already scarce. Apart from the zombie tides, the base hasn't experienced such heavy casualties for many years. You can ask any ability user about this, and they will know. It's also because of this that our base's population is almost at the bottom among all the major bases. So that's how it is. Xiao Shuren remembered that a few years ago, there indeed had been a major upheaval in the base, leading to a sharp decrease in the population. The official explanation given by the base was that an infected person had concealed their injury and mixed in, causing a riot after mutating. She didn't expect the truth to be like this. So this core insider information could only be accessed by true powerhouses. The Du family is so ruthless, aren't they afraid of being held accountable by the higher-ups? Xiao Shuren asked curiously. I see that kid is smug. It seems his family's position as the third in command is quite stable. Moreover, all these years, she hadn't heard anyone criticize the Du family. You don't understand this, Wang Meng chuckled, a smug look on his face that said, I know the inside story. He cleared his throat, pretending to be deep. Think about it, if it weren't for the tacit approval of the top two leaders of the base, could the Du family act so recklessly? They would have been suppressed long ago. In short, it just so happens that some blind fools ran into the Du family's guns, and the higher-ups just wanted to clean up some unruly ability user organizations. They used this opportunity to wipe out those who wanted to stir trouble, those who joined in to cause a ruckus, and those who fanned the flames, all in one go. Xiao Shuren's eyes widened, and after a long time, she couldn't help but praise, the Du family has great spirit. No wonder a child under 10 dares to strut around with huge sums of money. Not only because of his own abilities, but also because the Du family has long established a notorious reputation. Wang Meng chuckled. I thought the landlord would think they were too cruel. After all, since he met Xiao Shuren, she had been like a kind-hearted person running a charitable clinic. If it weren't for today when they had to take underhanded measures, he would have thought she was a living bodhisattva saving all sentient beings. This is the apocalypse. Being merciful to enemies is cruel to oneself. Xiao Shuren snorted lightly. What's more, those people set their bad intentions on an infant, they deserve to die. The Du family is also a way to rid the people of harm. She decided that if the Du family came to do business in the future, she would give them a 20% discount. This was the first time someone had talked to her about these high-level secrets of the base, and Xiao Shuren wanted to ask a few more questions, when out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw a shadow sneaking toward the corner of the courtyard wall. That shadow chose a dead angle of the surveillance, and then with a sudden push on the ground, moved gracefully like a cat and directly jumped over the electrified barbed wire wall, disappearing into the night. What the hell? A thief has come in. Xiao Shuren was dumbfounded. Wait, where did this thief learn such good skills? A wall that high, with electric wires attached, and they just jumped over? If all thieves in the world had this level, could she still run her apartment? Landlord, calm down, hee, that. Wang Meng hurriedly held her back, his eyes flickering, stuttering as he spoke. That isn't a thief, it's Ling Che. Xiao Shuren, ? What Ling Che? Xiao Shuren glared at Wang Meng. Don't talk nonsense. How could a righteous person like Ling Che be so familiar with sneaky things like you? Wang Meng's face darkened. How can this be said without personal attacks? Yet he couldn't argue back. Landlord, that really is Ling Che. Wang Meng looked frustrated. Just now, when you were talking to Du Xiaowan, she came to find me, asking how you wanted to handle that matter. Xiao Shuren's earlier praise still lingered in his ears, and now Wang Meng felt a burning heat on his face, his voice growing smaller. I was just thinking, she's not like us, we can fight outside the base, we can hit anyone we want. It's inconvenient to fight in the base, so I taught a few details. Chapter 33, The Boy Who Came with a Baby. Hearing him becoming more vague, Xiao Shuren felt something was off. What do you mean by detailed? Wang Meng's head nearly buried itself in his collar. Well, I first taught her how to climb over walls in and out of the base without being caught. Xiao Shuren's eyebrows twitched. Is that all? Landing, what position makes the least noise, and if confronted by patrols or dogs, how to escape as quickly as possible? Xiao Shuren's expression darkened, her voice laced with danger. Wang Meng, you'd better say everything at once. Wang Meng trembled under her gaze, spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Also, if forced to use drugs, what medicines work best, where to buy them cheap on the black market, and how to do it without leaving traces. Shut up. Xiao Shuren's forehead throbbed. No more talking. This was called a little bit of detail? This was giving away all that he had learned in his life. It was just short of teaching Ling Che how the medicine tastes. Xiao Shuren felt heartbroken. She, the pure and lovely female warrior. Just a moment of not watching, and what had Wang Meng, the old smooth talker, taught her? A flying thief? She gritted her teeth, staring intensely at Wang Meng, squeezing out a few words from between her teeth. Wang Meng. If Ling Che goes bad, you'll be the last to receive all the benefits in the apartment. Rent, doubled. Ah. Wang Meng looked mournful, but she asked, and I didn't dare not answer. Landlord, I can't beat her. The main point was, if he couldn't even answer these basic questions, wouldn't that make him seem unprofessional? Didn't he have any pride? Of course, he didn't dare say the latter. He feared Xiao Shuren would beat him. In this apartment, there was a common sense. The landlord was invincible. Xiao Shuren took a deep breath, too lazy to argue with him anymore. When Ling Che came back, she really had to have a good talk with her. A good little warrior, who had been soaking in the apartment every day, was almost wasting away, and now she had even learned the skills of sneak theft. How could that be? It seemed she also needed to step up her training. Next time there was such dirty work, she would rather do it herself to avoid leading the innocent good youth in the apartment astray. Xiao Shiren pondered a new training plan while clenching her fists, turning and heading toward her room. Seeing her fierce look, Wang Meng felt uneasy, thinking he would be the first unlucky one after the landlord became strong, hurriedly trying to remedy the situation. Landlord? How about I try to pull it back a bit? Xiao Shiren didn't look back. It seems like a guest is coming. Xiao Shiren did not stop her steps. Ha, trying such small tricks to catch my attention? Oh. This one is small, but brought an even smaller one? Hearing Wang Meng talking to himself, Xiao Shiren quickened her pace with a cold snort in her heart. Wang Meng, just wait, the first to be my practice target when I reach my peak will be you. Detected a tenant arriving, please handle promptly. The cold system prompt echoed in her mind. Xiao Shiren's footsteps suddenly halted. The next second, Wang Meng saw the landlord, who had just been furious, smoothly pivot, expressionless, returning, her gaze precisely landing at the doorway. A master is indeed a master, this speed of changing expressions is unpredictable at all. Xiao Shiren had just been filled with anger, although she was at the edge of the apartment's wall. At this moment, she was facing away from the door, fully focused on her training plan, naturally not noticing the situation at the entrance. Upon returning, she discovered that the tenant indicated by the system was actually a familiar face. Is it you? Xiao Shan's eyes lit up as she took 3 quick steps and opened the narrow electric gate briskly. Come in quickly. I didn't have a chance to thank you properly that day, you indeed saw the flyer I left. You've already thanked me. The boy's voice was low and hoarse, gripping the straps of his backpack tightly. His vigilant gaze quickly swept through the apartment before he stepped inside, confirming there was no danger. I heard you have food before the apocalypse? Yes. Xiao Xian admitted generously. As expected, he came for that reason. A flicker of joy appeared in the boy's eyes. After hesitating for a moment as if he had made a firm decision, he carefully turned his backpack around to the front. Then, from the open backpack, he pulled out a baby wrapped in tattered cloth. This. Xiao Xian and Wang Meng were both stunned. This can't be your child, right? This boy looked at most 16 or 17, and yet he had become a father? Surviving in the apocalypse was hard enough, let alone raising a baby. He clearly looked young and unassuming. Of course not. The boy's face instantly flushed, as if he had been greatly insulted. He wanted to put the child down but instead held her more tenderly, then changed the subject. I've heard that many people want to cause trouble for your apartment. I'm not very skilled, but I can fight better than ordinary pseudo-ability users. As long as you keep her and give her something to eat, I will help you deal with those troubles. As if afraid Xiao Shan wouldn't believe him, the boy urgently added, I live outside the apartment, I won't take your room, and I don't want any reward, as long as she can survive. Xiao Shan's gaze fell on the small bundle in his arms, her brows tightly knit. The baby was unusually quiet, with no rise or fall in her chest, not even a hint of a breath could be heard. Let me see her, something is very wrong. The boy instinctively took a step back, but after seeing Xiao Shan's serious expression, he hesitated for a moment and handed the child over. The baby was incredibly light, like a bundle of cold cotton. Xiao Shan unraveled the cloth and saw the baby's small face was waxy yellow, her lips cracked, tinged with an ominous pale color. She placed her finger under the baby's nose, barely feeling any breath. This was definitely not the state a healthy baby should be in. System, do you know what's wrong with this child? Xiao Shan silently asked in her mind. The system fell silent, clearly beyond its knowledge range. I need to find someone experienced to take a look. Xiao Shan decisively said, hugging the child while preparing to find Chen Jing. Where are you going? The boy immediately followed closely, anxious. I have no experience, there's an older sister in the apartment who used to be a mother, she might know something. Xiao Shan hurriedly replied, if you're worried, come along. Without a word, the boy followed closely behind. As Xiao Shan hurried through the hall, she asked, what's your name? I can't just keep calling you forever, right? Wei Hayu. The boy's answer was somewhat absent-minded, as he was already too amazed to speak at everything before him. Chapter 34, the baby is actually a healing ability user. He had thought this apartment was just a sturdy refuge, surely as chaotic and broken as the gathering spots outside. But what did he see? A spotless floor, bright lights, tables, and chairs arranged neatly. A dozen people were gathered together, holding books. Those were actually brand new books. Wei Hayu was shocked to the core. He had heard that 30 years ago, due to the extreme cold, books were almost completely burned for warmth, leading to a collapse of civilization. There are so many books here. He quickly found a reason for himself, this girl must have powerful people behind her. But then, he twitched his nose and smelled an unprecedented sweet fragrance in the air. He saw someone holding colorful liquids, with crystalline, snow-like things in their cups. That was the legendary drinks and ice cubes? Before this, Wei Hayu thought he had witnessed all the cruelty and reality of the apocalypse. Only at this moment, entering this apartment, did he realize just how ignorant he truly was. This place was simply another world. Xiao Shan made a quick decision, rushing to the library door while holding the child. "Aunt Chen, quickly. The child's condition is not right." Chen Jing was busy labeling new books with several residents when she heard this, and her expression changed, quickly putting down her work. "Quick, pass the child to me." She took the child, touched the forehead, and gasped, "So hot. She's about to convulse from the fever." She pried open the baby's eyelids to take a look, frowning. "High fever and severe dehydration, her lips are cracked and bleeding. What has she eaten that is unclean? Such a young child, her stomach can't handle it. What's going on?" Xiao Xian turned her head to look at Wei Hayu. The boy hung his head in shame and pain, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost embedded into his flesh. Her tone became severe. "If you want to save her, don't hide anything." The boy's body trembled, his head hung lower, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. She can't eat nutritional supplements. I barely found a can of milk powder. It's from the year the apocalypse broke out, it's long expired." "You gave her expired food?" Xiao Shan couldn't help but raise her voice, and as the words left her mouth, she regretted it a little. She glanced at Wei Hayu. "I'm sorry." In the apocalypse, to avoid starvation, anything that could be swallowed became a treasure. In a world where even the soil could be turned over to find grass roots, a can of expired milk powder might be a feast akin to paradise. "It's not your fault." Wei Hayu stubbornly pursed his lips, his eyes reddening. I thought diarrhea was better than starving to death. It's my fault. If it wasn't to protect me, she wouldn't." His words cut off suddenly, the secret behind them clearly unwilling to be revealed. Xiao Shan didn't press further, the immediate priority was to save the child. "Aunt Chen, is there a way? We need to give her fever medicine immediately, plus replenish fluids and energy, otherwise this little body can't hold on." Chen Jing replied. "I have the medicine." Xiao Shan quickly searched the system store. Thankfully, the basic children's fever medicine wasn't expensive. She turned and reached into her pocket, actually quickly buying a box of children's medicine from the system. Wei Hayu's eyes brightened suddenly. That was the light of grasping the last straw for salvation. He had indeed placed the right bet. The child can stay. Before feeding the medicine, Xiao Shan straightforwardly discussed the conditions, but the apartment doesn't keep idle people, and no one is obliged to help you take care of the child. Wei Haiyu's gaze dimmed, gritting his teeth. "I can. Didn't you say you would work for me to take care of her?" Xiao Shan interrupted him, a smile playing on her lips. "From now on, you are an employee of our apartment." She paused, leisurely adding, "Our apartment has good employee benefits, including food and accommodation. As a dad, you certainly can't just leave the child to others while you slack off, right?" "Ah." Wei Haiyu was completely stunned. He had envisioned countless difficult possibilities, even preparing himself to sleep in a corner of the yard, trading all his labor for a bit of food scraps. But he never expected that what awaited him was not harsh exploitation, but a job? The tip of his nose suddenly felt sour, and his throat felt blocked as if something was stuck in it. He struggled to survive in the apocalypse, believing that human hearts were unpredictable, and interests were paramount, never daring to easily trust anyone. If it weren't for being driven to the edge. If it weren't for the special hemostatic patch found in that flyer giving him a glimmer of hope, he would never dare to gamble with the lives of his child and himself against the unknown nature of humanity. Unexpectedly, he really hit the jackpot. "What's wrong? Were you scared silly by my conditions?" Seeing him in a daze again, Xiao Shan waved her hand in front of him, her tone full of confusion. "What's going on? It feels like you experts have all lost your IQ after entering my apartment?" Wei Haiyu's lips moved, wanting to say something, but he found himself at a loss for words. In the end, he just solemnly lowered his head towards Xiao Shan and promised earnestly, "My life will be yours from now on. I don't want your life, I just want you to work well." Xiao Shan waved her hand. She held the baby in her arms, who had already taken the medicine and was breathing more steadily, feeling much better. "All right, let's settle down first. I'll take you to your room. This medicine needs to be mixed with food to be absorbed, and the little one needs to eat something now." Wei Haiyu's face stiffened again as he tightly gripped his empty backpack, silently following Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan assigned him a single room that had become available after Lu Guifan moved out. After the system's one-click initialization, although the room was simply furnished, it was spotless. "This will be your and the child's room from now on." Xiao Shan pointed to the table by the wall. "There's an outlet there, and the apartment allows cooking, so you can make something to eat. The bathroom is on the second floor, it's a private stall, very convenient." After finishing, she naturally sat down on the chair at the table and carefully placed the baby on the bed covered with a clean blanket. "Okay, go make some food she can eat, like rice porridge, and mix in the medicine." Xiao Shan looked at Wei Haiyu. The room was dead silent. Wei Haiyu met Xiao Shan's gaze and slowly lowered his head. "Xiao Shan. All right, she had to admit that Wang Meng's prophetic remarks were sometimes quite accurate. Landlord, he might not have money to pay the rent. This was more than just not having money for rent, this guy was truly flat broke and had even run out of food before coming to her door. No wonder he had this personality, he must be desperate to come asking for help, apparently unable to even provide the next meal for his child. Xiao Xian suddenly found it amusing. Should she be thankful that Wei Hayu couldn't afford the rent? Otherwise, with his stubborn stone-like personality, if there was even a second option, he would never have come to her door. This was the first real pseudo-superpowered thug accepted by the apartment. Not a tenant, but someone she successfully recruited, a pseudo-superpowered person. Chapter 35 The Atmosphere of a Civilized World. Thinking of this, Xiao Xian's smile became even more kind. Don't worry, I said you are an employee, your matters are my matters. It's just food for the child, I'll take care of it. She opened the system mall with only basic items, looking at the golden millet seeds, her heart ached, but she still gritted her teeth and bought 1,000 grains. Once the seeds were in hand, she exchanged for a small bag of finished millet. Under Wei Hayu's shocked gaze, Xiao Xian magically placed the items on the table. Here, use this for now, you can grow your own later. It's not easy to raise a child, as a new dad, work hard. The account balance plummeted by 1,000 federal coins, leaving Xiao Xian with just a small bag of millet and a bag of seeds. A very small bag, Xiao Xian seriously suspected this could only cover the bottom of a bowl. System, are you sure this is 1,000 grains? You deceitful merchant, are you skimming off the top? Xiao Xian complained, casually handing the millet to Wei Hayu. Go ask Aunt Chen from the library for a pot, and come back to make porridge, cook it a bit longer for easier digestion. Wei Hayu appeared unusually obedient, quickly running out and soon returning with a pot, plugging it in to start cooking porridge. After he finished his tasks and turned around, he found that Xiao Xian had already fallen asleep in the chair, holding the little baby. These days she was indeed quite tired, but not to the extent of falling asleep in an instant. Strangely, as soon as she held this soft little baby, an inexplicable sense of peace wrapped around her, instantly relaxing her taut nerves, and her consciousness quickly sank down. Wei Hayu felt a flutter in his heart, hurriedly taking out a completely transparent, diamond-shaped crystal core from his pocket. He quietly brought the crystal close to the baby's forehead, seeing the crystal showing no reaction, still clear and transparent, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He put away the crystal, looked at the millet porridge simmering nicely, hesitated for a moment, and gently shook Xiao Shiren awake. Landlord, it's ready. Huh? Ready? Xiao Shiren yawned, stretched lazily, feeling utterly refreshed as if she had slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Strangely, sleeping with this little guy is more refreshing than sleeping in bed. Hearing this, Wei Hayu's hand jolted slightly, quickly taking the baby back. I'll feed her. Xiao Shiren didn't insist, casually sprinkling a little crushed fever-reducing medicine powder in, put in a little at first, see how she reacts. Wei Hayu mixed it with a spoon, blew on it to cool down, and then skillfully began to feed the baby. Xiao Shiren looked at him curiously. You're only about 13 or 14, but your skill in taking care of the baby is like a seasoned expert. What's this child's name? She initially wanted to ask about the child's origins, but seeing the tight line of the boy's side profile, she swallowed her words. Wei Shuang Shuang. Wei Hayu didn't lift his head, she's almost done eating and needs to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shiren was half pushed and half invited out of the room. With a bang, the door closed. Staring at the closed door, Xiao Shiren's casual expression faded, her face becoming serious. System. System has been activated. Scan this room, highest privilege, check if there are any items, creatures, or energy sources that pose a threat to the apartment or to me. She was not a fool. Wei Hayu's earlier tension, along with the baby's origins, felt strange. Any potential threat must be nipped in the bud. Even the pseudo-superpowered protector of the apartment she trusted was not exempt. System detection has commenced, performing deep scan. Scan complete. No signs of hostility, offensive devices, or hazardous energy sources detected. Conclusion, no current threat identified. No current? Xiao Shiren keenly caught this word. Yes, host. The infant life form in this room possesses a unique, unrecorded calming biological magnetic field, which is harmless to you, but its nature is unknown. The young individual shows no abnormalities. Xiao Shiren's heart settled significantly. So it was the little one's fault. She breathed a sigh of relief, but her vigilance did not completely ease. A lack of immediate threat did not mean there were no secrets. This way Hayu still needed to be observed further. Feeling complicated, she returned to her own room, deciding to sort out the affairs of the apartment first. Meanwhile, at the center of the base, in a heavily guarded small building, an elderly man with gray hair gripped his cane, staring at the suit-clad man across from him for over an hour. Du Zhonghong kept wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, feeling like he was being stared through, and finally couldn't take it anymore. Dad, if you're going to scold me, just get it over with. This dull knife is grinding me down, I really can't take it. Ever since his precious son had run out of the base 2 days ago and hadn't returned, the old man dragged him from the office, scolding for 2 hours and then staring for another hour. Hearing this, the old man's eyelids twitched as if waking from a light sleep, his cane thumped down. What's wrong with scolding you a bit? Your son is almost lost, and you still have the heart to work? How did I end up with a son like you who only knows how to give birth but not raise? Du Zhonghong looked wronged. Dad, can you at least be reasonable? From childhood to now, whenever I wanted to discipline Xiaowan, weren't you always protecting him like a treasure? Now you're blaming me? That's because my grandson is well behaved and never stirs up trouble. The old man's beard rose with joy when he talked about his grandson. Before he finished speaking, a guard rushed in, panicking. Old man, Mr. Du, it's bad. Young Master Wan, he's back. So what if he's back? No need to make a fuss. The old man glared with wide eyes. But he is carrying a big sack, as if he went to which survivor team to restock. The guard stammered, adding more details. The word again was full of story. The faces of the Du father and son both froze. Grandpa. Dad. I've brought you good stuff. A small figure, carrying a huge sack taller than himself, excitedly dashed in. The young boy was strong, casually tossing the big sack on the coffee table, causing a crunching sound of ice shattering. A pile of colorful, frost-covered items rolled out. Ice cream? Du Zhonghong's eyes nearly popped out. My dear grandson, the old man looked at the table full of ice treats, smacking his lips. Grandpa's teeth aren't good, I can't bite into this. You can definitely bite this. The young boy struggled to dig through the cold treats, finally pulling out something individually wrapped in a plastic bag, presenting it proudly. Grandpa, try this. The stuff from our apartment is completely different from what we have here. The old man's gaze froze on the item, suddenly crystallizing. It was a bread. It was perfectly packaged, clearly printed, just like the instant bread from the supermarkets before the end times that cost 2 yuan each. His hands trembled slightly as he took it, tearing open a corner of the packaging. A rich aroma of fermented wheat and sweetener, the scent of the civilized world, wafted over. Chapter 36, A Strong Earth Ability. The vending machine wasn't of high level, and the items sold were very cheap among similar goods. In the supermarkets before the end times, these items were so ordinary that the old man wouldn't even glance at them. 30 years passed in a blink, and seeing them again brought a sudden and familiar feeling, pulling him back 30 years. He trembled as he tore open the packaging, tearing a piece and stuffing it in his mouth. The familiar yet strange sensation brought tears to the old man's eyes. Du Zhonghong was startled. Dad, are you okay? Why are you crying while eating? The old man finished the entire piece of bread in one breath, smacking his lips with lingering enjoyment, yet his murky eyes shone with clarity. Lately, there have been many rumors about our apartment in the base. I heard the landlord is a little girl, quite extraordinary. The old man looked meaningfully at his son. Du Zhonghong, what do you think? Du Zhonghong instinctively straightened his posture. Dad, if you have something, just say it, no need for formalities. At this moment, it was never anything good. Regarding the information about our apartment, there's a huge stack in the office. Du Zhonghong adjusted his glasses, speaking clearly. Currently, the mainstream judgment is that the landlord is a powerful Earth ability user. But I think this conclusion is too hasty. Oh? The old man became interested. Tell me more. There are too many doubts. The food from before the end times that young Master Wan brought back, and the furniture that appeared out of nowhere in the apartment, cannot be achieved by an Earth ability alone. Not to mention, we've checked Xiaoshan's background. It's clean as a blank sheet of paper. Suddenly becoming the apartment owner overnight is itself illogical. Dad, let me correct you. Busy devouring ice cream, Du Xiaowan immediately looked up. That's not a rumor, it's all true. You can buy as much as you want. Alright, it's all true. Du Zhonghong glanced at his son helplessly, continuing. The most crucial thing is, the ruins where the apartment is located, we investigated before. The virus and rampant energy permeated. It was completely unsuitable for human survival. Yet now, it's transformed into a paradise in the blink of an eye. This cannot be explained by a single ability. Du Zhonghong said a lot, while the old man and the young boy quietly listened. Especially Du Xiaowan. At this moment, he was very quiet. His eyes held a calmness that did not match his age, completely different from how he looked in the apartment. So, what is your conclusion? The old man slowly nodded. I suspect. Du Zhonghong took a deep breath and spoke the shocking answer. She is not a soil ability user at all, but a more powerful and mysterious, space ability user. Once the words left his mouth, he saw the grandfather and grandson not objecting, and his worries decreased. Soil ability users cannot create desks, chairs, or furniture out of thin air, and cannot produce such food from before the apocalypse, but space users can. The day Qiao Shiren suddenly became the owner of the apartment must be the day she awakened. As for what chance she encountered, I boldly speculate that perhaps, it is an ability space, and it contains countless items from before the apocalypse. In this way, those things that suddenly appeared have an explanation. Exactly. The old man nodded slightly. If she is not a soil ability user, how do we explain the houses that changed form out of thin air? This can also be explained. Du Zhonghong's eyes flashed with a dim light. Dad, do you remember 30 years ago, in the years before the apocalypse started, when the complete ability user system gradually evolved, social order broke down, and there were frequent incidents of ability user unrest everywhere? Before the apocalypse, the Du family was one of the local wealthy families. When the apocalypse began, he was only 7 years old and witnessed the arrival of a turbulent era. At that time, the still-functioning TV channels aired cases of ability users committing crimes. One of the most classic was when a space ability user and a soil ability user collaborated to dig out a wealthy family's vault along with its foundation. This situation is strikingly similar to today's Chaoshuren. The only difference is that the space ability user at that time had only a few dozen cubic meters of space, and it was already very difficult to fit such a vault in. But Du Zhonghong felt a bit uncertain. If this Chaoshuren is also a space ability user, her abilities might be a bit frighteningly powerful. That was an apartment with defensive walls. Judging by its appearance, this apartment certainly wouldn't stop at 3 stories. If I remember correctly, when the Ark apartment first appeared, it was only 1 floor, right? Even if it was a space ability user, it shouldn't undergo such upgrades. The old man was too old and too lazy to think about such troublesome matters. Alright, it's useless to guess here. If your speculation is true, then there must be at least 1 high-level soil ability user in the Ark apartment. Sending people to break in and investigate is too risky. So what do you mean? Du Zhonghong frowned. Fool. Sitting in the third-in-command position for so long, has your brain stopped working? The old man glared at him, disappointed. Xiaowan has already moved in openly. Who can be smarter than my grandson? If I had known this, I shouldn't have let you take this position. I should have held on for a few more years and handed it directly to Xiaowan. Even if they were found out, the child would want novelty. Living uncomfortably at home, he would want to go live in the apartment. Who could say anything? Everyone in the base knew that the Du family had always cherished Du Xiaowan like their eyeball, so how could that be considered surveillance? Du Zhonghong was taken aback. In this family, he had never held much status. I'll handle it. Du Xiaowan tossed aside the empty ice cream box, wiped his mouth, and patted his chest to assure. It's still his own grandson who is reliable. The old man was satisfied. It's only polite to reciprocate. Since the landlord is so generous to you, you should return a gift to quickly build a good relationship. Have you thought about what to give? It's best to give her what she wants the most right now. In his view, such precious food from before the apocalypse was casually bought by his grandson. Isn't that generous? As long as Chaoshuren wanted it, their Du family was wealthy enough to provide it. What she wants the most? Du Xiaowan pondered for a moment. Recalling the moment when Xiaoshuan heard that her family had many supernatural beings, her eyes almost glowing green, she said firmly, what she wants most now is a bunch of powerful helpers. Grandpa, are you going to send them to her? The old man nearly choked on the cold tea, which spectacularly shot out in 2 graceful arcs from his nostrils. What? The next morning, Du Xiaowan happily walked out of the Du family gate, where a large truck was already parked. All the treasures I want to send to stabilize the house are packed, right? He personally pulled open the truck's compartment to check, nodding in satisfaction. Grandpa really means what he says. Let's go. The driver, standing by the truck, quickly opened the door when he saw him come out. Young master, you sit in the front. Du Xiaowan climbed into the passenger seat without a second thought. Let's go surprise landlord Xiao. Hurry before the sun is overhead. Chapter 37, What a Great Gift. The driver stepped on the gas, carrying Du Xiaowan and his meticulously prepared great gift, rumbling towards the Ark apartment. The ruins were difficult to navigate, and the truck took half an hour to finally arrive at the apartment's entrance. Xiaoshuan had just stretched in the yard when she heard the roar of an engine outside the apartment. Lu Guifan, watering the front yard, jumped in shock and shouted, "Oh no, a big truck is coming. It can't be trouble again, right?" She imagined the scene where dozens of thugs armed with watermelon knives would jump out of the huge truck. Lu Guifan's loud voice was not to be underestimated. Her shout was heard by almost everyone in the apartment. Wang Meng, in the second-floor bathroom washing his hair, heard the commotion and without a second thought, quickly yanked open the window, jumping down with a head full of shampoo bubbles. With a thud, he landed steadily on the ground. Xiaoshan, who had just stepped out, was so startled by the noise that her eyelids twitched, forgetting what she wanted to say. Furiously pointing at Wang Meng, she gritted her teeth. From now on, in this apartment, unless the enemy crashes in, nobody is allowed to jump off the building. She had 4 kids in her apartment, and if they followed suit and something happened, what then? Wang Meng was awakened. Jumping from the 5th floor was fine for him, but the kids couldn't do that. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. She simply opened her system interface, her fingers swiping across the virtual screen. With a soft click, Wang Meng instinctively looked up and saw sturdy security bars materializing in the window he had just opened, densely blocking the whole window, leaving only a narrow gap that not even a head could squeeze through. Landlord? Xiao Shan covered her face. Don't look at me, I have a headache. Before Wang Meng could ask again, the door of the large truck opened, and Du Xiaowan jumped down like a victorious general, chest puffed out. Xiaowan? Seeing him, Xiao Shan finally relaxed her heart that had been high in her throat. Luckily, they weren't here to cause trouble. With Lu Guifen's loud shout just now, she had been worrying that the balance in her account was constantly showing a red -800. Landlord! Du Xiaowan stood by the truck, spotting Xiao Shan running out, his eyes lit up, his face full of pride. Did you come out specifically to welcome me? Xiao Shan fell silent. Alright, no need to say anything. Since you welcomed me so much, I won't hold the matter from yesterday against you. He proudly stepped aside. You absolutely cannot imagine the amazing gift I brought for you. Xiao Shan was confused, but hearing amazing gift, her heart suddenly stirred. With such a big truck, the Du family was a key player in the base, and the gift they brought. Could it be a truckload of crystal nuclei? Or some high-tech defensive weapon? This is it. She was really going to hit the jackpot this time. Xiao Shan contained her wild joy and excitedly ran to the back of the truck, beaming as she opened the truck door. You could have just come without bringing anything. Her voice stopped abruptly. Zhou Xian's smile froze inch by inch, shattered, and finally transformed into a blank expression. Her mind buzzed, and the fantasies of a truckload of crystal cores, a full box of gold, and countless federal coins swirling just moments ago, instantly crumbled into two emotionless stone lumps. The tenants drawn out from the apartment dared not step outside, just standing at the doorway, peering out curiously. What's with the landlord's expression? Looks like she's been struck by lightning? What's happening in there? Look at how speechless the landlord is from surprise. Du Xiaowan proudly raised his chin, waving his hand to the driver. Hurry, move it over and place it well, must be on the left Xinglong and on the right Baihu, understand? Yes. The driver had long been waiting, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his strong, awakened arms, easily lifting out a stone lion, as tall as an adult, from the truck. He walked outside the apartment door, picked a suitable spot, and with a clang, set it down heavily. Then he quickly walked back and brought out the second one. Soon, a pair of imposing stone lions squatted symmetrically at the entrance of the Ark apartment. The driver, with a serious face, quickly approached Du Xiaowan and whispered, "Young master, the items have been delivered, may I leave now?" The looks from the group inside the electric fence were like they were watching a madman. He didn't want to stay for another second. Du Xiaowan, completely oblivious, ran in front of Zhou Xian to take credit. Landlord, look. I remembered you wanted a powerful hand to guard the apartment. I thought, what could be more impressive and capable than the stone lions that protect the house? I even begged my grandfather and specially found the best stonemason in the base for this. Definitely wards off evil, anyone seeing them will have to take a detour. Zhou Xian. Thank you. Let's go. Du Xiaowan waved his hand to send the driver away. He turned back to those uninterested in the looks, even enjoying it a bit. So, how about this gift? Isn't it great? My grandfather is so precious about it. Zhou Xian's heart was bleeding, her dream of becoming a millionaire shattered once again. And also, what's there to feel precious about two stone lumps? I say, this graffiti on the stone lions seems a bit familiar. Wang Meng, just scolded by Zhou Xian, quickly dismissed it from his mind. He casually strolled between the two stone lions, and suddenly his eyes widened. No way. Isn't this the pair of treasures that your old man has had at the Du family's entrance for 30 years? What did he take these for? Old Mr. Du had an inexplicable fondness for these stone lions, rumored to be a famous sculptor's work from before the apocalypse, precious as his own eyeballs, and now he actually parted with them? Du Xiaowan ignored him and puffed out his chest, looking at Zhou Xian. So, what do you think? Pretty good, right? Zhou Xian's expression was hard to describe. She felt that the old man's mysterious favorite was less practical than a bucket of instant noodles to her. But since it was the child's sincere intention, she could only vaguely say, not bad. As long as you like it. Du Xiaowan grinned. Who in the entire base doesn't know that this pair of stone lions is our Du family symbol? Now it's placed here at your place, it means you will be protected by our Du family from now on. Anyone who wants to trouble you will have to think twice about whether they're worthy. Zhou Xian, Wait a minute. Du Xiaowan meant these two stone lions were the Du family's public declaration of protection? She looked at Du Xiaowan suspiciously, just in time to meet his innocent and proud smile. So, how's that? Not bad, right? My grandfather said, besides not being able to give you 80 or 100 abilities, the rest of the gifts are up to me. I thought, the most treasured thing by Grandpa must be the best, definitely can't go wrong using it as a gift. Zhou Xian rubbed her forehead. Well, a child giving gifts doesn't have that much logic, she must be overthinking it. Things treasured by elders must be good things, giving them away can't be wrong. Alright, just leave it there. Xiao Shan waved her hand. It's fine now, everyone go back to your own business. Since it's outside the courtyard wall, it doesn't matter. If these two stone lions can really tie her and the Du family together, blocking some unnecessary trouble, that would be a good thing. Is that it? You made me excited for nothing. I thought someone was about to break in. Look, isn't that the Du family logo? Oh my, the landlord is actually backed by the Du family. Now it's stable, living in Ark apartment is like having the Du family as a support. The onlookers among the tenants chattered excitedly and quickly dispersed. Old Master Du's treasured mood was sent as a gift. The landlord's background was indeed profound. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Xuan and Du Shaowan were left at the entrance. Xiao Xuan sighed, took out a book from her pocket, and decided to soothe her heartache of missing a truckload of crystal cores with knowledge. Du Shaowan looked at the empty doorway and the two stone lions, feeling quite desolate. What the heck, truly a group without taste. He curled his lips in dissatisfaction, preparing to follow Xiao Xuan to start his information-gathering plan. Whoosh! A shadow flashed past him. Du Shaowan looked up sharply and saw a person in black carrying a bulging large sack, nimbly climbing over the apartment wall and jumping inside. A thief? In broad daylight, right before the eyes of this tenant, openly climbing over the wall to sneak in? Du Shaowan glanced at the open apartment door, feeling puzzled. How could this thief be so skilled yet seem a bit dim-witted? Why not use the perfectly good door? A trace of schadenfreude flashed in his eyes as he ran towards the apartment. There's a show to watch. This little thief is really asking for it. On the first floor of the apartment, Xiao Xuan returned to her room holding a storybook, ready to continue reading. She shut the door casually. Swish! The window opened with a sound. Xiao Xuan turned sharply and saw Ling Che, dressed in black, awkwardly climbing through her window. What are you doing? Xiao Xuan was startled and dropped her book. Why not use the door? Why climb in through the window? Ling Che, expressionless, tugged at the huge sack still caught outside the window, simply stating, like this, it looks more professional. What? Xiao Xuan's brain short-circuited for a moment but quickly reacted, an unnamed fire surging to her head, gritting her teeth in her heart. Wang Meng. Look what you've done. At the same time, at the entrance of the hall, Wang Meng was squatting on the ground drawing circles, reminiscing about his lost training ground. What are you doing? Du Shaowan sneakily approached and grabbed him. There's a thief in the apartment, skilled, quick, let's go check it out. There's such a thing? Wang Meng instantly perked up, rolled up his sleeves, and charged forward, taking 2 steps to surpass Du Shaowan. You little thief, don't even look at where this is, watch me. Before he could finish, a suppressed roar filled with unimaginable rage came from Xiao Xuan's room on the first floor. Wait! Wang Meng jolted, stopping dead in his tracks. The thief Du Shaowan mentioned, skilled in climbing walls. Could it be? He instantly pictured Ling Che's agile figure flipping over the wall. It's over. Du Shaowan was just curiously running forward when he suddenly saw Wang Meng's face turn pale, making an extremely smooth sharp turn and rushing out of the apartment door without looking back. Where are you going? We haven't caught the thief yet, he yelled hurriedly. Catching the thief can wait. I suddenly remembered I have some unfinished tasks, really just a few, maybe 100 or 80. I'll finish them and be right back. Don't forget to wish Sunling and Team He a happy new year for me. What a joke, going there now isn't about catching a thief, it's about walking into a trap. The landlord was in a furious mood. When the situation didn't seem right, it was vital to run. Du Shaowan didn't quite hear the rest of Wang Meng's words, because he had already disappeared like smoke. Du Shaowan blinked, completely bewildered. A New Year's greeting? Isn't it only April? Does this mean he plans to be away for more than half a year? What happened? How is it that he just spent one night at the base, and now he can't understand anything about what's happening in the apartment? In the room, Xiao Xuan watched Ling Che climb through the window and only said one sentence before starting to struggle with the enormous sack. She walked over with a puzzled expression. What are you carrying in this sack? She leaned her head out to look. Wow, the sack was jammed full, wider than her room's window, no wonder it couldn't be pulled in. Ling Che, who always excelled in battles, was surprisingly thick-headed when it came to stealing. Xiao Xuan, with a face of frustration, reached out to help him hold onto the sack, to prevent it from falling. Why don't you go out, carry this stuff, and come in through the front door? Ling Che fell silent for a moment, feeling it made sense, and nodded, you are right. Saying this, she decisively let go, preparing to go back the same way. Wait. As she let go, the heavy sack suddenly fell, a tremendous force instantly came, pulling Xiao Xuan, who was still holding the sack, causing her to stumble and be uncontrollably dragged towards the window. Xiao Xuan's temples throbbed in panic, her smile gradually twisted. Ling Che, you go down first, and then catch the sack, come in through the front door. Wang Meng. You wait for me. Wang Meng, who had already run out of the base, suddenly sneezed twice in a row. He rubbed his nose hard, looking confused. Who is scolding me? It must be some clueless person. On Ling Che's stiff face, a hint of awkwardness seemed to flash by, and she silently let go. The door creaked open from the outside. Du Shaoan, who was about to go out, bumped right into Ling Che, who was opening the door. Ling Che's cold gaze swept over his head, silently moving past him, carrying the sack, and entered the room. The entire process was smooth and swift, like a fleeting shadow. Du Shaoan looked at that figure in black and then at the bulging sack. This shape, isn't this the thief that just climbed over the wall? So, the thief is Ling Che? Could it be that Wang Mang knew it was her, thought he couldn't win, and ran away? But isn't it a bit excessive to run like he saw a ghost? By the way, why would Ling Che climb over the wall to go back home? What hidden rules are there in this apartment that he doesn't know? Du Shaoan, who always thought of herself as exceptionally clever, was currently filled with question marks and completely crashed. Inside the room, the two of them had no time to pay attention to the disheveled little brat at the door. All of Xiao Xian's curiosity was captured by that sack, staring eagerly, waiting for Ling Che to open it, with an expression that seemed to say, "Show me what you've got." Ling Che felt a long-lost sense of pride rising in her heart. It seemed Wang Meng was right, doing something you're not good at to perfection brings the greatest sense of achievement. She needed to find a chance to have a deeper conversation with him later. Chapter 39, the surveillance mission was interrupted by barbecue. Completely unaware that her female warrior's thoughts had gone off track, Xiao Xian was still looking forward to the spoils. Ling Che placed the sack on the ground, casually untied the rope, and then tipped it over. Clatter. A large piece of fresh meat, another large piece of fresh meat, and a few cleaned rabbits soon. A pile of meaty chunks was stacked at Xiao Xian's feet. Xiao Xian. Her expression was hard to describe as she pointed at the mound of meat. Ling Che, did you rob a slaughterhouse? That's illegal. In the past few days, things in the apartment had been so busy that she hadn't really noticed Ling Che had been out all night to build her career. Compared to the 2 stacks of federal currency from Yichuan and Wang Mang, the visual impact of this mound of meat was clearly stronger. Xiao Xian stroked her chin, her gaze darting back and forth between the pile of meat and Ling Che. Ling Che also seemed to be recalling her complicated experiences from the past few days. The journey was full of twists and turns. But when it came to her lips, she squeezed it down to just 2 words. Meat compensation. Xiao Xian? Wait, what is this? Meat compensation? Her mind buzzed, countless outrageous images exploded in an instant, and her gaze towards Ling Che changed completely. Meanwhile, at the base's pork shop, a group of brawny men with bruised faces huddled together, struggling to pluck pig hair with swollen eyes barely open. If they moved too slowly, the boss would whip them on the back. Hurry up for me. Each of you owes me 500 federal coins, agreed to work to pay it back. If you keep dragging your feet, believe it or not, I'll make you owe 1,000. Those working felt like crying without tears. What kind of deity did they offend? They thought they were unlucky after being robbed by 2 groups yesterday. Who knew that in the middle of the night, while sleeping soundly, they would be dragged from their beds and beaten up? A familiar process, familiar interrogation. But they really had no money left. As a result, when that female demon heard this, her eyes grew colder. Both of them got rewards, but I got nothing. Do you look down on me? Then, they were packaged and sent here, each borrowing 2 large pieces of meat, signing a contract of servitude, and began a dark and endless working life. This woman was too ruthless. That meat was enough for them to eat for half a month. After scolding his workers, the meat shop owner felt relieved. 300 federal coins worth of meat exchanged for a group of free laborers. This was a huge profit. At the Ark apartment, Xiao Xian worked hard to finally understand the origin of meat compensation, and her mind rebooted. So much meat, the weather is hot, it won't last long. She looked at the mountain of meat, her eyes becoming brighter. The vending machine freezer could not be used privately, but she could buy. However, she had a better idea. The Ark apartment currently housed 21 tenants. It was time for a team-building event. In the end times, people's hearts were restless. As their landlord, she had the duty to bring some warmth to her territory. Xiao Xian immediately called Chen Jing over, pointed at the pile of meat on the ground, and boldly announced, "Sister Chen Jing, handle this meat. Tonight, we are having a barbecue party at the apartment." Barbecue party? Du Shaoan, who had been silently imagining a grand drama at the door, instantly lit up, scampering over to Xiao Xian's side, looking up, "I want to join. I can pay." No need to pay, everyone in the apartment participates for free. Xiao Xian smiled, pinching his cheek. For this barbecue party, all expenses are on me. However, all adults must help. As she spoke, she immediately exchanged 5 sets of brand new barbecue grills and a pile of seasonings from the system mall. Take all this to use. If you need anything else, just tell me. All right. Chen Jing happily cheered, calling Ling Che to help, excitedly moving things to the backyard. Soon, only Xiao Xian and Du Shaoan were left in the room. Xiao Xian pinched his face again. Aren't you going to the backyard to see the excitement? Your saliva is about to flow out. I have important business to attend to. Du Shaowan suddenly remembered his mission. Feeling that looking up was too unassertive, he hurriedly climbed onto the chair across from him. He tried hard to level with Xiao Shan, then cleared his throat, lowering his voice seriously, trying to sound mysterious. Landlord Xiao, my grandfather sent me to keep an eye on you. PFF. Xiao Shan laughed, looking at his little pose sitting on the chair and said, who keeps an eye on someone while saying it right in front of them? Well, you don't have to worry, I came to rent a house under my grandfather's orders, so I must complete my mission. His eyes sparkled. I have already passed on the secret to my grandfather, our business is very feasible. I see that there is not much in that vending machine. If you plan to sell, just our Du family can take it all. The base center also installed 2 vending machines, and the products inside were restocked manually. Du Shaowan found no warehouse in the apartment. It was taken for granted that Xiao Shiren didn't have much of these things either, so wasn't it easy for the Du family to take care of everything? Xiao Shiren's mouth twitched slightly, and she wanted to politely advise, you're still young and full of innocent words, you don't know to leave some room for the Du family. Then, Xiao Shiren was about to discuss a small business when she heard a cheer from outside. Figures were flickering outside the window, all the tenants rushed out of the apartments and gathered in the backyard. The backyard was much larger than the front yard, and over 20 people could still run freely. Is it starting? Is it really starting? Du Shaowan's eyes lit up, and she immediately forgot about the business, hopping off her chair, and with the speed of a small engine, she disappeared in an instant. The backyard was already buzzing with excitement. After the end of the world, they hadn't experienced such a lively event. A barbecue party? That was a story from before the apocalypse. I'll take care of it. You little kids don't even know how to barbecue. Lu Guifan sent the little ones to play aside and quickly arranged the young adults who had nothing to do. Some cut meat, while others cut vegetables. The only 2 people in the apartment who had experienced barbecuing before the apocalypse gathered together to study marinating and dipping sauces. Xiao Shiren watched the excitement for a while, and her heart stirred. At this time, the apartment building should be empty, right? She quickly opened the map. Indeed, all the little green dots representing tenants were gathered outside the building. Taking this opportunity, it's just right to implement the previous idea. Xiao Shiren's eyes were focused, and her fingers rapidly operated on the system map. She chose an unused storage room next to the first floor entrance, spent 1,000 federal coins, and transformed it into an independent small room with bulletproof glass and reinforced walls. Let's create a prototype for a security room, it will definitely come in handy later. Not knowing how much time passed, Xiao Shiren rubbed her eyes, which had been blurred by the map lines, and a rich meat aroma inhaled into her nostrils. It smells so good. Had they already started grilling? Xiao Shiren stood up and through the open window, saw everyone bustling in the backyard. Chapter 40, Midnight Horror. The apartment underwent the most intense attack. Her eyes lit up, and her hand instinctively pressed against the window ledge. As her foot lifted, she realized and immediately put it down. What was going on? She actually had the instinct to climb out the window. She almost got led astray by Ling Che. The aroma from the backyard had already filled the entire apartment. As soon as Xiao Shiren entered the backyard, she ran into Xiaoya, who was carrying a plate. She quickly steadied the plate, careful not to spill the oil. Where are you going with this? Did the landlord's sister come out? Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly lifted the plate higher. Mom asked me to bring these freshly grilled ones to you first. These people, rare to have fun together, were actually thinking of her. Xiao Shiren took the plate and noticed there were many more dishes in the yard. With so many more dishes, how many federal coins did it cost? Remember to reimburse me tomorrow. What's there to reimburse? The landlord treats everyone to such a feast. What's wrong with us bringing some dishes? The person still threading vegetables with skewers replied cheerfully. If it were any other time, these vegetables would be rare treats for them, and they would have to save them for several days. But now, bringing them out was something they willingly did. As night fell, the glowing charcoal in the Ark apartment's backyard sparkled like stars in the dark, making it alluring. Mom, I'm sleepy. Xiaoya tugged at Chen Jing's sleeve, fearing to disturb others' enjoyment. This barbecue lasted until midnight, and the enthusiasm of the tenants gradually diminished. A few little kids could no longer hold on. The always obedient Xiaoya was still holding on, while Xiaoyu and Xiaoxue sat on the edge bench, cuddling each other, and had unknowingly fallen asleep. Even Du Shaowan couldn't withstand it anymore, her head bobbing but refusing to admit defeat. Let's disperse, those who work need to get up for work tomorrow. It's hard to work without energy. Xiao Shan also realized the situation of the children and quickly spoke up, just tidy up a bit here, the rest. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted, cutting her words short. Accompanied by the loud noise, the entire ground shook violently, and a strong shockwave came from the front yard, toppling the barbecue grill and food that was about to be organized. Fortunately, when Xiao Shan had just finished notifying everyone, Lu Guifan immediately told people to put out the coals, otherwise, the red-hot coals would have burned many people. What happened? Was it an explosion? Xiao Shan struggled to keep her balance and opened the system interface immediately. The ground was still shaking, and she couldn't tell which direction the attack was coming from. As soon as the map opened, Xiao Shan saw the wall on the right side of the gate flashing with blinding red light, and a clear crack had appeared on the wall model. Someone was attacking the apartment. And this attack was fiercer than any before. Warning, the outer wall of the apartment is under high-intensity attack. Warning, the electric net on the outer wall has been damaged by 3%, 7%, 15%. Warning, the electric net has been damaged by 21%. From the moment the explosion occurred to the system warning popping up, it was only 3 seconds. Xiao Shan didn't have time to react further. Nearly a quarter of the apartment's main defense, the electric net, was already damaged. The electric net's automatic counterattack function was still cooling down, and there was no hope in that. She glanced at the absurdly long cooldown bar and felt a wave of helplessness. System, hurry! Install a new electric net immediately. A chill ran up from her feet to her neck, and Xiao Shan's nerves tightened at that moment. Faster. She didn't even have time to check who was attacking. Installing a new electric net costs 800 federal coins and takes 5 minutes. Do you want to reinstall? 5 minutes was enough for the people outside to tear down the wall several times. Install. Xiao Shan gritted her teeth. She could only install it first. She must find a way to delay for 5 minutes. When the others saw her heading towards the front yard, they also wanted to follow, but Xiao Shan stopped them. You guys, immediately take the children inside the building. Everyone else, stay safe and don't get near the front yard electric net. As she spoke, she quickly walked towards the front yard, her mind racing. Come on, system, can't you be a bit more helpful? What's the use of just a wall? I need a more proactive defense system. I need manpower. She didn't know which of her words triggered something, but the system alert paused slightly. Would you like to spend 80,000 federal coins to upgrade the apartment defense system to intermediate defense matrix? The upgrade will take 1 day. Do you want to upgrade? How much? 80,000? Xiao Shan stumbled, her mind racing with complaints. Do I look like I have 80,000 federal coins? I can't meet either of these conditions. I might as well find a few security guards myself. She was just venting her frustration, but unexpectedly, the next moment, detected the host's strong desire to develop the apartment, triggering the time-limited task, security system. To create a better living environment for the tenants, please complete the apartment security system as soon as possible. Completing within the stipulated time will yield a mysterious reward from the system. Completion requirements for the security system: security room *1, completed, security guard *2, remaining time, 23 hours 59 minutes 11 seconds. Friendly reminder, security guards must have the ability to protect tenants. Based on the current world situation, they must be at least a level 4 pseudo-ability user or a level 2 ability user to qualify as apartment security. A deadline of 1 day? She just accidentally completed the security room, but where could she find security guards? Level 4 pseudo-ability users, level 2 ability users. Xiao Shan's mind raced. If she remembered correctly, Hechuan's top aide Wang Meng was only a level 3 pseudo-ability user. Even their team members didn't qualify to be security guards here? Lost in thought, she had already rushed to the apartment entrance. The sight before her left Xiao Shan's mind blank in an instant. She thought it was another person like Zhao Lei, coveting her apartment, and she had already figured out how to deal with the visitor. Upon stepping out, she discovered that outside the wall, the one fiercely attacking her electric fence was a lion. A lion the size of a small truck, clearly a mutated giant. Its eyes were blood red, as if it had lost all reason, and every time it swung its giant claws, it brought with it a howling wind that ripped through the air. Those sharp claws sprang from its paws, gleaming with a chilling light under the moon, easily tearing a large section of the buzzing electric fence from the wall. Xiao Shan's scalp instantly felt like it was exploding, a chill rushing from her feet to the crown of her head. Dealing with humans was still possible, but a completely berserk mutated beast was utterly unreasonable. It's a level 3 mutated beast. Ling Che had somehow already stood beside Xiao Shan, his voice as steady as ever. This calmness made Xiao Shan's wildly racing heart settle down a little. Its strength is very strong, but its speed isn't top-notch. I can handle it. Chapter 41, The Visitor Does Not Come in Peace? No, the visitor is hungry. Right, how could she forget? There was a true god living in her apartment. Then hurry up, Xiao Shan was just about to speak when the system's cold notification sound rang out again. Host, please note, detected a target suitable for the security system mission. Ha? A recruitable target? Who? Could it be Hechuan has broken through? Or is it Ling Che who meets the standard? Before Xiao Shan could finish her thoughts, she saw a sudden green triangular arrow popping up on the forehead of the giant lion that was crazily digging at her electric fence. Next to the arrow were the 3 large characters, recruitable, leaving Xiao Shan utterly stunned. System, you can't be mistaken? After detection, the level 3 mutated beast's attributes far exceed that of humans, with a comprehensive combat power assessment equivalent to that of a level 4 pseudo-superpower user, meeting the security recruitment conditions. What on earth is going on today? Within just a few minutes, she had been shocked several times. After marking the target for her, the system fell silent. Landlord? Ling Che looked at her with curiosity. What happened? Wasn't she just terrified? How could she suddenly shut up, looking at the lion outside as if she had been struck by lightning, even carrying a hint of strange excitement? Thinking for a moment, she gently patted Xiao Shan on the shoulder. Don't be afraid, I'm here. True, a level 3 mutated beast is something even ordinary superpower users would steer clear of, let alone an ordinary person like her. Ling Che, who knew Xiao Shan's situation well, naturally thought that Xiao Shan was scared. Wait a minute. Xiao Shan's thoughts spun rapidly, and a wild idea formed in her mind. Ling Che, how likely is it that we can capture it alive if we work together? At this, even Ling Che fell silent. She didn't expect Xiao Shan to be so bold, so daring to think. However, recalling the miraculous methods Xiao Shan had used while in the apartment, she pondered, it's worth a try. But once we start, the apartment might get damaged, the safety of the other tenants must be ensured. Leave it to me and Team He. Sun Li's calm voice came from behind. With the apartment being this size, the upper floors aren't safe. Team He and I will do our best to keep everyone safe in the lobby, you two just go all out, we'll handle the back. He Chuan originally wanted to say to fight alongside Ling Che, but after glancing at the terrified tenants huddled in the corner, he silently swallowed his words, nodding heavily at Xiao Shan. Be careful. Okay, with you around, I feel much more at ease. Xiao Shan's eyes lit up completely, and looking again at the lion, the fear in her eyes had vanished, leaving only eagerness. She was eager to see just how powerful the best security that the system had locked onto right away truly was. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the lion, finally done tearing away the annoying electric fence, let out a furious roar and raised its giant paw, smashing the stone lion that Du Xiaowan had just delivered in the daytime. With a loud bang, stones and dust flew everywhere. Standing at the door of the hall, supporting himself on the doorframe and observing the situation, Du Xiaowan's proud little face suddenly turned black. There Du family's precious stone lion. Just like that, it's gone? Xiao Shan was also shaken by this powerful paw, her hard-won courage nearly deflating on the spot. If she remembered correctly, this stone lion was solid, even Earth-type supernatural beings would need to exert effort to shake it. How could this lion be shattered by just one slap? The physique of mutated animals is already much stronger than that of humans, this is not surprising. Ling Che stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Shan, his tone serious. It's coming in. Are you ready? Xiao Shan took a deep breath. System, are you sure I can expel all rule violators inside the apartment? Any behavior that violates apartment rules, the host can expel. Xiao Shan felt her heart settle. I am ready. Xiao Shan moved her hands and feet, raising her voice again to emphasize, from now on, nobody is allowed to step out of the apartment door. Anyone who disobeys, once this matter is settled, please find another place to stay. The tenants immediately shrank back inside, they weren't stupid. Seeing the stone lion smashed to bits, they knew they weren't as hard as stone. In the next moment, the last piece of the electric net covering the wall was completely torn down by the giant lion's paw. Alert, electric net has been completely damaged. Finally clearing the obstacle, the lion majestically shook its head, kicked aside the stones at its feet, and with a powerful push from its hind legs, its massive body transformed into a black shadow, directly jumping into the courtyard. Xiao Shan slowly looked up. This lion was nearly twice her height, its fur dull and somewhat dirty. Upon entering, it picked a poor spot, one of its front paws stepped right into a mud puddle left from the barbecue, and the fairly fluffy fur instantly stuck together. This lion seemed a bit fat with no muscles at all. The system's alarm sounded almost simultaneously with Xiao Shan's instinctive complaint. Alert, there is a dangerous intruder in the apartment. Would you like to expel? Has this triggered an alert? Xiao Shan felt completely at ease. Ignoring the system's frantic notifications, she kept the system interface open and focused intently on the lion's movements. Roar! The mighty lion shook off its mud-covered front paw, then let out a deafening roar, arching its back slightly, its muscles bulging, preparing to attack. Xiao Shan and Ling Che both tensed up. Ling Che gripped his weapon tightly, the cold blade shimmering faintly, and overwhelming pressure flowing from it. Roar! With another roar, the lion suddenly charged out like an arrow, but instead of rushing towards the hall, it headed toward the backyard. Ling Che, who had prepared to block with his weapon, misjudged for the first time in combat. What is it doing in the backyard? In the backyard, aside from the mess left from the barbecue, there was nobody at all. Let's go see. The two exchanged a glance and followed closely behind. In the backyard, amidst the chaos, the imposing giant lion was staring with glowing green eyes, its massive head buried amid a pile of barbecue grills, sniffing furiously. Soon, it dug out a few leftover skewers, and with a flick of its long tongue, it swallowed both meat and iron skewer into its gaping maw, crunching and chewing with immense gusto. Just as Xiao Shan arrived, she was left dumbfounded. It had just ate everything? That was a specially made iron skewer from the system, much harder than the iron forged in the apocalypse. Could it be that it went straight through and tore its insides? It had even ate the iron skewer? Xiao Shan quietly leaned closer to Ling Che, lowering her voice. Do mutated beasts outside have such fierce digestive systems? I don't know. It was clear that this brought Ling Che to his knowledge blind spot. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like it came to harm anyone. It looks more like it's gone mad with hunger. Chapter 42, 10,000 federal coins. Just to understand the lion's cursing? Xiao Shan touched her chin, turned to look at the equally shocked Ling Che, and lowered her voice, speaking in a negotiating tone. Do you think, if we had free food and lodging to our security position, would that be attractive? No. Ling Che frowned in refusal. Xiao Shan not only didn't get angry, but instead looked at Ling Che with great delight. Look at this, this is her, this is the upright and disdainful Ling Che who does not use underhanded tactics. Before she could sincerely exclaim for a moment, Ling Che seriously explained to her, if you want to tame such a mutant beast, you cannot resort to underhanded tricks. Especially one that is intelligent, you must subdue it by force. So that's it. Of course, if you really love to use underhanded methods, it's not impossible. Ling Che's eyes brightened. I can teach you, you. Wait. Xiao Shan interrupted her in horror. I don't want to use that at all. I just want to subdue it. What did she miss again? Why does it feel like Ling Che has advanced in some aspects? Has she already reached the level where she can teach others? The tenants secretly peeking through the crack of the back door had their hearts in their throats, holding their breath, afraid to disturb the strange standoff between those two humans and one beast in the backyard. The landlord's expression is so strange. Could it be that this mutant beast can't even be held back by her and Ling Che? The backyard fell into a peculiar calm. At that moment, the lion finally finished chewing, shook its head, and spat out a few iron rings that were bitten out of shape. This Xiao Shan looked closely. Isn't that just the iron sticks from earlier? They've all been bitten into iron flower rings. What good teeth. The lion, still not satisfied, nudged the grill pile with its head, finding no new food, suddenly turned its head, and roared at Xiao Shan, its fur almost standing on end. Xiao Shan looked at its impatient appearance, and then at the drool hanging from its mouth, and suddenly realized. Ling Che seemed to be struck by lightning, the corners of her lips involuntarily twitching, forcing back a smile. It's drooling. It's greedy, it's hungry, it probably has never eaten anything good in its life. System. Xiao Shan quickly called out, are you sure it can be a security guard like this? We can't even communicate on the most basic level. If we beckon it over, does it even know what we want it to do? The system was quiet for a moment before it really did reply. If the host needs it, the system can open the communication assistance service to help the host and the employee communicate smoothly. There's such a service? Xiao Shan's eyes lit up. Can you translate beast language? The system cannot directly translate, but can analyze the target's tone, expression, body movements, and habits to determine the meaning they want to express, with a correctness rate of up to 99.99%. There's still a 0.01% error rate? Humans can be foolish, and so can beasts. The thoughts of a fool, the system cannot guarantee to guess correctly. Xiao Shan was speechless, and the lion let out another impatient roar. She immediately decided, open it. How much? Monthly fee 3,000 federal coins, annual fee 10,000 federal coins, small business, no credit. The system's appetite is getting bigger. Annual fee. Xiao Shan winced at her choice. For this potential employee, this investment must be made. Successfully opened. Your personal translator is now online. Would you like to enter translation mode? Enter. In the next moment, a light group split from Xiao Shan's system screen, floating beside her head, transforming into a yellow emoticon with simple lines representing facial features. What's it howling about? Xiao Shan raised her chin towards the big lion. Ling Che thought she was asking herself and immediately commented, it's starving mad, feels like its first half of life was wasted. The system emoticon flashed instantly, changing into an angry expression. Who are you insulting, human? Who's greedy? Who hasn't eaten good stuff? Xiao Shan. She spoke to herself, what does it mean now? Ling Che, it thinks I'm right, but it has a strong sense of pride and doesn't want to admit it. Do you still want to provoke me? The system's emoji flashed wildly, beep beep beep. What are you doing, system? I can't hear anything with it on mute. The emoji changed to a troubled expression. The system also wants to be a responsible translator, but the words it used were too filthy. This system is equipped with a civility program. Fine. Xiao Shiren rubbed her forehead. From a certain perspective, Ling Che's interpretation was completely correct. She curiously asked Ling Che, "Do you understand animal speech?" If she had known earlier that 10,000 federal coins would have been wasted. "I've killed enough to probably understand a bit." Ling Che coldly stared at the agitated lion digging in the dirt, but at this level, it can be killed. The system diligently translated the lion's digging actions in low growls. Beep beep beep. All right. Xiao Shiren's head ached. Can such a foul-mouthed mutated beast really be a good guard? System, do you only consider strength when picking employees, not quality? System, whatever, no one besides you can understand it anyway. As soon as the system finished speaking, Ling Che had already gripped his weapon tightly. Its eyes are not right, it harbors high malice toward us. It's difficult to tame, better to kill it. Xiao Shiren rubbed her forehead. How could its malice not be high? It had been cursing for ages. Calm down. Xiao Shiren quickly pressed down on Ling Che's hand. If you say less, its malice won't be so high. Indeed, it had intelligence, it could even understand mockery. Ling Che? Unfortunately, it was too late to advise now. The lion let out a roar and charged fiercely at the two. Ling Che moved forward to block. Who would have thought that a sly look flickered in the lion's eyes, and its paw that swiped at Ling Che fell to the ground, using the force to pivot, and its other claw swiftly swiped at Xiao Shiren. It seemed to know to pick the softest target. This human looked weak. A single slap could crush her. It had succeeded. Ling Che also never expected to be outsmarted by a mutated beast. Just as the fearsome giant claw was about to land on Xiao Shiren's head, a layer of soft white light suddenly enveloped her. In the next moment, the clawing lion vanished into thin air. At the same time, a muffled loud bang resounded from outside the apartment door, followed by a series of pained howls that sounded as if it had been slammed around. Ling Che's weapon, which was about to swing, froze mid-air as she stared in astonishment at the empty space in front of her, then looked at the equally bewildered Xiao Shiren. Xiao Shiren also froze for several seconds before slapping her forehead. Ah! I forgot I had this trick. The apartment's passive defense function. Any attack on the landlord would be instantly expelled from the apartment's range. Now it was a mess. It's outside, this trick won't work anymore. Xiao Shiren was anxious, she grabbed Ling Che, quick. It's definitely stunned from being thrown, this is the perfect opportunity. Don't let it escape. Without her saying anything, Ling Che's figure had already turned into a shadow, instantly reappearing at the doorway. At the door, the lion, which had just been teleported out, shook the dust off its body and groggily lifted its head, angrily letting out a roar toward the apartment, but deep within its red eyes lay an unmistakable hint of confusion and fear. The system was still dutifully translating, determined not to miss any detail. It is questioning its beastly life, wondering if there is a ghost in this apartment. Ah whoa. It says it must be starving too long, and is seeing things. Xiao Shiren felt completely relieved. She was afraid this lion would be scared witless by that strange scene and run away. As long as it didn't run, there was still a chance for it to become her employee. What to do? It seems a bit scared now. Xiao Shiren held on to Ling Che, who was also ready to rush out, and whispered, "Don't chase it, if you go out, even if it doesn't want to run, you'll scare it away." System, can't you communicate? Is there a friendlier way to coax it in? The system answered unusually straightforwardly, "Please extend your thumb to it." Xiao Shiren was taken aback. Did this lion actually enjoy being praised? She hesitated and raised her thumb towards the lion outside the yard. Great, now turn 180 degrees. Yes, just like that, go down, hard. While maintaining her thumbs down gesture, Xiao Shiren felt the atmosphere becoming increasingly strange. System, why do I feel like you are setting me up? Before she could finish, the lion outside saw the gesture and immediately exploded with rage. Its golden mane stood on end as it roared wildly and fiercely dug at the ground with its huge claws, its anger level skyrocketing. The system was too busy to respond to Xiao Shiren. Meanwhile, the emoticon beside her flickered wildly. Beep 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 beep. Only when the lion rushed back into the yard without care did the system leisurely explain. The human-friendly gesture that has been passed down for hundreds of years has a strong psychological impact on any intelligent creature and is universal. Xiao Shiren was both amused and exasperated, dodging agilely while mentally complaining, "System, when you set me up, there is really no preamble at all." If this weren't within the apartment's parameters, her series of gestures could have raised the grass over the graves 3 feet high. Ling Che, please guard the door outside. Xiao Shiren quickly changed her plan, her voice calming down. Today, it isn't going anywhere. Ling Che nodded heavily, not even glancing at the chaotically running game inside the yard. With a flash of his figure, he stood guard at the only exit like an unpassable gatekeeper. With the lessons learned from earlier, she knew Xiao Shiren's dodging was not out of fear, but rather a fear of being unprepared and accidentally teleporting this potential employee away again. Once she confirmed that Ling Che was in position, Xiao Shiren completely relaxed. She was already in an unbeatable position, so what was there to fear? She needed to let loose and teach this future apartment security guard a good lesson. She quickly pulled out the long-forgotten electric baton from behind her, spinning it around and swinging it at the lunging shadow. Ziz! The dazzling electric arc traced a blue line through the air, and the lion in midair shuddered violently, nearly falling from the sky. Xiao Shiren's eyes lit up. She thought the sky had been so fierce when tearing through the electric net earlier that it must have been immune to electric shocks. It turned out it wasn't fear, it was that it had tough skin and could endure a lot. Moreover, the less densely covered places had even more spectacular effects. Xiao Shiren felt as if she had discovered a door to a new world. The next moment, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded in the yard. That ferocious giant lion seemed to have lost its mind, repeatedly throwing itself at Xiao Shiren's electric baton. It was clearly in pain, howling and twitching, yet it continued to launch attacks relentlessly. For a moment, the front yard was buzzing with activity. Xiao Shiren timed it just right, striking the lion on the nose with a heavy hit. Lion, ayo. System, it says, if you have the guts, don't use that sneaky stuff, fight it fair and square. What should have been a terrifying and bloody battle turned into a one-sided beating in front of Xiao Shiren. The tenants watching in the hall were flinching at the sight, their teeth aching. My god, the landlord is too brutal, this is a tier 3 mutated beast, being beaten like a weaned puppy. Hiss, just hearing the sound of the electric shock makes me feel pain. The landlord is indeed more unpredictable than we imagined. I've made up my mind, from now on, I must detour when I see the landlord. No, I must bow and greet. Quick, remind me that my hot-tempered friend wants to rent a house, I need to advise him to go to a temple to cultivate for a few years before coming back, or he won't survive. The crowd in the hall was filled with excitement, and the battle in the yard was even more intense. Xiao Shiren became more and more adept at fighting, soon, the lion began to desperately dodge her. And she did not hide at all, deliberately running under the lion's paws. Just at the moment when the paw touched Xiao Shiren, the lion's massive body vanished into thin air, and in the next second, it crashed heavily onto the ground outside the door. This time, it learned its lesson, ignoring the pain from the fall, it got up and turned to run. But Ling Che had been waiting there for a long time, how could he let it have its way? In a flash, she pulled the lion's tail, and with a powerful swing of her arm, the truck-sized beast was whirled around and thrown back into the yard while howling. Bang! The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground made every tenant's heart tremble 3 times. These two women simply fiercer than the other. Not to be messed with, not in this lifetime. Soon, the lion was completely exhausted from this endless cycle of transportation, electric shock, and being thrown back, lying on the ground with whimpering cries that sounded like sobs. Xiao Shan played joyfully, walking over and giving the lion's head a gentle kick with her toes. Get up, let me hear you roar again? Didn't they say mutated beasts are strong? Why are you so fragile? Woo woo woo. System, it is crying, it says you two women are unfairly bullying the beast together. Xiao Shan lightly tapped its forehead with a stick. Be civilized, if you curse again, you won't get anything to eat. The lion immediately stopped whimpering, hugging its head with its giant paws, looking at her with big, watery, pitiful eyes. Xiao Shan stroked her chin, deep in thought, what does that look mean? She casually asked, but to her surprise, the system answered after a moment of silence, it is asking, will the food fill it up? Xiao Shan. This farce went on from midnight until around 4 or 5 in the morning, and the sky was already lightning. Chapter 44 Security Beep Machine, certified to work. The tenants of the apartment, however, felt no sleepiness, all crowding at the lobby entrance, pointing at the subdued lion. If Xiao Shan had not spoken, they would have rushed up to watch already. System detected that the loyalty of the mutated beast to the host is 1, which is greater than 0, complying with the capture conditions. Would you like to sign a labor contract? Xiao Shan's mouth twitched. The world is big, truly fascinating, capturing a mutated beast as a security guard actually requires a contract. Sign, must sign. Xiao Shan directly took out a materialized contract from the system space, thought for a moment, then took out the largest ink pad, and pried open the lion's paw that was hugging its head, grabbing a thick meat pad and firmly pressing it onto the ink. Finally, with a snap, she pressed a giant plum blossom seal on the contract as the signature of the other party. Look at what you've done to my yard, starting from today, you will work off your debt. Ding, the contract is effective, successfully hired 1 security guard. Due to the special nature and danger of this employee, a loyalty collar is included to ensure the safety of all tenants in the apartment. Loyalty collar, the wearer will unconditionally obey all commands of the user. When loyalty exceeds 80, the user can choose to remove the collar. Current bonded user, Xiao Shan. What a great thing, this is truly a timely help. When she heard earlier that this guy's loyalty was a mere 1, she was still a bit worried. With this lion's nature, it would probably tear down the building as soon as she left the apartment. Now, everything is not a problem anymore. Without hesitation, Xiao Shan chose to use it. A flash of light appeared, and a fine chain woven from an unknown metal, with a small transparent crystal core attached, instantly appeared around the lion's neck, silently blending into its thick golden mane. The labor contract has completely taken effect, please name your new employee. Xiao Xian's eyes brightened. It was time for her favorite thrilling and exciting naming session. Although the loyalty was a bit low, it was still a controllable powerful aid. Beep machine. Xiao Shiren said without thinking. The lion next to her froze all over, seeming to understand, howling, and starting to flail around. Unfortunately, the 3 big green letters had already firmly landed in the system employee column. Xiao Shiren was very satisfied, a name this fitting, I came up with it. I really am a genius. The beep machine clearly understood, angrily slapping the ground with its paw, oh. System, beep. Xiao Shiren recalled the way the system taught her to communicate with the beep machine, cleared her throat, and pointed in the direction of the door, you, from now on, guard the door. Then, she pulled out a large piece of fresh meat from her space and threw it over, this, plenty to eat. She pointed at the chaotic yard, but, if you keep causing destruction. Xiao Shiren extended her hand, wanting to gesture at her neck, but felt it wasn't vivid enough. Her eyes shifted, and she casually snatched the knife from Ling Che's waist, quickly placing it against the lion's neck, her smile kind, I'll just cut you. The beep machine trembled all over, for standing on end, oh. System, wah. This time, Xiao Shiren's hand shook a little. What the heck is wah? Seeing her method of communication was effective, Xiao Shiren happily returned the knife to Ling Che. Ling Che silently took the knife, shooting her a complex look, but in the end, said nothing. He Chuan and Sunli, who had just walked out of the hall, exchanged a ghostly glance. That was Ling Che's knife. Who touches it besides him ends up unlucky, the landlord just took it. And returned it safely? Truly the landlord. Xiao Shiren didn't notice their expressions, having just acquired a powerful henchman without needing to pay wages, her mood was extremely good. Her fingers danced on the system screen, finding the option for a security booth. A security booth costs 500 federal coins, she wasn't short on money, so she simply built 2. As for location, Xiao Shiren looked at the entrance, the spot where Du Shaowan placed the stone lions yesterday was quite good. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the tenants, 2 exquisite little houses rose from the original spots of the 2 stone lions. With pointed roofs, they were made of sturdy transparent material, each about 10 square meters, spacious inside. In one security booth, the comfortable nest needed for the beep machine was already set up, while the other was empty. Now, only one security guard was needed to complete the task. Xiao Shiren's eyes twinkled, feeling a bit shy as she leaned closer to Ling Che. Ling Che. System prompt, target Ling Che already holds another position and does not need hiring conditions. The words Xiao Shiren was about to say instantly got stuck in her throat, her smile froze. There are actually such restrictions. She stubbornly argued with the system, your conditions are too harsh. The required strength is at least a secondary ability user or a level 4 pseudo-ability user, how could someone like that not have a team or position? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for her? Her plan to benefit from the system was declared bankrupt. A group of people stared puzzledly at her, He Chuan curiously asked, landlord, what were you trying to say in a sneaky way? What sneaky way? I am righteous. Xiao Shiren rolled her eyes at him, conveniently changing the topic. Ling Che, do you know any wild experts who are slightly less powerful than you? A secondary ability user or a level 4 pseudo-ability user will do. Everyone gasped. Landlord, your appetite is too big. Such a person don't say wild, even in the base, who isn't being fought over by various forces. Let's not rush. Ling Che was much calmer than them, what do you need such a person for? Oh, it's not a big deal. Xiao Shiren awkwardly scratched her head, I just want to hire someone as a security guard. Ling Che. The others? Beep machine, oh. System, ha. Xiao Shiren's face darkened, and she punched the beep machine on the head, what are you laughing at? So your mouth shut with laughter. Calm as Ling Che was, he was also shocked by her shocking idea, and after a long time, he gently spoke, such a person. I'm afraid it would be very difficult to invite. He Chuan supported his forehead from the side, thinking to himself that it was not just difficult to invite, if the person didn't treat you as an enemy and fought you, it would be a good temperament. Xiao Shiren also knew it was hard, but she was unwilling to give up the system rewards. I know it's difficult, but isn't there anyone willing to bend for 5 shang of rice? I provide food and accommodation, and the treatment is top-notch. As long as he comes, the meat will be plentiful. Ling Che's expression became more complicated. Top masters, pay more attention to face. Chapter 45, Treating the Farming Lion as a Pet. Xiao Shiren understood, she stubbornly followed up, then, is there anyone who doesn't care too much about face? This was the apocalypse, she didn't believe everyone was a tough nut who would rather die than bow for 5 shang of rice. This time, Ling Che did not directly deny it. After thinking carefully, he said, there are indeed two with good strength nearby, but they have quarreled with people from the base and are a bit rebellious, wandering outside. But people like this, with high pride, are even less likely to come and work as security. Xiao Shiren felt completely defeated. With less than 20 hours left on the mission deadline, where could she find such a quirky person on short notice? Forget it, forget it. Xiao Shiren comfortingly patted the head of the beep beep machine and sighed, forget it, at least there's a lion to make do with. Make do? Ayo. Beep beep beep. It seemed the system felt this sound couldn't capture the essence and added a note, the content is very dirty, suggesting to block it. Xiao Shiren smiled slightly, system, temporarily turn off the translation function. She waved her hand to the tenants who had been watching the lively scene all night, alright, it's getting late. Those who need to go to the base should hurry. The rest I'll handle. She directly asked the system to recycle the barbecue grill stepped on in the backyard. The tenants all had dark circles under their eyes but were energetic with no signs of sleepiness. What are you sleeping for? We have to leave now, but why do I not want to go to work at all and just want to stay and watch the lion? This is a living level 3 mutated beast. I really want to take a photo with it. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the yard finally quieted down. Xiao Shiren looked at the empty security booth and glanced at the remaining tenants nearby, her gaze hovering over Yichuan, Sunli, and a few other capable pseudo-ability users, stroking her chin in deep in thought. Once most people had left, Ling Che suddenly spoke up, I took an urgent mission, I must leave for a while and try to return before dark. If this thing does not listen, you send it away first. Don't be soft-hearted, come back and deal with it later. The beep-beep machine buried its head in its two front paws, and the tip of its tail twitched uneasily. As soon as Ling Che left, Yichuan and Sun Li walked over. You two took on a mission too? Xiao Shiren was a bit surprised. No, we're planning to go out and look for Wang Meng. Yichuan's face was somewhat serious. Wang Meng is in trouble. I asked Xiao Wan, and Wang Meng's task signal went silent last night. He's the type who seeks credit and took on a chaotic mission area, and I'm afraid he... Xiao Shiren nodded, a bit angry, we indeed haven't seen him for a while. You two go and come back early, be safe. If Wang Meng really got hurt outside, she would make sure to have a good talk with him. Yichuan and Sun Li quickly left, and the apartment suddenly became quiet. Chen Jing saw that the apartment was safe, worried that the little one staying up too late was bad for their health, so she took Xiaoya, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Shui back to get some sleep. Although Du Xiaowan was young, his energy was better than most adults, and being brave, he carefully approached, wanting to touch the beep-beep machine's head after everyone had left. The beep-beep machine was a mutated beast with developed intelligence. It immediately sensed someone approaching, turned its big head, bared its teeth and glared, roar. As a result, just when it turned its head, Du Xiaowan's outstretched hand just so happened to be shoved into its mouth. The air instantly became still. Xiao Shiren was stunned, and Du Xiaowan was stunned. Even the beep machine seemed stunned, making strange gurgling sounds from its throat, and with the system translator turned off, no one knew what it was mumbling. In the next moment, the beep machine jumped away as if it had been electrocuted, spitting on the ground with vigor while glancing at Xiao Shan and repeatedly shaking its head towards Du Xiaowan. Without the system, Xiao Shan understood its meaning. Despicable humans, you actually tried to provoke me, are you looking for an excuse to beat me? Alright, don't get too close. Even if you're not afraid, you should think about your grandpa. Xiao Shan pulled Du Xiaowan's hand, confirmed he was fine, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Go back and take a nap, if that doesn't work, just study on your own. Have you graduated from elementary school yet? Du Xiaowan was obviously scared, staring at his saliva-covered hand, first stunned for a moment, then shook it off as if electrocuted, and cried out loud. Tears and mucus smeared all over his face as he ran towards his room. Stinky lion, just wait, I will pull out all your fur and make a duster. This kid can actually cry. Xiao Shan thought for a moment, knowing that a child like Du Xiaowan didn't need comforting, and didn't chase after him. She turned to Lu Guifan, who had been squatting nearby for a long time, her face pale. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Lu Guifan looked up, her expression filled with deep sorrow, startling Xiao Shan. Landlord, look at my land. Some seeds are about to sprout, all crushed. Look at this soil, such good black land, trampled hard by its hooves. Xiao Shan looked at the large portion of the land that had sunk down and then at the beep machine covered in mud, her heart aching. This is all good stuff. Ow ow ow, the beep machine protested. Those big holes were obviously made when Xiao Shan beat it and Ling Che threw it back. It was also a victim. Unfortunately, Xiao Shan didn't turn on the translator, and even if she did, it wouldn't admit it. Smack. She would only give the beep machine another slap, justifiably. Alright, Auntie, you haven't closed your eyes all night, go back and rest for a while. I'll handle things here. She coaxed Lu Guifan away, then grabbed the beep machine's head, turned towards the pockmarked land, and spoke solemnly. Do you see this? You seriously damaged my private property and affected the overall value of the apartment. Now, you will repay this with your labor. Go, plow the land for me. Beep machine? It is a lion, not an ox. You want it to plow the field? Half an hour later. Xiao Shan sat on the steps at the entrance, munching on spiced melon seeds, happily cracking them open while glaring at the hard-working figure in the yard. Plow well, don't step on what you've already turned, or I'll make you do it again. Du Shaowan sat beside Xiao Shan, staring in disbelief at the scene in front of him, as if dreaming. A level 3 mutated beast, plowing the field? He seriously suspected that the landlord's mind was not normal. Didn't she fear this giant would get enraged and hurt someone? However, the Xiao Shan beside him showed no signs of worry, cracking seeds one handful after another, just like a heartless landlord exploiting laborers in an old book. Du Shaowan silently complained in his heart, yet his stomach was tempted by the aroma of the seeds, growling, and he quietly reached out his small hand to sneak into the bag. Smack! Before he could grab any, his small hand was smacked away. Xiao Shan didn't even lift her eyelids. Kids should eat less of this, it's greasy, bad for your health, and can easily cause tooth problems. Chapter 46, Danger. There is something in the beginner's zombie tide. Stingy. Du Shaowan pouted angrily and stood up, turning to run, but suddenly braked when passing the vending machine, looking up at the new products above. Isn't that the legendary sunflower seeds? No wonder he had never seen the landlord eat them before. He. Du Shaowan grinned, skillfully reached out, and began to tug at the shopping bag. Inside the apartment, a scene of leisurely exploitation and harmony played out. But no one noticed. Outside the high wall of the apartment, several pairs of greedy eyes watched. I've been watching for a long time. A man with a scar running across his face lowered his voice, barely hiding his excitement. Boss Fong, it's that woman. It can't be wrong. I saw her sneaking around looking for rentals a few days ago. I heard that troublesome kid is hiding in here, and they are indeed in cahoots. The man called Boss Fong squinted his eyes, observing the situation inside the courtyard. What about the noise in the apartment? It was quite a ruckus last night. I've been watching all morning. The scarred face grinned viciously. The electric net was torn to shreds. It must be just a scare tactic. And most importantly, I saw Ling Che, that killer, along with 2 other powerful pseudo-ability users, leaving. Now it's just an empty shell inside. Only that woman and a few old, weak, sick, and disabled people are left. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. Look at that woman, she's leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. That yellow-haired beast beside her looks like a mutated creature, and it's digging in the ground? It must be just for show, pretty but useless. An empty shell. Boss Fong's eyes lit up, and his breathing grew heavy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we control this place, we can live well without having to care about those people at the base. Let's make a move, boss. The scarred face urged. While she's weak, take her down. The scarred face lowered his voice, trying to motivate. Boss, that woman is now just an empty shell. That beast she has is also pretty but useless. Killing her would be just what we need to treat ourselves. The man referred to as the boss was none other than Fong Shichang, known for his caution in the nearby gathering place. He acted only when he was 90% sure and hesitated if he felt 100% sure. Indeed, Fong Shichang squinted and dismissed the suggestion. No, it's still not stable enough. The scarred face panicked. Not stable enough? I always feel like this apartment has an ominous vibe. A glint of harshness flashed in Fong Shichang's eyes as he pulled out a strange metallic whistle from his pocket. Charging in is too risky. We need to find some help to scout the way for us. He turned and blew the whistle toward the distant wilderness. The sound was sharp and loud, piercing directly into the soul. Fong Shichang glanced deeply at Xiao Shan, who was happily munching on sunflower seeds inside the courtyard, a cold smile creeping upon his lips as he swiftly hid with his men into the shadows. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Shan was completely unaware of this. She only saw her digging machine suddenly lift its head and howl at the gate, not knowing what it was getting all riled up about. Ayo. Something is coming. Xiao Shan didn't activate the translation, thinking it was just being lazy, and slapped it on its forehead. What are you yelling about? Why aren't you working? After you finish digging, sweep the courtyard too. Look at your mess. The digging machine was so angry it felt like its liver was in pain but could only vent its anger by digging into the ground, mud splattering everywhere. Stupid humans. Someone is after your life. And you won't even let the spirit beast howl twice to warn you? Xiao Shan avoided getting splattered with mud, put away her sunflower seeds, and went inside to wash up and catch up on her sleep. As night deepened. At the base gate, tenants who had finished working for the day were preparing to return to the apartment but were suddenly shoved back by a panicked crowd. Zombies. So many zombies. It's a zombie wave. What? A zombie wave? Impossible, the base's mercenaries have been hunting for so many years, there should only be 3 or 5 zombies gathered around the base, it can't reach the level of a zombie wave. Quick, back to the base, everyone go back. The tenants were jostled around, their faces filled with disbelief, and before they could clarify the situation, they were pushed back into the base. How did a zombie wave suddenly appear? Is there something wrong with our apartment? Can the landlord handle it? What are you afraid of? Someone suddenly realized and laughed heartily. Did you forget that third-level mutated beast from yesterday? It was like a toy in the landlord's hands. What's a mere zombie to that? Exactly, what we should worry about is the zombies. Let's not get fried into ashes by the landlord's electric net. As the crowd discussed animatedly, a man in the throng, sweating in panic upon hearing the word lion. The eyes widened suddenly, squeezing in desperately. What lion are you talking about? Is it golden? Ark apartment. Waking up naturally, Xiao Shan felt refreshed and was pulling Lu Guifan to discuss the new drink that had come out. Auntie, Sprite mixed with orange pulp, then adding a bit of cola. Doesn't this color look a bit like poison? Lu Guifan looked at the cup of black liquid bubbling strangely, speechless. At that moment, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded from the front door. Xiao Shan's system prompt sounded at the same time. Alarm, a zombie tide is approaching, danger level, low. Please be cautious, host. Xiao Shan's nervous tension instantly relaxed again. What did she think? It was just low level. A low-level zombie tide had at most just over 50 of them. She had already confirmed with the system that this level of zombie tide could be easily blocked by the defensive electric net outside the wall. Lu Guifan was confused and turned to look outside. What's going on? It's nothing. Xiao Shan tightened her grip on the 2 drink bottles, still not giving up on adjusting the flavor, just a zombie tide. Hearing Xiao Shan say it was nothing, Lu Guifan, who had just relaxed, almost fell off her chair. What? A zombie tide? Is this still called nothing? Lu Guifan couldn't sit still. She jogged to the front door and peered through the gap, just seeing a piece of bone hanging with rotting flesh. Oh my. Lu Guifan was startled, quickly stepping back 2 steps. My heavens, so many zombies. What should we do now? Lu Guifan stepped back 2 steps, her sleeve getting caught. Turning around, she saw the security booth where the little beep-beep machine was happily eating a pile of freshly cooked barbecue, with grease all over its mouth, its tail wagging with joy. Lu Guifan steadied herself and walked over to pet its fur. That beep-beep machine? Oh, there you are, I almost forgot about you. Beep-beep machine, hurry, bad things are coming outside, shout a few times to scare them off. The beep-beep machine ignored her, only glancing at her. This was its cooking, it couldn't act fierce. It made a few hums and continued to eat happily. Those stinky fish and rotten shrimp outside couldn't compare to the smell of tasty barbecue. Xiao Shan walked over with her little Sweetwater, full of confidence. Auntie, don't worry, this few zombies. Before she could finish her sentence, the system alarm suddenly became sharp and urgent, like a death knell. As soon as she finished, the system prompt went crazy. Alarm! The apartment's electric net is under unknown attack, defenses being forcefully destroyed. Alarm, the apartment's electric net defense has been breached, damage level 46%. So fast? The rapidly increasing damage progress made Xiao Shan want to take back what she hadn't said before. How could the slap in the face come so quickly? Xiao Shan didn't dare to delay, she quickly moved to the door. Peering through the gap in the door, she could clearly see the neatly cut openings of the electric net. Zombies' claws couldn't do such neat work, it must be man-made. Xiao Shan's fist slowly clenched. She knew it, the apartment's defensive electric net couldn't possibly be so fragile. There must be despicable people doing tricks behind the scenes. Auntie, go back inside now, watch over those kids, they can stay in the building but don't come out. Xiao Shan sneered, watching Lu Guifan quickly run inside the building, then ordered the system, turn off all the external lights of the apartment. In the next moment, the entire apartment fell into a deadly silence of darkness. Under the night, the Ark apartment left only a vague outline. Those stationed outside suddenly lost their targets in view. The scar-faced man scratched his head in confusion. Boss, what is she doing? Does she think turning off the lights will make the zombies not find them? What a fool! Laughing, zombies hunt based on smell and sound, not sight. In the darkness, the apartment door made several muffled sounds as it was hit, followed by the heavy sound of it opening. The door opened. The door opened. The scar-faced man was ecstatic. Without the electric grid, the defenses of this apartment are as flimsy as paper. Boss, we can take action now. Boss? What responded to him was the sudden drop in air pressure beside him. Fang Shirqing's voice was filled with suppressed anger. I said it's just to use zombies to scare them out for negotiation. Who told you to sabotage the electric grid? Do you want to make things uncontrollable? The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The scar-faced man was yelled at and felt confused. Boss, if we don't kill everyone inside, how can we occupy this apartment? If we don't break the electric grid, won't these zombies be lured here for nothing? To gather these more than 50 zombies, they had put in a tremendous effort. What does the boss mean now? Not wanting to take action, does he want to invite that woman out for tea? Bastard! Fong Shicheng cursed in anger, my rule is to avoid the indiscriminate killing of innocents. Using zombies to massacre a city, what's the difference from those beasts? Do you take my words as wind that passes by your ears? The scar-faced man was so scolded that he was completely befuddled, unable to understand the new boss's way of thinking. He wanted to argue a bit more, but found that there was no one beside him anymore. Where did everyone go? Inside the apartment, it was pitch black. Xiao Shiren pulled out her baton, and her excitement was nearly uncontrollable at the sight of the staggering zombie in front of her. This was her first real encounter with a zombie. After training for so long, she finally had a thrilling yet safe opportunity for a real battle. Beep beep machine, time to work. Xiao Shiren lowered her voice, her tone carrying a hint of joy. The beep beep machine, which just moments ago was indifferent, sprang out of the security kiosk as soon as it heard Xiao Shiren's voice, squatting neatly at the entrance. Why does it feel a little scared? In the apocalypse, mutated beasts all had night vision abilities without exception. The beep beep machine looked at the zombies that had already surged into the apartment, its golden fur almost bristling, and let out a terrified whimper from its throat, woo woo woo. This is the end. It was so busy showing off on its first day at work that it let in so many monsters, would that woman not skin it alive? This fearful voice reached the scar-faced man's ears outside the wall, it had completely transformed in meaning. He grinned sinisterly, see, that woman's pet is scared to pee, this empty shell of an apartment won't last a second. Don't kill them all, but also don't let them run around. Xiao Shiren pointed to a corner, you block them, let in 2 at a time. 2 was the absolute safe number she thought she could handle, even if she couldn't defeat them, she could quickly move them out of the apartment. Any more, and it would be hard to control. The beep beep machine understood instantly, puffing its chest and moving forward, but suddenly remembered something, hurriedly backing up to peek at the remaining barbecue in the kiosk, using the tip of its tail to pull the door shut tightly, and then it felt reassured. In the darkness, the beep beep machine dashed into the horde of zombies like a yellow flash, accurately letting in 2, and then with 1 claw for each, like swatting flies, it cleanly and deftly shoved the remaining zombies into a corner. In the process, it accidentally overexerted and knocked 2 zombies' heads into their chests. It glanced back at Xiao Shiren, feeling guilty, and found her attention entirely focused on the 2 approaching zombies, which made it secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Shiren's palm gripping the baton was already sweating. She felt unsure as the first zombie approached, using all her strength, she swung down hard at its rotten head. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones rang out, and the foul smell that assaulted her abruptly stopped. This lowest-level zombie was killed in 1 hit. Xiao Shiren was stunned for a moment. Is that it? Another wave of foul odor approached, and she didn't even have time to think, almost instinctively, she swung her baton in the direction of the sound. Crack! Once again, it was a kill in 1 hit. It seemed she was much stronger than she had imagined. The difficulty of those simulation dummies in the training ground is much higher than this. Xiao Shan glanced at the system map interface hanging in front of her, a smirk appearing on her lips. Same in the dark, while others are blind with eyes open, she feels like she has gained a god's perspective. On the map, a few small green figures representing friendly tenants were peeking at the entrance. The red figures representing enemies were huddled in the corner, constantly trying to break through the defenses, only to be impatiently pushed back by the beep machines. Just as she was about to shift her gaze away, Xiao Shan suddenly sensed something was off. In her peripheral vision, a red light point, seemingly detached from the corner of the zombie pile, flickered gently. Xiao Shan quickly pulled the screen back, zooming in on the map. A faint red stick figure was sneaking in from the apartment's entrance, squatting in the shadows beside the door, not knowing what it was doing. If he hadn't entered the apartment's map range, she would have never spotted this lurking guy. So that's it. Xiao Shan immediately recalled the neat break in the electric fence, her eyes narrowed, so, he really is here to pick up something cheap. She never took the initiative to provoke trouble, but if someone led a zombie horde to harm her, she wouldn't hold back. System, replace the electric fence, 5 minutes, plenty of time left. Successfully deducted 800 federal coins, replacing defense electric fence, remaining time, 4 minutes 59 seconds. Xiao Shan felt a bit relieved, quickly opening the system control interface, her fingertips lightly swiping across the map, turning to look around, lowering her voice, Du Shaoan, I know you're here, the sound of you cracking seeds is too loud, wanna come for something fun? Chapter 48, close the door and let the beep machine play whack-a-mole in the pit. As soon as the words fell, a head immediately popped out at the entrance of the hall, answering excitedly, coming. Du Shaoan rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was the first time Xiao Shan actually brought him to play. Xiao Shan's fingertips quickly swiped on the system screen, selecting the cement ground inside the apartment door, directly exchanging for a system-provided puddle trap. After confirming activation, she squatted down and whispered to Du Shaoan, just guard this spot, if you see someone trying to crawl out of the pit, just kick them back for me. Okay. Du Shaoan excitedly made an okay gesture, can I kick them a few more times? As long as you don't kill them, it's up to you. Xiao Shan patted his shoulder, and just as she stood up, she noticed a silent figure beside her that she hadn't seen before. Xiao Shan's nose twitched, catching a faint scent of milk. Wei Hayu? How come you came out too? Where's Shuangshuang? After Wei Hayu and Wei Shuangshuang moved in, Xiao Shan asked Ling Che to get a small can of milk powder from the base. This was a huge favor for Wei Hayu. Milk powder was a rare item that ordinary people couldn't even dream of. He spent the whole day studying how to make the milk powder. The lingering smell of milk on him made it hard for Xiao Shan not to recognize him. Shuangshuang is asleep, Aunt Du is watching her, very safe. Wei Hayu's tone was firm. I came to help you. He had received such a huge favor from Xiao Shan but hadn't been able to do anything for the apartment yet. If he didn't put in some effort, he wouldn't have the face to stay any longer. I heard there's a zombie horde. Fearing that Xiao Shan would refuse, he quickly added, I often hunted zombies outside, I've even killed level 3 zombies. If it weren't for trading crystal cores for money, he would have survived long ago. All right. Xiao Shan noticed the determination in his eyes and smiled mischievously, showing her small white teeth. But you don't need to worry about the zombies. You and Xiaowan work together, guarding that puddle. He kicks left and you kick right, just make sure no one crawls out of the pit. Fang Shicheng, at the entrance of the apartment, hid in the corner between the door and the security booth, squatting until his legs went numb. Inside was pitch black, only the howling of zombies and the sounds of fighting echoed. The battle sounded extremely fierce. But by his cautious nature, he hadn't heard any human screams for a while. This made him dare not act recklessly. Finally, he caught a faint voice from the chaotic noise, seemingly coming from the apartment building. Confirmed. The people in the apartment had all hidden away, leaving only that beast abandoned, letting the zombies feast on it. Fang Shicheng struggled in his heart for a moment, but greed ultimately overcame caution, and he lowered his body, sneakily slipping inside. He silently recalled the layout he had taken note of during the day. Entering through the main gate, there was a circle of concrete road, about 6 or 7 steps wide. He lifted his leg, counting silently in his heart. 1. Splash. The moment he stepped out, the solid ground seemed to disappear instantly. He misstepped and fell into a cold, biting water pit. The water was deep, and before he could react, his body sank straight down. Gulyolu. Wait, where did this water pit come from? He clearly saw that this was solid concrete during the day. There was no time to think, the cold water was already over his head. Not good, it's a trap. When he finally reacted, a heavy metallic closing sound seemed to come from above him. Fang Shicheng didn't have time to think more. He desperately swam upwards, and as his head broke the surface, he gasped for fresh air. Fortunately, he was afraid of dying, and he had long mastered swimming as an escape skill. But this apartment was filled with eerie vibes. It wasn't a place he could stay long. Fang Shicheng immediately turned around, pushing himself against the edge of the water pit, trying to climb out. But all he felt was the cold iron gate. His heart sank. As expected, there was an ambush. The moment he fell into the water, someone closed the apartment door. No way. He was about to break through to level 3 and was a prominent figure in the base. How could he fall in a place like this? Fang Shicheng changed direction. As long as he could get to land, he would definitely turn this apartment upside down. Bang! Just as he pushed himself up, a foot accurately kicked his face, sending him harshly back into the water. Fang Shicheng was furious. He immediately switched to another direction. As long as he got to the shore. Bang! Another kick. It seemed to be from someone with a different shoe size but was equally fierce. Damn it! How could there be so many ambushers? Fang Shicheng gritted his teeth and changed direction again. He couldn't believe that in this darkness, they could catch his movements every time. Just wait until he got to shore. Crack! A crisp freezing sound echoed all around him. In the middle of summer, he felt a bone-chilling cold. The water surface began to freeze at a visible speed. An ice-type ability user. There was actually an ice-type ability user hiding here. His movements became slower. If he didn't save himself now, he would really be frozen into an ice sculpture. Fang Shicheng could no longer afford to hide. His abilities erupted fully, and a whirlwind suddenly rose from beneath him, forcefully lifting him above the water, shooting into the air. Xiao Shiren's pupils shrank. Seeing the light red stick figure on the map about to fly out of the apartment range, she panicked. System, activate the electric fence automatic counterattack. Fang Shicheng felt the familiar sensation of floating, and his heart calmed down a lot. Seeing he had enough height and his escape was secure, he looked down with a cold smile. I remember you all. Wait for me, one day. Sizzle. A thick electric arc danced like a silver snake, instantly engulfing him, cutting off the rest of his words. The people on the ground all looked up. In the blinding electric light, they seemed to see a human skeleton thrashing wildly in the air. Xiao Shiren gasped. With this body full of water, the conductive effect is downright terrifying. Thud. Fang Shicheng's mouth puffed out black smoke as he fell from the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the mud and creating a large humanoid pit. Xiao Shiren waved her hand, and the lights in the apartment instantly brightened. The three of them immediately surrounded the pit, staring at the figure inside, unsure of its fate. He won't be electrocuted to death, right? Xiao Shiren scratched her chin, feeling quite regretful. I haven't had enough fun yet, and I didn't even get to ask about the mastermind behind this. He won't die. Du Shaowan proudly lifted his chin. It's not that easy for a superpowered person to die, at most they'll be half paralyzed. That's true, Xiao Shiren nodded in agreement. The system's power grid is more about paralyzing and heavily injuring superpowered individuals and mutated beasts. Its killing power doesn't seem that deadly. You see BBG, it didn't suffer any harm when it dismantled the power grid before. Du Shaowan glanced at BBG in the corner, who was dragging a zombie's corpse, and mercilessly exposed. That was just for show. Its tough skin and thick flesh can hold up, but it still hurts. This morning, it was limping. Hearing this, BBG turned around in dissatisfaction, wanting to glare at Du Shaowan, but immediately saw the large pit in the muddy ground and its body went rigid with shock. That was the ground it had worked so hard to cultivate. Instantly furious. With the land ruined like this, who is going to clean it up? Chapter 49, Are you a friend or foe? By the edge of the pit, Xiao Shiren and the others formed a circle, looking at Fang Shicheng, who was face down in the pit, his breath weak. Is he still alive? He should be. Look, his back is still rising and falling. Tisk, even if he is alive, I bet he doesn't want to live. Xiao Shiren and Wei Hayu both looked at Du Shaowan. Why? Just because he was so scared earlier. As long as there is a breath in him, he can survive. I saw Enlu adding a lot of new fertilizer to this piece of land yesterday. Du Shaowan cleared his throat and glanced at the bottom of the pit with sympathy. She said, using this, the vegetables grown will definitely be big and sweet. It's probably that fertilizer. It smells particularly overwhelming. Xiao Shiren and Wei Hayu fell silent for a moment, then they both pinched their noses and stepped back several paces. Ugh. In the pit, Fang Shicheng's back stilled in that moment. Even just a vague silhouette revealed a deep sense of despair greater than sorrow itself. At that moment, a deep yellow shadow whistled through the gap opened by Xiao Shiren and Wei Hayu, filled with rage. BBG, remembering the precious land it had painstakingly tilled, which was now smashed into this ugly humanoid pit, was furious, its mane standing on end. It howled and rushed to the edge of the pit, raised its giant paw, bigger than a sandbag, and kicked hard at Fang Shicheng's back. Oh whoa! Return my crops! Oh my! Du Shaowan was dumbfounded. Now we really can't see him, he's being stomped into the mud. What are you still staring for? Xiao Shiren was anxious. Quick, pull it away, or someone's gonna die. Unfortunately, BBG was completely out of control, kicking one after another while also using its claws to dig dirt into the pit, wanting to bury the culprit who ruined its hard-earned efforts right there. Xiao Shiren reached out to pull, but couldn't hold on. What kind of grudge is this? Wei Hayu was stunned. Could they have known each other before? Seeing an enemy makes a person especially red-eyed? Du Shaowan speculated. Xiao Shiren frowned, trying to figure out the source of BBG's anger. System, activate translation mode. The yellow bean-shaped head emoji immediately appeared, and as soon as it opened its mouth, it unleashed a series of sounds. BB BB BB. After listening for a long time, Xiao Shiren found all were words that needed post-processing to filter. System. She replied expressionlessly, this translation function, I feel like that big pile of federal coins I spent seems a bit unjust. The translation subtitles flickered for a moment before pitifully stating, Host, the curse words it's spewing right now are much more malicious than usual towards you. Xiao Shiren, thank you, that didn't make me feel any better. Landlord. Du Shaowan reminded anxiously, if we don't save him now, even if he's a level 3 superpowered person, he'll still be stomped to death. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Shiren reacted, shouting at BBG, stop. If he really dies, I'll deduct your portion of the roasted meat. She yanked BBG's tail hard, pulling back with all her might. BBG was angry and instinctively turned to lash out, but upon meeting Xiao Shiren's threatening gaze, its anger vanished instantly, and its eyes turned clear and innocent. Oh whoa. The system translated in real time, wah wah wah. Xiao Shiren pointed at the big pit, making a gesture to pull him out. Seeing BBG nod. She pointed at the pit again, gesturing at her neck. He died. Then she pointed again at the beep machine's neck. You, also dead. The beep machine was frightened and jumped, its fur standing on end, hurriedly stretching out its claws to dig into the pit. The soil was already soft, and after kicking and stepping on it, digging was even harder. When it finally dragged the person out with great effort, Fang Shicheng was already a mess, blood and fertilizer flying everywhere, with not a piece of good skin on his body. Xiao Shan stared at him and sighed, I seriously suspect he is dead. The beep machine panicked upon hearing this, howling and trying to dig at Fang Shicheng, trying to prove he was still alive. This guy is definitely faking death, trying to blame this Lion King. Being disturbed by the beep machine, Fang Shicheng suddenly spat out 2 mouthfuls of black mud and finally couldn't hold on, weakly opening his eyes. I'm not dead yet, I can still be saved. At this point, he intended to fake death to get through, but if he kept it up, he would truly be torn apart by this monster. You really are a cockroach that can't be killed. Xiao Shan crouched down, looking down at him. Speak, where are your accomplices? What do you want with the zombies? Don't be stubborn, tell me, you still have a way out. With it, even I can't reason with it. Du Shaowan and Wei Hayu, who witnessed the entire reasoning process, cast complex looks at him. Really don't have any accomplices. Feng Shicheng retched and struggled to argue. Came in to save you. The strange smell of fertilizer in his mouth made his stomach churn, he nearly vomited out his innards. Save us? Xiao Shan smacked her lips, at least make up a story that's believable. Do you think I'm stupid? If it weren't for the red stick figure representing hostility on the system map, she might have nearly believed him. She subconsciously opened the map, wanting to see if there were any other enemies nearby, but when she looked, she was stunned. Ha! On the map, the stick figure representing Feng Shicheng had somehow changed from light pink to a nearly colorless off-white. System, what's going on? Did he lose color? Xiao Xian had never seen such a change. Can hostility really decrease? The system explained, red represents hostility, the lighter the color, the weaker the hostility. Off-white represents that hostility has basically dissipated, at a neutral to friendly critical state. Xiao Xian was bewildered. She carefully recalled what Feng Shicheng had encountered after entering, falling into a trap, being frozen, getting electrocuted, being kicked, being buried alive. Thinking about this, her gaze towards Feng Shicheng instantly became incredibly strange. Could he be a masochist? If it were any normal person, after suffering such inhumane treatment, even if there was no previous grudge, they would want revenge now. Yet he was doing well, and his hostility was almost gone? Xiao Shan quietly moved forward a couple of steps, tentatively raised her foot, and gently tapped him on the leg. Feng Shicheng trembled all over and looked at her with an extremely resentful gaze. You came again? Xiao Shan was startled and jumped back 3 meters. Why you, act normal. She thought she had seen a lot since gaining the system, but she had truly never seen a scene like this. Xiao Shan rubbed her goosebumps hard, forcing the topic back. You said you came to save us, then the zombies outside weren't brought here by you? Feng Shicheng weakly but honestly nodded, yes. Xiao Shan's temple throbbed. Then how can you still say you're here to save people? Feng Shicheng nodded affirmatively again. I truly am. Could it really be a misunderstanding? Xiao Shan took a deep breath, making a final confirmation. The electric net on the external wall of the apartment was destroyed. Has nothing to do with you? Feng Shicheng looked at her firmly and nodded. It's related. Xiao Shan's brain short-circuited for 3 seconds, trying to understand this convoluted and absurd logic. You are seriously messing with me. It was the first time Xiao Shan couldn't hold back her foul language. Chapter 50, after another beating, the villain's hostility clears up? The consequence of provoking Xiao Shan was that Feng Shicheng, who had just regained his composure, was met with another flurry of punches and kicks. The small spark of rebellion he had just ignited was instantly smashed back into the mud. Was this woman a devil? As Xiao Shan dealt with him, she glanced at the system screen distractedly. The stick figure representing Feng Shicheng, amidst his increasingly desperate wails, completely changed from a beige color to a pure, flawless white. All right. Xiao Shan clapped her hands, flexing her wrists as she looked down at him from above. This is your last chance. Honestly confess, and if even a single word is a lie, I will bury you back and use you as fertilizer. Feng Shicheng struggled to turn his head, wiping away the thick black mud that was threatening to blind him, his voice laced with resignation. There's a new guy, he said your apartment is a treasure land, and as long as I find a way to get you out, I can take this place for myself. At this moment, he looked honest and simple, but his face twisted with anger and humiliation. That bastard actually dared to lie to me. If it weren't for the scarred face assuring him that all the experts in the apartment had left, leaving only an empty shell that could be easily taken, he would never have been so careless. Feng Shicheng had been cautious his entire life, and how could he mess up something so big? Didn't mean to harm anyone? Xiao Shan's eyebrows rose. Then why did you create a zombie wave to besiege the city? Hearing this, Feng Shicheng grew anxious, struggling to explain, that was really just to look scary. They are all the lowest level zombies, they are not deadly at all. My plan was that even if they broke through the electrical fence, they'd lose 80%. When you all got scared and ran, the rest I could easily take care of. This way, I wouldn't expose myself, and I could seize the apartment without any bloodshed. At this point, Feng Shicheng seemed to realize something was wrong, hastily adding, of course, even if someone didn't run, I would also take action to eliminate the zombies. Zombies are just zombies, they cannot be compared with human lives, right? If it weren't for the fact that the apartment's electrical fence was even more insane than he imagined. The zombies were almost completely zapped out, and the electric fence was still unaffected, he wouldn't have been anxious enough to personally damage the fence. Xiao Shan finally understood. This Feng Shicheng was indeed cautious to the bone, his style marked by fear and treachery. She stared at Fang Shicheng, lost in thought. No matter what your original scheme was, bringing zombies to attack is a fact. If I do nothing, won't that make others think our Fangzhou apartment is easy to bully? Fang Shicheng's heart sank to the pit, his face ashen. Even after being tortured like this, did it not count as doing something? How about this? Xiao Xian's gaze suddenly deepened. Don't blame me for being ruthless. In this apocalypse, human hearts are unpredictable, especially since you are a soon-to-breakthrough level 3 abilities user. I cannot risk letting a tiger back into the mountains, so I can only. Just as her killing intent surged, the long-lost system alert rang out once more. Detection of a suitable target for recruitment as security personnel, please pay attention. What is this? Xiao Xian thought to herself, while killing Fang Shicheng was a pity, leaving a resentful strong enemy was an endless future trouble. Even though she was reluctant, she'd have to deal with it. Little did she know, the system unexpectedly delivered the optimal solution at the last moment. Looking at the green arrow over Fang Shicheng's head, the killing intent in Xiao Xian's eyes instantly dissipated, smiling like a wolf grandmother seeing a little lamb. So, I can only keep you here to work for me, to compensate for our apartment's spiritual and physical losses. She probably understood too. Recruiting staff had mandatory conditions given by the system, along with a hidden prerequisite: the stance toward the apartment had to be neutral or friendly. Fang Shicheng, after being physically enlightened by her, had his hostility erased, triggering the recruitment conditions. Once these words were spoken, not only Fang Shicheng, even Du Shaowan and Wei Haiyu beside him were shocked, their eyes wide open. What? Right now, how many people are breaking their heads just to live in an apartment, let alone work directly in one? The landlord's earlier statement meant. He calls this a punishment? Fang Shicheng's mind went blank. He numbly listened until he finally reacted after a while. Oh, instead of killing him, they want him to live in the apartment and work there? Something doesn't sound quite right. Before he could think further, he saw Qiao Shiren facing the air, showing a satisfied smile. Congratulations, host, mission conditions have been met, security guards ×2, security booth ×1, completed. Living rewards, return elevator ×1, security uniforms ×4. Return elevator, no matter where the host is, the apartment is always the final refuge. You can set this elevator outside the apartment at any location. After setting it, you can teleport back to the apartment with one click from that spot. For detailed information, please check after installation. Xiao Shiren was so excited she almost shouted. She said such a harsh task would definitely have great rewards. This return elevator is simply a magical tool. With it, she gained an absolutely safe escape route, and she finally had the confidence to leave the apartment and venture outside. She closed the system interface and looked at Fang Shicheng with increasingly friendly eyes. BB machine, listen, he will be your colleague in the security department from now on. If he doesn't behave, you can scratch him, understand? Ow. Fang Shicheng didn't understand what the BB machine said, but he clearly understood Xiao Shiren's words. His survival instinct made him quickly nod and assure, I will definitely behave, absolutely behave. Those who know the situation are wise. First, agree to preserve his life, he can't really die here. As long as he doesn't die, he can always find a chance to escape from this female devil's grasp. Very good. Xiao Shiren smiled and took out a contract out of thin air. Come, let's sign the contract first. After signing, you will be one of us. Fang Shicheng stared at the paper handed to him, speechless. I don't have anything on me right now. Good boy, just sign it carefully. After signing, you're one of us. Otherwise, I might still kill you, you know? Xiao Shiren smiled warmly, but her words were as cold as ice. Our apartment is very exclusive. I'll sign. Fang Shicheng shrank his neck in fright and quickly wiped most of the mud off his fingers on a clean part of the fabric around his body, then dabbed a bit of blood from his wound and shivered as he pressed his print on the contract. What's a contract, anyway? What happens if I sign it? It's the end of the world. Who still recognizes this thing? Am I going to sue him? If he wants to leave, he can still leave. The moment he pressed his print, Fang Shicheng's name immediately appeared on the apartment employee roster. Xiao Shiren laughed coldly in her heart. This system, known as the Absolute Contract, priced at a whopping 10,000 federal coins, she only prepared 2 copies, solely to deal with powerful employees like the BB machine and Fang Shicheng, whom she couldn't fully control. After signing, the employee would be absolutely restricted from the soul level by the system. Want to run? Maybe in the next life. Okay, now we are all one of us. Xiao Shiren satisfiedly tucked away the contract and pointed to the big door not far away. Take him. She originally wanted them to carry Fang Shicheng upstairs, but seeing his appearance, she changed her mind. She pointed to a puddle by the door. First, throw him in there to rinse off, wash him clean before dragging him upstairs. This puddle was specially prepared for him, it was just the right time to put it to use. The water inside was still clean, it shouldn't go to waste. Chapter 51, Being Recognized as the Landlord's Boyfriend in Public? Du Xiaowan's words almost left Fang Shicheng with a lasting psychological shadow. Dragged out from the puddle, he spent a full 4 hours washing in the bathroom upstairs, feeling as if he had scrubbed off 3 layers of skin, before stepping out with a body refreshed and steaming. His original clothes had long been turned into rags by the BB machine. At this moment, he was bare-chested, only wrapping a towel around his waist. When he came out, the sky had already brightened. "Boss, do you have any orders?" Fang Shicheng cautiously walked up to Qiao Xuan, keeping his posture very low. "I am currently seriously injured and may not be able to handle dangerous tasks, but some physical work is still possible." He must first stabilize this female tyrant. As long as he didn't die, there would always be a chance to escape. "Just right, there's something here for you to do." Qiao Xuan was recording something in a small notebook, then looked up, her face instantly flushing red like a cat that had its tail stepped on. "Why did you come out dressed like this? Your attire is improper and damages the image of the apartment. You, go get properly dressed immediately." As she turned her head, her eyes were filled with muscular and tone lines, creating an overwhelming visual impact. Having lived obediently for 20 years, she had never seen such a scene and felt her cheeks were about to burn. "Over there's a spare uniform in the security booth, and the walkie-talkie is yours too." Xiao Shan's voice had risen a few pitches, not daring to look at him again. "Hurry up. If you're late by a minute, I'll note it down, and it will be deducted from your salary gradually later." Although the apartment had not yet set a salary system, rules were made by people, and what this landlord said counted. Fang Shicheng looked down at himself. Wasn't he just wrapped in a bath towel? The important parts were covered tightly. In the apocalypse, isn't it quite normal for men to go shirtless? Her reaction was too intense. He grumbled in his heart, but when he thought of Qiao Xuan's fierce nature that could literally stomp someone into the ground, he didn't dare say another word, tucking his tail between his legs as he quickly ran to the security booth. Soon, Fang Shicheng walked out dressed neatly. His earlier reluctance vanished as he fondled the new security uniform. "Boss, the material of this work uniform is really nice, durable, and breathable. Such good clothes, isn't it a waste to use as a security uniform? It will get torn in a fight." Xiao Shan carefully glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Confirming he was dressed properly, she finally sighed in relief. "You, along with the walkie-talkie, will need to retail the ground in the courtyard. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be any need for rework." She pointed to another security booth. "That will be your workstation from now on. You and the walkie-talkie will each have a booth." She figured it out. The so-called deterrence from the Du family was all nonsense. If there was real danger, one had to rely on oneself. The remaining few low-level zombies were quickly dealt with. This so-called zombie tide was more of a big noise with little actual impact. In the end, it seemed only Fang Shicheng had gotten seriously hurt. As the sky brightened, news of the apartment being safe returned to the base. The tenants who had been in fear all night at the base had lost their desire to work. After discussing, they decided to collectively take a day off to check the apartment. They truly couldn't imagine where they could find such a good place to stay if they lost the Ark apartment. Around noon, after supervising Fang Shicheng restore the courtyard back to its original state, Xiao Shan briefly explained the employee benefits. Meals and lodging are provided, with a chance for a pay raise based on performance. Fang Shicheng nearly crunched his back teeth in frustration. To put it bluntly, there was no base salary, it was all free labor. Imagine, he was a near level 3 power user, a small leader outside, and now here he was, reduced to free labor? But when Xiao Shan piled the leftover barbecue and a bunch of snacks and drinks he exchanged from the vending machine in front of him, he was shocked, his jaw nearly dropping. Smelling the rich aroma of the barbecue, looking at those colorful packaging. He felt that providing meals and lodging didn't seem so unacceptable after all. Fang Shicheng looked like someone who had never seen the world before, rummaging through the pile of delicacies, not even having the chance to stuff a bite in his mouth when suddenly a commotion erupted outside the apartment door. The door had been kept open to clear the puddle, exposing the scene outside. The tenants who should have been at work. At this moment, they unexpectedly all came back in a swarm. They immediately spotted Fang Shicheng in the yard, and their eyes lit up, rushing to surround him. "Oh, this young man is really handsome. Is he new here? Landlord, is he your boyfriend?" Aunt Sue was the first to joke. "He looks clean and fresh, with delicate skin. He must be some wealthy young master from the base, right?" One sentence choked both Xiao Shuren and Fang Shicheng. "Of course not. How is that possible?" The two of them retorted in unison, and Fang Shicheng almost exploded on the spot. What a joke! This woman had a pure and innocent face, but her heart was black and her hands were ruthless. Did he seem like he wanted to get involved with such a female devil? Xiao Shuren's disgust was even more apparent. "Aunt Sue, you can't say such things, my taste isn't that bad." Just thinking of how Fang Shicheng looked last night, wrapped in special fertilizer, made her stomach churn, and she subtly moved back a bit. "Oh. Their voices grew louder, and their gazes collided fiercely in the air. Fang Shichang, who received a warning glare from Xiao Shuren, instantly became clear-headed and shrank his neck in frustration. Damn scarred face, he noted this down.
Excuse me, can I come in?
Amid the noise, a slightly timid young voice came from the back of the crowd. As soon as this voice rang out, the big lion head poked up from the security booth, which had been gnawing on barbecued meat. The huge lion head poked out of the booth, sniffing hard, then excitedly spun around, its tail shaking out a blur.
By the way, landlord, I almost forgot about this kid.
Old Luo slapped his forehead. Yesterday this young brother came to our apartment looking for his lost pet. He heard we have a lion here and wanted to see if it was his
pet? Who keeps a second-level mutated lion as a pet?
Xiao Shuren instantly became vigilant, her eyes sharp as she looked toward the crowd. Let him in.
BBG had signed a labor contract with her. Did he want to steal BBG from her? No way.
The tenants made way, and a boy who looked no more than 18 nervously walked in from outside.
BBG clearly saw him too and became excited.
The boy approached Xiao Shuren, nervously bowing. Hello, I am Qilei, Datu's caretaker.
Caretaker?
Xiao Shuren squinted her eyes. This title had something to say.
BBG, oh, you're talking about that lion?
Xiao Shuren pointed to the side where BBG hesitated for a moment, then buried itself back in its food.
So, you work at a zoo? No.
Qilei hurriedly waved his hands. Before the end of the world, our family ran a circus.
Datu's grandparents were the stars of our circus. His parents were born after the end of the world and didn't survive. Now, our circus is left with only me and Datu.
Chapter 52, Me and Datu are true love, seeking shelter.
So that's how it is.
Xiao Shuren had always thought that even if BBG had mutated and gained wisdom, it couldn't possibly be this human-like. Now she found the reason. Xiao Shuren felt good and found Qilei much more amiable. That's really great, your circus has produced such an amazing security guard for our apartment.
Huh? Qilei looked up, confused. SSEU security guard?
This expression, pure and silly, made Xiao Shuren wonder if this kid was too well protected and had no idea of the world's cruelty. She uncertainly opened the map, and surrounded by a group of little green figures, Qilei looked even greener.
It's all good.
If he could even fake the malice in his heart, Qilei's acting skills were too impressive.
Don't you know?
Xiao Shuren smiled and explained, we signed a proper labor contract. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a piece of paper, and held it up in front of Qilei. Take a look, black and white on paper, there's no going back. The suddenly enlarged paper in front of him left Qilei completely stunned. What a huge paw print, it covered more than half of the paper.
Wait, how did this landlord pull out such a big piece of paper from a pocket that's only the size of a palm? And there's not a single crease?
The beep machine definitely can't be returned, but since you came all this way, we should at least treat you to something. Xiao Shan generously pulled another chair over and pushed the items on the table toward him. It's already lunchtime, let's eat something before you leave. Qilei was almost in tears when he realized that Xiao Shan had no intention of returning the beep machine. He wanted to argue but was captivated by the sound of plastic bags rustling and the enticing smell of food. It turned out to be food, so much food. Qilei's eyes widened, and he uncontrollably grabbed the nearest bag of chips, tearing open the package and stuffing his mouth.
Crunch, crunch. Fang Shicheng's eyes widened. Wasn't this food meant for him?
He had worked hard all morning just looking forward to this moment, yet hadn't gotten a single bite. Moments later, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Qilei widened his eyes, holding back tears in an instant. He frantically grabbed anything around him, not caring if the flavors mixed, stuffing whatever he could into his mouth, looking as if he hadn't eaten in days.
Is this kid reborn from a starving ghost?
Not to mention, just look at how he's eating, it's just like the beep machine. They hadn't forgotten why the beep machine had gotten itself caught in the landlord's hands. Hey! 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 My jerky! Fang Shicheng tried to snatch back some food, but unfortunately, even with his nearly advanced abilities, he couldn't overpower a seemingly weak boy, which annoyed him on the spot. Are you a starving ghost or something? In just 10 minutes, the entire table of food was completely devoured by Qilei. Xiao Shan looked at the self-heating hot pot vegetables that had been ruthlessly gnawed on, and the packet of lotus powder with only a bit of powder left in it, wondering if this person was some kind of man-eating shark.
You? Xiao Shan hesitated. Do you want to take some to go?
As soon as she said it, she regretted it. This kid was already so starved, he would definitely take advantage and make her pay a hefty price. But to her surprise, Qilei burped, content, and waved his hand. No need, no need.
You can keep the food inside, I'm fine. I don't have any relatives outside.
Something's not right, very wrong indeed. Xiao Shan thought he hadn't understood her. I mean, after this meal, I won't keep you here.
No way, you have to keep me.
Qilei immediately looked aggrieved, his eyes reddening. I've grown up with Datu. Wherever he goes, I go. Landlord's sister, you're so kind and beautiful, surely you wouldn't want us to be separated. Not far away, the beep machine continued to indulge in food, not even looking up. I know the two best. He has a severe anxiety disorder, he can't live without me. Chile declared confidently, in the past, he always listened to me, from now on, I'll listen to him and serve him. Hearing the noise, the beep machine finally raised its greasy head, lazily glanced at Chile, then buried its head back again, eating even more enthusiastically. Landlord's sister, you might not understand how deep our bond is, without me here, he can't even eat. Xiaoshan held her forehead, what you're saying doesn't really hold any weight. An ordinary person, especially a glutton, why should they stay? To waste food? Just as she was about to kick him out, her peripheral vision caught something unusual. Earlier, when the beep machine looked at Chile, there seemed to be a hint of reassurance, then it ate even more happily, as if telling Chile, don't worry, as long as I have food, so do you. This thought flashed through her mind, stirring something in her heart. Could it be? She calmly gave a mental command to the system, it's time to check Chile. Ding. Detection target, Chile, primary psychic ability user. Ability description, can establish a basic psychic link with mutated beasts, capable of soothing, controlling, and guiding them under certain conditions. Note, this ability user has not fully awakened yet, with great potential. Xiao Shiren's eyes slowly widened. Found a treasure. It's been 30 years since the apocalypse, and there are still ability users who don't know they have awakened their powers? Is this kid living in a vacuum? Chile looked at her in silence, feeling anxious. Actually, I can do anything. Wash clothes, cook, clean, and I can even groom a lion. Then you can stay. Xiao Shiren's tone changed, and she replied cheerfully, grinning like a fox that stole a chicken. The salary and benefits are the same as the beep machine. From now on, you will work together with it, and your main task will be to watch over the beep machine, keeping it out of trouble. Chile was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. He knew that following the big head would lead to a good life. Last night at the base, he saw with his own eyes how many people scrambled to get in here. Relying on the big head's connections, a pie fell directly from the sky into his mouth. Why is it so lively? A few people squeezed in from behind the crowd. If it were anywhere else, suddenly having people appear behind you would surely scare you, even if you weren't on guard. But here in the Ark apartment, without Xiao Shiren's permission, non-tenants couldn't enter. Xiao Shiren tilted her head slightly, her gaze drifting past Chile as she saw the newcomers. Ling Che? Team He? Why did you all come back together? Surprisingly, there was also Wang Meng, who had been gone for several days. Xiao Shiren clenched her teeth, smiling uncomfortably. Oh, Wang Meng is back too? It's been a long time. Wang Meng shivered, instinctively wanting to run. He was caught by Sun Li beside him. Where are you going? Chapter 53, the base's third-in-command arrives. Are they friend or foe? Lu Guifan was busy preparing food for the returning tenants when she saw Wang Meng looking so pitiful, hurriedly pushing him inside. How did you come back looking so haggard after just a few days? You must have suffered a lot, you need to eat something good to recover. As an elder, she felt that the apartment's peace was greatly supported by powerful tenants like Wang Meng, and she still respected these people in her heart. Oh he. Wang Meng awkwardly chuckled, trying to find a way out. I didn't mean to run, really didn't mean to run, I just saw the land outside looks pretty good, thought I'd take a look. As soon as he said this, Lu Guifan's hands pushing him stopped, and her enthusiasm faded. She remembered last night's zombie tide and how this person fled without a word before. Her respect for him quickly disappeared. Then again, ability users need to train well, but character is more important. Wang Meng's head buzzed, feeling bewildered. The difference in treatment was too great. Why did Lu Guifan's enthusiasm instantly fade when he mentioned that piece of land? And that new kid by the table, why did he look at him like he was a sworn enemy? Wait, what about that majestic lion at the door? When did the landlord raise such a big guy? Why did he feel the lion was looking at him like it wanted to come up and scratch him? He had only run away from home for a few days, how did the world change so much? Can I come in? Just as the atmosphere in the hall became strange, a calm voice came from the door. Wang Meng slapped his forehead, finally finding an excuse. Oh, look at my brain, I was so caught up in catching up with everyone that I left the guest waiting outside. He quickly broke free from Yichuan's death stare and dashed to the door, warmly taking the newcomer's hand. Brother, you see what a commotion this is. Just come in to greet us, what are you waiting for? By the way, who are you looking for? The newcomer was dressed well in a low-key yet finely crafted suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an exceptional aura. Even Wang Meng, no matter how slow-witted. He also sensed that something was off and awkwardly thought about letting go. How about, you wait a little longer? Right now, he was barely keeping himself safe. If he let an unknown person in, the landlord might just tear him apart. The man outside seemed used to being flattered and frowned at Wang Meng's contradictory nonsense, but still prepared to step inside. As his foot lifted halfway, it was firmly pressed down by Wang Meng. Wang Meng frantically made faces at him. "Buddy, not to hide it from you, we have strict rules here. Unless the landlord gives the word, no one can come in. If I drag you in forcefully, we both might get beaten up and thrown out." The man sighed, too lazy to tangle with this guy who seemed not all there. He glanced past him and called out, "Du Xiaowan, come here." Xiao Shiren quickly turned her head and saw Du Xiaowan crouching, trying to sneak away while holding 2 bags of sunflower seeds. "Stop." Xiao Shiren narrowed her eyes and grabbed the back of Du Xiaowan's collar. "Come with me to the office." She then softened her tone and smiled politely at the man outside. "My tenant here had a bit of a scare last night, and his mind isn't quite clear, so please don't take his words to heart. Sir, please follow me." As soon as she finished speaking, the invisible resistance under the man's feet disappeared. He was shocked inside but kept a calm expression, stepping steadily into the lobby, following Xiao Shiren to the office. Wang Meng felt uncertain. "Boss, that guy is definitely not simple, even I feel pressure from him. Should we follow them? What if the landlord?" Slap. Hechuan slapped the back of his head. "How can you still compare yourself to the landlord? The landlord could take you down with just a couple of hands in this apartment. Instead of wasting time, you should think about how to explain that you corrupted the god of war, Ling Che, and caused him to run away from home." They really believed his nonsense about fighting zombies. Who knew when they found this kid, he was squatting in a corner tricking a child into giving him a bun, looking as miserable as could be. The more Hechuan thought about it, the angrier he became. "You good for nothing. A mercenary with a good reputation, yet you've stooped so low as to cheat a child for buns. You've brought shame to your ancestors. That was an accident. I was afraid it would blow up and the landlord would come after me. Who knew you all would come first?" Wang Meng grumbled, holding his head. "By the way, boss, should we tell the landlord about what happened this time?" "Tell her what? To go out on an adventure?" Hechuan glared at him and looked anxiously towards the office. "But this is such a big deal, we probably can't keep it from her. I just don't know if that person was friend or foe." "Not a foe. Ling Che, just having twisted off a bottle of water, spoke lightly, at least not now. In the future, no one can say for sure." Wang Meng perked up. "Do you know him?" Ling Che glanced at him and lowered his voice. "Who else would come looking for Du Xiaowan? Du. The Du family?" Meanwhile, in the office, Xiao Shiren had just sat down behind the desk, putting on a standard smile, planning how to start, but Du Xiaowan exploded first. "Dad, what are you doing here? Wasn't it supposed to be fine as long as I was here?" The words Xiao Shiren had prepared suddenly stuck in her throat. She looked at the composed middle-aged man and then at the displeased Du Xiaowan. "Dad?" Her mind raced through all the information about the Du family. Du Xiaowan's father, wasn't he the third in command of the base, Du Zhonghong? The big shot that Ling Che mentioned worth befriending? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through her mind, the biggest possibility being that the Du family had their eyes on her apartment, and this big shot was here to investigate or even to take advantage of it. Wait a minute. Xiao Shiren suddenly stood up, wordlessly walked briskly to the office door, and said 2 words to Ling Che, who was drinking water. "Come in." Her tone left no room for refusal. Ling Che understood, put down the water bottle, and followed her into the office. Xiao Shiren swiftly added a chair beside her, and the two sat side by side, forming a confrontation with the Du father and son. With Ling Che here, she felt much more at ease, and it gave her the courage to face Du Zhonghong directly. Du Xiaowan, a small devil, quickly sensed that the atmosphere was off, and with a quick turn of his eyes, he rushed to Xiao Shiren's side, sat on the ground, and started cracking seeds, showing his stance with actions. Du Zhonghong was both amused and helpless. "You little brat, your father comes alone, do you think I came here to pick a fight? But why stand directly in front?" Ling Che's cold voice sounded, going straight to the point. "Mr. Du, if you have something to say, please say it directly. The owner of the apartment is right here, there's no need to beat around the bush." Xiao Shiren quietly took a bottle of red tea from the drawer, pondering whether to get a teacup to drink in a more stylish way. After all, this was a business discussion. But before she could think further, Du Zhonghong's words made her drop the red tea directly. "The landlord should have received the news that the Zhongnan base next door has been destroyed. Chapter 54, want to recruit me into your group? What price are you offering?" "What?" Xiao Shiren doubted her ears. "The Zhongnan base? The one over 100 miles away from us?" In the apocalypse, the number of survivors is far less than in the past, and the population is highly concentrated, making the distance between bases alarmingly far. Over 100 miles, in the pre-apocalypse world, that distance would scatter countless towns of various sizes. And now, between the two, there's only a base slightly off the direct line. Ordinary people in the base, once they leave, have practically no chance of reaching another base on their own. Over 90% would meet their end on the road. It is precisely for this reason that base managers can maintain absolute control, and the currencies they issue can be recognized. People expelled from the base would form scattered groups of refugees near the base, rather than flowing into other bases. This happened nearly a month ago.
Xiao Shiren no longer cared about the spilled red tea. Mr. Du, could you say that again? The Zhongnan base is gone? Do you know the reason?
In the apocalypse, the significance of a base is equivalent to the last arc of civilization. In her whole life, this was the first time she had heard of a large-scale base being completely destroyed. She had previously heard Zhang Guoqiang boast that when the apocalypse first began, some makeshift gathering places, even if they called themselves bases, lacked professional buildings and necessary equipment for living, and couldn't last even half a year before being destroyed by zombie tides or malicious humans. Those that survived now were all well-established, with certain self-protection capabilities, and had their own trump cards.
5 years into the apocalypse, there hadn't been any reports of complete base destruction.
Du Zhonghong looked at her shocked expression, a hint of bitterness showing on his face. The news was suppressed for nearly a month, and it only erupted when it could no longer be hidden. His voice was low, carrying a tremor. The Zhongnan base is now a dead city.
How is that possible? Was it breached by a zombie tide? Countless possibilities flashed through Xiao Shiren's mind.
A base that could last 30 years would undoubtedly have defenses as strong as a fortress, unless there was an unprecedented zombie tide, or there were internal issues. It's neither. Du Zhonghong shook his head, his expression utterly serious. It was a mutated plant. A plant ability user who loved growing flowers and plants had a special status in the base, with an independent yard filled with plants, and one of the dandelions mutated.
Dandelion? Xiao Shiren was extremely astonished. A plant can mutate like that? Can it really destroy a base?
In the apocalypse, life is hard enough, let alone plants that require specific conditions to survive. Dandelions were one of the friendliest. She thought this type of plant had long been extinct in the apocalypse. Sigh. Du Zhonghong sighed deeply. When I learned this news, I was even more shocked than you are now.
This is the first time in 30 years of the apocalypse.
The first discovered deadly mutated plant. It has no intelligence, just the simplest instinct for growth, and subconsciously absorbs everything beneficial to it.
The broader one's vision, the clearer they realize how incredible this is.
Everyone thinks dandelions are weak, but they forget that it's also the most typical taproot plant, with a developed root system. Finding a suitable environment to survive in the apocalypse is not easy, but once found, it can grow at a terrifying speed. Du Zhonghong's voice still trembled, revealing the shock this matter brought him, but it just happened to find it, a specially crafted garden, and a plant-based ability user who took great care of them.
Xiao Shiren's heart raced in a panic. Such a big thing, that plant-based ability user watched it every day and didn't notice anything unusual? How could they have noticed?
After all, no plant has ever mutated to harm humans. Du Zhonghong laughed bitterly. Moreover, that dandelion always grew its roots downward, appearing just like an ordinary weed, until a month ago, the dandelion unexpectedly devoured that plant-based ability user. Xiao Shiren's eyes widened suddenly, and she stood up uncontrollably. Devoured? Du Zhonghong gritted his teeth. That was the only second-level plant-based ability user in the Zhongnan base. Having absorbed such a huge nutrient, the dandelion could no longer be controlled by normal means, but those brainless high-ranking officials in the Zhongnan base only thought about suppressing the matter. By the time we got the news, the Zhongnan base had already become a dead city. Usually gentle and polite, Du Zhonghong could not help but get angry. How could this be possible? After the shock, Xiao Shiren understood. Are they crazy? Just for enjoyment? If this kind of thing got out, it would surely cause turmoil. Let alone the unrest among the civilians in the base, there would probably be even more who would take advantage of the chaos. A bunch of brainless people, always thinking they are powerful enough to secretly solve this matter. Du Zhonghong's fists turned white as he clenched them. If they had sought help at the first sign of trouble, gathering the strength of surrounding bases before it completely absorbed the plant-based ability user, they might have been able to eliminate the dandelion and not have the entire base perish. Xiao Shiren was no longer as she was in the past. Her vision had broadened, and she could now understand these things she couldn't before. They're afraid of calling for help because they worry about being asked for benefits afterward, and that their resources will be divided. Didn't expect, a young landlady could see through this so clearly. Du Zhonghong's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. Those people sat in high positions for 30 years yet have a heart and vision far beneath yours.
Thus, I'm more confident in coming here. What does it mean?
Xiao Shiren glanced at Ling Che secretly. Seeing her expression unchanged, she tried hard to calm her tone. So, Mr. Du specially came here to reveal such big news. What is the purpose? The matter at Zhongnan base isn't over. If one side falls, the other gets cold. The dandelion is entrenched in the base. If we stand by and do nothing, who knows if we'll become the second Zhongnan base. Du Zhonghong revealed his purpose for coming this time. The 9 bases surrounding Zhongnan have reached a consensus to unite and besiege the dandelion. Several farther bases have also received news and voluntarily joined. Xiao Shiren's heart stirred, boiling uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, feigning calm as she sat back down. So, what does this have to do with us at Ark Apartment?
Ark apartment is no longer just an apartment, you have blocked the zombie tide, something only a base can do. You have already entered the sight of major grassroots organizations, and you will face them sooner or later. It would be better to take this opportunity together. See the world? Chapter 55, System Bug emerges, waste money can be changed for cash at the base. Xiao Xian's heart was racing uncontrollably, thumping wildly. A dozen bases joining forces. The rulers of major bases. This was a scene and connection she had never dared to dream of. Not to mention that mutated plant that could destroy the base. Danger, immense danger. But behind danger often lies unimaginable opportunity. This was absolutely a great opportunity for Ark apartment to soar and upgrade crazily. But a good thing given for free, if the other party expects nothing in return, she always feels uneasy. Mr. Du, there's no need to beat around the bush. Ling Che took a glance at Xiao Shan, whose thoughts were almost written on her face. Though she is afraid of death, she is greedier. She won't back out because of danger, only if you have other intentions will she hesitate. Xiao Shan's face grew warm. What kind of talk is this? Doesn't she care about her pride? Ah, you really can't hide anything from you. Du Zhonghong, helpless, could only confess, our base is too small, combining with them would probably lead to losses. If our base adds Ark apartment, it's a completely different story. Xiao Shan thought she was hallucinating. When did her apartment also become a source of strength for the base? Du Zhonghong saw right through her thoughts. Don't underestimate your apartment, and don't underestimate Ling Che. Xiao Shan was taken aback. So, Du Zhonghong was directly counting her in with Ling Che. If added together, indeed, many would not dare to provoke them easily. Xiao Shan felt a shameful sense of pride for a moment. We are indeed impressive. Since Mr. Du is so sincere, then we will go. Xiao Shan decisively agreed. However, this is serious, and we need some time to prepare. Prepare some time. Du Zhonghong was quite conflicted. If possible, the sooner the better. The dandelions are growing too fast, delaying even one day, we don't know what troubles may arise. Can I ask how long it will take? At fastest, 7 days. Xiao Shan gave a very safe time frame. She knew the situation was urgent, but she was also a selfish person. If she couldn't guarantee that this trip with Ling Che was absolutely safe, she would rather not go. Du Zhonghong was very troubled, but he still gritted his teeth and held back. All right, 7 days, at least we can settle some refugees who escaped from Zhong'an base. He took out a pile of colorful bills from his bag, shaking his head in pain. Our base isn't big either, with so many refugees, it will be quite a burden. It's a pity these things are useless in our base, otherwise, they could have made up for some losses. Xiao Shan had already quietly opened the system mall interface that only she could see, pondering how much she could fit into her space. Water, bread, compressed biscuits, all these need to be brought. Du Zhonghong finished talking to himself, casually tossing a stack of things into the garbage bin by the table, grabbing his briefcase to leave. Xiao Wan, in the future, behave yourself here, and if you provoke the landlord, don't say you are of the Du family. Du Xiaowan, who was munching on seeds, rolled her eyes. Still busy lecturing me, mind your own business. I am the backbone here. After Du Zhonghong left, Xiao Shan finally relaxed her tense nerves. Curiously, she walked over to the trash can, pulled out a piece of paper, and held it up to the light to examine. What is this? It looks quite nice, and it actually has numbers on it. If one didn't know better, they might think this is money. As soon as she finished speaking, the other two people in the room looked at her with strange expressions. Landlord's sister, this is money. Impossible? Xiao Shan instinctively retorted, and as the words reached her lips, she suddenly realized she had lived in this space her whole life and had a blind spot in her understanding, looking foolish now. She quickly tried to salvage her image, clearing her throat. I obviously know this is money. I just sighed. What a pity to just throw away such beautifully printed money. We should be frugal in our apartment, we can use it as draft paper. Du Xiaowan didn't care. What's there to feel sorry about? The base is gone, who still recognizes it? Now, its value is not even worth a clean piece of paper. Xiao Shuren felt incredibly heavy-hearted, squatting down seriously to put that banknote back into the trash can, planning to stack it with a pile inside. However, just as her fingertips touched that thick stack of banknotes. Ding! Detecting convertible currency. Total convertible amount, 12,580. Would you like to redeem it immediately? A series of pale blue virtual text suddenly popped up on her system interface. Xiao Shuren's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the current balance in the upper right corner of her shopping interface. That number was wildly leaping upwards, flashing an enticing green light with each touch of her finger. Let go, and the number reverted back. Touch it again, and the number skyrocketed once more. Her breaths became hot and rapid in that moment. Under the astonished gazes of Du Xiaowan and Ling Che, Xiao Shuren didn't hesitate to reach into the trash can, pulling out every single banknote that Du Zhonghong had just tossed in, holding them tightly to her chest.
We hit the jackpot. We hit the jackpot. This is truly a major fortune. Fortune favors the bold. This overwhelming wealth has fallen right into our laps. There's no need to seek for stability anymore. Hurry! Xiao Shuren's eyes sparkled as she looked at Du Xiaowan, quickly stuffing that thick pile of banknotes into her pocket. Call your dad and tell him we don't need 7 days, we'll leave in 3 days. At most 3 days. She guessed that the system only recognized currency issued before the base was destroyed. In such chaos, it was uncertain how long these fragile banknotes would last. If a fire broke out, where would she go cry? Time is of the essence. Ha! Du Xiaowan was confused. Sister landlady, didn't you just say at least 7 days? Why are you changing your mind before my dad's back has even disappeared? Stop talking. Your dad definitely hasn't gone far. Xiao Shuren had no time to explain, pushing Du Xiaowan out of the apartment door. Go chase after him, go directly with him back to the base. Keep a close eye on him. When the 3 days are up, we must head out. Go! She waved her hand dismissively at Du Xiaowan and turned to rush back into the apartment. Meeting the surprised gazes of Wang Meng and the others, Xiao Shuren interrupted before they could speak. Don't ask. I have something huge to do. It's really urgent. After saying that, she burst into the office like the wind, slamming the door shut. Inside the office, only she and Ling Che were left. Xiao Shuren excitedly pulled out that stack of waste paper from her pocket, waving it before Ling Che like a treasure, lowering her voice with uncontrollable joy. Ling Che, we've struck it rich. Not going to the Zhongnan base would be a crime against nature. Chapter 56, Waste Currency for Supplies? A windfall from the sky. A belly full of questions, Wang Meng and the others stood outside the door, even hearing the sound of the lock clicking shut. The next moment, Ling Che was surrounded. Ling Lauda, what happened with the landlady? What just occurred inside? To be honest, Ling Che didn't know either. Xiao Shuren's reaction clearly happened only after seeing the discarded currency. He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to dwell on it any longer and casually took a seat. She knows about the Zhongnan base, we'll set off in 3 days. If you want to go, you better be prepared. He Chuan and Sun Li exchanged glances, hesitating, but that's a monster that destroyed a base, isn't it a bit reckless for us to get involved? Fortune favors the bold. Wang Meng patted his chest, excitement all over his face. Such a rare big event, how can we not see it? With Ling Lauda and the landlady here, what do we have to fear? His curiosity about the Zhongnan base completely overshadowed his fear of being chased for debts by Xiao Shuren. This time is different. Ling Che's expression was serious, his sharp gaze sweeping over, making the excited Wang Meng shiver and obediently shut his mouth. The situation at the Zhongnan base is unclear, even I have no guarantee of getting out alive. If you want to go, you must be prepared for the worst. Meanwhile, in the office, Xiao Shan looked at the rapidly decreasing balance in the system shop, her heart bleeding. To prepare for this trip, she had practically turned the shop into her personal warehouse. From water, food to various functional items, as long as she thought it might be useful, she bought it without hesitation and stuffed it into the system space. The space was vast, seemingly endless, but her wallet was limited. Seeing her balance about to drop below the safety line she set at 5,000, Xiao Shan finally stopped. She leaned back in her chair, gazing out towards the base, feeling a pang of pain. Only when money is needed do you regret having less. And she hadn't even left yet, and her savings were almost gone. Going to the Zhongnan base meant expenses everywhere. When she returned, wouldn't she be broke? Wait a minute. Xiao Shan's mind seemed to strike with a flash of lightning. Broke? How could that be? Those refugees who escaped from the Zhongnan base, don't they bring with them tons of waste paper? A brilliant plan instantly took shape in her mind. Who says you can only make money when you arrive at the destination? Her lips curved into an uncontrollable smile. This is called securing gains in advance, triple the benefits. She excitedly jumped up from her chair and rushed to knock on Ling Che's door. The door opened quickly. Ling Che, who had just changed into his sleepwear, seemed ready to rest, with a hint of sleepiness in his eyes. What's wrong? Xiao Shan shyly rubbed her hands. Do you have a walkie-talkie? I have an urgent matter and want to contact Du Zhanghong. She felt a bit embarrassed and quickly added, this is really urgent, I didn't think of it when he was here. Ling Che didn't even wait for her to finish explaining and simply stepped aside. Come in. She quickly walked to the desk, took out a black brick-like device from the drawer, skillfully pressed a few buttons, and waited for the beeping sound before handing it to Xiao Shan. Here. Xiao Shan hurriedly took it, and as soon as she held it, Du Zhanghong's voice came through. Hello? It's me. Xiao Shan quickly replied, this morning when you came, I heard you say that many refugees from the Zhongnan base cannot be settled. I can help solve this issue. As soon as she said this, not only Du Zhanghong on the other end of the walkie-talkie fell silent, even Ling Che, who was pouring her water, paused in shock, looking at her. Even a key figure of a base was troubled by this issue. What could a small 3-story apartment do?
Du Zhonghong's hesitant voice came through. What do you have in mind? Xiao Shan had prepared her script long ago and said with deep regret, my ability is quite special, I can get a lot of supplies. Those refugees who escaped from the Zhoumin base must still have currency from there. I'm willing to exchange supplies for the money they have to help them through this tough time. She paused, as if making a huge decision. Of course, brothers must be clear about accounts. For the apartment to run sustainably, I can't do a losing deal. Their money can only be exchanged here at a 30% discount. $10 can only buy $7 worth of my stuff. If they are willing, they can come and trade for food, water, and tents anytime. There was silence again on the other end of the walkie-talkie. 3 seconds later, Du Zhonghong's voice clearly rose again. You're sure about the 30% discount? Xiao Xian's heart skipped a beat. Did she set the price too low? Shouldn't be, didn't they say that this currency has become waste paper? Little Qiao. Du Zhonghong's voice suddenly became earnest. Little Wan also mentioned your thoughts to me, and although I don't know why you suddenly changed your mind, I understand that you truly care about the survival of the people in Zhongin base. But this kind of thing cannot be held up just because you want to. Those refugees are a hot potato that even the higher-ups of your base do not want to touch. If you act recklessly like this, you will drag yourself down. Even if you don't think of yourself, you should consider those tenants who have already moved into the Ark apartment. Some of them have bet their life savings on you. Ling Che, seeing that she still didn't understand, softly added next to her, in the end times, there was originally currency exchange between the major bases due to geographical location and different resources. It was inevitable that some trade had to be done. In the apocalypse, regardless of whether it is manufacturing or transportation, costs have surged countless times. If someone brings currency from another base to exchange here, the closest will still require a discount of at least 30%, and far ones can go as low as 10% because the cost of reaching the other base is too high. So your discount is really... Xiao Xian suddenly understood. It turned out that the price she offered was not too dark, but rather too light. She immediately sighed in relief, but her face showed a more determined expression as she shook her head into the walkie-talkie and said, it's alright, saving so many lives is also a big help for Mr. Du. This little loss, I can bear it. Yes, after all, only the Du family is still working hard for those homeless people in the entire base. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Du Zhonghong's voice showed obvious joking, clearly moved by this noble sentiment. Xiao, this favor, our Du family owes you a lot. Xiao Xian felt delighted in her heart. Feeling Ling Che's gaze mixed with admiration and confusion, and listening to Du Zhonghong's tearful gratitude, only she knew that in this so-called gamble, she was the biggest winner. Chapter 57, Pretending to do charity while secretly counting money. Alright, brother Du. The familiar little Qiao paired with a crying tone immediately prompted Xiao Xian to call him brother with warmth. Xiao Wan has been staying with me for quite some time and has helped me a lot. Although I am unwilling to help the base, I am very willing to help the Du family. Xiao Xian is no longer the Xiao Xian she once was. She has become more and more skilled in dealing with human relations. By now, her background has likely been thoroughly investigated by all the base's higher-ups interested in her. They know what kind of life she lived in Base A and why she was expelled from there. As long as they know these, they can understand she has no good feelings for the base. She is completely selling favors to the Du family. But that's not all. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Xian simply laid out some recent events. The most important thing is, I still owe Xiao Wan a favor. Half-truthfully, she explained the incident of the base being breached. If it weren't for Xiao Wan, the apartment might really have fallen to those who took advantage. Thanks to Xiao Wan's help, the apartment not only suffered no losses, but I also gained a capable assistant. As expected, although Du Zhonghong's voice was still filled with gratitude, it was no longer as resistant as it was at the start. Since you call me brother, we are family from now on. I will accept this big favor today. In the future, if there's anything needed from the Du family, just let me know. Du Zhonghong gritted his teeth and agreed. How do you want me to cooperate with you? This matter is settled. Xiao Xian was certain in her heart and had long prepared. Brother Du, this matter indeed cannot be done without your help. I can only provide supplies. As for informing those refugees and maintaining order, it still has to trouble you all. No problem, no problem. How can this be a trouble? Du Zhonghong was in a good mood, and his voice had become noticeably lighter. How long will it take for you to arrange on your side? I reckon it's about time to bring people over. According to their guesses about Xiao Xian's ability, she should have a space filled with a large amount of supplies. It's just that I'm not sure if taking things from the space needs to avoid certain people. He felt too shy to state it clearly, so he could only hint at it like this. Of course, Xiao Xian understood. She forced a bold smile and said, Brother Du, the sooner the better for this kind of matter. Just bring the people over. Ah. This. Du Zhonghong was taken aback. This little girl was being too bold. Did she really think the refugees he mentioned only numbered 30 or 50? He felt uncertain and reminded her again, Little Qiao, there might be a lot of people. If they all camp outside the apartment, how much space do you think it will take? I want to send people over to clean up the area in advance.
His meaning was clear. As long as Xiao Shan could give him a number, he could roughly estimate how many supplies she truly had. Xiao Shan still didn't take the bait, but her tone was full of undeniable confidence. As for the space, it doesn't matter how many people there are, just clear enough space for them.
Brother Du, you only need to bring the people over, you don't have to worry about the supplies.
She paused and added, however, most of the ground outside the apartment is ruins, so there aren't many places where people can live.
If it really isn't enough, taking tents and food is fine. Those high-level people in the base won't arrange accommodations, but surely they can't refuse to let people stay on the outskirts?
Alright, Brother Du, just bring people over, I have plenty here.
Xiao Shan shouted hastily and hung up the phone.
Turning around, she met Ling Che's somewhat amused gaze, and she stuck out her tongue. Why do you look so capable but get so chatty when talking business? Only Ling Che, who understood both sides, could suppress his laughter. Since you know the area outside the apartment is all ruins and not suitable for living, why not arrange the trading place outside the base?
It's flat, suitable for camping, and safer. No. That's absolutely not possible.
Xiao Shan raised a finger and shook it mysteriously. Trust me, trading here is the best. There were still 3 days left. How many supplies could she buy with her daily landlord benefits and free limit? If she went to the base's outskirts, it would waste several hours a day going back and forth, which wouldn't be worth it.
Not to mention, the many eyes in the base watching her would make things even more unpredictable. Fine. Knowing Xiao Shan had her own considerations, Ling Che didn't ask more. Do you need me to do anything?
Xiao Shan played with the walkie-talkie in her hand and smiled. You don't need to do anything, just stick with me to prevent anyone from causing trouble or plotting against me. I've never seen such powerful mutated plants. I really don't want to die before I even step out. She was somewhat reluctant to hand the walkie-talkie back to Ling Che, and her smile faded a bit. Are you really going? Although Du Zhonghong ties you to the apartment, you are a free person. If you don't want to go, you can stay here. I also need someone to guard the apartment.
I promise to return intact. This time I'm leaving, I definitely need to take the walkie-talkie.
Ling Che glanced at the other walkie-talkie in Xiao Shan's hand, without her watching, who knew what trouble this hefty thing would stir up. Not to mention Feng Shicheng, this person was full of schemes. She feared that as soon as she left, the apartment would be flipped upside down. With these two powerful forces gone, there wouldn't be many experts left in the apartment. With Ling Che around, she could indeed feel a lot more at ease.
Alright, stop worrying about these useless things. You are taken by the Du family. Our apartment now represents the Du family's face. Don't you think he will care?
Ling Che held the walkie-talkie in his hand, suddenly raised it, and tossed it back. Since you love it so much, consider it a gift.
Ah. Xiao Shan hurriedly caught it, surprised and delighted. Isn't this thing very expensive? That wouldn't be too good. It's just a communication tool.
Ling Che sat on the sofa, his toes hooked, opening the drawer beside the coffee table. Inside, neatly arranged, was a row of brand new walkie-talkies. When going on missions, it is inevitable to encounter danger, and if you might get damaged during fights, it's only sensible to stock up a bit, just in case. Ling Che raised an eyebrow and changed the subject. Besides, do you think after helping the Du family twice, they won't show any gratitude? After this deal, even if you want just one walkie-talkie, it wouldn't be hard to get a pre-apocalypse phone. At the mention of the phone, Xiao Shiren became overly excited. In Zhang Guoqiang's room, there were 2 phones said to be bought before the apocalypse. 30 years have passed, and they are practically useless. They can only light up the screen and sometimes emit a crackling electrical sound. Chapter 58, Digging at the Landlord's Head. Yet, Zhang Guoqiang cherished them like treasures, not allowing her to touch them. If only she could have a legendary phone from before the apocalypse, she couldn't imagine how happy she would be.
In less than half an hour, the first large truck rumbled over. Xiao Shiren could clearly see that Du Zhonghong was indeed in a hurry to settle the refugees.
Looking at the crowd of people blocking the apartment entrance, she was stunned for a while. Where did so many people come from?
Landlord, did you forget? Didn't you ask them to bring these people?
Wang Meng, crunching on chips, came over. Look, that driver is the same one who delivered the stone lions last time. Xiao Shiren focused and realized, hey, they really did look familiar.
The Du family's speed is impressive. Xiao Shiren rubbed her chin, greedily circling the big truck. This truck is so cool. System, can you buy such a truck in the shop?
The system proudly replied, of course. There are even better ones, 10 times better. After all, this truck was roughly made under apocalypse conditions.
So amazing?
Xiao Shiren instinctively straightened her back. System, give me a clear answer. How long will it take to buy a truck at my current speed? I don't need one 10 times better, just one like this. The system fell silent.
After a long silence without a response, Xiao Shiren became anxious. System, what do you mean? This silence is a bit insulting.
Host, the system's silence is to maintain the dignity of the host. According to the system's calculations, at the host's current speed, it will take 400 years to unlock a car.
This time, it was Xiao Shiren who fell into a long silence. "Excuse me, young lady, could you move aside? You're blocking the way for everyone to get off the truck, and it's very stuffy in here, we're quite uncomfortable, sorry." An awkward voice sounded from above her. Xiao Shiren looked up and saw half a truckload of people standing at the back. In her conversation with the system, she had forgotten that people still needed to get off the truck. She quickly stepped aside, already cursing the system 1,000 times in her heart. 400 years? How long can I live? Given the host's current situation, you can live for another 70 years. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Shiren smiled through gritted teeth. Just put in the effort for 5 lifetimes, it's a small matter. She roared in her heart, so what were you so proud of earlier? What use is bragging about something that can't be obtained? The system is unreliable, she still has to rely on herself. Xiao Shiren's mind started racing, recalling Ling Che's words. Perhaps she could borrow a truck from the Du family to drive. Landlord, what are you thinking? Crunch, crunch. Wang Meng, with sunflower seeds in his mouth, came around from the other side of the truck. All the people have gotten off now, and you're still blocking the way. You need to go get the second batch of people. Xiao Shiren. She silently shifted her position. She was the owner here, okay? It felt like no matter where she stood, she was in everyone's way. Soon, the first batch of refugees had all gotten off, and the driver immediately turned the truck around, stepped on the gas, and drove away, spewing black smoke. After driving 10 miles, the driver. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had clearly seen that the landlord, Xiao, looked at his car with eyes like a wolf seeing meat, as if afraid she would snatch the car away directly. Xiao Shiren looked at the truck that was disappearing quickly, feeling that there was a sense of fleeing. She regrettably watched the truck vanish, turned around to enter the apartment, but found the crowd at the entrance packed like a wall. She squeezed through the crowd, wanting to get in, but the dense throng of people in front shook not even a bit. I say, can you make some room? Xiao Shiren raised her voice, but it stirred not a single ripple. A tall man she tried to push aside turned back to give her a glance, his face filled with disdain. What are you pushing for? A little girl like you should hurry up and queue. If you can't grab anything, you can only blame yourself for coming late. Xiao Shiren was so angry she laughed. Fine, she couldn't get in, so let's see where these people are going to buy things. Xiao Shiren turned and left, found a high stone to climb up, and sat leisurely, only to be stunned by the scene below. No wonder people were saying it was stuffy just now. Such a big truck must have brought at least 80 people here, right? Xiao Shiren clicked her tongue in wonder, casually reached into her space, and started cracking sunflower seeds. The money these people had on them was limited. As long as she could gather all this money into her hands within 3 days, it would be fine. Before long, the crowd began to get restless. Why hasn't the owner of the apartment come out? Are we being played? I said, if the base can't handle it, how can such a small apartment manage? I think the leader of this small base is just trying to save face, unwilling to admit they can't do it, dragging a small apartment to shield themselves. With such a tiny base, we never looked at them before, but now that we're in trouble, aren't they just kicking us when we're down? I heard that the little landlord brought out to take the blame isn't even one of their D-base people. It seems she escaped from a base like a stray dog. TSK, the 4 small bases gathering here together aren't even as big as ours. The surface temperature was rising, and those waiting were getting more and more anxious. Xiao Shiren originally still harbored a bit of sympathy, but upon hearing the complaints from the crowd, she had completely cooled down. She understood why the high management of D-base was unwilling to accept this group. Some people were just ungrateful wolves. Listening to the increasingly malicious comments below, Xiao Shiren sneered coldly, slowly stood up, and tossed the handful of sunflower seed shells in her hand right at the face of the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man. The already heated crowd was completely ignited by this. Who the hell wants to die? The man wiped his face and immediately spotted Xiao Shiren on the rock. It's her. She tried to push her way in. This bitch dares to provoke us. A woman dares to stir things up over us. Kill her. Kill her. Rob her apartment. Let these small base people see that a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Xiao Shiren's gaze was as cold as a knife. In the blink of an eye, the rock she was on was surrounded by furious refugees. Knock her down. They shook the stone violently. The dilapidated ruins from years of decay couldn't withstand such tossing. Soon, Xiao Shiren found herself falling into the crowd below. Several key instigators hiding in the crowd exchanged glances, revealing sinister smiles as they reached out toward her. Xiao Shiren's small frame was instantly swallowed by the surging tide of people. At the same time, the roar of an engine sounded again. The returning large truck brought the second batch of refugees. There were only about 100 refugees like this. 2 trips finished off the job. Chapter 59, Ungrateful Wolves? Then let's give them a shock. This time, 2 trucks came. In front was the truck that had just left, followed by a smaller one. The 2 trucks stopped in succession. Sensing something was wrong ahead, the drivers jumped out of the vehicles quickly. The driver in front didn't need to be mentioned, the second car was actually driven by Du Zhonghong himself. Du Zhonghong pondered that this was indeed a task taken on by the Du family, since it was already embarrassing for Qiao Shiren, he shouldn't just hide away, so he decided to drive along and lend a hand. Just as he steadied himself, Du Shaowan came down as well. With short legs, she quickly ran to Du Zhonghong and grabbed his thigh, refusing to let go. "Don't run so fast. The landlady's sister told me to keep an eye on you, so you have to report everything to me." "You traitor!" Du Zhonghong was speechless. If he remembered correctly, his younger son had been sent to Ark apartment to be an undercover. In such a short time, the little guy had already turned traitor. "What are they doing?" The driver in front was about to ask when suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the crowd. Just seconds ago, Qiao Shiren fell into the rioting crowd, and several greedy hands reached out to grab her, trying to tear her clothes and snatch away any supplies she might be hiding. However, before those hands could touch the edge of Qiao Shiren's clothing, they were met with a blinding blue light. Ziz! The sharp sound of electricity crackled, and in the moment Qiao Shiren lost her balance, a pitch-black electric baton appeared in her hand. She swung her hand back, and the arc of electricity at the tip of the baton struck with the precision of a venomous snake, biting into the first few outstretched hands. Ah! Those who were shocked instantly convulsed violently, their hair standing on end, foam spewing from their mouths as they fell, crushing the comrades behind them who couldn't react in time. Chaos was set off from that point onward. "She has a weapon. Kill her and take it." Amidst the shouts, more people charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Qiao Shiren's eyes were cold, and with a swift step, her small figure moved through the gaps in the crowd like a cat. The electric baton showed no mercy. With every swing, it brought forth screams and the smell of burning flesh. The crowded, suffocating masses were forcibly cut through by her, creating a vacuum around her. The panicked rioters retreated in horror, staring at the female warrior before them. In the middle of the open space, Qiao Shiren planted the baton into the ground with one hand, the arc still sizzling at the tip. She stood calmly, surrounded by a large number of people lying on the ground, drenched and foaming at the mouth, twitching uncontrollably. Du Zhonghong, who had previously been unfazed by the chaos, was now sweating all over when he realized it was Qiao Shiren who was surrounded. "Xiao, what happened? Do they dare to touch you?" Du Zhonghong immediately thought of robbery. Desperate people have no bottom line when it comes to survival. Qiao Shiren, who had announced she'd provide endless supplies, was undoubtedly a tempting target, worth the risk for others. He thought Qiao Shiren would see the situation clearly and at least wouldn't leave the apartment, but he didn't expect her to be so bold. "Let's go, it's too dangerous outside. We can talk about it back at the apartment." "No need." Qiao Shiren stood her ground, unyielding. "Originally, I just thought these people have it hard, we should still help them. At least in this land where everyone is like the living dead, as fellow humans, we should be of one heart. Unfortunately, it seems these people do not think that way." At this moment, Qiao Shiren was very much standing on the ground, even shorter than most of the refugees, but looking at her, the crowd felt a sense of admiration. Qiao Shiren's cold gaze swept over the faces of the crowd. "The Zongan base is gone. I understand you want a new shelter, but you can't eat and curse at the same time. Indeed, as you said, the few bases in this area are small, and they don't even have proper names, but that doesn't give you a reason to trample on them. Do I need to remind you once again? You are here to escape, to plead with these small bases for a chance at life. Escape. Help. Charity." Xiao Shan unhesitatingly used one heart-wrenching word after another, forcefully trampling down their inexplicable pride into the mud. "If you seek help, you must look the part. If you can't lower your stance and still try to make a move, do you wish to die?" Xiao Shan stood alone among the crowd of over 100 people, displaying no hint of fear. "Brother Du, I've changed my mind." Xiao Shan didn't look at Du Zhonghong, still staring at the refugees, but her words made Du Zhonghong's heart skip. Some people are worth saving, some aren't. Her earlier words had already allowed Du Zhonghong to grasp the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "These people are up to your discretion. If you choose to save them, they are lucky, destined to meet a benefactor today. If you don't save them, it's their own doing. Whether they live or die in the future is up to them. Even if you want to kill them, it's they who made the first move, reaping what they sow." After a moment of silence at the scene, noisy discussions erupted. Especially among the second batch of incoming refugees, unaware of the situation, witnessing the hope placed before them vanish for no reason, how could they not panic, hurriedly seeking information? Upon inquiry, they learned most of the story and couldn't help but feel furious. "If you want to die, fine, but why drag us down with you?" "Exactly. If you don't want to live, we still do. Hey, you must be the landlord here, right? How about you tell us who just disrespected you, we'll help teach them a lesson, and about those supplies, could you consider prioritizing us?" "Yes, yes. They are them, we are we deeply respect the landlord." Later arrivals blamed the first group for causing chaos that disrupted their good fortune. The earlier arrivals resented the later ones for speaking of them in such a pitiful manner in front of so many people. The exchanges turned increasingly heated, and amidst a quarrel, no one knew who struck first. A previously agreed-upon rescue turned into a large-scale brawl. Du Zhonghong had no intention of intervening, his gaze complex. It was my oversight. It's been over 20 years since a base has fallen. I actually forgot how little of their original intentions could survive after such a journey. Du Zhonghong didn't say a word for these refugees, leaving Xiao Shan quite surprised. She thought that the Du family, putting so much effort into helping the refugees, only wanted a good reputation, but it turned out that the Du family genuinely wished to settle the refugees. And Xiao Shan had initially feared that because of today's events, she would lose the new friend from the Du family. It was only at this moment that Xiao Shan's gaze returned to Du Zhonghong. Brother Du, I was mistaken earlier. Just one sentence, no need for further explanation, and Du Zhonghong felt a great sense of relief. Chapter 60, one moment extorting the Du family, the next moment violently clearing the scene. Xiao Shan's words reassured him that the Du family and Ark apartment would not grow estranged because of today's events. With his heart now at ease, he turned his attention to another concern, and these people giving them hope, then disappointing them, these already enraged individuals will likely turn hostile. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Now we need to start tallying up the accounts properly. Xiao Shan quickly scanned the crowd, pointing out a few people. You, and you. The ones pointed at turned pale. They hadn't done anything just now, had they? Then Xiao Shan pointed aside. You few go stand over there. If you still want to negotiate, wait a moment. If you don't want to trade, you're free to leave any time. And for the rest. Xiao Shan smiled, a smile that sent chills down spines. Everyone, leave your money behind, but that money can't buy anything now. Can only buy your lives. I'll give you 10 seconds to think. 10. 9. After just a moment of silence, the noise exploded again. What does she mean? Is she declaring war on so many of us by herself? Xiao Shiren found it amusing. Her eyes swept over Wang Meng and the others, who had already lined up and were just waiting for her signal, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Me alone? How could that be possible? Before her words could finish, the eager Du Zhonghong jumped out to prove his stance. She has our Du family. Saying this, he also gave Xiao Shiren an encouraging look that told her, don't worry, I've got your back, don't worry, we will be your support. Wang Meng and the others cast him a baffled gaze in unison. He stretched his long neck, confused, and whispered, when did the landlord explain our Du family? I didn't know. Are we just decorations? Xiao Shiren fell silent for a moment, and then her words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Du Zhonghong from head to toe. Brother Du, I appreciate your kindness. Dad, move aside, move aside. Little Du Shaowan, like a small adult, squeezed past him to stand beside Xiao Shiren. Dad, you should find a safe place to hide and don't cause us trouble. You little rascal, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Du Zhonghong was angry and puffed out his cheeks, but he knew that what his son said was true. Not awakening to supernatural powers was his biggest regret. He was feeling very frustrated and was about to step back, his mouth habitually saying polite things. Our Du family owes Ark apartment more and more, if there's anything in the future. No need for the future. Xiao Shiren immediately interrupted him with a smile. Since I've helped Brother Du with such a big favor, you surely don't mind giving me a mobile phone, right? Ha? Du Zhonghong was dumbfounded. The topic had shifted too quickly for him to keep up. Xiao Shiren immediately put on a serious expression. What kind of face is that? You weren't just being polite, were you? No, just a mobile phone. Du Zhonghong quickly waved his hands, assuring her, you are my sister, don't mention just a phone, even a tablet, I can get it for you. Really? Xiao Shiren's eyes lit up, then I want one of each. Ha? The smile on Du Zhonghong's face froze. He remembered that Xiao Shiren used to have an aura of a master. How come now she seemed like she had just opened up her energy channels? Fine. The words had already come out. Du Zhonghong gritted his teeth and had to agree. Another day I will bring it for you. Xiao Shiren's suddenly bright eyes dimmed again, and she sighed softly. Another day. The disappointment in her little eyes practically pierced Du Zhonghong's heart like a knife. He couldn't withstand that pressure and quickly changed his words. The day after tomorrow. I'll bring it on the evening when we gather. Xiao Shiren still kicked at the small stones by her feet, uninterested. Tomorrow. Tomorrow should be fine, right? Du Zhonghong was at a loss and made another concession. Now. Xiao Shiren finally dropped the act, her eyes sparkling like light bulbs, patting his shoulder, smiling with her brows arched. I want it now. Brother Du, you're really reliable. Oh, it must be tiring to run around like this, and you don't seem to have had a sip of water. I won't waste your time to go back for the phone cough, I won't delay you any further. Her eager desire for the phone was clearly written all over her face. Du Zhonghong was left helpless by her series of antics, and under the urging gazes, he got into the car. Before leaving, he looked back uneasily and saw Xiao Shiren surrounded by several powerful people, and Wang Mang, standing aside, was surprisingly cautious in front of that imposing lion. That lion, the more he looked, the more it resembled the stone lion they sent over? Du Zhonghong shook, an absurd thought popped into his mind. Could it be that it became a spirit? He left, filled with doubts, while on Xiao Shiren's side already lost patience. She coldly looked at the restless crowd and spat out 2 words, "Get moving." With a single command, the nearby loud machine let out a deafening roar, like a black lightning bolt crashing into the crowd. These fleeing refugees included many skilled individuals, but before the machine, they were as weak as paper. The glimmering metallic claws swept casually, sending several people flying with screams, leaving a deep scar on the ground along the way. The battle situation was completely one-sided. Xiao Shan didn't even need Wang Mang and the others to intervene. With just the loud machine, it was like a tiger entering a sheepfold, scattering over 100 people in disarray. Only then did she intuitively feel the terrifying destructive power of a level 3 mutated beast. Beside her, Fang Shicheng felt cold all over, and the thought of escaping amidst the chaos was completely extinguished. Waste. This group of people is really a bunch of waste. More than 100 people, and they can't even stir the water a little. Suddenly, his shoulder was gently tapped, startling Fang Shicheng into turning sharply. The electric baton that Xiao Xian had wielded triumphantly was resting on his shoulder. "What are you in a daze for?" Xiao Xian pointed her chin at the crowd lying on the ground wailing, "The fight is over, go, search them for their money, and leave no one behind." Fang Shicheng broke out in a sweat. "Landlord, aren't you afraid of hitting the wrong person with such a reckless strike?" "Hit the wrong person?" Xiao Xian glanced at the patch of red on the map. "Don't worry, with one blow, they are all enemies, absolutely no exceptions." Whether it was Du Zhonghong or these scheming refugees, they underestimated Xiao Xian too much. Long before she spoke up to warn them, the map interface had quietly unfurled. She watched as the small white figures clustered together, not particularly clean to begin with, gradually stained orange and light red under greed's catalyst, finally turning into a blinding deep red. Chapter 61, My kindness only gives a 20% discount to good people. How could she be unprepared? The moment she charged into the crowd, she quickly pulled out the electric baton and, with a thought, several large barrels of water that had been prepared in advance appeared out of thin air, turning into a dense mist and splashing indiscriminately. Electric sparks flickered, intertwining with the mist to form a deadly net. She had witnessed the power of electricity combined with water on Fang Shicheng before. This time, a scaled-down version of the grand scene was enough for this horde of rabble to drink from it heavily. Xiao Xian initially thought this would be a transaction. She would help them resolve their immediate crisis while earning a bit of hard-earned money, just as a thank you for traveling a great distance to bring money to her doorstep. Unfortunately, there are always those whose greed is insatiable, wanting to turn the transaction into a one-sided gift, then she had no reason to refuse. You guys are so unkind." Someone struggled to protect what they held, but alas, it was utterly useless. "You dare to talk about kindness?" The typically taciturn Fang Shicheng, as if pricked by the word kindness, suddenly erupted with bone-deep ferocity. "What I hate most in my life are beasts like you, who preach morality while secretly doing betrayal." Xiao Xian, who initially felt upset, suddenly brightened her eyes. "Oh. This sounds like there's a story behind it." No wonder, without some special experience, it's hard for an ordinary person to develop Fang Shicheng's cautious personality to such an extreme. A quasi-level 3 ability user suddenly exploding with anger, the refugees, who had no real capability to resist, were thoroughly suppressed. Even as Fang Shicheng collected the spoils, he paused, his eyes scanning the 2 unconscious men on the ground like lightning. He could clearly sense the lingering energy fluctuations pressing down beneath these 2 bodies. Without a word, he directly kicked at them. "Stop playing dead, do you think I can't feel your ability fluctuations?" Xiao Xian's gaze sharpened. 2 ability users? Blending in with ordinary refugees, yet playing such a low-level trick of pretending to be dead. If they claimed they have no guilty conscience, even a dog wouldn't believe it. Wang Mang. Xiao Shiren maliciously shot a glance at Wang Mang. "Tie them up." Sure thing. Wang Mang, feeling like he hadn't even moved his hands and feet, suddenly felt energized at the thought of causing trouble. "A small task, landlord, these 2 clearly aren't good people. Should we give them a beating before tying them up?" The 2 people pretending to be dead on the ground could no longer maintain their act. "Wait, we actually have our reasons." "I don't care about your reasons, just honestly stretch out your hands." Wang Mang didn't care what they said, as he already pulled out the rope he always carried with him and quickly bound them tightly. They tried to struggle, but their mouths were already stuffed with a piece of torn cloth. Struggling with wide-open eyes, they wondered what kind of place this Ark apartment was, and why everyone inside had such a way of doing things. No regard for martial ethics. Hitting with a club and tying people up, this whole process was incredibly skilled. "Alright, everyone else, just go wherever you need to go, don't just stand here." Wang Mang placed his hands on his hips, giving a stern look. If you wait any longer, you won't get any shopping, but you might get beaten. As soon as he finished speaking, the people lying on the ground, who were barely moving just a moment ago, suddenly scrambled away, forming a circle several dozen meters away before stopping. But they were refugees after all, where else could they go? It was better to stay and see if they could find a way out. Xiao Shiren had no time to pay attention to them at that moment. Wang Mang and the others had already handed her the collected cash, and she was happily counting it with enthusiasm. So much money! Together, this added up to over 200,000. The instant the cash was in hand, the system automatically calculated the total amount and added it to her balance, yet she still counted it several times. Who could resist the joy of counting money? Xiao Shiren quickly stuffed a stack of cash into her backpack. Watching the cash turn into cold, hard numbers in the system, she felt much more secure inside. After all, if traveling far and wide in the wilderness, how would she make money? Who would she cry to then? Xiao Shiren patted her backpack, smiling broadly as she led a group of tenants to the apartment entrance. The few white stick figures she had picked out earlier were waiting at the door. It was clear they were very afraid, but all they could do was wait tremulously, with no other options. Xiao Shiren was in a good mood. Come on, line up. Considering your current character is still decent, I'll offer you a discount. The money in your hands will have an 80% value. Is there really such a good thing? The anxious people who stayed in place showed joy on their faces. Thank you, landlord, thank you. Wang Mang, come here and help me move something. Xiao Shiren was getting more and more casual in directing him. Yet surprisingly, Wang Mang himself didn't feel anything wrong at all, happily coming over. Sun Li watched, face-palming, and leaned closer to Yichuan, whispering, Captain, I want to ask you a heart-wrenching question. If one day you and the landlord disagree, who do you think Wang Mang will stand with? Yichuan answered without thinking, there won't be such a thing, the landlord is a good person. True. Sun Li chuckled. She couldn't think of anything that could cause a disagreement between her captain and the landlord. Moreover, Sun Li pondered carefully, if it were her. If the captain were to do something dangerous, she would advise him to stay calm. But if it were the landlord doing something dangerous, she might even consider whether she should follow along. Just like this time at the Zhongmin base incident. That's right. Sun Li nodded seriously. Besides, Captain, your way of handling things really well, the landlord seems a bit more reliable. Before long, Wang Mang had moved out boxes of food and water. These were exactly what the refugees desired most right now. Xiao Shan gestured for Wang Mang to put things down, and then looked at the wide-eyed refugees. As long as you have enough money, you can buy as much of these things as you want. Of course, if you need other things, you can also say, I have 80% of daily necessities that you are familiar with. In the next moment, someone hesitantly raised their hand. Can I have some toilet paper? Xiao Shan looked in the direction of the voice. It was a little girl wearing long sleeves and long pants in the middle of summer. Her face was dirty, but her hands and feet were clean. Her hair was a little messy, and you could vaguely see that she had braids. It was clear that she was a girl who lived a wealthy and beauty-loving life before fleeing. Xiao Shan's gaze softened a lot. Of course, you can have as much as you want, but you don't have a place to stay right now. Are you able to carry such a big bundle of toilet paper? Sure enough, the little girl's expression dimmed. She instinctively covered her little belly, tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning a bit white, as if she was making a very difficult decision. Chapter 62, A Bottle of Water for a Superpowers User. Xiao Shan was not in a hurry. She casually pulled out a bottle of water from the box and handed it to her. Take your time to think, I will be here for 3 days. The little girl was stunned and hadn't picked up the water yet. She quickly took out crumpled money from her pocket, but Xiao Shan pressed her hand away. This bottle of water is my gift to you, no charge. She turned her head to the next person. A man with a lifted chin and a picky gaze. The man did not look at the goods, his eyes greedily fixed on the water bottle in the little girl's hand, and he naturally spoke up. You are the landlord, right? Give me a bottle of water to try. I need to check the quality of your things first. No. Xiao Shan's face turned cold, rejecting him without hesitation. She pointed to the little girl beside her. The little girl understands the rules. My gift was out of kindness. You came here asking for something. Where's your dignity? You. The man's face turned red, as if he had never been treated this way. He stepped forward and lowered his voice to threaten. I used to be part of the management at the Zhongmin base. You better show some respect, or else. Or else what? Xiao Shan laughed, slamming her hand on the table, her voice louder than his, her presence more intimidating. Your base is gone. What kind of management are you? Let me tell you, the place you are in right now is called Ark Apartments. This is my apartment. I set the rules. If you want to buy, pay up. If not, get lost, and don't waste time for others. The man's face turned pale and green, but ultimately, under the pressure, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine. 2 boxes of food, 2 boxes of water. All right. Xiao Shan instantly replaced her expression with a warm smile, quickly counting the goods. Considering your so-called status, I'll give you a VIP price, adding 20% to the total.
What? Are you messing with me?
The man's eyes turned red, his fists cracking from clenching.
You don't have to buy.
Xiao Shan shrugged, showing an expression of indifference. The man stared at her intensely, ultimately squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. You are ruthless.
He humiliatedly threw down more money and left angrily with his things.
With his example, the people behind him instantly became obedient. No one dared to have any crooked thoughts. While collecting the money, Xiao Shan was secretly ordering the system, investigate that little girl. A pretty and clean little girl who could protect herself among a pack of starving wolves among the refugees was itself the biggest suspicion.
Sure enough, the system gave a response.
Detected that the target person has mental type superpower fluctuations, level, beginner. She indeed guessed right. Xiao Shan looked at the little girl who was both grateful and conflicted while holding the water bottle, and glanced at the map, noticing the little stick figure beside her that had quietly turned green at some point, feeling very good. This could not be helped, she had to treat them differently. One was a talent who would be greatly useful to her future, and the other was just a foolish person wanting to take advantage. She was stubborn and justified. Before long, all the traders exchanged money for goods and left. Xiao Shan leisurely sorted through the cash, casually chatting with the little girl beside her. So, how are you doing?
Have you made a decision? The little girl hung her head in disappointment. I still won't buy that much. I can't carry it, and I can't keep it safe.
Her ability could only slightly affect others' attention, making them subconsciously overlook her. But if she swaggered down the street with a huge bundle of toilet paper, her ability would be useless.
Actually, there are other ways. Xiao Shan smiled as she stuffed the money into her backpack.
Pretending to be troubled, she pointed her chin toward the apartment hall. You see, there are several kids in our apartment who only eat and sleep all day, they are almost going crazy. I see you are young and clean, so if you don't mind, you could come here as a kindergarten teacher. The adults in the apartment are quite busy, so when they go out, you can help take care of the kids, read them storybooks. Our staff are provided free meals and accommodation, all living supplies are fully covered, plenty of toilet paper. The only downside is there are no salaries for now, but as the apartment grows, the benefits will definitely follow.
So, what do you think? Consider it? Me? The little girl was surprised, pointing at her own nose, her eyes wide open. You want me to move in?
Yes, it's you. Xiao Shan smiled, but because we have limited rooms now, later if we hire more people, you might need to share a room with someone else.
If you don't mind these, and you're not afraid we are bad people, you can move in any time. I don't mind, of course, I don't mind. The little girl shook her head repeatedly, afraid she might change her mind. If I can have a safe place to stay, I would be tremendously grateful. Great.
Xiao Shan felt cheerful. Go over there and find an older sister named Chen, register your basic information with her, she will help you move in. Wonderful, Arc Apartments Supernatural Team, +1. Soon, Chen Jing found Xiao Shan with a form. Landlord, her name is Jian Yun, her parents were in the mercenary team of the Zhongmen base, and they sacrificed during this chaos. She said she was in charge of logistics in the team and practiced some self-defense. While Chen Jing was speaking, Xiao Shan had already finished reading the form, not a word was mentioned about her ability. This little girl knows how to keep a low profile.
Not bad.
Xiao Shan didn't mind her concealment, but felt even happier. If someone wants to move in, if they had no ulterior motives, and said everything out loud, I would really be worried about letting in a spy.
But, landlord.
Chen Jing hesitated for a moment before voicing her concern. I have observed her, her speech and literacy level don't seem like an ordinary survivor. The term kindergarten teacher is rarely mentioned in the apocalypse, yet she can understand it right away.
What if she belongs to some force we don't know and is deliberately getting close?
Don't worry, I have checked, she really is a poor child with no parents. Xiao Shan reassured her, even if someone wants to plot against us, they wouldn't use a base's destruction as bait. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, it's good she has some wariness. I can assure you that she poses no malice toward us now. As she spoke, she took the walkie-talkie that Ling Che had given her from the backpack and handed it to Chen Jing. You take this, during the time I am gone, the apartment will be under your and Captain He Chuan's care. If she really shows anything unusual, or if something happens in the apartment that you can't handle, feel free to use this to contact me. Chen Jing looked at the item in her hand. Landlord, although this thing has been modified for the apocalypse, there are still distance limitations, the best can only last for 50 kilometers. Beyond that distance, it's just a useless iron lump. She had previously seen Ling Che use this to contact his teammates from the base while in the apartment, and although she had never used such a device, she had heard of this high-tech stuff in the apocalypse.
Chapter 63, Brother Du, can you get me another satellite phone? Xiao Shan would not give up, there should be a way, right? Is there a way to contact even farther away?
Otherwise, how could news from those farther bases reach them? Of course, there is supposedly a type of phone whose signal can cover almost half the Earth, and it doesn't require a fee. Chen Jing said this and seemed to recall something, both nostalgic and envious. Thinking back, even though we had to pay for phone calls, we could still reach someone across the entire Earth. What about now? Xiao Shan quickly followed up, now we don't pay, what do we use? Of course, it's satellites. Chen Jing looked up, her eyes full of admiration. The viruses and zombies on Earth can't do anything to the satellites in the sky. Some bases have high-end technological talent who have started using the satellites, plus with the Earth's population sharply decreasing, the demand is low and there are no restrictions, so it's still possible to develop some satellite phones. In the apocalypse, advanced technology still existed. But these things were still only in the hands of a very few people. Listening to this, Xiao Shan felt enlightened and more excited. Satellite phones are so good? I should ask Brother Du for one. Oh? I hear a car, is Brother Du here? Wait, the satellite phone Chen Jing realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was too late. In a small base like Base D, even the third in command might not have one. Xiao Shan was right, it was indeed Du Zhonghong who had returned. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Xiao Shan running over with excitement, feeling a bit shy inside. Looking at the landlord Xiao's warm demeanor, it was clear she did not treat him as an outsider. And here he was, feeling stingy over a mobile phone, absolutely uncalled for. As soon as Xiao Shan stood still, her hand reached out to take the phone. Brother, you must be tired from carrying this all the way, let me help you. Du Zhonghong appreciated this, it's just a small thing, our Du family is not short on this. If it weren't for your eagerness, after we return from the Zhongmin base, I could prepare something even better for you. As Xiao Shan took the phone, she began to unpack it. No, please don't say that, those who say such things before setting off in a story usually never come back. She was not done living yet. The bag wasn't large, yet there was quite a bit inside. Besides a palm-sized phone, there was surprisingly a tablet as well. Xiao Shan carefully took it out, exploring and pressing the buttons around it. It lit up. Just as the book said. Xiao Shan's eyes sparkled. Can this phone make calls? Yes, Du Zhonghong said confidently, it has a communication chip installed, and each chip has a number, it works just fine. Xiao Shan nodded in satisfaction, then changed her tone. So can it contact Zhongmin base from such a long distance? Du Zhonghong's smile instantly disappeared. No. He suddenly felt a bad premonition. The next moment. Brother Du, Xiao Shan held the phone in one hand and the tablet in the other, her beautiful eyes blinking innocently. Can you get me another satellite phone? This familiar routine, indeed. Du Zhonghong felt his temples throb. Who exactly had transmitted the concept of phone distance to her? Who had told her there was such a thing as satellite phones? Wasn't this cutting off his retreat? Du Zhonghong's expression immediately alerted Xiao Shan something was off. She raised her eyebrow, narrowed her eyes, and asked with a smile, your big Du family doesn't even have a satellite phone, right? Du Zhonghong took a deep breath, feeling a bit dizzy. I really can't get a satellite phone. Base D only has two, one with the top leader and the other with my family elder. Oh? Xiao Shan's eyes began to sparkle again. She touched her chin and nodded thoughtfully. You mean, this thing is very precious, and I need to ask someone in your family who can make decisions? Du Zhonghong felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. I. Did he mean that? He clearly wanted her to back off. Seeing Xiao Shiren had a look of as long as I have a goal, Du Zhonghong felt a chill and instinctively took a half step back. But Xiao Shiren suddenly smiled, that smile bright and harmless, making Du Zhonghong feel uneasy inside. She clapped her small hand and spoke in a friendly tone. Don't worry, I'm a reasonable person, I never engage in forced selling. If you want something good, you naturally have to show enough sincerity to exchange. Exchange? It's not just about robbery. Du Zhonghong had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard her cheerfully lean closer. Brother Du, you said before that if other bases' currency is exchanged here, it can be discounted by 70%? Yes. Du Zhonghong felt confused and tense. Hearing Xiao Shiren call him Brother Du gave him a headache, as he felt a huge pit was following it. How about we do a big business together? Since Du Xiaowan moved in, Xiao Shiren had been planning to do business with the Du family. Only at this moment did she feel that the time was ripe. I have goods, you have influence. I provide the goods, and sell them under the Du family's name, accepting currency from both this base and others, no exceptions. For currency from other bases, regardless of distance, I will calculate it at 80%, you can set the price for the remaining discount, and whatever is left will belong to the Du family. Xiao Shiren used to only plan to earn profits from selling goods. But now she had changed her mind, clearly earning money from currency differences was the most profitable business. What do you want currency from other bases for? Du Zhonghong, who had been in a high position for so many years, felt like his brain couldn't keep up with the other person's thought process. This girl had never left Base A, wanting a pile of currency equivalent to waste paper locally. What was she after? Could it be? Xiao Shiren crossed her arms and smiled mysteriously. Brother Du, you need to think long-term. Base D is just a starting point, isn't it? Her words carried too much information, and Du Zhonghong's body hair stood on end instantly. He looked at this young girl, whose displayed ambition seemed to swallow the entire sky, feeling a wave of palpitations. I don't want to know, I really don't want to know. He waved his hand repeatedly, as if wanting to shake off a hot potato. For business matters, you go directly to find my old man to talk. Xiao Shiren watched Du Zhonghong leave, a trace of subtle inquiry flashed in her eyes. This third-in-command of Base D truly had an unpredictable style of doing things. Xiao Shiren still wanted to say something, but Du Zhonghong quickly retreated a few steps and pretended to leave. Chapter 64, An intruder in the team? It's settled, I have important matters to attend to. As for this tablet, it's Xiaowan's, you can use it for now. If he looks for you later, just say I brought it. After saying this, Du Zhonghong almost fled, as if staying one more second would result in him being devoured by Xiao Shiren's ambition. Sun Li watched, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but murmur, our landlord is really getting more and more fierce. The third-in-command of the Du family was actually scared off? What? Not saying it was fine, but once the words were out, Du Xiaowan, who had been staring at the two tied-up supernatural beings with bad intentions, immediately changed his expression. What did you say? Where did the landlord's tablet come from? Du Zhonghong had already gotten into the car. He glanced at Du Xiaowan rushing over, hurriedly started the engine, and sped away. Du Xiaowan, with his short legs running, was left with a mouthful of dust. Cough cough cough. But after knowing each other for so long, it was the first time Xiao Shiren saw Du Xiaowan get the worst of it. The dynamic between the father and son was quite amusing. Du Xiaowan's pained gaze instantly locked onto the tablet in Xiao Shiren's arms. Landlord's sister. Ahem. Xiao Shan quickly stopped smiling and seriously comforted. Father and son do not hold grudges overnight, it must be a misunderstanding. Just a few words will clear it up, it's not some valuable item. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Landlord's sister. Du Xiaowan's eyes brightened. So, will you return the tablet to me? Sure enough, the landlord's sister was the most understanding little fairy in the world. That's not possible. Before Du Xiaowan could finish being happy, Xiao Xian, who had just been a gentle big sister, instantly changed her face and stepped back several paces with a vigilant look. What's yours is yours, your tablet is gone, you need to ask your dad for it. This is my reward, how do you plan to ask me about it? She was practically screaming one big word all over her body, don't bother me. Wang Meng clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he nearly passed out. Landlord, your ability to change faces is too fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Du Xiaowan clenched his little fists, glaring with a deadly stare. Fang Shicheng, who stood next to Wang Meng, instinctively moved a couple of steps back. You dare to provoke this little demon? I heard you used to like dancing in the landlord's danger zone, do you only pick fights with the hard to handle? A person like him, who was so afraid of death, shouldn't get too close to such people. As it turned out, Fang Shicheng was indeed very prescient in this regard. In the next 2 days, Ark's apartment entered a chaotic mode. Early the next morning, Wang Meng had just put on his boots and was about to go out when he felt his foot slip. A sweet and sticky sensation hit him. He took off his shoe and saw half the sole filled with strawberry jam mixed with mustard oil pouring out. Not far away, Du Xiaowan crossed his arms and sneered. Wang Meng was so angry he yelled, but he couldn't do anything to this little ancestor, only could admit bad luck. He wanted to complain to Xiao Shan, but unfortunately, after getting her phone and tablet, Xiao Shan announced she would be doing a strategic preparation for going to the Zhang'an base, and went directly into closed-door training. She was indeed preparing. This new gadget, the feeling of being able to freely search for the information she wanted was wonderful. She first downloaded and backed up all the known route maps from Base D to the Zhang'an base, the potential mutated creatures along the way, as well as rumors of the power distribution at Zhang'an base. After completing her main task feeling satisfied, she suddenly realized this thing could actually watch TV shows and novels from before the apocalypse. Then, she completely fell into it. 2 days passed in a flash, and the team that had agreed to go to Zhang'an base gathered at the apartment door. Du Zhonghong personally led the team, carefully counting the number of people. His deputy counted twice, and after confirming the number was correct, reported loudly, Mr. Du, there are a total of 60 people, all present, we can set off. Wait. Du Zhonghong frowned, are you sure everyone is here? The most important person hasn't come, how did you count? The deputy, stunned by the scolding, glanced at the list in his hand, a total of 60 people, it is indeed enough. Where is Xiao Shan? Du Zhonghong squinted, searching hard through the crowd, then tell me, where is Xiao Shan? He was very sure she was not in the crowd. The first to react were the people from the Ark's apartment. Right, it seems we haven't seen the landlord for 2 days. Let's go, search the apartment. Ling Che led people back to the apartment first. Of course, they were all from their apartment. Without Xiao Shan's authorization, outsiders couldn't come in. The lobby, reading room, and office had all been checked, but there was no trace of Xiao Shan. Finally, only her private bedroom was left. Quick, look, the landlord's room still has the light on, she must be inside. He pointed at the faintly glowing crack of the door and knocked hard. Landlord? It's time to leave. No response. Inside, faint voices could be heard talking. It seems like someone is talking inside, or several people. Oh, it seems someone has been set up to have a miscarriage. What are they doing in there? Ling Che instantly understood. Expressionless, he took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket, tuned it to a private channel, and swiftly pressed the call button. The next moment, a sharp ding-a-ling sound rang through the room. The loud television show paused for a moment, and then there was a flurry of noises as things were being turned upside down. 3 seconds later, Xiao Shiren, with a head full of messy hair and still bleary-eyed, stumbled out from the door. Oh no, I got so caught up in the research that I forgot the important stuff. Everyone was speechless. How could someone forget such a big deal? Let's go. Xiao Shiren, anxious, didn't say much to the others and strode out the door, pretending to be calm while clearing her throat. Are we all ready? Not bad, efficiency is really high. I just finished organizing the data for the Zhongnan base, was about to come out. Landlord. Wang Meng covered his face and whispered, Quick, stop talking, Mr. Du just counted the number of people, you are already nearly 15 minutes late. The landlord's eagerness to save face was way too obvious. Wait a minute, something doesn't add up. Du Zhonghong, at the front of the line, suddenly furrowed his brows. Xiao Shiren wasn't in the group, the numbers were already enough, so now that she's here, doesn't that mean there's one more person? His gaze instantly turned cold and sharp, sweeping over everyone present. Check. Immediately find out who the extra person is. Making such a big mistake under his watch, fortunately it was discovered before departure. If it was a time bomb that had infiltrated, they could have been wiped out on the way, and no one might even know it. As soon as he finished speaking, his assistant was about to take people to investigate when a timid voice rang out from the crowd. It's me. Everyone turned to look, feeling it was familiar. Isn't this the girl, Jin Yun, who was kept by Xiao Shiren as an exception and put in the apartment as a kindergarten teacher 2 days ago? What is she doing here? I also want to go with you. Jin Yun faced dozens of scrutinizing gazes, gathered her courage and said, I am familiar with the Zhongnan base, and escaped here along the way. I know the route. I can take care of myself and won't hold you back. As soon as she said this, Du Zhonghong's assistant, Yu Hua, immediately frowned and objected, No way. Mr. Du, we absolutely cannot take someone with an unknown background, there are too many uncertainties on the road. All eyes eventually turned to Xiao Shiren. At this point, everyone knew that only what Xiao Shiren said would matter. Jian Yun's heart sank, nervously twisting her clothes. She knew that for such an important action, no one would allow an outsider with an unknown background to easily join. To her surprise, Xiao Shiren only stared at her for 2 seconds, then waved her hand impatiently. Alright, it's just one more person. Let's go. Ha! Both Jian Yun and Yu Hua were taken aback. It's that simple? You're not going to ask a few more questions? What else? Xiao Shiren looked at them with an even more perplexed expression than theirs. Do you want to delay even longer? She could see clearly that the stick figure above Jian Yun's head was already so green it was about to glow, and the loyalty was frighteningly high. What was there to worry about? Unlike Fang Shichang, who until now was still just a wavering light green. Everyone fell silent. Since this big shot had spoken, who dared to ask more? 5 minutes later, the counted team set off again. 10 modified heavy off-road vehicles formed a long line, driving away from the Ark apartment in a grand procession. However, on the roof of one of the cars, Fang Shichang sat cross-legged against the wind, looking a bit grim. This time, each car was set to hold 6 people, and with a team of 60, 10 cars were just right. But who could have predicted that an extra Jian Yun would show up out of nowhere? How to arrange the seating became a problem. After several rounds of discussion with no result, someone came to ask Xiao Shiren for her opinion. She gave an answer in just 3 seconds. Isn't this simple? Our little Fang from the apartment can just sit on the roof. Fang Shichang exploded on the spot. Why should I go up? This is simply humiliating. Of course, it's because only you sitting up there is the safest. Xiao Shiren's reasoning was justified and irrefutable. You are a wind element ability user. What's the difference between being on the roof and being on the ground? If someone else goes up, a sudden break could send them flying out. How dangerous. Of course, there was one crucial reason that Xiao Shiren didn't say. Fang Shichang, this light green wall grass, was still the most reassuring to keep an eye on right under her nose. If he was left alone in the car, what if he did something and drove off? Where would she go to find him? So putting him on the roof, where he couldn't reach the driver's seat but was still under supervision, was the best arrangement. Even though she knew Xiao Shiren was just brushing her off, the phrase "only you are the safest" still made Feng Shicheng feel a bit inexplicably pleased, and he reluctantly climbed onto the roof. In the lead car, Wang Meng sat in the passenger seat, frequently looking back with a curious face. "Landlord, how big do you think that mutated plant must be? It would have to be at least 2 circles bigger than our BB machine to destroy a base, right?" The BB machine, napping beside Xiao Shiren, moved its ears in dissatisfaction. "I don't know." Xiao Shiren didn't even raise her eyelids, her fingers sliding over the tablet screen. "Then landlord, does the mutated plant have crystal nuclei? What do they look like? If so, they must be worth a lot, right?" Xiao Shiren's temple throbbed, finally moving her gaze away from the screen. "You just said it's the first in the world, how would I know?" She coldly turned up the volume of the TV show a bit. "If you say one more word, I'll make Feng Shicheng come down, and you sit on the roof." Wang Meng immediately shut up and made a gesture of zipping up his mouth. Only then did Xiao Shiren feel satisfied and return to enjoying her show. She couldn't let anything spoil her pleasant journey. The car sped along the wasteland, going quickly and bumpily. But she hadn't finished even one episode when the barrage on the screen began to stutter, skipping like it was malfunctioning. "What's going on?" Xiao Shiren panicked and turned to poke Du Zhonghong in the back seat. "Quick, take a look, your tablet is broken." Du Zhonghong, who was resting with his eyes closed, woke up from her poke, glanced helplessly at the tablet. "It's not broken, it's just lagging." He patiently explained, "These bullet screens are from before the apocalypse, the website only did basic maintenance. We're far from the base now, the network signal is weaker, and data transmission can't keep up, which causes this situation." "Lagging?" Xiao Shiren muttered, calling out to the system in her mind. "System, what is lagging?" Host, lagging refers to interruptions or delays in connections caused by special reasons, such as network signals or hardware performance. Your requests are unable to receive timely responses. This explanation made Xiao Shiren's heart sink. It's like, when I ask you a question, you respond late, or simply don't react at all. That's also called lagging? Theoretically, yes. A strong sense of crisis made Xiao Shiren sit up straight. She instinctively issued an order to the system in her mind: check Feng Shicheng's loyalty. Connecting. The words loyalty, 35% that appeared half a second late, felt like a heavy hammer striking Xiao Shiren's heart hard. It really can lag. The system was silent for a moment, seemingly trying to explain. "This system has never experienced substantial lag since its inception, but I cannot guarantee it will never happen in extreme environments." Before it finished, Xiao Shiren was already anxious. "What do you mean by not speaking?" She looked at the barrage that had completely disappeared from the tablet and lost her calm. "Hurry! System store. Open it now. I want to buy. Why wait to buy what is needed later? What if this unreliable system decides to go connecting just when she is surrounded by zombies? Death is certainly frightening, but if one dies, and the points are not fully spent..." That almost made her unable to die in peace. Ding! Purchased all-weather outdoor survival kit times 10, federal coins minus 5,000. Ding! Purchased luxury cold-resistant tent times 10, federal coins minus 5,000. Ding! Purchased compressed biscuits times 100 boxes. Bedding and clothing for children and adults, 20 sets each. Seeds. Yes, seeds. High-yield potatoes, corn, wheat, 20 bags each. Warning, irrational spending detected from the host, please operate cautiously. Shut up. Money is a bastard, it can be earned back. Life is the most important. Xiao Shiren roared in her mind. Chapter 66, Has the landlord developed a hoarding habit? Books on planting. Oh, not unlocked yet, then switch to blank notebooks and pens, 100 sets. In the back row, Du Zhonghong, who had been keeping an eye on Xiao Shiren, frowned. Looking around, he felt the atmosphere in the car was a bit off. In the video, the male and female leads were sweetly in love, yet Xiao Shiren in the front row was sweating nervously. She clearly had her eyes closed, but her brows were furrowing tighter and tighter, as if experiencing a tremendous ordeal. The atmosphere was very strange, even the silly chatterbox noticed it. It raised its thick paw, wanting to pat Xiao Shiren's leg and let out some sounds to lighten the mood. But unfortunately, just as its paw was lifted, it was swiftly grabbed by Qi Lei beside it. He nervously watched Xiao Shiren, who was deep in meditation but whose aura was increasingly low, and gestured frantically at the chatterbox. It really had no sense of occasion. Even if the king came, they all had to give way to this lady. Do you dare to make a scene now? He pinched the chatterbox's paw with one hand and covered its mouth with the other, afraid it would make any noise and implicate him, the keeper. The car fell silent, terrifyingly quiet. Aside from the rumbling of the engine, the others instinctively lowered their breathing to the minimum. Du Zhonghong ordered his men to drive at full speed, covering over 30 miles in just half a day. It was the apocalypse, roads were indeed difficult to travel on, otherwise, with the car's performance, they could have covered at least half the distance. Gradually, the sky darkened. Du Zhonghong ordered, "Alright, let's rest here tonight. The road ahead is unclear, we need to conserve our energy for tomorrow's journey." His team had rich outdoor survival experience and quickly found an abandoned, spacious high-end community as a resting spot. On the third floor, they cleaned a few rooms, while 2 water-type ability users washed away years of dust and stink. The others searched the entire building, even pulling out the weeds that had crept in the corners, leaving not a single seed behind. It was evident that the events at the base had left them with a significant psychological shadow. These trivial matters didn't need Xiao Shiren's worry. She chose a clean place to sit cross-legged, appearing to nap but furiously shopping in the system mall in her mind. Until her balance hit zero again, she exhaled a long breath of turbid air. What do mutated plants matter? Now, in Xiao Shiren's mind, there was nothing more terrifying than the word system lag. Everything settled, Xiao Shiren opened her eyes in satisfaction, only to be startled by the scene before her. What are you doing? Are you surrounding me to launch a sneak attack? Driver Lu Chong and a group of peers surrounded her in a circle, all staring at her with eager yet nervous eyes. If she hadn't sensed any malice, in that instant of opening her eyes, she would have given them a combo package. Well. Lu Chong rubbed his hands, smiling awkwardly. "Miss Xiao, it's getting late, everyone is waiting for food to be cooked." Xiao Shiren looked puzzled. "Waiting for food to be cooked? What do you want me for?" Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of brilliance hit her mind, and she remembered instantly. Almost forgetting, previously entangled in system lag panic, Xiao Shiren, in order to consolidate assets to cope with unknown risks, had coaxed and frightened. A truckload of people's private money was all seized. She still remembered how resolutely she had stated at that time, "When you go out, you should treat your stomach a little better. So, give me the crystal cores and the Federation coins, and from now on, I will cover all the meals for everyone in our team." What? Private money? Your life is at stake, what can you do with that little private money? Hand it all over, whatever happens, I'll take care of it. If it weren't for Du Zhonghong, who was stifling his laughter and didn't stop, the people in the truck would really think they had encountered a new type of end-of-the-world robber. Seeing the momentary astonishment in Xiao Shiren's eyes, Lu Chang's heart sank, his face went pale. No way, wasn't this lady supposed to remember? Or did she want to back out? Oh dear, look at my memory, I was just thinking about the journey. Xiao Shiren reacted, a little embarrassed as she slapped her head and quickly turned around to start pulling things out from her space. Since everyone accepted her as a space ability user, she had become increasingly lazy about pretending. She simply took things out directly. Here, 2 big boxes of compressed biscuits. These are great for cooking kanji, it tastes really good. As she said this, she pulled out a large bag of dehydrated vegetables. Here, add these too, a balance of meat and vegetables makes for a nutritious meal. As soon as she finished speaking, with a thud, a processed, plump frozen chicken dropped out, hitting the ground. The surrounding people stared in shock, even a high-level space ability user couldn't suddenly produce so many items out of thin air. Oh no, the chicken fell out, let's wash it and make some chicken soup. Unaware of the astonishment from the few people in front of her, Xiao Shiren continued, "By the way, after the kanji is done, let's crack a few eggs in it." Like a magician, she took out one item after another, making Lu Chong and the other's eyes nearly pop out in disbelief. After carefully explaining everything and ensuring nothing was missed, she waved her hand. "Go, don't just stand there, hurry and cook." Lu Chong, holding a pile of food far beyond expectations, almost couldn't hold on, feeling dizzy. He clumsily took a couple of steps out, but couldn't help turning back, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. "Miss Xiao, did you really give all this to us? What are you dawdling for? If you're not hungry, hand it over to someone else." Du Zhonghong glared at him irritably but secretly thought, as expected, I didn't misjudge her. Once Lu Chong excitedly ran far with the others, Xiao Shiren took out 2 large bags of flour from her space. "Mr. Du, it's still early in the day, and the conditions here are good, so let's make some more dry rations to prepare for emergencies." Xiao Shiren always felt uneasy, her inexplicable fear of lag made her prepare thoroughly. "This is too much." Du Zhonghong shook his head in disagreement. "The weather will only get hotter, cooked food will spoil in just a couple of days." "Don't worry." Xiao Shiren patted the bulging flour bags, smiling confidently. "My space has excellent preservation abilities. It's going to be tough on all of you." The pricing of items in the system store was quite strange. Wheat seeds were sold by the grain, but flour, after being milled, was sold by the pound, and the price was surprisingly lower. So she stocked up on quite a bit of quality food at a good price earlier. With over 50 mercenaries working together, the speed was remarkably fast. Before the kanji made with the compressed biscuits was even ready, the flour was already being kneaded. In today's weather, with a sprinkle of yeast, the dough would be ready to rise in no more than 2 hours. After steaming the buns, they could even get a good night's sleep. Chapter 67, Trying to Hitch a Ride, almost send him to the afterlife. The faint aroma of flour wafted through the floors. Xiao Shiren couldn't help but twitch her nose, feeling that this smell was incredibly enticing. This is the aroma of food from before the apocalypse. She wasn't even afraid that this smell would attract danger.
Zombies are only sensitive to the scent of living people, they are not attracted by the smell of delicious food.
And living people.
In this small community, the moss covered a thick layer, and various vines climbed up the walls.
Almost covering the entire building, no one has stepped inside for who knows how many years.
Come on, get the bowls and chopsticks, it's time for a big meal. Xiao Xian was full of enthusiasm as she began to distribute the bowls and chopsticks.
Humans still knew to hold back a bit, but the beep machine had no shame.
As soon as it heard about food, it excitedly circled around Xiao Xian, rubbing its big head against her legs, showing off its flattery vividly. Just as Xiao Xian was about to give its head a little tap, the beep machine suddenly stood straight up and charged towards the window beside her with a warning bark. The building was extremely stuffy. When the mercenaries were cleaning the corridor, they also removed the window frames. Not only to let in some air but also to better observe the movements outside, in order to detect danger in time. That window was not small. If it were Xiao Xian, she could easily flip through twice. But the beep machine was too big and didn't hold back. With one charge, it got stuck completely. Its four legs dangled in the air, flailing around while warning loudly from outside the window.
System. Xiao Xian was confused and was about to open the system translation device.
Hearing the beep machine's howling, Chile rushed in quickly.
As soon as he entered, he grabbed a stick. What happened? Why is the big head so nervous?
As soon as he spoke, he saw the beep machine's current state, and his face changed dramatically. There's someone outside. He understood the beep machine's meaning far better than the system.
What?
The two mercenaries guarding the room immediately became alert upon hearing this and squeezed towards the window. Unfortunately, the beep machine had blocked the window tightly. The two nearly bumped right into the lion's rear and got slapped with its tail in annoyance.
Xiao Xian couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, slapping its back hard. What are you howling about? Can this broken building even trap you?
The beep machine visibly trembled a little and stopped howling, its two front paws suddenly slamming down on the windowsill. With a loud crash, dust flew, and the entire window frame shattered. Freed, the beep machine accurately charged towards downstairs, while several mercenaries followed suit. At only 3 stories high, with tightly wound vines to assist, it was nothing for them. A few people followed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the room was already empty. Xiao Xian leaned out to look at the shattered window and became anxious. Hey! You guys, wait for me. Not a single one bothered to take her along.
Xiao Xian looked down and gave up on the idea of climbing down the vines.
Her body was not like these bloodthirsty mercenaries. Jumping down from the 3rd floor would surely injure her.
If she got hurt right after going out, what if someone was hiding in the dark waiting for a chance to act? Wouldn't she just be at their mercy? I must catch up with the main group. What happened? What's going on?
In a short moment, a flurry of people rushed in, with Fang Shicheng at the front.
Seeing him, Xiao Xian's eyes lit up. You're here? That's really great.
Inherently cautious, wanting to understand the situation immediately, Fang Shicheng was taken aback for a moment. Before he could react to what Xiao Xian meant, his sleeve was pulled. Quick, take me to follow them, it's that direction. She pointed at the broken window and pulled Fang Shicheng hard in that direction.
Wait. Fang Shicheng was confused. First tell me what happened?
Xiao Xian simplified it into 2 sentences. There's a sneaky guy outside spying, the beep machine discovered them, and they chased after.
Spying?
Fang Shicheng frowned tightly, thinking more than Xiao Xian. To be able to get so close in a place full of mercenaries, they are definitely not an ordinary person.
This kind of person is extremely dangerous. Actively chasing after them is too risky.
With his personality, he would be hiding even faster.
No way. He decisively refused. What if it's a ploy to lure the tiger away from its mountain? We have to keep someone behind. If anyone is to stay, it should be someone else. You must follow me.
Xiao Xian narrowed her eyes, as if trying to see through Fang Shicheng's heart. There are about 40 or 50 people left here. We don't need you. My intuition tells me this person is very important. We can't let him go. Don't joke, others don't have Fang Shicheng's flying skills. Taking her along should be easy. Most importantly, this kid is the slyest. If we don't keep an eye on him, who knows if he will sneak away.
Fang Shicheng furrowed his brow so tightly it could almost tie in a knot. Why are you being so unreasonable? Xiao Xian smiled, pulled out an electric baton with a swift motion, and the blue arc at the end crackled with a zzz sound. What are you talking about? I'm the most reasonable person.
Now, whenever Fang Shicheng saw something electrified, he had a slight reflex.
He instinctively moved back, but simply couldn't shake off Xiao Xian's grip.
Although her fighting skills were not as good as these masters, she had Ling Che's training plan to help her. Now she was full of strength. Unless he was serious and used lethal moves, he can only strip and run for his life. Looking at the crowd that squeezed in again, then at Xiao Xian's beautiful face, Fang Shicheng surrendered. How do we chase? He admitted that he still cared about his face. On such a hot day, wearing so little, to strip and run away at this moment, he truly couldn't bring himself to do it.
Xiao Shan's eyes lit up, and before she finished speaking, she climbed up using both hands and feet, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck, her whole body hanging on him like a koala. Alright, you can fly now. The room was silent. You better fly, Xiao Shan swayed while hanging on him, you wouldn't want to back out now, right? Du Zhonghong watched the two of them swaying at the edge of the broken window, heart pounding. I say, if you folks aren't ready yet, maybe back up a bit, it's really too dangerous here. Du Zhonghong tried to persuade while walking over, but when he saw their situation, his words started to tremble. His voice suddenly rose. Xiao Xiao, if you don't let go, he's really going to fly. This kid is being choked until his eyes are rolling back. What? Xiao Shan quickly let go, turning her head to look. Sure enough, Fang Shiqing's face was red, his lips purple, and his eyes rolled back. He was almost sent away by her. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Xiao Shan quickly let go, apologizing while gently patting him on the back to help him breathe, repeatedly saying, "Are you all right? I went through special training by the war god, my strength is now immense and hard to control. We're all on the same side, I wouldn't intentionally hurt you. Even though we are in the wild, and it's easy to kill and dispose of bodies, I'm not that kind of person, right?" Chapter 68, Labor Contract? A body contract with GPS tracking. Bang, bang, bang. With each slap, Fang Shiqing's face turned a whiter shade. He felt his insides vibrating, staggering back, fearfully waving his hands. I know, I understand, don't pat me. This was not an apology, it was a naked threat. He was now 100% sure that this woman was trying to kill him, and Du Zhonghong had just interrupted her attack. Looking at Fang Shiqing gasping for breath, Xiao Shan seemed to finally realize, giving an apologetic smile, "Oh, it seems my strength is really great, Ling Chase training methods are indeed effective. I need to be careful in the future, you suffered." What she said in Fang Shiqing's ears translated to, "Next time I will be careful, guaranteeing a quick kill, so you won't suffer." I just wanted to remind you to be careful, I never said not to go." The will to survive made Fang Shiqing instantly soften. He gestured for a long time, really wanting to figure out how to safely bring this female demon along. Xiao Shan reached back to pull out a luxurious and thick carpet from her space. She boldly sat on it, then pulled out a strong rope, swiftly tying their wrists together in no time, especially on Fang Shiqing's side. She especially wrapped it several more times and tied a complex knot. After doing all this, she still wasn't at ease and grabbed Fang Shiqing's pant leg in a corner of the carpet, tying a tight knot. She had noticed earlier that this kid was afraid of death, but even more afraid of losing face. He was reluctant to take off even his shirt, so she didn't believe he could bear to part with his pants. After everything was ready, Xiao Shuren was finally satisfied, clapping her hands, one hand pulling on the rope while the other patted the carpet. "Alright, let's go, lift off." Fang Shiqing looked at his hands and feet tied up like a rice dumpling and felt completely numb. Adding a carpet will increase the consumption of ability. Actually, carrying you while flying would use less effort. That's not possible, Xiao Shuren rejected without a second thought. Fang Shiqing thought she was just shy, little did he know. Xiao Shuren shot him a glance, saying confidently, "Who knows when things get rough, will you throw me out to save yourself? Besides, I'm afraid of heights, I feel insecure. The fact that I didn't add a circle of iron railings around you is already showing compassion for the employee." Okay. Fang Shiqing felt like his back teeth were about to crack. What could he say? What dared he to say? Fine, add a carpet. A supernatural being is afraid of heights? What a joke. This woman is clearly just finding all sorts of excuses to torment him. Thinking of this, he desperately checked the knots again, fearing that Xiao Shuren might crazily prefer to hurt herself just to pin the blame on him. Soon, a safe blanket carried a calm female devil and a despondent toolman, shaking and swaying as they flew toward the direction where the beat machine had disappeared. How does it feel? Xiao Shuren touched the soft blanket, feeling quite cozy. It seems not that dangerous. Fang Shiqing controlled the direction while keeping an eye on the surroundings, weakly asking, "I can't sense their presence anymore, should we keep chasing? If they couldn't catch up, could they go back?" Small matter. Xiao Shuren smiled slightly, dropping a thunderbolt that made his soul fly out of his body. "I forgot to tell you, the labor contract we signed, the beat machine comes with a GPS feature. Even if they run to the ends of the earth, I can find them. Go southeast, not far now." Fang Shiqing didn't move. Instead, the blanket beneath him shook violently. "What are you doing?" Xiao Shuren tightened her grip on the rope, and when she looked up, she saw Fang Shiqing's face pale as paper, as if all his energy had been sucked away in an instant. What's wrong? It seemed like he had died once? And nothing. Fang Shiqing squeezed out two words through gritted teeth. Wind is strong, lost focus. He was finished. That contract that seemed like a joke turned out to be a slave contract with a GPS. He could never run away in his life. At this moment, Fang Shiqing's heart that was once suspended was completely dead. With no will to survive, he controlled the blanket and flew southeast. Sure enough, not long into their flight, the two sensed dozens of energy waves, some strong and some weak, ahead. Moments later, they saw two groups of people confronting each other behind a broken wall. The side facing away from Xiaoshuren was Qi Lei and a dozen mercenaries, while across from them stood over 20 people, at least 10 of whom were supernatural beings. The man at the forefront had a smug look on his face, and when he suddenly spotted a shadow in the sky approaching, he looked up and froze. Flying magic carpet? What flying magic carpet? Wang Meng, what's up there? A tall man beside him whispered warningly but did not turn around. But Wang Meng was not as calm. He had already turned his head, his eyes lighting up as he excitedly shouted, "Damn! The landlord is awesome! Brother?" From behind the crowd, a cute little girl with pigtails poked her head out, curiously asking, "What does awesome mean?" The little girl was only about 4 or 5 years old, barely as tall as her brother's thigh, with a fair and clean face and a pair of big, watery eyes blinking. Xiaoshuren looked down from the sky. The heart is almost melting. So cute. I want to steal it home to raise. The young man, who was called brother, instantly turned dark, suppressing his anger and gently explaining to his younger sister, "It just means very impressive. But this is a bad word, so baby must not learn it." After saying that, he gently covered the little girl's ears, then looked up at Wang Meng with eyes that turned cold in a second. "Watch your mouth, can't you see there are kids here? If you can't speak properly, just donate your tongue to someone who needs it." Wang Meng couldn't bear this insult and immediately crossed his knife. "Who do you think you are, teaching your grandpa a lesson? Let me tell you, our landlord is the most protective. She's in the sky, dare you touch me and try?" Smack! Before his words fell, just as Xiaoshuren landed, she turned around and slapped him with a warm, fluffy white bun, perfectly blocking Wang Meng's mouth. "Shut your mouth." She shot him an irritated glare. "You're ruining our apartment's civilized image, go back and copy the tenant rules 100 times. How can one say such rude words in front of such a cute little sister? What about the apartment's face? Moreover..." Xiaoshuren glanced at the group of people on the system map opposite, each with bright green names above their heads, practically glowing green. Who are those people? Xiaoshuren quietly leaned closer to Qi Lei. "What's going on now?" Qi Lei quickly explained, "They are from the Dawn base, not far from us, and have always been at odds with us. There are no big conflicts, but small frictions happen continuously. They probably encountered us on their way to the Zhongin base." Upon hearing this, Xiaoshuren suspiciously looked again at the system panel. "At odds with us? Are you sure? They're so green they could almost be shining, clearly potential quality customers." Chapter 69, Discovering the Mysterious Little Lolita. "Yunizhao, you are schemingly tracking us, what do you really want?" Hechuan saw Xiaoshuren staring intensely at the little girl on the opposite side inside, thinking the landlord was so easy to fool, believing anyone, worried she'd be deceived by that good-natured face. He quickly stepped forward, asking directly, trying to wake the landlord up a bit, "Our landlord is here, if you dare to talk nonsense, she can see through it in an instant." Xiaoshuren's attention was still on that little girl, with two sets of big eyes blinking. They had been looking at each other for quite a while. Suddenly being called out, Xiaoshuren came to her senses. What tracking? She almost forgot it was because this group was sneakily peeping at their resting place that both teams met up. Hechuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the landlord's attention was on the main matters. Yunizhao seemed to have heard a joke, retracting his hand that was covering the little girl's ears, crossing his arms, a trace of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. Tracking? That sounds so unpleasant. The two bases are not far apart, the destination is the same, this road is not built by your family, so what, can others walk on it? This was pure sophistry. So, can they just casually walk to where they were resting? This group of little people shining with friendly green light surely had secrets hidden. Xiaoshuren slowly took a step back, quickly evaluating the strengths of both sides. In terms of numbers, the other side had the advantage. In terms of quality, on their side, Hechuan, Wang Meng, and Du Zhonghong were all second tier, which should be stronger overall. But Xiaoshuren's gaze swept over Fang Shirqing's face, which was as white as paper. He even slightly shook when landing, obviously extremely exhausted. Looking at that pale little face, he might collapse at any moment. At such a time, if a fight broke out, they might not only gain nothing but could also suffer huge losses. Sight Xiaoshuren couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Still, the hard power is not enough, the security system of the Ark apartment must be strengthened. As soon as this thought arose, the system's ghostly voice came out again, but this time, the voice seemed to be mixed with a faint electric current sound. Detecting host's intermittent fighting spirit, in order to strengthen the apartment's armed forces. Trigger Security Task 2. Security Task 2, please accumulate federal coins. When the mall balance reaches 500,000 federal coins, you will unlock apartment LV3. The task is limited to 2 months. If completed within 2 months, in addition to the original upgrade reward, you will receive an extra skill, Selfless Landlord. Xiao Xian was astonished. Selfless Landlord? What kind of ridiculous skill is that? It sounds like a fool's bargain. Selfless landlord, the host can temporarily lend their powers to employees under them to assist them in battle. Xiaoshan's eyes sparkled. So, when my employees run out of energy while fighting, as a landlord, I can be their mobile power bank?
Yes. In return, every time it is used, a fee of 10 federal coins will be charged to that employee.
As for that 10 federal coin fee, Xiaoshan didn't care at all. With just a few employees, even if they fought every day, the fee wouldn't amount to much. Besides, if a fight really broke out, she wouldn't only not collect the fee, she would have to give red envelopes to calm them down. Wait, something feels off.
The more Xiaoshan thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, finally realizing, with so little power, it's not even enough for one of their skills.
If I give all my powers to them in dangerous situations, won't I be dead soon? This deal is not worth it at all.
The host's energy source is Ark Apartment. As long as the apartment exists, the host will always have a glimmer of life. If the host's powers run out, they can use federal coins to replenish energy.
Current power intensity detected, level 1.
To replenish energy once, 100 federal coins are required.
Level 1 power intensity? Xiaoshan was instantly energized. System, what is Feng Shiqing's power intensity?
Her powers felt more like an accessory to the apartment, much like a broken power grid that could be replaced with money.
If that's the case, when danger strikes, as long as there's money, wouldn't her powers be an eternal motion machine?
As Xiaoshan was happily lost in thought, the system's voice came back, splashing cold water all over her.
System detected Feng Shiqing's power intensity, level 5. Xiaoshan felt numb all over.
She knew this power intensity was different from power levels, similar to the limit of power consumption.
Level 3 plant powers and level 3 fire powers have vastly different power intensities.
The difference between level 1 and level 5 isn't that 5 of her can defeat one Feng Shiqing, but rather Feng Shiqing could kill her 5 times without even messing up his hair. Not to mention how much federal coins this would waste, just transporting powers back and forth would tire her out. Rather than wearing myself out, I might as well hope Feng Shiqing can turn the tide and break through his power level at a critical moment.
Xiaoshan felt a bit defeated. System, help me check the power intensity of that group of people over there.
It shouldn't be too high, after all, someone like Feng Shiqing is already one of the best near the base. After a moment of silence, the system's voice rang out again. This time, the tearing sound of electricity became incredibly clear.
Detecting. Success. Yun Yizhao, power intensity. Level 6. Yun Xiaoduo, power intensity. Detection failed.
Xiaoshan's eyes widened instantly, her heart skipped a beat.
Yun Yizhao, this delicate-looking young man, had a power intensity of level 6, and this soft, cute girl actually failed detection? System, what's going on? How could there be a detection failure?
The crackling sound of electricity made Xiaoshan anxious.
The scary words that had troubled her in recent days surfaced again. System, don't tell me it's really lagging? Ziz.
A weak electric sound rang again.
This time, the system didn't utter a single word and was completely silent. Xiaoshan felt a chill run down her spine.
She subtly assessed the little girl, trying to make her expression look as gentle as possible. Little girl, you're really beautiful.
May I ask what your name is? Such words, if it were any man asking, would.
They would all be treated as perverted uncles and beaten up. But with Xiaoshan's smiling face, it only made people feel like they were bathed in spring breezes.
My name is Yun Xiaoduo. The little girl was not afraid at all, holding onto Yun Yichao's sleeve with one small hand, looking up at Xiaoshan and smiling sweetly. Sister, can I be your friend?
Xiaoshan sighed inwardly. How could there still be such innocent and lovely little friends in this world? She couldn't help but curve her lips. Of course you can. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoshan abruptly froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Ding, you have gained 100 points of sunlight. A clear, melodic, yet completely unfamiliar mechanical notification sounded in her mind.
What is this sound?
The two were very close, and Xiaoshan was sure she hadn't misheard.
This sound was coming from Yun Xiaoduo.
But she had just been smiling at her, not saying a word. In the next moment, it seemed Yun Xiaoduo was also startled. She blinked uncertainly, then excitedly shook Yun Yichao's arm, exclaiming joyfully, Wow, brother, it's little flowers, 100 little flowers, so many.
What little flowers? Xiaoshan's mind went blank. She clearly heard, sunlight. Chapter 70 What? The system can also interfere?
Xiaoshan took a horrified step back, instantly flashing back to Feng Shiqing's side, her movement quick as a cat stepping on its tail. Feng Shiqing frowned, stepping half a step forward, shielding her more tightly behind him. He Chuan and Wang Mang also instantly became vigilant, and the atmosphere that was just relaxed dropped to freezing point.
Xiaoshan felt a storm raging in her heart. Is it the system? That little girl actually has a system too? What does gaining sunlight mean? Is it like currency, similar to my Federation coins? Did I gain 100 points just because I said of course? What did I pay for it? Most importantly, why could I hear another system's voice? 1,000 questions flooded out, tangled into a mess.
Since obtaining the apartment system, it was the first time she felt things were out of control, and this feeling made her extremely uneasy. Fortunately, in the next moment, the familiar system voice finally rang in her mind.
System auto repair successful, has restarted, and is sincerely at your service. Great, system, you're still here. The voice she had grown accustomed to had never felt so affectionate. System, what happened to you just now? Did you crash?
This time, the system didn't stall again, and the electric sound did not ring out. The system just scanned the target and seems to have encountered a peer, causing some interference. Host, please rest assured, the system loophole has been repaired.
Interference? Xiao Shan caught the key point. So the voice I heard just now really existed? The little girl over there also has a system?
She had thought that a system like this would be unique.
System. Xiao Shan's vigilant gaze locked onto the siblings opposite. Do you know what kind of system the one opposite is? Does it pose a threat to me?
This system only intercepted a segment of code and is currently decoding it, please wait. After saying that, the system actually went completely silent, leaving Xiao Shan shouting in her mind, but it wouldn't come out. Xiao Shan felt a bit lost, so she hurriedly opened the system panel, confirming that the little stick figures ahead still appeared green at first glance, which eased her slightly. For the time being, they should not be considered enemies. The system had no reason to misdetect this. Before the results came out, she couldn't act rashly. Big sister. Yun Xiaoduo saw her run away and blinked her big eyes in grievance. Big sister, why did you run so far?
Don't you like Xiaoduo?
Xiao Shan still wore a smile like a gentle spring breeze, but her feet felt as if they were welded to the ground, not moving an inch. Whether I like you or not, I'm not quite sure right now, I'll tell you later. For now, let's all stand still and rest for a while. I advise you all not to act rashly. These words hid a knife behind a smile. Even Wang Meng could sense something was wrong. Yun Xiaoduo, feeling wronged, clutched her little hands and dared not speak again.
Wang Meng, seeing this, indignantly whispered, Landlord, haven't you noticed? These people are not good at all. They're sneaky, we might as well strike first and tie them up to take them back.
Xiao Shuren shot a glance at him, and Wang Meng, who was rolling up his sleeves, immediately fell silent, feeling wronged as he let down his sleeves again. That expression was surprisingly similar to the cute Yun Xiaoduo opposite him. On the other side, Yun Yichao's suspicious gaze was locked tightly on Xiao Shuren. This woman is too strange. Since just now, her emotional fluctuations have been abnormal. The moment of horror and retreat wasn't merely fear, it was more like discovering some unbelievable secret. Even when Xiao Shuren first appeared on her blanket, he hadn't paid as much attention as he did now. What kind of ability does she possess?
Isn't it just a magical apartment?
Renting a place doesn't create any debts. Why is Wang Meng, who fears nothing, acting like a little chick in front of her? He could see this was no act. Wang Meng truly respected her. Most importantly, meeting her for the first time resulted in 100 sunshine points. This was the highest initial value he and his sister had ever encountered. Brother, Yun Xiaoduo, still feeling wronged, tugged at his sleeve. Little flower is gone, I want to play with sister.
Xiao Shuren squinted her eyes. What do you mean? Playing with her means having little flower?
She suddenly pulled out her gun, pointing it to the sky, casually flicking her finger against the barrel to produce a crisp metallic sound. Oh, this thing is new, I'm not familiar with it, does it often go off accidentally?
Before anything drastic happens, it's better for everyone to keep a safe social distance.
After all, her system is so harmless and is still trying to find ways to make money from others.
Would the system on the opposite side offer benefits for free?
She was the first to not believe it. The gun in Xiao Shuren's hand was also given to her by Du Zhonghong when she just started out. He was afraid she didn't have enough trump cards and might die accidentally.
Yun Yichao's pupils constricted, immediately pulling Yun Xiaoduo closer behind him. This threat was too obvious.
At this tense moment, the system voice happened to ring out.
Decryption successful, detecting the opponent's system as the Plants vs. Zombies system.
This system accidentally evolved from a single-player game before the apocalypse. It is a low-level system and cannot be upgraded. This system gains sunshine by befriending just people in the apocalypse. Accumulating sunshine allows the cultivation of plants with special abilities.
Xiao Shuren listened, stunned for a while before reacting. Is it just befriending? System, are you missing something? What's the cost? It can't be without any price, right? Cost not yet detected. This task is quite challenging.
The stronger the luck and brighter the heart of a person, the more sunshine they bring.
Such opportunities can only be encountered unexpectedly. Xiao Shuren did not understand what the system meant by this.
Thinking about the 100 sunshine points hint Yun Xiaoduo just received, it sounded quite small. She didn't even take to heart the fact that the other system secretly issued a good person card.
She only felt a sense of imbalance. Why? Why is everyone else's task so easy? I have to tire myself out searching for Federation coins? The key is that even after all this effort, she was still just a rookie with a power level of 1. What about others? As long as they make friends with good people, they can gather currency. Even being a bystander allows them to earn money. The more Xiao Shiren thought about it, the more bitter she felt inside. She stubbornly tried to find a shortcut for herself. System, aren't you supposed to be more advanced than that? Can you give me a similar function as well? Didn't you say you wanted to strengthen the apartment's armed forces? Isn't this an opportunity? Plants won't work, but animals can make do. Just look at the beat machine, it's a great example. If you send 2 more over, I won't complain. Chapter 71, Get a Sister, Get a Botanical Garden Free? Isn't her system supposed to be advanced? But why does it seem less useful than a basic system? Xiao Shan couldn't help but give her system some advice. System, if all else fails, go study its core code. Let's expand our business. I think besides the parking lot and the vacant space behind the apartment, we could also open a botanical garden or a zoo. Big sister. Yun Xiaoduo noticed Xiao Shan, who was holding a gun and suddenly spacing out, seeming less alert than before. She quietly edged her way closer. What are you looking at? Ding, gained 20 sunshine. The voice of Yun Xiaoduo's system was not loud, but it exploded in Xiao Shan's mind like thunder. Still lost in thought, she instinctively replied, Oh, I'm looking at you and your brother, both are very cute. Your systems are cuter. I want to move everything into my apartment's garden. Really? Yun Xiaoduo's eyes lit up instantly, and she took a step forward. Big sister, since you like us so much, why don't you come live with me? Yun Xiaoduo. A fierce shout came, and Yun Yichao's face darkened. He rushed over in a swift move, picking up his sister like a chicken and pressing her tightly against him, glaring suspiciously at Xiao Shan. This little ancestor really dares to say anything. And Xiao Shan developed a strong interest in this little girl who was handing out kindness cards everywhere to earn sunshine. Ever since she understood the functions of the system map better, she loved watching the little stick figures on the map giving out kindness cards, and today she unexpectedly met a kindred spirit. Wang Meng grinned widely and began to strongly condemn Yun Xiaoduo's behavior of trying to win them over right in front of them. What do you mean by this? Trying to woo our landlord in front of us? That's hilarious. Our landlord is rich beyond measure, and what they lack most is houses. Would they care about your shabby place? However, he didn't expect that before his words even fell to the ground. Xiao Shan pondered for a moment and then unhesitatingly agreed, Sure, I haven't been to the Dawn base yet. I've heard a lot about your base, just haven't had a friend there until now. Going to someone else's turf does have risks, but the temptation of a plant-based ability user who can defend and attack was too great. Risks and rewards coexist, it's worth a try. Yun Xiaoduo's eyes brightened, and she immediately released Yun Yichao's hand, happily running over to hold Xiao Shan's hand. Really, big sister? You can come stay at my house. My brother's room is the best, let him clear it out for you. The two of them called each other sister and little sister warmly, one holding hands and the other patting heads, creating an indescribably harmonious atmosphere. Unfortunately, only the two of them knew that another sound was mixed in. Ding gained 100 sunshine points. Ding gained 30 sunshine points. Ah. Yun Xiaoduo seemed to be startled by the system's prompt, her eyes growing wider with excitement and her little face turning red. With her emotional fluctuations, a small sunflower sprout, radiating a soft glow, surprisingly poked out from her tightly clenched fist holding Xiao Shan's shirt, shook its head, and quietly shrank back in. She wished she could stick herself all over Xiao Shan. While Xiao Shan gently stroked her head, she secretly began making plans in her heart. System. This girl's system, the plants she cultivates must be amazing, right? How does it compare to the one at the Zhongmen base? What functions does it have? Can it be sold to others? How long can it last once it's in hand? Can it be planted? If this kind of thing is planted in the ground, does it need a plant-based ability user to keep controlling it? A series of questions tumbled out from Xiao Shan, like beans spilling from a jar. The system almost wanted to freeze again. After she finished asking, the system finally gave her a simple reply. According to the intercepted code, it is known that the opponent's system has plants that are both offensive and defensive. More information cannot be learned. Offensive and defensive? Just these 4 words say so much. Xiao Shiren gently patted Yun Xiaoduo's head, smiling even softer. The moment I saw you, I felt that we were destined. You don't have to wait until we go back. You've traveled so hard all this way, and you're still so small. How can you take it? Come with sister, there are plenty of good food and drinks here. Beside them, Yun Yichao was in pain watching his sister go to great lengths for the son, even giving up his own room, when he heard Xiao Shiren casually trying to take his sister away and nearly exploded. Don't even think about it. My sister has been with me since she was little, she can't get used to being with anyone else. She can get used to it, she can. Yun Xiaoduo interrupted Yun Yizhao, eagerly burrowing into Xiao Shiren's arms. I love being with big sister the most. Xiao Shiren silently reached out and tugged at the soft fur on Yun Xiaoduo's head. Alright, she admitted that with such a cute little thing, even knowing that she had other intentions for getting close, there was simply no way to refuse. In that moment, it felt as if something shattered near her ear. Xiao Shiren thought it was probably someone's heartfelt love for his sister being crushed. Big sister. Yun Xiaoduo blinked her watery big eyes. Can big sister make that little lion let go of my uncle? What little lion? And who is her uncle? Xiao Shiren was confused, just about to ask a couple of questions when a wailing sound came from afar, getting closer. Help! This beast has no honor and is only biting people's butts. Xiao Shiren followed the sound and saw a bearded man stumbling over a broken wall, rushing towards them. His clothes were tattered, don't know if it was from tearing or scratching by something. Right after that, a familiar dark yellow figure also jumped over the wall, chasing closely. Compared to the man in front, he looked much more at ease. Clearly able to catch up quickly, he intentionally kept his distance. After running 3 to 5 meters, he would howl, scaring the man ahead into shivering. BB Machine, what are you doing? BB Machine was excitedly chasing, but upon hearing the voice, it swung its large head back and forth, as if searching for the source of the sound. As soon as its gaze met Xiao Shiren's, its huge body suddenly came to a halt, and then right before Xiao Shiren's astonished gaze, its small truck-sized figure quickly shrank like a deflated balloon, transforming into a half-human tall large cat that quickly ran to her feet, wagging its tail in a friendly manner. Xiao Shiren was stunned. You can shrink? No wonder Yun Xiaoduo called it a little lion earlier. BB Machine blinked. What? Didn't it say before? The bearded man in front seemed to be unaware of what was happening behind and was still running forward, once dashing out more than 10 meters. Until the playful roaring had not sounded yet, he cautiously looked back. Upon looking back, he saw the fierce lion that had been chasing him now squatting at the feet of a little girl like a loyal pet. For some reason, he felt even more angry. Chapter 72, Steaming Buns? A very ordinary thing. The bearded man leaned on his knees, panting for a while, and when he finally caught his breath, he made an effort to maintain his composure, walking up to Xiao Shiren and sizing her up from head to toe. So you are his master? You don't look that impressive. I'll tell you, I was not afraid of you just now. That was a tactical retreat to lead my nephew and niece to a safe place, got it? Xiao Shiren blinked. I see, I thought you were just too weak to even beat my pet, which is why you were running all over the place. She nodded very seriously, showing 100,000 points of admiration for the bearded man's acting. Even I was fooled. With acting like yours, it would be a pity if you don't win an award. The bearded man choked. This little girl really does not understand, or is she pretending not to understand? Why does he feel like someone is pointing at his nose and mocking him? Uncle, enough, let's temporarily make peace now. Yun Yichao really could not bear to look directly. Clearly, at the beginning, they had the upper hand, except for a lion that could not be controlled. Everything else was still under control. Why, the moment this woman came, did he feel suppressed everywhere? Peace? These people did so many things, and you just admit defeat like this? The bearded man was clearly unconvinced, blowing his beard and glaring at the people behind Xiao Shiren. I tell you, don't get proud too early. Looking at you like this, the experts in your base must have all come out in full force, right? So easily called out, aren't you afraid the people left in the community will meet danger? The people left in the community? In danger? When Xiao Shiren heard this, she not only showed not the slightest worry, but instead lightly laughed, lazily lifting her hand and casually flicking dust from the communicator on her wrist, speaking slowly. Do you mean our base's trump card, Ling Che, whose fighting power is among the top within 100 miles? Or do you mean that one armed from the soles of his feet to his teeth, even stuffing guns into his sleeves, nicknamed Moving Arsenal du Zhonghong? Oh, right, and those dozens of ability users, who are full and troubled with too much energy, wishing for blind fools to come knocking so they can stretch their muscles? With every word Xiao Shiren said, the bearded man's face turned a shade paler, and his legs trembled once. When the last words fell, his legs went soft, he could no longer stand, and straight as a stick he was about to collapse onto the ground. Yun Yichao beside him, quick-eyed and fast-handed, caught him in time. Uncle, enough, stop listening. Yun Yichao's head ached. Among the people around him, this uncle was the one with the biggest opinion against D-Base. If not for this trip to Zhongnan base being extremely dangerous, and this bearded uncle being one of the top strength-type ability users in Shiguang base, otherwise, knowing they would meet D-Base people, he would never have invited him to come out. Xiao Shiren, with all the time in the world, stroked her chin, her gaze wandering between the system map and the bearded man before her. Wow! It was like she had met an absolute rare oddball. On the map, the little matchstick man representing the bearded one was like a disco light ball that gained life, 1 second showing white for neutral indifference, the next second flashing green for friendly, switching back and forth fast. Xiao Shiren stared at it for just 2 seconds before her eyes turned sore and her head dizzy. System prompt detected that target's emotional fluctuation frequency is extremely high, attitude extremely unstable. Host, please carefully judge his true intention. The last one who could change color, Fong Shicheng, at least still hesitated between yellow and green. This one was even stranger, directly bouncing back and forth between friendly and indifferent.
What are you looking at? Never seen a tough man?
The bearded man was stared at until his whole body felt uneasy, stiffening his neck and glaring again. His voice was quite loud, but unfortunately carried no momentum, sounding more like he was giving himself courage. In an instant, the atmosphere, which had eased slightly because of his weak legs, once again grew tense like drawn swords and bent bows. The beeper beast's throat gave a low gurgling growl, its claws gently scraping the ground, back arched, golden pupils full of threat, ready to attack again at any time. Wang Mang already stood calmly guarding in front of Xiao Shiring, his hand steady on the knife handle. On the other side, Fong Shicheng had also untied the rope on his hand, quietly guarding Xiao Shiren's flank.
Inside, he was still hesitating.
If a fight broke out now, it would definitely be the best chance to escape, but that damned crisis-sensing ability of his.
This heaven-defying woman could actually find this place.
It shows that she wasn't lying, he didn't dare take that risk. Such strong killing intent. The big beard was sweating cold from his forehead, as if sensing the real danger. His expression changed repeatedly, going from white to red, and finally turning the color of a pig's liver.
Feeling a little awkward, he raised his hand toward Xiao Shan, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Oh dear, this situation. It's all a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding.
We're not rivals this time, we're all friends going to the Zhongin base to solve troubles, allies.
Why make things so tense?
I just heard you were here and thought since we share the same goal, I'd send someone over to ask if you need a hand.
After all, when outside, we should watch out for each other. Just because my subordinate was a bit slow with words, this big misunderstanding happened, right?
This explanation was so awkward it could dig 3 rooms in the hall with his toes on the ground. Everyone present, including his own subordinates, looked at him with expressions that were hard to put into words. No one believed such nonsense, not even the nearby beep machine happily wagging its tail. No wonder he's a powerful figure at the Dawn base, his ability to bend and twist the truth was unmatched. Everyone's eyes involuntarily gathered on the only person in control, Xiao Shan. She gave a strange look, glanced around in the air, then turned to the big beard, nodding sincerely, saying, "You are a good person." The big beard's hand, still awkwardly raised in the air, completely petrified. He mechanically turned to his nephew Yunichao, his voice a bit dazed. What does that mean? Is she cursing me in a way I can't understand? Alright, since we're all friends now, let's not make the atmosphere so stiff. Xiao Shan timely spoke up to break the awkwardness, smiling as she invited, from now on, we're all friends. Why don't we go to our neighborhood and sit for a while? At this time, the steamed white buns should be ready, steaming hot, we can have dinner together. Buns? The big beard's eyes instantly lit up, forgetting the mental blow he just received, his voice rising 8 tones. While being on the road, you still have time to steam white buns? Xiao Shan blinked innocently, isn't that normal? Can't you guys do that? Chapter 73, Human hearts can easily be bought, the dawn is no different? The big beard immediately choked up, feeling another arrow strike his heart. He forced himself to boast, we can. Of course we can. Actually, we can too, it's just that we came out in a hurry and didn't bring that much stuff. You must know that simply steaming buns in the apocalypse means carrying pots, firewood, clean water, and precious flour. Carrying so much stuff, not to mention the firewood, how cumbersome it is. After experiencing several severe winters, anything burnable on the roads had long been scavenged by people. If you want it, you have to bring it yourself. Clearly, besides Xiao Shan, who had the least experience in the team, no one believed him at all. Under the gaze of a group who seemed to say you are just bragging, the big beard maintained a stiff face without being embarrassed, instead urging, what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly, it's getting dark, if we wait too long, we won't see the road. With such thick skin, Wang Mang couldn't help but give him the middle finger behind Xiao Shan's back. When they set out, the sky had already turned late. Having delayed for this while, the night had already set in thick. The warm light streaming from the window of the floor they were temporarily resting in became the only source of light in this dark wasteland. So obvious that the usually cautious Fong Shicheng subconsciously frowned, isn't this too conspicuous? What if it attracts someone? Halfway through his sentence, meeting Xiao Shan's half-smiling gaze, Fong Shicheng immediately swallowed the latter half of his words, silently cursing himself for being so stupid. At this moment, saying these things only reveals to everyone that he fears death, right? Indeed, their strength is extraordinary to begin with, and now with Yunizhou in this group, who would dare to easily provoke them even when they reach the Zhongin base. For a superhuman, climbing 3 floors is the most troublesome choice. Fong Shicheng felt more confident now. Without needing Xiao Shan to remind him, he activated his superpower, a gentle force lifting him and Xiao Shan, floating up the stairs. The people from the sunrise base behind them were dumbfounded, especially the bearded man whose mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. Flying superpower? And using it so effortlessly, as if walking? What kind of monsters are these? Yet, Fang Shicheng's expression looked more sorrowful than crying. What should he do? He seemed to be getting more used to listening to Qiao Shan's words, almost forming a muscle memory. This is not a good sign. While he was tangled in thoughts, someone gently patted his shoulder. Qiao Shan gave him a very sincere look. You did very well, but this superpower is consuming too quickly. I already have a good method to help you continuously recover your superpower. After we return from Zhoumin base, I'll let you try. Is there really such a good thing? Fang Shicheng's spirits lifted instantly, his previous gloom cleared away, and his tone turned cheerful. Okay, I'll listen to the boss. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was off. The more he thought about it, the more this sounded like a farewell. This time, would he still come back? I said. Wang Mang floated over to his side, giving his shoulder a heavy pat. Now your shouting boss seems even smoother than me calling you landlord. Not bad, not bad. The first time I saw you, I thought you were quite promising. Follow me in the future, I'm a big shot in front of the landlord. Fang Shicheng shook his shoulders in disgust, creating distance, big shot? How come I heard that recently the boss spends half his time hunting you? Wang Mang led Ling Che astray, making Qiao Shan unable to eat for several days in anger. The whole base knew about how the landlord grit his teeth at Wang Mang's name. If Wang Mang hadn't returned, they would have arranged the trip to Zhoumin base, and many people would have dragged Wang Mang to explore his glorious deeds. What nonsense are you talking? I, Wang Mang, am the landlord's most loyal little brother. What hunting? That's not true. Wang Mang stole a nervous glance at Qiao Shan, seeing her talking with Yun Xiaoduo, thankfully not noticing them. He lowered his voice and sighed in relief. I warn you, the landlord has almost forgotten this, no one is allowed to mention it again. Wang Mang acted sneakily, indeed Qiao Shan didn't notice. Her attention was entirely captured by the two bases with different styles. She was very curious about the conflict between Sunrise Base and D Base now. Brother Du, did our base have a grudge against Sunrise before? Qiao Shan quietly moved closer to Du Zhonghong, nudging him with her elbow, lowering her voice to inquire. Looking at Yunizhou, he seems polite and doesn't look like someone who would pick a fight. The word we came out so naturally that Du Zhonghong felt happy, and his gaze towards Qiao Shan softened a bit. If Qiao Shan could have a sense of belonging to D-Base and become one of them, they would hit the jackpot. But what she asked about? Du Zhonghong couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth, his gaze drifting past Qiao Shan, accurately locking onto a jumping figure. Don't just look at Yunizhou, take a look at Yun Buxiang. Yun Buxiang? Qiao Shan asked suspiciously. Who? Du Zhonghong pointed in the direction of the bearded man, him, Yun Buxiang. With such an unreliable elder around, do you still think they are definitely fine? Qiao Shan followed his gaze. By the fire, Yun Buxiang was wearing a tattered outfit like a beggar elder's, beaming as he tried to get close to a mercenary picking up buns. The buns had just been steamed, round and plump, with an enticing aroma that nearly made his mouth water. He slightly bent down, and the rags on him drooped forward like seaweed. He quickly grabbed the back of the rags with one hand, trying to cover his buttocks that seemed at risk of exposure, while his other hand hurriedly fumbled with the rags in front of his chest, carefully avoiding letting this torn piece fall into the fire. With both hands occupied, he couldn't reach for the buns and could only watch eagerly, unconsciously leaning toward the mercenary holding a basin of buns, much like a large stray dog waiting to be fed. The mercenary finally lost it, veins popping on his forehead, grimly growling, "You're about to drip your drool on my buns. Do you want to eat? Just jump into the pot and fish them out." Not far away, Yun Yichao silently raised a hand to cover his face, looking utterly embarrassed. This was another important reason why he generally didn't want to bring this elder out. It was just too humiliating. After all, he was a high-ranking official of the Dawn base, yet when encountering good things, he acted as if he had never seen the world before. The buns steamed by the people in D base were just. Yes, he admitted that he hadn't smelled such an enticing aroma before, but regarding the face of the base, he must hold it together, right? Chapter 74, The Great Escape 500 Miles Away, The Secret of the Yun Family. Qiao Shan also held his forehead. I admit you do have a point. Not to mention potential conflicts, just Yun Buxiang's appearance would make someone think he was a homeless man. The reason for your previous conflict shouldn't be simply wanting to hit him out of jealousy, right? That's not it. Du Zhonghong's tone was complicated as he glanced at Yun Yichao, who had finally had enough and stood up to pull Yun Buxiang aside for a lecture. Only then did he get to the main topic. The Dawn base is not originally the force in our area. Du Zhonghong sighed. The first sentence shocked Qiao Shan. She didn't interrupt Du Zhonghong, listening quietly, but her gaze involuntarily fell on the seemingly harmless Yun Xiaoduo, who was curiously looking around. The Dawn base used to be at least 500 miles away from us. That base is much larger than ours and far messier. The few people from the Yun family used to be inconspicuous in the base until their high-ranking officials fought among themselves, at which point the Yun family emerged as a shocking dark horse. As he spoke about this, Du Zhonghong felt a little sentimental. No one knows how they suppressed all their opponents right under the noses of so many old forces. He paused, evidently puzzled. All we know is that they seem to have a way to obtain powerful bombs. Such destructive weapons are always tightly held by the highest authorities of various bases. Even in D-base, my family patriarch needs to go through layers of approval to use the explosives in the base's arsenal, and the procedures are incredibly tedious. Fearing Xiao Shan wouldn't understand the difficulties involved, Du Zhonghong specifically used his family patriarch as an analogy before continuing. Those from the Yun family have hidden away so many powerful bombs without letting out a hint. Their meticulousness and ruthlessness make one's heart chill just thinking about it. Meticulousness? Xiao Shan couldn't help but point at the downcast Yun Buxiang, who was being scolded by Yun Yichao. Someone like him? Yun Buxiang looked like the very opposite of meticulous. Just mentioning him made Du Zhonghong's thoughts, which had finally started connecting, drift, except for him. I'm talking about normal people. He can't be considered a normal person. Xiao Shan hurriedly nodded. All right, he doesn't count. You continue. She was now sure that Yun Buxiang had definitely tricked Du Zhonghong before. Du Zhonghong was almost grinding his back teeth to dust, taking several deep breaths to barely calm himself before continuing. Where was I? Xiao Shan quickly reminded him, they are very scheming. Right, pft. He's scheming, my foot. Du Zhonghong returned to the topic while still sneering at Yun Buxiang, his expression becoming serious. Just think, with such a big sieve like Yun Buxiang around, they managed to keep this life and death matter completely under wraps. That seemingly harmless Yun Yichao must have a very deep mind. This Xiao Shan wanted to say something but held back. After all, if it were her, not to mention hiding a few bombs, even hiding a few tons of arms would go unnoticed. She subconsciously thought, could it be that the Yun siblings also have a system? Helping others is helping oneself. If people find out that the Yun siblings have a system, they might connect it back to her. After all, what was happening to her was far crazier than what happened to the Yun siblings. Forget it, one less thing is better than one more thing. Xiao Shan swallowed her words. Brother Du, please continue. Later, I don't know what really happened at their base. The Yun family said it was a strategic relocation, but insiders say they were driven out of their nest and fled for their lives. Really? Xiao Shan listened intently, and then? Were there enemies chasing after them? A battle of apocalypse she had never heard of? Not really. Du Zhonghong shook his head. A mysterious group like them, full of ruthless means, stirring up such a big disturbance suddenly came to our base's vicinity, occupying a small base and even renamed it Dawn Base just like their hometown. Isn't that a blatant provocation? Xiao Shan understood. The few bases here weren't that exclusive. As long as it didn't involve core interests, it didn't matter who was in charge at other bases. But how could the Yun Yichao group be accepted when they have a criminal record, and a serious one at that? However, what surprised everyone was that after they arrived, they changed their previous style of doing things and became extremely low-key. Even when people maliciously picked on them while hunting zombies, they have never truly laid a deadly hand on anyone. When Du Zhonghong spoke of the Yun family, it was a mix of admiration and regret. If only their methods weren't so inscrutable, I would genuinely want to be friends with Yun Yichao. But alas, with so many bases united against them, even if they don't speak up, they surely must have resentment in their hearts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan's impression of Yun Yichao also changed quite a bit. While they might be truly special, maybe they don't hold much resentment? Xiao Shan secretly looked at the system map. On the map, everyone in Yun Yichao's group was glowing brightly green, with friendliness off the charts. Even that flashy Yun Buxiang, as long as he wasn't being chased by the beep-beep machine, was also a pure green. This was truly rare. You can't be too trusting, you have experienced too little. Du Zhonghong earnestly advised, especially with people like them who are full of secrets, you should interact less to avoid being entangled in inexplicable troubles. I got it, I know what I'm doing. Xiao Shan replied ambiguously, still having one last question in her heart. Brother, is Yun Yichao also a superpowered person? Yes, he is a wood-type superpowered person. I used to hear he was quite useless in auxiliary roles, but now who can really say? Du Zhonghong frowned, and his voice lowered even more as he changed the subject. I've heard that after the incident at the Zhongin base broke out, many people started secretly probing into his news. Everyone thinks this matter has their fingerprints on it. In the 3 days before our departure, they extended olive branches to many nearby bases, asking to join us, and as expected, they were refused. This time there is no need to ask, Xiao Shan can also guess the reason. She is more curious about another point. I noticed that when they faced us, they seemed quite confident. Do such people also need to travel with other bases? Of course, if it weren't for your people from Ark apartment being together, I would also look for others from different bases to join. Speaking of this, Du Zhonghong's expression became serious. The road ahead is far more dangerous and difficult than you can imagine. Chapter 75, Using Candy to Deceive Children. Xiao Shan understood. Du Zhonghong saw how close she had become to Yin Xiaodu in such a short time, fearing that she would easily trust others. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If it really came down to it, Xiao Shan was confident that she would certainly not be the one to suffer. And Du Zhonghong's family of Yun, shrouded in mystery, had already been seen through by her about 70%. For the remaining 30%, she was confident she could uncover. Achoo, achoo. Just as the two were having a great conversation, a thunderous sneeze suddenly erupted at the door. Yun Yizhou, who had just taken Yun Buxiang out to heart, was walking in through the main door with someone. Before they even entered the door, the loud sneezing was echoing all the way. Yun Buxiang rubbed his nose, looking confused. Eh? I just sneezed all the way here, why did it stop as soon as I walked in? His gaze swept around and finally landed accurately on Du Zhonghong's face, revealing an expression of sudden realization. I knew it must be you cursing me behind my back, and as soon as I came back, you got scared and stopped. That's why I got better. Xiao Shan couldn't help but smile mischievously. Du Zhonghong's earlier words had actually made her develop quite a bit of goodwill towards the Yun family. She didn't mind helping to liven up the atmosphere, and by the way, see these people's true character. So, just as Du Zhonghong was preparing to calmly and logically refute Yun Buxiang, Xiao Shan stepped in first, pretending to be surprised and covering her mouth. Brother, he actually guessed it. The noise he made while sneezing was so loud, definitely because you cursed him too harshly. Du Zhonghong? Yun Buxiang? Even Yun Yizhou, who was ready to step forward to smooth things over, was frozen in place, a bit unclear about the current situation. The place fell into a strange silence. Du Zhonghong's polite words that he had just prepared were completely forgotten due to Xiao Shan's comment. He lowered his voice and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. What are you doing? Don't cause trouble, dear lady. Xiao Shan didn't intend to take his words anymore. She stood up leisurely, speaking sincerely. Oh, there really isn't any hatred, since we all have to travel together, it's better to clear things up early. We are all good people. Du Zhonghong had said that the road ahead was dangerous, so they shouldn't hold back any grudges. If that's the case, then they just had to put up with Du Zhonghong a little. As soon as she stepped out the door, Xiao Shan heard the roar erupting from the room behind her. Du, you really are slandering me behind my back. Don't think that just because you're a good person, I won't hit you. Rude, extremely rude. Du Zhonghong's voice was unusually flustered. If it weren't for Xiao Shan saying you are a good person, do you think I would be polite with you? In the next moment, Yun Buxiang raised his voice again, steadily overshadowing Du Zhonghong. Nonsense. You stole my words. Let me tell you, if it weren't for Xiao Duo saying you are good people, I would have punched you until you had a black eye. Heh, who can't boast a little? You even said you could steam buns while on the road. If you're so great, then stop drooling over our pot. Who are you calling drool? Let me tell you, wanting to walk with you is already giving you face. Heh, whose face do you want? We really don't care. What are you doing? What are you doing? Wanting to fight, is it? Let me tell you, a gentleman speaks but does not fight. If you come over again, I won't hold back. Is it pulling hair? The voice grew smaller, and Xiao Shan had already reached the end of the corridor, leaning against the crumbling wall, listening to the chaos inside, looking at the gray-green surroundings, and sighing in her heart. I never expected that the always mature and calm Du Zhonghong would have such a childish explosive side. There was a rustling sound behind her, getting closer and closer. Xiao Shan calmly opened a small map and took a glance, smiling. Why are you sneaking around if you're coming? The little figure behind her giggled, bouncing like a little rabbit to Xiao Shan's side, mysteriously shoving something into her hand. Big sister, this is a gift for you. This thing is magical, only I have it. The soft thing in her palm was a bit cool. Xiao Shan opened her palm to see a small green leaf lying in her hand. Such a standard leaf, with a perfect shape, every vein clear and distinct, as if it were nature's most precise craft, exuding a pure fragrance of grass and wood. What is this? Xiao Shan examined the leaf from every angle, but couldn't figure out what it was, only able to silently plead with the system in her heart. Is this something produced by the opposing system? This leaf was wholly emerald green, its color very pure, without a trace of mixed hues. Yet plants in the apocalypse always carried a smell of decay from pollution. System detection, this item is not produced in this world, it should be a system product. As expected. Xiao Shan was not surprised at all. She pulled out a palm-sized beautiful candy bag from her space, took out the colorful candies inside, and filled Yun Xiaoduo's hands with them. Thank you for your gift, I really like it, take these as your return gift. Just based on the system's certified value, this leaf was much more valuable than this bag of candies. The moment the candies landed in Yun Xiaoduo's hands, a cold mechanical voice rang in her mind. Ding, gained 70 points of sunlight. Yun Xiaoduo hugged the candies in her arms, touched to the core. Sister, you were so kind. She had only given a leaf, yet Xiao Shan, who had just met them, surely didn't know what this leaf meant, not only giving her sunlight but also returning such an expensive gift. In the apocalypse, smoke, wine, and candies were far more precious than ordinary food, almost non-existent. How could there be such a kind big sister? Brother was wrong, there aren't so many bad people outside, big sister is the best person in the world.
Xiao Shan didn't miss that system prompt that popped up suddenly because they were too close together. The other party gained sunlight, and it seemed she hadn't lost anything. Xiao Shan thought for a moment and tentatively stuffed another bag of candies into her hands. Little Cloud, I really like your gift.
If you have more, can I exchange them all for candies?
What to do? She felt like she was now a strange ant luring kids with candies. Ding gained 90 points of sunlight.
Here it comes again, that voice is back again. Xiao Shan blinked and was about to try again when Yun Yichao suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What are you doing?
Xiao Duo, what did you give her? Yun Yichao had apparently finished the commotion inside and was standing not far away, his sharp gaze fixed on the hands of the two as they traded.
Xiao Shan's heart skipped a beat. How did he come here? Would he discover that she was exchanging candies for leaves?
Xiao Shan, holding the candy she had just taken out, instinctively stiffened, forcing a smile. Why are you here?
Didn't those two inside get into a fight? Chapter 76, Rainbow Prays for Half an Inheritance.
Yun Yichao crossed his arms and looked at her, his gaze layered with both scrutiny and reproach.
You know they might fight? Do you know how much effort it took for me to persuade my uncle not to cause trouble? You're good, coming in and ruining everything at once. Xiao Shan seemed to hear the sound of her back teeth crunching.
This matter, she really felt a bit guilty.
Is it difficult? I don't feel it's that hard.
Xiao Shan raised her eyebrows defiantly, even though she felt guilty. Uncle Yun is such a reasonable person, how could he be as hard to communicate with as you say?
Isn't this just saying nonsense with eyes wide open?
She was determined to win this round.
Yun Yichao's bright eyes slowly widened, as if he had heard some bizarre tale. Are you talking about my shameless uncle who was lazy, never knows what integrity is?
Such a description is so precise.
Xiao Shan couldn't help but applaud him in her heart. But unfortunately,
Xiao Shan glanced at the little green person on the map, who was storming out of the house and secretly approaching her.
Thinking of what she was about to do, she tried hard to suppress her rising smile and immediately put on a heartbroken expression. What do you mean by that? How can you use such disrespectful tone to slander such a respectable elder?
Thinking of what was about to happen, Xiao Shan couldn't control her mouth from rising despite her efforts. Yun Yichao immediately became alert. I warn you, don't think about playing any tricks.
I know exactly what kind of person my uncle is.
Her intuition told him that Xiao Shan must be up to something bad. He cautiously looked around until his gaze met the dark-faced Yun Buxiang, who was rolling up his sleeves, and suddenly realized something was wrong.
Uncle? When did you get here?
You brat, don't ask me when I came. Yun Buxiang gritted his teeth and walked over, each step feeling like stepping on Yun Yichao's heart. Let's first talk about what kind of person I am.
It's over.
Yun Yichao's face turned pale, and without hesitation, he turned to run, not forgetting to throw her a word. You wait for me.
Xiao Shan felt joyful, watching Yun Yichao quickly get further away. She immediately approached the furious Yun Buxiang and grabbed him. Uncle, don't be angry.
He's still a child, he doesn't understand. In a few years, when he grows up, he will understand your good intentions. She realized something. To truly grasp Yun Yichao, the first choice was not Yun Xiaoduo but this somewhat abnormal elder, Yun Buxiang. This person can bend and stretch, he is not bad, but he cares about his pride and is easy to manipulate. The most important thing is, he is Yun Yichao's elder, so dealing with him is quite justified.
Sure enough, with just one sentence from Xiao Shan, the angry Yun Buxiang was stunned, and his action of rolling up his sleeve stopped, looking at her suspiciously. My good intentions?
Yes. Xiao Shan nodded vigorously, her voice rising a bit as if speaking this way made it more convincing. Today is our first meeting, and you, for the team, to protect your own people, even dared to take risks to divert the fiercest lion.
Moreover, when knowing there was no chance of winning, you endured humiliation and bowed to someone you don't get along with. Isn't all this for everyone, for your loved ones behind you?
Yun Buxiang was momentarily stunned by her words, completely forgetting about Yun Yichao's matter. He straightened his somewhat hunched back, and the anger in his eyes gradually extinguished, replaced by a dazed realization of I am so great. He cleared his throat, trying to be modest, but his mouth couldn't help but break into a smile. What you said? I'm not as good as you say, I haven't done anything. Oh ha, don't say those things again, I'm almost embarrassed, huh?
Xiao Shan rolled her eyes secretly, telling herself to stay calm. If she couldn't endure the mental torment, she wouldn't be able to obtain even more wonderful plants.
Of course. It's not only those who stand in the light who are considered heroes. Xiao Shan mentally prepared herself, becoming more and more excited, as if she was moved by her own words. I know, you have swallowed your broken teeth and kept them in your stomach. Even if the whole world misunderstands you as a cowardly person, it cannot change your determination to sacrifice yourself for a greater cause. Even such a thick-skinned person as Yun Buxiang couldn't help but blush at the praise. He clasped his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and displayed a lonely appearance as if he were at a great height. You little girl just love to speak the truth. Uncle knows that after all these years of silent devotion, there must be someone who can see through it.
A kindred spirit indeed. Seeing Xiao Shan silent, Yun Buxiang suddenly turned to look at her. Why don't you continue? The veins on Xiao Shan's forehead throbbed, she almost wanted to turn and leave directly.
I am lamenting, I am sad.
Xiao Shan gritted her teeth and continued, Uncle, you have sacrificed so much, it's one thing if others don't understand you, but how can even your own relatives not understand? If I had an elder like you, I would only respect you. She forced herself not to give up halfway, while her own words made her feel sour in the teeth.
System, do I look like a green tea character in a soap opera before the apocalypse right now?
The host is awesome, you could say she is a top-notch green tea. With the system's high praise, Xiao Shan gained confidence, straightened her back, and no longer felt embarrassed, looking at Yun Buxiang with more righteousness. Yun Buxiang's tears were still there, excitedly patting Xiao Shan's shoulder, sighing, well said, well said. It's rare to meet such an insightful younger generation, Uncle feels close to you. From now on, you will be Uncle's own niece, and I will write your name in my will, leaving you half of my inheritance. Pfft, cough, cough, cough. Xiao Shan accidentally choked on her own saliva. Uncle, you really are a person of emotions.
Will? What will?
When Yun Yichao returned, he immediately saw Xiao Shan and Yun Buxiang almost in tears, shaking hands.
What did you do to my uncle?
Yun Yichao warily positioned himself between the two. Let me tell you, don't think that just because my uncle is momentarily confused and tricked by you, you can fool him into doing something foolish. My uncle is cowardly and afraid of death, asking him to make a will is simply a dream. While Yun Yichao was accusing Xiao Shan, she suddenly felt a hit on her head.
Xiao Shan didn't know whether to admire Yun Yichao's smartness or find him pure foolish. The momentum she had just built up was instantly shattered. Uncle. What are you doing?
In the past, even if Yun Buxiang was unreliable, at least he wouldn't go all out to ruin his stage.
How dare you ask?
Yun Buxiang glared, Xiaoan is kind-hearted, you should show her some courtesy.
One kind-heartedness? Yun Yichao's eyes widened. Uncle, are you getting old and confused? No, after wandering the world for so many years, could you really be fooled by a little girl? Chapter 77, according to generation, you should call me little aunt. What on earth just happened?
What little girl, this is what's it called? Yun Buxiang couldn't help but clap his hands. That's right, it's called a friendship across ages. I think we can become sworn brothers.
Ah? Yun Buxiang's eyes widened. Ah? Xiao Shan was also dumbfounded. Why are they suddenly becoming sworn brothers?
She hadn't planned for this at all. But Yun Buxiang didn't think so, he felt his idea was brilliant. There's no better time than now, let's become sworn brothers right now. Yichao, from now on, when you see Xiaoan, be polite, because now you should call her little aunt.
Xiao Shan and Yun Yichao's expressions were surprisingly aligned, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place.
No, let's talk about the sworn brother thing later. Xiao Shan quickly waved her hands. As long as I genuinely respect my elder brother, there's no need to care about this formality.
Yes.
Yun Yichao immediately echoed, for the first time being in complete agreement with Xiao Shan, and after nodding, he suddenly realized something was amiss.
What do you mean later?
You guys have several generations of gaps in age, you definitely won't get along. Besides, our two bases aren't that close. Yun Buxiang, regarding the disdainful bases around them.
The resentment is strong. That's not a problem at all. The people from Base D have unique tastes and sweet words, how could they be bad people?
Yun Buxiang cheerfully continued to pat Xiao Shuren's shoulder. From now on, we are family. You must come to visit us at Dawn Base next time.
Uncle, come with me.
Yun Yichao gritted his teeth, forcibly pulling Yun Buxiang away, while still glancing back at Xiao Shuren.
Big sister, what's wrong with them?
Yun Xiaoduo tilted her head in confusion. Brother is running so fast, it's like he's being chased by a lion.
But Xiao Shuren couldn't help but laugh. It's nothing, he's just on guard against me.
He left a small flaw but left behind a big flaw for her. After all, her main target was originally Yun Xiaoduo.
Ding, gained 20 points of sunshine. System. Xiao Shuren looked at Yun Xiaoduo's pure gaze, her heart softened. Why does the system notification sound clearer and clearer now?
Familiarity increased, dimensional barriers weakened, information authenticity improved.
So that's it, is it because Yun Xiaoduo's favorability toward her was increasing?
It's not that she found it annoying, rather, every time she heard others receiving money so easily, while her own system had to work hard every day to earn, sometimes not hearing anything for a week, she felt a bit unfair inside.
Big sister.
Before Xiao Shuren could continue her sentiment, her hand suddenly felt cold. Looking down, she saw a little green plant in her hand. Yun Xiaoduo blinked her big, watery eyes. This is for you, it's very cool. After saying that, she quickly pulled her hand back, afraid that Xiao Shuren would give her something. Yun Xiaoduo directly hid her hands behind her back. This thing actually came from you, big sister, I can't take your things anymore.
After she finished speaking, she bounced and ran away.
Xiao Shiren understood Yun's shout was meaning. She meant that the sunshine used to exchange for this thing came from her, so accepting her gift would be taking advantage of her? What a lovely little girl. Much cuter than her brother. Xiao Shiren sighed in admiration, playing with the plant in her hand as she walked back. As she walked, she studied her first complete plant in hand. The previous leaves were so small that she had no interest in studying them. This newly acquired plant was quite simple in appearance. A bright green stem, topped with 4 identical leaves, and on the other side, a few delicate roots. Apart from being wholly green, which makes one feel at ease, it didn't have any other special features. This one looks quite intact, I wonder if it will live once planted. Xiao Shiren murmured, cradling the little grass in her palm. It seemed this thing was the key to her breakthrough, so she had to study it thoroughly. She gently pinched a leaf, and immediately left a clear mark, fragile like it would break with just a touch. Then, those thin, soft roots seemed to come alive, gently wriggling in her palm, as if wanting to take root inside. Just 3 steps in front, a person walked out from the door. Wang Meng came out holding a half-person tall bamboo basket, moving his head side to side. Spotting Xiao Shiren, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly ran over. "Landlady, you didn't go far. Come see the second batch of steamed buns, I made them. I didn't expect to be so good at kitchen work on my first try. I'm simply a genius." The next moment, the plant in Xiao Shiren's hand suddenly glimmered. A faint green light flashed by, and the 4 leaves of the plant in Xiao Shiren's hand seemed to be infused with life, suddenly defying gravity and spinning lightly. Wang Meng caught sight of it and didn't think much. He exclaimed, "Hey, landlady, where did you get the grass? Why does it spin like a windmill?" As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind arose out of nowhere, and the spinning leaves of the grass suddenly accelerated, making a whoosh sound. The gale centered around Xiao Shiren. Suddenly, it exploded, causing Wang Meng's facial expression to contort, as if an invisible giant hand pushed him hard, making it impossible for him to stand. He stumbled backward, losing control of the basket in his hands, which suddenly flew up. Inside the basket were freshly steamed, plump white buns, still steaming hot, immediately soaring through the air like dumplings. 5 seconds later, the sudden wind that had appeared came to an abrupt stop, as if the pause button had been pressed. With a bang, Wang Meng fell onto the ground, looking dazed. In the next moment, the buns that had flown into the sky lost their support from the wind and came crashing down, clattering all around him, hitting him on the head, rolling everywhere. What the Wang Meng was almost stunned by the hits, looking at the dusty buns all over him, before glancing at the innocent-looking Xiao Shiren. "Landlord, when did you get wind powers? And they're so strong. A level 5 wind couldn't even budge him, that force just now was at least as strong as a level 2 superpower user." Xiao Shiren fell silent. She looked at the grass in her hand that had turned into little green lights and vanished, and had a guess. System, are the items in the opponent's system shop one-time use only? If that were the case, then her system was indeed a bit better. System detection, the item used by the host, 4-leaf clover, was originally a single-use item in the game before system evolution, highly consistent with game attributes. So that's how it is. What a blunder indeed. That was her only complete plant, how could she subconsciously use this to test it? Chapter 78, Eating Buns and Peeling? Wasting food is shameful. "Ah, landlord." A cautious voice from the side broke the silence. While Xiao Shiren was in pain over her loss, she turned to see Wang Meng, who had somehow hurriedly picked all the buns from the ground. However, those steaming buns were all covered in a layer of dust. "Landlord, you don't have to feel bad, I will definitely clean these up." Wang Meng's face was scrunched up like a bitter melon, feeling the pain himself. He had come to show off his culinary skills but ended up unlucky, encountering an inexplicable gust of wind. It's over, he was going to get scolded again, and his image of being wise and powerful in front of the landlord was completely ruined. Ahem. Xiao Shiren picked up one, examined it, and said, "It's okay, we can peel off the skin and still eat them, wasting food is shameful." Both felt it was their own fault, each more humble than the other, creating an unusually harmonious atmosphere. With this mutual understanding, they found a quiet corner and squatted down to remove the makeup from the buns. Wang Meng, with his head hanging low, peeled cautiously, afraid to waste even a little. "It's all my fault, if I hadn't been so loud, this wouldn't have happened." "Alright, ignorance is no crime." Xiao Shiren handed him a peeled bun. "Try your cooking." Wang Meng took it, looking at the clean white bun, feeling a warmth in his heart, and then returned to the room. Yun Ichou and Yun Buxiang had returned, not knowing when, but looking at Yun Buxiang's expression, it was evident he was unwilling to accept defeat. Without a doubt, he hadn't given up on the idea of pledging brotherhood with Xiao Shiren. Du Zhonghong had already been waiting in the room? Xiao Shiren looked around, but found one person missing. "Come, just right, I saved a spot for you." Seeing her enter, Du Zhonghong cheerfully patted the spot next to him. If it weren't for the group name being based on base D, he actually wanted Xiao Shiren to sit in the main position. Not to mention, in less than 3 hours, Xiao Shiren had completely integrated with the Dawn base, resolving potential conflicts between the two sides in a non-violent way. Xiao Shiren didn't hesitate, walking quickly over, and as soon as she sat down, a big and a small person squeezed over like lightning.
Big sister, can little Duo sit next to you?
Yun Xiaoduo said, her mouth moving while someone had worked hard to climb up beside her chair. The chair was a bit high for her, and her little short legs dangled in the air, swaying back and forth.
Xiao Shiren didn't feel annoyed. Of course you can.
The little plant seller was really cute. Xiao Shiren reached out. Just as she was about to help Yun Xiaoduo get the bowls and chopsticks, another person had already squeezed over to the other side of Xiao Shiren.
Yun Buxiang took the bowls and chopsticks himself, standing beside Du Zhonghong without any courtesy. Brother, could you please move?
I need to sit with my future sworn sister to build our relationship. At this, everyone turned to look.
What's going on?
Xiao Shiren looked up to the sky in silence. Don't look at me, it's not true.
Right, don't listen to his nonsense, it's absolutely not true. Yun Yizhao squeezed out a sentence from behind his teeth. Uncle. Come back and sit. Let it all end, he was tired. This generation of elders simply couldn't keep up. Yun Buxiang was very unwilling.
He felt that these common folk simply could not understand how rare it was to meet an old friend across generations. He eagerly looked at Du Zhonghong's face, trying to awaken his conscience with his eyes and get a spot for himself. Unfortunately, Du Zhonghong was as unmoving as a mountain, showing no intention of moving, even comfortably pouring a glass of water for Xiao Shiren.
Xiao Shiren took the opportunity to ask, by the way, Brother Du, where is Ling Che? Didn't she stay here?
Du Zhonghong replied warmly and naturally, oh, she just said she found something in the backyard, so she went to take a look by herself.
She hasn't come back yet.
He was very worried that under the attack from both Yun Buxiang and Yun Xiaoduo, Xiao Shiren would be drawn into their camp, so he quickly added. I mean, we have never gotten along, but Xiao Shiren called me brother, our relationship is unmatched by anyone else.
Upon hearing this, Yun Buxiang became unhappy, raising his voice, who isn't? Shaoan will eventually call me brother too. Why do you say your relationship is closer than ours? What, are you leaving your inheritance to her after you die?
Xiao Shiren and Yun Yizhao both darkened their faces.
Didn't we agree not to mention this again? Why is it still on the tip of your tongue?
Du Zhonghong felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning.
He looked at Xiao Shiren in disbelief. When did this happen? Didn't you just meet?
He felt like he had not woken up, the whole world had become magical. Xiao Shiren awkwardly reached for a steamed bun, trying to shift the topic. It's all a misunderstanding, this is not urgent, let's eat first, let's eat first. This matter, in front of so many people, was really not good to discuss.
Du Zhonghong's heart sank completely? Could it really be as he imagined, with such vague expressions?
Seeing him in a daze, Yun Buxiang pushed Du Zhonghong aside proudly, squeezing out a precious spot next to Xiao Shiren. He looked around and reached for the steamed bun in Wang Meng's arms. Wang Meng jumped up suddenly, quickly pulling the basket tightly back. This is mine, there are so many on the table, go eat something else.
Are you kidding? This is something the landlord personally helped peel, how could an outsider eat it? What are you talking about?
Yun Buxiang was unhappy, relying on his strength. He grabbed the bamboo basket and forcibly took two. We are all on the same side, why are you guarding the food? At worst, when it's time to divide the inheritance, I'll give you a share from Yun Yizhao's. Yun Yizhao's metallic chopsticks made a crack as they were crushed in his hand.
Successfully getting the food, Yun Buxiang was very satisfied.
He stared at the smooth steamed bun in his hand, clicking his tongue in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so particular, even peeling the buns.
What?
Everyone looked confused, their eyes turning to the bamboo basket in Wang Meng's hands. What they saw was not good, the remaining buns in the basket had indeed all been peeled. One by one, they were chubby and white, too smooth to be true.
Luxury.
It was simply too luxurious. At this moment, Du Zhonghong couldn't care about his own frustration anymore, his brows furrowed, his tone serious. Wang Meng, even if this food isn't from our base, such wastefulness is not encouraged.
This kind of good stuff, 90% of people in this apocalypse can't even eat, how can we be so picky? I didn't waste it, really didn't waste it.
Wang Meng had a mournful face, seeing that this matter was really out in the open. He put the bamboo basket aside and shouted in a tone that was like he was throwing caution to the wind, I have a craving. I've loved eating the skin of steamed buns since I was a child. As soon as I smelled the aroma when they were just steamed, I couldn't help but peel them all off to eat first.
Chapter 79 The Price of Eavesdropping.
Now, it was Yichuan's turn to turn black-faced, feeling that D-Base had lost all its face, with so many people here, making such a disgraceful spectacle. Wang Meng's eyes welled up with tears. He couldn't say that just moments ago he had been walking fine when a gust of strange wind from a blade of grass in the landlord's hand had knocked him and the buns over. If he said that, even he wouldn't believe it, and it would make him seem weak, so he could only grit his teeth and take the blame for his greedy eating. This meal was extremely lively.
Especially Yun Bushan, who set a record by devouring 26 big buns by himself, making it hard to tell who was more greedy, him or Wang Meng, who had gobbled up the bun skin. Du Zhonghong was still troubled by Yun Bushan's underhanded behavior and couldn't help but say a few words. Isn't it said that the ability users from Dawn Base or something else, their appetites are extraordinary? Unfortunately, Yun Bushan was totally unaware of this and thought Du Zhonghong was praising him. Of course, didn't they say being able to eat is a blessing? Others have always said I have good fortune since childhood. Du Zhonghong gritted his teeth, talking to a wall. After the meal, the people from Dawn Base eagerly rushed to clean up the tableware. After all, they were enjoying a free meal, so they felt embarrassed. By the time everything was tidy, the clock pointed to 11, and Ling Che still hadn't returned. It was said that his beeper had gone off, and without even bothering to send a signal, he left the neighborhood alone. Xiao Shiren initially didn't pay much attention, but as the seconds ticked by, she gradually began to feel uneasy and finally couldn't sit still. No, which direction did Ling Che go? I have to look for him. No matter how powerful Ling Che was, he ultimately was just one person. One fist couldn't fight four hands. Don't rush, I'll go with you and bring a few more people. Du Zhonghong quickly stopped her, his face stern, pondering for a moment before starting to name people. He Chuan, you take? Before he finished his sentence, suddenly, a faint sound came from outside, like a stone hitting the wall. Who? Du Zhonghong instantly became alert, signaling everyone in the room to hold their breath and enter a state of battle. Another faint sound, this time even closer, right outside the window. Before anyone could react, the wide-open window was quietly leaped through by a shadow as ghostly as a spirit, landing with barely a sound. The movement was so practiced it made one's heart ache. Why are there so many people? As soon as Ling Che came in, he saw the room was packed, everyone looked tense and ready for battle. A bit surprised, so late, do you all still want to go out? You finally came back. Xiao Shiren's anxious heart dropped, not caring about anyone else, she rushed up 2 steps to carefully check Ling Che from head to toe. Seeing that her complexion was normal and there was no blood, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Did you solve the problem? Of course. Ling Che nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and then began to explain. I ran into an acquaintance from a previous task. Her team was entangled by a new breed of mutated creatures that are extremely fast and can spray corrosive venom. They suffered heavy casualties. The beeper was their last distress signal. Just in time for me to catch them. Corrosive venom? Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Ling Che shook the walkie-talkie in her hand, her tone calm. Their healer was hit by the venom on her arm. The situation is very dangerous. I gave her our medicine pack, it can save a life. It took some time to handle, but it's fine now. It's good that it's resolved. Xiao Shiren didn't ask further, tilted her head to look behind her, saw no one, then ran to the window, and it seemed there was no one below either. Why did you come back alone? She thought Ling Che would bring along her friend who was in trouble. No need to bring them back, there's just a bit of friendship, and she has the ability to protect herself. Ling Che shook her head, her voice grew a little colder. The most important thing is that I trust her, but I don't trust the people around her. Xiao Shiren felt warm inside and took out the prepared food from her space. You're right, life is more important than medicine. Let's eat first, and after we finish, tell us about the characteristics of that mutated creature, so we can be better prepared next time. The food was still steaming and looked appetizing. Ling Che didn't stand on ceremony and took the food, suddenly recalling something. By the way, I took 2 portions of the medicine you gave us for her. She referred to the medicine packs that Xiao Shiren prepared for everyone in the apartment, filled with special medicines and bandages. Xiao Shiren waved her hand dismissively. If I gave it to you, then it's up to you to handle it. This small matter, no need to specifically report to me. I have plenty here, I'll bring you some more later. She was not a fool who scattered good things everywhere. She just believed that Ling Che would not misuse anything she gave and trusted her judgment more. In a world turned upside down, this kind of trust was more precious than any supplies. Xiao Shiren sat across from Ling Che, watching her eat deliciously, and suddenly remembered, are your friends also going to the Zhongin base? No. Ling Che swallowed her food. The situation at Zhongin base is too dangerous, and the preparations along the way take a long time, they aren't as fast as us. Most bases are still preparing to depart. Besides sufficient supplies, they also need a strong team. They can't take everyone from their own base, they have to hire ability users everywhere. Some do it voluntarily, while others use less honorable means. They just don't want to be hired by one base to go to Zhongin base, and they ran into some trouble, but thankfully it's all resolved now. Ling Che stuffed her mouth while explaining every detail to Xiao Shiren. So that's how it is. Xiao Shiren suddenly understood, it seems they want cannon fodder, but not those with low-level abilities. But who would be willing to be cannon fodder if they had strength? Xiao Shiren touched her chin. Right, there's still plenty of time. She almost forgot that their original plan was to set out 7 days earlier. Under the temptation of Federation coins, she changed it to 3 days. They had set out much faster than others.
Looking at it this way, old Du from our base really made a good plan. After coming here, the issues of supplies and combat power were solved together. Du Zhonghong had been eavesdropping happily from the sidelines, but suddenly heard them discussing him and felt guilty as he tried to look around, just in time to meet Xiao Shiren's gaze. Xiao Shiren gave him a meaningful look, mouthing silently the 4 words, satellite phone. This matter would definitely require at least one more satellite phone to handle. Chapter 80, Handling the Mischievous Kid? A math book is enough. Du Zhonghong was filled with regret. In the middle of the night, instead of sleeping after a full meal, he had to eavesdrop here. Now it was bad, there was no escaping the matter of the satellite phone. Well, it's getting late, since everyone is back, I'll go rest first. Du Zhonghong laughed awkwardly. Almost fleeing in a panic, she turned and left. Xiao Xian did not stop her. This matter couldn't be easily brushed off, the monk could run, but the temple wouldn't disappear. Then I'm also going to rest. Seeing Ling Che finish eating, Xiao Xian stretched lazily and planned to go back. With daylight breaking tomorrow, she needed to get plenty of sleep, it was very necessary. She had just reached the door when Yin Xiaoduo, who had been bored squatting at the entrance waiting, suddenly clung to her thigh. Big sister, Xiaoduo wants to sleep with you. Xiaoduo was scared. Xiao Xian was stunned. They hadn't known each other for long, this little girl wasn't trying to scheme against her, was she? Yun Yizhou. Xiao Xian called out to Yun Yizhou, who was leaning against the doorframe 10 meters away, aren't you going to manage this? She didn't know how Yin Xiaoduo had convinced Yun Yizhou, but he merely pulled at the corner of his mouth, not moving a muscle, can't manage it anymore. Okay, fine, he didn't even pretend. Forget it, she has a system, what is there to be afraid of? Xiao Xian directly reached out and picked up Yin Xiaoduo, let's go back to the room with sister. Yun Yizhou looked up in shock, his whole body freezing. Wait, she just agreed like that? He thought there would be back and forth, even rehearsed all the tricks his sister might use, and had even prepared arguments to persuade Xiao Xian, but she just agreed so decisively? Could it be a scam? What did this woman want? Did she think his sister was young, or did she love commotion? Unfortunately, Xiao Xian didn't give him the chance to think, she turned and entered the house, slamming the door shut with a bang. From the moment Yin Xiaoduo clung to her, faint system prompts began to ring in a continuous stream. Ding, congratulations, you have received Sunshine 2. Congratulations, you have received Sunshine 3. This type of system prompt rang about every 6 or 7 seconds. Although the amount was small each time, the frequency was high. On average, she could earn several suns in just 1 minute. This income rate made Xiao Xian struggle to control her expression out of envy. This was no little girl, this was clearly a moving treasure chest, a walking printing press. System, look at her. Xiao Xian criticized wildly in her heart, look at how generous her system is. Then look at you, stingy as a miser. The system played dead. Xiao Xian sighed, alright, can you turn off the prompt sounds until tomorrow? If this keeps ringing all night, how am I supposed to sleep? This time, the system responded quickly, pausing prompts from the other system. Finally, the world became quiet. Xiao Xian contentedly pulled the blanket up for Yin Xiaoduo, and, system, keep an eye on this little girl for me. If she gets up at night and tries to stab me, you need to remind me in time. Better safe than sorry. The system was silent for a moment before replying, host, rest assured. The host was so afraid of dying, the system felt very gratified. Xiao Xian relaxed, smiling as she stroked Yin Xiaoduo's hair. Xiaoduo, can you tell sister what those 2 leaves you gave me before were for? These things were too strange, she was afraid if she tried them one by one, she might cause problems. Today she only blew over a basket of buns, what would happen tomorrow? Yin Xiaoduo blinked her eyes and clapped her little hands, those leaves can protect sister, just like an umbrella. Umbrella? Xiao Xian thought of those 2 leaves the size of a fingernail, she really couldn't imagine them being used as an umbrella. However, defensive items were priceless treasures in this post-apocalyptic world. Looking at Yin Xiaoduo's serious expression, it seemed she really couldn't explain clearly. Forget it, at least she felt a bit more at ease. Defense items should have a bigger margin for error compared to offensive ones. After a long journey, staying awake until now, Xiao Xian was really tired. But this little one looked very energetic, her big eyes wide open, staring at her without blinking. This made Xiao Shiren feel embarrassed to go to sleep directly. She cleared her throat and showed a friendly smile to Yin Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, sister will tell you a bedtime story, okay? Yin Xiaoduo's eyes brightened, nodding like a little chick pecking for grain, okay. Brother used to tell me stories every night. Unfortunately, he no longer tells stories. Because Yun Yizhou found that the more this little girl listened to stories, the more energetic she became. As long as he could tell stories, she could stay awake with her eyes open all night. Yun Yizhou really couldn't keep it up. Later, no matter how much Yin Xiaoduo acted spoiled, he refused to mention bedtime stories again. Xiao Shiren did not know this. Under Yun Xiaoduo's expectant gaze, she took out a middle school math book from her space. Last time sister listened to the class and got to chapter 2, let's start from chapter 2, read along with me, and ask if you don't understand, okay? Poor little Yun Xiaoduo, only 5 years old, still has not learned all her characters, but she was being forcefully fed middle school math by Xiao Shiren. She couldn't last even 3 minutes before her eyelids started to droop. Before Xiao Shiren finished the first page, Yun Xiaoduo had already started to emit soft snores. Xiao Shiren chuckled. Little girl, easily managed. When big mathematics came out, every underachiever in the world could fall asleep. 5 minutes later, the book in Xiao Shiren's hands fell to the ground. She, Xiao Shiren, could not be an exception. The next day, everyone got up very early. What surprised Xiao Shiren was that she actually slept exceptionally well last night, dreaming not a single dream. When she woke up in the morning, Yun Xiaoduo was still sleeping beside her, with her little face rosy and delicate. Xiao Shiren could even feel a hint of weak sunlight slowly radiating from her. It wasn't until breakfast time that Xiao Shiren managed to pry the little girl out of the blanket. Once they were in the car, she immediately abandoned her real brother and directly grabbed the position of the beat machine, snuggling up next to Xiao Shiren like a little accessory. System. Xiao Shiren reached out to comfort the beat machine, which wore a face of despair for being robbed of its spot and could only squat on the ground. Why does Yun Xiaoduo only focus on me? With so many people in the team, isn't there a single good person? Is she just trying to fleece me? After deep detection by the system, the sunlight obtained by Yun Xiaoduo around others is only 1/6 of that from staying with the host. Seeking benefit and avoiding harm is a biological instinct. For her, the host is the walking best source of sunlight. Xiao Shiren fell silent. Alright, let's think from her perspective. If it were her, she might act even more excessively, perhaps moving in with her luggage. Chapter 81, High Energy Ahead, Hundreds of Zombies Coming. Xiao Shiren closed her eyes and leaned back against the wide chair, pretending to nap. System, I remember you said that the amount of sunlight received depends on a person's goodness, evil, and fortune. Du Zhonghong and the others are kind-hearted people. Based on this sunlight value, how low must their luck be? The amount of sunlight Yun Xiaoduo obtained from her was mostly only in the 2-digit range, which made Xiao Shiren not feel particularly impressive. If luck represents whether a person's future goes smoothly or not, with the luck of Du Zhonghong and the others, if I wasn't with them this time, wouldn't they become cannon fodder? The host's deduction is completely correct. The system's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it sent a chill down Xiao Shiren's back. Based on the luck trajectory of Du Zhonghong and others, without strong external support, their probability of encountering a deadly crisis during this journey is as high as 93.4%. A cold number made Xiao Shiren shudder inside. She thought of Du Xiaowan, who was still in the apartment and whom she had repeatedly urged to study well, even getting her addicted to the tablet. And when everyone else despised those refugees, only the Du family was willing to stand out. Unselfishly doing exhausting and troublesome things. Someone like this shouldn't have such low luck, Xiao Shan frowned tightly. System, is there any way to improve luck through effort? This is not just to save their lives, but also to give Yun Xiaoduo more options to benefit. She can't be attached to her 24 hours a day. Of course there is. Luck is not fixed. In times of danger, one's own strength is the greatest boost to luck. The strong remain strong, and the weak grow weaker. This is the law of the apocalypse. D-Base seems to have many ability users, but their dependence on abilities has reached a pathological level. Once their abilities are exhausted, they are no different from sheep waiting to be slaughtered. This time going to Jonin Base, the least we lack is ability users. Xiao Shan did not ask the system any more questions. She remained silent for a long time, and others thought she was leaning against the car for another nap. Until lunchtime, the convoy parked in the chosen rest area. Yun Xiaoduo was just about to wake her up when Xiao Shan opened her eyes first, her gaze steady and bright. She looked outside at the team members gathered in small clusters, chatting and laughing, and even someone pulled out playing cards for entertainment. Her expression turned cold. Yun Xiaoduo keenly sensed that Xiao Shan was in a bad mood. She didn't dare say a word and just tightly held her sleeve, obediently following her side. The atmosphere during lunch remained lively. Because of Xiao Shan, they did not have to think hard about bringing more cost-effective food. Everything to eat and drink was the best, and of course, their spirits were good. Xiao Shan kept pondering the words the system had told her on the road, until everyone was full, and some even picked their teeth and hummed a tune. Then she knocked heavily on the table with her finger. Dong dong dong. The crisp sound instantly quieted the noisy scene. I have something to say. She was now the provider of food and clothing for the entire team. No one dared to ignore her words. Even the mercenaries still busy with tasks immediately put down what they were doing and listened attentively to her speak. Xiao Shan scanned the entire room, slowly opening her mouth. Her voice was not loud but clearly reached everyone's ears. We left early, and we have plenty of time to head out. But no one here can gauge how dangerous Zhongnan Base really is. A bit more strength means a better chance of survival. From now on, everyone will undergo physical training.
We'll arrange for shifts in driving, and the rest must participate in training. Don't worry about physical exhaustion, food and water will definitely be sufficient. She paused, her gaze like a knife sweeping over a few slightly overweight ability users. Your physical condition is too poor. If someone else had said this, the mercenaries would have exploded. But coming from Xiao Shan, they could only lower their heads in shame. Some instinctively touched the soft flesh at their waists, their faces flushed with heat. They had all heard that terrifying mutant beast that burst into the apartment when starving. Miss Landlord had treated it like a bowling ball, smashing it around with no chance to fight back. This big shot said their physical condition was poor, and they couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. No one has any objections, right? Xiao Shan scanned around, seeing everyone honest like quails, before satisfactorily nodding. Then it's decided. We can go a bit slower in our pace, but anyone who slacks off in training can leave. Our team does not support waste. When we reach Zhongin base, everyone must rely on themselves. When I and your leader Du are fighting for our lives, I hope you are aware. All ability users must focus on improving their ability proficiency during physical training. Those with wind abilities, speed up the vehicle to lighten the load on the engine. The earth type, in front of the car, helps to fix the road from time to time. The ground is really not very even on this journey, reducing vehicle wear and tear is also a big deal. The water type, if you get tired running and can't go on, just wash the car or something, treat it as a rest. Of course, the car won't stop before it's time to rest, and you can't stop moving when you rest. Xiao Shan almost pointed out all the ability users. The beep machine obediently squatted by her leg, seeing that everyone was assigned, except for itself, suddenly got a bit anxious. Its fluffy paw scratched at Xiao Shan's pant leg, vigorously reminding her of its existence. Xiao Shan was amused by it and casually patted its fluffy head. I see, you also want to improve, it's a small matter. From now on, I won't be sitting in the car anymore, you will upgrade to my exclusive mount. 2 pieces of meat for 100 kilometers of consumption, 0 emissions and no pollution, how environmentally friendly. The mall still can't exchange for oil, so it is still a non-renewable resource for now. A what? The beep machine tilted its head, just wanting to join in the fun, not expecting that it could actually earn a position for itself. It jumped up excitedly, its tail wagging like a windmill. When everyone dispersed to prepare, Jian Yun, who had been quietly following the group, finally came over with a pale face, hesitantly saying, "Landlord, do we really have to delay so much on the road? You also said, this road is very dangerous, it's better to hurry to a safe base." It's nothing, whatever danger there is, we just solve it on the spot. Xiao Shan was still thinking about whether to add that extreme training method Ling Che had given her, not really paying attention to Jian Yun's words. After a moment without a response, when Xiao Shan looked back at her, she noticed something was wrong. What's with that expression? Why is your face so pale? Do you know something? Jian Yun's face alternated between green and white, her lips trembling. I'll be honest. When we escaped from the Zhongin base, we also took this road. We encountered several waves of zombies. Nearly 600 people escaped together, except for us few, the rest should have all turned into zombies. Right in this area. If we delay too long and run into them, it might be life-threatening. Chapter 82, Increase the Intensity of Training. Zombies? Several hundred? In that moment, Xiao Shan's eyes lit up, like discovering a new world. She grabbed Jian Yun's arm, her tone full of uncontainable excitement. Right nearby? Are you sure? Jian Yun sensed that there was no fear of zombies in Xiao Shan's suddenly raised voice, but rather excitement and thrill. In her bright eyes, it seemed like flames were dancing. Before she could ponder, Xiao Shan clapped her hands with joy, and the crisp sound drew everyone's attention. Great! I was thinking that if we just kept practicing like this, it probably wouldn't have much effect. Wait a minute, everyone stop for a moment. Xiao Shan pulled out an old red and white plastic loudspeaker, the style outdated but powerful. She nimbly stood on the beep machine's broad back, steady as a benchmark. Those in front, don't run anymore. If I can't even call you back with such a loud voice, you must be really strong, right? You're missing 2 dishes at the next meal. As soon as this was said, a mercenary who was the most enthusiastic in the front stumbled on the gravel, nearly losing balance and falling forward several meters before stabilizing himself, almost burying his head in the dusty ground. When he looked back, his face was full of fear. Quickly, everyone stopped in place, standing straight and quiet, breathing gently, as obedient as a group of little students waiting for the teacher's lecture. Du Zhonghong stood beside, watching the scene, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. He had been with these people for so long, yet he had never seen them this obedient before. Xiao Shiren took just 1 meal's time to gain such control. Was this personal charm, or was it the allure of resources? Xiao Shiren was very satisfied with this effect. She held the megaphone and glanced around, her gaze causing everyone to stand tall and suck in their stomachs. I know, just this dry training and traveling must feel very boring for you. But don't worry, being as considerate as I am, I've found some fun for you. As soon as the word fun was spoken, many tired faces instantly lit up. Who didn't know that Xiao Shiren had a lot of good things in her hands? Everything they had eaten and used on this journey was rare in the apocalypse. Now that Xiao Shiren herself said she wanted to give out benefits, what she brought out couldn't possibly be ordinary things. Even those from the Shiguang base, who were following the group at a distance, couldn't help but be drawn in and gathered around. Especially Yun Buxiang, who no longer considered himself an outsider, directly shoved a D-base mercenary aside with his shoulder, stretching his neck to look over, almost bumping his head against the megaphone. Benefits? What benefits? I'm half a person from D-base too, I can't be left out, right? As soon as he said this, he was met with a series of silent scoffs and eye rolls from the surrounding D-base members. Phew, really shameless, a mercenary mouthed silently. Of course, if it's for you, there must be a share for you. Xiao Shiren smiled and gave him an affirming look. You're willing to give me your inheritance, how could I be stingy with this little benefit? These words made Yun Buxian feel completely satisfied, standing straight under the disdainful gaze of a bunch of D-base members. He. Yun Yizhao stood a short distance away, his expression unchanged as his lips curled slightly. He was already used to it, feeling no waves in his heart, even a little wanting to laugh. Alright, quiet down. Xiao Shiren raised her hand, signaling everyone to calm down. I just got this news and came right to share it with everyone. She cleared her throat, and through the megaphone, her voice echoed in every corner. From the road we are on now towards the Zhongin base, there are at least 500 zombies along the way, with different levels, different abilities. Everyone has been rushing so dryly for so long, you must be tired, right? Just in time, let's go find some fun, and no one is allowed to miss this. The scene fell into a deathly silence for 3 seconds, then suddenly it was like cold water splashed into hot oil, instantly exploding with noise. Ha? What's that? Zombies? 500? I didn't misunderstand, right? Where's the promised benefit? Where's the fun? Among the rising waves of shock, Yun Buxiang's proud smile cracked like frozen glass, breaking apart piece by piece onto the ground. What? Was there something wrong with his ears? This was supposed to be the super benefit that kept everyone wanting more? Yun Buxiang couldn't believe it, scratching his scalp, feeling as if his worldview was being shaken. Big girl, don't joke around, I've already brought out my inheritance, are you playing with me here? If he had known that this so-called finding fun meant risking life with 500 zombies, he wouldn't have brought half of his inheritance. After so many years of missions in the base, he was tired of killing zombies, just seeing those things made him feel unlucky. I'm speaking so seriously, how could this be a joke? Xiao Shiren smiled gently, but in the next moment, her expression suddenly turned cold. If we're killing zombies, we kill them. Not a single one is allowed to escape. I will be personally supervising, and if I catch anyone slacking off, you'll have to find your own food on the way ahead. The stern voice, amplified by the megaphone, made people's ears buzz painfully. Even Yun Buxiang, who had initially laughed it off, was startled to the core. He straightened his back slowly, his beady eyes darting around like a thief, and taking advantage of the crowd's shock, he crouched down and prepared to sneak away behind them. Where are you going? Xiao Shiren's ethereal voice rang from above his head. Yun Buxiang's movement suddenly froze, he awkwardly looked up and forced a smile that was even uglier than crying. Well, you see, your base's internal activities, as an outsider, I won't participate, okay? Look at our base, so many kids are out for training this time, I have to keep a close watch, in case something dangerous happens, I can't explain it when I go back. Xiao Shiren shot him a glance, her tone flat. So, you don't want to eat here anymore? I do. Yun Buxiang stood at attention at lightning speed, his face long, trying to tug at emotions. Big sister, you're so heartless, our friendship. Let's set our friendship aside for now. Xiao Shiren bluntly interrupted him, pointing to a group of people from the Dawn base. The kids are out for training, right? Just right, you can join and grab this opportunity with them. Since it's training, it must have some intensity. Everyone must get on, just like our people. If I catch one of you slacking off, big brother, Xiao Shiren's gaze fell on Yun Buxiang, you can have one less dish. Yun Buxiang, just hit hard, was struck again, his voice pitch changing. Ha? If they slack off, what does it have to do with me? If I remember correctly, we only have 3 or 4 dishes per meal. If this group of brats doesn't listen, won't I have to put in a few extra dishes at mealtime? Chapter 83, Killing Zombies, Sending Apartment Move-in Rights. Xiao Shiren snorted lightly. Yeah, the variety of dishes is too few. If too many are caught slacking, for the next few years at mealtimes, you'll be watching from the side. Yun Buxiang felt like he was about to crumble, his face ashen. Is this girl a devil? She shows no mercy at all. Alright, stop dawdling. Jian Yun, lead the way. Xiao Shiren pointed to the car at the front of the line. You can sit inside, it's safer. Standing beside Xiao Shiren, Jian Yun suddenly snapped out of her daze when called. She shook her head vigorously. No, I'm not getting in, I want to be with them. She was the one who truly experienced that life and death moment. The dozens of people accompanying were all there to help her seek revenge, she couldn't possibly watch them fight desperately while she sat comfortably in the car.
Stop making a fuss, you're just a little girl, what are you mixing in for? The usually carefree Yun Buxian was now entirely unhappy, his tone turning irritable. He just wanted to quickly eliminate those zombies on the road to protect his own meal ticket. Bringing in such a fragile little girl, in case something happened, they would have to split their attention to care for her, which seriously slowed down the zombie clearing process. Fine. Xiao Shuring didn't pay any mind to Yun Buxiang's protest and readily agreed, casting a deep look at Jian Yun. Since you're going, you must do better than ordinary people. Jian Yun's heart trembled suddenly. Xiao Shuren's words, ordinary people, did she really see through her abilities? Alright, let's set off. At Xiao Shuren's command, the large group had no choice but to stiffen their heads and march toward the direction Jian Yun pointed. Yet the atmosphere looked more like going to the grave, everyone's heads hung low, their footsteps so heavy they could bury the ground. Xiao Shuren clicked her tongue, looking at the lifeless team, a playful smile curled at her lips. She raised the megaphone again and spoke leisurely, her voice low yet clear as it reached everyone's ears. Oh, I forgot to mention, to add some fun, we'll have a competition. The person who kills the most zombies will receive a permanent move-in right to an ARC apartment for the top 3. This sudden surprise silenced everyone. Xiao Shan smiled gently, continuing to speak. Third place gets a single room, second place gets a double room, first place gets a luxurious multi-person suite. As long as my ARC apartment doesn't close, those who win the rewards will enjoy permanent residency. The speed of the team suddenly came to a halt for a moment. In the next moment, the air seemed to ignite, a group of people, as if gone mad, with fiery light in their eyes, wildly sprinted towards the direction Jian Yun had just pointed. Especially Yun Buxiang, his expression turning a bit ferocious, running like a tiger. Don't fight me for it. First place is mine. I want to bring my whole family in. Little Yan Xiaoduo, not even as tall as a beat machine, grabbed Xiao Shan's clothes with both small hands, eyes wide, looking up at her. Big sister, can Xiaoduo live there too? Of course, you are different from them. Xiao Shan promised without a second thought. We already agreed, you can come find me anytime. What she lacked the least was a place to live. This clear favoritism made Yun Xiaoduo so happy that her eyes squinted with joy. She carefully took out an exquisite small bottle from her pink bag slung across her shoulder. The small bottle was entirely transparent, even the cap was made of glass, refracting rainbow hues under the sunlight. Inside the bottle, 2 plump cherries hung on a green twig, round and ripe, red enough to almost drip with juice. Seeing the vibrant color, Xiao Shan couldn't help but swallow, reaching out to take it. Yun Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment, clutching the bottle tightly, her face full of conflict. Big sister, you need to be careful, this thing can easily explode, it's better not to carry it around. She wanted to give it to her, but was afraid she wouldn't keep it safely, and would hurt herself, her pretty features almost twisted in worry. Xiao Shan's heart shivered, quickly withdrawing her hand, thinking about it, and then picked Yun Xiaoduo up, letting her sit in front of the beat machine, her voice more gentle than ever. Xiaoduo, such beautiful cherries, are they really for me? A current buzz faintly echoed in her mind. Xiao Shan seemed to hear the system float by, tossing her 2 words. Green tea. Xiao Shan didn't blink, her smile even gentler. My own business doesn't require your concern. With this, little Yun Xiaoduo, who had been hesitant, made up her mind instantly. Big sister, this is not food, it's a very powerful bomb. She waved her small hands, making a huge gesture. If you encounter bad people, just throw this thing out. As long as you are fast enough, when it hits the ground or a person, it will explode. Very, very. Yun Xiaoduo thought for a moment, her eyes shining as if she found a perfect word. Very awesome. 3 steps away, watching Yun Xiaoduo giving something to Xiao Shan, even though his heart ached, Yun Yichao did not stop her, his fist instantly clenched. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his sharp gaze sweeping around before precisely locking onto the smug Wang Mang, charging forward like lightning without a word. Wang Mang, as one of the first elders in the apartment, was feeling quite pleased. Watching so many people scramble for the right to live in the apartment while he had cleverly gained an advantage, he suddenly felt a superiority complex. As he was feeling ecstatic, a gust of cold wind suddenly swept from the side. Before he even realized what was happening, a hand like iron claws grabbed his collar, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he felt as though he had been struck by a bull, instantly curling up like a shrimp. Before he could recover from the shock, he saw Yun Yichao's face filled with "I want to kill" written all over it, causing him to feel unwell. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly hit me? Are you jealous that I can move into ARC apartment early? What do you mean suddenly? How dare you say suddenly? Yun Yichao was even angrier. He tightened his grip even more. You taught my sister badly. His sister, whom he had raised for 5 years, was well-behaved and cute. Standing there, she looked just like a little cake. For so many years, she had never faced any setbacks. Who would know, just a few days out, she could use such a carefree word. What do you mean I taught your sister badly? How could I possibly be teaching anyone badly? Wang Meng protested, shouting as he dodged. Unfortunately, his little street fighting skills were nothing against Yun Yichao's abilities. Yun Yichao's moves were clean and crisp, with not a trace of superfluous motion. Every punch and kick was fast, accurate, and fierce. Wang Meng could only roll and crawl, yet he couldn't escape from the opponent's attack range. Chapter 84, Zombies, Moving Treasures. Xiao Shan narrowed her eyes, her inquisitive gaze locking onto Yunizhou. This guy's skills didn't seem like those of an ordinary supernatural being. He resembled a battle-hardened fighter, even carrying the shadow of military combat techniques, each move aimed to incapacitate the enemy. When she had heard Du Zhonghong talking about their glorious feats, she thought the Yun family's rise was all thanks to Yun Xiaodua's system. Now it seemed that Yunizhou was the one hiding the deepest secrets. In less than 2 minutes, Wang Meng was beaten into submission, unable to fight back, cowering in a corner while protecting his head. You're unreasonable, you really are unreasonable. Ever since I got cleaned up by my landlord, I haven't taught anyone badly again. Xiao Shan had been watching Yunizhou with great interest, but upon hearing this, memories flooded her mind and her face darkened. If you hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten. Yunizhou, beat him up, don't hold back. This kid really knew how to bring up the wrong topic at the wrong time. Yunizhou had been somewhat cautious about Xiao Shan, afraid he might go too far. But upon hearing this, he no longer hesitated, increasing his strength by 3 points. Feeling reassured, utterly reassured, Wang Meng, holding his head, fled while crying out, "Help! Landlord, you can't treat me like this. I'm your most loyal tenant, I'm about to be beaten to death." Xiao Shan had no mood to pay him any mind. She sat behind the beat machine, staring at the system screen, her eyes shining. Just a moment ago, the system interface suddenly flashed red, and a piercing alarm rang in her head. System warning! System warning! Large-scale gathering of purely malicious entities detected ahead. For the host's personal safety, please evade immediately. Attention, approaching purely malicious lifeforms, you are too close to the danger group, please move away in time. Xiao Shan looked at the deep crimson figures on the edge of the map. Then she glanced at the wobbly zombie group gradually getting closer in her view, her eyes widened. System, the purely malicious lifeforms you mentioned, are they referring to that group of zombies ahead? The system screen flickered, and the dangerous red border grew increasingly prominent. Indeed. Xiao Shan fell silent, and after a long while, she voiced her confusion. These mindless corpses can even be considered lifeforms? A lifeform should at least be alive, right? They don't even have heartbeats. Even if you count the beat machine, I find that absurd. The system screen flickered again. The human body has energy fluctuations, moves, produces sound, and can even eat. All indicators meet this system's initial definition of a lifeform. This system, as a rental system, must prioritize humans. In certain aspects, these lifeforms align even more with the system's customer goals than your pets. Please do not doubt this system's professionalism. Xiao Shan was caught off guard and twitched her lips. That makes a lot of sense, I have no words to argue. So if they want a rent, do they pay with the cores in their brains? The system fell silent, seemingly pondering the feasibility of this proposal. As the distance closed in, the system's dangerous red border deepened to a blood-like hue, nearly blending with the zombie's red. Suddenly, Xiao Shan felt something was wrong. She zoomed in on the map to take a closer look. The group of zombies was not a uniform mass. They were all red, but some shades were darker, while others were lighter, some red to the point of being black, while others were just a faint pink. From a distance, it wasn't obvious, but as she zoomed in, the target grew larger, and it became clear at a glance. System, why is it that among zombies, there can be differences in color? Zombies do not have their own thoughts, they only know instinctive actions, yet their malice towards outsiders varies in intensity. Could it be that some of these zombies have already awakened their consciousness? Xiao Shan felt a chill run down her spine. Just as she was about to call out to the mercenaries excitedly charging ahead, the system's reply rang out in time. This system has stated that color merely represents the lifeform's malice towards the host. Similarly intelligent creatures, those that are stronger, tend to have slightly greater malice than the weaker ones. So rigorous, as expected of you, system. As Xiao Shan complimented the system, she quickly concocted a plan in her mind. If the system map still has this function, there would be countless opportunities for her when moving outside the base in the future. This is simply a custom-made cheat for her. Whenever encountering zombies, if she sees a darker color, she'd simply slip away, saving her strength. If she sees a lighter color, she'd rush in to knock them out and seize their crystal cores. Taking the initiative would definitely lead to success. It was a pity. If humans could also judge strength through color, that would be great. While communicating with the system, Xiao Shan kept her eyes on the front. Although the mercenaries were running anxiously, looking like headless flies in chaos, upon closer inspection, their formation remained intact. The vanguard, flanks, and rear support were clearly layered, maintaining a proper distance for support. She felt quite gratified, as expected of the people I brought. Even with great temptation ahead, they can still seek stability amidst chaos. Good, very good. The BB machine lion carrying Xiao Shan moved forward while silently grumbling in its heart. The landlord was only familiar with the initial few tenants. Over 90% of the mercenaries in front of her were strangers, so what did it mean that she brought them out? Shameless. However, it liked its thick-skinned master this way. If it encountered someone truly insane, how could its life be as joyful as it is now? Just as Xiao Shan was happily scheming, she suddenly remembered the luxurious suite permanent residency right she had just promised, and she felt a bit pained, muttering softly, "Sigh, this deal seems a bit unfair, the apartment rent and utility expenses will still fall on me, it looks like I need to find ways to make more money." Jian Yun, who was jogging next to her, had keen ears and caught her muttering, as if suddenly recalling something, "Right, landlord, do you really need money?" "Of course." Xiao Shan admitted without the slightest shame, confidently asserting. Money is something that's always lacking, no matter when. Unless she can wait until her system reaches its highest level one day. Xiao Shan couldn't imagine if she would ever be able to wait for that day in her lifetime. Jian Yun pondered, "I see, if the landlord needs currency from every base, then those zombies might still carry a lot of money." Xiao Shan, who was originally sitting steadily on the lion's back, suddenly shook violently, almost falling down. She turned her head in disbelief, her eyes wide. "What? You mean there might be a lot of money on the zombies? Are zombies also saving up? This is so crazy these days." "Yeah." Jian Yun nodded as if it were only natural. "Those people came with us from other bases, and in order to live in a new place, they would certainly bring their life savings. It's not worth risking your life for these things, so, is my chance to get rich coming again?" Xiao Shan didn't wait for Jian Yun to finish speaking, her eyes bursting with bright light, quickly pulling out that precious phone from the space, calling Yun Bushan. "Hello? Big brother, no, my dear big brother, are you charging to the front?" Yesterday, after Yun Bushan's relentless pestering, the two exchanged phone numbers. As an elder of the leader of Dawn Base, Yun Bushan qualified to have a satellite phone. In a short distance, Xiao Shan could call him. At such a crucial time, choosing Yun Bushan was for a reason. With Yun Bushan's shameless personality, he surely wouldn't care about others' gazes, and at this moment, he would definitely use his strength and identity to charge forward. Sure enough, when Yun Bushan's excited voice came through the phone, Xiao Shan could clearly hear the zombies' howls and the dull sound of fists smashing into flesh. "Sister, guess what level I'm at now?" "You can't imagine, I'm at the front, just knocked a zombie down with one punch." "How about that? You must be proud of me, right? Let me tell you, if it weren't for that zombie carrying a big bag of money, softening my punch, I could definitely have killed him in one move." He started rambling the moment he opened his mouth. Xiao Shan quickly caught the key point from all his boasting. "A big bag of money?" "Yes, it's so strange, this group of zombies actually carries a bunch of useless bills." Yun Bushan continued to shout, his heavy panting coming through the phone. "Oh no, why is this person like this? Damn it, another backpack, wasted me 2 punches." This time, the sound of his talking was clearly mixed with the noise of paper being violently torn apart and flying everywhere. Xiao Shan's heart ached so much it trembled, her voice changing pitch. "Stop. I tell you to stop. Everyone, no one should hit anymore. From now on, protect the zombies, especially those carrying big burdens, don't harm them, and don't damage the things on them." On the other end, Yun Bushan seemed to choke for a moment, and after a while, he couldn't say anything. "Sister, what you just said really surprised me. Give me the phone." A calm and steady male voice sounded. It was Yunizhou, who had somehow also reached the front. He snatched the phone from Yun Bushan. "All right, don't you just want these federal coins? I'll arrange it for you, you take care of Xiao Duo." Although Xiao Shan admitted that her relationship with Yunizhou was average, his words made Xiao Shan feel much more at ease. "Okay, you can trust me with Xiao Duo, just make sure to pay attention to my money, especially be wary of your unreliable uncle, he could be much more dangerous than zombies in protecting my federal coins." "Got it." Yunizhou on the other end of the phone seemed to chuckle softly. "For this worthless cash, you really go all out, even calling your dear big brother." "That's right, you may not understand me, don't say 5 dough of rice, 3 dough of rice would make me bow down." Xiao Shan didn't feel embarrassed at all, her tone became even more affectionate. "Dear nephew, I entrust you with my money, when I come back, let's share the spoils, you won't miss out on your benefits." As soon as the words "dear nephew" came out, a series of cringeworthy sounds erupted from the other end, like someone almost biting their back teeth into pieces, mixed with the screeching sound of electrical currents, as if the phone case was under tremendous pressure. Yun Bushan's pained cry immediately followed. "Be gentler. My phone can't withstand your grip, this thing is super expensive, and..." Before he finished, the phone was already hung up with a beep. Listening to the busy tone, Xiao Shan happily put the phone away and looked at the obedient little Xiao Duo sitting in her arms, feeling an affection that was hard to resist. She couldn't help but hug her tightly. She pressed a hard kiss on her soft little face. "You are truly my little blessing." Yun Xiaoduo didn't understand why she was suddenly so happy, thinking it was because she liked the gift she gave, and smiled with her eyes curved. "Big sister likes my gift, so I will steal my brother's to keep for you in the future." No need for that, I shouldn't overdo it. Xiao Shan recalled her earlier earth-shattering nephew, her eyes twinkling as she smiled like a cat that stole fish. So, darling, when you go back, if your brother throws a tantrum and ignores me, you must help me out. Yun Xiaoduo looked confused, clearly not understanding. But that didn't stop her from nodding. My brother said that when he's not around, I should listen to you and stand by your side. So this little thing big sister said is absolutely no problem. Ah, this. Xiao Shan was a bit skeptical. After all, Yun Yichao wanted to compete with her 9 out of 10 times when he saw her. To say there's no conspiracy, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Xiao Shan quietly took a lollipop and stuffed it into Yun Xiaoduo's hand. Xiaoduo, tell big sister, does Yun Yichao really trust me this much? Is it because he thinks my hidden strength is very strong, and there are many experts around me, so he believes that I am the safest person in the world to be around, wanting me to protect you at crucial moments? I can't tell, Yun Yichao seems quite detestable, but his taste is quite good. Xiao Shan secretly bragged to the system. I never expected that I was hiding so well, still couldn't escape the eyes of those who excel at discovering gold. Yun Xiaoduo hugged the lollipop, her eyes narrowed in joy. No, my brother said that you must be the daughter of destiny. If you're in danger, following you is definitely safer than following him. Xiao Shan felt dizzy from all this talk. Since things had come to this point, didn't it mean he thought she was impressive? Yun Xiaoduo tore open the wrapper and happily bit into the lollipop. My brother said that although your strength is low, besides scaring people you don't have much fighting power, but you're silly and lucky. With each word she spoke, Xiao Shan's expression darkened. By the end, she really wanted to snatch back the lollipop she just gave away. Could Yun Yichao not speak? The system replied at the right moment. Why did it feel like the system was sounding more like a normal person now? Xiao Shan secretly ground her teeth. What exactly were his original words? She tried to comfort herself that a 5-year-old child would likely not understand some things. It was normal to have some misunderstandings. After all, Yun Yichao trusted her enough to hand his sister over to her. He couldn't really think that way. Yun Xiaoduo blinked her eyes, trying hard to recall. My brother said you were too kind. Chapter 86, Me? The Great Compassionate Mother of the End Times? Those who escaped are obviously burdens, yet you still want to help them under the name of needing money, simply the Great Compassionate Mother of the End Times. Xiao Shan, after hearing this, pointed incredulously at her own nose, her voice rising by 8 degrees. The Great Compassionate Mother of the End Times? Me? How could she be a compassionate mother? She truly needed that money. In this world, just surviving is not easy. Her brain hadn't been squeezed by a door. How could she be a self-sacrificing good person? Yun Xiaoduo was startled by her reaction but still joyfully hugged her arm and nodded vigorously. Yes, that's exactly what my brother said. He said people like you should be the least able to survive in the end times, yet you have terrifying luck. No matter what dangerous things you face, you probably won't die. You are soft-hearted and surely wouldn't want to abandon me. Your luck is so good that you definitely won't die. Following you is absolutely safe. With that, Xiao Shan fell completely silent. There was no misunderstanding. Yun Xiaoduo not only understood correctly but translated it too well. Perhaps apart from herself, the only one who knew the truth, everyone else thought of her like that. Alright, so the idea is to fight over feelings, right? Okay, Yun Yichao, you just wait for me. Xiao Shan gritted her teeth, holding in Xiaoduo, and jumped down from the back of the BB machine. BB machine, go help fight, and also, keep a close eye on Yun Yichao, protect my money. If he dares to touch my money, you cause trouble and make him restless. She had decided, from now on, she would not coexist with Yun Yichao. The BB machine let out a low roar, as if it understood her command, and galloped towards the battlefield like a streak of golden lightning. In the distance, the clamor of battle echoed endlessly. Xiao Shan kept an eye on the system map. The green little figures didn't seem to decrease, but those red ones were disappearing little by little. The situation was completely under her control. Xiao Shan shielded her forehead with her hand, looking up at the scorching sun in the sky. The current weather had been gradually turning extremely hot. The air seemed to carry a burning temperature. After standing still for a while, Xiao Shan felt as if she was standing in an oven, her skin stinging in waves. Always full of energy, Yun Xiaoduo now seemed wilted, biting her lollipop with her head down, the little hairs on her forehead soaked with sweat, sticking to her face, her small face flushed bright red. This little girl was simply too good. Sweat flowed down her forehead, yet she didn't complain a word. It seemed that although Yun Yichao was pampering Yun Xiaoduo, he hadn't truly raised her to be a spoiled young lady who couldn't endure hardship. Since he thinks I'm a lucky fool who acts like a saint, then I'll let him see how a fool enjoys life. Xiao Shan sneered, rummaged through her space for a while, and quickly pulled out a huge sunshade. This super large umbrella looked like it was used for street stalls before the apocalypse, and it even had an advertisement for a drink that said 1 more bottle. In the system mall, it cost 10 federal coins each. Aside from being not very good looking, it was practical and sturdy. Thinking of the extreme heat about to come, Xiao Shan didn't hesitate to buy more than 20, stacking them all in her space, truly extravagant. Each umbrella came with a heavy iron base that had a slot on top. Once the base was placed on the ground, it could easily secure the sunshade, freeing both hands. The huge shadow cast down, instantly isolating the sweltering air, and the two felt much cooler right away. The wilted Yunxiao duo instantly perked up. Big sister, your space is amazing, it can hold so many things, this umbrella is really impressive, so cool, unlike mine, which disappears in the blink of an eye. What does it mean by disappearing in the blink of an eye? Why couldn't she understand? Xiao Shan knew it might relate to that system, so she didn't press the question too much. For now, it seemed that Jin Xiaoduo was unguarded around her. When she wanted to say something, she could spill it all out without holding back. The commotion in the distance was lively, occasionally mixed with excited roars from the BB machine and Yun Bixiang's cries of "Oh my god," looking like the fight wouldn't end anytime soon. Xiao Shan simply took out two loungers from her space, placing one on either side of the sunshade pole. "Xiaoduo, come, lie down and watch the show." She leaned back on one of the loungers, lazily swaying a couple of times, still feeling unsatisfied, even pulling out a handful of ice cream from her space, still cold, and held it up to Yun Xiaoduo. "Which one do you like? Feel free to choose." "Wow." Yun Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled, leaning on the armrest of the lounger, staring at her with adoration. "It's still cold and hasn't melted at all. Big sister's space is so amazing." Such praise. If she didn't know this child had no bad intentions, she might have thought this girl was eyeing her space. "You're too kind." Just recently struck down, Xiao Shan felt comfortable and pleased by the praise, taking two for herself and stuffing the rest into Yun Xiaoduo's hands. "Here, don't be shy, you can eat one and throw one away if you want." Xiao Shan happily curled her legs up on the recliner, leisurely tearing open the packaging, just about to take a bite, when the phone rang. She picked it up and saw a familiar number. Well, there's no one else besides Yun Buxiang who could call her here. "Hello?" Once the call connected, Xiao Shan seemed to see countless federal coins waving at her. "How's it going? Is my money okay?" The person on the other end fell silent for a moment, then said through gritted teeth, "Let's not talk about money for now. What's going on with your pet causing trouble?" It was Yun Yizhao again. Hearing the furious tone, Xiao Shan knew that the Baipi machine was performing well. "Speak clearly. What happened?" Xiao Shan became dissatisfied. She stood up from the recliner and tiptoed to look into the distance. "Isn't this great? We have the advantage." Looking at the system interface again. After spending some good days with her, the loyalty of the Baipi machine had already reached 87%. This loyalty should not betray her, right? She was angry because the other party called her foolish and lucky, and now that he was causing trouble, how could she bear it? Xiao Shan gritted her teeth. This Yun Yizhao shouldn't think that just because the Baipi machine couldn't talk, he could slander it at will. One day, she would learn to communicate with the Baipi machine herself. The system translation was too unreliable, it just produced homophones. "Why aren't you talking? Hurry up and take this Baipi machine away." Yun Yizhao's voice was clearly more agitated than before. "You think you can just take it away? The Baipi machine is very sensible, it never causes trouble." Xiao Shan disagreed, determined to stand up to him. "The Baipi machine is sent to help me, stop making things difficult for it and affecting our unity." "I affect unity?" Yun Yizhao's voice suddenly escalated. "Just now, I was with my uncle, hunting a level 3 zombie. The zombie had 2 big bags on it. My uncle has fire abilities, so using fire against the zombie isn't too much, right?" Just as the flame flew out, before it even touched the zombie, it was swatted away by the Baipi machine. "I ask you, whose side are you on?" Hearing him mention 2 bags, Xiao Shan's eyes sparkled, silently giving the Baipi machine a thumbs up in her heart. Good job. Come back for extra food." Alright, don't be so petty, the Baipi machine is also for my good." Xiao Shan comforted half-heartedly. "How about this, once we finish our business and return to the base, I'll arrange a luxurious suite specifically for Xiaoduo, the highest grade. What do you think?" This is already a favor done on the face of Yun Xiaoduo. Yun Yizhao seemed to still be angry about what happened earlier. "What do you mean not to be petty? Do you know that this creature can only cause trouble? Hurry and take your pet away." His angry voice abruptly stopped midway. A few seconds later, Yun Yizhao's uncertain voice sounded again. "A luxury suite? Is it the kind where family members can stay together?" "Of course." Xiao Shan smiled. For a renovated house, she could set the rent herself. As long as it was within the allowed number of occupants for the suite, she could manage the rest. Not only that, but she planned to waive the rent for Wang Mang and the other elder tenants after this matter was settled. What they had done for her during this time could easily offset 10 years' worth of rent. Sure enough, the luxury suite in Ark apartment was quite tempting. Even Yun Yizhao fell silent, clearly struggling. "If this time we get first place, that won't affect anything. Xiao Shan was very generous, we'll each take our own. Look, her apartment is truly remarkable." Even the tough nut Yun Yizhao conceded for her apartment, didn't he? In an instant, chaos erupted on the other end of the call. Yun Buxian's rough voice came through. Such good conditions, what are you hesitating for? Give it to me, pass me the phone, if you don't want it, I will.
The phone seemed to have been successfully taken away by Yun Buxiang, and his voice became clearer. It's settled then, I am Xiao Duo's uncle, there must be a room for me in the suite. Don't worry, Yun Yizhou and the federal currency matters will all be on me. The phone was hung up again. Xiao Shiren listened to the busy signal and fell into deep thought. If Bai Ge and Yun Yizhou lived together, wouldn't they be fighting every 3 days and having a big fight every 5 days? Plus, with the chaos-loving Yun Buxiang, just thinking about it feels lively. In a good mood, Xiao Shiren put down the phone and turned to see Yun Xiaoduo's admiring face. Brother was right, big sister is indeed the best person in the world. Not only will she save us, but she will even give us a house to live in. Xiao Shiren's smile froze. Isn't that insulting? Outside the umbrella, the sound of killing shook the heavens, while inside the umbrella, the world was peaceful. The lounge chair was too comfortable, the atmosphere too pleasant, yet the battle that should have ended continued for a long time. Xiao Shiren waited until she fell asleep, and when she woke up, they were still fighting. She rubbed her forehead and stood up, dialing Yun Buxiang's phone again. What are you doing, fighting a fake battle? How long has it been? Have you guys sworn brotherhood with zombies? As expected, it was Yun Yizhou. You might not understand the situation, Uncle is trying to help you recover those useless bills, and he insisted on adding 2 more major steps to the zombie killing process, so of course, it can't be quick. Xiao Shiren was puzzled. What major steps? Yun Yizhou seemed to have difficulty organizing his words. I can't explain it well, why don't you come and see for yourself? It's safe now, you can bring Xiao Duo with you. Even if there was danger, he still wanted this extraordinary saintess of the apocalypse to take Yun Xiao Duo with her. Let's go see if my money is in danger. No, let's see if your brother and uncle are in danger. Xiao Shiren grabbed a smaller sunshade, put away the large umbrella and lounge chair, and casually scooped up Yun Xiao Duo to carry her. Let's go. The fighting area was within their line of sight, but the closer they got, the more Xiao Shiren felt something was off. The shouting was sparse, but there were odd muffled groans and the sound of fabric tearing. After walking for more than 20 minutes, they finally arrived. No wonder Yun Yizhou said it was safe here. Indeed, there weren't many zombies left, but the scene was even stranger than she had imagined. A large group of mercenaries had nothing to do, yet they didn't leave, but instead formed a large circle with layers upon layers, each stretching their necks and looking peculiar, as if they were watching some foreign spectacle. Xiao Shiren hugged Yun Xiaoduo and squeezed in. Excuse me, what are you all looking at? It's the landlord? The people in front recognized Xiao Shiren and quickly made way, looking at her with a mix of respect and curiosity. The Yun family is robbing zombies. Xiao Shiren was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the person and the zombies surrounded in the center, she instantly understood what he meant and also understood why Yun Yizhou wanted her to come see for herself. Some things were indeed hard to explain over the phone. There were at least 10 level 2 zombies trapped by a group of mercenaries a few meters away. In the crowd, Wang Mang and He Chuan were working together to hold down a level 2 zombie onto the ground, the zombie roaring angrily with a huff from its throat, struggling desperately but unable to move at all. Wang Mang appeared calm, with a look that said, I'm a professional, I've seen it all. However, next to him, He Chuan, the once serious captain, looked like his face had turned into a bitter melon, pressing hard on the zombie's arm while his gaze wandered, seemingly wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. And Yun Buxian was squatting next to the zombie, his eyes shining as he conducted a thorough search, from the jacket's inner pockets to the pants pockets, not even missing the zombie's tattered cuffs, fearing he would miss out on a dime. At their feet, a small mountain of useless bills had already piled up. Xiao Xian had a black line on her forehead, turning to look at Yun Yizhou. What's going on? Just as I said, Uncle is helping you gather useless money. Yun Yizhou's face looked a bit dark. These are just collected, the ones collected earlier have already been packed away. Xiao Xian's eyes brightened and her mood felt pleasant. She originally wanted to ask He Chuan, this serious person, who appeared reluctant, but now, she decisively kept her mouth shut. It's all for her money, poor Captain He. I really didn't expect that. Brother Yun is quite reliable in handling matters. Xiao Xian's calling Yun Yizhou Brother Yun successfully made his face turn a shade darker. I say, why don't you go? If you go, they'd definitely have an easier time. Yun Yizhou gritted his teeth. It's embarrassing. You still think it's embarrassing? Xiao Xian shot him a sideways glance. Then why didn't you stop them? Under Xiao Xian's scornful gaze, Yun Yizhou's face turned hot, and he awkwardly turned his gaze away, ultimately choosing to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, in a deep tone to cover his embarrassment. Ahem, this is a tactic, a kind of psychological strike, you wouldn't understand. Oh? What tactic? Taking people's money and relieving their troubles. We are trustworthy. Pfft, Xiao Xian couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Chapter 88, The Depreciation of the Federal Currency. Crystal cores are the hard currency. Whatever kind of person, that's what kind of thing they should handle. This task handed to Yun Yizhou, he absolutely couldn't reach this level. He cares about his face. Soon, the zombie on the ground was completely scavenged.
Yun Buxiang waved his hand, and immediately someone came forward and took a knife to safely finish off the zombie still twitching on the ground, then dragged another one over. Wang Meng moved with incredible skill, kicking at the zombie's knee and pressing it firmly to the ground, shouting, "Be more alert. The rest of these are big ones, don't let even one slip through." Xiao Shan was amazed, her mouth agape at the smooth operations of these 666, really a professional team. Yun Xiaoduo was slurping the sweet juice from the melted popsicle, and upon hearing this, echoed cheerfully, "So awesome." Click. A clear sound of fists being squeezed echoed near her ear. Xiao Shan was quick-witted, pressing down on Yun Yichao's hand which had veins bulging. "Calm down, you must calm down. Wang Meng is currently doing serious work, if you beat him down, do you want to personally replace him?" In front of her, Wang Meng, without any disdain, was pressing on the zombie's arm covered in rotten flesh, while eagle-eyed, he kept an eye on Yun Buxiang's work, occasionally pulling out a missed banknote from the zombie's ragged clothes, flicking it elegantly to shake off the rotten flesh and filthy blood, accurately tossing it into the nearby pile of federal currency like a small mountain. Eye sore, it really was sore for the eyes. Xiao Xian's order, he truly exceeded expectations. Who knows how she tamed such a tough man into what he is now? It's absolutely impossible to replace him. Yun Yichao took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the anger bursting to the top of his head. He simply couldn't hold it back. He suddenly turned angrily to Xiao Xian, growling, "Look! What kind of people did you bring out?" This shout was really loud. There were already quite a few mercenaries secretly observing Xiao Xian's movements, and when the voice rang out, at least half of them turned to look at her. Who is it? So bold? Daring to shout so loud at the owner of the Ark apartment? People from the Dawn base hurried over, grabbing Yun Yichao with both hands. "Boss, forget it, it's not easy for anyone, that's Xiao Xian, after all. Even if we all added together, we really might not be able to beat her." Right, and look, even your own uncle is on her side, we can't possibly hit your uncle too, can we? This would be internal strife, wouldn't it? A group of people were persuading him, and not a single one stood on his side. Yun Yichao bit his back molars, squeezing out a few words from his teeth. Seeking help, he endures. Soon, the last group of zombies was completely slaughtered. Yun Buxiang carried 2 bulging bags, excitedly running to Xiao Shan to take credit. "Sister, look, is this enough?" Xiao Shan's eyes instantly lit up, shining like 2,000-watt searchlights. These 2 big bundles, each at least half a person tall and heavy, could not be worth less than 1,000,000, right? System, hurry, we struck it rich. Xiao Shan excitedly placed her hands on the bundles, feeling the thick texture as if she had already touched her luxurious future apartment. "Hurry, store everything in the space, add it to my balance." Great! She was going to be rich. She wanted to equip all the rooms in her apartment with fridges that could automatically dispense ice and cola at the push of a button. She wanted to upgrade her apartment to the highest level, ideally unlocking several villas with private pools and gardens. And she needed to max out the apartment's defense so that even the zombie king would just stare helplessly outside. Just as Xiao Xian was happily fantasizing about her wonderful life, the system's prompt sounded timely. Statistics successful, added to host balance. Xiao Xian rubbed her hands excitedly and opened the panel, only to have her smile freeze on her face. "System, are you embezzling? Did you pocket my federal coins? This number, why does it look like it's missing several digits? I have 2 big bags of money, and you're telling me it's not even 100,000 federal coins? Please do not doubt this system's professionalism and ethics. The coins on these people have been soaked in various unidentified liquids and repeatedly exposed to the sun, long since wrinkled and waterlogged, leading to an inflated volume. How can they compare to brand new, flat bills? It seems to be that reasoning, but the psychological gap is just too big." Xiao Shan felt completely deflated, as if her life had suddenly lost its goal and color. Jing Yun, clever and quick-witted, immediately saw through her thoughts and quietly leaned in, lowering her voice. "The money on these people isn't a lot, they were the first group of refugees. The closer we get to the Zhongyan base, the more money there will be on the zombies who died later." She paused, adding, "They couldn't run far with those burdens, so they encountered danger more easily and died the earliest." Really? Indeed, Xiao Shan's spirit, which had plummeted, suddenly soared again, her eyes shining once more. "Then what are we waiting for? Full speed ahead, target, Zhongyan base. The zombie killing and house-giving event is still valid, everyone, keep it up. To pull a mule forward, you need to dangle a carrot in front of it." The apartment in Ark was the most alluring carrot dangling in front of these desperate ability users. The only difference was that the thing she promised was something they could truly obtain. Xiao Shan hugged Yun Xiaoduo and sat back on the Bai machine. "Where's Ling Che? Why hasn't he returned yet?" With the zombies on this side dealt with, they had to continue their journey. "He's coming." As soon as the words fell, Ling Che appeared from not far away with a few people. He handed a cloth bag to Xiao Shan. "Usually, where there are small zombie hordes, some wandering zombies gather around, and there are quite a few. I saw that the situation here was stable, so I took the chance to clean up the area. So that's how it was. Xiao Shan nodded in realization, casually taking what he handed over. What's this? She untied the rope at the mouth of the bag and looked inside, getting a shock. My goodness, how come there are so many crystal nuclei? These bright and colorful ones, there must be at least 10, right? Ling Che was amused by her shocked expression, his lips curling up. Did you forget? Zombies above level 2 all have these things in their brains. Right, she almost forgot that. Xiao Shan immediately turned her head, looking eagerly at Yunizhao. Where are the crystal nuclei? What about the crystal cores we collected this time? This kid wouldn't want to secretly keep it for himself, would he? We? This title made Yunizhao feel an indescribable awkwardness rise in his heart. There was no real disgust, just a feeling that the boundaries suddenly became too close. He quickly steadied his emotions and snorted coldly through his nose, giving Xiao Shan a disdainful glance that said, "Who do you look down on?" He casually tossed over a heavier bag. It's all here. Chapter 89 Warning. Host, if you keep messing around, the system will crash. Xiao Shan quickly caught it, and hearing the crisp clashing sounds from inside the bag, she knew there must be quite a few. Look. She opened it quickly. Sure enough, the bag was filled with colorful, sparkling crystals, probably almost 20 of them. Why are there so many? Xiao Shan thought about the deep red dots she had seen on the map, probably no more than this, right? I'm asking, why are you suddenly being so generous? There can't be a catch, right? This kid can't be that kind-hearted? Yunizhao's face darkened again, and he impatiently turned his head aside. The road was pointed out by your people, the suggestion was yours. We aren't interested in taking unfair advantage of something that wasn't previously discussed. Do as you please. Oh, I didn't see that coming. You're actually quite principled. Xiao Shan was genuinely surprised for a moment. Such a big benefit, and yet he can truly remain indifferent? Xiao Shan rummaged through the bag and quickly picked out a crystal core that was bigger and a deeper, purer blue than the others. This should be the level 3 zombies crystal core you mentioned on the phone, right? Yunizhao snorted lightly and glanced at her, uninformed. Xiao Shan wasn't angry but instead weighed the blue crystal core in her hand and casually tossed it toward him. Catch. Yunizhao completely didn't expect Xiao Shan to suddenly do this. He instinctively reached out to catch it. The cold feeling landing in his palm made him quickly realize, what do you mean by this? Xiao Shan crossed her arms and raised her chin. What meaning? Isn't this how it should be? I'm not a stingy person. That level 3 crystal core should be very useful for you, right? Yunizhao pressed his lips together, not rebutting. Currently, the highest level zombies were level 4, and crystal cores were rare items, especially level 3 ones which were even harder to come by. For someone like him, who had reached the peak of level 2 as a supernatural being, this crystal core was his only hope for breakthrough. Xiao Shan smiled while tightening the small bag. Our two bases are fundamentally a cooperative relationship. How could I let you suffer a loss? The level 3 crystal core belongs to you, and the rest of these level 2 crystal cores all belong to me. Of course, Xiao Shan needed the level 3 crystal core for herself too. But at her current stage, level 2 crystal cores were sufficient. By the time she needed the level 3 crystal core, her strength would surely far exceed the present. At that time, obtaining level 3 crystal cores would be easier. It's better to give it away now, a way to sell a favor in disguise. These siblings had many secrets. Yunizhao felt complicated emotions, tightly gripping the cold crystal core in his hand, his knuckles turning a bit white. He had just been angrily scolding her for bringing people, and in the blink of an eye, she threw over something he needed the most so casually. This wasn't a simple trade but a huge kindness he couldn't refuse and couldn't repay immediately. He took a deep breath, ultimately still not returning it. Let's say today's matter is a favor I owe you. He would never take advantage of others for free. Xiao Shan waved her hand casually, not taking his words to heart, then turned to everyone. Today's matter is also a favor I owe all of you. I promise, when the Ark apartment expands to new rooms, everyone present fighting side by side with me will each get a single room reserved for you. The promised rewards will be calculated separately. When the voice fell, there was first a dead silence at the scene. Then, a wave of ecstatic joy erupted from the crowd like a mountain roaring and a sea surging. Wow! What? Did I hear that right? One room for each person? A mercenary was so excited that he directly dropped the weapon in his hand to the ground, covering his mouth with both hands, his eyes red. Another one fiercely pinched his companion's arm. You quickly tell me this is not an illusion. The Ark apartment's house. Oh my god. Long live Landlord Xiao. With that one sentence, it stirred a chorus of gasps. The mercenaries below were still envious of that bag of crystal stones. They clearly worked just as hard, yet had nothing. Feeling envious and green with jealousy, Xiao Shan generously gifted each of them a room. That was the House of Ark apartment. Besides a stable place to live, there was also an abundance of food that countless people were fighting to buy before the apocalypse. This was even rarer than crystal cores. You better not act impulsively. Wang Mang was startled. These people together have about 80 or 90, and we don't have that many rooms in our apartment. Not now, but there will be in the future. Xiao Shan happily patted Wang Meng's shoulder. In the future, you few will have your rent waived, stay as long as you like, and the extra room reward mentioned just now, you all have, it's calculated separately. Wang Meng's eyes widened suddenly, overwhelmed with emotion. Really? My most respected landlord? From now on, I will be your most loyal servant. Pa, really unambitious. Yun Buxiang bitterly mocked, secretly resenting that he wasn't part of Ark apartment. Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Yun Buxiang slapped his forehead. Why couldn't he be a person of Ark apartment? Whether he was or not, wasn't it up to Xiao Shan to decide? Yun Buxiang grinned widely, flattering as much as he could. Girl, look, we are already this close, how can I not move into the apartment immediately? Like this, I will be a person of Ark apartment from now on. If you are willing, you can even call me Xiao Buxiang in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads. They had long known that Yun Buxiang had no integrity. But they didn't expect him to be so shameless. For a house, he directly changed his surname to someone else's. Yun Yizhao felt that he was going to lose face completely, gritted his teeth and stepped forward, pulling Yun Buxiang away. He was wrong, he was really wrong. He shouldn't have brought Yun Buxiang out. Even if this trip was 9 deaths, he shouldn't have brought this guy out. The face of Dawn Base was almost lost completely. Looking at the uncle and nephew who quickly left, there were sounds of suppressed laughter all around, even among their own people at Dawn Base. Outside was lively, but Xiao Shan's mind was in chaos. Warning! Detected that the host's behavior has seriously deviated from the main line of operation, maliciously disrupting the apartment transaction rules. Please stop the giving behavior immediately and correct it. If the host continues to act recklessly, the development of the apartment will fall into crisis and ultimately lead to destruction in the apocalypse. The system and the host prosper together. His main line was renting houses. Instead of renting, he was giving them away, and if the apartment had no funding source in the future, wouldn't the system collapse? Reckless? Why am I being reckless? Xiao Shan was completely unconcerned. Don't say there are 80 or 90 people here, even if there were 200 gathered, I would still dare to promise this. The system fell silent for a moment, and the whole screen unexpectedly began to emit dangerous red light. Warning level increased. Please host, operate calmly, the system and host prosper together. If the host insists on breaking the rules, the system will close some of the host's permissions to ensure the stability of the apartment's core. Are you in a hurry? Getting anxious, huh? Xiao Shan helplessly spread his hands. Look at you, why are you in such a hurry? Let me ask you. Xiao Shan threw down the bag in his hand. Why do we rent houses? Core objective, collect rent. What do we collect rent for? Convert rent into energy for system upgrades. Strengthening the apartment's power. Very good. Xiao Shan nodded. So do you see that I have more money now? The system's frame flashed with red light for a moment, and after a long time, it replied with 2 words, more. Look, even if I haven't rented them a house yet, these people have already brought piles of cash to me. With this money, can't I still upgrade the apartment? The system's light flashed again. The logic is valid. But this is short-term profit. Giving away houses is a long-term loss, comprehensively judged as a negative revenue action. Isn't that short-sighted? Xiao Shan waved the bag in her hand again. Then look again. What is this? If I remember correctly, some powerful system functions require crystal cores. Each of these things is worth a fortune. You tell me, how much rent can this bag be worth? This time, the screen's light was still flickering, but the system fell silent. The dangerous red light slowly dissipated. It seemed like it was thinking. A strange feeling rose in Xiao Shan's heart. This system seemed to be smarter than she had imagined, it could even think. Xiao Shan pressed on, exclaiming again, you see, with such a huge harvest this time, there are still a few waves of zombies ahead. When we reach the Zhongyan base, there might be a pile of cash waiting for me to collect. I'm using a small investment to get a big return. Trading future houses for current combat power, helping us clear obstacles, and earning more money in crystal cores. This is called sustainable development. Do you understand? By the time we go back, aren't we going to be rich? I reckon this apartment should at least add 2 more floors, right? Calculating. Investment return rate model evaluation. Risk assessment. Model correction completed. The system was silent for a full 10 seconds. The red light on the screen completely disappeared, replaced by gentle blue light. The host is wise. Very good. Xiao Shan felt relaxed physically and mentally. No matter how smart it was, she could still pull the wool over its eyes with some effort. Very good, very good. I'm glad the system understands my sincere intentions. Xiao Shan said with satisfaction, when I act, sometimes you might not understand, but you just need to know that everything is for the apartment, for you. System, you just need to fully support me, and that's enough. What the host said is correct. Perfect. Xiao Shan waved her little hand, let's go, there are still plenty of zombies waiting for us. Our principle is to not miss any cash and not let any crystal core slip away. The 2 heavy bags of crystal cores in her arms, Xiao Shan grinned, showing her little white teeth. She hugged the bags, unwilling to put them away, and walked lightly. What to do? There are too many crystal cores, and she can't possibly spend them all. With the Ark Apartments rewards, the mercenaries were all excited. When they saw zombies, their eyes sparkled like hungry wolves pouncing forward. With crystal cores and cash, Xiao Shan was also very excited. It had been 4 days since she last tricked the system. In these 4 days, they had been on the go almost without rest, except for necessary breaks. This was not requested by Xiao Shan, but the overly excited mercenaries demanded it willingly. Just thinking about the wonderful life after returning made them feel full of energy. After finishing a meal, if they rested for even a minute longer, they felt as if there were needles pricking beneath them, feeling uneasy all over. For several consecutive days, the scene was the same strange. The mercenaries shouted and killed, their slogans more outrageous than the last. Charge! The fewer we have, the better. This is about the happiness of our later lives. I heard this is the last wave, so hurry up. If you can't grab it, don't cry. Let the ones in front move aside. Don't compete with me for it, your points won't even get you to first place. You might as well let me take down a couple more and gather for a down payment. Nonsense. I saw the zombie first, why should I give it to you? So what if I have no hope of hitting first? Does that delay my existence in front of Xiao, the landlord? If I don't kill a single one, how will the landlord not think I'm slacking off? You're trying to cut off my way. And on the other side. The scene suddenly changed, leisurely as if in another world. Still under the huge sunshade, Xiao Shuren lay comfortably on the lounge chair, dozing off, while Yan Xiaoduo curled up beside her like a little kitten. Behind them stood Yun Yichao, with a daily sulky face, holding a large banana leaf fan, mechanically fanning her, with visible veins throbbing at his forehead. Yun Yichao felt as frustrated as could be. After all, he was the leader of a base, a level 3 ability user feared by many, meant to be the main force in killing zombies, the hero who charged to the front. And now, he had become a slave fanning his enemy. Thinking of the wicked faces of Yun Buxiang and his gang half an hour ago, Yun Yichao ground his teeth in hatred. When the last wave of zombies appeared, he had just taken out his weapon, ready to lead the charge, but his path was blocked by Wang Meng and Yun Buxiang and their people. Each one of those people's faces was more sinister, more shameless than the last. I say, Boss Yun, you can now rely on your sister to get connections, and the house is already settled, why come here to steal our achievements? With just a few zombies, our more than 80 people won't even get enough to share. Exactly, why don't you just go serve the landlord instead? Here, I have a fan for you, very sturdy, just a bit heavy. You have strength, you can take it to fan the landlord, just make sure our respected landlord doesn't overheat. The most hateful was Yun Buxiang, who seemed to truly consider himself one of Arcadia Apartments people, almost kicking him towards Xiao Shuren, hurry up. If you don't serve the landlord well, don't think about coming back. Yun Yichao clenched the fan tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Lost in thought, his hand movements gradually stopped. As soon as he stopped, the person on the lounge chair protested. Ha? What happened, where's the wind? Xiao Shuren didn't even open her eyes, huffing discontentedly, and a crystal-clear grape flew precisely, hitting the back of Yun Yichao's hand. Yun Yichao's face darkened. Just as he was about to explode, Yun Xiaoduo, who was hugging Xiao Shuren's arm, looked up with a pitiful expression, sweetly cooing, "Brother, Xiaoduo is hot." "Xiaoduo is not hot, brother will fan you." Yun Yichao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and resignedly continued to wave the fan. Forget it, for his sister, he would endure. But unexpectedly, just when Xiao Shuren complained about there being no wind, she suddenly became understanding, lazily saying, "Xiaoduo, it's so hot today, your brother shouldn't be the only one fanning, that's exhausting." Chapter 91 Narrow Encounter. Is this, feeling sorry for him? Suddenly being so kind, he was a bit unaccustomed to it. Yun Yichao silently lifted the fan a little higher, awkwardly explaining, "I just..." Before he could finish, a loud bang sounded, and a large icebrick, radiating a chilling aura, appeared in thin air before him. Xiao Shuren reached out and patted the icebrick, finding it so cool that she happily squinted. "Come on, fan towards this ice block while lying on the chair, the wind must be even and carry coldness. If there's a single gust without coolness, I will complain to your uncle." Crack! Yun Yichao's fingers gripped the handle of the fan tightly, his knuckles turning white. He knew it. Xiao Shuren had always been against him, how could she suddenly be so kind and speak for him?
This was clearly making him a human wind machine. Why is there no wind again? Yun Yichao had barely paused when Xiao Shiren shouted again, "Oh, are you unhappy? No problem, if you're not happy, someone else can fan instead, but who would have thought that the leader of the Dawn base wouldn't even have the strength to fan? That wouldn't sound good if it got out, right?" Yun Xiaoduo immediately looked up, her big eyes filled with worry. "Brother, do you have no strength? How could that be?" "Xiaoduo, don't worry, it's just fanning." Yun Yichao gritted her teeth, using all her strength in her hands. The cool breeze brushed against her face, carrying a hint of moisture, making Xiao Shiren smile comfortably, her eyes dazzled. "This is really nice. The wind is nice. The feeling of commanding Yun Yichao is even nicer." Yun Yichao was about to crush her back teeth. She did it on purpose, it was definitely on purpose. At this moment, a commotion erupted in the distance, shouts mixed with cries of surprise, as if the process of clearing the zombies was being obstructed. Xiao Shiren was too lazy to move, finding it easier to command. "What's going on?" Yun Yichao asked. Separated from the battle ahead by a distance, Yun Yichao gritted her teeth. "Why don't you ask yourself? That would require shouting so loudly, I'm too lazy to bother." Xiao Shiren didn't move a finger. "Xiao Duo, look at your brother, he doesn't even want to say a word. It seems like our apartment and the Dawn base will have a hard time becoming friends." "What?" Before Yun Xiaoduo could reply, a rough male voice startled Xiao Shiren. Yun Buxiang twisted his face and had unknowingly run back, pointing at Yun Yichao with righteous anger. "Yun Yichao, what's wrong with asking a little helper from a fragile girl? You're already an adult and still clueless." After scolding Yun Yichao, when he turned to Xiao Shiren, his face instantly transformed into a warm smile. "Don't worry, big sister, the Ark apartment and the Dawn base are the best friends ever, closer than biological brothers." Xiao Shiren delightedly admired Yun Yichao's expression as if she had swallowed a fly. "Big brother, why did you suddenly come back?" Yun Buxiang seemed to be taken aback for a moment. Right, he was fighting zombies so well, why did he suddenly come back? He originally wanted to say something, but got distracted and forgot completely. "This is all your fault." Yun Buxiang glared at Yun Yichao, and looking at his extremely wronged expression, he suddenly remembered, "Oh right, this group of zombies has surrounded a group of people, the situation isn't too good." "A group of people?" Speaking of important matters, Xiao Shiren sat up, her expression becoming serious. "Do you know their identity?" "I haven't seen them, all unfamiliar faces, a few of them have some strength." Yun Buxiang thought carefully. "Oh right, they were forced back by the zombies, and one of them seemed to be shouting that he knew Ling Che." "What?" Xiao Shiren exclaimed in surprise. "Does Ling Che know about this?" Yun Buxiang shook his head. An hour ago, Ling Che had already led a team to infiltrate the edge of the Zhong'an base to scout the situation. All the way, Ling Che led a team like a curved blade, scouting the situation ahead to prevent the main force from encountering sudden danger. Perhaps Xiao Shiren had already informed them about the zombie group. They intended to go here, so Ling Che and his team bypassed this place and arrived early at the next stop to check the situation. "The next step will be the Zhong'an base." Xiao Shiren was silent for a moment, then got off the reclining chair. "Since they know Ling Che, I'll go take a look myself." She thought of someone. Not long after they set out, they contacted Ling Che for help. That person. Xiao Shiren frowned. Ling Che had mentioned that they had escaped from being pursued, but how could they have reached here now? She had not walked far when she saw a group of people surrounded by zombies calling for help. The mercenaries hesitated, and upon seeing Xiao Shiren, they couldn't wait to speak. "Xiao landlord, should we save them?" Xiao Shiren stood at a height. That group had both men and women, about 5 or 6, their ability levels didn't seem low, but at this moment their powers were exhausted, and there were shocking red marks on their bodies, clearly at the end of their rope. Seeing Xiao Shiren, they all brightened and shouted loudly. "You are Xiao Shiren, right? We know Ling Che, can you save us? Ling Che said you are a good person, so you will definitely save us, right?" They were excitedly talking, their voices chaotic and scattered. Yun Buxiang smacked his lips, glanced at them a few times, then murmured softly, "I say, big sister, they don't look like good people to me." Xiao Xian's gaze also darkened, for no other reason than that her entire screen had suddenly turned red again. "Alarm! Alarm! Detected malicious individuals ahead that harbor pure hostility towards the host. Please prepare well to maintain your own safety." Dangerous individuals? She remembered that the last time zombies were detected, they were also purely malicious beings, but unexpectedly, she could detect pure malice in front of strangers. The system continued to provide friendly reminders. Some individuals harbor such extreme malice towards you that it is very difficult to contain. It is advised that the host does not leave any future troubles behind. Xiao Xian then seemed to ponder deeply. No wonder Ling Che had said not to trust their character. Based on the hints, among 4 men and 1 woman, except for that young woman in her 20s, they were all red. And the leading middle-aged man was blackened with red. Xiao Xian appeared to hesitate but was actually shocked in her mind, while Yun Yichao, who was already dissatisfied with her, seized the opportunity to mock. "What's wrong?
You aren't thinking about saving them again, are you? Xiao Shan raised her eyebrow to refute. What do you mean again? Do I look that easygoing? Before she could finish those words, Jin Bushong slapped his hand on her head. Sporting a big beard, he looked at Xiao Shan with flattery. Sister, don't mind him. We're following you anyway, whether to save or not depends on you. Yun Yichao was so angered that his face turned red, nearly unable to catch his breath. Chapter 92, Crystal Core for Life, isn't it fair? Xiao Shan smiled gently, gazing at Yun Xiaoduo, holding her hand and softly asking, So Xiaoduo, what do you think big sister should do? Yun Xiaoduo was still a 5 or 6-year-old child, the easiest to distinguish between good and bad. Upon hearing Xiao Shan speak, she immediately replied crisply, Sister, don't save them. They are all bad people. It seems Yun Xiaoduo also felt it. Xiao Shan's gaze turned cold as she looked at the other mercenaries, lightly chuckling. Look, isn't the answer right in front of us? This woman, she actually didn't plan to save? This was unlike her original character. A saint of the apocalypse. Before Yun Yichao had time to be surprised, Xiao Shan was already leading Yun Xiaoduo to walk away. Xiao Shan was not a fool. Since the system was clearly marking purely malicious individuals, why should she save them? Her apartment lacked people, but not to that extent yet. The few people trapped among the zombies saw this and immediately turned red-eyed, whispering in disbelief. Boss, she just left like that? Isn't Ling Che not here? Who knows what she's thinking? The middle-aged man with the most wounds shouted angrily while holding his wound. It must be that Ling Che told them something. Didn't you investigate clearly? They said this Xiao Shan is kind-hearted, right? Where is the kindness? She actually walked away so decisively. So we got hurt for nothing? The young woman shrank in a corner, speaking softly. Hongnan coldly glanced at a few people, nearly grinding his teeth. What are you panicking for? He shouted angrily, Ling Che is our friend. Xiao landlord, are you going to just watch your friend's friend die without helping? I clearly heard before that Ling Che has helped you a lot. You're acting like this, you're simply ungrateful. While they fought against the zombies, they spoke fiercely. How can you run an apartment like this? If tenants get killed, will you also just watch them die without helping? Xiao Shan indeed stopped her steps, looking at them with great interest. And the others, hearing these words, also became unsettled, realizing from what these few people said that they were not good individuals. What? You know nothing. How dare you slander our landlord? That's right, right? Why wouldn't you know what our landlord is like? Someone couldn't help but spit dismissively. Hongnan didn't expect his words to backfire. He furrowed his brow and snapped, Xiao landlord, you. But Xiao Shan interrupted him, her voice rising high. Oh? You want me to save you? There's hope. Greed flashed in the eyes of the few people. Since Ling Che returned last time, they had learned about Xiao Shan's current situation. Her apartment had very few ability users and even fewer high-level ones. Now without Ling Che around, the number of people who could protect her was limited. If Xiao Shan could save them, they could just rob her apartment clean. With this thought, Hong Nan raised his chin even higher. Of course, our relationship with Ling Che is quite special. If you save us, it would be a huge favor owed to her. The words sounded as if he was doing her a favor. Xiao Shan suddenly laughed, seeming to think deeply. That sounds quite good. She suddenly changed her mind. Although these people had good abilities, she still had useful people under her and wanted to see what they were up to. The others felt anxious. How could they just watch the landlord agree to them? As they were about to speak up, they were halted by the next sentence. But, our apartment has its own rules. Xiao Shan's tone shifted, smiling sweetly. First, if you want me to save you, you need to hand over all the crystal nuclei and federal coins you have. Second, you can't keep any weapons on you, nor can you use abilities. Otherwise, this little place won't spare you. Her tone was innocent, but Hong Nan and the others were stunned. All crystal nuclei and federal coins? How could Xiao Shan not just rob them? Hong Nan's face turned red with anger. If he didn't want to pretend any longer, he would have wanted to argue with Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan looked at them, scanning their expressions, and innocently said, it seems you don't want to. If that's the case, I'll just forget it. As she said this, she turned to leave. The others secretly gave Xiao Shan a thumbs up. As expected of the landlord, she was indeed different. Seeing the opportunity slipping away, how could a few of them be willing? Hong Nan panicked. Fine. We agree, is that okay? Hurry and save us, and we'll give you the crystal nuclei right away. Xiao Shan shook her head. No, you have to hand over the money first before we rescue you. Just toss it in a bag, it shouldn't be a big deal for ability users, right? Hong Nan was about to spit blood. The information he previously found said Xiao Shan was kind-hearted, and even the apartment rent was very cheap. Why was she asking for all the crystal nuclei now? Veins were bulging on his hands, and he yelled, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull out the crystal nuclei and federal coins." The other four shivered in the corner upon hearing this. They were also unwilling, but under their leader's pressure, they tremblingly took out their belongings, their hearts bleeding. They had worked hard to gather this, just to give it away to Xiao Shan? They packed the bags and tossed them over to Xiao Shan. "Big nephew." Yun Yichao caught it with a dark face, clearly used to it. Xiao Shan gave him an appreciative glance. "Good job." Yun Yichao glared at her. Xiao Shan was unfazed, shaking the heavy bag and smiling widely. Oh wow, as expected of someone who has been chased by zombies for years, he had quite a haul in hand. "Can we save them now?" Hong Nan asked hoarsely. The few people being chased by zombies stared at their money bags, their previously pale faces now looked as dead as a corpse. Xiao Shan flatly rejected, "No." "Why?" Hong Nan roared, "You don't keep your promise?" "What do you mean I don't keep my promise? Shouldn't you be the one who doesn't keep promises?" Xiao Shan replied confidently, "They paid their crystal cores, what about yours?" She could see it clearly, this old man didn't bring any money. TSK, let me say, our little sister's eyes are truly bright." Yun Buxiang immediately praised, his old face blossoming with a smile. "Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up and pay." Hong Nan had never encountered such a bandit-like person in his life. He felt a deep pain, but he could only grit his teeth and give the crystal cores to the two people, feeling even angrier inside. He couldn't wait any longer. This old man and young girl, one sang and the other echoed, effortlessly tricked him into giving away all his collected crystal cores. Hong Nan now wished he could seize Xiao Shan's apartment and kill the old man. Chapter 93, Teach the Bad Uncle a Lesson. When they confirmed that all belongings on them had been checked, Xiao Shan suddenly had a change of heart and instructed the mercenary superpowered individuals to rescue Hong Nan. As soon as Hong Nan came up, his fire ability erupted and surged toward Xiao Shan. "Damn woman, die." The other superpowered individuals instantly emerged, there was no trace of injury on them at all. It was indeed an act. The ability was pretty high, huh? Xiao Shan's expression turned cold, and she was already holding onto the cherry bomb from Yun Xiaoduo. Yun Yichao also changed his expression, but before he could act, Yun Buxiang stepped in front of her, and under Xiao Shan's shocked gaze, he threw a powerful punch directly at Hong Nan. "You dare to bully my Yun Buxiang's sister?" Hong Nan's ability had just sparked a little when he was slammed to the ground with a single hit. Hong Nan was incredulous. "You." The words "you are Yun Buxiang" hadn't even left his lips before Yun Buxiang moved quickly, throwing punch after punch, each hitting flesh, his tone filled with excitement. "Just when those zombies weren't enough for me to hit, you came right to my door." The other superpowered individuals were no match for Hong Nan, although it took some effort, they were quickly subdued by the mercenaries and Dawn base members. Hong Nan's screams echoed one after another, not daring to believe. They had clearly inquired about it, Ling Che and several powerful superpowered individuals had already scouted the path. But this person in front of him hadn't even used their ability yet, and they were already beaten like this? Furthermore, Yun Buxiang. Isn't he from Dawn base? Hong Nan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, just thinking of Yun Buxiang made him receive several slaps. It wasn't just Hong Nan, even Xiao Shan was dumbfounded, elbowing Yun Yichao. "Wait, isn't my brother this strong?" Yun Yichao rolled his eyes. "We're elders at Dawn base, what do you think?" Xiao Shan was puzzled, didn't he usually seem quite disoriented? "Ignorant." Yun Yichao sneered, with a hint of pride in his words, "We are from Dawn base." Xiao Shan glanced at him, sizing him up, then shifted her gaze away. That look seemed to say, "Just you?" Her gaze made Yun Yichao feel completely pricked. "Speak. Why did you bring these people to bother my sister?" Yun Buxiang, having had enough, kicked him. Hong Nan was beaten to a pulp, and when Xiao Shan looked at him, she felt the malice in his eyes more evident. He grinned wickedly. "Want to know? Beg me." Another kick from Yun Buxiang came flying. No matter what, Hong Nan refused to speak, maintaining an attitude of, "What can you do to me?" Clearly, this person was not going to yield. Xiao Shan thought secretly. The others were also having a hard time, seeing their leader being beaten, they huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. Xiao Shan looked at the only girl leaning towards neutrality, she bit her lip and finally spoke up loudly, I will say." As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes turned towards the girl. Xiao Shan sat in front of her, and Hong Nan shouted an insult. "Traitor!" He roared, "You ate and drank for free, ungrateful wolf, you only know that being with that woman leads to a bad end." "Woman? Being with?" Xiao Shan was very interested in the keywords that Hong Nan said. A bold thought surged in her heart. You can't be the friend that Ling Che mentioned, right? "No, not me." The girl spoke in terror. "Ling Che's friend is not me, it's another girl. I just have a closer relationship with her." Xiao Shan responded with an "oh," meaningfully. Then tell me, what are you guys here for today? The girl took a deep breath and introduced herself. I am Yu Yun, a plant-based ability user. Plant-based? Xiao Shan was taken aback, discreetly sizing her up. According to the system prompt, she was also the only person in the team whose hostility color was beige, indicating that the hostility had basically dissipated. Yu Yun took a sneak peek at them. We came this time because the leader previously learned that Ling Che is currently living in your apartment. We heard your apartment is transformed by your ability, so we wanted to kidnap you and occupy your apartment. We have been following you for a long time. This time we finally found the opportunity, so... She stopped speaking. Xiao Shan found it amusingly infuriating. Occupy her apartment? No wonder. No wonder it was a malicious group. Xiao Shan sneered, then why are you speaking out now? And what about Ling Che's friend? I totally disagree with their idea. Yu Yun finally found a breakthrough. It was obviously Ling Che who saved us, yet we treated her friend like this. Ling Che's friend didn't want to do that either, so she parted ways with us and is now looking for Ling Che. She spoke in a stuttering manner, clenching her fists. I spit. Hongnan cursed loudly, you foul bitch, you used to get many benefits from us, and now you sell us out like this? Don't forget, we are being hunted by those bases. Without a good shelter, how can we survive? His words were extremely filthy, and Yu Yun also tightened her fingers, her face pale. Xiao Shan hadn't even spoken yet. Yun Ezhou suddenly mocked, so because you're being hunted by the bases, you go and steal from others? Truly unrepentant. Xiao Shan looked at him, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hongnan seemed to hear a joke, survival of the fittest, this is the rule in the apocalypse. Do you all really think of yourselves as saints? If you fell to where I am, you'd also go steal from others. The men would be killed outright, the women. His eyes twitched. Xiao Shan's face instantly turned cold. They could say such things, which clearly meant they had done this kind of thing before. A feeling of nausea surged up, and she didn't plan to ask any further. Xiao Shan stood up directly. You guys deal with these people as you see fit. Leave her. Xiao Shan glanced at Yu Yun and spoke lightly. Yu Yun tightly clenched her fingers, and upon hearing her words, a flicker of gratitude flashed in her eyes. Before she could say anything, Hongnan raised his voice, cursing fiercely. Who dares touch me? His face was swollen like a pig's head, filled with panic. Yun Buxiang chuckled and stepped on his private parts, crushing hard, allowing him to emit a woeful scream. I say, girl, for people like him, it's too cheap to just kill him. How about we disable him completely and then throw him outside? Xiao Shan covered her face, looking as if she couldn't bear to watch. Yun Xiaoduo, beside them, wondered, sister, what does it mean to disable? Are they teaching a bad uncle a lesson? Oh right. Almost forgot about Xiaoduo. Yun Ezhou's heart tightened, and he saw Xiao Shan skillfully take out a candy and place it in her hand, smiling. Yes, Xiaoduo, this is a game between adults, and kids can't participate. After all, the scene was too bloody. What to do if the children learn bad things? Yun Xiaoduo obediently responded and then walked towards the house. Yun Ezhou's forehead throbbed, and he finally helplessly rubbed his forehead. His innocent and cute sister, when did she start to listen so much to Xiao Shan's words? Hongnan's screams were extremely piercing. Without Yun Xiaoduo, Yun Buxian was even more unrestrained, rubbing his fingers, and punched someone in the face again. Yu Yun looked at Hongnan, swallowed, and silently hesitated to speak. You can say whatever you want directly. Xiao Shan noticed her intentions and reminded her. Yu Yun shivered, trembling as she said, the few of us teammates grouped together a few months ago, and Ling Che's friend also joined our team at that time. She paused and secretly glanced at Xiao Shan. After confirming that the other's expression did not change, she continued, she doesn't have a map, but a few days ago, when we parted ways, it seemed she was heading towards the Zhongin base. Xiao Shan's pupils contracted. She paused slightly, keenly sensing something wrong. She doesn't have a map, do you have one? Yu Yun's expression tightened noticeably, as if she wanted to cry. Yes. Xiao Shan looked at her, deeply gazed at her, but ultimately did not speak again. After all, the other party was a young girl. Before this mutation of plants appeared, the plant abilities didn't have much use, and some hidden troubles were quite normal. But Xiao Shan could react after just a little thinking. Ling Che's friend did not have a map, they did have a map, and it wouldn't be possible to head towards the dangerous Zhongmin base if they parted ways. The only possibility was that they deliberately went the wrong way. Yu Yun grasped Xiao Shan's hand, her tone choked with tears. You are so strong, can you save her? Save your mom. Hongnan shouted angrily, someone like her, that kind of B***TCH, should just die. Xiao Shan shot him a glare. Yun Buxian laughed, oh, you still have the strength to talk? He directly crippled Hongnan's left leg, and the latter screamed, looking like he was about to faint. But Yun Buxian would never let this person faint, he forcibly also crippled his right leg. Xiao Shan sat back down on the original recliner. To be honest, we indeed plan to go to the Zhongin base. Ling Che is scouting ahead. What's her name and what ability does she have? Yuyan took a deep breath. Her name is Wenju, she has water abilities. Xiao Shan said, oh, waved her hand, stretched, then for the time being, you can follow us, and later you can be an employee at our apartment. Employee at the apartment? Yuyan pointed at herself in disbelief, her heart racing. She asked uncertainly, me? Hong Nan on the ground and the other three strong men were also dumbfounded. They actually just entered the apartment like this? Hong Nan still wanted to curse her as a traitor, but when he met Yun Buxiang's gaze, he immediately shrank his neck back, his face turning pale. The three strong men kneeling one by one, they had previously refused to admit it, but now they were all bruised and battered, seeing Yuyan become an employee. Xiao landlord, we know we were wrong, can you also hire us as apartment employees? I can also do it. Step aside, let me come. The three almost started fighting. Hong Nan was so angry he fainted. Traitor. All traitors. She picked up a handful of sunflower seeds and smiled as she spoke, but I don't need so many employees. What a joke. Although the red hostility on the three of them was slowly fading, Xiao Shan did not forget their identities. Hiring Yu Yun was an accident, hiring all of them was clearly setting up enemies for the apartment. Suddenly, several people fell silent. Hong Nan's eyes were filled with hostility, his aggression was the strongest and he could no longer move. Xiao Shan signaled Yun Buxiang with her eyes. Yun Buxiang understood in a second, picked up Hong Nan, and casually tossed him outside. Watching Hong Nan roll on the ground a few times and remain unable to move after. Finally at ease, she clapped her hands and looked around boldly. You guys, are you going down by yourselves, or should I throw you down? The three big men turned pale. They trembled all over, and just when Yun Buxiang was about to make a move, someone screamed, I'll jump down myself. Watching the three of them leave, Yu Yun's expression became complex and grateful. She timidly said, so, about Wenju. Don't worry, we will rescue her, Xiao Shiren comforted her, and even if I don't rescue her, if I tell Ling Che, I believe she will go. No matter what, she was still Ling Che's friend, and Yu Yun believed that anyone chosen by Ling Che wouldn't be too bad. Yu Yun felt a bit dazed, thinking that perhaps this landlord Xiao was indeed as kind as the rumors suggested, but her kindness depended on the person. Xiao Shiren looked at Hong Nan lying far away, with no trace of pity in her eyes. He was like a pile of dead flesh, with only the occasional moving fingers proving he was still alive. There were more or less signs of zombies having passed by here, his legs were useless, and in this world of scarce resources, not even a deity could save him. It wouldn't be long before he would be devoured by zombies, leaving only a skeleton behind. But if she didn't do this, the one here could very well be herself. Xiao Shiren figured it out, having such an apartment would certainly make her a thorn in others' sides as she developed. It seems I need to get stronger too, Xiao Shiren murmured to herself. Yunizhao heard this and turned his face, unable to see his expression clearly. I thought you were always such a saint, a good person, but you surprised me. He swallowed the word saint. Xiao Shiren had heard the term saint so many times that her ears were about to grow calluses. She finally couldn't help but say, no way, Yunizhao, is it really that exaggerated? He shot her a cold glance and snorted. Xiao Shiren didn't care what he thought anymore and hurriedly urged, alright, since things are done, hurry up and fan me, it's so hot without any wind. Holding a bag of crystal nuclei and federal coins, she urged the system in her mind to hurry up and calculate. Seeing that her account had increased by 20,000 again, Xiao Shiren was even more excited. The federal coins were not bad actually. But there were also quite a few crystal nuclei, and although they seemed mostly level 2 on the surface, they totaled nearly 50 in bits and pieces. Yu Yun, just getting used to the new environment and immersed in becoming an employee of Xiao Shiren's apartment, hadn't realized what kind of employee she was and didn't dare to ask. She could only whisper, I wonder when Ling Che will come back. As soon as she spoke, Xiao Shiren waved her hand. Don't worry, I believe in Ling Che, she will be back soon. Yu Yun clenched her fingers, blurting out, but Wenju's life and death are uncertain now. She is a water-type ability user, and since she is a good friend of Ling Che, her strength must also be considerable, Xiao Shiren said, yawning, we just need to wait for her to come back. She lay back on the lounge chair, comfortably closing her eyes, while also directing the other mercenaries to collect all the federal coins from those zombies. Indeed, the federal coins stacked up into a small mountain, even more than before. Xiao Shiren's eyes sparkled. Although the system took a cut, no matter what, there should be at least 100,000, right? Statistics successful. Upon verification, the host has obtained a total of 80,000 federal coins, with 33,000 remaining to reach the LV3 apartment goal. Xiao Shiren was dumbfounded. She was furious, unable to help but question it, why only 80,000? System, did you really not take a cut? This batch of federal coins is of slightly lower quality than the previous one. The system coldly spat out these two words. Xiao Shan was deeply shocked, feeling a pain in her heart. Yun Yichao had become accustomed to such a Xiao Shan, only frowning while his hands kept moving. Yu Yun felt a little uneasy, thinking she must have done something wrong, and carefully closed her open mouth. Yun Xiaoduo had walked out at some point, her big eyes blinking as she grabbed Xiao Shan's hand. Sister, have those bad people been driven away? Her eyes were clear, and her sweet, cute face made one's heart soften just at a glance. But Xiao Shan knew she wasn't here just to play. The little girl was clever enough. Just thinking about it made Xiao Shan realize how many sunshine points she must have gained. She sighed again, marveling at the differences between systems, then gave Yun Xiaoduo a piece of candy. Yun Xiaoduo's eyes brightened suddenly. She tightened her grip on the candy, hesitated for a moment, and finally handed her something back. This time, the item was different from the previous leaf. It was actually a nut. Xiao Shan was curious and asked, Xiaoduo, what is this used for? This is a nut, with strong defensive abilities. Even a level 3 mutated zombie can be resisted to some extent. Yun Yichao finally spoke up, his tone filled with resentment, almost grinding his teeth, and if it can't break its attack, it can keep defending. Xiao Shan, Xiaoduo really likes you. It should be known that even as Yun Xiaoduo's own brother, he wouldn't be this generous, giving so many plants in one go. Yun Xiaoduo echoed, brother is right, I love big sister the most. Yun Yichao's expression darkened, his face twisted momentarily, and he fell silent again. But Xiao Shan was extremely shocked, exclaiming, level 3 mutated zombie? She looked at the nut in her hand. The system had said it could attack and defend, could protect, and this was it. If her apartment had Yun Xiaoduo's defense, combined with the ability to fly from Yun Buxiang, Xiao Shan's heart raced. The thought of wanting to recruit them all quickly grew. This Yun family was truly a treasure. Xiao Shan was in a daze for a while, and Yun Yichao's lips curled into a slight arc. So, you realize our strength, huh? Xiao Shan glanced at Yun Yichao, then at Yun Xiaoduo, and after a long while finally spoke, her eyes flickering with unspoken words. So, you are the weakest in the entire Yun family? Yun Yichao. Xiao Shan innocently said, I still don't know your ability. Yun Yichao was angered to the point of laughter. Who do you think is the weakest? I am. He didn't finish as he met the other's piercing gaze, closing his mouth. Yun Yichao narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint appearing. Xiao Shan didn't hear what Yun Yichao said afterward, feeling somewhat disappointed. Instead, Yun Xiaoduo's clear voice chimed in, No, my brother is the strongest. Xiao Shan raised an eyebrow, but Yun Yichao quickly interjected, Xiaoduo. Yun Xiaoduo stopped speaking, looking at Xiao Shan, then at Yun Yichao, twirling her fingers with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Xiao Shan shrugged, lightly laughing to comfort her, and handed Yun Xiaoduo another piece of candy. Since your brother won't let you say, then let's drop it. After all, everyone has their own privacy. Some people say this on the surface, but secretly start planning how to abduct Yun Xiaoduo. Yun Yichao glanced at her and finally managed to squeeze out a few words. I thought you didn't know. I believe Landlady Qiao has plenty of secrets too, right? Xiao Shan pointed at herself, me? She thought for a moment, and there really weren't many, aside from this system. Xiao Shan began to reflect if she had exposed too much of herself usually, but then thought again, the people in the apartment were all carefully selected, so there was really nothing to worry about. Today, Xiao Shuren's deeds quickly spread throughout the entire base. Really a cause for celebration. Yun Buxiang approached, rubbing his fingers together. You wouldn't know, sister, everyone is so happy about what you did today. Happy about what? Xiao Shuren instinctively asked. It seemed like she hadn't done anything remarkable. Yun Buxiang chuckled, isn't it because everyone was worried about you taking in all sorts of people? TSK, who would have thought you had such a side to you? Everyone is praising your strong-willed methods. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuren understood. It all came down to her reputation as a great benefactor in the apocalypse. Yun Buxiang rubbed his fingers. Sister, your reputation has changed so fast, don't you want to treat yourself? As he spoke, he swallowed hard, eager to crack open Xiao Shuren's space right away. Xiao Shuren raised her forehead, revealing a black line. This is your true goal, isn't it? Yun Buxiang exclaimed, come on, we're all family. I'm genuinely happy for my sister, and isn't there a newcomer here? He glanced at the newcomer, Yu Yun, who hadn't expected Yun Buxiang to suddenly look at her, taking a few timid steps back. Yu Yun remembered clearly how the other party had dealt with Hong Nan. Her face paled a bit, but she heard Xiao Shuren cheerfully say, all right, everyone has worked hard today. Since we have a newcomer, let's eat something good today. Yu Yun hadn't realized what this statement meant. Then she watched Xiao Shuren pull out a pile of chicken, duck, fish, and meat from her space, all fresh. Yu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this still the apocalypse? She blinked her eyes. Could she really be seeing fresh meat? Chicken, duck, fish, and meat? Yun Buxiang's eyes nearly gleamed with green light as he laughed nonstop. Sister, it turns out I didn't misjudge you. Chapter 96, Ling Che's Return, Zombie Enhancement. Yun Bushan called out sister over and over, while Yu Yun was already dazed, unable to believe what she was seeing. Bag after bag of fresh meat was nonchalantly pulled out by Xiao Shiren. Since the moment she opened her eyes, Yu Yun had lived in the apocalypse. Where had she seen these things? She swallowed hard. Xiao landlord. Yu Yun smiled bitterly. I finally understand why Hongnan made us take such great risks to go after you. They had once gathered information about Xiao Shiren's apartment from the outside, hearing only that it was good, but never imagined it could be this good. Now, not even in her apartment, Xiao Shiren had so many supplies. What if it were in her apartment? At this moment, Yu Yun felt incredibly grateful, glad she had switched sides, otherwise, she might have ended up with the same fate as Hong Nan and the others. As for Xiao Shiren, she naturally had her own intentions. She noticed on the system map that the color indicating Yu Yun's location changed from light green to deep green, curling her lips. Exchanging a pile of food for the loyalty of a plant-type ability user couldn't be better for Xiao Shiren. After handing the goods to Yun Bushan, Xiao Shiren took the opportunity to let Yun Yichou and Yun Xiaoduo leave. Yu Yun's emotions were complicated, and Xiao Shiren finally spoke. You said before that you are a plant-type ability user? Yu Yun just came to her senses and nodded, and Xiao Shiren didn't hide her purpose, speaking clearly. What is the specific nature of your ability? What level is it now? Yu Yun was stunned. After hesitating for a moment in response to Xiao Shiren's question, she finally said. My current ability level is level 2, and the evolved ability mainly focuses on catalysis. Catalysis. Xiao Shiren's eyelids jumped. It was exactly the ability she wanted. Her heart raced, and Yu Yun said here, a bit anxious, as for my current ability, it is basically non-offensive, and my catalysis power isn't that strong. I can probably only make it grow 5 times in an instant. This is also one of her worries. Yu Yun has passed through many bases, and there are also level differences among plant-type abilities. Yu Yun's catalytic ability is of the weaker kind. Xiao Shiren murmured to herself, 5 times. Yu Yun, afraid that Xiao Shiren would abandon her, hurriedly spoke again. Although my catalytic ability is not strong, it can improve as I level up. Besides, I can do other hard work, I can do anything. It is clear that Yu Yun's desire to survive is very strong. After all, she is a plant type, without attack ability, belonging to the weaker kind. Xiao Shiren suddenly spoke, since you have no attack ability and your catalytic ability is weak, why do they keep bringing you along? Xiao Shiren's words instantly turned Yu Yun's face pale, as if she recalled some bad memories, her teeth trembling. After she said this, she looked at the other's reaction, and naturally understood, falling into silent contemplation as well. In the post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people who have not awakened their abilities, or ability users without offensive capabilities, especially women, face especially tragic fates without the protection of a base. And Xiao Shiren had experienced this herself. The two stayed silent for a long time, and finally, Xiao Shiren changed the subject. She pondered, since it is catalytic, can your ability catalyze other plant-type abilities? Yu Yun came to her senses, her voice hoarse. What? Xiao Shiren turned her face away and repeated, can you catalyze other plant abilities? Yu Yun was stunned. Plant-type ability users are already extremely rare, and catalytic ones are even rarer, but the idea of catalyzing the abilities of other plant-type users was something she had never considered before. She hesitated and said, I shouldn't be able to, right? The two exchanged glances. Xiao Shiren took out a cherry and pondered, maybe we can try next time. This meal was extremely sumptuous, and when counting, they had already stopped at this temporary rest point for a day. Especially Yun Buxiang, who had oil dripping from his mouth. Delicious. Sister, in all this time, Big Brother hasn't eaten such good food. When I get the chance, I want to move into your apartment. I want to eat delicious food with you every day. Yun Yichou found Yun Buxiang's behavior quite unappealing, turning her face away, unable to bear to look at him. Yun Xiaoduo's face was also flushed. Xiao Shiren, however, was thinking about something else. It was getting late, and Ling Che and the others had still not returned. Even if she had a big heart, she couldn't help but sense that something was off at that moment. Yu Yun sat quietly next to her, drinking porridge, tears shimmering in her eyes. In my whole life, I've had porridge a handful of times. The last time I had it was when my dad found out I was a plant type and told me to get out of the house. Xiao Shiren did not interrupt, silently listening as Yu Yun spoke. Yu Yun sighed, opened her mouth, clearly not wanting to talk about it anymore. She looked at Xiao Shiren and said seriously, thank you, Xiao landlord. But? Yu Yun put down her bowl and murmured, I don't know how Wenju is doing. But she is a third-tier water type, so she should be okay unless she encounters mutated dandelions. Xiao Shiren comforted her, this place is so wide, the probability of encountering mutated dandelions is very low. Look, we haven't encountered any after traveling for so long. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sudden rustling sound around them. Everyone became alert at that moment. Yun Buxiang's eyelids twitched, and he immediately put down his bowl and stood in front of Xiao Shiren, saying, Sister, don't worry, Big Brother is right here.
As he spoke, a figure already darted past them and came to stand before Xiao Shuren. Yun Buxiang was startled and instinctively swore. But when he saw who it was, his eyes widened. Ling Che? Ling Che's gaze was slightly cold, with some signs of injury on his body. He looked at them and, with a hoarse voice, said, "I'm back." Her gaze shifted from Xiao Xuan to Yu Yun, clearly stunned. Yu Yun's breath caught, her voice almost changed. "Sister Ling Che?" Xiao Xuan quickly recounted what happened today to Ling Che, and Ling Che paused, grasping the key words. "Looking at Yu Yun, you said, when Zhu is coming this way?" Yu Yun finally spoke, "Yes." The atmosphere fell silent again. Xiao Xuan couldn't tell what Ling Che was thinking, her gaze was fixed on the fire, dark and heavy. She hurriedly asked, "Ling Che, did you find anything ahead? And how did you get hurt?" Ling Che shook her head. "I encountered some zombies, and I've already searched the area, there's nothing here, and I didn't see that mutated plant." She was succinct, however, the surrounding zombies seemed to have gained some kind of enhancement. Enhanced? A single stone stirred 1,000 layers of waves. Ling Che's words made everyone turn back. She looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd and asked lightly, "Haven't you noticed that the zombies we encountered are stronger?" Chapter 97, The Zhongyan Base, Gathering of Level 2 and Above Zombies. Indeed. Yu Yun spoke first. "I felt it before, the strength of the zombies has increased." After she finished, other mercenaries began to speak. "Indeed, I also feel these zombies are tougher. What used to be easy to kill now drains me of a lot of my abilities." Yun Buxian was puzzled. "Really? How come I didn't feel much?" Everyone looked at him, silently criticizing, "How can it be the same?" Yun Buxian looks strong. "The closer we get to the Zhongyan base, the stronger the surrounding zombies become." Ling Che's gaze fell on Yu Yun, speaking indifferently, "I'm surprised you took her in." This you naturally referred to Xiao Xuan. Yu Yun felt a bit wronged. "Sister Ling Che." Xiao Xuan touched her nose and mumbled, "You saved them before too. But speaking of which, what about your friend?" "Too kind-hearted," Ling Che commented. Then she continued, "She has her own self-defense ability, and since I can sense it, she must be able to as well. She might have left earlier." It seems Ling Che has a lot of confidence in her friend. Xiao Xuan was more curious about the friend's strength. "The others are still behind, but some of them are injured," Ling Che continued. Xiao Xuan understood, she had brought a lot of medicine when she set out. When the others arrived, Xiao Xuan realized what those injuries actually meant. Not just a few. And among them, the one injured the most and struggling to speak was Wang Meng. He leaned on a crutch, shouting loudly, "Landlord! You better compensate me well this time. Look at me, I have almost no good flesh left." Xiao Xuan took a look, and indeed all over Wang Meng were injuries, blood-soaked, looking terrifying. He cried out, "You don't know, those zombies were so fierce, if it weren't for the female warrior, I would have been caught and killed. I still have to thank the female warrior, after all, I didn't teach him my skills for nothing." Xiao Xuan twitched her mouth. If he hadn't mentioned it, she might have felt a bit sympathetic. But once he did, all she wanted was to give him a good punch. "Serves you right." She thought this in her heart but still gave Wang Meng the best medicine, saying unfriendly, "How dare you say that? If you teach Ling Che badly again, you can fend for yourself." Wang Meng wailed, "No." Xiao Xuan rolled her eyes. At this moment, everyone had gathered together. Du Zhonghong heard the commotion and also came over, his face slightly darkened. "It seems this plant mutation is much more difficult than we thought." Yun Buxiang shot him a glare. "What do you mean difficult?" "That's because it's not my turn to step in." He huffed, "I think you are scared, right?" "Who's scared? Who's scared?" Du Zhonghong's eyes bulged. "Do you think you can only use your strength? Do you even have a brain?" Yun Buxiang felt even more aggrieved and was about to retort. Xiao Shuren felt a headache coming on and quickly changed the subject. "If that's the case, we need to make some plans. Ling Che, up until now, we haven't found the location of that mutated dandelion, right?" Ling Che nodded. "I've already searched all around, and aside from stronger zombies, I haven't seen any mutated dandelion." While saying this, she frowned and added, "I haven't seen any mutated plants either." The others exchanged glances. Xiao Shuren instinctively said, "Could it have already left?" "It shouldn't have," Du Zhonghong frowned, "since it destroyed the Zhongyan base, it likely considers it its territory." "And didn't you say that the further we go, the stronger the zombies become? If it's really influenced by that mutated dandelion, it must be here. According to our scouting position, it really is about here." Yun Buxiang also withdrew his usual carefree attitude and became serious. "No matter what, we must destroy it this time. Prevent it from spreading." He suddenly changed the subject and quickly grabbed a bowl of hot porridge just out of the pot. "But hey, if you ask me, let's not think too much, let's eat first." Du Zhonghong scolded, "You old fool, can you act normal for once?" Everyone fell silent. The current situation clearly showed that the mutated dandelion was very strong.
They were fully prepared but had no idea what they would face this time. People around them were starting to feel uneasy. The enemy was hidden while they were exposed. It was truly concerning. Xiao Shiren secretly asked the system, can you find the location of that mutated dandelion? The system is not all-powerful. Xiao Shiren felt a bit disappointed. The system continued, however, the host can spend 10,000 federal coins to upgrade the system map and view living beings within a 5-kilometer radius. Xiao Shiren. She secretly gritted her teeth. This damn system really never forgets to con me out of my federal coins. What do you mean by con? The system declared with righteous indignation, the host's federal coins are to upgrade system functions, allowing you to survive better in the apocalypse. Human, do not question this system. Xiao Shiren took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her pain. It's just 10,000 federal coins? Fine. I'll spend it. She was also a woman with 180,000 federal coins. With the sound of a ding, her federal coins indeed decreased by 10,000. But on the system map, there was still no display. She refused to give up and asked, System, are you sure this map covers 5 kilometers? After all, they were very close to the Zhongin base, yet there was nothing showing at all. Human, you are questioning this system again. This system never scams. It seemed like there really wasn't anything nearby. Xiao Shiren sighed, feeling an inexplicable anxiety. It would be fine if there were no mutated dandelions, but not a single zombie either? Where did those zombies go? After the apocalypse, zombies were practically everywhere. But aside from the previous wave, she surprisingly hadn't seen any. Lost in thought, someone suddenly patted her shoulder. Xiao Shiren turned to look, and Ling Che leaned next to her, his brows softened a bit in the firelight. I found a lot of federal coins inside the Zhongin base. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shiren nearly jumped up. What? Her tone was excited, raising her voice, but then she seemed to realize something. You didn't bring any back because there was danger, right? Ling Che pressed his lips together. There were many zombies inside, and their levels were all second stage or above. When Xiao Shiren heard second stage or above, she couldn't help but gasp. Were there no lower stage ones? Xiao Shiren asked, unwilling to give up, trying to find a piece of evidence that this task would be relatively simple. Unfortunately, her expectations were destined to be dashed. No. Ling Che replied extremely decisively, all are level 2 or above. Chapter 98, Everyone Gets Protective Suits, Xiao Xian the Great Benefactor. Xiao Xian's face instantly fell. Level 2 or above zombies were not easy to deal with. But after thinking carefully, Xiao Xian realized something was wrong. She had the system. I remember there are quite a few protective items in the system, right? The system immediately responded, this system's zombie protection suit requires crystal cores for purchase. Please be cautious, host. Though it said to be cautious, it soon reported the number of crystal cores. Detected that the host currently has 128 crystal cores, and the zombie protection suit is priced at 1 crystal core per suit. Xiao Xian was stunned. Crystal cores? And 1 core for 1 suit? System, why don't you go grab some? The prices in the system mall are all reasonable. This suit can withstand 1 lethal contact from a level 3 zombie. After hearing the system's words, Xiao Xian swallowed her complaints back down. These are zombies higher than level 3. Xiao Xian's heart started to race. Ling Che was not wrong. If he said there were many zombies inside, there would definitely be a lot of zombies gathered, and they would have to look for mutated dandelions, surely finding other crystal cores. Please confirm whether to purchase. Xiao Xian calculated and decisively said, buy. We must buy. There were about 100 supernatural beings who came this time, isn't that just 100 crystal cores? She could afford it. As Xiao Xian heard the clear sound of payment in her mind, the powerful mutated dandelion had already caught everyone's attention on the scene, and some couldn't help but whisper. If what you say is true, this mutated dandelion is quite hard to eliminate. What should we do? Moreover, the zombies are getting stronger as we go deeper, there might even be level 3 and level 4 ahead. It's been the apocalypse for so long, and we have never encountered this kind of situation. The atmosphere at the scene became noticeably tense, some were wiping their sweat, and everyone was a bit silent. What are you afraid of? Du Zhonghong, who had stopped arguing with Yun Buxiang at some point, said seriously, standing at the forefront, isn't our base surviving until now due to our united effort? No matter how strong the enemy, we can defeat them one by one. The mutated dandelion is just the beginning. If we back down now, what about other mutated plants in the future? Led by him, the people around finally calmed down, but someone couldn't help but say, but if we encounter high-level zombies, what should we do? The Zhongin base also has a long history and... To this kind of defeatist talk, Wang Meng found it displeasing. What are you shouting about? We have been together for so long, even if you don't believe them, shouldn't you believe in our landlord Xiao and the female war god? Hey, what's the big deal? Is it just a mutated dandelion? I can take them out directly. Wang Meng looked at Xiao Xian, winking. Landlord Xiao, don't you think so? He had a look as if he was eager for praise, and Xiao Xian's mouth twitched, but she still surveyed the crowd. I understand everyone's worries, after all, it's an unknown enemy, but... She deliberately paused, seeing all eyes drawn to her. Du Zhonghong also looked at her in hesitation? Could it be that Xiao Xian had other tricks up her sleeve? Yun Yichao glanced at her, his originally impatient eyes showing a hint of curiosity. Xiao Xian stood up, waved her hand, and 100 zombie protection suits appeared out of thin air one by one. Hey, what is this good stuff? Yun Buxiang exclaimed, mouth agape. Everyone was stunned, unable to look away. Xiao Xian snapped her fingers. Zombie protective suits can withstand one lethal attack from a level 3 zombie. Since we are about to go, we need to be fully prepared. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Du Zhonghong was even more astonished. He rushed forward. Landlord Xiao. Is it really true? This can really withstand a level 3 zombie's lethal attack? Wang Meng stuttered, his eyes glinting with green light. Such a precious thing, are you really going to give it to us? Xiao Shiren nodded, generously said, yes, since we are all working together, everyone from the base and everyone from our arc apartment will each have one. Du Zhonghong's eyes instantly became complex. He stared deeply at Xiao Shiren, looking at the protective suit, even trembling a little. Xiao Shiren was so generous with them, giving them such precious life-saving items. You must know, such items were particularly rare in the apocalypse. Even some leaders did not have them, but Xiao Shiren had given them out without even blinking. Wang Meng grinned, already used to Xiao Shiren's generosity. He put it on without hesitation, turned around. Wow, it's quite light. Sure enough, following our landlord means we can eat and drink well. At this moment, Wang Meng had clearly become Xiao Shiren's #1 fan, his eyes glued to Xiao Shiren, wishing he could follow her for a lifetime. The others were also excited, some even turning red in the face. Great! With this, I even have confidence against those mutated dandelions. Yeah, if it weren't for Landlord Xiao, I might never wear such good stuff in my life. Thank you, Landlord Xiao. Someone in the crowd shouted, while Xiao Shiren couldn't help but curve her lips, looking at their boosted morale, and interrupted them. But don't misunderstand, I'm not giving these to you for free. Since we are all abilities users, my requirement is that after you put it on, you must at least bring me back 1 crystal core. After all, Xiao Shiren had bought these with crystal cores, so she of course needed to get them back in the end. With the crystal cores, she could buy a suit for everyone in the apartment. Xiao Shiren thought simply, but the crowd suddenly fell silent. Just when she was pondering whether her demands were too high, someone shouted. Just this? Then countless gazes fell on her, and someone exclaimed. Landlord Xiao, you're really a great person. Wearing this protective suit, it's not just 1 crystal core, I would be willing to bring back 10. This might withstand a level 3 zombie. In their eyes, Xiao Shiren's requirement was hardly a requirement at all. Even Xiao Shiren was seen as a big good person among the good people. A lighthouse in the apocalypse, the light of the apocalypse. Always looking out for everyone's welfare, even giving them free protective suits. Xiao Shiren still didn't realize that she had once again solidified her image as the great good person of the apocalypse, and at the moment felt quite clever herself. This not only encouraged everyone, but also made them willingly dig out crystal cores and earn federal coins from the Alliance base. After finishing distributing the protective suits in her hand, there were still some left. And over at the Dawn base, they could no longer sit still. Wait, sister, what about us? Yun Buxiang stared wide-eyed, shouting, why do they get it but we don't? As he said this, he moved a little closer to Xiao Shiren, showing a look of longing and expectation, elbowing her arm. Based on our relationship, how about you get me a set too? Yun Buxiang looked quite familiar with Xiao Shiren. Uncle. Yun Yichao tensed up, awkwardly looking elsewhere, refusing to do something begging like, let's forget it, and this thing is really precious. Yun Buxiang glared at him. This kid doesn't understand anything. Don't ruin his good deeds. Yun Yichao shut his mouth. Deep inside he felt something unusual. Xiao Shiren's generosity was excessively large. He had to admit, Xiao Shiren's big generosity even moved him. No wonder in such a short time, the Ark apartment had already gained a bit of fame. Jiao Shan was waiting for Yun Buxiang to speak. Her smile deepened a bit. Big brother, you say this? Who are we to each other? Of course, I saved some for you, and there's also Xiao Duo. I saved a set for both of you. She pretended to hesitate, but looking at it, it seems like our nephew isn't very willing, huh? Yun Buxiang immediately perked up at the chance and said, sister, don't mind him. He's just picky with his words, he shows a grumpy face every day, but deep down he really wants it. He kept calling her sister, almost wanting to snatch the protective suit away. The others at the Dawn base also turned their gaze to Jiao Shan, filled with anticipation. Oh, I see. Jiao Shan smiled slyly like a fox. Since he feels burdened, why not have him give me 100 crystal cores at that time? This will be his reward. How does that sound? No problem at all. Yun Buxiang readily agreed, it's just 100 crystal cores, our nephew is tough. He'll manage it in no time. Then what about this protective suit? He took a turn in the conversation, bringing that up, losing all sense of shame. Sister, our goals are the same, we all want to deal with the dandelions, right? Zhao Shan compromised quickly, pushing the matter to Yun Buxiang. Who are we to each other, big brother? Of course, this protective suit is for you. Besides, since we've decided to travel together, we can't treat anyone differently, can we? Yun Yichao was stunned when he heard about the 100 crystal cores, looking at Zhao Shan in disbelief, unable to hold back. I haven't even spoken yet, and you all sold me out? Xiao Duo didn't know when she ran over. She hugged Zhao Shan's thigh, ingratiatingly saying, it's okay, sister. My brother is really strong and can totally buy the crystal cores. As she spoke, she winked at Yun Yichao. Right, brother? The little girl's tone was soft, making it impossible to refuse. Yun Yichao. He gritted his teeth and thought. Fine. 100 crystal cores is just 100 crystal cores. Zhao Shan saw the change in Yun Yichao's expression and finally felt satisfied. She smiled faintly. The Dawn base has them too, one suit per person. But, you all have to give crystal cores, okay? Everyone at the Dawn base erupted into excited cheers. Awesome. Long live Landlord Zhao. A little crystal core, nothing to worry about. In just a few days, not only the people from the Dawn base, but even Yun Yichao's uncle and sister had been completely won over by Zhao Shan. Yun Yichao's gaze darkened. Zhao Shan was happily calculating her future profits. If others gave her a crystal core, she would quickly break even. With the 100 crystal cores that Yun Yichao agreed to give her and the federal currency from the Zhouman apartment. In the end, she defined her actions this time. Worth it. So worth it. The more Zhao Shan thought about it, the happier she became. When the protective suit was handed to Yu Yun, she froze for a moment. Huh? I also get one? But I don't have combat ability. Wang Meng understood the situation with the girl in front of him, and without hesitation, he shoved it into her hands. Sister, now you're an employee of our Ark apartment, of course you will get one. As for not having combat ability, is that such a big deal? I'll get you one when I take out the crystal cores. Yu Yun looked at her protective suit, still feeling a bit unreal. Within just a day, she had come from hell to heaven. At this moment, hearing Wang Meng say this, her eyes instantly turned red. She whispered, thank you. After she spoke, Zhao Shan noticed that the little green figure above her head had deepened, leaving her momentarily stunned. When did Wang Meng become so good at winning hearts? Since that's the case, let's set off tomorrow. Ling Che spoke thoughtfully, his tone extremely calm. Others nodded in agreement, but she still looked at Zhao Shan, pondering for a moment, then said, come with me. Once the two of them walked to a secluded corner. Ling Che subtly pointed out, not everyone is a good person, more likely, they are like that little team today. Xiao Shiren took a moment to understand. She realized that Ling Che was hinting at her to keep her wealth hidden. Ling Che spoke delicately, and Xiao Shiren smiled back at her, saying, Ling Che, I understand. Don't worry. Ling Che's expression softened slightly, as long as you know. She didn't say anything, but Xiao Shiren knew Ling Che was caring for her. After some thought, she considered that Ling Che was not a stranger. For so long, she had seen her character clearly, so she leaned in mysteriously and said, actually, I have a natural ability to tell good people from bad. I've already looked around, and everyone here is good, that's why it is like this. Ling Che looked at her in surprise. Xiao Shiren smiled at her, see? The character of the other people in our apartment isn't bad, right? Ling Che frowned as if pondering the meaning of her words and then nodded, indeed. However, one must always be cautious. She looked at Xiao Shiren, her voice slightly cold, reminiscent of a sharp curved blade, be careful in everything. And for such rare items, try to keep them for your own safety. She hesitated a moment when saying rare items. After all, Xiao Shiren had taken out too many, it even made her dizzy for a moment. Xiao Shiren felt warmth in her heart, okay. In fact, it wasn't really rare, but she didn't tell Ling Che that. The two stood in the dim light for a while before returning to their respective tents to rest. As soon as she lay down, Xiao Shiren couldn't wait to speak. System, check my current assets. Detected hosts federal currency assets, 130,000. Detected hosts crystal cores, 28. Seeing the sudden drop in her balance, Xiao Shiren felt her heart bleed. Right now, she could only hope for the Zhuan base. Once she got to the Zhuan base, killed those zombies, and took the federal currency, wouldn't her assets recover a bit? Please hosts assets reach 500,000 as soon as possible to upgrade to apartment level 3, unlocking more features. Seeing the words upgrade, Xiao Shiren ground her teeth in anger. You dare say that? The last time you upgraded the map was useless and wasted 50,000 federal currency. That was a whole 50,000. Hearing her, the system finally sighed. Host, this map can not only explore 5 kilometers forward and backward, but also 5 kilometers up and down. Not detecting anything nearby only means there's nothing there.
It may not be useful now, but it might be very useful later. Early exploration, early preparation.
Xiao Shiren immediately replied, explore underground 5 kilometers? How come I didn't see that? It needs to be manually activated.
She perked up, opened the system map, and indeed saw an option to manually activate it in a small corner. As soon as she activated it, she was stunned.
Roots, densely packed roots. Chapter 100, arriving at the mutated dandelion root area.
The center of the map was empty, but the edge of the map leading to the Zhuang base was filled, and it was crowded with roots below. Xiao Shiren's scalp tingled. There were no other creatures nearby, only the ground was occupied by dense root systems, which were incredibly developed, clearly mutated organisms.
Xiao Shiren murmured, is this the mutated dandelion? It looked a bit terrifying.
Faced with the allure of federal currency inside the Zhuang base, for the first time, she felt hesitant. Those roots were just too eye-catching. Forget it, I've come this far, Xiao Shiren thought. Now she had Ling Che, the Yun family, the Du family, and her own special abilities.
What was there to be afraid of?
Thinking this way, Xiao Shiren finally felt at ease and fell asleep. After a night passed, when she woke up feeling refreshed, outside, Du Zhonghong had already started organizing everyone to pack up and move forward. According to the information provided by Ling Che, there have been very few zombies along the road to the Zhongyan base, so we will set off immediately. Du Zhonghong, with a proper demeanor and quite mature, glanced in surprise when he saw Xiao Shiren walking out. After coughing for a moment, he finally spoke, Little Xiao, you're here.
I was just about to ask if you have any thoughts on this. I have no objections.
Xiao Shi yawned and casually added, however, based on my observations, this mutated plant has likely been growing rapidly. She looked at Du Zhonghong, her expression turning serious.
We must eliminate it quickly.
I suspect the reason there are no zombies nearby is that all the zombies have been consumed by these mutated dandelions.
Last night, Xiao Shiren thought about this for a long time and finally realized the problem. In just a month, the mutated dandelions have spread so far, so what will happen in the future? Du Zhonghong looked stunned and finally murmured, you're right. We actually don't know which parts of the mutated plants are mutated. If they grow by consuming other living beings, allowing them to develop could lead to unimaginable consequences.
He quickly snapped back to reality, looked deeply at Xiao Shiren, and raised his voice. All members, we set off immediately. The Shuguang base was already used to following Xiao Shiren. When they saw them set off, Yun Buxiang naturally sent people to follow along without saying a word. Yun Yichao was about to pull his sister along when he heard Yun Xiaoduo's soft voice resisting, I don't want to be with my brother.
I want to be with my sister.
Yun Yichao's face turned dark, but he couldn't bear to say anything harsh to his sister, so he could only glare at Xiao Shiren with resentment.
If resentment could kill, Xiao Shiren believed she would have died many times by now.
Xiao Shiren looked innocent as she glanced at Yun Xiaoduo and then at herself. After a moment, she slowly said, Xiaoduo, it seems your brother doesn't want to. Yun Xiaoduo looked at Yun Yichao and saw that his expression was indeed not good.
Yun Yichao turned his head, trying to force a gentle smile. Xiaoduo, who do you want to be with?
Yun Xiaoduo looked at her brother's stiff smile, shrank her neck, and urged, Brother, I want to be with my sister. There was a hint of subtle disdain in her tone. Yun Xiaoduo's attitude was like a thunderbolt to Yun Yichao. He keenly sensed the disdain in his sister's eyes and found it hard to believe.
His sister actually preferred an outsider this much? To choose her over him in a choice?
Yun Yichao took a deep breath, speaking each word slowly, Yun Xiaoduo.
Brother is fierce.
Yun Xiaoduo, quick-witted, seized the opportunity to slip out and hug Xiao Shiren's leg. Xiao Shiren raised an eyebrow in triumph and looked at Yun Yichao, her eyes shining, suggesting that his sister seemed to like her more.
To Yun Yichao, this felt like a provocation.
He nearly bit his teeth in anger, his handsome face finally showing a distorted meaning as he smiled and said, All right, if Xiaoduo is with you, then I will follow along as well.
Xiao Shiren, ?
But before Xiao Shiren could react, he took a long step and squeezed into the car.
Xiao Shiren was greatly shocked and resisted, Don't you have your own car?
Yun Yichao finally felt a sense of relief, chuckling, Too lazy to take it.
Xiao Shiren raised her voice, So you want to squeeze in with us?
Yun Yichao's expression was awkward as he retorted, Who told you to lie to my sister?
After saying this, Yun Buxiang's voice came from outside the car, Sister, what are you doing in there?
He was taken aback when he got closer, rubbing his eyes and looking at Yun Yichao and then at Xiao Shiren.
No, it can't be, he's not seeing things this early in the morning, right? Why are these two enemies squeezed together? But if the two of them are together, doesn't that mean he has to sit in too? He must cultivate relationships with his sister properly. He suddenly brightened up, plopping down next to two people with a grin, Sisters, since our nephew is here, I guess I have no choice but to sit beside you. Yun Buxiang hadn't even warmed his seat yet when Wang Meng wrapped his arm around Feng Shirqing's shoulder, excitedly getting onto the car, Landlord Xiao, I'm here. He glanced at a few people, momentarily stunned. What are you doing here? The space inside the car instantly became extremely cramped. Xiao Xian twitched the corner of her mouth. Forget it. A little squeeze is fine. After all, it wasn't her who would feel uncomfortable. Yunizhao's face grew darker. Cramped in the corner, he found Wang Mang and Yun Buxian on either side of him, deliberately leaving a spacious area for Xiao Xian. In the end, even a little dog was sitting in the middle. As soon as the little dog saw Yunizhao, it felt uneasy, lifting its lion-like head, sniffing here and there, a little puzzled inside. That little girl looked pretty nice. Where did this big man come from? He didn't look like a good person at all. It howled at Yunizhao, and seeing no reaction, continued howling numerous times. Yunizhao's patience was now stretched to its limits, veins popping in his fingers, gritting his teeth as he looked at the big white tiger before him. If you spray saliva on my face again, do you believe I will skin you? The little dog admitted defeat. For the rest of the way, the little dog was observing this human. Xiao Shan didn't even glance at Yunizhao, pulling out snacks and enjoying them all the way. Yet Yunizhao stared at her without blinking, resentment in his eyes almost turning tangible. The little dog understood. Oh. It's Xiao Shan's new love. It looked like he was abandoned, undoubtedly a resentful husband, no wonder he was so fierce. TSK. Not to be provoked, not to be provoked. What the little dog thought about, thankfully Xiao Shan didn't know, otherwise, she would definitely give it some hard hits. She looked out the window. Because of the apocalypse, the ground was barren, but the air grew hotter as they got closer to the Zhongmen base. Xiao Shan used her tricks again, pulling out a big ice block, but soon heard the system's voice. System alert, you have entered the area of the mutated dandelion root system. Please be extra careful, host. Chapter 101, there are so many zombies outside. Mutated dandelion root system area? Xiao Shan was surprised. I feel hotter and hotter now. Could it be related to this mutated dandelion? Does this mutated dandelion have a heat-generating function? Just as Xiao Shan was about to warn the others to be vigilant, the others, having much more combat experience than her, had already spoken up. Wang Meng wiped his sweat, not to mention, landlord, do you feel it's a bit hot today? It's not just hot weather. Yunizhao lowered his eyes and spoke coldly, this place is just as you described earlier, there are no zombies and no plants. The little dog raised its paw in agreement. Upon hearing this, everyone looked out the car window. Indeed, outside was extremely desolate, although the soil after the apocalypse was not suitable for plant life, there used to be a few resilient plants surviving. Now, there was nothing at all. It seems this mutated plant might be a little troublesome. Yunizhao looked outside, pondering, then asked, wasn't there someone in your team before Ling Che, right? Didn't you notice? As if summoned, Ling Che was quick and agile, directly clinging to the edge of their car, startling everyone. She squeezed in, making the already tight space even tighter, and said plainly, the reaction wasn't as strong before, I thought it was just the weather, but this time it's clearly hotter. Yunizhao, in the corner, unconsciously darkened his face again, but this time he managed to hold his tongue. Ordinary zombies wouldn't cause the weather to change, except for some legendary high-level zombies. Xiao Shan was puzzled. A bold idea surged in her heart, could it be that it is evolving? As soon as this thought emerged, she was startled by her own imagination. It was already a powerful mutated plant, even wiping out a base. If it evolved, what then? The driver's voice, Lu Chon, came from the front, his tone somewhat disjointed. Hurry, you all look quickly. Look at what? Wang Mang replied blankly, then leaned forward to look, freezing immediately. Outside, there are so many zombies. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and immediately looked at each other, indeed hearing the howls of zombies outside. Even Xiao Shiren didn't react at first, and then she heard the system's prompt sound, alerting her of a large number of malicious lifeforms ahead, and only then did she come to her senses. She suddenly froze, her eyes widened in shock. Ling Che, didn't you say the zombies were all at the Zhongmen base? Why are they all out now? As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Che had already stood up, drew out his short knife, the blade extremely sharp, reacting instinctively to her words, I don't know either. She frowned. With just a glance, she could tell the levels of these zombies, almost all are level 2 or 3, we can deal with them directly. So many zombies, dense as can be, emitting a disgusting stench, some even covered in pustules, and this was just outside the Zhongmen base. Xiao Shiren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, level 2 or 3, with their current strength, they could completely handle it. Once the system map expanded to 5 kilometers, she turned off the setting that prompted her immediately when lifeforms appeared. Unless she opened the system map or it was particularly severe, the system would remain silent unless something came right before her eyes. After all, how many lifeforms could there be within 5 kilometers? Oh. They also have federal coins on them. Wang Mang had already come back to his senses. Mentioning federal coins, Xiao Shiren focused her gaze, and indeed, she became spirited. Looking at the densely packed zombies, she was no longer frightened or disgusted. She stood up and eagerly scanned the area, her gaze landing on others, ultimately resting on Yunichou in the corner.
Xiao Shiren's eyes were shining. Yunichou, you should still remember my 100 crystal cores, right? There are all level 2 zombies here, you just need to kill 100. Yunichou, being stared at by such a sparkling girl, didn't know why, but he felt a bit of heat in his face. He glanced at her, secretly grinding his teeth, and said grumpily, got it.
Yunichou's movements were extremely swift, and in the blink of an eye, he had dashed into the crowd of zombies. Wang Mang also stood up, his eyes lighting up, cracking his knuckles as he spoke, just right, I didn't kill enough of these little bastards last time. He showed a hearty smile, at this moment filled with fighting spirit. Watch me take care of them, landlord, wait for me to bring you back a pile of federal coins.
The beep machine followed, letting out a howl.
The people from both bases also got out of the car, perhaps because of Xiao Shiren. This battle ended particularly smoothly. This group of zombies was much weaker than they had imagined. Xiao Shiren looked at bag after bag of federal coins, and crystal cores being handed over. Her smile could hardly contain itself.
Great, great. Her protective suit indeed wasn't a waste to buy.
And Yunichou also threw a large bag of crystal cores next to Xiao Shiren, looking quite disdainful as he said, here, the crystal cores you wanted, there are 50 here, I'll give you the remaining 50 later, we will have plenty of chances.
The arriving Ling Che also threw her a bag.
Xiao Shiren happily accepted it, her hands just touching it. When she heard Ling Che speak, these zombies are very different.
She was slightly stunned and instinctively asked, what's wrong?
Ling Che hesitated and said, I feel like they are escaping for their lives, and I sense that when I kill them, their strength has already diminished greatly.
Xiao Shiren glanced at her and then at Yunichou.
The other person had already returned to their position and, upon hearing this, couldn't help but lift their head. It seems, indeed. These zombies are very different from how I usually kill them. Moreover, some limbs are already missing, as if they have been gnawed by something.
The surroundings suddenly fell silent.
They exchanged glances several times before speaking in unison.
Mutated dandelions.
It should be known that the Zhongyan base is just ahead. Ling Che keenly remarked, if that's the case, I indeed felt something was off last time. Those zombies, although gathered at Zhongyan base, really seemed rather unwilling. And last time I encountered third-level zombies, but this time, there are only second-level ones. She lowered her gaze, and the people around her fell silent as well.
What exactly have these mutated dandelions turned into?
Forget it, no need to think too much, let's rest first. Wang Mang was the first to give up, thinking too much is tiring. Anyway, we're already here, and we have a female warrior like her in our team.
What are we afraid of? TSK, you don't know, the female warrior is incredible, she's simply my goddess.
If it weren't to save me, she wouldn't have been injured by that third-level zombie. He wouldn't forget how Ling Che stood in front of him and directly dug out the crystal core from that zombie's head with one knife.
So cool. Chapter 102, Abnormal Life Form? Dandelion Seeds.
Wang Mang was quite happy. But Ling Che was very humble, lowering her eyes and saying, it was just a coincidence, we still need to be cautious about these mutated dandelions. Xiao Shiren also lay down, thinking that it was useless to worry too much.
Instead, she wanted to see how many Federation coins she had now. With that thought, she immediately asked the system, her eyes filled with expectation, quick, you check how many Federation coins and crystal cores I just gained? This time, she was clearly aware of it. Definitely higher than last time and the time before that.
According to statistics, this time the host obtained a total of 150,000 Federation coins and 159 crystal cores.
System evaluation, the gain is noteworthy. What bird language is that? Doesn't matter. Ah, system, you finally acted human.
Xiao Shiren grinned widely, looking satisfied at her significantly increased Federation coins and crystal cores.
With so much, she could easily imagine a luxurious villa, a swimming pool, and all kinds of snacks and drinks from before the apocalypse. Right now, she was a wealthy lady with 280,000 Federation coins. If she went to Zhongyan base again and got the Federation coins inside, wouldn't she immediately have 500,000?
Not yet having figured out how to treat herself at that time, suddenly the system map lit up.
Alarm! Alarm! A large number of abnormal lifeforms detected ahead.
The system cannot assess the strength of these abnormal lifeforms, please prepare, host. The glaring red on the screen was striking, even carrying a hint of a bloody sense.
Xiao Shiren was directly stunned. What abnormal lifeforms? System, explain clearly.
This system has never seen such lifeforms and cannot explain, but it can feel that their power is extremely strong, and the host can assess it yourself. After she spent a huge sum of 50,000 to upgrade the system map, her vision now extended from 1 kilometer to 5 kilometers, making it easy to see the countless red dots densely appearing over at Zhongyan base, but at this moment, the red dots were decreasing. And right in the center, there was one particularly crimson point. It was even twice the size of the other zombies. At the same time, red dots were constantly appearing before them, more and more. Could it be that other zombies were coming to support? What the hell is this? Xiao Shiren was stunned. Watching the red dot that was forming like a dumpling, her heart tightened, even letting out a gasp. Noticing Xiao Shiren's instantly pale face, everyone sat up and looked at her. What happened? Xiao Shiren spoke urgently. It's hard to explain right now, but it seems like there's something ahead of us. Ling Che was stunned, and upon hearing Xiao Shiren, suddenly looked up towards the front. Her ability was the strongest, and her vision was the broadest. Xiao Shiren's tone deepened. They're getting closer. It's 2 kilometers away now, Ling Che, can you see it? Under Xiao Shiren's piercing gaze, Ling Che shook her head, looking a bit lost. No, there's nothing ahead. Xiao Shiren's tone was firm and insistent. Impossible. There must be something. What on earth were these abnormal life forms that the system couldn't detect? They were even appearing out of nowhere and spreading. They were only 2 kilometers away from the Zongan base at this moment. Xiao Shiren's gaze fell on that bright red, clearly understanding that it was the legendary mutated dandelion, and right now it was inside the Zongan base. Ling Che heard Xiao Shiren's words and, knowing her well, realized there must be a reason for her insistence, but she indeed couldn't see anything with her own eyes, so she suggested, how about I go check it out? No. Xiao Shiren shook her head. There are too many of them, not just a few, and they should be a new type of life form. According to the system's display, there were at least thousands of them. If Ling Che went alone, she felt uneasy. Xiao Shiren took a deep breath to comfort herself. It's okay, we'll go together. We have the protective suits we bought before. Even if they're new life forms, as long as they are not above level 3, we can deal with 1 or 2. The vehicle started off smoothly, and surprisingly, besides the zombies, they really didn't encounter anything else. As the system alerts indicated they were getting closer, Ling Che still saw no signs. Until they were only 200 meters away, there was still silence. Could it be that the system was really malfunctioning? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Shiren still made the driver stop the car. Because she stopped, everyone naturally halted too, and Du Zhonghong from another vehicle got out and asked, Xiao, why did we stop? Xiao Shiren explained her previous findings truthfully. Du Zhonghong was first taken aback, and after a moment, he asked in surprise, you mean, you're sure there's something ahead, but you can't see it? Xiao Shiren nodded and then whispered, those things are still moving forward. After finishing her words, Xiao Shiren looked ahead, her whole body now tense. Wang Meng poked his head out, scratching his head. I said, landlord, have you been making too much federal currency recently and are too nervous? Even the female warrior hasn't noticed. How did you predict this? After he finished, Fang Shicheng, who was usually cautious, couldn't help but roll his eyes. What do you know? The boss has never said anything inaccurate for so long. I think it's you who lack foresight. Hiss. Wang Meng realized later, that's true. Xiao Shiren felt a bit helpless. I honestly hope it's just an illusion. Unfortunately, the system's predictions could not possibly be wrong. She opened the system map. It showed they were only dozens of meters away now. But she still couldn't see anything. One by one, people also got out to get some fresh air, and when they were 10 meters away from Xiao Shiren, someone suddenly exclaimed behind her. What is this? Xiao Shiren turned her head and saw that a mercenary had unknowingly dropped a dandelion seed in his hand. Dandelion. Seed. Abnormal life form. Xiao Shiren suddenly came to her senses and exclaimed, quick, throw it away. But it was already too late. As the dandelion seed landed in the mercenary's hand, it quickly permeated through his skin, spreading like roots, directly embedding itself into the mercenary's body. The mercenary's face suddenly stiffened, turning pale. What? What is this thing? The sharp pain made him collapse to the ground. And the dandelion roots continued to spread until they touched the protective suit inside him. With a crack, the dandelion seeds spread halfway and seemed to get stuck. Then, the dandelion seeds fell to the ground. Everyone's gaze fell on the mercenary, their eyes filled with unprecedented shock. This is this a parasite? Du Zhonghong immediately sensed something was wrong. The mercenary's protective suit was directly shattered and dissipated as a result. The mercenary came to his senses from this magical reaction, his face turning pale as he quivered. What on earth is happening? Chapter 103, just blow it away. Your protective suit has already protected you from a fatal injury once. Xiao Shiren's tone was somewhat complex, sinking down. It turned out that the abnormal life form was actually a mutated dandelion. The mercenary suddenly looked at Xiao Shiren. In other words, did he just experience a life-threatening crisis? Everyone gasped in surprise. Is this the dangerous part of the dandelion? This dandelion is so terrifying? The mutated seeds can plant on a human body? Their faces were all extremely pale. And that mercenary collapsed directly onto the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Meng was also stunned. He shouted loudly, "No way, is this really true? Landlord, you really didn't make a mistake." Xiao Shiren squinted at the front, and at this moment, the system alarm in her mind turned blood red. "Please, host, be aware, a large number of abnormal life forms are approaching. Please prepare, host." Ling Che woke the dreamer with a single word, "A lot of dandelion seeds are coming over, hurry back to the car." As soon as she spoke, everyone looked up and, sure enough, countless dandelion seeds were rushing in at that moment. Without saying a word, Wang Meng grabbed Xiao Shiren and ran towards the car. "What are you still dawdling for, landlord? Run! I can't live without you. Without you, what will happen to our apartment?" The others were also in a panic, not knowing where to go. "Yes. What should we do? These mutated dandelion seeds can actually parasitize on the people, and their power is so strong." The previous mercenary was a level 2 ability user. Du Zhonghong was equally anxious, hurriedly trying to direct others back to the car, before the overwhelming dandelion seeds arrived. Everyone had already safely reached the car, and now they could only communicate via the intercom. The only calm ones were Xiao Shiren and Ling Che. She rubbed her forehead. "Why are you all in such a hurry? If it's just dandelion seeds, isn't that easy to handle?" "What?" On the other end of the intercom, even Du Zhonghong couldn't help but change his tone. "Do you have a way?" "They're all so silly." Yun Xiaoduo, who had been hiding in the car, couldn't help but speak softly when she saw everyone in this state. "They don't even know this. Since it's just dandelion seeds, and they don't specifically target, can't we just blow them away?" Her voice was clear, and when she said this with all seriousness, it was especially delightful. Everyone then slapped their foreheads. Yes. They actually hadn't thought of that. "That's right," Xiao Shiren interjected. "I suspect that the reason for the absence of life around is because of these dandelion seeds. In other words, these seeds may not specifically target us but rather all living beings here, so although they are lethal, they don't have excessive targeting." Xiao Shiren sighed, "And now in this situation, we have to blow them away." She looked outside. In a short time, the dandelion seeds had already covered the sky, even blocking the car windows. The road ahead was incredibly blurred, completely unable to see or move. "But we don't have anyone strong enough to blow away so many dandelions." Wang Meng was puzzled. They hadn't considered such a situation when they left. The number of wind system ability users brought here is not only rare, but most of them are only enhancements in speed and utilizing existing wind power, rather than being able to directly summon strong winds. Xiao Shiren looked at Yun Yizhou and raised an eyebrow. Yun Yizhou instantly guessed the other's intention, and his forehead twitched. "I don't have that thing." Xiao Shiren innocently replied, "I didn't say you have it." As soon as she said this, Yun Yizhou froze, and Xiao Shiren quietly took out a small green leaf, identical to the one given to her by Yun Xiaoduo before. Yun Yizhou seemed to think of something and quickly looked at Yun Xiaoduo, only to find her looking innocent, clearly pretending to be unaware. Xiao Shiren was in a great mood. Indeed, when Yun Xiaoduo was sitting beside her, she had given her several leaves, but Xiao Shiren didn't expect this particular leaf to be useful at this moment. Yun Yizhou was almost about to spit out a mouthful of blood, his chest heaving with anger. What made him even angrier was that this seemed to have been personally gifted to Xiao Shiren by his adorable little sister. Damn Xiao Shiren, what kind of potion did she give his sister? Wang Meng, not knowing what happened, looked at Yun Yizhou and couldn't help but exclaim, "Yun Gu, what's going on? I never noticed before that your chest muscles are really powerful." Yun Yizhou. Xiao Shiren burst into laughter unexpectedly. However, thinking of a solution made her feel much better. As thousands of dandelion seeds were about to fly over, Xiao Shiren was just getting ready to begin, but she suddenly seemed to realize something. Wait. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Yun Xiaoduo, and the little girl seemed to know what she was about to do. After receiving a confirming glance, a warmth rose in Xiao Shiren's heart. She thoughtfully said, "I remember we have support-type ability users here, the kind that enhances the abilities of others?" Yun Yizhou's expression finally changed, his eyes filled with a dangerous look. Indeed, Xiao Shiren was someone Yun Xiaoduo trusted, but Yun Xiaoduo's ability was special and absolutely could not be used by anyone else. This was also for his sister's safety. Seeing Yun Yizhou's expression, Xiao Shiren realized what he was thinking. She decisively gave him a suggestive look. "Don't you want a free luxurious sweet?" When Xiao Shiren saw that he was subtly moved, she continued to sweeten the deal, fresh fruits and vegetables before the apocalypse, and fresh meat. And the quality of life before the apocalypse, all of these I can give you. Yun Yizhou. He understood. In fact, his shameful heart was stirred. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Xiao Shiren leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "This is also for everyone's safety. Don't worry, I won't leak her abilities, and so far, no one knows this is a plant-type ability." The four-leaf clover was extremely discreet. If she didn't want others to see it, they definitely wouldn't see it. Yun Yizhou finally let out a word, "Good. But you must ensure my sister's safety." His words were light, only Xiao Shiren could hear him. Xiao Shiren nodded in response, "Of course." This Yin Xiaoduo would surely be a great help to her apartment in the future, how could she not ensure that? The two reached an agreement, and Yun Yizhao deeply looked at her, no longer blocking her. The two support types pushed out were from base D, and it was said that one of them had an extremely powerful support ability, allowing others to perform at 200% of their original power, while the other was not particularly special, just able to provide a protective shield strong enough for Qiao Shiren to fully unleash her strong winds. Qiao Shiren looked at him and calmly said, "Just directly lend your power to me later." As she spoke, Qiao Shiren was already standing on top of the car, and in that instant, she crushed the four-leaf clover in her hand, and the strong winds blew toward the direction where the dense dandelion seeds were flying. At that moment, the seeds were completely blown apart. Sure enough, it really works. Everyone at both bases was ecstatic. Chapter 104, Zombie Attack, Nuts Become Bigger. Qiao Shiren stood on top of the car, blowing away all the nearby dandelions, looking at the system map and then speaking sternly, "Hurry, the dandelion seeds cover only this area, drive straight ahead." As soon as the driver heard this, he immediately replied, "Further ahead is the location of the Zhongin base. If the dandelion seeds came from there will only be more and more." Right. As soon as Qiao Shiren heard the words Zhongin base, she immediately looked at the system map and saw that indeed there were no red dots nearby the Zhongin base. There are no dandelion seeds at the Zhongin base. These dandelion seeds should have been deliberately released by the mutated dandelion to prevent anyone from getting close. Qiao Shiren only finished half of her sentence. When Ling Che came over earlier, he did not see these dandelion seeds, which can only mean one conclusion. Qiao Shiren had previously guessed that the roots of the dandelion's underground had purposes beyond this, and it was very likely they could also detect people, and everything they just experienced made Qiao Shiren almost certain of this point. Previously, the number of people they sent was small, causing this mutated dandelion to only send out a portion of zombies without using its dandelion seeds. But why weren't there any at the Zhongmin base? It can't be that its seeds were so limited that they blew away completely. Thinking of those tiny seeds, Qiao Shiren couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. If it weren't for her foresight to wear protective clothing and Du Zhonghong's quick reaction, she really wouldn't know what the situation was now. She hurriedly said, "Quick, let's go to the Zhongin base. There are too many dandelion seeds, I can't see the direction." The driver, Lu Chong, stammered, and although Qiao Shiren provided visibility, it only covered a part ahead, he couldn't see the situation in the distance at all. Qiao Shiren stood on top, looking at the system map, "Go left." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong pressed the accelerator to the floor. Thanks to Yin Xiaoduo's four-leaf clover and Qiao Shiren's guidance, they quickly arrived near the Zhongin base. "Look! Zombies, so many zombies." The one who said this was Wang Mang. Almost the moment the masses of zombies outside saw them, they surged over. "Everyone, enter battle readiness." Du Zhonghong looked at the approaching zombies and spoke decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Che had already rushed out. The screaming machine followed closely, roaring and biting several zombies. "Damn it, there are really a lot of zombies!" Wang Meng exclaimed in shock, moving forward while dodging the zombies that closed in instantaneously. Those zombies swarmed like a tide, tightly surrounding them. To get out, they had to carve a path. What shocked them even more was that the number of zombies here was dense, almost more than double before, roughly counting at least 1,000. At this moment, Qiao Shiren was already sitting inside the car. She was not a combat type and could only stare unblinkingly at the system page. "Hurry! First take out the left side, zombies are coming in from the left. And the right side, there are zombies on the right staircase." Qiao Shiren commanded the whole situation, her gaze sharp. At this moment, even she did not dare to slack off, closely watching the system map. Du Zhonghong was beside her, holding a gun and shooting at the incoming zombies. "Sister, do you need my help?" Yun Xiaoduo looked at the people outside. Although she was well protected by Yun Yichao and the others, she was also someone who had fought through the apocalypse and sat up straight upon seeing this scene. Yun Yichao and Yun Buxiang had already gone out. "No need, stay here and be good." Qiao Shiren's voice was serious, "Stay with your sister, understand?" Seeing Qiao Shiren like this, Yun Xiaoduo obediently nodded. The entire Zhongin base. The zombies were extremely numerous, rushing at them desperately, the battle unexpectedly intense for everyone. But thanks to Qiao Shan's command, although there was initial disbelief, the morale of the troops finally stabilized. "Damn, these zombies are off. That mutated dandelion is supposed to eat them, right? Why are these not only unharmed but also so frenzied?" In the crowd, a mercenary with a twisted face cursed fiercely. He thrust his sharp blade fiercely into the zombie's head and pulled out the crystal core from within its brain. Exactly. Damn it, they even got stronger. If it weren't for the protective suit given by Landlord Xiao, I would probably be gone by now. Angry curses continuously erupted from the crowd. Blood and other rotten tissue were also pulled out. But there were too many zombies, no matter how they killed, they would never finish. Xiao Xian's heart raced, and she opened the system map, discovering that the red dot above the Anjuan base was actually growing slowly. This meant, it's really leveling up. Xiao Xian suddenly exclaimed loudly. What upgrade? Yun Buxiang had just killed a zombie outside. Although he usually lacked morals, he was incredibly reliable at critical moments. He shouted, "Girl, don't tell me, these zombies are so crazy right now because that mutated dandelion inside is leveling up." Just as you think, Xiao Xian's tone was extremely tense. It is getting bigger. To be precise, the red dot on the system map was getting bigger. Though it was just a little bit, Xiao Xian had always been observant since she was young and keenly felt that the red dot was different from before, even turning dark red. The Anjuan base was filled with tall buildings, and one couldn't see the situation of the dandelion in the backyard from outside. No wonder I was wondering why these zombies were so crazy. Wang Meng directly killed a nearby zombie. Damn, it turns out they're protecting their master. Of course, everyone chose to believe Xiao Xian, though they didn't know how she knew about the zombie's situation. They could only categorize it as a type of superpower. Moreover, there were still a lot of zombies outside. Many people's protective suits had already torn. Xiao Xian's system alarm kept ringing, the sharp and glaring red light proving just how difficult this mission really was. If this continued, let alone federal coins, they might lose their lives. Xiao Xian couldn't care less about that, looking at Yun Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, do you know how to use this nut? Yun Xiaoduo didn't hesitate, just throw it out. Xiao Xian nodded seriously. Throw it out, huh? While watching one mercenary's protective suit get torn and himself get scratched again, she stood up and directly threw out the nut Yun Xiaoduo had given her. Under everyone's gaze, the nut rapidly grew larger, unexpectedly blocking some of the zombies. Xiao Xian felt amazed. Everyone could now breathe. Someone looked at the large nut ahead and instinctively asked, What is this? Du Zhonghong was born before the apocalypse. Hearing this, he looked forward in realization and then froze. This is the nut from Plants vs. Zombies, right? He stared at Xiao Xian in shock. Could it be that Xiao Xian was not only space-type but also dual-type? Yun Yichao noticed it as well. His expression changed slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Chapter 105, Nut Catalysis, Yun Yichao snatches the person. Under the intense gaze of Yun Yichao, Xiao Xian awkwardly explained, "This comes with my space." She certainly couldn't expose Yun Xiaoduo, right? Yun Yichao withdrew his gaze, and his expression wasn't very pleasant. Du Zhonghong took a deep breath, came to his senses, nodded, and silently marveled at how amazing it was that the space she awakened contained so many things. A few people had just relaxed. Wang Meng was bold and carefree. In a desperate state, yet still gritting his teeth in confusion, he said, "What? So many zombies, it's impossible to kill them all." The nut acted like an impenetrable wall, firmly standing at the front, and seemed to have an inexplicable attraction that instantly drew the attention of the majority of zombies, even causing them to start gnawing at it unconsciously. Someone with sharp eyes glanced at the edge of the nut. "Wait, you guys look. They're biting it, and they've already chewed through part of it." Hearing this, everyone looked over, and sure enough, the nut that could attract others had become partially damaged at that moment. This meant that this nut wall likely wouldn't hold for long. "Yu Yun, try to catalyze." Xiao Shiren's heart tightened, as if she thought of something and looked at Yu Yun. Yu Yun was stunned. Upon hearing the word catalyze, she subconsciously replied, "Huh? Catalyze this nut." Xiao Shiren continued, "While these zombies are distracted by the nut, everyone else hurry up and deal with some more." Others found this extremely reasonable. "Yeah. What will happen if we don't deal with it now?" Dazed, Yu Yun stepped forward, never thinking in her life that she would have this kind of role. Catalyzing a nut. But isn't a nut also a plant? She extended her hand, pushing her catalyzing ability to the limit, the light green power connecting with the nut. Xiao Shiren was actually a bit nervous. After all, this nut was a product of Yun Xiaoduo's system, and she wasn't sure if it would work. But unexpectedly, Yu Yun not only succeeded but even managed to make the wall grow 10 times larger. Originally, the heads of the zombies were densely packed, but now they couldn't see anything, as the tall wall enveloped everyone. Xiao Shiren was stunned, looking at Yu Yun as if her face had changed. "Didn't you say it could only be catalyzed up to 5 times? I didn't know." Yu Yun was equally surprised. What's going on? Catalyzing it 10 times not only caught Xiao Shiren's attention but also attracted the notice of some people from the Yun family. Yun Xiaoduo, as the system's owner, had her mouth open in an O shape, rubbing her eyes. "This big sister, you." The little girl froze in place for a moment before managing to sputter out a few words. "You're so amazing." "No. Not just amazing." If it weren't for her fear of revealing her identity, she would have glued herself to Yu Yun, her eyes sparkling. When she said this, other ability users also froze. Throughout this time, they had already understood Yu Yun's abilities, but they never expected this seemingly useless catalyzing ability, when paired with this nut, could grow so large. So powerful, my goodness.
Was I narrow-minded?
No, earlier we completely underestimated this ability.
Everyone felt their thinking had suddenly expanded.
Yun Yichao also looked like he had seen a ghost. He looked at Xiao Shiren and then at Yu Yun. Yun Buxiang hissed, leaning closer to Xiao Shiren, "Wait, girl, why do I feel so lucky since getting to know you?"
Lucky? Xiao Shiren also had a strange expression. They actually succeeded. She had only come in with the mindset of just trying it out.
Under Yin Xiaoduo's expectant gaze, Xiao Shiren looked at Yu Yun and asked her own puzzled question, "Does your ability enhance plants that haven't been polluted by the apocalypse?" Yu Yun, flattered by the praise, immediately replied, "I don't know, I've never experienced this before."
And this nut is actually an unpolluted plant? I always thought it was normal.
She murmured, not noticing how Xiao Shiren and the Yun family were looking at her with increasingly bright eyes, almost wanting to swallow her alive.
Xiao Shiren thought very simply. If this could be used to catalyze her vegetable garden, then for plants with a short maturation cycle, wouldn't they mature every 3 days? Wouldn't that mean she would have endless vegetables to eat? The ability to catalyze Yun Xiaoduo is a powerful tool for abducting her. Yun Yixiao's thoughts were quite simple. If he followed Yun Xiaoduo, how much more could her extraordinary abilities be unleashed? He had never seen anyone who matched Yun Xiaoduo so well. At this moment, the zombie was attracted by the nuts, desperately gnawing on them, while the other mercenaries had yet to react, only to see Yun Yizhou and Xiao Shan simultaneously grab Yu Yun, speaking in unison. Yu Yun. The two exchanged glances, both finding the other unpleasant, and again spoke in unison, "What do you want to do?" Yu Yun stood awkwardly in the middle, saying, "What are you two?"
The other mercenaries also noticed this scene, curiously peeking over. Xiao Shan smiled lightly at the other mercenaries, "It's nothing, just a small matter, you all go kill zombies." After sharing glances, the mercenaries tactfully left. Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, they naturally had the wit to sense things.
These few people must have some secrets.
Yun Yizhao coldly looked at Xiao Shan, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a delicate little hand pull him away. "Brother, wait a moment." Looking down, it was Yun Xiaoduo. She was the youngest and cutest, naturally catching Yu Yun's attention.
"I have a question for this big sister."
Yu Yun looked confused, and then heard Yun Xiaoduo playfully look at her. "Big sister, you'll stay in sister's apartment, right?"
Yun Yizhou felt an unsettling premonition rising within him. Yu Yun answered, "Yes. I have promised the boss that I will be an employee at Ark apartment from now on."
Upon hearing this, the little girl showed her tiny tiger teeth, her voice soft, "Then we might see each other often. I'm Yun Xiaoduo, you can call me Xiaoduo."
Xiao Xian's eyes widened in surprise. "Xiaoduo, you."
Yun Yizhao's gaze darkened, veins on his forehead popping out, his tone turned cold, almost icy. "Xiaoduo." He pulled Yun Xiaoduo aside, finally softening his voice, whispering, "Xiaoduo, be good, adults' matters shouldn't be interrupted by children." But Yun Xiaoduo was not afraid at all, pointing at Yun Buxiang, who had come over and was chuckling, tilting her head, "But, uncle told me to say this."
"This is ridiculous." Yun Yizhao gritted his teeth, looking at Yun Buxiang, furrowing his brow again. He had never liked Yun Buxiang's ideas. Others were one thing, but this was a person crucial for Yun Xiaoduo. How could he let it go so easily?
Chapter 106, Can't Compete, Simply Can't Compete. Yun Buxiang chuckled softly, taking him to a corner where no one was around, even setting up a protective shield with his powers, then earnestly said, "Nephew, you are too narrow-minded. We will surely live in this Chow girl's luxury apartment in the future, so what's the harm in letting Yu Yun have some space?" Yun Yizhao pressed his lips together, stray hairs casually falling, covering his eyes.
"I don't understand, where's the narrow-mindedness?"
"Uncle, you have to know what it means to enhance tenfold.
Haven't we searched for so many supportive ability users before, and none could match with Xiaoduo? Why are you stopping me from competing with her?" Yun Buxiang clicked his tongue, feeling quite helpless towards his nephew, then think carefully, "Did you save that Yu Yun?"
Yun Yizhao struggled, "True, she saved me, but her teammate was."
"Fool." Yun Buxiang bluntly evaluated, "Can't you see that Yu Yun has no good feelings towards those teammates?
The only one she cares for is Ling Che."
"Which side is Ling Che on?" Yun Yizhao fell silent. He had to admit. Indeed, Yun Buxiang was right. Yun Buxiang continued lightly, "Moreover, even if you really take Yu Yun, do you dare to use her?" Yun Yizhou was stunned. He had never thought about this aspect of the problem. Before, many people he had gathered, after learning about Yun Xiaoduo's abilities, mostly had ideas about her. Although he eventually killed all of them, he still felt uneasy. Yun Xiaoduo's ability could be stored and carried, powerful and diverse in form. For most people in the apocalypse, it was a great temptation.
Now in the eyes of others, this ability belongs to Xiao Girl, and during this time she has kept her promise, not exposing Xiao Duo's identity, which is a natural shield. Once someone tries to snatch it, they will have to focus their attacks on her. She has paid a high price to protect Xiao Duo, but now you want to compete with her for Yu Yun. Are you trying to tell everyone that the ability is not with Xiao Girl, but with Xiao Duo? Yun Yichao was speechless. He really hadn't thought of this angle. Yun Buxiang coldly smiled, raised his head meaningfully and patted his shoulder. At that moment he truly looked like a mature elder. Furthermore, we will be living in Ark apartment from now on. Xiao Duo has already seen Xiao's character, and there is no problem at all. In fact, her own abilities are quite strong, and there is absolutely no issue with self-protection in protecting Xiao Duo, but Yu Yun, cannot guarantee that. It is our honor to cooperate with such a person. The more Yun Yichao listened, the more silent he became. Just as Yun Buxiang said, he had been short-sighted. But as for living in Ark apartment, he ruthlessly pierced through the other party. Actually, you don't want to join because of the shelter, but because of the food inside, right? Yun Buxiang was justified. Don't you want to eat? Look at our meals during this time, don't you understand? Yun Yichao. It's true. They have been eating pretty well lately, which is not common in the apocalypse. He finally calmed down. I see. Yun Buxiang removed the protective shield. When Yun Yichao looked at Xiao Shan again, he couldn't help but recall Yun Buxiang's words. If you think about it carefully, she really is quite good. Yun Yichao felt somewhat awkward. Xiao Shan smiled and asked, have you thought it through? Although he didn't know what Yun Buxiang had said to him, it looked like he had already made up his mind. Yun Yichao mumbled, it's pointless, if you like him then take him. I'm going to kill some zombies. Saying that, he turned to leave. Still quite stubborn. Xiao Shan looked at him, murmuring. Yu Yun had no clue what had happened between them, so she can only stay in the corner, utterly confused. She was still holding Yun Xiaoduo's hand. Yun Xiaoduo called her big sister sweetly, easing her tense emotions. Just as Yun Yichao was about to leave, he was called back by Xiao Shan again. Wait. Yun Yichao showed impatience in his expression. Just as he was about to ask her what was the matter, he caught sight of Ling Che returning at that moment. As soon as Xiao Shan saw Ling Che, she went up to him. How's it outside? Not so good. Ling Che's voice was chilly. Those zombies are still gnawing on that nut, but I guess they can only last for another 2 hours at most. 2 hours? That's already quite enough. You must know, the zombies outside are rather formidable. We must carve a bloody path to destroy that mutated dandelion. Xiao Shan nodded, yes. If it were to complete its evolution, that would be disastrous. Ling Che glanced deeply at her, then looked at Yun Yichao. Yun Yichao indeed froze, pointing to himself, you want me to go? Yes. Xiao Shan immediately replied, raising her eyebrows, your strength is not bad, and isn't this also the purpose of your trip? Not just you, but others as well. Yun Yichao took a deep breath, all right. As Xiao Shan spoke, she picked up the walkie-talkie. Sure enough, soon after, Feng Shichang, Wang Mang, Yu Yun, and several elites from D-Base had all arrived. Plus your uncle, Ling Che, we will form a team together to break through. Xiao Shan succinctly explained, drawing the positions on the ground. The mutated dandelion is here, with a vast network of roots beneath it. I suspect it already knows our location, so going underground won't work. We go above. Feng Shichang suddenly had a silly thought and asked, how do we go? Xiao Shiren looked at him meaningfully. He suddenly realized and raised his voice, you don't mean for me to go, right? Yes. I can't carry that many people at once. Feng Shichang instinctively replied. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm asking you to do it all at once. Xiao Shiren glanced at him and slowly said, you don't have to compensate for the apartment stuff. Feng Shichang felt a jolt and immediately agreed. He didn't forget that Xiao Shiren initially asked him to stay to compensate for labor, and now he didn't have to? Feng Shichang thought he was doing pretty well. He glanced around at the people, just over a dozen, one after another, with no burden at all. You first take Ling Che to scout the way. Feng Shichang used the flying carpet from before, letting Ling Che sit on it, and in the blink of an eye, they flew over the nuts. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the walkie-talkie from Ling Che's side finally spoke, the voice strange, I can't explain this mutated plant, come see for yourself. Everyone hurried over. Xiao Shiren was the last to go. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a faint voice behind her. I want to go too. Xiao Shiren turned in surprise to find it was Jian Yun, her voice tiny but her gaze incredibly firm, let me go. But Xiao Shiren didn't speak. She had originally thought to train Jian Yun, so she agreed to let her come to the Zhong'an base. But after all, the dandelion is mutated, it's too dangerous. What if I can be of some use? I want to challenge myself. She was covered in blood. Seeing Xiao Shiren hesitate, her voice became slightly serious. Hearing this, Xiao Shiren's brow relaxed, and she understood. Come. Xiao Shiren reached out.
Jian Yun's eyes sparkled with joy, and she steadied her grip. This troubled Feng Shicheng, who had already carried many people and was now exhausted. He quietly asked, "What if we take one at a time?"
You can't. You need to train more. Xiao Shiren unflinchingly refused. Feng Shicheng's face wrinkled. He resigned himself and moved forward. After a few people landed, there was no sign of anything. Where's the mutated dandelion? Xiao Shiren curiously leaned forward. Why isn't it here? I don't know. Ling Che frowned. That's why I find it strange. After landing, I didn't sense any presence.
And Wang Meng's voice was heard coming from below. He had unknowingly reached the bottom. If you ask me, that dandelion must be scared of us and won't come out. He looked around, stroking his chin, clearly quite pleased. Since it won't come out, I'll make sure it does.
Xiao Shiren's heart skipped a beat. Wait. She saw clearly that the red dot on the map was right here, and it had even expanded. If it's not on the surface, then it must be underground. Wang Meng wiped away sweat and finally saw Xiao Shiren, puffing out his chest and grinning. Landlord, you're here? With so many of us, and only one of it, wait until I protect you.
Just as he finished speaking, a sudden crack sound echoed from the ground. Wang Meng was still puzzled, when suddenly the system in Xiao Shiren's mind blared alarms. Detected a pure malicious high-risk life form ahead, host abilities completely insufficient to counter, unable to detect level.
Run.
The glaring red in front of the system hurt her eyes, and Xiao Shiren quickly shouted, Wang Meng, don't stay there. But it was too late, an incredibly powerful tremor came from underground.
Boom. Wang Meng was dumbfounded. He was still standing there.
Watching the crack below, he lifted his leg and shouted without a second thought.
What the hell is this? No way, is it really on the ground?
He hadn't run far when he stumbled, losing his balance and falling straight to the ground. What Xiao Shan saw next was shocking. On the ground, at the moment the crack opened, a mutated dandelion burst forth from the soil, reaching a height they had to look up to see. Inside what used to be its flower pouch, it was chewing on several corpses, blood and flesh continuously oozing from its mouth, looking utterly disgusting.
And more importantly,
this mutated dandelion had not just one flower pouch, if that could even be called a flower pouch.
Holy crap!
Wang Meng had just spoken, and due to his earlier position, he was now standing on one of the mutated dandelion's leaves. The mutated dandelion turned its attention to him, its mouth in the center of the flower pouch moving toward Wang Meng.
Feng Shicheng. Xiao Shan blurted out, and Feng Shicheng gritted his teeth, understanding immediately.
Just as the dandelion was about to bite Wang Meng, he leaped forward and grabbed him.
Wang Meng swayed and thankfully was not bitten, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he slapped Feng Shicheng. Wow, such a brother. Feng Shicheng roared, shut up. Does he even know how heavy he is?
Especially after that clap, it almost made him cough up blood. Stringy slime dripped down, and in an instant, it was already looking at Xiao Shan.
Xiao Shan felt a rush of fear.
Just as she was about to step back, a female voice came from behind her.
Run.
Ling Che's tone was cold, and before Xiao Shan could react, everything around her suddenly blurred. The dandelion was suddenly right in front of Xiao Shan, one of its flower pouches opening wide, releasing a terrible odor, ready to swallow her whole. Xiao Shan was instantly pulled away from the attack by Ling Che. She stood directly in front of Xiao Shan. It seems like it was hiding underground, secretly evolving, but it wasn't finished when we interrupted it. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Now is the best time to kill it. You stay here, I'll go.
Ling Che held a short knife, plunging it fiercely into the creature's body.
The mutated dandelion was caught off guard, letting out an ear-piercing scream, its sound waves causing everyone to cover their ears. Feng Shicheng landed steadily, seeing Xiao Shan in danger. Without a word he rushed toward her, his heart racing despite being prepared earlier.
Boss, what do we do now?
Feng Shicheng stood beside Xiao Shan, looking at the struggling crowd ahead. Ling Che was swift, moving quickly, her short knife mixed with the slime, her eyes calm as she fought evenly with one of the flower pouches. Xiao Shan was panting. This position had been scouted out by Ling Che beforehand. It was narrow, and her angle allowed her to see what was happening inside. She panted, her mind also devising a strategy, keeping her eyes fixed ahead.
Although this dandelion has several flower pouches, they're all connected to the same stem. Feng Shicheng, take me to find Yu Yun. Feng Shicheng was taken aback, looking at Xiao Shan in surprise.
After a moment, he regained his composure, gritting his teeth. Okay.
The group scattered, and what shocked Xiao Shan more was Yun Zhao's ability.
This was the first time she had seen his ability. She had heard before that he was a wood-type ability user. But his wood abilities were not ordinary. Vines shot out in an instant, wrapping around the flower pouch, and upon closer inspection, the vines even had spikes.
Yun Zhao's vines were poisonous.
Even though they were in the air, the mutated dandelion was simply too big, occupying the entire base of Zhongnan, so even while flying,
they would still be disrupted by its movements. The mutated dandelion caught sight of Xiao Shan, its gaze naturally falling upon her. Yu Yun! Yu Yun was down below. She only had catalytic ability, so when she saw Xiao Shan, her eyes lit up. Xiao Shan threw out a cherry and quickly shouted, "Catalytic!" This cherry, she had never used, was just waiting for this moment. With a flash of green light, the cherry instantly grew larger. It smashed directly onto the stem of the mutated dandelion. A huge explosion echoed throughout the room. The mutated dandelion let out a terrible scream and fell heavily to the ground. She herself was not good at trembling, so seeing this scene made her heart race. Xiao Shan's action clearly bought time for everyone. The beep beep machine pounced forward, biting down on the mutated dandelion stem and tearing it off forcefully. A crisp sound of rip rang out. At this moment, several people exerted force together, and Ling Che's short knife also severed a flour sack from the opponent. The mutated dandelion fell heavily to the ground, struggling desperately. The beep beep machine proudly screeched. What mutated dandelion? Isn't that quite simple? Chapter 108, is it really over? Is it really over? Wang Meng stuttered, wide-eyed, pointing at the fallen mutated dandelion's corpse. Xiao Shan was also dumbfounded. How could it be so quick? It shouldn't be, right? She checked the system map and found that the red dot was still there, even the system's prompt had not disappeared. Xiao Shan immediately became alert. I always feel something is wrong. Your feeling is right. Ling Che's calm voice suddenly came. Xiao Shan turned to see Ling Che's eyes staring ahead, extremely serious. If I'm not mistaken, its flour sack should still have seeds. As Ling Che spoke, her short knife flew out, and at the moment she plunged the knife into the flour sack, the mutated dandelion that had fallen to the ground suddenly opened its flour sack. Seeds scattered everywhere, and Xiao Shan's expression changed drastically. She quickly raised her hand. A green three-leaf clover appeared in her palm. Quick, hide behind me! Everyone was stunned. Countless spores scattered in the air. Xiao Shan's three-leaf clover whipped up a strong wind, directly blowing the seeds away, but along with the seeds were the buzzing from the ground. As those seeds landed, they quickly took root and grew into dandelions. Fire-type ability users, burn them down quickly. Ling Che's voice remained calm, but her speaking speed reflected that she was actually not calm at all, even suggesting a raging storm. These seeds will grow in the ground, Xiao Shan murmured. They won't become the next batch of mutated dandelions, right? What is about to come out from the ground? Wang Meng exclaimed. The few of them turned around. Several fire-type ability users in the team took a few steps forward, just about to use their abilities when white roots suddenly burst from the ground, quickly wrapping around several fire-type ability users. Those fire-type ability users screamed, and before they could say anything, they were tightly squeezed, leaving everyone in disbelief that their abilities were actually draining. I got it. Xiao Xian's heart raced. It's the roots. The recently mutated dandelion simply released its roots, meaning that it absorbs nutrients from underground. Everything that has died will turn into its nourishment. When Xiao Shan first entered, she found it strange that although there were mutated dandelions and zombies, there were no human corpses or blood. Now it was clear that they had been absorbed. No wonder when she looked, the system map still showed high danger. Those fire-type ability users sounded hoarse, their protective suits were about to dissolve. Help me. After they spoke, Yun Yichao's vines suddenly flew out, pulling the fire-type ability users over directly. Their eyes shimmered with fear. My ability is gone. Mine too, there's only a little bit left. The fire ability users exclaimed. Roots from the ground stretched out again, not just roots, but dandelion seeds scattered everywhere, quickly taking root and sprouting on the ground. By the time they reacted again, the surroundings were already filled with dandelions. A few fire ability users were saved, but Wang Meng and others were once again swept up in an instant. You bastards! From somewhere underground, a buzzing sound came. The voice sounded neither male nor female, not even human. It has evolved. Xiao Shuren couldn't believe it. The system map showed that it had grown an entire circle larger. It just evolved. Wang Meng! Xiao Shuren screamed, but at this moment it was already too late to save them, as the white roots were already coming toward them. Don't dawdle, hurry and go. Yun Yichao pulled Xiao Shuren and several others up with vines, his voice trembling in such a critical situation. If it were just one plant, that would be fine, but clearly there is more than one. Its roots even had an extremely strong corrosiveness. In a short amount of time, they were once again in danger. Xiao Shuren was thrown into the air by Yun Yichao's vines, but the other dandelions clearly did not plan to let them go, raising their flower sacks, coming aggressively. No! Those people are my companions, and I said before, since they moved into my ark apartment, I must protect them. Xiao Shuren refused without thinking. You stupid idiot! Yun Yichao couldn't help but curse. You want to run, run. With your ability, staying here is just accompanying them to the grave. I'll think of a way. Xiao Shiren ignored his words, her mind racing, asking the system, is there any way to kill it? The system sighed, host, you must understand, our system is born with the apartment, and most of the abilities can only be used for the apartment. At this critical moment, hearing this nonsense from it made Xiao Shiren feel like her head was big enough to burst, gritting her teeth and saying, I can give you all my Federation coins. However, let's get back to the point. With her words, the system's tone made a complete turnaround. If you want to use it outside, just unlock the electric shield function. It's not expensive, initial unlocking only costs 50,000 Federation coins. Of course, after unlocking, every subsequent use will also have a fee, and it will only cost 500 Federation coins then. 50,000. This is a robbery. Xiao Shiren suppressed the impulse to curse it. Can this thing guarantee it will electrocute it? Of course not. The system dragged out its long tone, otherwise, the system would be invincible, right? But since the host can't use force, you can still use your wits. The electric shield is a one-time item, and each time can only last for 1 hour. Please confirm whether to unlock it, host. Is there anything else? Xiao Shiren asked painfully. Hearing her ask this, the system eagerly promoted, the host can also spend 200,000 Federation coins to unlock the electric shock function. It can be used 3 times, with amazing power, maybe you can even electrocute it. Why is it so expensive? Xiao Shiren was shocked by the price. It cost her only 500,000 Federation coins to upgrade her apartment, yet the system was saying such outrageous prices, 50,000, 200,000, it was simply highway robbery. Just as Xiao Shiren hesitated, she noticed with sharp eyes that the roots of the mutated dandelion actually froze for a moment, and then the roots that had tightly wrapped around Wang Meng and others seemed to loosen slightly. You all come down. In a corner under the white roots, a frail girl spoke urgently, reminding them. Before everyone could find the reason. Then, she heard Jianyun shout loudly, hurry up. Then I choose the electric shock function. Xiao Shiren was hesitating at first, but upon seeing Jianyun, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she decisively changed her mind. Detected host has chosen the electric shock function, 200,000 federal coins have been deducted. Chapter 109, the mutated dandelion is going to self-destruct, she is bankrupt. Xiao Shiren heard the sound of money being deducted in her head, and it made her stomach ache again. The federal coins she had carefully saved up. Were they really going to be gone? But she had already noticed that the electric shield could obviously only protect a few people, and surrounded by dandelions, the exit had been completely sealed off as those dandelions slowly crawled towards them. Rather than wait for death, it was better to gamble. Xiao Shiren looked at Yunichao, who was attacking with vines, and shouted, Yunichao, take me to the roots of that dandelion. Are you crazy? Yunichao replied without thinking, do you want to die? No. Xiao Shiren said, breathing rapidly, I have a way. The other party looked at her with some shock, clearly not believing her. Xiao Shiren calmly said, trust me. Trust her, Ling Che's voice came along as well. Yunichao looked at Ling Che, changed his expression, and then manipulated the vines. Just as he was about to throw Xiao Shiren into the air, she spoke again, there's one more person. Xiao Shiren looked at Jianyun. Yunichao remained silent, but his hands were busy. Poor Jianyun had just used her ability and was now exhausted. Watching herself get thrown into the air again, her face turned pale, until Xiao Shiren's hand rested on her shoulder. Don't be afraid, it's me. Jianyun breathed a sigh of relief, but Xiao Shiren whispered, your ability just now, use it one more time. Jianyun's face flashed a trace of awkwardness, and she instinctively said, what did you say? You are a psychic ability user, I am not wrong, right? Xiao Shiren said calmly, at this point, there's no need to hide it. Since your ability can disrupt it, then use it again, Xiao Shiren said seriously, I have a way, maybe we can kill it. Yunichao's vines moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the two had arrived in front of the white roots. Hurry! There's no time. Under Xiao Shiren's urging, Jianyun closed her eyes. My ability is unstable. Unstable? What does that mean? Xiao Shiren had no time to think. The huge white roots had evidently sensed the presence of the two, and a feeling of oppression came over them. Xiao Shiren's hands crackled with intense blue electricity. She suddenly shouted, hurry! Without Jianyun, it could very well dodge directly. But as long as Jianyun could hold it for even a second, just 1 second, she would have more confidence. Jianyun's abilities indeed coursed through her at that moment, and her eyes began to shine. The huge white roots movements became slower, and Xiao Shiren seized the opportunity to shock it fiercely. The white root let out a huge scream. A smell of burning spread at that moment. It was effective. Below, Yunichao saw this situation and also controlled the vines, letting toxins spread to every corner of the white root. You. It had clearly just learned a few phrases, its tone was clumsy, but its screams were terrifying. You damned humans. It seemed that this mutated dandelion had gained human-like consciousness since evolving. This was simply another species. But what shocked them even more happened. Xiao Shuren, with electricity in her hand, directly touched the white root, and that white root was filled with currents all over. Not just it. Because it was the root, other newly born mutated dandelions also began to convulse, toppling one after another. Only the roots were still struggling in pain. Excitement flickered in Xiao Shuren's eyes, truly worth 200,000 federal coins, it was incredibly useful. Aren't you going to speak? Go on, continue. Xiao Shuren smiled like a villain at this moment. And the smell of something burnt in the air further stimulated her mind. What is that burnt smell? It is the smell of money burning. Xiao Shuren had never squandered like this in her life. The more she thought, the more her expression twisted with excitement. Come on. Keep going. Keep absorbing. The originally fierce white root was now twisted like a fried dough twist. It had been so rampant, but at this moment, accompanied by the sound of electricity, everyone surprisingly felt a sense of sympathy. Isn't our landlord this powerful? Wang Meng almost bit his tongue, shaking Fong Shicheng next to him, pointing at her and then at his own eyes. Did I see it wrong? He was still covered in the sticky mucus from the white root, giving off a foul smell, and even Fong Shicheng couldn't bear it any longer. You didn't see it wrong. So can you stay away from me? Yun Yizhou also looked at Xiao Shuren, feeling uncertain. Isn't she a space-type ability user? But how can she use lightning powers now? Ling Che's expression was equally complicated. Unknowingly, she had already grown to this level. Xiao Shuren had too many secrets. Because of the direct contact, Xiao Shuren's electric current almost penetrated the entire huge root system, shaking the ground continuously, but Xiao Shuren didn't intend to let go. Under Jian Yun's mental interference, the white dandelion root couldn't break free, twisting in pain. Landlord, I can't hold on much longer. Jian Yun's voice was hoarse, reminding, and I feel its power is getting stronger. Xiao Shuren was taken aback, and before she could react, she heard Ling Che's voice behind her. Not good. It's going to self-destruct. Not? What self-destruct? Xiao Shuren's forehead twitched, she looked down and found that the huge white root underneath was indeed swelling up. We must stop it before it self-destructs. Ling Che's voice came again. If its root system is extensive, this self-detonation could cause a collapse here. Xiao Shuren was dumbfounded. She swallowed hard, staring at the root in front of her. The explosion's range is the entire root system? Isn't that huge? A full 10 kilometers. But right now, it seemed this electric shock was really not enough to stop it from exploding. System. Can the things I bought be used by Jian Yun? Xiao Shuren pushed harder. Generally, abilities purchased within the system manifest as the host's own powers, unless the host completes the selfless landlord task, otherwise they cannot be loaned out. However, given the urgency of the situation and the host's impressively low task completion progress, the system decides to open the privilege this time, requiring a payment of 800 federal coins. 800? Are you kidding me? Xiao Shuren exclaimed, that needs federal coins, this needs federal coins, system, are you crazy for money? The host can choose to use it or not. This system opening the permission is already a great mercy. At such a critical moment, could she not use it? Xiao Shuren's eyelids twitched violently, the swelling still continuing. Gritting her teeth, she directly made the purchase and then granted the authority to Jian Yun. Jian Yun's hand immediately emitted a blue light, startling her. What? What is going on? Xiao Shuren fiercely responded in her heart, this is my hard-earned money. She was bankrupt. She was really bankrupt. Her balance was zeroed. Damn system, if she had known, she wouldn't have come. It's my ability. Xiao Shuren scolded the unscrupulous system as she spoke, it has electricity, just electrocute it to death. Chapter 110, to actually obtain a level 4 mutated crystal core. Jian Yun's eyes widened, you have this, why didn't you take it out earlier? Without saying a word, she started to electrocute the huge dandelion root stem. Xiao Shuren was no slouch either, of course I wanted to. But, she had no money. This was all her savings. The sounds of electricity crackled, because of the weakening of the mental ability interference. The dandelion clearly sensed something was off and immediately began to struggle. Everyone else noticed this and quickly followed suit, using all their abilities to try to control the mutated dandelion. Ling Che. Xiao Shuren looked down at the figure below, hurry up. She granted Ling Che the same authority. Ling Che was momentarily stunned when he felt the power surging within him, but he was experienced enough. The short blade, mixed with electric shock ability, plunged fiercely into its squirming flesh. The dandelion could no longer hold on, crashing heavily to the ground, its voice sharp, with slime continuously oozing out. This time, it truly fell to the ground. Even the surrounding mutated dandelions that had grown and spread also seemed to wither, lying on the ground, visibly decaying at a rapid pace. Ling Che quickly delivered the final blow. After confirming it was silent for good, everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief.
It's finally dead. Wang Mang kicked it hard. It showed no reaction, clearly dead. I didn't expect you to be so capable.
Yun Yichao suddenly spoke, his handsome face full of complex emotions. I always thought you were nothing without your spatial ability.
What did you think I was? Xiao Shiren rolled her eyes. Then she looked eagerly at Ling Che.
He raised an eyebrow, realizing her thoughts, and was just about to use his knife to dig out the crystal nucleus from the mutated dandelion's root when he saw Yun Yichao step in first.
Yun Yichao, what are you doing? I killed it. Xiao Shiren's eyes widened. You don't want to steal it, do you?
She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Yun Yichao took a long stride, pulled out a dagger from somewhere, and dug in. Thick slime burst out, but he seemed to feel nothing, digging directly until he pulled out a pale pink crystal nucleus.
Level 3. No. Not just level 3. This quality didn't seem like level 3.
Yun Yichao was stunned, and at the moment Xiao Shiren was about to act, he directly threw it at her, sneering, "You're lucky."
Ha? You didn't plan to steal it? Xiao Shiren blurted out. Why would I want to steal from you?
Yun Yichao squinted at her with irritation, then seeming to mock her, "If I wanted to use it, I would kill myself."
Fine. Xiao Shiren blinked. A level 3 crystal nucleus was rare.
She held the nucleus in her hands like a treasure and then sighed almost imperceptibly. The others exchanged several glances.
Why are you sighing? Yun Yichao frowned and asked her, didn't you get it all? You don't understand.
Xiao Shiren was puzzled. This thing is a drop in the bucket compared to my losses.
She was bankrupt. Losses? Yun Yichao questioned her. Wang Meng scratched his head. Landlord, what did we lose?
The beep machine also made a sound, clearly confused as well.
Xiao Shiren looked at him angrily. What do you know? Let me ask you, wasn't the cost of food and clothing on this journey a loss?
In the end, we only got back this little bit of federal currency.
Xiao Shiren lied.
She didn't care about those food and clothing costs, she cared about the federal currency. She had even spent it all now.
She was bankrupt.
Her losses were unspeakable, and she could only silently endure. Everyone was stunned, and Ling Che spoke first, a smile in his eyes. Indeed, fresh ingredients are extremely rare resources in the apocalypse, but don't forget, there are still a lot of federal currency we haven't processed.
Xiao Shiren's eyes lit up. She almost forgot about this. Everyone quickly started to take action after hearing this.
I'll go collect the federal currency in the east.
I'll go west. Then I'll go south. Yu Yun spoke up.
Wait, I have a question, Fang Shicheng said cautiously. We don't know how far its root system has spread.
If its other roots aren't completely dead, can they come back to life? Xiao Shiren checked the system map. And then, indifferent, she waved her hand. It's fine, really dead.
This had cost her a large sum of money. If it didn't die again, she would definitely curse the ancestors of the system.
However, now that the mutated dandelion was dead, it was a relief.
Xiao Shiren thought of this when she heard the system speak. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a level 4 mutated crystal core.
Level 4 mutated crystal core? Xiao Shiren exclaimed in shock.
She remembered that level 4 mutated crystal cores were extremely rare.
In fact, some advanced items in the system could be unlocked directly with it.
But now she only had one, and at least two were needed to unlock any advanced items, so it was of no significant use yet. Xiao Shiren carefully stored the crystal core in the system, but she felt a chill in her heart, thinking of Du Zhonghong and others outside the apartment. It turned out to be a level 4 mutated plant. No wonder the system said that Du Zhonghong's chance of encountering disaster on this trip was 93.4%. The more Xiao Shiren thought about it, the more restless she became. She called over Fang Shicheng and also yelled for Ling Che to come over. Without the mutated plant's boost, the zombies outside shouldn't be that strong.
Let's go check on them.
Okay. Ling Che and Fang Shicheng immediately responded. But they didn't expect that when they arrived outside, the scene would exceed their expectations. Du Zhonghong seemed like a natural conductor, skillfully directing everyone in their fight against the zombies. And those nuts that could only resist for 3 hours, at this moment, had only suffered a small amount of damage. In fact, a considerable number of zombies had already been eliminated. When Xiao Shiren and Ling Che saw the scene, they were momentarily stunned. And Du Zhonghong looked at the three of them, even more surprised.
You guys are back? He hurriedly approached them. How's the situation? The mutated dandelion is dead. Xiao Shiren looked at him and said. She hesitated for a moment. What are you all?
Before Xiao Shiren finished speaking, a lively and small figure pounced on her, sister. Yun Xiaoduo looked at Xiao Shiren's back curiously and, perhaps because she hadn't seen Yun Yizhao, seemed a bit disappointed.
Ding! Congratulations, you earned plus 20 sunshine points.
Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Shiren pinched Yun Xiaoduo's cheek. Brother is still inside, but why did you come out directly?
It's so dangerous.
Du Zhonghong immediately said, it's fine, she still has the plants you left behind. He sighed, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known how to deal with those zombies.
Chapter 111, Reward of 1 million federal coins. What plants? Xiao Shiren was suddenly dumbfounded.
But she saw Yun Xiaoduo wink at her, sweetly pulling out a red cherry, saying, yes, thank you for the plants, sister.
Xiao Shiren couldn't help but laugh and cry. So it was Yun Xiaoduo? But with so many zombies, how many plants would she have to use? Did anyone get hurt on your side?
Du Zhonghong looked at Xiao Shiren, hesitant to speak. The mutated dandelion is not like those other zombies.
The others?
So he was worried about this.
Xiao Shiren smiled and replied, they are sorting out the federal coins.
It's fine, everything is going smoothly on our side, but the dandelion's root system is very extensive, so you'll need to clean up again in a while. As she spoke, she paused and continued, if everything goes well, we should be able to return in about 2 days. After all, she hadn't been in the apartment for so long and didn't know what the situation was inside. Xiao Shiren roughly explained the situation to Du Zhonghong, and when she reached the end, she briefly mentioned that the other party had died because of her abilities. Hearing this, Du Zhonghong's expression grew increasingly serious, and his gaze toward Xiao Shiren revealed undisguised shock.
You? Did you really kill them?
Du Zhonghong asked, trembling, his tone laced with fear. Xiao Shiren tried to suppress her inner guilt, it should be. Ling Che's tone was cold, Mr. Du, there is no need to doubt, this is what I witnessed with my own eyes. Du Zhonghong slapped his thigh, looking at Xiao Shan, truly, heroes emerge among the youth.
No wonder we chose this person.
Ling Che was already a standout among the younger generation, and now Xiao Shan's strength was so formidable. Du Zhonghong seemed to remember something and cleared his throat. During this time, thank you.
Don't worry, when we return, I will definitely ask my superiors for some reward as thanks for your completion of this task. You can also make any requests.
Upon hearing the word reward, Xiao Shan, who had originally felt shy, suddenly brightened up and lost her sense of guilt, immediately speaking up, really?
Then I want federal coins.
Du Zhonghong was taken aback, he did not expect her request to be so plain, but after considering that their apartment supplies were indeed much richer, he tentatively asked, so, how much are you planning to ask for? When it came to this, Xiao Shan calculated with her fingers. She needed at least 500,000 federal coins to upgrade, and considering the recent situation, she felt embarrassed to ask for too much. After all, it was the apocalypse. What if Base D didn't have much money? Wouldn't that be awkward?
Suppressing her urge to ask for millions, she made a small opening, 30 or 40,000? All the rent from her current tenants combined didn't even amount to that much.
Du Zhonghong was dumbfounded.
Just that?
Seeing his expression, Xiao Shan quickly added, actually, if you can't pay, that's fine. After all, your young one has been renting at our base.
Du Zhonghong laughed heartily, give it. We must give it. He looked at her with burning eyes, what's 30 or 40,000?
You helped our base so much, we have to give you at least 100,000. Besides, if you need any help, you can always ask our base.
I'll help as much as I can. It was a bit embarrassing to say, they had hardly done anything to help along the way and left everything to Xiao Shan and her team. 100,000.
Xiao Shan mentally calculated, she no longer felt any pain about everything that had happened before.
You must understand, this is 100,000.
She had never seen that many zeros in her life.
Xiao Shan's mood instantly lifted, but even better news was yet to come. Du Zhonghong spoke again, didn't you say before that we should give you crystal cores? Guess how many we have accumulated now. He held up a finger, a total of 350 second-level crystal cores.
Xiao Shan almost jumped up in excitement, and then heard Du Zhonghong continue, however, if it weren't for your plants, we would never have been able to gather so many, and because of your body armor, our base's losses can be described as remarkably rare. As he spoke, he grew more animated. Every base would regularly venture out to clear zombies, facing nearly mortal risks, with casualties extremely severe, but this time it was different from all the previous ones. Not only did they suffer few losses, but their gains were also extraordinary. Xiao Shan was flattered by his praise, her tail almost wagging to the sky, yet she still tried to calm herself and humbly said, this is not solely my credit. Moreover, those plants belong to Yun Xiaoduo, if she took all the credit, the Yun family might not be happy. As soon as that thought landed, she felt a soft little hand grasp her, and Yun Xiaoduo smiled, sister, no need to be modest, I always knew you were the best.
Indeed.
Du Zhonghong sighed, then changed the subject, but I still want to ask, your protective suit and those plants are so useful, can you sell us a few more? Hearing this, Xiao Shan hesitated slightly and unexpectedly shook her head, probably not. The protective suits were too expensive. Not to mention the price of 1 second-level crystal core each, if this got out, who knows how many people would be secretly coveting it.
As for the plants, that was Yun Xiaoduo's.
She understood the principle that a big tree attracts the wind. Facing Du Zhonghong's surprise, Xiao Shuren told a lie, I don't have many protective suits left in my space. If I were to buy some, I would only have about 100 left, which might not even be enough for myself. There are hardly any plants left either, all of them were used for this mission. Xiao Shuren forced a smile, I can say I am now completely broke. Well, in a sense, she truly was completely broke. The federal currency had been emptied, and she didn't have any coins on her. Thinking about it made Xiao Shuren's eyes well up with tears. Du Zhonghong was a wise man and understood her meaning after hearing her words. He sighed, since landlord Xiao has said so, then I can only let it go. However, if anything comes up in the future, I will definitely throw myself into it. As for today's matter, what needs to be said and what doesn't, I will inform others. Xiao Shuren nodded, she knew and trusted Du Zhonghong's character. After Du Zhonghong left, she looked down at Yun Xiaoduo and pondered for a moment, then said, Xiaoduo, tell your sister, since it's about plants, do you have any left? I don't have any left. Yun Xiaoduo said awkwardly, this is the last one. Xiao Shuren's heart sank as she thought of Yun Yichao. In fact, the Yun family had helped a lot along the way. If it weren't for Yun Xiaoduo's system, they wouldn't know what to do. She had made up her mind in her heart, but before long, she heard Yun Xiaoduo looking up at her eyes bright and clear, but sister, you don't need to worry, my plants grow quickly. It's just that during this time, I might have to stay by your side all the time. Sister won't dislike me, will you? When Xiao Shuren heard this, she didn't know why, but she felt a hint of mischief in Yun Xiaoduo's eyes. Although I also want to stay with you, this matter still needs the agreement of your family. Yun Xiaoduo indeed looked a bit disappointed. For Yun Xiaoduo to be by her side, Xiao Shuren felt nothing but joy in her heart. After all, she was incredibly cute and always so well behaved. Time passed slowly, and after much effort, Xiao Shuren was finally able to take a break. She pulled out her lounge chair, yawned, and waited for others to return. It turned out that the mutated plants did cause the temperature nearby to rise. After the mutated dandelion was cleared away, the surrounding temperature became cool again. She had been waiting for Yun Yichao and the others for more than an hour. Out of sheer boredom, she didn't even bother to turn off Yun Xiaoduo's system notification sound. Ding, congratulations! You have received 2 sunshine points. Congratulations! You have received sunshine points. The occasional congratulatory sounds, accompanied by the howling of zombies outside that had grown fewer, made Xiao Shuren feel as though waiting was quite lengthy. Do those federal coins take this long to collect? Xiao Shuren asked with a hint of confusion in her tone, the system map shows there aren't many enemies left. At the same time, a vague sense of anticipation grew in her heart, after all this time, wouldn't there be a lot? They're back! Someone among the resting mercenaries shouted. Xiao Shuren followed their gaze and indeed saw a group of people carrying large sacks. Wang Mang was carrying a big bag. When he saw Xiao Shuren, he plopped himself down on top of the bag, grinning widely, landlord, look at how much money I brought you. Several people began to pour out the contents. There was truly a lot of money. Xiao Shuren's eyes widened in disbelief. And with a crisp brother, Xiao Shuren looked in the direction of Yun Xiaoduo's gaze and found that the one carrying the most was actually Yun Yichao. He was carrying one in each hand, his sleeves rolled up, revealing smooth and well-defined muscles, tilting his head to look at Xiao Shuren, a hint of pride in his eyes. Look at what I've prepared for you. He said leisurely, it stuck in the crack of the door. A room was searched after another, the entire Zongan base now had nothing left. So much. Too much. It was a whole double compared to before. Xiao Xian quickly called out to the system. System, quickly help me check how much money there is here. When mentioning federal coins, the system's response speed was incredibly fast. After statistics, the amount of federal coins here is 280,000. 280,000. Yun Yichao, you're amazing. Xiao Xian instantly gave a fist to his chest, so happy she almost wanted to hug these federal coins and give them a passionate kiss. Yun Yichao's face flashed an unnatural blush, but the person in front of him seemed unaware, and in the blink of an eye absorbed all these federal coins. He finally regained his composure, lowered his gaze, and mumbled, I don't know what you'll do with these worthless coins. You don't understand. Although Xiao Xian was happy, she wasn't deaf and mysteriously said, everything has its own value. And for me, it is a priceless treasure. Being able to upgrade the apartment is indeed a priceless treasure. Xiao Xian felt she must hold a celebration party when she got back. If counting this 280,000, plus the 1 million promised by Du Zhonghong, she would have a total of 1,280,000. A big gain. Xiao Xian felt that it would be unreasonable not to be happy. She enthusiastically asked, did you find any zombies inside? Were there any crystals? Hearing this, behind her, Yu Yun also stepped forward, softly saying, this is the crystal we collected, about 100 plus. Heavy, in one bag. Struck it rich. This time it's really striking it rich. Xiao Shan screamed excitedly in her heart, plus the crystals previously given by Du Zhonghong, and roughly calculated by the system, she already had more than 600 crystals. Yu Yin continued, however, most are second level, and the third level is rare. She wondered, generally speaking it shouldn't be, because we also encountered third level zombies, but no crystals. It should have been absorbed by the mutated dandelions. Yun Yizhou said quietly, looking at Xiao Shan, his mood still complex. From the beginning of not being able to stand her, until now, he had vaguely begun to feel a strange emotion named admiration, even starting to be curious. How many secrets does she have? Perhaps it was because the other's scrutinizing gaze was too strong. Xiao Shan, in her happiness, directly met his gaze. Yun Yizhou had no time to dodge, his gaze felt somewhat unnatural. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Xiao Shan touched her face, just right, I also have something I want to talk to you about alone. Everyone's gaze fell on Xiao Shan, then on Yun Yizhou, each looking confused. What could these two have to say to each other? This was what they thought deep down. They looked at this one, then that one, handsome man and beautiful woman, could it be? Wang Mang scratched his head, what? Landlord, you can tell us whatever you want to say, just say it to him. Before he finished, others covered his mouth. Enough, if the landlord wants to speak, you don't need to interrupt. Saying this, everyone's curiosity was almost overflowing. Including Yin Xiaoduo, her big eyes sparkling, revealing curiosity. Sister. What were these people thinking? Important matter. Xiao Shan felt somewhat speechless, what were these people thinking? Oh. A group of people finally relaxed. They almost thought their landlord was going to be taken away by a man they hadn't known for long. Once they all left, Yun Yizhou spoke with a strange tone, what is there to talk about between us? Of course it's about good things. Xiao Shan slightly raised her eyebrows, joking, what are you afraid of? If you don't want to hear it, then never mind. After saying this, Xiao Shan was about to leave, but was called to stop by the other party, resigned as if to say, wait, just say it, I want to listen. Xiao Shan took out all the crystals she just had and pulled out about 1/3 from inside, here, for you. Yun Yizhou suddenly stopped. It seemed shocking, looking at Xiao Shan, wanting to confirm again, these crystal cores, are they for me? Xiao Shan, did you do something wrong? Don't mention it. Xiao Shan pulled at her lip, taking a deep breath. Yun Xiaoduo used up the plants. Watching Yun Yichao's face turn dark, Xiao Shan steeled herself, and heard the other person grinding their teeth. When did this happen? It was just recently, while guarding the other ability users at the base. I came back to find she had used them all up, getting over 300 crystal cores, and wanted to compensate you. Silence. A long and lingering silence. Xiao Shan felt a bit embarrassed, and was also doubting if the other party thought it was too little and wanted more. When Yun Yichao spoke, his voice unexpectedly calm. You don't need to. This is her own decision, and it has nothing to do with you. Xiao Shan looked up in surprise. The other's face showed no emotion, giving her a meaningful glance, but you, it's really unexpectedly kind of you. Chapter 113, Yun Yichao, do you have no friends? Kindness is indeed a good quality, but don't forget, this is the apocalypse. His tone was cool. Xiao Shan raised her eyebrows slightly, never expecting he would speak up for this reason. You did nothing wrong by saving people last time, but have you ever thought, what if you really couldn't come back? Yun Yichao asked again. Why are you saying this to me? Xiao Shan asked him, surprise flashing in her eyes. Yun Yichao clearly didn't expect her to ask so straightforwardly, his face flushed instantly, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, just a piece of advice, like it or not. It seemed that Yun Yichao had been backstabbed by a companion. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Shan had a thought and smiled. Yun Yichao, don't you have any friends? Yun Yichao paused, seemingly unable to hold back his sarcasm. Friends? Xiao Shan, there are no friends in the apocalypse. Xiao Shan sighed, but they truly treat me well. Wang Mang was usually extremely righteous, even willing to risk his life to stay with him, knowing it might offend a strong enemy. Yun Yichao stiffened, clenched his fingers, suddenly looking up. Xiao Shan, you're too naive. Are you sure they would still be with you if you didn't have an apartment? Maybe not. Xiao Shan's tone was ethereal, but she didn't rush to refute him, instead said seriously, but my purpose in building the apartment isn't purely selfless. They are tenants, I am the landlord, essentially just a resource exchange, yet they are willing to come to such a dangerous place with me. Isn't that enough to be friends? Yun Yichao was left speechless. Xiao Shan muttered, so it's only natural that I save them. Moreover, she had the system to back her up. Xiao Shan never thought kindness was a shackle. By keeping her bottom line while helping others within her capabilities, in some sense, it was also saving her own retreat. After all, no one knows if there will be a day when they need others' help. What if this small kindness becomes someone else's retreat someday? You really are different. Yun Yichao murmured, impressive. Xiao Shan injected a strong dose of medicine, winking at him, and said naturally, then you can consider me a friend.
Isn't this your original intention? The system mocked. I have no choice.
Xiao Shan spoke with resignation. We still need to get along for so long in the future, I have to lower his defenses, right? He seems to have quite a story. Xiao Shan stared intently at Yun Yichao. Yun Yichao couldn't hear the one-on-one dialogue and seemed to be stunned by her words for quite a while, turning his head, clenching his fist, then relaxing it again.
I don't need friends. Take some time to think about this. Why not take care of your apartment more?
His tone was stiff, sounding somewhat harsh. Anyway, there was no good attitude in his voice.
TSK. So arrogant.
Among the Yun family, he was the hardest to deal with.
Since Xiao Shan had already said that much, and the other party still didn't buy it, fine, talking to you, this blockhead, is worse than talking to your 5-year-old sister. She huffed, clearly not satisfied. Yun Yichao's breathing became somewhat labored, not sure if it was due to holding back or something else. He stared deeply at her, ultimately still suppressing the thoughts inside him. These days, Xiao Shan's image in his heart had changed too much. He thought of Yun Xiaoduo's system. With Yun Xiaoduo by her side, the rate at which she absorbed sunlight was 6 times faster than usual. When the two of them walked out together, they immediately met the gazes of several others. Especially Wang Meng, who looked almost tearful with excitement. Landlord, you are really too good, actually treating us as true friends. Hearing his inexplicable words, Xiao Shan quickly realized and widened her eyes. Did you just eavesdrop by the wall? Wang Meng shrank back immediately. That's a misunderstanding.
We didn't plan to eavesdrop, but Fang Shicheng dragged me, saying he felt that Jun Yizhou wasn't a good person. He pointed at Fang Shicheng and the others, who were also dumbfounded, hearing Wang Meng's words. Wasn't it you who suggested it first?
Wang Meng felt even more guilty. Yun Yizhao's face darkened, and he spoke slowly. Am I not a good person?
Wang Meng felt a bit guilty. You don't usually look good towards the landlord, indeed doesn't seem like a good person, but I didn't hear anything.
I swear.
He pulled Yun Xiaoduo out from behind him. Landlord, you might not believe us, but you can't possibly not believe this little girl, right? She was right beside us just now. Seeing his sister there, Yun Yizhao's face was spectacular, a riot of colors. Yun
Xiaoduo.
Yun Xiaoduo innocently mixed with guilt. Brother.
I was just curious, what does not a good person mean? Before she could even pout, she was pulled by Yun Yi and clearly was not pleased, coldly saying, don't play with shady people all day.
What shady people?
Wang Meng wasn't happy to hear that. I'm a capable assistant of our landlord. Do you understand what a capable assistant means?
A capable assistant is someone who eavesdrops on other people's conversations?
And even corrupts children.
Xiao Shan was also grinding her teeth, stepping forward to grab his ear. Wang Meng, I really need to teach you a lesson. It was one thing to corrupt Ling Che, but now even children had to be led astray. This is just shameless. Wang Meng screamed in pain. No, landlord, I won't dare again. Landlord, actually I also came here for one more thing. Xiao Shan looked at him with a cold smile, her action not stopping. She just wanted to see what kind of ridiculous thing Wang Meng could come up with. It's Mr. Du. Mr. Du asked me to find you, saying he wanted to discuss the base's matters with you. Wang Meng looked extremely wronged, his face sorrowful. I was just trying to pass on a message, but then I ran into Fang Shicheng here. The two of us thought that Yun Yizhao kept targeting you. What if he bullies you? What should we do?
Xiao Shan. Can you do something serious? She finally said helplessly. Is she foolish? Does she really look like someone who wouldn't fight back if bullied?
She finally let go of her hand, knowing these two were coming from concern. She closed her eyes and spoke. All right, lead the way. Du Zhanghong had evidently been waiting for a long time. The tent showed a silhouette. The other person was pacing inside the tent, seemingly a bit anxious. Xiao Shan's eyes flickered, probably knowing what he was anxious about.
Wang Meng lowered his voice. Landlord, should I go in with you?
Xiao Shan rubbed her brow. No, you wait for me here. Wang Meng felt as if he had received a great pardon and immediately stood still. Just as she had taken a few steps. Turning back, the tone mixed with a warning, no eavesdropping.
Chapter 114, I want to go back with my sister.
Du Zhanghong saw Xiao Shiren and immediately welcomed her. Xiao, you're here.
I want to know more about the previous situation. I heard them say that the last mutant dandelion is not an ordinary plant?
Yes. Xiao Shiren suddenly realized she hadn't explained clearly last time. It is a talking mutant plant.
What do you mean a talking mutant plant? Du Zhanghong became restless upon hearing these words. Are you sure? This is a big deal.
Absolutely. Xiao Shiren's words were firm, and it is extremely powerful.
It is a level 4 mutation.
Of course, she didn't say these words. Du Zhanghong was shocked, even uneasy. What caused this mutant plant to change?
After all, it is a plant. A plant of a plant-based ability user.
If all plant-based ability users turned out like this, Du Zhonghong could hardly imagine. No wonder the Zhongnan base was wiped out overnight. I didn't expect that mutant dandelion to be so powerful. According to you, it has human intelligence. He paced around the room, eventually gritting his teeth. No, we must report this to superiors immediately. We need to return quickly. Xiao Shiren was equally serious. The cause of the mutant plant's creation has not been studied clearly yet. But if every mutant plant is as powerful as the mutant dandelion, anyone would be helpless. Even the situation that humanity has maintained for 30 years could easily vanish. Du Zhonghong hesitated for a moment, but still steeled himself to speak. Xiao Xiao, is the corpse of that mutant dandelion still here? It is. Xiao Shiren replied without hesitation, but right now, the crystal core is with me, and I cannot give it to you. Du Zhonghong felt called out, a bit embarrassed. Xiao Xiao, this crystal core is extremely important to us. If you want to upgrade your abilities, a level 2 crystal core would be much more effective for you now. If you are willing, we can exchange any resources for it. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Xiao Shiren replied with a bitter smile. Her system had already converted the level 4 crystal core into data and stored it away. With the system's habit of swallowing but not spitting out, how could she possibly take it out? Du Zhonghong was half convinced. Really can't? Xiao Shiren shook her head. Not very convenient. Once my space absorbs the crystal core, it can't be taken out. She explained honestly. Du Zhonghong looked her up and down a few times and eventually believed her words, shaking his head in the end. Forget it, this mutant dandelion was killed by you, and since the crystal core is in your hands, it's fate. Since that's the case, I will take some mutant dandelion tissue back to report. He looked up at the sky. It's already getting late, why don't you go back to your room and rest? If there's anything, I'll come find you. Du Zhonghong was a sensible person, giving her a meaningful look. But after this time, the name of your ark apartment will surely spread. That night, the first thing Xiao Shiren did when she returned to her tent was to check her remaining assets in the system. System detection, the host currently has a federal currency balance of 280,000. Current number of crystal cores, 635. Xiao Shiren was satisfied counting the numbers she had, over and over again. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Yun Xiaoduo came in with a pillow. Sister! Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Shiren looked up, only to see Yun Xiaoduo snuggling into her arms. Reluctant. Sister, are you leaving tomorrow? Xiao Shiren couldn't help but laugh. Yes, we do need to leave tomorrow, but you will be able to come over in a while, right? Xiao Shiren knew well that the zombies killed by Yun Yichao were not ordinary in number, so the promised rewards would certainly be fulfilled. The luxurious suite, of course, had to be left for them. But that kid, Yun Yichao, although he had strength, she feared his heart wasn't in the ark apartment, so she wanted to guide him yesterday. Now seeing Yun Xiaoduo, Xiao Xian suddenly realized. What was there to guide? She got along well with Yun Xiaoduo, taking good care of the little girl, yet worried that Yun Yichao might run away? That's different. Yun Xiaoduo protested softly. I don't want to be apart from my sister at all, I want to go with my sister. If I follow my brother back, I still have to pack my things, that's too troublesome and exhausting. It was clear that during this time, Xiao Xian had already settled deep in Yun Xiaoduo's heart. Xiao Xian thought for a moment, her mind moved, and a piece of candy appeared in her hand. Xiaoduo, you wouldn't want to be with me just because of this candy, would you? She coaxed, if you do this, your brother will be unhappy. Yun Xiaoduo's eyes lit up, her gaze followed the candy. Just as she was about to reach for it, it was taken back by Xiao Xian. Yun Xiaoduo pouted her lips, looking pitiful. Sister. Xiao Xian patted her head, a sense of guilt surged in her heart, but she felt she still had to set a good example for the child, so she spoke seriously. Xiaoduo, do you really want to go with me? You know, you're still very young, it's best for you to stay with your brother. And even if you don't come with me this time, your brother will bring you over in a few days. Xiao Xian carefully chose her words, though she also liked Yun Xiaoduo very much. After all, she was only 5. Inside the ark apartment, she basically wouldn't encounter any harm, but children would still be better suited to familiar environments. If after going to the ark apartment, there were any uncomfortable aspects, that wouldn't be good. But what she didn't expect was that Yun Xiaoduo nodded, extremely firm, I'm sure. She really liked Xiao Xian a lot. From the moment she first saw Xiao Xian, there was a sense of intimacy. Plus, since following Xiao Xian, she had collected more sunshine. She shook Xiao Xian's arm. Sister, can you take me back tomorrow? Yun Xiaoduo looked eagerly. I can, but you have to get your brother and uncle's permission. Xiao Xian's expression became serious. It's not that she didn't want Yun Xiaoduo to go over. After all, with the support of the Yun family, it was like having another base, another stronghold behind them. But Xiao Xian didn't want Yun Xiaoduo to go alone. It would be best to take someone with her. She thought Yun Buxian was pretty good. Powerful and not as sharp-tongued as Yun Yichao. He could also fill the vacancies after the apartment upgrade. But would Yun Buxiang agree?
Looking at his lazy appearance, Xiao Shan felt a bit uncertain. Yun Xiaoduo heard her words and finally cheered up.
Sister is the best.
She took her small pillow and returned to her own territory, her little face flushed.
Wait for my good news.
Okay. Xiao Shan replied gladly. After Yun Xiaoduo left, she asked the system again.
System, can you tell me in detail what LV3 apartment really has? After upgrading to LV3, the security defense system can also be upgraded accordingly.
After the upgrade, the fourth floor of the apartment can be unlocked, and the number of residents will reach 100 households. In addition, other hidden benefits will be explained specifically after the upgrade. Simple text descriptions made Xiao Shan feel a strong curiosity.
100 households? And other hidden benefits? Xiao Shan couldn't help but feel tempted.
But on the other hand, she sighed. Upgrading to LV3 apartment had only reached 100 households, it seemed the upgrade task was still a long way to go. Moreover, that mutated plant was so powerful, if it collided with her apartment. Just thinking about it made her heart skip a beat. She closed her eyes, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The next day, Xiao Shuren, with two big dark circles under her eyes, arrived at the tent and saw that everyone had already gathered together. Yun Yichao crossed his arms, looking at her with a cold smile, but when their gazes met, he squinted his eyes. Yun Xiaoduo came over and grabbed Xiao Shuren's sleeve.
Sister, I have convinced them. We will go back together tomorrow. Xiao Shuren suppressed her laughter. Your brother agreed?
Before Yun Xiaoduo could speak, Yun Bushan eagerly chimed in, seriously saying, little sister, we all understand what you said last night.
It's indeed unsafe for Xiaoduo to go alone, so I've decided to go too. I think you're just too lazy to move. Yun Yichao retorted without holding back.
He clearly hadn't slept well all night, and his eyes were dark, filled with resentment. Last night, his dear sister ran off to see Xiao Shuren and insisted on following her.
How could he possibly agree? But regardless of his disagreement, Yun Buxiang was determined to go along without a second thought and praised Yun Xiaoduo for her initiative.
He was so angry he nearly spit blood. He regretted it so much. Regretted bringing Yun Xiaoduo along. And regretted bringing Yun Buxiang too.
His disagreement didn't matter at all.
Ling Che appeared at some point and, seeing this scene, a glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes.
Don't worry, the Ark apartment is safer than you think.
I must say, because of his strength and character, Ling Che could easily gain the others' trust.
Even Yun Yichao's expression softened a bit. Strength truly is a hard currency. Xiao Shuren sighed inwardly. Look at Ling Che, a single sentence from him is more effective than 10 from her.
Having made the decision, the group set off together. Before leaving, it was finally time for Xiao Shuren to deliver on her promise. She had Du Zhonghong gather everyone together.
Each person here looked up with faces full of expectation.
Xiao Shuren's voice was clear as she spoke. Do you all remember what I said before? I said the one who kills the most zombies here will be gifted a luxurious suite, and the other two will receive a single room and a double room.
The list is out, and I announce. Everyone present became tense.
Xiao Shuren smiled slightly. Ling Che, Yun Yichao, Wang Meng.
As soon as those names were called, Wang Meng immediately stood straight, pointing at himself. Me? Did I hear that right? Is it really me?
Wang Meng looked at Feng Shicheng, who squeezed his arm hard, and feeling a strong pain, he jumped up. It really is me. He was once again filled with tears of joy.
Landlady, you're truly wonderful. From now on, I, Wang Meng, live for you and die for you.
Yun Xiaoduo also praised, that's great.
Brother is amazing. Xiao Shuren slowly added, these rewards are separate from what you originally have. Wang Meng opened his mouth wide, so that means I will have 2 rooms?
He hadn't forgotten that Xiao Shuren said before his rent would be waived, and now with the added permanent single room, he would have 2 rooms. Although Yun Yichao had anticipated this, hearing it for real still left him stunned.
Xiao Shuren raised an eyebrow and spoke again.
But everyone here shouldn't be disheartened. When you all come to our apartment in the future, I will also reserve rooms for you, and the rent will be halved. Xiao Shuren would not forget how she got the crystal cores in her hands. Though there was a slight loss, the harvest this time was truly abundant. Another 128,000 federal coins, over 600 crystal cores, and a level 4 mutated plant crystal core. The others were even more excited.
Wonderful. Long live Landlady Qiao. Thank you, Landlady Qiao. In the future, if Landlady Qiao needs anything, just come find us. We will definitely risk our lives.
Their cheers grew louder and louder. Before the end of the world, there were supplies and various foods, plus those powerful combat abilities. If it weren't for Xiao Shan telling them that there weren't enough houses at the moment, they would have rushed to move into the apartment.
Since discussing the allocation, the Don base and base D had gotten along harmoniously, everyone was cheerful and full of joy every day. Ling Che slightly curled his lips, his mood lifting as well. Du Zhanghong could not stand Yun Bushan, and hearing that he was going to the apartment made him even more dissatisfied and bitterly critical. At his age, he's really shameless. Yun Bushan took shamelessness to the extreme, bragging, "My sister said she would arrange a luxury suite for us, for free, just to make you mad." Yun Xiaoduo's eyes blinked, and she got along well with everyone else in the apartment. She was sweet-tongued, and everyone liked her. Yun Yizhou was initially unhappy about Yun Xiaoduo and Yun Bushan going to the apartment, but he felt a lot more at ease during the journey. And the moment of parting was about to come. Yun Yizhou squatted in front of Yun Xiaoduo, his eyes filled with genuine concern, instructing, "During this time, you must take care of yourself, okay, Xiaoduo? You can handle things by yourself, but if there's something you can't solve, still ask your sister. I'll come to accompany Xiaoduo after I finish my work." He chattered on like an old father. Yun Xiaoduo kept responding, looking extremely obedient. Yun Bushan dug at his ear, "All right, big nephew, Xiaoduo has me to take care of her, don't worry too much." Yun Yizhou glared at him, looking at Xiao Xian. For a moment, he found it hard to speak, his throat dry, saying, "For the time to come, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiaoduo." Xiao Xian waved her hand, "No need to worry too much, it's nothing serious." She generously stated, "I will take good care of Xiaoduo." Yun Yizhou took a deep breath, unexpectedly feeling a bit of trust in the person before him. Undeniably, Xiao Xian was extremely different from what he had imagined at first. During these days of getting along, he found her to be reliable. At least more reliable than Yun Bushan. Under his reluctant gaze, the group finally parted ways. The car drove for a while longer, and Xiao Xian finally saw the shadow of the Ark apartment. Not far ahead, they would reach the apartment. During this time, Du Zhanghong had also returned to base D. Before Xiao Xian got out of the car, he smiled and took out a card. "Little Xiao, this is the 1 million I promised. This time, the credit for defeating the mutated dandelions is all yours, so besides this, feel free to ask for anything in the future, we will definitely fulfill what we can." Xiao Xian humbly accepted the card with an excited heart, and at that moment, the system's notification sound echoed in her mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have received 1 million federal coins, your current account balance is 1.28 million. Chapter 116, Upgrade, LV3 Apartment. Congratulations, host, for completing the task within the target time, you have obtained the identity of the selfless contributing landlord. Please confirm whether the host wants to upgrade to LV3 apartment." This didn't require much thought. Xiao Xian said without hesitation, "Confirm." In her excited gaze, the system indeed reacted and popped up a red box. System upgrade failed. "No, system, why did the upgrade fail again?" Xiao Xian immediately spoke up. As soon as she finished speaking, the system stated, "Detected that the host has not unlocked all the rooms on the 3rd floor. The system can only upgrade after unlocking them." It was then that Xiao Xian remembered and slapped her forehead, realizing she had actually forgotten about this matter. She looked at the unlocking conditions, a total of 90,000 federal coins, right? I can unlock all of them, just right because I have a few more people here, they can just move in. Unlock successful. Now it should be able to upgrade, right? Xiao Xian thought with great anticipation, and sure enough, an extra floor appeared out of thin air outside the apartment. "Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading to LV3 apartment. The apartment automatically added a floor. The number of new residents in the apartment has increased to 100. Seeing the above subtitles, a smile on Xiao Xian's face couldn't help but stay. Being rich is great, upgrading randomly is no problem. If only she could always be this rich. Detections found that the security system can also be upgraded. Host, would you like to spend 50,000 Federation coins to upgrade the power grid to level 3? If level 2 is already so powerful, then level 3 must be amazing. And isn't it just 50,000 Federation coins? She has plenty of money now. Xiao Xian waved her hand, upgrade it. She thought for a moment, I remember you also said something about adding more security booths after the upgrade, give me a few more. After upgrading to level 3, the number of security booths will increase to 5, each costing 800 Federation coins. Please confirm, host. Unlock. Choosing people or anything else can wait. At least there is this position first. Moreover, Xiao Xian even unlocked all the rooms on the 4th floor, fully renovated, and the system kept popping up prompts. Ding, unlock successful, Federation coins minus 10,000. Ding, unlock successful, Federation coins minus 10,000. Detected impulsive spending by the host. Please think twice. After Xiao Xian finished unlocking everything around her, she finally realized that her Federation coins had somehow decreased by more than half. Federation coins really do not last long. Xiao Xian sighed. She had just over 1.28 million, and now she only had more than 400,000 left. In just a short time, over 800,000 was gone. If it weren't for the bills clearly laid out, Xiao Shan would even doubt that this system was swallowing her money. While everyone got off the car to breathe fresh air, Xiao Shan was still busy with her apartment. The beep machine saw the familiar apartment and couldn't help but scream. Wow, it's such a familiar place. Landlord, why are you still standing there? Wang Meng's voice rang out, we should go in. Only then did Xiao Shan blink. Hearing his words, she finally realized, squinting up, that she was indeed too absorbed in thought to remember they hadn't entered the apartment yet. A group of people stood here, loaded with bags. It was silent all along, but Yichuan looked back at himself suddenly, his eyes widened and he blurted out, Landlord, has your ability upgraded again? Upgraded? What? Wang Meng turned back and only then realized that while he hadn't noticed, the apartment building had added another floor. Even the outer power grid was buzzing with blue light, looking quite intimidating, much more impressive than before. Yun Xiaoduo also saw such an apartment for the first time. Her round eyes sparkled. Sister, is this the place we will live in from now on? Not just her. Yun Buxiang's eyes brightened over and over again. Before Xiao Shan could react, he quickly slipped into the apartment, looking around like a country person visiting the city for the first time. Wow! I told you, sister, this apartment is really nice. Is this food from before the apocalypse? Beef noodles, hot dogs, compressed biscuits, and various drinks? He was drooling, and when he reached the bottom of the garden, he was even more excited. Wait! There's even a vegetable garden here? His voice grew more and more surprised. At this moment, Lu Guifan wasn't here, so Yin Bushan directly went to the vegetable garden, looking at the various small vegetables planted there. Right now, those vegetable leaves were just starting to sprout, fresh and green. Yun Xiaoduo tugged at Xiao Shan's sleeve innocently, saying, Sister, those leaves look a bit like mine. Of course, they look alike. Yun Xiaoduo's system is full of non-polluted plants, so these vegetable leaves are too. Are these vegetables not contaminated by water? Yun Buxiang examined closely, his eyes shining, even his hands trembling. Except for Yun Xiaoduo, he couldn't even remember the last time he had seen fresh plants. After the apocalypse, plants forever looked wilted and yellow, even those with abilities, but he unexpectedly saw normal plants here. He remembered that this Ark apartment had only appeared not long ago, right? Incredible! Yun Buxiang couldn't help but applaud his own long-term plans. He just knew, his vision was outstanding. Once this apartment developed and grew, wouldn't he be a figure of elder status? The more he thought about it, the more eagerly Yun Buxiang looked at Xiao Shiren, exposing a wide smile and flattering, Hey, when are we going to see our place? Didn't you say you would provide us with luxury suites? I was just thinking. His eyes were full of impatience. Of course, Xiao Shiren wouldn't neglect them, let's go register first. Why do we need to register? Yun Buxiang first mumbled a complaint, but as soon as he met Xiao Shiren's gaze, he changed his tune, registering is good. Registering is good, to avoid those messy people coming in. Our sister really has long-term plans. Yun Buxiang was quite flexible. Isn't it strange? The people from the Dawn base are more sycophantic than I am? Wang Mang also thought something was off. Yun Buxiang coincidentally heard and shot him a glare. What are you talking about? I'm close to my dear sister. I don't believe that. Fang Shicheng also whispered a reply, clicking his tongue. I had only heard of the Dawn base's reputation before, but who knew? Yun Buxiang glared at the two of them. The two of them obediently shut their mouths, but the smiles in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Alright, you all keep quiet. Xiao Shiren held Xiao Duo's hand and walked in front, gently saying, the registration place is in the office, come with me. As for you, Xiao Shiren looked at the others, you don't need to come if you've registered. Chapter 117 8-hour work system, would you like to join? Of course, Xiao Shiren hadn't forgotten about the people she brought, and she looked at Yu Yun, who had been quite reserved since entering the apartment. Xiao Shiren smiled at her, taking the initiative to say, you're also part of the apartment now, you should come too. Yu Yun was slightly taken aback, and as she met Xiao Shiren's gaze, warmth surged unconsciously in her heart. Okay. As Xiao Shiren led a few people towards the office, Yun Buxian was still praising, almost sticking his eyes to the surroundings of the apartment. Chen Jing saw them and immediately stood up in surprise, exclaiming, Landlord, you finally came back. Xiao Shiren nodded at her, casually asking, anything happened in the apartment while I was gone? Chen Jing hesitated for a moment, nothing much happened, everyone seems to live harmoniously. However, recently, some people have complained that it's too dark at night and they can't see the road. And more people are coming, some tenants have mentioned to me that they think the public area is a bit small. Chen Jing said in a low voice, but I think it's normal for the public area to be small since we are in an apocalypse, having food and clothes is already good enough. Xiao Shiren thought for a moment, what they said isn't without reason. I'll consider putting up a streetlight or something later. Chen Jing initially tested the waters with her words, and upon hearing Xiao Shiren say this, she was pleasantly surprised. Xiao Shiren then looked at the one big and one small person behind her and said, "You go ahead and register them." When it came to registration, everyone's expressions lit up. Xiao Duo will stay in a luxury suite, and Yu Yin can directly move into the employee room. Let's take them to see the house later. Xiao Shiren thought for a moment, forget it, I'll take them to look. Chen Jing registered them one by one, and her eyes clearly widened in surprise upon hearing about Xiao Duo's luxury suite. After all, Xiao Duo was still so young. But after a moment's thought, it seemed normal, as Du Xiaowan was also quite young, maybe she was some young lady from a base. She sighed in her heart, thinking that their arc apartment was getting better and better. Xiao Shan first took Yu Yin to see her room, and Yu Yin was extremely satisfied with the spacious room, even showing surprise and gratitude in her eyes. Landlord, as soon as Yu Yin said these two words, she changed her tune after meeting Xiao Shan's gaze, "Boss." She said softly, "Up until now, I still don't know what my job is." It was then that Xiao Shan remembered she hadn't told Yu Yin yet, and with a mysterious smile, she said, "Your job is to catalyze." Catalyze? Xiao Shan naturally said, "That's right, to catalyze. Do you see those vegetable leaves outside? Catalyzing them is your job." Yu Yin was taken aback, "But my catalyzing ability isn't very good." "Don't worry." Xiao Shan gently smiled and said, "I told you before, those greens haven't experienced the pollution of the apocalypse. Your ability to catalyze may not be strong, but you should be one of the few who can catalyze pre-apocalypse plants, right?" This was something she noticed last time when using Yun Xiaoduo's plants. With Yun Xiaoduo's powerful ability, and since Yun Ichou and Yun Buxiang were not foolish, they had certainly tried to use other people for catalyzing, but based on their astonishment last time, it was clear that only Yu Yin was successful. Xiao Shan patted her shoulder, meaningfully saying, "Rest assured, the employee benefits here are great. You will have paid vacations and free supplies every month, an 8-hour workday with a lunch break, enough food and warmth, and a free staff dormitory. Working here, I will definitely treat you well." Yu Yin couldn't express her feelings inside, only feeling a bit bitter. Paid vacation? An 8-hour workday? This was a life she had never imagined before. Having lived under the roof of others for so long, eating sparsely was the norm. Hearing Xiao Shan say this now, she could only dryly ask, "Really, are you serious? So, are you willing to join us and become one of us?" Xiao Shan smiled at her. "Of course I am willing." Yu Yin's voice held a hint of gratitude, "Thank you, boss." She thanked her several times in a row. Xiao Shan thought for a moment, "You can start tomorrow." "Okay." Yu Yun's eyes were extremely firm. Having finished with Yu Yun, it was time to deal with Yun Xiaoduo next. Xiao Shan held Yun Xiaoduo's hand, letting her choose a room. "This one is nice, this one is also nice." As Yun Buxiang walked, he looked around, smacking his lips, and turned to Xiao Shan, "Sister, your ability is really amazing. I haven't seen such a house ability for a long time. It's as strong as mine. No wonder we are siblings. This apartment, it's really something." Yun Buxiang directly gave a thumbs up. Xiao Shan felt 2 lines of sweat on her forehead. Unable to endure his lack of seriousness, she twitched her mouth and finally couldn't resist pushing him away. "Big brother, let's let Xiao Duo choose." Yun Buxiang was puzzled and wanted to say more. Then he saw Yun Xiaoduo choosing very seriously, and finally selected a room, happily saying, "Sister, I want this one." Xiao Xian looked closely. Yun Xiaoduo chose a 3-bedroom apartment with a living room, beautifully renovated, the rooms exceptionally bright, clean, and tidy. "That's fine." Hearing those 2 words, Yun Xiaoduo immediately walked in without hesitation. Inside, compared to the general base environment, it was undoubtedly much better. She looked at the bed, then lifted her gaze to Xiao Shan, her voice crisp, "Sister, can I change the decoration inside?" Xiao Shan curiously asked, "What kind do you want?" Yun Xiaoduo blinked, "I saw a picture book before, and the rooms in there were very beautiful. They were pink. I want the walls to be all pink, and I want a bed, and I also want dolls." Hearing a long list of conditions, Yun Buxiang immediately began to ramble. "Xiaoduo, although I also want those conditions, but that was only available before the apocalypse. If you want them now, isn't that making it hard for people? Although we are rich, we are not that rich yet." Yun Buxiang was still clear-headed. He sighed, and the more he thought about it, the more he missed life before the apocalypse. When the apocalypse first came, he was only 10 years old. Now, in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. At least he had seen the prosperity before the apocalypse, but this new generation did not have that blessing, not knowing if they would ever see humanity return to the splendor of the past. Yun Buxiang thought about this and began to feel sad again. "Xiao Duo, how about we just calculate?" "There is." His words were interrupted. Yun Buxiang looked at Xiao Shan as if he had heard something unbelievable. You, what did you say?" Xiao Shan pinched Yun Xiaoduo's face, smiling, "I said there is. I can decorate the room to look like Xiao Duo likes." Chapter 118, Xiao Duo's Pink Room?
Du Xiaowan wants blue. Yun Buxian was really shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if asking, are you serious? Xiao Shan was quite calm. My ability is like this, pink, right? Without hesitation, she changed the sheets to pink from the system mall, and repainted the walls, although it cost a whole 500 federal coins. But Xiao Shan was now a rich woman. 500 federal coins were nothing to her. Yun Xiaoduo's eyes grew brighter and brighter, pink sheets, pink walls, and pink dolls. Seeing the room full of pink, Xiao Shan was very satisfied. Girls should be spoiled, who let Yun Xiaoduo be so lovable. Yun Buxiang swallowed, sister, you really treat us like family. She actually made the room pink upon request. Yun Buxiang didn't think it was a big deal. But Xiao Shan had already imagined how Yun Yizhou would feel if he found out that his sheets and other belongings had turned pink. She was even starting to look forward to it. Under Yun Xiaoduo's admiring gaze, Xiao Shan couldn't help but pinch her cheek again. Xiaoduo, if you have any requests in the future, just tell your sister. So soft and cute. Who knew where that stubborn Yun Yizhou got such a cute little sister from? Yun Xiaoduo was also very happy. She hugged Xiao Shan's thigh. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Xiao Shan said generously, if there are no other problems, you all should rest early today. She winked at Yun Xiaoduo, you can call your sister if you need anything. Yun Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. Xiao Shan was already tired after a whole day's running around. She collapsed onto the bed as soon as she got back and picked up her tablet to watch her favorite soap opera. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered what Qin Jing had said before, rubbed her eyes, and consulted the system. System, can we create more public activity areas after we upgrade? Of course, we can. The system has considered that the number of tenants will increase in the future, so permissions have been released. The host can choose to use federal coins or crystal nuclei to unlock it. The blue subtitles floated in the air, looking particularly spacious and elegant. How is the pricing determined? Xiao Shan immediately asked. The pricing for the public area extension is approximately 5,000 federal coins per square meter, or you can use crystal nuclei to unlock it, priced at 5 crystal nuclei per square meter. But crystal nuclei are expensive, so the system does not recommend it. 5,000 federal coins per square meter? Xiao Shan's eyelids twitched, so expensive? If I unlock 20 square meters, it's 100,000. Xiao Shan even found it hard to believe. She really wanted to ask the system if it thought this pricing was reasonable. But she couldn't let her tenants suffer, they couldn't just squeeze together, right? After a while, she reluctantly said, then give me 20 square meters. With a ding in her mind, Xiao Shan's balance was left with just 238,000. Pain. So painful. Xiao Shan really wanted to howl, and the federal currency really is not easy to spend. System, I regret it. I shouldn't have unlocked the entire 4th floor all at once and decorated it, and the tenants haven't even arrived yet. The system has already warned the host before, do not make impulsive purchases. The system's voice was merciless. Xiao Shan felt utterly defeated. What about streetlights? They should be cheaper, right? The price of streetlights is 800 federal currency each. This time, Xiao Shan finally perked up. She walked out of her door, took a look outside, and felt the darkness was really creepy. Let's get 10 of them, and install them outside the hallway. Hearing the crisp sound of the deduction in her ears, Xiao Shan felt more determined to earn federal currency, and after the lights were installed outside, it really became much brighter. She finally relaxed and was about to walk back inside when she suddenly remembered that Yun Xiaoduo's room seemed to be next to Du Xiaowan's. Speaking of which, Xiao Shan hadn't seen that little brat all day. Actually, that's fine. Both of them are just kids, 2 kids from high-ranking families. If they played together, they might resolve the conflicts between their families. Before bed, Xiao Shan thought drowsily. But soon, she realized her thinking was completely wrong. So you're called Yun Xiaoduo? The next morning, she heard Du Xiaowan's voice from outside. His shock was unbelievable. Where did you get that doll? My sister gave it to me. Yun Xiaoduo's voice was innocent as she hugged the doll, wearing a cute nightgown, looking exquisite. Don't you have one? I don't have one. Du Xiaowan gritted his teeth. Why should she? We are both tenants. That woman actually bought you a doll alone. Where does that leave me? Yun Xiaoduo hummed, obviously thinking seriously about what he said. Maybe it's because my sister likes me more? Du Xiaowan was already angry. Hearing Yun Xiaoduo's words made him even madder. You are saying she doesn't like me? Impossible. I don't believe it. Do you know how long she has been with me? You are just an outsider. Yun Xiaoduo clearly didn't like the term outsider. She frowned and snorted lightly. You are not polite at all. I don't want to talk to you. She said this and was about to leave. Du Xiaowan, upon hearing her say that she was impolite, got even angrier, glaring at her. You. He repeated you several times without actually saying anything. I'm going to find Landlord Xiao to clarify, to see who she really likes more.
In the end, Du Shaowan finally spat out those words and then knocked hard on Xiao Shan's door. Xiao Shan heard the cause, process, and result, and her mouth twitched several times in disbelief. You two came to find me for this little thing? Du Shaowan snorted coldly, I don't care, you have to tell me, who do you like the most? Yun Xiaoduo was also quite unhappy and felt a bit wronged. I didn't want to bother with him, he just came over for no reason. Xiao Shan was getting a headache from their bickering. Little brats can be quite dramatic all day long. She hurriedly said, I like you both, is that okay? Then why does she have a doll while I don't have any other toys? Du Shaowan pressed on, and I clearly saw, her room is all pink. Xiao Shan was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. She pointed to Yun Xiaoduo's doll, this is a new ability I just discovered. As for the pink room, Xiao Shan said innocently, you didn't tell me what color you wanted. Du Shaowan's expression finally softened, he coolly said, then I want to change my room color too. Let's go with blue. Xiao Shan initially wanted to casually dismiss it, but then she saw him pull out that familiar black card again. The reward is 10,000 federal currency. Chapter 119, 500 gene of vegetable yield. Xiao Shiren's eyes instantly brightened. Isn't this a timely help from the world? It's my streetlight money. Xiao Shiren's expression changed suddenly, she happily took the card from his hand, and her demeanor became serious. Young Master Du, tell me what you want, and I'll get the decoration done immediately. Du Shaowan was quite pleased with this, his tail wagging like a dog, slowly saying, just decorate according to my earlier request. Then he blinked, as if remembering something, my dad also asked me to ask you if you need tenants. He knows a lot of people who want to rent your luxurious rooms. Xiao Shiren slapped her thigh and quickly replied, yes. Of course, we need them. Ever since the system upgrade, Xiao Shiren felt she had become poor again. The rent for the luxurious suite is the highest, so introducing tenants is naturally the best. Moreover, Du Zhanghong is certainly reliable. Du Shaowan nodded, putting on an air of maturity, since that's the case, I'll have my dad contact you later. But one thing, Du Shaowan said with a serious tone, my room must be finely decorated. No problem. When a business opportunity is presented, Xiao Shiren had no reason to refuse. She almost immediately decorated the apartment according to Du Shaowan's requests. Halfway through the renovation, Du Shaowan suddenly changed his mind again. Let's paint this wall gray, it seems more upscale. Also, add some toys for me. Xiao Shiren felt a bit of a headache from his constant yelling and was about to speak. Are you tired? Du Shaowan seemed to feel that it had been a long time, furrowing his brows. How about adding another 10,000 federal coins? As expected of the young master of the Du family, spending money like water. Xiao Shiren felt her spirits lift again, no problem, I'm not tired, keep going, keep going. 20,000 federal coins, she gladly accepted. When they were finally done, Du Shaowan was extremely satisfied. But gray walls, blue bed, colors that did not match. And a bunch of messy toys. Xiao Shiren twitched her lips, holding back the phrase, do you really think this looks good? Yun Xiaoduo stood beside and watched. She was an honest person, so she pursed her lips and muttered. So ugly. Du Shaowan instantly became unhappy, who are you calling ugly? Yun Xiaoduo stopped speaking, but the look of disgust in her eyes was undeniable, she even took a step back. Du Shaowan huffed, clearly, it's your lack of appreciation. Yun Xiaoduo rolled her big eyes, then you can ask sister. Xiao Shiren didn't want to listen to two kids argue, and when the war was brought onto her head, she could only helplessly smile, everyone has different tastes. Unexpectedly, both the Du family and the Yun family had conflicts, it was not only the elders but also the younger generation not getting along. Xiao Shiren managed to calm the two children down after a lot of talking. Once they were out of sight, she sighed in relief and prepared to walk around the apartment when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming towards her. Landlord! Xiao Shiren turned around and saw Wang Meng's sturdy figure. He was out of breath and said, Landlord, you'd better take a look, our little vegetable garden has produced vegetables. Xiao Shiren was stunned, exclaiming, so soon? She remembered that she had assigned the task of catalyzing the vegetables in the little garden to Yu Yun just yesterday. Her catalyzing speed is 5 times faster, by that calculation, it would still take a few more days. She hurriedly followed Wang Meng over and was dumbfounded upon seeing the garden. The little vegetables were indeed vibrant and green, waving beautifully in the air, looking exceptionally fresh and delicious. Yu Yun wiped his sweat and brightened up at the sight of Xiao Shiren. Xiao Shiren was astonished, this. Yu Yun, you actually catalyzed them successfully? Wang Meng added, indeed, this morning when I woke up, I saw that all the vegetables in this little garden had grown. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I saw Yu Yun's sister said it was catalyzed, I rushed to tell you the news. Xiao Shiren exclaimed, this is so fast. For the first batch of seeds, Xiao Shiren chose mostly vegetables, including spinach and bok choy. Now they have actually grown. Just looking at them makes one drool.
The beep machine was proud and filled with joy, watching Xiaoshuren. You've never seen this, right, human? This was something it had watched grow with its own eyes. Xiaoshuren had never seen such tender vegetables in her life. The food she ate before was grown in the barren land after the apocalypse, looking yellow and not very productive. Keeping Yu Yun was truly a decision that couldn't be more correct. The small open garden, of course, was seen by many people. Is this a plant from before the apocalypse? It looks really fresh. I last ate this 20 years ago. My goodness, I thought it would take a long time for these plants to grow, but I didn't expect them to grow so quickly and so lush. The other tenants looked at the small garden with envy in their eyes. Xiaoshuren's heart swelled with excitement as well. This batch yielded an extraordinary amount. It was densely packed and extremely lush. Outside the small vegetable garden, someone couldn't help but speak up. Landlord, how will we sell these vegetables? Xiaoshuren hadn't thought about how to sell them yet. She asked the system in her mind, System, do you know how many pounds there are in total? The system replied, according to the system's rough estimate, the seeds the host planted were the spinach and bok choy, both of which are now fully matured. The expected yield should be 500 pounds. 500 pounds. Xiaoshuren almost thought she misheard it, her tone rising, System, you aren't mistaken, right? Are you sure it's 500 pounds? The system was incredibly certain. Host, you did not mishear. 500. That's a full 500. Xiaoshuren didn't know what 500 pounds meant before the apocalypse. But this was the apocalypse. Most people couldn't get enough food or warmth, and even normal plants were scarce, yet the yield here reached 500 pounds. No need to ask the price. Xiaoshuren suddenly exclaimed, for this batch of vegetables, I can provide 1/3 for free to everyone. All the tenants were taken aback. Wang Meng was even more astonished, dropping his jaw, Landlord, are you sure? These are vegetables from before the apocalypse, something we couldn't even buy outside, and you want to treat us for free? Right. Xiaoshuren nodded without hesitation, happiness shining in her eyes as she looked at Yu Yun. Yu Yun, you are simply a farming genius. Yu Yun shyly touched her face. She had never been praised in front of so many people, saying a bit shyly, after all, I am a plant type, so I can't really be called a genius, the landlord is overpraising me. Besides, speaking of which, I have to thank your fertilizer. Only then did Xiaoshuren remember she had given Lu Guifan quite a lot of system fertilizer. Where was Lu Guifan? Amidst the gasps of surprise, Xiaoshuren keenly noticed that Lu Guifan, who had been standing in the back, did not seem very happy. A flash of realization crossed Xiaoshuren's eyes. After everyone left, she dismissed Yu Yun and looked toward Lu Guifan. Chapter 120, Brother Du introduces tenants to luxury suites. Lu Guifan tried to make herself appear normal, but no matter how she disguised herself, facing Xiaoshuren's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Landlord. Unexpectedly, Xiaoshuren smiled and took her hand, Sister Lu, from now on, the responsibility of taking care of our small vegetable garden will be handed over to you and Yu Yun. Lu Guifan's hands trembled as if she heard something shocking. Really? Since Yu Yun arrived, Lu Guifan had developed a sense of crisis. Yu Yun was a supernatural being, she was just an ordinary person. Yu Yun had catalysis ability while she had nothing. After much consideration, this position should be more suitable for Yu Yun. Lu Guifan couldn't even imagine what she would do if the landlord chose Yu Yun. How could she afford the rent and raise 2 children? Hearing Xiaoshuren's words, her voice trembled as she confirmed, Landlord, are you really going to have me and Yu Yun look after the small vegetable garden together? Of course, I'm sure. Xiaoshuren smiled, Sister Lu, if it weren't for you taking such good care of things while I was gone, I can't even imagine what our vegetable garden would be like. She wasn't blind, the small vegetable garden was well organized, all thanks to Lu Guifan's diligent care. Lu Guifan was truly committed to doing a good job. Lu Guifan said awkwardly, but I don't have any special abilities. So what? Xiaoshuren replied casually, Yu Yun's special ability is catalysis, but she isn't skilled in planting seeds. If you two work together, won't it be even better? Lu Guifan was stunned, stuttering, thank you, landlord. She knew well that if Xiaoshuren wanted, she could let Yu Yun do everything alone. But she didn't. Xiaoshuren was truly a good landlord. Lu Guifan couldn't help but feel her eyes welling up. Having fought to survive in the apocalypse for so many years, she rarely met kind-hearted people. Resources outside were too scarce, even in major bases, ordinary people were squeezed dry, and they could barely get just enough to eat. Xiaoshuren was different, she genuinely cared for everyone. She thought for a moment and looked at Lu Guifan, saying, your 2 children are still growing. Since you're working for me, I definitely can't treat you unfairly, right? From today onwards, as long as you don't do anything harmful to the apartment's interests, you can eat whatever you want from the vegetable garden. However, Xiaoshuren changed her tone and continued, I might soon open up another small garden, so your workload might increase a bit.
She still remembered. The system's backyard had as much as 500 square meters. For Lu Guifan, today was indeed a day of good fortune. In the apocalypse, vegetables were even more expensive than meat. So when she heard these words, she immediately expressed her position without hesitation. "It's okay, landlord, I can take care of the garden from now on." Looking at Lu Guifan's enthusiastic expression, Xiao Shan glanced at the nearby beep machine. At that moment, it was still sitting happily in a corner, watching the vegetables growing in its small garden. It had no idea that it would soon have to plow another 500 square meters of land. Xiao Shan showed a meaningful smile. "System, unlock the backyard for me, please." Unlocking 500 backyard successful, deducting federal currency minus 50,000. The news about giving each household a small vegetable delivery spread throughout the entire apartment like wildfire. Taking advantage of this, Wang Meng also shared how they had previously cleared the mutated dandelions with everyone. The tenants in the apartment looked at Xiao Xian with more admiration in their eyes. "Our landlord is amazing. She even lets us eat free vegetables. Landlord Xiao is too nice. I want to renew my lease for a lifetime." "Yes, Landlord Xiao is truly a good person. I also want to renew my lease." Before long, Xiao Xian's account unexpectedly received renewal information from several people, increasing by over 100,000. She smacked her lips, feeling a sense of pride swelling in her heart. Making money was simply easy as pie. To prevent any other incidents, the free vegetables were directly distributed to each tenant. With a yield of 500 pounds, divided by 1/3, the Ark apartment had about 20 households, which meant each household would get around 10 pounds. With that, they probably wouldn't be short on vegetables in the future. She contemplated for a moment, thinking of a solution. Du Shaowan came over with a walkie-talkie to convey a message. He spoke in a lazy tone, yawning as if he hadn't woken up. "My dad said those tenants are already outside, do you want to go and check?" Xiao Shan quickly opened the system map. "System, why didn't you tell me?" The system's voice was emotionless. "Why don't you check if you have notifications turned on?" Xiao Shan suddenly realized. "I'm sorry, I forgot." Since she opened the 5-kilometer map, the system frequently warned her of nearby dangers, so Xiao Shan simply turned off the system's notification sound. Xiao Shan walked to the apartment door and indeed saw one person at the entrance, but it was just a man. He was dressed far better than anyone she had ever seen, wearing a suit even in the apocalypse, which made Xiao Shan feel amazed and suddenly alert. Xiao Shan instinctively opened the map, confirming that the other person meant no harm before she felt relieved. "Excuse me, is this the Ark apartment?" The man was also sizing up Xiao Shan, his tone humble. Xiao Shan nodded. His eyes lit up, and he took a step forward, extending his hand. "My name is Meng Chuan Bai, Mr. Du sent me here, it's a pleasure." Though Xiao Shan felt a bit awkward, she also reached out her hand and directly asked, "Are you looking to rent a room?" "Yes," Meng Chuan Bai answered. "How about you take me inside to have a look?" "Sure." Xiao Shan peeked inside, thought for a moment, and asked, "Is it just you? Didn't Brother Du say he introduced several people to me?" Meng Chuan Bai quickly spoke up, "They're still on their way. I've always heard the apartment is famous, so I wanted to come in." Xiao Shan squinted. Something felt off. The person in front of her seemed a bit strange. But the system wouldn't lie, since it showed gray, it only meant this person meant no harm. Xiao Shan asked the system, "If a gray person enters the apartment, could they also turn red?" The system reminded her, of course. Xiao Shan understood, looking him up and down, smiling as she spoke, "All right, you can come in." This person clearly wasn't ordinary, but the system showed his ability level wasn't too high. She was curious about what games he wanted to play. The other person moved with utmost caution, and once inside the apartment, his eyes widened in amazement. The apartment was clean and tidy, with pre-apocalypse streetlights, pre-apocalypse food, and even pre-apocalypse vending machines. Chapter 121, The New Tenant, Surprisingly Stealing Veggies from the Small Garden. Meng Chuanbai looked around, murmuring, "The rumors outside are all true." His eyes couldn't hide his astonishment, and then suddenly, he noticed a boy holding vegetables, who was the recent tenant named Wei Hayu. Wei Hayu greeted her, "Landlord, is this the new tenant? What you're holding, is that a vegetable?" Meng Chuanbai's voice trembled slightly. "Yeah. Vegetables, they didn't look like they were produced in the apocalypse at all. Could it be vegetables from before the apocalypse?" He quickly got a definitive answer. "Yes, I forgot to tell you, our apartment has just figured out how to grow vegetables from before the apocalypse. Currently, we have single rooms, double rooms, multi-person rooms, and luxury suites available." "I remember you wanted a luxury suite, right?" Xiao Shan asked calmly, staring straight at him. "A luxury suite, if you move in now, you can get 10 pounds of those vegetables as a gift." Meng Chuanbai licked his lips, excitement in his eyes. "I want it." He took out a black card, eagerly saying, "I want to rent the luxury suite, the one for a year." This card looked exactly like the one Du Xiaowan had. He seemed like a good person. Xiao Shan frowned, wondering if she was overthinking it. Alright, come with me to register. Everything that followed went incredibly smoothly, so smoothly that Xiao Shan began to doubt her senses, and just after she got him settled. Then came the call from Du Zhonghong. Xiao girl, have the tenants I introduced arrived? Xiao Shiren replied honestly, only one came, his name is Meng Chuan Bai? What Meng Chuan Bai? Du Zhonghong's first reaction surprised her, the person I introduced doesn't have that name. What? Xiao Shiren's tone showed a moment of shock. Sure enough. That tenant was not introduced by Du Zhonghong at all. What about the other tenants? Haven't they arrived? Xiao Shiren instinctively asked. Du Zhonghong realized something was wrong and hurriedly hung up. I'll call and ask. When he called back again, his tone was urgent and frantic. Big trouble, girl. The tenants I introduced have broken down on the way, and they're already back at the base to fix their car. That Meng Chuan Bai, no one knows him. Xiao Shiren's eyes had already turned cold. Since he said that, it was clear Meng Chuan Bai was a fake name. What about your side? Do you want me to send someone over to take a look? No need. Xiao Shiren's voice was decisive as she smirked. Let's fish for big fish with a long line. I want to see what he plans to do. She directly called Ling Che, Wang Mang, and He Chuan to her office. Wang Mang was still puzzled. What's going on, landlord? Why did you suddenly call us over? Xiao Shiren knocked on the table and recounted what just happened. Are you saying someone has infiltrated the apartment? He Chuan clarified his thoughts. Yes. Xiao Shiren replied calmly, so what I'm thinking now is, what does he want? Since the other prospective tenants' cars broke down, I guess he is prepared to expose himself quickly. It won't be long before he makes a move. Ling Che pondered, that name sounds familiar. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Ling Che said lightly, I heard of a businessman named Meng Bai at another base. It said he works as an intermediary, basically trading supplies. He transports supplies that a certain base lacks from another base, most often trading for crystal cores. Because of this, he has done quite well at various major bases. The others exchanged glances. By this reasoning, the other party's purpose was already clear. Then we just need to wait. Xiao Shiren suddenly spoke, her lips curling up, the vegetables in the field aren't all harvested yet. Her system had always reminded her, and even the vending machine was set to limit the number of times it could be used. Plus, given the other party's appearance, they seemed very interested in her garden's vegetables. Late at night. The group was not tired at all, instead, they were extremely excited. Do you think he'll make a move tonight? He Chuan furrowed his brows, eager to take action. Just then, an alarm sound jumped into Xiao Shiren's mind from the system. Alert, detected someone deliberately sabotaging the apartment, violating the apartment regulations. Automatic defense mechanism will soon be activated. Don't activate it yet. Xiao Shiren immediately called out. The system paused for a moment. Automatic defense mechanism has been cancelled. The person vandalizing the apartment has been captured by security personnel. Please head over to check immediately. Captured? He was caught right after he made a move? Xiao Shiren gasped. Where is he now? Who caught him? Location, front yard flower garden. Security personnel, Bai Ge. Xiao Shiren nearly burst into laughter. Of all people, they found the most irritable Bai Ge. The few of them hurried over and indeed saw the culprit at this moment covered entirely, showing only one eye, while Bai Ge had tackled him to the ground, his blade already cutting into his skin. Beep 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 beep, the translator emitted a frantic alarm sound. Bai Ge glared at him fiercely. Damn it! How dare he target its little vegetable garden? Where did this thief come from? Doesn't he value his life? I was just passing by. Just passing by, the culprit screamed pitifully. His body was already stained with some blood, making people shake with fear. The beep machine stepped on him hard, pressing him to the ground. Alright, stop it. Xiao Shan had seen enough and stopped it. Wang Meng and He Chuan stood one in front and one behind, directly holding the masked man. When the masked man saw Xiao Shan, he was nearly scared to death. You want to ask how I got here? Xiao Shan smiled, standing in front of him, looking down from above. This is my little vegetable garden, how could I not know? I also want to know what you were sneaking around here for at night. Xiao Shan ripped off the cloth covering the masked man's face, revealing a familiar face underneath. Meng Chuan Bai was dumbfounded and quickly covered his face, immediately howling, no. I really just passed by. He still refused to admit it, trying to deceive them. Xiao Shan pierced through him. You are not called Meng Chuan Bai, right? If you confess honestly now, it's not too late. If you don't admit it, this is the end of the world, and someone dying is nothing. This was a glaring threat. Meng Chuan Bai hesitated, and the beep machine slapped him on the chest, sending a sharp pain through his organs. He immediately slid down to his knees. I say, my name is Meng Bai. But I really don't want to steal your vegetables. I came sincerely for cooperation. Chapter 122, Spit Out the Vegetables. Xiao Xian said with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, oh? You mean you traveled a long way, changed your identity, and even sneaked into the vegetable garden just to cooperate with me? You think we are fools?
Wang Meng pressed him down, his tone fierce. Meng Chuanbai, no, now he should be called Meng Bai, still stubbornly said, aren't I just trying to test how good your vegetables are?
Then how do you explain the vending machine selling out? Xiao Xian's tone was calm. Meng Bai did not expect she would discover the vending machine thing, and he panicked immediately. I just bought a few things, isn't that okay?
And I'm not one without paying rent, I've already paid for a luxury suite for a year.
In theory, that's indeed the case.
Xiao Xian mused, looking him up and down, then changed her tone, but our apartment isn't just for anyone.
Wang Meng immediately responded. Throw him out.
Xiao Xian smiled gently, also, refund his rent and take back all those vegetables. Meng Bai's face turned white, struggling desperately. No, I really want to cooperate with you. Don't you know how expensive your vegetable snacks can sell for outside? And with so many vegetables and good soil, even if you give it to your apartment, you can't eat them all.
Don't you want federal coins? If you kick me out, you will definitely regret it. He had put in a lot of effort to come here, how could he leave so easily?
Xiao Xian, hearing this, especially when he mentioned federal coins, was indeed a little interested.
Then tell me, how can you make me regret it?
Meng Bai, upon hearing that, finally showed a hint of pride on his embarrassed face. Very simple, I have a way.
But, aren't you going to let them loosen their grip on me? Xiao Xian gave the others a glance.
Wang Meng not only did not loosen, but pressed down harder, cursing in Meng Bai's incredulous gaze. What a high attitude for a thief caught.
Encountering me, your grandfather, counts as your misfortune. Do you believe I will throw you out right away?
Xiao Xian always preferred soft over hard. Meng Bai's attitude attracted no attention from her. Instead, she directly took out a recliner from thin air and sat down beside him. You better say what you want to say quickly, otherwise, I'm not sure how much patience I will have. Xiao Xian said with a smile in her tone. The beep machine sat by her feet, roaring at Meng Bai. Meng Bai was terrified beyond belief. It was as if he had accepted his fate, and he finally spoke.
Alright, I admit, I did want to take some things from the apartment to sell. But so what? Those things are paid for by me.
Meng Bai argued confidently, I pay for a luxurious suite for a month, that's 15,000 federal coins.
It's so expensive, what's wrong with me selling a few things?
After the system upgrade and renovations, Xiao Shuren's luxurious suite was priced by the system at 500 federal coins a day, but because of this, Xiao Shuren couldn't believe that the other party would take a loss, so he asked, how much do you plan to sell my stuff for? Meng Bai had indeed picked a good amount of vegetables now. His expression immediately turned awkward. Those little cabbages, about 500 federal coins per pound.
500? Xiao Shuren exclaimed at the same time as everyone else.
Ling Che looked at him coldly. You sell a pound of vegetables for 500?
Xiao Shuren's face also looked somewhat unpleasant. So what?
Meng Bai quickly replied, I paid so much in rent, I can't even make this small profit. You all must have noticed, I rely on these things to survive in the apocalypse. He was absolutely indignant. Besides, I'm not ruining anything that was originally here. I can see that you guys have also cultivated black soil in the backyard, a whole 500 square meters. There's no way you could finish all this stuff, so why not let me make some money? I originally planned to sneak around, but since you all said that, I might as well tell you, if your ARC apartment can consider cooperating with me, I can offer a base price of 20 federal coins per pound, and I could even give you a 1% commission. 20 federal coins per pound turned around to 500, you're quite the businessman.
Xiao Shuren ground his teeth, glancing around with a forced smile. What you took from our apartment definitely isn't just these veggies, right? Who would care about that 1%?
Because it was the first batch of vegetables, Xiao Shuren cherished it, and he knew exactly where these veggies had gone. Just a glance made him realize that the amount was much lower than expected.
Meng Bai retorted, what do you mean not just this much? How could I?
Then he heard the girl in front speak suddenly.
Not admitting it? Beep machine, attack him.
The beep machine yelled, having long disliked this vegetable thief, and after waiting eagerly at the side, it finally heard Xiao Shuren speaking this way. It wasted no time and raised its claw. In just a few moves, it pounced on Meng Bai, its sharp claws brutally ripping into his skin but landing perfectly on his chest. Meng Bai screamed in agony. When people are in danger, they can unleash their inner potential. He trembled, actually gaining a sudden surge of strength to run, but was surrounded by Wang Meng and a few others. 3 people plus a lion pounded him until stars danced in his eyes, his face swollen and bruised. Today, if you don't spit out all my veggies, don't blame me for being merciless, under Xiao Shuren's threats and temptations. Meng Bai finally couldn't hold on any longer. I say.
I am a space-type ability user, your vegetables are in my space. He cried out, his face swollen like a pig's head. I'll give you everything. Meng Bai said, taking out things from his space as he spoke. Indeed, he had collected quite a lot of vegetables. Adding everything together, there were at least 30 pounds. If he sold them all, that would be a whole 15,000 federal coins? And judging by Meng Bai's look, he was very likely planning to collect all these vegetables by nightfall. Xiao Shuren sneered, you really collected quite a lot. I just thought that since I paid so much money, I have to get something back, right? Meng Bai stammered. He met Xiao Shuren's gaze, feeling waves of regret in his heart. He originally came because he heard that the landlord was a space-type ability user. There is no powerful ability, yet today I unexpectedly ended up losing more than I gained. Faced with Xiao Xian's increasingly dangerous gaze, Meng Bai finally couldn't hold on any longer. No, please don't kill me. You give me the vegetables to sell, aside from the base price, I'll give you 10% commission, alright? Chapter 123, has been a broker for 8 years in the apocalypse? Selling vegetables. 10% commission? Xiao Xian scoffed, looking at him faintly. Meng Bai felt a chill run through his scalp, imagining 10,000 ways he could die, but he never expected Xiao Xian to speak shockingly, alright. Meng Bai was dumbfounded. Not just him, even the beat machine and Wang Mang, who were about to make a move on him, were also dumbfounded. Wang Mang opened his mouth in disbelief. Landlord, what do you mean? I don't understand. Meng Bai's thoughts kept echoing as he swallowed hard. Xiao Xian frowned. I said, we can cooperate. Meng Bai had prepared himself for the worst, but upon hearing her words, he widened his eyes in shock. No, he couldn't have misheard? Xiao Xian really wanted to cooperate with him? But, the 10% commission is from me to you, Xiao Xian smiled at him. That phrase, why don't you go rob, was stuck firmly in his throat. He couldn't go up or down. He awkwardly said, Xiao. Landlord, you can't be mistaken, right? 10%, given to whom? Given to him? Xiao Xian pondered and said, I think your suggestion just now is good. I can indeed cooperate with you, but I must make it clear, since it's my fruits, the pricing power is solely mine. Meng Bai wanted to curse. But the other party seemed unconcerned, almost carving "Do you have a choice" on their face. Forget it. He was in the wrong. He bore with it. Xiao Xian paused and saw Meng Bai's colorfully changing face, and burst into laughter. But why should I trust that you can resell the vegetables to others? Meng Bai, under someone else's roof, despite being unwilling, still held his chest high. I have been a broker in the apocalypse for 8 years, I've been through all major bases, I can definitely sell them, and these are the plants from before the apocalypse, do you know how rare they really are? If I were you, I wouldn't give them away for free. In short, leave it to me, you absolutely won't lose. Alright. Without a second word, Xiao Xian happily agreed. Beat machine, let him go. The beat machine, unwillingly, released its claws. Xiao Xian had thought clearly, she had to admit that Meng Bai was right, there were only so many tenants in her arc apartment, and due to the system's great fertilizer and catalysis, the vegetable yield here was shockingly high, they simply couldn't consume it all. According to Meng Bai, they might as well sell it. But 500 federal coins felt a bit too high. However, now she was tired and didn't want to think too much. She covered her mouth and yawned. The pricing matter will be discussed tomorrow. And as for you, Xiao Xian looked at him with interest, another spatial ability, and can roam between the major bases, quite good indeed. Meng Bai wore a proud expression, just about to accept the praise, when he saw Xiao Xian pull out a paper document from somewhere. Sign here. Meng Bai was stunned. He picked it up and saw it was a labor contract? If Meng Bai had known that this labor contract actually had GPS functionality, he would definitely not have hastily agreed. Especially after hearing the price for Xiao Xian's vegetables was only 50 federal coins. Have you lost your mind? This is vegetables from before the apocalypse. If they were ordinary, that would be fine, but this is pure natural and pollution-free. And look at how well these leaves have grown, plump and tender. Have you ever seen such good plants before? Meng Bai chased after Xiao Xian, unwilling to agree. And others, like Fang Shichang, seeing him like this. The gaze was filled with compassion. For no other reason. This Meng Bai wanted to run away this morning, and he personally caught him back. Xiao Shuren, however, was indifferent. We sell at a low profit to have a high sales volume, in the future, we will have plenty of vegetables. But you, why are you in such a hurry? How could Meng Bai not be anxious? This meant for 1 pound of vegetables, he could only get 5 federal coins. Over the years, he had made quite a bit from the price difference. At this moment, there were less than 300 pounds left from this batch of vegetables. In other words, after all his hard work moving them around, he could only earn 1,005? Meng Bai was about to go crazy. I want to terminate the labor contract. I'm done. Xiao Shiren flatly refused, raising an eyebrow. This labor contract cannot be easily terminated. Since we signed for 5 years, we can only wait for it to automatically terminate after 5 years. If you want to run, I can immediately tell that group of people from Base D that it was you who made their vehicle break down. I'll also let them know your location. After learning about the other's situation, Xiao Shiren had already discussed it with Ling Che. The conclusion they reached was, since this person really had this ability, they had to keep him. After all, free labor should not be refused. Meng Bai. He was truly at a loss. He mustered his courage and said, 200 federal coins a pound. Xiao Shiren shook her head, that's too much. Have you considered that there aren't many wealthy people in other bases either? If the price is always too high, after they fill their stomachs, can we still sell? It would be better to adopt a low-profit, high-sales strategy from the start. Moreover, by lowering the price, more people could have enough food. 100 federal coins a pound. Not a penny less. Meng Bai took a deep breath. Besides, you have vegetables for sale in your apartment too, right? Selling them at 51 a pound in the apartment can attract more people from outside to rent. I just checked, and your rent hasn't filled up, right? Xiao Shiren looked at Meng Bai, her eyes shining slightly. I think this can work. 100 federal coins a pound, minus what had been consumed, she currently had about 300 pounds. If everything was sold out, that would be 30,000 federal coins. This could come faster than renting. Then wouldn't she soon become a wealthy lady? Xiao Shiren waved her hand. Alright, 100 federal coins it is. You are from the space system, so you can directly sell the vegetables outside. Just as she finished speaking, the system suddenly sounded an alert. Warning! All vegetables planted in the small garden belong to the apartment. The system prohibits taking them out. Please stop your actions. Please stop your actions immediately. What? Is this also a restriction? Xiao Shiren felt puzzled. But with the experience from the first time, she could deceive the system even more skillfully now. System, who set this program for you? This perspective is indeed too short-sighted. The system slowly showed a. Xiao Shiren was full of confidence. Did you not hear me talking to him just now? We both agree that selling the vegetables from the small garden can attract more people to the apartment. The system was clearly hesitant. Xiao Shiren persisted. Don't you want to upgrade? Don't you want our apartment to prosper continuously? By letting go of some things, we can bring in more people. It's simply a win-win. This is an opportunity. A rare opportunity. Chapter 124. The system triggers a hidden task. But after this upgrade, the system was no longer so easy to fool. Host, are you sure? Xiao Shiren did not lose momentum. I am very sure. System, once you open the permissions, it won't be long before our apartment flourishes. By then, everyone will pay rent, and after upgrading, our apartment will only get better. Then won't your goals be achieved? Xiao Shiren was exceptionally gifted at painting a bright future. The system remained silent for a long time. Ding! Congratulations to the host, to inspire the host's ambition. To better develop the ARC apartment, the system decided to launch a hidden task. The system opens the permission to transport plants in the small garden. Please, host, achieve a 90% occupancy rate in the ARC apartment within the specified time and weight limit to successfully activate hidden rewards. Failure will result in permanent closure of permissions. Xiao Shan, ? Xiao Shan is no longer calm. System, what do you mean by this? The system's voice is devoid of any emotion. Please complete the task seriously, host. Xiao Shan feels utterly confused. There was never this task before, yet this time the system suddenly introduced such a task? Could it be that the previous trickery led to the system upgrading and becoming smarter? A 90% occupancy rate is indeed a very high requirement for Xiao Shan right now. She looked at the panel with a hint of unwillingness, then her heart sank entirely. On the blue panel, 2 lines of small text appeared in the left corner. Transportable plant weight, 0/1000 kg. Remaining days, 90 days. It is obvious that this is a long-term task. Xiao Shan lamented, System, you've changed. The system replied earnestly, this is to encourage the host. Xiao Shan let out a dry laugh, thank you, system, you are really good at encouragement. The system, you're welcome. So she needs to hurry up and attract new tenants, right? Xiao Shan sniffed, asking the system, how many Federation coins do I need to upgrade to an LV5 apartment? To upgrade to LV5 apartment, 200 W Federation coins are required. Xiao Shan sighed. The road is long and winding, but thankfully, the system has opened up permission to sell a ton of plants. If sold out, that could add up to a neat 200,000 Federation coins. Xiao Shan rallied her spirits. Just then, Du Zhonghong called her.
Hey, Xiao sis, do you remember those tenants I mentioned last time who wanted to rent our ARC apartment's luxury suites? They're really at the door now, you can go take a look and see if there are suitable tenants. As he spoke, there was a hint of hesitation in his voice, but there are some people among them, not necessarily easy to get along with, so you might want to screen them out. Don't worry, the Du family will back you up. Xiao Xian frowned slightly. Du Zhonghong is still trustworthy, and she had never seen him speak ill of anyone in all this time. If he says they're not easy to get along with, then they certainly are not easy to deal with. When Xiao Xian arrived at the door, she found a group of people already standing there, comprised of men and women of all ages. Some dressed sharply, while others were simply attired, but their demeanor was not lacking. From a distance, one woman with her hair up, neat clothing, frowned and spoke with a unique sharpness. Where's the landlord? Why haven't they arrived yet? Xiao Xian's heart sank. Upon seeing them, she realized that this woman might be one of the difficult individuals to deal with. She walked over quickly. I am the landlord. The woman's voice revealed dissatisfaction, irritatedly saying, Is this the base my cousin mentioned? It doesn't look that impressive, even the landlord doesn't know to welcome the tenants. Xiao Xian instinctively asked, Your cousin is? When Wan's eyes flickered with an unusual light as she sized her up, then her tone became even more discontented. My cousin is Du Zhonghong. Didn't he tell you? Well, it makes sense for someone like you, he also doesn't mention it, after all, we aren't on the same level. The people behind her, looking somewhat better, fell silent at this remark. Among the crowd, a woman in grey clothing seemed inclined to mediate, softly chiming in, When Wan, she is the landlord, you don't need to speak like that. What do you mean by that? When Wan scoffed, so what if she is the landlord? My cousin is still a higher up at the base, I don't know what he's thinking, always praising this ARC apartment, but I come here and it feels just the same. I really want to see what a luxurious suite looks like. She muttered, wanting to push past Xiao Xian and walk inside. The group exchanged glances at this scene. Xiao Xian grabbed her and the smile faded. Madam, if you wish to enter the apartment, you must register first. When Wan immediately grew impatient upon hearing this, speaking sharply, What do you mean? Can't you understand I'm Du Zhonghong's cousin? Don't you know who Du Zhonghong is? The more Wen Wan spoke, the more haughty her tone became, referring to him as her older cousin. Even the others couldn't stand it and began speaking up for Xiao Xian. What is this? She hasn't even said anything yet. Wen Wan's face darkened directly because of their words. Xiao Xian watched with interest, thinking that Du Zhonghong was right about her being hard to deal with. It truly was exceptional. With just one glance, she had already filtered Wen Wan out of her tenant list. She met Wen Wan's gaze and gestured for her to proceed. Seeing this, Wen Wan's expression brightened considerably as she glanced at Xiao Xian. This is more like it. Still needing to register, what rules? This shabby apartment, I don't know what they're thinking. Xiao Xian stood still, not moving. It had to be said, the other party was quite chatty. Others hesitated, saying, You're Xiao the landlord, right? So we can now. Xiao Xian made a shoe gesture. They immediately fell silent, curious to look ahead. And when Wen Wan stepped one foot into the ARC apartment, she felt an invisible force push her back fiercely. Wen Wan was dumbfounded. In disbelief, she wanted to charge in again, but triggered the security system once more, being thrown to the ground again, and this time the force was stronger, causing her to lose her balance and fall. Even her whole body was covered in yellow dirt, and her hair became somewhat disheveled. What is going on? When Wan seemed to realize something, looking at Xiao Xian, her face instantly flushed red, incredulously saying, It's you. What are you doing? Xiao Xian, surprised, covered her mouth. Oh dear, I forgot to tell you, if you try to enter without registering, you'll be pushed back, you know. When Wan was grinding her teeth, her voice turning sharp, You did that on purpose? Chapter 125, The landlord wants to open a supermarket. Xiao Xian smiled sweetly at her, How could I? Didn't I remind you before? Her words were casual, but she looked more than 20 years old, sending chills down one's spine. When Wan was uncertain. Could it be a mistake? How could the other party have such an aura? When Wan calmed down yet still spoke haughtily, Then hurry and let me register. Let me in. This was the first time Xiao Xian saw someone so shameless. Being arrogant was one thing, she acted as though everyone owed her 8 million. Xiao Xian, with a half-smile, spoke, But now I've changed my mind, I don't want to let you in. I don't want to let you in. When Wan instantly became furious. What do you mean? I came from so far away, if it weren't for me. If it weren't for your cousin, you wouldn't even get a second glance from me? Xiao Xian flatly replied, stating what Wen Wan wanted to say, So why are you shamelessly staying here? I said, I don't want to let you in, is that so hard to understand? Xiao slightly tilted her head, Don't block the way for the others behind. Wen Wan, relying on Du Zhonghong for so many years, had always enjoyed the respectful looks wherever she went. She had never faced such humiliation, her face turned red, and she scolded angrily.
You dare speak to me like that? Today, I must get in. As she spoke, she tried to force her way in. Xiaoshan smiled, you can try. She wasn't afraid of anyone charging in, after all, she had set up this apartment for so long, and the last person to dare charge in was Feng Shan. Oh. In the end, he got zapped by an electric fence pretty badly. The more Xiaoshan had this attitude, the more Wen felt a bit frightened and uncertain, not daring to move. Xiaoshan couldn't be bothered with her and looked at the others, you all can come in first. The other onlookers finally reacted and walked in one after another. Xiaoshan opened the system map and checked the color above their heads, confirming there was no hostility before letting them in. Then she glanced down to confirm the woman who had just spoken up for her. The other party's name was Li Qing, who calmly indicated she wanted to stay in a luxury suite, looking at her with poise. I'll prepare that for you in a moment, Xiaoshan said, 1 month rental? Li Qing nodded immediately, yes. 15,000 federal coins, just go to the office to swipe your card later. Someone will take you to see the room. The other person seemed kind, radiating warmth, and even Xiaoshan felt a bit fond of her. My surname is Xiao, my name is Xiaoshan. Li Qing smiled brightly and called out, all right, landlady Xiao. When Wan was outside, watching everyone go in one by one. Seeing this scene made her so furious that she could hardly catch her breath, wishing to bite her teeth to pieces. So it's Xiaoshan, is it? Just you wait. I'm going home to tell my cousin today. Xiaoshan shot her a glance. Safe travels, I won't send you off. When Wan was fuming, feeling like she would spit blood. But the other party's attitude was simply too terrible, she couldn't enter the electric net, so she stomped her foot, glared fiercely at Xiaoshan, and left directly. At the same time, the gray figure above her head turned red. Xiaoshan marveled at the power of the system, which could even sense others' malice, perhaps even conflicts within the apartment could be resolved with it. Xiaoshan came back to her senses. Perhaps because of Wan earlier, the things that followed unexpectedly went smoothly. The other tenants were easy to talk to. After paying the rent, Xiaoshan's account balance suddenly increased by 280,000 federal coins. Xiaoshan felt refreshed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she could upgrade the apartment again. New tenants moving into the luxury suites can collect 10 pounds of vegetables each. Xiaoshan looked at Li Qing in front of her and smiled. You can go to the small garden to find Yu Yun, she will help you pick them. Pick? Li Qing was stunned, her heart racing. What vegetables need to be picked? Others were also surprised to hear this. Landlady Xiao, you just said picking vegetables, you don't mean you grow them yourself, do you? Yes, Xiaoshan readily agreed. Li Qing, however, was taken aback, her pupils shrinking, her voice involuntarily becoming excited. You grow your own vegetables? Is that true, 10 pounds? After the apocalypse, various plants' yields have sharply decreased, things that used to yield 10 pounds now only yield 1, and it's often of poor quality. But here, Xiaoshan casually mentioned 10 pounds. That's 10 pounds. Li Qing even doubted whether Xiaoshan was bragging, cautiously asking, Landlady Xiao, you aren't pulling my leg, are you? Even if your abilities are that amazing to build an apartment, it still wouldn't produce 10 pounds. Beside her, Chen Jing was not surprised by Li Qing's reaction and pointed ahead. You can just go check the front yard, look down from that window, and you'll see. Li Qing and the others had entered through the side door, so they hadn't seen the small garden in the front yard. Following the direction of the pointing, she looked up and down. The green, lush area was nothing but vegetables. In fact, they looked so fresh and delicious, clearly reminiscent of the vegetables before the apocalypse. Li Qing's eyelids jumped, and she hurriedly rubbed her eyes to ensure she wasn't seeing things. Landlady, are you sure? Li Qing's calm voice no longer seemed steady, and she excitedly asked, Can I really take 10 pounds for free? Of course you can. Xiaoshan looked at her, the smile in his eyes deepening. Since you have spent a lot of money to rent this luxurious suite, of course, we won't let you suffer losses, right? The crowd looked at the rows of fresh vegetables, swallowing hard, eager to go pick them immediately. But Xiaoshan's words were not finished yet. In addition, you can also use the vending machines outside. Inside, there are all kinds of snacks, and the prices aren't too high. You can buy what you need usually. Everyone was suddenly amazed. In this apocalypse, when have they ever seen such a scene? It turned out Mr. Du was telling the truth. Watching their astonished expressions, Chen Jing felt a bit proud inside. Look, this is the apartment they manage. Zombies can't get in, there's no need to worry about sudden attacks, and there's a variety of food supply, it's simply a safe haven in the apocalypse. Chen Jing, take them to have a look. Chen Jing couldn't wait, she had long wanted to show others around the apartment, and she immediately responded. Xiaoshan pondered for a moment. Thinking of the vending machine, she recalled that her current apartment could accommodate 100 people. Although there were only over 30 people right now, what if there were more people later? Wouldn't they have to queue? And right now it's just vegetables and snacks, maybe in the future, there would be fruits and other things. It wouldn't be enough to rely on just one vending machine. After the group left, she opened the System Mall page. System, is there a supermarket option? Xiao Shan thought, maybe she could open a supermarket. But soon the system disappointed her. The supermarket option can only be unlocked by upgrading to a LV4 apartment. Xiao Shan, not losing hope, asked, then I can add a few more vending machines, right? Of course you can. After getting the system's response, Xiao Shan quickly added several vending machines, placing them in different spots, making it much more convenient for the tenants. Looking downstairs, Xiao Shan saw the new tenants marveling at the small vegetable garden. The stuff in this little vegetable garden is so fresh. It's actually picked right from the ground. Yeah, I haven't seen fresh vegetables in a long time, and the vending machine even has hot pot items from before the apocalypse. Just for this, I'm going to renew my lease right away. You're renewing? Then I will renew too. The people below were excited, their eyes sparkling like hungry wolves, rushing to renew their leases. They held bundles of fresh vegetables, their faces full of joy. Even up in the apartment, Xiao Shan was infected by their smiles, feeling much better. She was humming a tune, preparing to return to her room when suddenly someone patted her shoulder. Xiao Shan turned around and met a pair of cold eyes. Ling Che? Xiao Shan exclaimed, aren't you out on a mission? Why are you back suddenly? She quickly scanned his body, finding no injuries, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Ling Che leaned against the wall, raising an eyebrow at her gaze. I came back this time to talk to you about the mutated plants. What happened? Are there mutated plants appearing again? Xiao Shan asked anxiously. She still remembered the last mutant plant. She had never seen such a huge plant in her life, even destroying a base. Yes. Ling Che said calmly, recently, I learned outside that many plants have begun to mutate one after another. Currently, the number of mutated plants is quite small, but the variety is starting to increase. She paused, her tone becoming much heavier, including plants from plant-type ability users. Mentioning this term, Xiao Shan shivered. Plant-type ability users? Isn't Yu Yun a plant-type ability user? Her breathing quickened with anxiety. Seeing Xiao Shan's thoughts, Ling Che's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Don't worry about her, although she has plant abilities, her power is mainly focused on catalyzing plants, and she herself doesn't have the plant-based abilities of evolved plants. What you should worry about are the two from the Yun family. You mean Yun Yizhou and Yun Xiaoduo? Xiao Shiren felt her heart drop again, they indeed have plant abilities. And they're the most dangerous kind. Ling Che emphasized, plant ability users can mutate in two directions, one becomes stronger, and the other is consumed by mutated plants, turning into nourishment for the mutated plants. That mutated dandelion last time consumed its owner, who happened to be an extremely rare level 4 ability user. Level 4 ability user. No wonder. No wonder that mutated dandelion had a level 4 core inside. Xiao Shiren's heart tightened. Yun Xiaoduo has a system, not plants, so she is not worried. But Yun Yizhou has real plant abilities, and they lean towards aggression. Currently, most mutated plants are not very strong, so you don't need to worry too much, but it might not always be like this. And based on my speculation, some of them may be able to move because of their mutations. Ling Che said this and looked at her deeply again. I have to go out and continue my mission. I came back this time to remind you to be fully prepared. Xiao Shiren stopped her, how long until you come back? Ling Che thought for a while, about 10 days or so. Don't worry, this mission isn't that dangerous. Xiao Shiren nodded seriously and then said, be safe. Ling Che was her first tenant, and it has been over 6 months already. She has helped her a lot, so to Xiao Shiren, Ling Che occupies a significant place in her heart. This time when she investigates mutated plants, although she didn't say it, she must have encountered quite a bit of trouble. Honestly, she didn't want anything to happen to her. Ling Che looked a bit stunned, a slight smile on her lips. I will. As she said this, she threw something into Xiao Shiren's embrace, and when Xiao Shiren looked, it was actually a heavy bag of cores, at least more than 50. Xiao Shiren was taken aback. Isn't this too precious? So many cores. Xiao Shiren believed in fairness. Moreover, ability users need cores to upgrade. If Ling Che gives her these, what about herself? But Ling Che didn't even turn around. These are just level 2 cores, they are not much use to me. If I want to upgrade, I need at least level 5 now. Xiao Shiren's eyebrows jumped. Hiss. Level 5. No wonder she is the goddess of war, her combat power is truly high. On the other side, at base D. Du Zhonghong was in the office, puzzled over the sudden increase of vegetable entries in the base. He wasn't foolish. At a glance, it was obviously sold by Xiao Shiren, but why didn't she sell it directly to him? Why use an intermediary named Meng Bai to sell it instead? Probably forgot. Du Zhonghong thought about discussing it with Xiao Shiren next time he visits Ark apartment. Just as he thought of this, the door was suddenly pushed open. Bro! What is that Ark apartment you recommended to me? When Wan's tone revealed complaints and dissatisfaction, the landlord of that Ark apartment, you don't know how overbearing she is. Hearing your name, not only did she not treat me well, but she also kicked me out of the apartment, making everyone laugh at me. When Wan looked at Du Zhonghong, indignant. Du Zhonghong stood up abruptly. What did you say? You had a conflict with the landlord of that Ark apartment? When Wan saw his suddenly gloomy face and thought he was going to stand up for her, so she immediately added fuel to the fire, isn't it? I thought I could get in directly because of your relationship, but I didn't expect to be kicked out as soon as I entered. And you don't know, her face was so awful that it was unbearable. I see she just doesn't take you seriously, and still says something about registering. I see others haven't really registered either. When Wan sees clearly that those few people didn't register at all, it was just a matter of one word from Xiao Shiren. But Xiao Shiren actually won't let her in. Why? Isn't it just a small apartment? If it weren't for Du Zhonghong backing her, how could she possibly keep it open during the end times? But who is Du Zhonghong? He is her cousin. When Wan naturally thought Du Zhonghong would stand on her side. This little white-eyed wolf, if it weren't for relying on your power when Wan hadn't finished her sentence when the person in front cut her off, didn't I tell you before not to have conflicts with her? Chapter 127, Pea-Shooter in System Map. Du Zhonghong never expected that his usually spoiled cousin would not even listen to his words. He thought he could arrange for her to stay in the apartment, and as long as she didn't cause trouble, according to Xiao Shiren's personality, she shouldn't bother her. But he never imagined. He felt so angry that it hurt his liver. Do you know who she is? I think you really have gotten arrogant, thinking being backed by the Du family means you can do whatever you want. I'm telling you, you will go apologize to her right now. When Wan had never been wronged her entire life, and she was furious. Bro. You actually want to treat me like this for an outsider? Isn't she just having an apartment? What's so great about it? Du Zhonghong really wanted to open up her brain to see what was inside. After so many years, she had not improved at all. What do you mean just an apartment? Do you know she has fresh vegetables in her apartment, free water and electricity, and even various rare foods from the end times? Du Zhonghong scolded, is this a simple apartment? And those vegetables? They aren't even contaminated by the end times, do you understand? When Wan listened and was instantly dumbfounded. What? Bro, what are you saying? She widened her eyes, vegetables that aren't contaminated by the end times, how is that possible? Right now it's the end times. What's impossible? My son has eaten them, could it be fake? Du Zhonghong gritted his teeth, I'm providing you with such a channel, and this is how you treat me? When Wan's face paled instantly, why didn't you tell me earlier? Who would have known you were this foolish? Du Zhonghong rarely cursed and scolded her, what else can we do? Come with me to apologize. If there's a next time for this kind of thing, you can forget about hanging out with me, just roll away. When Wan trembled. Apologize. But Xiao Shiren's attitude was so harsh last time, would she even accept her apology? When Wan's gaze flickered uncertainly. She didn't know how long it passed before she came to her senses. No. No way. Isn't it just end times vegetables? Why should she bow down? She calmed down and gritted her teeth, bro, even if it's her apartment, can't we just take it by force if necessary? As soon as Wen Wan finished speaking, the other party fell silent, staring blankly at her. What did you say? Hearing Du Zhonghong say this, Wen Wan felt more confident. I said, can't we just rob it? Du Zhonghong directly grabbed the document in his hand and slammed it on her. What a ridiculous idea you came up with. You are a human, even in the end times, you are still a human. Do you understand that leaving a line for others is the rule? Without boundaries, what's the difference between you and the zombies outside? How can I, Du Zhonghong, have such a foolish sister? He was so angry that he could hardly breathe, pointing at the door. Get out. From today on, don't you ever show up in front of me. When Wan was shocked and paled, Du Zhonghong. What are you going crazy for? Du Zhonghong stared at her, his fingers bulging with veins, clearly unable to endure any longer. Only then did she realize she was truly afraid, feeling as though she was running backward while cursing. Isn't she just a little bitch? What's so great about her? Bang! Another document hit the ground. It crashed right beside Wen Wan. Her face turned pale, and she dared not speak, quickly walking away. Once Wen Wan left, Du Zhonghong seemed to lose all his strength and sat back down in his seat. He covered his head, feeling a headache at the thought of Wen Wan's face. The old man was already unhappy with Wen Wan's bullying, now she was so ungrateful that if the old man found out, it would surely make him fall ill. Du Zhonghong always thought his sister was just a bit harsh, but now it was clear she was simply hopelessly foolish. Bring someone in. The guard, who had been watching from outside and dared not enter, immediately responded. Take me to the Ark apartment. Du Zhonghong sighed, also, prepare 100 crystal cores and 100,000 federal coins. The guard was taken aback. So much? Du Zhonghong glared at the guard. I said prepare it, so just prepare it. Apology and negotiation require some sincerity, don't they? Xiao Shiren squatted in front of the electric fence outside the apartment, bargaining with the system in her mind. System, is it really only by upgrading to LV4 that I can unlock other defense devices? We only have this electric fence, and I feel like we don't have any sense of security. The system's voice replied crisply, of course, this system prioritizes infrastructure development. To unlock other defenses, you must upgrade. Xiao Shiren was reluctant, but there are more and more mutant plants in this apocalypse. Shouldn't the system adjust too? The system ignored her. Xiao Shiren hit a wall. She sighed. Ling Che's previous words made her feel a strong sense of crisis. Now, with more and more mutant plants, even some plant-type ability users may become extremely dangerous in the future. At this moment, the system still wouldn't allow for an upgrade. To upgrade to the next level requires 2 million federal coins. She calculated, even with the renewal of those luxurious suite tenants, she only had 500,000 now. Just then, Jun Xiaoduo walked over. She was acting mysteriously, and Xiao Shiren immediately realized what she was about to do. Yun Xiaoduo leaned in and whispered, Sister, I got a new plant. Let me show you. A new plant? Xiao Shiren immediately became interested. Yes, it's not just any new plant, but a very powerful one, Yun Xiaoduo said, as if performing a magic trick, pulling out the plant hidden on her body. Only then did Xiao Shiren see clearly. This was how to describe it? A completely green plant, with 2 leaves on each branch, and a round mouth, if that could be called a mouth. What kind of plant is this? Why does it look so strange? Xiao Shiren's mouth twitched as she asked the system, why has this thing mutated? This is not a mutation, this is how it originally looks in Yun Xiaoduo's system plants. Originally looked like this? Xiao Shiren began to wonder what kind of game it was. She looked at Yun Xiaoduo, and with a thought, asked, Xiaoduo, do you know how to use this plant? Yun Xiaoduo looked up at her and smiled brightly, of course I know, it's called a pea shooter. This thing, as long as you put it somewhere, it will shoot automatically if there are enemies. But it only works for 3 hours. After 3 hours, it disappears on its own, but it has great power. Shoots peas really fast. Xiao Shiren's eyes lit up, this was exactly the defense device she was lacking. She had been worrying about having only an electric fence and felt insecure inside. Unexpectedly, Yun Xiaoduo had filled that gap. Shooting peas. This little thing can actually shoot peas? It's area damage. If combined with her system map and Yu Yun's catalytic upgrade, it would be a perfect match. Chapter 128, has Yun Yichao's ability mutated long ago? Xiao Shiren's heart raced as she squatted in front of Yun Xiaoduo, stuffing a lollipop into her hand. Xiaoduo, tell sister, how many plant varieties do you have? Yun Xiaoduo happily took it, and after hearing Xiao Shan's words, she thought for a while and replied, I don't know either. But I feel like there are many varieties, and many powerful ones. The closer I get to my sister, the faster I can unlock them. Yun Xiaoduo muttered a couple of times, if only my brother were here, he would definitely be very happy to know that I unlocked a new plant. Xiao Shan also thought of Yun Yizhao, her heart sank, and she murmured, indeed. She didn't know how he was doing. The time they spent together earlier made Yun Yizhao somewhat of a friend to her, and with Yun Xiaoduo involved, it was only natural for her to worry about him. But Yun Xiaoduo saw through her thoughts, grabbed Xiao Shan's hand, and gently said, it's okay, brother is just still at the dawn base. He will be back before long. Besides, brother is so powerful. He's really amazing, so sister doesn't need to worry. She blinked at Xiao Shan. You're worried about the recent plant mutations, right? A voice suddenly came from behind. Xiao Shan turned her head to see Yin Buxiang standing behind her, looking mysterious. Xiao Shan nodded. I knew you were worried, little sister. Hearing her answer, Yun Buxiang chuckled and made a face at her. Let me tell you the truth, my nephew's abilities mutated a long time ago. Before that, he wasn't great with plants. It was only after the mutation that he became the way you see him now. Xiao Shan exclaimed in surprise, he mutated a long time ago? Of course. Yun Buxiang said matter-of-factly, since we're family, I'll be honest with you. His mutation is much faster than the mutated plant. We didn't find the cause before, so this time, besides wanting to get rid of that mutated plant, we actually also want to study his crystal nucleus. But, he sighed regretfully, looking up at the sky one moment and glancing at her the next, he said that plant doesn't have a crystal nucleus. Xiao Shan fell silent for a while. That crystal nucleus was with her, and everyone knew it well. Yun Buxiang patted her shoulder, sister, I'm telling you this not to ask for it. After all, that crystal nucleus was obtained by your strength. I just want to say, don't look at my nephew's sharp tongue,
his character is still pretty good. Yun Buxiang wasn't wrong. Yun Xiaoduo nodded seriously beside him. That's right. My brother is really nice. Everything he gets, he shares with everyone at the Dawn base. He's especially good to everyone. Listening to them, Xiao Shan started to doubt if she had been biased against Yun Yizhou. Just as she was about to ask more about Yun Yizhou, the system map suddenly alerted her that someone was coming outside. Xiao Qiao. It's me. Du Zhonghong's voice came from outside, holding Du Xiaowan's hand. Xiao Shan quickly released the access. Brother Du, why are you here? Yun Buxiang, who wanted to deepen his connection with Xiao Shan, felt a bit unhappy when he saw Du Zhonghong and sarcastically said, today's really not a good day, everyone is just trying to join in. Du Zhonghong didn't expect Yun Buxiang to be here, and he frowned angrily. I'm looking for Xiao Qiao, what are you doing here? Xiao Qiao, your tone is really familiar. Yun Buxiang forced a laugh. Aren't you affecting my mood? Otherwise, who cares about you? Yun Xiaoduo also saw him, tugged at Yun Buxiang's sleeve, and chirped, Uncle, he was the one who bullied me last time. Yun Buxiang looked over and thought, well, the son of his archenemy. It was the same one who bullied Yun Xiaoduo before. He hadn't planned to bother with that kid, but since he was Du Zhonghong's son, he decided to say something, rolling up his sleeves immediately. Du, you really have no shame. Your son is already grown up, yet he still bullies my niece. Today, I will seek justice for her. Dare to fight? Let's fight, but don't use your powers. Let's see if I'm afraid of you. Du Zhonghong refused to back down? Watching the two about to argue, Zhao Shiren quickly pulled them apart. Wait. Calm down. Let's finish discussing important matters first. Xiao Shiren stood in the middle, feeling quite a headache. The two immediately fell silent. Xiao Shiren sighed in relief and looked at Yun Buxiang. Big brother Yun, why don't you leave first, and we can talk later? Yun Buxiang felt displeased upon hearing this. Xiao Shiren bit her teeth and stomped her foot. I'll have Chen Jing bring you some of your favorite marinated chicken legs later? These days, Xiao Shiren had noticed that Yun Buxiang really loved to eat. Not only did he love to eat, but he especially favored the marinated chicken legs from the vending machine. Yun Buxiang's face lit up with joy. Why didn't you say so earlier? You, Du, I'm giving you face today, but next time, get ready. Yun Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled. Sister, if you're giving Uncle chicken legs, what about me? Both the old and the young were food lovers. But Yun Xiaoduo was so cute that just one glance could melt anyone's heart. Xiao Shiren stuffed a bunch of lollipops into her hands and pinched her face. Good, wait for your sister to find you later. Yun Xiaoduo nodded, very obediently. Du Zhonghong twitched the corner of his mouth. Du Xiaowan, pulled by his father, whispered, just knows how to act cute. Du Zhonghong still valued elder matters more than children's issues, and immediately scolded, Xiaowan. Du Xiaowan shrank back and fell silent. After they all left, Du Zhonghong looked at Xiao Shiren again, his eyes filled with apology. Xiao, I came to apologize this time. Regarding Wenjuan's issue a few days ago. Xiao Shiren shook her head. It's okay, I can tell the difference between her and you, big brother Du. Du Zhonghong finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're not angry, right? Xiao Shiren chuckled lightly. I have many people living in this apartment. If I got angry about everything, wouldn't I be driven crazy? And I should thank you. If it weren't for you, my luxurious suite wouldn't have been so easily filled. Xiao Shiren was sincerely grateful, her eyes full of appreciation. So far, these tenants have contributed over 300,000 federal coins, and that's not a small amount. Moreover, Xiao Shiren was confident that a considerable number of them would continue to renew their leases, providing her with a large clientele. At this rate, won't she soon be able to upgrade her apartment? If that's the case, then I can relax. Du Zhonghong hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, however, I mainly came this time because Xiaowan said you planted quite a few fresh vegetables here? Chapter 129, Wan is causing trouble again. Xiao Shiren suddenly realized, Xiaowan told you, huh? Big brother Du, I was about to ask you. Do you at base D need vegetables? My vegetable yield is quite good, and if you need, I can prioritize supplying you. Du Zhonghong was puzzled and asked, huh? You're giving us? Didn't you already give us? What? I haven't done that yet. Xiao Shiren stared at him, both exchanging wide-eyed glances. 10 minutes later, in the apartment office. You mean, you act as a middleman and sell to base D? Xiao Shiren raised her voice. Yeah. Meng Bai was bewildered. Base D is the closest to us. I'm making it easier for myself. What's wrong with selling to base D? He glanced at Xiao Shiren and then at Du Zhonghong, gulping. You don't mean to say you two know each other? And have a good relationship. Xiao Shiren sighed. Meng Bai, I suddenly regret hiring you. Xiao Shiren originally thought he would go to various bases, expand clientele, and raise the profile of the Ark apartment. Never did she expect it was the nearest base D.
What's the difference from selling oneself? Don't.
Bai has been living here for a while now and feels this place is much more comfortable than others. He has worked hard on his own psychological counseling. After all, working as an intermediary every day is also to make money for a better life.
But right now, he is living very well. Just joking.
Xiao Shiren said lightly, but you won't need to go to base D anymore, you can wait for our second batch of vegetables. She turned to Du Zhonghong, if you at base D want them, I can give you a 20% discount.
A 20% discount means 80 federal coins per pound.
For Du Zhonghong, that is not an ordinary low price.
His eyes lit up, of course. You can give me all the unsold vegetables.
The two quickly struck a deal and began discussing how to handle the vegetables when the time comes.
There is a problem here.
Xiao Shiren said cautiously, our apartment has some restrictions, so far, the amount of vegetables I can offer may not be that much.
But we can still produce at least 300 pounds every week. Xiao Shiren added. As of now, she hasn't developed another piece of land yet.
The system requires her to reach a 90% occupancy rate within 2 months to unlock permissions, but so far, she is only around 40%.
300 pounds is already a lot.
Du Zhonghong said seriously, Xiao, you may not know the current situation, there are more and more mutated plants outside, and people are scared to even buy the catalyzed vegetables, food is extremely scarce. But your fresh, uncontaminated vegetables can still be supplied at 300 pounds every week, and it's just 100 federal coins per pound, it will definitely sell out.
Really? Xiao Shiren's eyes lit up, that's great. By the way, Brother Du, do you remember my promise to the mercenaries last time?
You can tell them I now have enough rooms, if they don't have a place to stay, they can move in starting tomorrow.
This is also good news for Du Zhonghong.
He looked at Xiao Shiren deeply, okay. In the post-apocalyptic world, the qualities Xiao Shiren shows are rare and precious. Especially having such healthy vegetables, selling them for only 100 federal coins per pound, if it were someone else, the price would have already skyrocketed to at least 1,000.
Xiao Shiren is indeed someone trustworthy. The Ark apartment, these 4 words are truly fitting. Xiao, I believe in you, you are the hope for the future.
Du Zhonghong said quietly.
Xiao Shiren's lips slightly rose, responding humbly, Brother Du is overpraising me.
She took out a piece of paper, ready to calculate their costs, but then she heard the system's alarm sound.
Alarm! Alarm!
Detected someone causing trouble outside the apartment, please handle it as soon as possible.
Xiao Shiren paused her fingers and frowned. At that moment, Fang Shicheng pushed the door open, looking tense, glancing at Du Zhonghong and then at Xiao Shiren, boss?
You speak. Xiao Shiren said straightforwardly. Since the boss had spoken, Fang Shicheng dared not hesitate, hastily saying, outside, someone says our apartment isn't good. The person is a woman and brought a few ability users, our people had a conflict with her.
He didn't elaborate further, and Du Zhonghong sensed something was wrong and hurriedly asked, a woman? How old?
Fang Shicheng quickly responded, about in her 30s, middle-aged, quite elegant, looks privileged. Du Zhonghong's expression indeed changed.
Hurry, lead the way, take me to see.
The group rushed over, and when Du Zhonghong saw them, he was nearly fainting from anger. The leading woman had an air of superiority, it was none other than Wan. She was holding a loudspeaker, the Ark apartment has been treating people differently for quite some time.
The people who came with my batch. It looks like she is a bit richer than me, and she actually let them in.
I was not convinced at that time, and wanted to go up and argue.
Guess what? She kicked me out.
Not just me, but several other tenants as well, all in the same situation. Around her gathered several people, all of whom were currently lying on the ground, crying their eyes out.
Yes, I felt the same back then. Aren't the Ark apartments just bullying me for being poor? Me too, me too.
Just because I had a broken leg at that time, they thought I was a burden. Once inside, they bullied me every day, treated me like a donkey, and finally kicked me out for being slow, without even refunding my money. Wang Mang and He Chuan had gathered there.
Hearing their words, Wang Mang was the first to feel unfairness. No, what do you mean burden? I have been living in the Ark apartments for so long, and I have seen every tenant, yet I have never seen any of you. I think you just want to ruin our apartment's reputation, right?
He Chuan also clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with coldness. But the remaining tenants outside who wanted to come in to rent hesitated. They had never been in the Ark apartments and didn't know the true situation.
How? How can we prove whether what she said is true or not? A potential tenant spoke up in a low voice. With these words, the remaining tenants also echoed. Exactly, there's no way to prove anything. And the rent of Ark apartments isn't cheap at all. Who pays money just to find a safe place to live?
In the end, they paid money and got kicked out, with no refund.
If it really doesn't work, then let's not rent it? I think they are really too much. The tenants' emotions were stirred up, and Wenwan became even more gleeful. Chapter 130, the Du family apologizes, 100,000 federal dollars. But soon, when a voice came from behind, Wenwan could no longer smile.
Miss Wen is really interesting.
After failing to break into our apartment, she immediately concocts rumors saying there are issues inside the apartment. Almost as soon as Xiao Shan's voice sounded, another familiar voice, quite angry, coldly spoke.
Wenwan. Didn't I warn you once before, saying not to come and cause trouble for the Ark apartments?
Wenwan's face instantly turned pale, and she was stunned the moment she saw the other party.
No, how is Du Zhonghong here? She stammered, no, I. Wenwan couldn't say anything, quickly signaling the several people lying behind her. Those people immediately wailed even louder. Don't blame Miss Wen.
It's all the fault of the Ark apartments.
Yeah, Miss Wen is just advocating for us.
Wenwan let out a breath, thinking nothing of it, turned the tables. Brother, look. It's clearly the fault of the Ark apartments. I think you are being deceived, these are all former tenants of the Ark apartments.
Wang Mang spat, stop fucking spouting nonsense. We don't even know any of these people.
You guys just won't admit it.
You swallowed my rent and won't let us speak, right? The man with the limp pretended to be angry.
I have to say, his acting skills were top-notch. If Xiao Shan weren't the apartment manager, she might have almost believed him. The other few tenants standing at the door wanting to rent were also uncertain.
After all, the rent money is not small.
They originally came to the Ark apartments to find stability. If everything they said was true, then there was no need to rent anymore.
Du Zhonghong's face was full of anger. Wenwan. I have my eyes on the person, and I know the situation, you.
But Xiao Shan chuckled lightly, since you say I've swallowed your rent, then let's see.
Before a few people could react, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up, their jaws dropping. A lion. A huge golden-haired lion. It's charging at us. Run.
The person who had pretended to be limping was the first to be dumbfounded. The legs were no longer lame, suddenly able to move, and in a flash, he took a step forward. The machine beeped quickly, swiftly pressing the opponent down, its lion paw fiercely smashing against his head. The man struggled with all his might. Chile hurried over and saw his lion pinning the man to the ground, immediately shouting, Dadu, good job. I'll give you meat later. As he said this, Chile looked at Xiaoshuren with an expression of didn't I do well, eagerly awaiting her praise. Xiaoshuren secretly gave him a thumbs up, then turned to Wenwan, casually saying, is this the tenant you said had a lame leg and wasn't lame? What, when faced with danger, does the leg just heal automatically? She looked at the man on the ground with the lame leg, realizing, oh, there are powers too, he's an ability user. No wonder he can run into danger. Wenwan at this moment was even more unsteady. It's impossible. How can this be possible? Her sharp eyes noticed that the lion was a level 3 mutated beast. It's actually level 3. The ability users she brought were only level 3. As for the lame leg, being pinned under the lion, especially with the lion's green eyes filled with hunger, it was like it wanted to swallow him alive. The more he looked, the more scared he became, yelling, help, help. Miss Wen, you only told me to act, I don't want to die, quick, save me. Get it to go. Hurry. This line was essentially an admission that it was Wenwan who had orchestrated this, causing Wenwan to nearly explode with anger, shouting. Shut up. The surrounding tenants watched her look, even the dullest among them realized what was happening, shocked. So it was really slander? What is this? Did the Fangzhou apartment offend her? Did she specially find actors? Surrounding people murmured among themselves, while Du Zhonghong's face grew increasingly grim. Wenwan, do you have anything else to say? Du Zhonghong was so angry he felt pain in his chest. He never imagined that his own cousin would be such a person. Not content with one incident, she was now openly slandering him, and what would come next but framing him? Wenwan's eyes showed guilt, but she still forced herself to say, brother, listen to me, it's all her fault. If she hadn't stopped me from entering, how could I have thought of such a method? Enough. You still want to defend yourself at this point. Du Zhonghong's voice was cold, each word deliberate, since you're so stubborn, you won't have to stay at Base D anymore. Wenwan's voice trembled, pointing at Xiaoshuren in disbelief, brother? How can you say that about me for a stranger? Stranger? Du Zhonghong stared at her fiercely, do you still not know where you've gone wrong? Our Du family is kind by nature, yet somehow there is this disgrace like you, why should I keep you? Get lost. Du Zhonghong shouted, go wherever you want. This was the first time Xiaoshuren had seen Du Zhonghong so angry. Wenwan's actions had clearly crossed Du Zhonghong's bottom line. Wenwan was already scared silly, her mind filled with despair. It's really over this time. Du Zhonghong told her to get out of Base D, he always meant what he said, so if he told her to go, there was no way he would let her stay. Du Shaoan slowly walked out, holding a bag of chips, puzzled. What happened? Why is it so noisy? It was better that he didn't speak. Once he spoke, everyone's eyes fell on him. When one seemed to see a savior, Shaoan, hurry, help your cousin. Du Shaoan froze for a moment. Wang Meng elbowed him, and he quickly reacted, glancing around, occasionally looking up at the sky, avoiding looking at Wenwan. No, who is talking? I don't see anyone. Maybe it was a mistake. Saying this, Du Shaoan took the bag of chips and left dejectedly. Du Zhonghong had never felt so relieved around this kid before. When Wan was thoroughly chilled, she looked at Du Zhonghong in terror, pleading, "Brother, I was wrong, please don't kick me out, brother." Du Zhonghong, however, preferred to not see or hear it, waving his hand, a few mercenaries together. When Wan was dragged down, and even from far away, her cries could be heard. After everything was resolved, Du Zhonghong took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Shiren. "Little Xiao, today's incident is indeed an oversight of our D-base." He gritted his teeth and assured her, "Don't worry, since Brother Du said to kick her out of D-base, she will definitely not come back. From today on, Wan will no longer be a part of our D-base." Du Zhonghong originally came to apologize, but to his surprise, the situation happened again right under his nose. Wasn't this a blatant slap in his face? Du Zhonghong signaled to the person behind him, who stepped forward to take out a card and a bag of crystal cores. Inside this is 100,000 federal coins and 100 crystal cores, and it also shows Brother Du's sincerity in apologizing. To apologize, 100,000 federal coins and 100 crystal cores? Xiao Shiren looked at Du Zhonghong in shock. Isn't this too valuable? This is not valuable at all. Du Zhonghong disagreed. You have helped D-base a lot these days, and our Du family is just giving you a little of what we can. How can it be considered valuable? In the future, our base might still rely on you more. Du Zhonghong's mood lifted a lot after when Wan left. He looked at her cheerfully. Besides, you also said you would give us a 20% discount on vegetables, which is the foundation of our long-term cooperation. How can this be considered relying on you? Xiao Shiren helplessly wanted to decline. Our ARC apartment cannot be compared to the base. Last time's mutated plant was just a fluke. Although she needed money, she also knew that accepting this would mean she owed Du Zhonghong a favor. After all, 100,000 federal coins and 100 crystal cores is not a small amount, so she wanted to refuse. In so many years, you are the only one who got lucky. Du Zhonghong looked at her meaningfully. Xiao girl, just accept it. Seeing that Du Zhonghong was insistent, Xiao Shiren didn't say much and carefully accepted the federal coins. Du Zhonghong smiled with satisfaction. We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Don't worry, if you need my help with anything, I will definitely assist. After sending Du Zhonghong off, Xiao Shiren came back to her senses and coldly looked at the limping person being crushed by the BB machine. The limping person looked a bit flustered when he caught sight of Xiao Shiren. He opened his mouth to argue, but was ruthlessly stomped down by the BB machine's claws. Xiao Shiren smiled with a false warmth. So it's you and that one who want to scam me, right? Speak, how do you plan to compensate now? Xiao Shiren's gaze was icy, while the limping person shivered and quickly said, "What compensation? She threatened me, I never intended to do that." Or. After meeting Xiao Shiren's warning gaze, he shifted his eyes and said, "I have already gone 3 days and nights without food. If you don't mind, I can work for you at the ARC apartment." The limping person had heard that the ARC apartment had great benefits, providing meals and vegetables. And it seemed that some people had entered in this way before. Work? Xiao Shiren stepped on him, saying bluntly, "What kind of spring and autumn dream are you having? To have you work for me? I'm afraid I'd be scammed by you." The limping person screamed in agony, unable to maintain his act any longer, and angrily said, "Then what do you want me to do? I will say it up front, I have no money and no power. I can't compensate you anything but working." The other party looked like a smart person, and Xiao Shiren glanced at the others, who were also subdued, sitting on the ground, trembling and unable to utter a word. "Whether you have money or not, I'll just check and see," Xiao Shiren said expressionlessly. Saying this, she moved forward and, under the shocked gaze of the limping person, directly searched all of his belongings. "You, what are you doing? No touch between men and women." The limping person clutched his pockets tightly. Xiao Shan kicked him hard in the butt again. "Be honest." The lame man let out a cry and faced the sharp-toothed BB, who was much harder to deal with than Xiao Shan, furious as ever, with a look that seemed like it wanted to eat him. The lame man shrank back. Xiao Shan searched through every pocket of his, and sure enough, found a black card, but this black card was different from the ones Du Shaowan and the others had. Its patterns were completely unfamiliar shapes and it shimmered. Xiao Shan's observation was always meticulous, and he clearly saw the lame man's expression freeze after he took out the card. "Boss, why do I feel like this card looks a bit familiar?" Fang Shichang, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally said. "It's just an ordinary card, nothing special." The lame man instinctively replied. "Did I ask you to speak?" The golden-haired lion gave the lame man's head a hard slap.
No matter how it was a third-level mutated beast, and with this hit, the lame man's head spun. Xiao Xian squinted. Oh? What do you think, I'm blind? Xiao Xian nonchalantly looked at him, a smile forming at the corners of his lips. Let me think, which base's federal currency card is this? Xiao Xian asked the system in his heart. How much federal currency is in there? The system replied, 53,000. Xiao Xian clicked his tongue and shook the federal currency card. Let me guess, did Wan give you 50,000 federal currency to pretend to be a tenant in our apartment? The lame man blurted out, how did you know? Does it matter how I know? Xiao Xian said blandly, or is it someone from another base trying to test our situation? What exactly do you want? The lame man was stunned. No way. This was guess too? He glanced around, still wanting to lie. But Xiao Xian rudely interrupted his thoughts. If you dare to tell another lie, I will throw you into a horde of zombies to feed them. The lame man wanted to cry. He never expected Xiao Xian to be so forceful at a crucial moment. Wasn't he supposed to be a good person in this apocalypse? Not at all. Who said this task was easy to carry out? And the giant lion in front of him was taller than a truck and looked so mighty, one slap could kill him. The lame man trembled and said, I'll tell you, okay? I'm not a person from a nearby base, I come from the cold light base, and I am one of the water-type abilities, named Yuan. But I don't want to go against your apartment. She gave me a full 50,000 federal currency. How much do I even have left in my account? 50,000 is enough for me to eat and wear for so long. Who asked you that? Fang Shicheng interrupted him impatiently. What we want to know is, what are you doing in our base? Cold light base. Xiao Xian knew a bit about it before, realizing it was a smaller base, lower than base D. After Fang Shicheng asked, Yuan lowered his head, looking hard to speak. He took a deep breath. All right, to be honest, I came to your apartment because I located someone we are looking for there. Who? Hearing this, everyone became interested. Yuan was so scared of Bibi that he kept retreating but didn't dare to run. Even if he did, he couldn't escape, and with a gritted jaw and closed eyes, he spoke, Yun. I'm here to find Yun. She defied our base's orders, and I heard she is here, so I came to investigate. Everyone was instantly stunned. Xiao Xian then remembered that at that time, Ling Che had indeed mentioned that Yun and their group were being hunted because they refused to kill mutated plants as ordered by other bases. It was easy to imagine that their cold light base was not good news at all. Her eyes suddenly fell, and she signaled to Bibi. Bibi understood in a second. It roared again, pressing down on Yuan. Don't even think about taking her back. Seeing Yuan's face turn pale with fear, Xiao Shiren raised the card in her hand. What's the password? Yuan's mind couldn't keep up. Facing the beat machine's gaze, a series of passwords slipped out of his mouth, and when he came back to his senses, he wished he could slap himself twice. How did he say that? What the hell was Xiao Shiren asking this for? Soon, Yuan understood what Xiao Shiren was up to. Xiao Shiren directly asked Fang Shicheng to bring over the card reader. With a beep, her system added more than 53,000 Federation coins. Under Yuan's incredulous gaze, Xiao Shiren spoke lightly. Go back and tell them that Yun is one of us at Ark Apartment. She is part of Ark Apartment, and if they want to take her away, I'm the first to disagree. Also, if I find out that anyone from Cold Light Apartment tries to come in again, don't blame me for being rude. Since the other party's base is even smaller than D base, Xiao Shiren had nothing to worry about. Besides, ever since last time, the reputation of Xiao Shiren's apartment has spread far and wide. They can kill mutated plants. Can Cold Light Apartment do that? Therefore, Xiao Shiren naturally didn't care. Yuan shivered, and then his bottom was kicked hard again. Hurry up and get lost. The beat machine showed its teeth. Yuan didn't have translation function, so he couldn't understand what the beat machine was saying, but he knew this noise definitely wasn't good news. This is telling him to leave? Yuan couldn't think much and quickly scrambled to his feet and ran away. There were 3 people causing trouble. The other 2 were both over 60,000 and 70,000. Only Yuan was the poorest, with only 53,400 Federation coins. When Wan was generous, Xiao Shiren easily took away 180,000 Federation coins from them, then clicked her tongue. Is Cold Light Base really that bad? That a second-level water ability user is struggling so much. She looked at Fang Shicheng. Do you know about Cold Light Base? Fang Shicheng said in a deep voice, I've heard a little. This base isn't well regarded among other bases, they've done quite a few bad things, and the ability users under them are quite average. However, I've always heard that their leader is a 4th-level ability user, so the others can only swallow their anger. There were people who wanted to leave earlier but were hunted down by the entire Cold Light Base for a long time, and I always felt they weren't here this time for Yun. I know, they want to test our apartment's true strength. Xiao Shiren wasn't foolish and saw through these people's intentions. She said slowly, but from what you said, there seem to be quite a few ability users inside.
Feng Shicheng looked a little confused, and Xiao Shiren gave him a meaningful glance. Our base's treatment is not worse than theirs, and we protect our own. Feng Shicheng suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. Of course. Their apartment was short on people. Short on muscle. Cold Light Base had poor treatment, but their apartment's treatment was good. Others feared that 4th level ability user, but they weren't afraid. Feng Shicheng felt a bit eager. Then should I send someone to check out their apartment now? Not in a hurry. Xiao Shiren sighed. Let's wait until our apartment gets built a bit more. We can also observe their movements. Her apartment will eventually be built, and according to what others said, the mutated plants outside are increasing in number. A team of ability users must be established to ensure everyone's safety. Xiao Shiren thought for a moment and felt that time flies by quickly. At the same time, she felt grateful. If it weren't for the system, she wouldn't dare to challenge other bases. The urgent task is still to quickly save more money for upgrades. Xiao Shiren counted her current funds, and she had saved up 70,000 Federation coins and even had over 800 crystal cores already. The money was increasing. Xiao Shiren calculated it and she can now receive 200 to 300,000 in rent every month. Once all the mercenaries filled the apartments, the occupancy rate will naturally reach 90%, and selling some small vegetables will easily bring in 1 million a month. Night quickly fell, and Xiao Shan lay in bed, unable to sleep at all. She simply bought a huge bunch of seeds, thinking about continuing to produce another batch of vegetables. Spinach, carrots, and radishes, let's take a few of each. Fresh green celery and cilantro, let's get a bag of those too. Big fertilizer from the system, buy 99 bags directly. Buy. Everything. After shopping, looking at the batches of seeds displayed in the system, Xiao Shan felt refreshed and completely at ease. Finally, she fell asleep with the soap opera playing in the background. Early the next morning, Xiao Shan went to the small garden in the backyard, ready to hand these seeds to Lu Guifan, but was suddenly blocked by an invisible wall of air. The host has already planted enough vegetable seeds. The system detects that if planting continues, it will cause overcrowding in the apartment, thus suspending the host's permission to plant vegetables. Xiao Shan was taken aback, staring blankly. System, this is my unlocked little garden. Shouldn't I plant whatever I want? She had spent a full 80,000 federal coins, after all. Now it won't let her plant? What a joke. This is also for the comfort of the entire apartment environment. Host, you should give up. The system's tone was emotionless. Xiao Shan glared, refusing to give up. System, can you see that the people in our apartment can't even afford to eat? Let alone be happy. System, currently, sufficient food is detected inside our apartment. Xiao Shan. She exclaimed in frustration, then why did you make me open this little garden? Refund it. I'm not planting anymore. All items in the apartment have been carefully considered for purchase by the host and are non-refundable. The host's previous behavior of treating the little garden as a vegetable field has already obtained permissions granted by this system. Please trust this system's judgment. The system sighed, host, you should just plant flowers properly. When you upgrade next time, you will unlock the plantation. There's also a plantation? Xiao Shan instinctively raised her voice. The system replied matter-of-factly, of course, how can it be called an apartment without food? You can't have a place without trees. Once unlocked, not only can you grow vegetables, but also trees and fruits. You may even use crystal cores to expand the land. The plantation is different from this black soil, its nutritional value is higher than that of the black soil, and plants grow faster. It can even adapt to the growth of plants in different regions and climates. Xiao Shan gasped. Indeed, she was moved again, eager to upgrade the apartment immediately. But she still didn't want to give up the large vegetable garden in front of her, so she suddenly realized something. The reason you just reminded me was that you think it's not aesthetically pleasing to use it all for planting vegetables in the apartment? Of course. The system said seriously, planting only vegetables is against the original intention of this system. This system exists to help you build a harmonious and beautiful new home, not to create a huge expanse of green vegetable fields in an overcrowded community. Xiao Shan smiled, you're right. So I can just plant flowers and vine vegetables, right? System. Xiao Shan countered, why not? I plant plants below and vines and fruits above, wouldn't that also be beautiful? Plus, I could leave some space in the middle for visitors. System. It sounded quite reasonable. This time, the system had nothing to say. It sincerely praised, host, you're really smart. Xiao Shan decided to take action, replacing the leafy vegetable seeds in her hand directly with fruit seeds. Cucumbers, watermelons, pumpkins, and even honeydew and loofahs. When Xiao Shan gave the seeds to Lu Guifan was also surprised. Landlord, do we have so many seeds? This batch of plant types was much richer than the previous one. Xiao Shan happily admitted.
They are all vines, and there are some flower seeds. Sister Lu, you should know how to plant them, right? As she spoke, Xiao Xian hesitated again. Chapter 133, Boss Xiao is paying salaries. Lu Guifan is not experienced with so many plants. She felt a bit troubled. I can try. But I may not be able to grow them. It's okay if you can't. Xiao Xian waved her hand, indifferent. There are plenty of seeds. After all, they are flower seeds provided by the system. Even other seeds are only 800 federal coins per pound. Xiao Xian's wallet was full now, feeling very assured. She looked at Lu Guifan. Sister Lu, you all have been here for several months, right? Lu Guifan looked at Xiao Xian in surprise. It's been about 3 months. Xiao Xian smiled mysteriously. Go gather everyone else from our apartment, I'm planning to give everyone a surprise. She pondered for a moment. By the way, there are also Wang Meng, He Chuan, and Sun Li. Thinking about it, she hadn't given the base workers their salaries yet. Before, it was due to lack of funds, now, she had to make up for it. Not long after, everyone gathered in the backyard. Wang Meng looked around, peering. Landlord, didn't you say there's a surprise? Where is it? Xiao Xian took out a black card and placed it on the table. It's in here. Isn't that the federal coin card of that little brat Du Shaowan? Wang Meng looked confused. What's surprising about this? We see this all the time. His voice stopped abruptly as Feng Shicheng slapped his head hard, eyes wide. Landlord, you're not going to give us the money from Du Shaowan's card, are you? You fool. Feng Shicheng couldn't stand it any longer. Landlord borrowed Du Xiaowan's card to pay us our salaries. Pay salaries? Wang Meng exclaimed. And at this moment, everyone else also looked at Xiao Xian. This included the newcomers Yu Yun and Jian Yun, both glancing sideways. Jian Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Really? There are salaries here? I thought free housing and meals were already great. Wang Meng was a bit puzzled, but whether salaries are paid or not, what does it have to do with me? He Chuan also darkened his eyes. Xiao Xian was unusually good to them, even exempting rent, but seeing her like this, it seemed there really were salaries? Of course there are. Xiao Xian glanced at Wang Meng, raised an eyebrow. Our usual position is 250 federal coins a day. For frontline positions like our security department, it's 350 federal coins a day. Now all the money is in this card. She handed over a piece of paper. You can verify. This was something Qin Jing had compiled early that morning. Everyone immediately took it, glancing over, and they were directly stunned. Wow! So much money! At the forefront was Qin Jing, who had been here the longest, 4 months, totaling exactly 30,000 federal coins. Following her were Lu Guifan, Wang Meng, He Chuan, and Sun Li, each with over 20,000 federal coins. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. This. Landlord! This is too much. He Chuan was also stunned. Landlord Xiao. Sun Li rubbed her eyes. I didn't read that wrong, right? A whole 20,000. How long had they been here? How could they have so many federal coins? You didn't read it wrong. You all have helped me a lot these days. Xiao Xian looked at them, her gaze warmed considerably. If it weren't for you, I would still have no idea what's going on. This money is what you all deserve. As for Ling Che, I have my own arrangements. Lu Guifan's eyes turned red. Landlord Xiao, you are truly good to us. Since the apocalypse, she had never seen so much money in her life. Even her 2 children had not enough to eat or wear, but now Xiao Xian not only ensured they were well fed and clothed but also gave them so much federal coins. This amount of federal coins was enough for her to work at the outside base for a whole year. Lu Guifan made her determination. She must work hard in the future and absolutely cannot disappoint Xiao Xian's kindness. Seeing this scene, everyone was touched. Next. It was like one by one, they had all been divided. Feng Shicheng received 15,000 Federation coins, and Jin Yun and Wei Hayu each received 10,000. Even the last beat machine got its share, but it was just a beast, so it was directly given to Qilei. Yun Buxiang was also present. As soon as he arrived, he shamelessly asked Xiao Xian for the position of the security team leader, so he also got a lot. Seeing the money in his hand, Yun Buxiang's eyes lit up. Thank you so much, sister. If you need anything, just find your big brother will definitely go all out. He was also holding on to Yin Xiaoduo, who sweetly said, Thank you, sister. Sister, you are really nice. Here, she could have plenty and plenty of lollipops, and all kinds of flavors she had never tasted before. Yuyan glanced at the list, and when she scanned to her name at the bottom, she was surprised to find she also got over 3,000 Federation coins. She opened her mouth, a bit unsure. Landlord, this. I just came not long ago, do I really have any? You earned it through your own labor, of course you have. After Xiao Shan said this, Yuyan felt touched, her eyes welling up with emotion as she quietly said, Thank you. This isn't just about today. She quickly added, her voice choked, I actually heard about what happened today. The people from the Cold Light Base came to find me.
She wiped her tears. I didn't expect you actually didn't turn me in. Yu Yun had been watching from the corner, worried for a long time. After all, offending a base over one employee was not worth it. But she didn't expect that Xiao Shan not only didn't turn her in, but openly told the cold light base that she was an apartment employee. Yu Yun was only in her 20s, to be fair, if she were Xiao Shan, she wouldn't have been able to do this at all. Xiao Shan smiled at Yu Yun, wiping her tears. What are you saying? You are my employee, why would I turn you in? My purpose in establishing our apartment is to hope to give everyone without a home a place to stay. Xiao Shan's voice slightly rose, and everyone present focused intently. Since we are all part of our apartment, I certainly wouldn't mistreat you. I will have Qin Jing go get the money later and distribute these Federation coins to everyone. Great. Wang Mang was the first to cheer, happily saying, long live Landlord Xiao, oh no, long live Boss Xiao. From today on, Boss Xiao, you are my goddess. He shouted loudly, his big voice brightening the atmosphere quite a bit. Everyone truly smiled from the heart. He Chuan coughed twice. If that's the case, then I'll get some snacks from the vending machine to liven up the mood. I'll foot the bill. Suddenly everyone had so many Federation coins, feeling like they had suddenly received a bonus, rushing to speak up. No need for you, I can pay. Then I'll buy the drinks. Every person's face radiated with joy, adding a bit of festive spirit, making it lively and bustling. In a daze, it felt like they had returned to before the apocalypse. Chapter 134 Blood Moon Descends, Zombie Tide Again. Xiao Shan's Federation coins had decreased by 170,000 due to salary distribution, now only a bit over 600,000 remained, but she rarely felt any heartache. After all, these partners who risked their lives shared joys and sorrows with her deserved to have this. Even at night, no one had the slightest intention of sleeping. Wang Meng was drinking a small beverage, sitting on the smooth marble of the front yard, dreaming, if it weren't for so many mutated creatures outside, I would really think the apocalypse was just an illusion. He Chuan sat beside him, looking up at the front, yeah. Then he frowned. TSK, but tonight's moon seems a bit off. What's off? Xiao Shan was sitting next to a few others, holding a tablet and watching soap operas from before the apocalypse. Hearing this, he casually replied. Today's moon is a bit red. He Chuan frowned, murmuring to himself, I wonder if it's just my illusion. Xiao Shiren suddenly snapped his tablet shut with a loud clap. Everyone was still in a daze, unable to come to their senses. But Xiao Shiren spoke up grandly, his expression serious. Quick! Go to the apartment perimeter. Outside, there's nothing out there? Fong Shichang instinctively replied. No, there is. Not just one. Xiao Shiren's expression was extremely serious. After saying this, he stepped forward and dashed towards the electric fence surrounding the apartment. The reason was simple, the system in Xiao Shiren's mind was frantically sounding alarms. Alarm! Alarm! Pure malicious lifeforms detected approaching, please host be cautious about apartment safety. Alarm! A large number of pure malicious lifeforms found ahead. How could there be so many lifeforms? Yun Xiaoduo was originally comfortably lying in Yun Buxiang's arms. Upon seeing the moon turn red, she immediately tugged at his beard. Uncle, what's going on? The moon has actually turned red. Everyone looked up and was shocked to find the moon was indeed turning increasingly red, emitting an eerie light that illuminated the ground. Yun Buxiang, who had been dozing off, was now completely awake in shock. No way? This is a blood moon? He spoke slowly, wiping his face to confirm he wasn't seeing things before he exclaimed in astonishment. It really is a blood moon? Yun Buxiang's expression changed dramatically. He also stepped forward, pulling Yun Xiaoduo along as they hurried to catch up with Xiao Shiren. The others followed closely behind. Wait, what's going on with the blood moon? What does blood moon mean? Why is the moon getting redder? Fong Shicheng and Wang Meng took turns asking questions, driving Yun Buxiang to the point of a headache. Yun Buxiang glared at them, you guys have lived through the apocalypse for so long, and you don't even know about the blood moon? Every time there's a blood moon, the zombie tide goes berserk. Moreover, after the blood moon, they evolve much faster. I remember the last blood moon was 15 years ago. How come there's another blood moon now? He also felt puzzled, rushing toward Xiao Shiren. Could it have something to do with plant mutations? Wang Meng gasped. If that's the case, he indeed had some impression of it. 15 years ago, after the blood moon, the zombies evolved to have crystal cores. The group took their stand beside the electric fence. Xiao Shiren commanded, everyone, enter battle readiness. BB machine, you stand at the front. If any zombies break through the electric fence, you need to bite them to death. BB machine howled. It had just eaten its fill and was in a better mood, obediently listening. As soon as it took its place on the watchtower, it heard numerous zombie roars starting to rise. Wang Meng, Brother Yun, keep an eye on the flanks. Now, not just them, but the tenants also sensed the commotion. What's going on? Where did so many zombies come from? And there's a blood moon? We haven't seen this for years, something big is about to happen. The zombies, sensing Xiao Shiren's presence, charged desperately toward the electric fence, accompanied by the tenants' frantic shouts. They're actually third-level zombies. Fang Shicheng's eyelids twitched, swallowing hard. The recent zombie tides are increasing. Don't panic. Xiao Shiren looked at the electric fence and the horde of zombies below him. After checking the electric fence's description, he finally calmed down, letting out a sigh of relief. Third-level electric fence. Congratulations, host. After much effort, this system's electric fence has finally reached level 3. As an indestructible part of the apartment, the level 3 electric fence has greatly improved compared to before, and it can even conduct electricity now. It's just third-level zombies. Xiao Shiren looked at the system description and felt a newfound confidence. Boss, are you sure it's just that? These are third-level zombies. They're already very powerful. Even if we can handle them, some of the tenants aren't even ability users. Wang Mang was impatient, pacing back and forth, causing Xiao Shiren's eyes to ache. Wasn't he still panicking just now? How come Xiao Shiren is suddenly using the word but? Fang Shicheng was also a bit dumbfounded. Yun Buxian gnawed on a braised chicken leg, speaking unclearly. What's there to fear? Didn't our little sister already say it? Don't worry. Besides, even if you worry, it's useless. Everyone had black lines flash above their heads. Only Yun Xiaoduo tugged at Xiao Shiren's sleeve. Sister, quickly try the plant I gave you. Don't feel distressed, because lately I have so many sunshine points. I can exchange for plenty of plants. After these days of familiarity, Yun Xiaoduo hid nothing from Xiao Shiren, almost shoving the word system right in her face. This little girl, not a bit of scheming in her heart. Xiao Shiren didn't know whether to cry or laugh, lowering her voice. Xiaoduo, sister doesn't need it yet. Her words revealed pride. Next, just watch your sister. As the words fell, the tide of zombies had already drawn near. Everyone's hearts were on high alert. But after the power grid upgrade, it was completely different from before. Wait. Look quickly. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Hearing this, they saw that the zombies, who had caused such an uproar, had only just spotted them, but the instant they touched the power grid, their bodies smoked all over from the current. Each one that touched, smoked one. And this time, the power grid even carried conduction, zapping the other zombies connected together. Everyone was dumbfounded, even those tenants were all stunned. Were these even zombies anymore? They were linked together, bodies scorched black by the electricity, giving off an indescribable smell. Skewers? Wang Mang stammered, spitting out those 3 words. Skewers my ass. More like skewered stink. Fang Shicheng covered his nose, mocking as he spoke, his eyes toward Xiao Shiren filled with shock. If before he had still harbored the thought of running away, after tonight that idea had completely vanished. Our landlord's methods are truly badass. He raised his thumb high. In the apocalypse, what were they struggling for? Of course, to survive, for a better life. But they had struggled for a whole 30 years, just barely building some bases, and even those bases were guarded with the flesh and blood of ability users. Yet Ark Apartment didn't even give these ability users a chance to act, and directly dealt with these Tier 3 zombies. Chapter 135. The Blood Moon is gone, and now acid rain? At this moment, the admiration of everyone in Ark Apartment toward Xiao Shiren had suddenly reached its peak. The zombies outside gathered wave after wave, only to be suppressed again and again. Wang Mang felt so refreshed, he even opened another can of drink. These zombies deserved it. TSK, who would have thought in my lifetime I'd see our power grid frying zombies? Fang Shicheng sighed, after our grid upgrade, it's truly different. With this thing, maybe from now on we won't have to be afraid. He had just finished when suddenly his eyes widened. Wait, what's that? Everyone's eyes looked over, and sure enough, near the power grid, at some unknown moment, a strange-looking plant had grown. Before they could react, that plant suddenly shot out. It's destroying the grid. It's a mutant plant. Wang Mang and Xiao Shiren spoke in unison. The grid is actually useless against it? The two exchanged a look. Wang Mang rushed forward, throwing a punch toward the plant, but got tightly entangled, as if the plant wanted to pierce into his flesh. Yun Buxian reacted fast, unleashing fire ability. Wang Mang was so scared he nearly jumped. Wait, what are you doing? Then he realized he had misunderstood. Yun Buxian's control over the flames was extremely precise, burning only that mutant plant. What's there to fear? Yun Buxian rolled his eyes. Youngsters just aren't steady. Was this about being steady or not? If not for more mutant plants outside trying to wrap around the power grid, Wang Mang really wanted to point at Yun Buxian's nose and question him. There are simply too many mutated plants, and even though the previous mutated plants were dealt with, a whole new circle surrounded them outside. They were poking their heads out, initially causing destruction. Xiao Shiren stood in place and directly activated the electric net repair. 800 Federation coins vanished without a trace, while the electric net was renewed. But even though she fixed it quickly, everyone still sensed something was wrong and hurriedly joined the cleanup team. There are too many of these plants. Wang Meng swallowed hard, shaking off the mutated plant, and they're actually spreading into the apartment. We have to manually remove them. Xiao Shiren obviously knew. She looked at Yun Xiaoduo and suddenly realized that she still had the pea shooter from her. Without hesitation, she took it out. The pea shooter enlarged right before her eyes, and the power of the peas it spat out was indeed astonishing. A mutated plant had just started to rise when it was smashed to pieces by the peas. Xiao Shiren then barked, "Yu Yun! Catalyze!" Yu Yun immediately came to his senses and then activated his special ability. In an instant, that pea had expanded several times. The pea shot violently towards the mutated plants and zombies. Its effect was so incredible that a single shot took down a large area, leaving everyone stunned. Yun Buxian was dumbfounded, muttering quietly, "I didn't expect this little thing to be so powerful." On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel smug, looking at Yun Xiaoduo with eyes full of pride. What a pity. He couldn't tell everyone that this thing belonged to Yun Xiaoduo. The situation calmed down only after about 10 minutes, but the others no longer dared to relax. This mutated plant, didn't they say there was only one last time? Now this thing is one? He Chuan, who was usually calm, couldn't help but curse. BB Machine also looked listless. There are too many zombies and mutated plants. Xiao Shiren looked ahead, frowning deeply. Is this the blood moon? If it weren't for Yun Xiaoduo, she might not have been able to hold on tonight. The impacts of the blood moon are more than just this. Yun Buxian's voice was mysterious. It's not just the evolution of zombies and the mutation of plants. Last time after the blood moon, there was a full month of acid rain, and the major bases were seriously damaged. With the threat of zombies, the remaining humanity was in great danger. You were still young back then, so you might not have much impression, but for us, that was a devastating blow. Xiao Shiren's brow jumped, and she blurted out, "And the acid rain? Otherwise, how can it be called the apocalypse?" Yun Buxiang said blandly. Wait a minute. Xiao Shiren suddenly remembered the BB machine and blurted out, "Since after the blood moon, plants mutate and zombies evolve, what about mutated animals?" Xiao Shiren and the others turned their gazes towards the BB machine. It was lying on the ground, completely unaffected by the blood moon. It flaunted its golden fur, looking at them with some vigilance. "Why are you looking at me? Especially that woman, did she take the wrong medicine? What's with that look?" Xiao Shiren twitched her mouth. This thing didn't look mutated at all. She couldn't help but slap BB Machine on its lion's head. "Did you take the wrong medicine?" BB Machine was greatly shocked. Its gaze seemed to say, "This woman can actually understand what I am saying." Xiao Shiren found it a bit ridiculous. She looked out at the zombies. The mutated plants seemed to realize they couldn't break through, so the zombies mixed in, and since the plants isolated the electric net, the zombies actually started to move. Fortunately, they had Yun Xiaoduo's pea shooter. But the pea shooter could only last for 3 hours. Xiao Shiren hadn't forgotten. After experiencing tonight, she also understood one more thing: she couldn't rely solely on the electric net to defend against external enemies. But Xiao Shiren searched through the entire system mall, discovering that all defensive devices other than the electric net, such as energy barriers and watchtowers, required upgrading the apartment. She sighed. Why is she so poor? The blood moon lasted the entire night. But what Xiao Shan didn't expect was that after being catalyzed, the pea shooter could actually last longer. Xiao Shan calculated with her fingers, it was exactly 12 hours. By daybreak, those zombies and mutated plants had completely faded away, but the weather didn't clear up, the sky was overcast. Wang Meng, however, didn't realize this and excitedly said, "So many zombies were electrocuted last night, let's go pick up some crystal cores today, there must be a lot." As he spoke, he was about to head outside, and just a few steps away, a drop of rain fell from the sky. Xiao Shan clearly saw that the drop of rain hit his clothes, swiftly burning a hole. Not good. Her face changed. "Wang Meng, come back quickly." Wang Meng was stunned until another drop of rain landed on his hand, bringing a scorching sensation that he realized. Damn! What is this? Acid rain? He was taken aback and quickly hid under the eaves. No way, this is too sudden, right? I thought it would take a while. As soon as the blood moon ended, it starts raining acid, without giving anyone any time to react? As Wang Meng said this, Xiao Shan was thinking about something else. Watching the rain about to start pouring, a sense of foreboding surged in Xiao Shan's heart. In the front yard, she had planted her vegetables. If it rained, wouldn't her vegetables be ruined? Thinking this, Xiao Shan became a bit restless. Chapter 136, The System is Short-Sighted. System, quickly help me find an acid rainproof umbrella in the mall. As the rain hadn't started pouring yet, Xiao Shan urged urgently. The system took a while to respond. Yes. After detection, to purchase an acid-proof umbrella will cost 800 federal coins, please confirm if you want to buy. Of course I want to buy. Xiao Shan said quickly, give me 5. And, besides this umbrella, is there any way to prevent the vegetables from being corroded? Xiao Shan was truly anxious. After all, this was the first batch of vegetables she had nurtured with her heart. Not only vegetables, but also money. This time, the system responded much quicker. Yes, host has options. This system has 2 methods to prevent extreme weather for crops such as vegetables and fruits. The first is to use acid-proof plastic bags, which can only prevent acid rain. The second is to build a temperature-controlled greenhouse. Given that the host's level is insufficient, only the first method can be used. It will cost 3,000 federal coins, please confirm. Confirm. Xiao Shan said decisively. A mere 3,000 federal coins, compared to what the system asked for before, was much less. She could afford it. Lu Guifan, hearing about the acid rain, was also anxious. What are we going to do? If it rains for a month, how can we endure it? Until Xiao Shan magically produced several umbrellas, distributing them to each. Yu Yilin, Lu Guifan, and Wang Meng each received one, and the last one was handed to Yun Xiaoduo. Lu Guifan's eyes brightened. Xiao Shan raised her chin and shook the acid-proof plastic film in her hand. This thing can prevent acid rain. Let's go and cover it. Lu Guifan nodded quickly and took it with urgency, and the group directly spread out the acid-proof plastic film, covering all the vegetables tightly, leaving no corner in the front or backyard uncovered. Just as they finished putting it on, the sky started to drizzle with acid rain. Fortunately, the other materials in the apartment are acid-proof, which is why nothing corroded inside. But Yuyan looked at the acid rain, lost in thought for a rare moment. After this rain, the plants won't survive, and the vegetables outside might become even scarcer. In the apocalypse, acid rain was highly corrosive, and the outer plants were catalyzed by superhumans, making their resistance extremely weak. So, we need to quickly plant more vegetables. Xiao Shan reminded, in case of emergencies. Yuyan looked ahead and sighed. It wasn't out of sympathy for the people in other bases, but just that everyone was in the apocalypse, and there were too many things beyond one's control. It was hard to avoid a feeling of sorrow for others in misfortune. After Xiao Shan finished everything, she took a nap. When she woke up again, she found that the acidic rain had not stopped outside. The acidic rain hadn't stopped, but the vehicles from D-Base for vegetable purchase had already arrived. They rushed over, and the leader was inspecting the vegetable quality, suddenly surprised. Your vegetables are not corroded by the acidic rain? You must have done something to protect them from it. That's great. The mercenary looked extremely excited, wiping the sweat from his face. I was worried we wouldn't get this batch of fresh vegetables, but unexpectedly, it's fine. He took out a card. Inside is 100,000 federal coins. Mr. Du said that any extra money should be left with you. We will come to buy again next time. Didn't they already give 100,000 last time? Xiao Shan opened her mouth, first shocked, then came to her senses. It was Du Zhonghong who saw her financial struggles and gave her support. Usually, Xiao Shan might not accept it, but this time she took it. Thank you for me to Brother Du. Xiao Shan said with a wry smile. Brother Du is indeed sending charcoal in the blizzard. She was so short of federal coins. Now, the idea of getting federal coins was unprecedentedly high. Xiao Shan asked again about the situation at D-Base last night. The mercenary didn't think much of it, sighed. This is what we should do. But last night, acidic rain appeared along with the red moon. Our base took a toll too. Just now, I was surprised to see how good your apartment's condition is. Our brothers who went with you from D-Base heard that you had vacant rooms. They are clamoring to come over. Look, they are all in that truck behind, excluding the more than 20 sacrifices and those on missions outside. The other miscellaneous 50 or so are all here. More than 20 sacrificed? Xiao Shan gasped. She instinctively exclaimed in disbelief, how can there be so many? This is the end of the world, life and death are normal, just get used to it. The mercenary sighed, I actually envy the remaining 50 or so, they can stay with you, at least they don't have to worry about food and clothing. Xiao Shan fell silent, with an indescribable discomfort in her heart. Over 20, that was more than 20 lives. Clearly, before everything was fine, they had agreed to stay in her apartment, but unexpectedly such a thing happened. The mercenary said a few more words to her. After confirming, Meng Bai, as an ability user with spatial powers, naturally took on the task of transporting the vegetables, bringing all the vegetables into the space. As soon as he left, several large trucks drove over again. Host Xiao. Host Xiao, we are here. Didn't you say there were rooms before? We are coming to stay now. A series of warm and enthusiastic voices rang out. Xiao Shiren looked up and found that everyone was familiar mercenaries. You have come.
After such a long time together, Xiao Shiren was now very familiar with them. The mercenaries voluntarily got off the truck, curiously looking around at the surroundings.
This is the interior of Ark apartment. Clean, tidy, spacious, and bright. No wonder so many people wanted to live here.
Chen Jing was well prepared, diligently registering everyone's names. These mercenaries were more orderly than she imagined, willingly lining up.
We don't have so many single rooms here for now, but you can rent a shared room.
Xiao Shiren gathered her spirits, feeling more confident than before. I will solve this problem in the future. For now, I can only trouble you a bit. If you're not willing, you can wait and see for a single room later.
However, I must say in advance that if you want to stay in the apartment, then you must follow the rules here. Xiao Shiren's words were firm.
These mercenaries already admired Xiao Shiren, so of course, no one objected upon hearing her words.
What host Xiao says goes. Then I want a single room. Living alone is comfortable. If you want a single room, then I'll want a shared room. How lively it will be.
They laughed heartily and finished paying the rent. Because there were many people, Xiao Xinggan's account suddenly increased by more than 300,000. Previously, all the money added up had already exceeded 1 million federal coins. All the money has been replenished. Xiao Xinggan raised her eyebrows, counted again, and after confirming the numbers were correct, she boasted.
System, I didn't say anything wrong, right?
These are all hidden guests.
Isn't this just sending money my way?
You're just too short-sighted, learn from me.
Chapter 137, Yun Yichao can raise animals? The blue screen in front of her flickered and after a moment flashed a few big characters as if reluctant to do so.
The host is indeed wise.
Wow. It's an arrogant system.
Xiao Xinggan snorted with a laugh. Our occupancy rate must have reached 90% by now, right?
Do you still remember the reward you promised me earlier?
Xiao Xinggan took a look, and indeed the task progress had changed, directly reaching 100%. Detected that the host has perfectly completed the task, hidden task reward granted, reward 100 ranch. When Xiao Xinggan heard the word ranch, her pupils suddenly dilated, and she raised her voice. What?
A ranch? System, are you sure you're talking about a ranch? What does a ranch represent? In the apocalypse, it means enough meat.
If it can be raised properly, the entire apartment won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future.
With meat, with vegetables, with snacks and fruits, isn't this just the life before the apocalypse?
Xiao Xinggan's heart raced quickly, but before she had time to be happy, she heard the system's voice. The ranch requires 80,000 federal coins to unlock. Please confirm if the host agrees.
Unlock it.
Xiao Xinggan had gotten used to the system's annoying tricks. She decisively spoke.
80,000 federal coins for a ranch is definitely worth it.
As soon as she finished speaking, beside the little vegetable garden in the front yard, a 100 square meter small house immediately appeared, which was very simple inside. It seemed no different from an ordinary, unrenovated house, the only difference being that the ground was soil. Just as Xiao Xinggan was about to scold the system for being annoying, a display suddenly flashed before her eyes again.
Please confirm how to divide the ranch.
The ranch is currently 100 square meters and can be divided into 4 zones for different types of animals.
It can be divided?
Xiao Xinggan was taken aback for a moment and tentatively clicked. Sure enough, the ranch was directly divided into 4 areas, even thoughtfully placing feeding channels and cages. Detected that the host has divided the zones, the ranch construction is complete. The host is now rewarded with 4 types of animal cubs, selectable, 100 of each type. When Xiao Xinggan saw the words selectable, she was instantly thrilled. System, you finally became reasonable. Xiao Xinggan glanced over, and indeed the system shop had added various animal combinations.
Chickens, ducks, fish, and even rabbits.
She swallowed hard. The array of cubs on display made her momentarily unsure of what animals to buy.
After contemplating for a moment, she asked, System, do you have any suggestions?
The host can choose to raise rabbits first. Meat rabbits are not only delicious and tender, but they also breed quickly.
That's it.
Xiao Xinggan decisively said, then give me 20 rabbits, 10 males and 10 females.
Just rabbits alone aren't enough.
Xiao Xinggan thought of pork. Pork is good, and chicken and duck are also great. But the space here is only 100 square meters. After some hesitation, Xiao Xinggan continued pondering, then give me 5 pigs, 10 chickens, and 10 ducks.
Please choose between egg-laying chickens or meat chickens. This can be chosen?
If given a choice, of course, Xiao Xinggan would pick egg-laying chickens.
They can produce eggs too.
After Xiao Xinggan made her selections, in the blink of an eye, she saw the chickens, ducks, rabbits, and pigs placed by the system appearing in the ranch. First taken aback, then she curiously opened her mouth.
Will it be a bit cramped when they grow up?
Speaking of which, this is actually the first time I've seen live poultry. The rabbit looked just as cute and silly as the system described. As for pigs, they didn't look very polite at all.
The farm can be expanded with crystal cores or federal coins.
The expansion cost is 50 crystal cores / or 50,000 federal coins /
Xiao Xian's mouth twitched in disbelief. So expensive?
This was 10 times the cost of expanding the entire base. This is a normal and reasonable price. Please confirm whether to expand.
Forget it. I'll talk about it when I have money.
Xiao Xian waved her hand, glancing at the chaotic animals running around inside, realizing another serious issue. These animals absolutely need someone to take care of them. And she wasn't sure if there were such people in her apartment. Xiao Xian scanned the system store, glanced at the feeding packs for various animals, which, just like the system's big fertilizer, were divided into 2 types. One was small feed packs, no effects could be seen, while the other was a large feed pack, clearly marked, more yield, faster growth, enough for 10 animals for a year. And the big price tag below, 1,000 federal coins per pack.
TSK. More expensive than the big fertilizer.
But after seeing the effects of the big fertilizer, Xiao Xian waved her hand.
Buy.
Of course she would buy. Not only buy, but Xiao Xian also bought 10 packs each at once, spending 40,000 federal coins just like that. She conveniently contacted Feng Shicheng via intercom, and the first thing she said stunned him.
I built a farm. But now I don't know how to take care of them. Can you ask if anyone in our apartment knows how to raise animals? Feng Shicheng's tone was somewhat uncertain at first. Boss, are you sure it's a farm? Did we add a farm to our apartment? I'm absolutely sure. Upon receiving Xiao Xian's confirmation, Feng Shicheng gasped. The news of the added farm naturally spread throughout the apartment. Many people gathered, looking at the farm. I really don't know. Let me kill someone, that's my expertise. Raising pigs? It's even harder. Yeah, I've heard there's some trick to it. What if the pig dies from raising it? Everyone was at a loss.
Most of them were mercenary men who had just arrived, scratching their heads, expressing their helplessness.
Du Shaoan also came to join the fun, holding a bag of chips, wearing sunglasses, and said disdainfully, "It's just a few animals, can't you all handle this? Do you know how?" Xiao Xian's eyes lit up. I don't know either.
Du Shaoan pouted, quickly adding under the gazes of others questioning why he spoke up, "Although I don't know, I can ask my dad to bring a few people over."
Who knows, they might know.
Tisk. The soft voice of the little girl immediately stirred Du Shaoan's pride, and he glared at Yun Xiaoduo. "What, do you know how?" Yun Xiaoduo blinked her eyes, shook her head seriously, and said, "I don't know either."
Then why did you say anything? Du Shaoan's tone was dissatisfied.
Although I don't know, my brother really does know how. Yun Xiaoduo smiled and said, "Your dad wouldn't."
Yun Yichao can raise animals? Xiao Xian was surprised. Xiaoduo, are you serious? Yun Yichao can raise animals. Xiaoduo never lies.
Yun Xiaoduo said slowly, "My brother has raised little animals before." Xiao Xian found it very interesting. It's a pity that Yun Yichao wasn't around, otherwise, she would make him stay in the farm no matter what.
Chapter 138 Xiao Xian's anti-corrosion umbrella sold out overnight.
Thinking about it this way, Xiao Xian felt quite regretful. Since none of the tenants knew how to raise poultry, she could only turn to Du Shaoan for help.
Perhaps influenced by Yun Xiaoduo's charm, Du Shaoan agreed very readily. I'll contact my dad right away.
After saying that, he glanced at Yun Xiaoduo, pride written all over his face.
Xiao Xian was both amused and exasperated by the two little brats.
The acid rain outside showed no signs of stopping, the sky was hazy, releasing a nauseating sour stench. Xiao Xian simply decided to add an anti-corrosion umbrella option in the vending machine, priced according to the system, at 2,000 federal coins. The acid rain of the future was going to last a long time. She didn't even know how Ling Che was doing. Since the last time she mentioned going out on a mission, it had been so long, and now it was raining acid again.
The next day, Xiao Xian woke up early, and when she checked the vending machine, she was surprised to find that almost all the umbrellas had sold out overnight. She slightly relaxed her expression, and just as she was restocking, she saw a mercenary come over and buy 5 umbrellas all at once. She recognized this person, his name was Zhao Si. Xiao Xian was shocked. "Why are you buying so many umbrellas?" Zhao Si was taken aback, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. "Isn't it because I often go out on missions? I thought I'd buy a few more to avoid damage." Xiao Xian frowned. From what she knew, during this time of acid rain, the number of missions from various bases had decreased. But she couldn't quite understand what he was thinking, so she softened her tone. "If you want to buy them, it's better to wait until they break. These umbrellas are good quality, so leave some for others. The system shop has a limit on purchase quantities. If everyone buys so much, won't it be chaos?" Zhao Si mumbled a response and then quickly left with the umbrellas. Xiao Xian found it strange, but as she walked a few more steps, she noticed that almost every tenant was holding several umbrellas, and their eyes were all dodging her gaze, looking as if they wanted to hide far away.
She was a bit confused. Xiao Shan was quick, and she grabbed Li Qing, who was about to go buy something from the vending machine. Li Qing, what's going on? Why are they buying so many umbrellas? It was still early in the morning, and there were very few people awake in the apartment. Li Qing was one of the few who could get up early, and when she heard what Xiao Shan said, hesitation flashed across her face. This. You can tell me. Xiao Shan sensed her worries and quickly whispered, I won't tell anyone else. With Xiao Shan's assurance, Li Qing sighed and cautiously said, in the past few days, I have indeed seen several tenants take all the umbrellas away. I suspect that these anti-acid rain umbrellas are expensive outside. Here, they are only 2,000 federal coins each. Everyone has it tough, and taking the umbrellas from the apartment to sell them can earn over 10,000 federal coins for each one, more than being a mercenary. Some people already have family pressures, so don't blame them, but I think this needs to be managed, otherwise, it's unfair to everyone. The more she spoke, the more off Xiao Shan's expression became. No wonder her umbrellas were selling so fast, it turned out everyone was buying so many. Xiao Shan felt a bit overwhelmed. She had only thought of professionals like Meng by reselling supplies, but she didn't expect her own people to be doing it too. It seemed she needed to set some rules for everyone. Xiao Shan gathered everyone together and held a meeting. Everyone should know that I placed anti-acid rain umbrellas here a few days ago, right? The tenants who hadn't managed to buy umbrellas were momentarily confused when Xiao Shan said this, and then one spoke up. Of course I remember, landlord. I wanted to give feedback yesterday. The umbrellas were gone because no one around us got to buy them, weren't there too few? Isn't that so? A big man behind them interjected, it's strange, I clearly went over early this morning, but I didn't see anything. As the two started, a murmur of agreement followed behind them, almost all saying they hadn't gotten an umbrella. Meanwhile, another group of people couldn't hide their guilt. Xiao Shan narrowed her eyes, counting yesterday and today. One after another, nearly 100 umbrellas were placed in the vending machines. With over 90 of us renters, there should be no shortage. But with so many people not having received them, the umbrellas simply vanished without a trace. The crowd was in an uproar. She smirked and surveyed the room, seemingly mocking. So here comes the question, where do you think the umbrellas went? Xiao Shan's gaze landed on Zhao Si. Aren't you going to come out and say something? As if realizing something, the crowd's expressions changed slightly. I remember, there were a few people who took multiple umbrellas, I saw them. Damn it, it's you guys. Did you take all the umbrellas? Zhao Si's face turned pale instantly. The faces of the others also appeared troubled, trembling slightly. Landlord, let me explain. Zhao Si struggled to speak but was interrupted by a tenant's reprimand. What do you mean by let me explain? The resources in our apartment are limited, you took them, what about others? Exactly, this is outrageous. Outside there's deadly acid rain. Are you trying to kill everyone? Xiao Shan scanned the room. After all, she was the landlord of the entire apartment, and no one spoke up. Yet, the crowd's eyes locked onto those few individuals. Xiao Shan said calmly, go ahead. Those few people felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly spoke up, we did buy those umbrellas. But we just want our family to be safe. Zhao Si hesitated softly, actually, besides my apartment brothers, I have 4 younger siblings at home. I didn't plan to sell them, those umbrellas were for them. And the apartment doesn't limit umbrella purchases, I paid with real money, that's not a problem, right? Xiao Shan appeared thoughtful, so what you're saying is, you want your family to be safe, so you bought all the items that others in the apartment should have received, and you don't think that's wrong? Zhao Si's eyes flickered slightly. Xiao Shan asked him. Since you don't see any wrongdoing, then why did you hide from me? Even choosing early in the morning, wasn't that to keep others from finding out? Zhao Si's face flushed red, I didn't break any apartment rules. Indeed, you didn't break any rules. But 2,000 Federation coins was a friendly price I set for everyone in the apartment, if you buy them all, then others are left with nothing. Xiao Shan's tone was firm. Looking at the bigger picture, knowing there's constant acid rain outside, to still choose to take the umbrellas could hurt others by leaving them to get rained on. What about in the future? Will you also harm everyone for your own desires when lives are at stake? Xiao Shan's words immediately attracted a wave of support. The landlord is right. People like this should be kicked out of the apartment, how shameless. Chapter 139, Yuni Zhao returns, severely injured. Zhao Si's face was paper-like, while others looked either fearful or guilty, heads hanging low. There was no denying that what others said was true. And they also didn't want to be kicked out of the apartment. The Ark apartment was the best place they could find after all their struggles, it had everything they needed, with food and drink worries being non-existent, plus prices were incredibly low. Someone couldn't help but suddenly speak up, landlord, this time we were wrong, all the umbrellas I bought are in my room. I'll get them right now. Me too, could you please not kick us out? As they spoke, several people began to shift positions. Zhao Si opened his mouth, and in the end, he clenched his teeth. Landlord, I'll return the umbrellas to you. He ultimately lowered his head, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry. Please don't kick us out. Or if you have to, kick me out first. This idea was mine, I couldn't handle it alone, so I urged them. You are indeed honest. Xiaoshan suddenly spoke. She glanced at several people and finally said, consider this a warning this time, after all, I have my faults too. But I hope there won't be a next time. The disappointment in her eyes was unmistakable. When Xiaoshan placed the umbrella in the vending machine, she never imagined that such a thing would happen. Well, after building the Ark apartment for so long, it was indeed her failure to consider everything completely. After all, the hearts of people in the end times are far scarier than zombies. Zhao Si trembled inside, not daring to meet Xiaoshan's gaze. Everyone took out their umbrellas, and only then did Xiaoshan realize that some of them had bought more than 20 umbrellas. Zhao Si wasn't lying, he really only took 5, but others took a bit more, and their intentions were clear at a glance. Xiaoshan looked at the umbrellas above and spoke coldly. I will not refund the federal coins you spent before. Starting today, all tool-type items are limited purchases, any additional purchases need to be reported for backup purposes. Also, about this umbrella. Xiaoshan looked at the corrosion-resistant umbrella, a cold smile on her lips. I will relist it, the first one for 2,000 federal coins, the second for 10,000 federal coins. Additionally, you may dispose of your own umbrellas as you wish. People were stunned. Especially the mercenary who bought more than 20 umbrellas, deeply regretting his decision. Only Zhao Si, who was on the ground, after being stunned, felt a bit grateful. Thank you, landlord, thank you, landlord. He wasn't a fool. The second umbrella offered another way for families like theirs who were in need. This is the retreat that Xiaoshan provided. Xiaoshan nodded and turned to leave. Without rules, no square can be formed. There aren't enough tenants now, if there are more in the future, it will be different. She silently thought in her heart that she needed to study this more. Standing on the upper floor, when Xiaoshan looked towards the small vegetable plot, she was surprised to find something was wrong. The layer of plastic film that was originally over the surface was surprisingly lifted, forming something like a greenhouse, and the first batch of vegetables inside had already been picked clean. Lu Guifan and BBG had started planting early in the morning. BBG stood at the front plowing the land, with good vision and strong instincts. It naturally sensed the gaze upon it, its fur bristling, looking around. Until it saw Xiaoshan upstairs, it immediately became dissatisfied. Woman, what are you staring at? Is there anything worth looking at? Lu Guifan wiped the sweat from her forehead, surprised by BBG's actions. What happened? Following its gaze, she finally noticed Xiaoshan upstairs. Xiaoshan smiled at her, but her eyes fell on Yuyun next to her, who was sweating profusely while using her abilities to catalyze. Xiaoshan focused her mind. Did she not have a function called selfless contribution landlord? Xiaoshan said, System, activate the selfless contribution landlord function. The system's voice immediately rang out. The function has been activated for the host. Please select the target for use. And Xiaoshan's vision became extraordinarily clear. Select Yuyun. Yes. As the voice fell, Xiaoshan vaguely felt a wave of energy emitting from her body, linking with Yuyun. Meanwhile, Yuyun, halfway through her work, paused, a bit puzzled. Why did she feel like her nearly exhausted abilities were actually being replenished at this moment? But that shouldn't be the case. She looked towards Xiaoshan, who just happened to be waving at her from upstairs. Not sure if it was her own illusion, Yuyun vaguely felt that the other party had done something. Xiaoshan, deeply hidden power and fame. She withdrew her power and curiously asked the system, do I need to ask you every time I use this function? Of course not, the host only needs to focus on a thought, select the target, and then it can be used. Xiaoshan, oh. Then she began to eagerly use it repeatedly, wanting to study it. On, off, on, off. Below, Yuyun, question mark. Wait, did her abilities malfunction? Yuyun's panic lasted only a moment. Upstairs, Xiaoshan was just getting interested. But suddenly, Feng Shicheng ran up, panting heavily, looking extremely anxious. Boss, it's not good. Xiaoshuren was about to ask what was wrong in a flurry, but Feng Shicheng quickly spoke. We saw Yun Yizhou at the entrance. Xiaoshuren froze in shock. You said who? Yun Yizhou. The seriously injured Yun Yizhou. Feng Shicheng breathed heavily, he was drenched. Hey, boss? Don't run so fast. There's acid rain outside. On the other side, in the shadows, several people were wearing raincoats. One person's tone was hesitant. Is it really good for us to strike at Yun Yizhou near D-Base? What do you know?
The leader's eyes were cold, his tone grim. The Don base and D base have never gotten along, but last time I heard, because of Ark Apartment, the two bases unexpectedly improved their relationship a lot. If we don't stop them now, they will be getting closer. He gritted his teeth. Doesn't he trust Ark base? Let's take advantage of his serious injury to ambush him. I want to see how Ark Apartment will react when they find out that the one who hurt him is from D base. Stirring up trouble, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, brilliant. One person complimented without hesitation, flattering them. If Xiao Shuren were here, he would have noticed that the speaker was Oh Yuan from Cold Light Base. My mission is complete now, can you let me go? In the corner, a woman trembled violently. She was the only one in the room without a raincoat, drenched in acid rain, even her clothes had burned through with holes, and her skin was even worse, showing red abscesses that seemed ready to burst with a light touch. It looked utterly disgusting. Chapter 140, Spending 80,000 federal coins to save Yunizhou. A hint of disgust flashed in several people's eyes. Let you go? Only when one looked at them, her eyes filled with fear, but she still hoarsely spoke, yes, yes. Let me go. Didn't you say that as long as I hurt Yunizhou, you would let me go? I listened to your words. The leader let out a cold laugh. Since you are Du Zhonghong's sister, keeping you here would just give us another handle on Du Zhonghong. Do you really think we would just let you go? As they spoke, they moved closer to Wan, their hands gathering their powers against her neck. Wan screamed, what do you mean? I don't want to go with you. You said you would let me return, hurry and let me go, otherwise my brother will definitely not let you go. She regretted it. She shouldn't have opposed Xiao Shuren at that time, otherwise, she wouldn't have been kicked out. She wouldn't have fallen into the hands of Cold Light Base. What surprised her even more was that the cripple she had previously spent 50,000 federal coins to buy was actually from Cold Light Base. Less nonsense. One of the strength-type ability users spoke fiercely, slapping Wan across the face. If you say one more word, don't blame me for being rude. When Wan's face swelled up high, as the abscesses burst from the rain, her complexion instantly turned pale, her fingertips dug deep into the mud, unable to say a word, and without any chance to resist in front of several ability users, she was directly dragged away. Her consciousness also became blurry. In the end, when Wan only heard the cold voice of the leader from Cold Light Base, Oh Yuan, stay behind. Keep an eye on Ark Apartment. If Don Base and D Base start fighting, notify me immediately. I didn't expect that kid to be quite fortunate, he actually managed to escape. After the leader finished speaking, he heard Oh Yuan respond with a flattering tone. Yes. Inside Ark Apartment, several people were looking at each other, gazing at the young man lying in front of them. What? No, miss, what happened to my nephew? Yun Buxiang stared wide-eyed at Yunizhou, his tongue tied. I don't know either. Xiao Shan's tone was equally serious. When he arrived at the Ark Apartment, he was alone and collapsed in acid rain. Fortunately, it seems he had wrapped himself in plants, so the acid rain didn't cause him much harm, but his fatal injury is on his chest. Feeling the other person's breath, it seemed quite stable, but Xiao Shan touched his forehead and clearly felt that Yunizhou had started running a high fever. When had Yun Xiaoduo ever seen her brother injured like this? Her eyes instantly turned red. Sister, you must have a way, right? You have to save my brother. Xiao Shan felt a bit troubled. She didn't know either. Although the system has various healing medicines, she still didn't know what exactly happened to Yunizhou. Xiao Shan was in a dilemma, and Yun Xiaoduo pouted, tears welling in her eyes, looking extremely pitiful. At that moment, Xiao Shan's heart softened, and she rubbed her forehead in distress. I promise you, sister will do her best. Xiaoduo, can you please go back and sleep? Her voice softened a bit, and Yun Xiaoduo looked at her with tearful eyes. Eventually, under Xiao Shan's reassurance, Yun Xiaoduo suddenly stuffed several plants into her hands. Xiao Shan was taken aback. Yun Xiaoduo whispered, Sister, these are all the plants I've gathered in the past few days. Please make sure to save my brother. You and my brother are both very important to me. She looked seriously at Xiao Shan, causing her heart to shake. In her life, apart from her mother, no one had ever said such words to her. A wave of complex emotions surged in Xiao Shan's heart as she touched Yun Xiaoduo's hair and softly said, Okay, sister will definitely save your brother. Only then did Yun Xiaoduo reluctantly say goodbye to Xiao Shan, turning back with each step. Xiao Shan gritted her teeth as she looked at Yunizhou lying on the bed. She really must have owed him in her past life. She hadn't taken care of many people in this life, and he was one of them. Xiao Shan, with a blank expression, asked the system, quickly show me what healing medicine can be used on Yunizhou? The system's response was swift. Detecting that the target's vital signs are stable, but the heart pulse is damaged, and there are external wounds. If treatment is necessary, it will take about a month. A month? Xiao Shan frowned and then pointed at Yunizhou. Do you mean he'll take a month to wake up? Of course not. The system denied it but continued patiently. He will probably wake up in about 3 days, but to completely recover, it will take a month.
That's fine. Xiao Shan urged, please recommend some healing medicines.
At that moment, Xiao Shan was extremely grateful for the existence of the system, otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do about Yunizhou. Post, due to the high value of these medicines, the total will be 80,000 federal coins.
Xiao Shan, ? Xiao Shan? Xiao Shan almost instantly exclaimed, how much? 80,000? The system was about to speak, but saw Xiao Shan stand up directly. Forget it. Host, are you sure?
As soon as the system spoke, Xiao Shan immediately felt deflated. Looking at the plants in her hand, she sighed, forget it, let's treat him, bring me the special medicine. After all, Yun Xiaoduo had given her all the plants, and during their time together at the apartment, Yun Bushan and Yun Xiaoduo had developed feelings. How could she just give up?
The sound of a deduction echoed.
It was the sound of Xiao Shan's heart bleeding. Xiao Shan looked at the special medicine that appeared out of thin air, glared at Yunizhou, and shouted, Wang Meng.
Wang Meng, who had been lurking outside sneakily, immediately shivered and ran in. Landlord, what do you need?
Xiao Shan handed the medicine to Wang Meng and pointed at Yunizhou.
You feed it to him.
Wang Meng exclaimed, scratching his head, oh.
Landlord, where did you get this medicine? Can it be useful? Wang Meng shouted while feeding Yunizhou water. And who is chasing our Yun Ge? It's acid rain too, his face won't be ruined, will it? Xiao Shan raised an eyebrow, are you two this close?
Wang Meng met Xiao Shan's warning gaze and rubbed his nose. Oh, it's because we've built feelings fighting zombies together. But don't worry, my heart is still leaning towards you, landlord. Xiao Shan finally came to her senses, saw the rash on Yunizhou's face, clicked her tongue, and stroked her chin. I think you're right. Wang Meng felt a bit uneasy and soon saw Xiao Shan smile slightly.
Go get my tablet. I'll take a good picture of him. Wang Meng was shocked. Landlord, isn't that too much?
Xiao Shan rolled her eyes at him. If I tell you to take a picture, then take it.
Do you want your salary next month? Want. Of course, he wanted. Wang Meng unhesitatingly raised the tablet, secretly apologizing in his heart, and quickly took a picture of Yunizhou's appearance.
Yunizhou's originally handsome face was now swollen and red, appearing particularly terrifying in the photo.
Sorry, Yun Ge. Wang Meng couldn't bear to look. Xiao Shan was in a good mood.
When Yunizhou wakes up, she must show him this photo and let out her anger.
After Wang Meng took the photo, he wanted to run away.
Xiao Shan didn't stop him. She sat by the bed until evening when she finally saw him still in deep sleep. With courage, she patted his face and clicked her tongue, so ugly.
Yunizhou, you definitely have to pay me back my 80,000 federal coins. I don't even know what you did to be injured so badly.
But she had to admit, the system's special effect medicine worked incredibly fast. In a short time, Yunizhou's face visibly improved. Xiao Shan glanced over and clearly saw a deep wound near his heart, as if caused by ice-type ability, seeping blood. She frowned, something's off, the special effect medicine I gave to others didn't take a month.
Why does it take you a month?
The only possibility was that this was not merely an external injury. Xiao Shan was a bit curious and leaned closer to get a better look at the wound, but Yunizhou's vigilance was extremely high. He grabbed her hand the moment she approached.
Xiao Shan?
Xiao Shan was both angry and amused, slapping his hand, making a crisp sound.
I thought you had no strength left. You look pretty weak, isn't that good?
Her voice was cold, inexplicably angry, but unexpectedly, Yunizhou did not respond.
Xiao Shan grew impatient. Yunizhou, are you pretending to be dead even after waking up?
He still did not respond.
A bad premonition rose in Xiao Shan's heart. This dog, he wouldn't still be unconscious, would he? And he won't let go?
Her heart jumped, and she immediately tried to pry apart his fingers, but his grip was incredibly strong, even furrowing his brow. Xiao Shan couldn't budge him at all.
So much defensiveness? Xiao Shan gritted her teeth. You aren't waking up, huh?
His eyelashes trembled again. Just as Xiao Shan was preparing to strike him, she didn't expect that at the very moment her hand was about to fall, he suddenly opened his eyes, locking gazes with her, his face changing dramatically.
You finally woke up? Xiao Shan asked.
Yunizhou's voice was hoarse. Xiao Shan, why are you here? Nonsense, you were at the door of our arc apartment, nearly dead, I saved you. Xiao Shan looked at him, revealing a slight smile. Since you're awake, let's settle the accounts well. From the time you mysteriously showed up at our arc apartment door, plus the 80,000 for the special effect medicine I gave you, along with my labor and mental distress fees, you only need to pay a total of 100,000 federal coins. Xiao Shan said casually while keeping the account. But how did you get such serious injuries? After all, as a level 3 abilities user from the Dawn base, there shouldn't be many who could hurt Yunqiao. She didn't say anything, but as soon as she did, Yunqiao's face turned suddenly grim, and she spoke slowly, D-base. Xiao Shan's movements froze, seeming not to react. What?
Yun Chao's eyes turned dark as they locked onto Xiao Shan, a cold smile forming on her lips. I thought you were so close with D-Base that you wouldn't bother to save me.
The injuries on me this time were caused by an ice abilities user from D-Base, can't you tell? Xiao Shan looked confused. How can I tell? And why won't you let go of my hand? You lack experience.
Yun Chao realized she hadn't let go of Xiao Shan's hand until now. As if scalded, she immediately withdrew it, her ears turning a bit red, and added tauntingly, usually, abilities users from a base have their own training methods. D-Base users are notorious for going for a quick kill, and she aimed for my heart, shifting her focus to the right. This is one of their habits. Furthermore, before I lost consciousness, I saw accessories on her waist that are exclusive to D-Base.
The Du family from D-Base and our Yun family have always been sworn enemies.
Xiao Shan fell silent for a moment. Oh.
You first returned me 100,000 Federation coins. Yun Chao could hardly believe her ears. D-Base attacked me, and the first thing I do upon waking is return you 100,000 Federation coins? Aren't you going to say more? What more is there to say? Xiao Shan replied lazily, don't you know deep down? Why test my attitude? Yun Chao stiffened, who's testing?
Xiao Shan smiled without speaking, just watching him quietly.
Until Yun Chao finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Xiao Shan, what are you doing?
I'm not doing anything, Xiao Shan said slowly.
Even a fool can see this isn't that simple. What you just said are the easiest things to imitate.
Yun Xiaoduo and Yun Bushan have been at our arc apartment.
If the Du family was determined to target you, it would be more reliable to poison you. Why go through all this trouble to kill you? They could just wait for you at our apartment. What you just said was meant to sow discord between me and D-Base, wasn't it? Yun Chao. He coldly replied, you're not as dumb as you seem. Have you considered that your moves might not be very smart? Xiao Shan suggested gently. Yun Chao's expression darkened.
Xiao Shan continued, my stance is clear, I can collaborate with your Dawn base, but the foundation with D-Base built over this long time cannot be easily broken. If you think you can cut off my ties with D-Base with just a few words, that's impossible. As for the competitive relationship between your Dawn base and D-Base, I'm not interested in getting involved. If the conflict between your two bases impacts the arc apartment negatively, I can even seek out other bases. I believe our arc apartment has that capability.
Yun Chao's expression showed no sign of ripples, somewhat ambiguous.
He had to admit that Xiao Shan hadn't spoken wrongly. The arc apartment was growing rapidly, and he still remembered that strange electric shock ability that Xiao Shan used last time. Xiao Shan patted his hands, sat up, but suddenly heard Yun Chao coolly say,
10 million Federation coins. Xiao Shan stopped in his tracks. What?
Yun Chao's lips curved into a slight smile. 10 million Federation coins. From now on, sever all cooperation with D-Base.
What do you think? Xiao Shan fell silent again.
One must admit, this man was truly quite cunning.
Chapter 142, A Wave of the Hand, 300,000 Federation coins.
Just when Yun Chao thought Xiao Shan was about to be swayed, he unexpectedly spoke up.
Do you think you're a soap opera CEO? Yun Chao, what do you mean? He forgot. He had never watched a soap opera.
Xiao Shuren turned her head and said, it's nothing, just pay your 100,000 medical fees first.
However, I advise you to give up on that thought.
Xiao Shuren's attitude was quite indifferent, very meaningful. Our arc apartment cannot only cooperate with one base.
I will not only cooperate with one base, I will cooperate with countless bases.
Besides, with 10 million federal coins, at the system's speed of consuming money, it probably won't last long. Base D is the closest base to their arc apartment. All of Xiao Shuren's goods can be transported to Base D. First, it was vegetables, then meat and poultry, and after that, there would be fruits.
Xiao Shuren was not in a hurry. She was a principled person.
Yun Yizhao looked at her, feeling somewhat complicated. He lowered his head, and before Xiao Shuren left, he finally spoke, I will give you the 100,000 federal coins later. Yun Yizhao's tone couldn't help but carry a hint of sharpness, but I didn't expect that. Usually so fond of money, you are quite resolute in critical moments.
Xiao Shuren smiled a fake smile, of course. I will notify Yun Xiaoduo and the others to come see you later.
Xiao Shuren was too lazy to ask how he got injured, yawned, and after looking at Yun Yizhao long enough, she didn't want to continue. After notifying Yun Xiaoduo, she returned to her bedroom to sleep.
System, quickly help me see how many federal coins I have now? Xiao Shuren urged.
Considering the host's recent federal coin consumption, the current total balance of the host's federal coins is 1,480,000.
Why is it still so far from upgrading? Xiao Shuren's eyes widened.
Counting carefully, she should have received quite a bit recently. After all, she collected rent, sold vegetables, and sold umbrellas.
Xiao Shuren deeply felt how hard it was to make money. It was painful, truly painful. Just when Xiao Shiren was in despair, she suddenly heard a voice in her mind. Ding! Detected that the host's federal coin balance increased by 300,000. The current total federal coin balance is 1,780,000. 300,000? Xiao Shiren had never seen such a scene. Stunned, she spoke. System, where did this 300,000 come from? According to system detection, this amount came from Yunizhou for your medical fees. Xiao Shiren gasped. He just gave 300,000? What a grand gesture. To be fair, Xiao Shiren only let him return 10,000 because of Yun Xiaoduo, but Yunizhou voluntarily returned 30,000. One must admit, the charm of money is indeed limitless. Xiao Shiren even felt that Yunizhou was looking quite pleasing. As she was lost in thought, the door was suddenly knocked on. Xiao Shiren opened the door in her pajamas and happened to see the small figure of Yun Xiaoduo standing outside. Sister. Yun Xiaoduo looked up at her, very happy to see her, kindly speaking. Sister, thank you for saving my brother. Brother said that for your reward for saving him, he has already given it to you, so you should check it, and most of the Dawn base matters have also been handled. He might stay in the apartment after this. But Xiaoduo wants to ask, can I sleep with sister tonight? Xiao Shiren certainly couldn't refuse the little girl's closeness, of course. She pondered for a moment, but, Xiaoduo, have you unlocked any new plants recently? Yun Xiaoduo looked confused. No, it's precisely because there aren't any that I wanted to be with sister, so I could unlock them faster. Her thoughts were entirely exposed. With her brows and eyes curved, brother also said that, he said that actually there were 3 ability users who attacked, one of them is from base D, and the other 2 are unknown, but one is a level 4 ability user. According to the original situation, he shouldn't have been ambushed successfully, but this time it was during his evolution, and the location seemed to be near Ark Apartment, which is why he came to Ark Apartment immediately. Xiao Xian was slightly startled. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly took out a lollipop from the system and handed it to Yun Xiaoduo. Here, Xiaoduo, let's talk about the matter. You said that the ability user acted near the Ark Apartment? Did brother mention the exact distance? Yun Xiaoduo tilted her head. He mentioned, brother said it's about 20 kilometers away. That person chose the location near the Ark Apartment with the intention of stirring up conflict among the 3 of you, but unexpectedly, brother is okay. In other words, this matter was actually a trap. The purpose was to make them turn against each other, and in the end, let the one who set the trap reap the benefits. Xiao Xian muttered to herself. So that's how it is. Knowing the strength of all of them, and having previously wanted to test the Ark Apartment base, there was only one, plus the so-called level 4 ability user. Xiao Xian thought of the cold light base they visited last time. She didn't expect that this cold light base was so direct. Xiao Xian instinctively looked at Yun Xiaoduo and whispered, don't talk to anyone about these things first. Yun Xiaoduo nodded. Brother said the same thing. After calming Yun Xiaoduo for a while, she contacted Du Zhanghong. Upon hearing this matter, Du Zhanghong was even more shocked, sitting up in bed as if he had just been revived from dying. What did you say? Yunizhou was attacked? Is it related to our D-base? Impossible. Our D-base would not stoop to such things. Besides, if we really wanted to take action, it would have been right when he awakened his plant ability. Our D-base has always prioritized humanity. Of course, the more human sparks there are, the better. How could we possibly harm our own kind? Du Zhanghong cursed, and Xiao Xian had no choice but to respond. I thought so too. This matter still needs you to investigate further. It is said that the ability user from D-base is Ice-type and has very low ability strength. Upon hearing this, Du Zhanghong suddenly became uncertain. Sister Qiao, do you know that Wenwan is also Ice-type? Xiao Xian was stunned. Huh? Du Zhanghong also looked a bit suspicious, and her ability strength is also very low. What you just said perfectly matches her, but I have already driven her out of the base, giving her enough federal coins to survive. If what you said is true. His tone also darkened, and he finally said, if that's the case, then I should investigate this line thoroughly. Xiao Xian didn't expect that the matter would finally lead back to Wenwan. The two casually chatted for a while, and Du Zhanghong brought her good news. You asked me to find animal handlers last time, right? I found 2. If you want them, I can have them come over tomorrow. The next morning, Xiao Xian ran into the handlers Du Zhanghong mentioned, a man and a woman, looking to be around 40 or 50 years old. Xiao Xian looked at them and asked, what animals can you raise? Seeing the slightly stunned looks from the two, Xiao Xian explained. I need a variety of animals here, and there may be more in the future, so I want to understand what kinds you can raise. The two exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then said, we should know how to raise just about anything? Before the apocalypse, we raised animals for a slaughterhouse. The woman spoke, not only can we raise them, but we can also kill them. The chickens, ducks, cattle, and pigs we raised when we were young were very plump. But now, in this apocalypse, the results might not be as good as before. After she finished speaking, Xiao Xian became energized. If they can raise anything, aren't they just the talent she needs? Xiao Shan immediately said, then let me take you to have a look. Arriving at the livestock farm, the two were immediately stunned. This is the livestock farm? Xiao Shan touched her nose, it is indeed a bit shabby. But I plan to expand it in the future. As soon as Xiao Shan finished speaking, two people stared at each other, and finally the woman, Li Chunhua, couldn't help but ask, landlord, where did the cubs in your livestock farm come from? I've never seen such fat cubs before. Li Chunhua's eyes were filled with excitement. Not to mention the apocalypse, even before the apocalypse, I have never seen such good-looking ones. Each of these animal cubs was round and plump, even the pigs looked quite chubby, appearing free of any troublesome diseases. What shocked Li Chunhua even more was that the livestock farm had no smell at all. She remembered when she raised animals before, the most unpleasant thing was the animal dung and the smells that came with it. Xiao Shan asked, so you guys? We can start today. Li Chunhua's eyes were certain as she looked at Xiao Shan, filled with confidence. Xiao Shan finally felt the heavy stone in her heart lift. Since you all say so, then I'm relieved. As for employee benefits, she thought for a while. After all, Li Chunhua was sent by Basti, and taking care of animals was physical labor, so she should add a bit to the salary. How about 10,000 federal coins a month? Currently, we don't have employee meals, but I promise you, if there's a chance in the future, we can add them. Besides, there are also free allowances in the vending machine, and with employee dormitories, you can let me know if there are any other needs. Just feel free to tell me. Li Chunhua felt excited in her heart and quickly waved her hand. Being able to live in the Ark apartments is already our honor. Moreover, you're giving us a salary of 10,000 federal coins a month. I have no objections, but I want to ask about their feed. Xiao Shan smiled. Don't worry, I will provide their feed. You just need to take good care of them. Okay. Li Chunhua repeated several times. They were older, and there weren't many animals in Basti, and they had been worrying about losing their jobs. They didn't expect Xiao Shan to solve it for them. In this day and age, having a job is not easy, and they had heard of the Ark apartment's famous reputation, knowing that the benefits inside were quite good, so they felt even more grateful towards Xiao Shan. After Xiao Shan finished explaining things in the morning, Li Chunhua and the other man got to work quickly in the afternoon. Only after getting to know them did she realize, although they looked to be over 50, their movements were surprisingly nimble. Feeding the animals and checking the cubs' health was a piece of cake for them. After observing, they confidently told Xiao Shan that 100 square meters was definitely not enough, they could manage to raise them in 1,000 square meters. When Xiao Shan heard this, 1,000 square meters? How could that be? To know that expanding by 10 square meters equals 200 crystal cores. 100 square meters would then equal 2,000 cores. Xiao Shan glanced at her balance and couldn't help but laugh at her own poverty. With a hint of hope, Xiao Shan asked the system, if I upgrade and expand the livestock farm, will it also require this many crystal cores? System, you guess. Xiao Shan, aren't you my system? When can she get rich? While Xiao Shan was busy wrapping everything up, she unexpectedly received a message from Yu Yun, who sounded obviously flustered. Hurry, landlord, come see. Something happened in our backyard garden. Xiao Shan's heart skipped a beat as she rushed over and found Yu Yun and Lu Guifan looking worried, while in front of them, the other catalyzed vegetables had already covered the backyard garden. Lu Guifan had especially set up a wooden frame for them to climb on. Is there a problem? Xiao Shan looked around and couldn't see anything wrong, pointing at the thriving loofah vines. The loofah vines had already produced quite a few small fruits by this time. It was a vibrant green, with a unique fragrance that only plants possess. Of course there is, Yu Yun said urgently. When I stimulated it today, I found that the fruit simply won't grow big. Each time, it wilts before it can even fully develop. I suspect our method has a problem, Lu Guifan said with a frown. After all, she had personally planted it, and watching the silk gourd wilt was heartbreaking. Every plant has a different way of growing, and we don't have a specific growth manual. What a pity. Yu Yun agreed, carefully suggesting, how about we stop? Otherwise, continuing is just a waste. Xiao Shan said, that's not impossible. Speaking of the production manual, she had seen it in the system store before, but it needed an upgrade. She looked at the two people lost in self-blame and comforted them, don't worry. Our base currently does not lack vegetables. Besides, it's my fault for asking you two to plant without finding a method. We have plenty of these seeds, so we can try and make mistakes step by step in the future, right? You've both been busy lately, why don't you take a break first? Once the two of them had calmed down a bit, Xiao Shan finally turned her attention to the vegetables and began to study them intently. She had heard that before the apocalypse, silk gourds were common ingredients, so the planting method should not be difficult. Unfortunately, she was born after the end of the world and really didn't know what to do now. Just when she was at her wit's end, a cold chuckle came from behind her. Can't even plant silk gourds? Xiao Shan turned her head and saw a young man standing behind her, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, looking at her with a somewhat disdainful expression. She frowned and sized him up a few times. What's wrong? Can you do it? Chapter 144, Yunichao, lend me 300,000. Of course I can, Yunichao replied in a calm tone, glancing at her with a smirk of mockery. The reason they haven't produced results is that there's been no pollination. He had a look of I knew you wouldn't know, looking at her with arrogance, then extending his hand. The flowers of silk gourds are divided into male and female flowers. To successfully bear fruit, you must apply the pollen from the male flower to the female flower. As Yunichao spoke, he picked a male flower and gently touched it to the female flower. Yu Yun and Lu Guifan immediately became nervous, watching Yunichao's actions, fearing they might miss any detail. That's it. The three of them stared wide-eyed at each other. Just this? Xiao Shan looked at his actions in disbelief and asked, Are you sure this is it? So simple? If it's like this, then it's not much of a technical challenge. Yun Yichao glanced at her, just try it and you'll know. Xiao Shan looked at Yu Yun. Yu Yun also looked confused and extended her hand, maximizing her ability. What no one expected was that it really worked. The originally small silk gourd visibly swelled and grew larger, curving at both ends, looking extremely delicious. This. What's going on? Yu Yun's eyes were full of astonishment, followed by joy. It actually succeeded. Xiao Shan directly pulled down the silk gourd, which emanated a strong and unique fragrance she had never encountered before, and immediately looked at Yunichao. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable and skilled. With open praise in her eyes, Yunichao's expression turned a bit unnatural, and then he awkwardly said, I just learned it before. Before? Xiao Shan looked at him in surprise. Yunichao seemed displeased at the mention of the past. I used to have plant-based abilities. Xiao Shan didn't quite understand, what's wrong with having plant-based abilities? Were you mistreated before? As soon as Yunichao heard Xiao Shan's words, the good mood he had just started to feel vanished, and a vein popped out on his forehead as he could no longer hold back. Xiao Shan. Yu Yun tugged at her sleeve. Only then did Xiao Shan realize. Also, Yun Yichao is a plant-type ability user. Although it seems useful now, that is after the mutation. Based on Yu Yun's previous performance, Yun Yichao's powers might have just involved growing a few blades of grass, which naturally no one would value. It seems he was indeed mistreated. Xiao Shan heard early on that some animals were still eating grass, so did Yun Yichao really just grow a few blades of grass every day to feed the animals? Otherwise, where would he get experience in raising animals? I think I understand. Xiao Shan's mind flashed with a scene of Yun Yichao using his powers to grow grass while feeding it to pigs, and a hint of sympathy flickered in her eyes. It's okay, no one is mistreating you in the Ark apartment. Yun Yichao truly couldn't take it anymore. His face darkened, glaring at Xiao Shan. I'm not as useless as you think. I'm a plant-type ability user. My powers aren't strong, so I can only do these kinds of jobs in the Yun family. But that means feeding animals and growing vegetables, not what you imagine. It's not like I'm using my powers to grow grass just to feed it to cows and sheep like a slave. Oh, it doesn't seem that different, Xiao Shan said sincerely, meeting his gaze. Alright, I'm sorry. So if I encounter something I don't understand, can I ask you? Yun Yichao met her eyes, momentarily amused by his anger. He felt too powerless to speak. Forget it. Let her think whatever she wants. Xiao Shan was patient. She continued, I think, besides this loofah, do other vines also have this effect? Yun Yichao stared deeply at her, suddenly regretting he had said too much. Since Yun Yichao didn't speak, she just assumed he was tacitly agreeing. Yu Yun and Lu Guifan also had a lot of questions. It wasn't until almost evening that Yun Yichao finally got a chance to leave. The few vines he demonstrated had borne quite a few fruits, filling up a basket. Xiao Shan kindly divided half the basket with Yun Yichao. Thank you for today. These are for you, just right to help Yun Xiaoduo regain her strength. Xiao Shan smiled brightly, while Yun Yichao watched her warily, feeling she had some ulterior motives. But when it came to his sister, Yun Yichao finally softened his expression. It's no big deal. After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. But just as he turned around, Xiao Shan spoke up again, her tone even more playful. You should plan to stay in the Ark apartment for a while, right? How do you think I'm taking care of Yun Xiaoduo during this time? Something felt off. Yun Yichao keenly looked at her. If there's something, just say it. This was something Yun Yichao had said himself. Xiao Shan extended her hand. Lend me 300,000 federal coins. Yun Yichao froze. He looked at her in shock. What did you just say? Lend me 300,000 federal coins, Xiao Shan said slowly, her gaze innocent, repeating herself. Xiao Shan seemed oblivious to any wrongness in her request and didn't think it was shameless. Yun Yichao's previously fallen mood suddenly soared again. Pointing at himself, he seemed incredulous. Xiao Shan, do you even know what you're saying? You're asking me for 300,000? And you aren't rich? You rejected my earlier proposal. Xiao Shan met his gaze and sighed. If I were rich, would I be so greedy? We need to cover our living expenses. Asking to borrow money is something I have to do. If we want everyone in the apartment to live better, we have to pay some price, right? Xiao Shan had thought about this a lot. The system said that any plants could survive in the botanical garden, and it would also unlock more rooms and defensive towers. Even the methods for growing plants could be unlocked. And while she had no money, she could borrow money. After leveling up, couldn't she collect rent and pay Yun Yichao back? Why not? Xiao Shan had thought about a lot, but Yun Yichao didn't seem very willing. Frowning, she scrutinized her, as if wanting to see through her. I've always been curious, the reason why you can create so many things, is it really just because of your abilities? Yun Yichao looked at her calmly. If you tell me, I can lend you. This question was somewhat serious. Xiao Shan had been prepared from the very beginning. She certainly knew that her ability would become a question in many people's hearts, and after so many days of not hiding it, it was normal for Yun Yichao to be confused. She countered, if not, then what? Since it comes from within me, it can only exist because of me. Isn't my ability my power? Does it matter whether it's power or not? Xiao Shan said this with a smile, staring directly into the other person's eyes. Besides, even if my ability is strange, isn't your ability with Yun Xiaoduo strange as well? Chapter 145, Yun Yichao said, feel free to swipe the card. Mentioning Yun Xiaoduo, Yun Yichao's expression indeed changed a bit. He stopped speaking and finally withdrew his expression, took out the federal currency card, and handed it to Xiao Shan. Swipe it freely. Xiao Shan's eyes brightened, and she quickly took it. Don't worry, I'm quite ethical. If I say 300,000, it will be 300,000. Yun Yichao glanced at her, seeing her expression, his lips couldn't help but curl up. It's fine, I have plenty of money. After all, I'm a high-ranking official at Dawn Base. If I can't even come up with 300,000, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Xiao Shan felt a pang in her heart and flattered. The boss is indeed generous. Rich people are truly remarkable. And she, although appearing glamorous as a property owner, still had to busy herself with building apartments, spending money as soon as she had it, and ending up with nothing left, unlike Yun Yichao who had such confidence. But Xiao Shan didn't expect that as soon as she had Yun Yichao's card in hand and hadn't even prepared to swipe it yet, she'd hear the system's voice in her mind. Detected that the federal currency in the host's hand comes from an irregular source, system will not accept it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan was instantly dissatisfied. System, tell me, what does irregular mean? Isn't this borrowed from Yun Yichao willingly? Host's assets cannot be in the negative. Xiao Shan was furious. I didn't make you owe money, I'm the one in debt. Borrowing money isn't easy, alright? The system replied in a ghostly manner. If so, can you borrow 10 million, be in debt for 10 million, and not be able to pay it back until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse, trapping this system in confusion? That is also my skill. Xiao Shan said confidently. Host, do not play tricks on this system. Really not allowed? It's just 300,000, I just want to level up to LV4 quickly. The system fell silent, choosing cold treatment towards Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan was left with no choice, sighed, originally just holding a fluke attitude, thinking it was a bug, but didn't expect this dog system to show no mercy at all. She muttered, you can rob or pick up, but you can't borrow, right? You really are interesting. TSK. Speaking of robbing. Xiao Shan's first reaction was the cold light base. It's rumored that the cold light base has serious exploitation, so that 4th level leader must have a lot of federal currency, right? Xiao Shan stroked her chin, but suddenly she heard the sound of footsteps behind her, and when she turned around, she immediately froze. The good news was that Ling Che had returned. The bad news was that Ling Che was injured. Though it was only a light injury, she hadn't been hurt too often. After all, she was quite strong. Xiao Shan immediately took out the medicine and applied it. Ling Che, are you okay? Ling Che shook her head, her bangs slightly disheveled, but her aura remained fierce, her side profile cold and clear. I'm fine. My task this time was to find high-level mutated plants nearby. She looked at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan's heart tightened. So you got injured? Yes. Ling Che said faintly. Then are you going to leave again? Xiao Shan furrowed her brows instinctively. Not leaving anymore, the mission has been completed. Ling Che said, and only then did Xiao Shan breathe a sigh of relief. Still want to ask what level of mutated plants are on the other side, when suddenly, Ling Che took out a crystal core from his hand. This crystal core was blue-green, transparent, surprisingly charming. Xiao Shan had never seen such a crystal core before. More importantly, the moment Xiao Shan touched this crystal core, a wave of familiarity washed over her. This type of crystal core is spatial, currently a level 3 core, it will be beneficial for you. Ling Che's tone was flat and ordinary. Xiao Shiren was taken aback and instinctively said, "You were injured by a spatial mutated creature? Plants also have differences in abilities?" She understood that there were levels of strength among abilities, and even the abilities awakened had their own ranking. For instance, spatial abilities were quite rare, and most of them had extremely powerful strength, some could even tear apart space and time. Ling Che, with his immense strength, normally would not get hurt by ordinary mutated creatures, but if the mutated creature itself had ability properties, that would be different. Yes. Ling Che looked at Xiao Shiren and unusually said a few more words. This kind of mutated creature is hard to come by, it just so happened that I encountered it during this mission, so I thought to give it to you. However, it turned out to be trickier than I expected. A surge of complex emotions rose within Xiao Shiren. Ling Che saying it was tricky surely meant it was not just simple, she was actually facing danger for her sake. She had to properly renovate the apartment. Xiao Shiren lowered her head, wanting to put it into the system, but then her whole body stiffened. Ling Che, this is not a level 3 crystal core, it's level 4. Right before her eyes, the system's blue panel displayed the crystal core level as level 4. Ling Che also stared in shock at the crystal core in Xiao Shiren's hand, then sighed, no wonder, it's so tricky. For Ling Che's crystal core, Xiao Shiren naturally calmed down and decisively handed the core back to him. Since it's level 4, it should be more important to you, why don't you keep it? Ling Che laughed, no need, if it's said to be for you, then it's for you. Besides, aren't you in need of crystal cores? Not in need of crystal cores, but in need of federal coins. If it were federal coins, Xiao Shiren would have accepted it long ago. Level 4 crystal core, better forget it. However, no matter what, Ling Che still insisted on not taking it. Xiao Shiren had no choice but to keep it herself. I haven't seen level 4 mutated creatures since the apocalypse. So, according to you, not only are plants mutating now, but higher level mutated creatures are increasing as well. Ling Che analyzed, right now, acid rain keeps falling, more extreme weather might appear in the future, we must be prepared. When Xiao Shiren heard the words extreme weather, she became very serious. I also noticed, when that mutated dandelion appeared last time, the nearby weather was not good either. It seems we need to be more cautious, Xiao Shiren murmured. When she turned to look at Ling Che, the other's gaze was calm. There's one more thing. Do you know that there are people outside, always lurking around our apartment? What? Xiao Shiren was shocked, then she remembered the situation regarding Hongzhong apartment. She recounted the whole story to Ling Che. So, you mean during my absence, our apartment has been targeted by Hongzhong apartment? Ling Che asked her. Xiao Shiren nodded heavily, watching Ling Che, who had already stood up with the short knife in her hand. Xiao Shiren exclaimed and stopped her. Things have not been investigated clearly so far. According to Brother Du's speculation, the mastermind behind it might still be related to his cousin. Until we clarify that, let's not disturb the snake in the grass. The more Ling Che heard, the colder her expression became. She cast a side glance at Xiao Shiren and offered her a reassuring look. It's okay, I'll listen to you. We won't stir up the grass. Although Ling Che said this, a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. My movements. Chapter 146, a sudden windfall of 300,000 Federation coins. Now, Xiao Shan couldn't stop what was happening and could only watch helplessly as the other person left. She looked at the 1,700,000 balance in her card, feeling very worried. With only 300,000 left, how on earth could she earn it? If she went by the rent, it would still take a month. Xiao Shan felt she couldn't wait any longer, even her small vegetable garden needed time to develop. It would still be tough for Yu Yun, and if they were to have a botanical garden in the future, wasn't Yu Yun going to be exhausted? Xiao Shan let out a faint sigh. Counting on her fingers, she realized she needed to recruit more employees. But to be honest, there were indeed a lot of ability users who could catalyze plants, yet very few who could catalyze plants from before the apocalypse. I should upgrade quickly, Xiao Shan prayed. It would be best if 30,000 Federation coins just fell from the sky. At that moment, Xiao Shan didn't expect that not long after, 30,000 Federation coins would truly fall from the sky. It's you again? Xiao Shan glared at Yuan, who was being pressed down by Ling Che, her voice slightly raised. Yuan awkwardly smiled, his heart wailing. He didn't want this either. This time, he had been very careful, standing guard 20 kilometers away. But he didn't expect that the Ark apartment would be that sharp. Even from 20 kilometers away, they could catch him. I say. I was just passing by, do you believe me? Stop talking nonsense. Ling Che coldly looked at him. Are you saying you've been lurking there for 3 days and nights? Yuan swallowed hard, almost bursting into tears. It's a misunderstanding, this time is really a misunderstanding. Ling Che wasn't as easy to persuade as Yuan. A short knife was drawn and pressed against Yuan's neck, blood seeping out. She spoke concisely, what's your purpose? Xiao Shan couldn't help but laugh in anger. You should still remember what I said before, right? Of course, he remembered. Oh Yuan rolled his eyes and decisively said, I didn't want to do this at all, it was our leader who forced me. I really don't want to, but I'm over 30 years old, with old ones above and young ones below. If I don't listen, what will happen to my family? He hoped to earn Xiao Shan's sympathy and even squeezed out 2 tears, but this time Xiao Shan wasn't so easily fooled. She smiled with her lips but not with her eyes. If you really have old ones above and young ones below, you shouldn't have joined this so-called cold light base. Although I don't like killing, you keep crossing my bottom line. Oh Yuan shivered at her words. No, please. I was wrong. Just spare me this time. Our leader sent me to spy on you to see if there were any internal conflicts, and he really has his eyes on this ARC apartment, which is why we were sent to assassinate Yun Izhou. Also, the woman we found from D-Base, she was the one causing trouble outside your door last time. She's been living miserably in our base, and in a sense, I also helped you, didn't I? I've said everything I know, that's all. Oh Yuan was afraid that Xiao Shan would really kill him and started spilling everything like a broken dam, crying, please spare me, I haven't enjoyed life enough yet. Everyone has it tough in this apocalypse. To be fair, Oh Yuan always apologized very quickly. What he just said actually matched what Xiao Shan thought inside. She looked at him thoughtfully and suddenly had an idea. If you want me to spare you, fine. Xiao Shan looked at him, slightly lowering her head, but next, you have to obediently listen to me. Oh Yuan panicked and asked, what? To be honest, we do have conflicts internally recently. Xiao Shan said casually, I want you to tell the Cold Light base this news. Aren't they trying to take action against the ARC apartment? Then she would directly tell them. Oh Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He usually wasn't just quick to kneel but also had a sharp mind. After a little thought, he understood what was happening. Xiao Shan wanted him to be a spy. He shivered. But with that leader's methods, how could he afford to offend? After all, he was a level 4 ability user, capable of crushing him with just one finger. Right now, survival is the priority. Should I agree first, then find a chance to escape? As soon as the word okay left Oh Yuan's lips, Xiao Shan noticed his hidden thoughts. She patted Oh Yuan's shoulder and a jolt of electricity instantly coursed through his limbs. His face turned pale and his eyes filled with terror. What have you done to me? Nothing much. Xiao Shan smiled, but since you've agreed, I need to leave myself a way out, don't I? The jolt you just felt is part of my ability, called keeping my word. Just like its name, if you don't do as I request, you'll drop dead on the spot. Oh Yuan was terrified to the core. This woman is truly vicious. One sentence cut off all his escape routes. Meanwhile, Ling Che cast an appreciative glance at her. Did Xiao Shan really have an ability called keeping my word? All of that was just a lie she made up. In reality, it was simply a locator. But Oh Yuan was so engulfed by fear and terror that he definitely didn't dare to doubt her. All right. I will definitely keep my word. Oh Yuan trembled, nodding repeatedly, I understand, Landlord Xiao. Well, if I complete the task, can this thing be removed? Oh Yuan had a heartbroken expression. We'll talk about it then. Xiao Shan casually tossed him a non-committal reply. Oh Yuan nearly couldn't catch his breath. Dear God. He thought standing guard would be an easy job, a chance to fish in troubled waters, but he didn't expect Xiao Shan to be so malevolent, even her subordinates so domineering. Oh Yuan closed his eyes and thought, Leader, I'm sorry, you know the saying, the tree moves to survive, the person moves to live. Don't worry, if things go well, I will definitely let you go. Xiao Shan, seeing his desperate look, kindly spoke, then shifted her gaze to his pocket. But I just remembered, since that Yuan was captured by you, the federal currency in her pocket should also be in your hands, right? Oh Yuan's eyes widened in shock, no. The moment he uttered that word, a sharp pain shot through his neck from the short knife, and under this pain, Oh Yuan forced himself to change his answer. Of course it's here, if you want, I can give it all to you. Xiao Shan became interested. Without any courtesy, she pulled out the federal currency card from his hand, and the patterns on it were unmistakably from base D. What's the password? Oh Yuan weakly reported it. He was much more familiar with this process than the last time. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Shan turned to Ling Che. She approached the card machine and entered the password. Sure enough, it displayed that the password was correct. What delighted Xiao Shan even more was that the amount was exactly 300,000 federal currency. Ling Che. Xiao Shan concealed her excitement. I take back what I said earlier, your kick was truly excellent. It hit the mark perfectly. Chapter 147, Level 4 Upgrade, but useless. Xiao Shan had finally accumulated 2 million federal currency. She was about to upgrade. She looked at her balance, how could she not be excited? But poor Oh Yuan. He saw the 300,000 federal currency he had painstakingly hidden slip into Xiao Shan's pocket, filled with resentment, wanting to scream, am I your ATM? Every time he saved a little money, it was taken away by Xiao Shan. Without this money, what was the meaning of living?
Oh Yuan felt utterly defeated, but when the short knife was pressed against his throat once again, he couldn't utter a single word.
Are we going or not? Ling Che's tone was indifferent, his eyes sharp. Oh Yuan didn't even dare to breathe. Yes, let's go. Survival was still the priority.
Once Ling Che led him away, Xiao Shiren impatiently exclaimed. System, quick, help me check the upgrade conditions. This time, Xiao Shan finally got her wish fulfilled. Detected that the host's federal currency balance has reached 2 million, meeting the upgrade conditions. Please confirm whether to upgrade to LV4 apartment.
Confirm.
Xiao Shan said, kicking with excitement in her heart. Accompanied by a pleasant deducting sound, the system successfully responded.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading to LV4 apartment. LV4 apartment can accommodate 500 tenants, and the number of rooms will successfully upgrade to 300. They are single rooms, double rooms, shared rooms, and luxury suites. Among them, the number of single rooms, 160, double rooms, 80, shared rooms, 40, luxury suites increased to 20. Xiao Shan felt that she had never heard such a beautiful sound in her life. Heaven knows how long she had waited for this. Of course, her balance had only a little over 6,000 federal coins left.
Besides these, what other functions have been unlocked? Xiao Shan continued to ask.
Unlocked greenhouse function, supermarket function, and level 4 power grid and watchtower function. The host can go to the system page for detailed inspection. Xiao Shan had not looked carefully, just glanced hastily, and then heard the system say. In addition, this system must remind the host that upgrading to LV5 apartment requires 5 million federal coins, and the apartment must cover an area of 2,500 square meters. The host's current apartment covers about 2,123 square meters. Please keep up the good work.
Host, keep it up.
At that moment, upon hearing the upgrade conditions, Xiao Shan felt a little dizzy. She must have misunderstood. She thought she heard that she needed to expand the system's land.
After stabilizing her mind, she gathered her courage and asked again, what did you say? Expand what? Expand the area occupied by the apartment.
According to the current ratio, 1 square meter requires about 5,000 federal coins or 5 level 2 crystal cores to unlock.
Xiao Shan wanted to curse. Is this human language? She really didn't hear wrong.
This system was really shady, 5 million federal coins and unlocking nearly 400 square meters of space, which means she needed to have a full 7 million federal coins just to upgrade. And this money did not include what she needed for decorating all the rooms in various facilities.
System, has anyone ever told you that you're getting more and more unscrupulous? Xiao Shan questioned.
This system has always been fair and just. The required federal coins are determined by the value of the host's apartment.
Put. Being unscrupulous is being unscrupulous. What excuses are you looking for?
Xiao Shan cursed this broken system 1,000 times in her heart, and eventually could only helplessly accept it. Forget it. Xiao Shan gritted her teeth and said, in that case, let's first use federal coins to unlock 100 square meters of apartment space. After all, she still had 2,000 crystal cores, most of which were level 2, while level 1 were relatively few. Not to mention, just enough to unlock everything, but Xiao Shan wasn't in a hurry.
Successfully unlocked 100 square meters of apartment area.
Xiao Shan looked outside, and sure enough, the public space in front of her widened by about 100 square meters.
She checked the crystal cores and indeed there were 500 less. But Xiao Shan couldn't help but ask the system, isn't my ability generated because of the apartment?
You saw that level 4 space crystal core, right?
If I absorb it, what effect will it have on the growth of my ability?
The host's energy comes from the apartment, so the crystal cores are useless for the host's ability growth.
No wonder it's the system.
Such a cold mouth uttered such cold words.
Xiao Shan couldn't help but ask, if what you said is true, then after I put these crystal cores into the space, I can't give them to others? Of course not. Then isn't it a waste for me to take these crystal cores? Xiao Shan questioned.
Of course not, this system has its own arrangements. Xiao Shan deflated, alright, you say so it is. The joy of just unlocking the LV4 apartment had already disappeared, and even when she opened the system, that 5 million federal coins progress was still swinging in front of her. Xiao Shan, still young, felt an immense pressure.
When can I level up the system to full?
Oh Yuan was almost trembling as Ling Che brought him back to his original position, and just as he landed, he was kicked hard in the butt by the other party. Oh Yuan met Ling Che's gaze, and of course, he did not dare to resist.
I'll contact them right away, right away.
As he spoke, Oh Yuan grabbed the communicator and directly contacted the leader of Cold Light Base.
Leader Jiang. Leader Jiang.
He tried to keep his voice steady while looking at Ling Che, recalling what Xiao Shan had said earlier, and worked hard to sort his thoughts. Leader, I just saw that the people from Base D and those from Dawn Base have all moved out of the Ark apartment.
As soon as he finished speaking, Leader Zhang's voice became cold and menacing. Are you sure about this? Leader Jiang held a high position and had killed countless people. His presence was terrifying, making Yuan's heart race again. But he had seen many people over the years and knew how to speak to them. Yes, that's right, I saw it with my own eyes. You don't know, the people from Base D and Dawn Base were arguing fiercely. They almost got into a fight. If you ask me, now is the best time to attack the Ark apartment. Let's hurry and go. The other side expressed doubt. That's not right. I remember that Du Zhonghong and Yun Yichao were both bold and careful people, they wouldn't be easily provoked. Check again. Oh Yuan, exclamation point. Oh Yuan made up a story. There's nothing unusual about it, perhaps the Ark apartment was initially unkind to them. Honestly, the Ark apartment only looks beautiful on the surface, who knows what kind of dirty deeds they are up to behind the scenes. Otherwise, where would all that supply come from? I heard there are fresh vegetables and meat inside, and recently they even raised some poultry, and there's clean water. Leader, just think about it, if this becomes ours and we swap some resources with others, and recruit some capable people, we could dominate the apocalypse. It's undeniable that Yuan had hit the nail on the head with Leader Zhang's psychology. After a moment of contemplation, the other party had to admit that the temptation was indeed immense. Chapter 148, Xiao Xian's Hidden Talents and Reputation. After getting a precise response, Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After hanging up the phone, he said, Leader Jiang said he will come over in the next few days. All right. Ling Che glanced at him, making Yuan feel nervous. He quickly said, you can't kill me, I still need to be your informant. Ling Che didn't want to bother with him, threw him a walkie-talkie, and then left directly. After the other party completely disappeared, Yuan finally patted his chest. Not at all. These two, he actually felt more scared than at Cold Light Base. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian had already unlocked the LV4 apartment, but due to extreme poverty, it felt almost like it hadn't been unlocked at all. She couldn't unlock the supermarket because it required at least 30,000 federal coins. She couldn't unlock the greenhouse either since it required 50,000 federal coins. Even the watchtower and the power grid couldn't be upgraded, as both needed 8,000 federal coins. And right now, she only had 6,000. 6,000. When Wang Meng came over, he saw Xiao Xian looking up at the sky. Landlord, what are you doing? Wang Meng wondered, waving his hand in front of her, why are you dazed here? Xiao Xian looked pained. You wouldn't understand the feeling of being poor. You earn so many federal coins and still feel poor? Wang Meng was shocked. Then with this little federal coin I have, doesn't that mean I should just end it all? Xiao Xian seized the opportunity to ask him, how much do you have? Wang Meng counted for a moment and said, about 50,000? Xiao Xian felt even more pained, genuinely sighing, Wang Meng, you really have money. She then looked at Yichuan who was coming over. Yichuan, what about you? How much federal coin do you have? Yichuan pondered, including the salary you paid me before, probably around 100,000. Probably, 100,000. Xiao Xian felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Yichuan, you're also quite wealthy. I now feel like I'm the poorest person in the world. Wang Meng gently patted Xiao Xian's head and compared it to his own. Whispering softly, it's not like she's burning up, how can she act so stupid? Xiao Xian rolled her eyes at him, you don't understand anything. As your landlord, I become so poor just to ensure benefits for our apartment. Is that true? I don't believe it. Wang Meng looked at her in surprise and changed the subject, we came to tell you that Brother Du is here. He wants to meet you to discuss serious matters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian said, quick, let him in. I also need to talk to him about something, and Yui Zhou, you should call him over too. When Du Zhonghong entered, he dismissed the people around. Xiao Chao, do you remember what happened with Wenwan last time? I've already investigated it. Brother Du, are you trying to tell me that Wenwan was indeed taken by the Cold Light Base? And they want to take action against us one by one? Xiao Xian asked with a smile. Du Zhonghong was a bit surprised, you. I not only know, I've also contacted an informant on their side and asked him to tell the leader of the Cold Light Base that we had a falling out. Xiao Xian said this as Yui Zhou happened to arrive, and he nodded at Du Zhonghong with a bit of distance. After recounting the events, Xiao Xian concluded, however, as far as I know, that leader surnamed Jiang doesn't plan to act yet. He might send a few more people to observe, so I hope you all avoid contact with our apartment during this time. She smiled slyly, we can wait in the area, lying in wait for the rabbit. By the way, we can also spread the news. Xiao Xian's suggestion was accepted by the two. Yui Zhou looked at Xiao Xian lightly, I thought you would just make us wait. How can that be? If we're going to put on a show, we need to do it properly. Xiao Xian smiled and said, how could someone get to that position and still be a fool? Yui Zhou understood, that's right. So far, Xiao Shan had overturned many of his perceptions, and he couldn't tell what emotion he felt more strongly. After some planning, Du Zhonghong left the room with a serious face, bringing along Du Xiaowan, who had planned to eat snacks. Du Xiaowan was extremely dissatisfied and cried, screaming to stay at the Ark apartment. What's wrong with you? The Ark apartment is so nice. Why do you want me to leave? Du Zhonghong glared at Du Xiaowan, furious, am I your father, or are you my father? If I say you leave, you leave. Why so much nonsense? Du Xiaowan had been used to staying at the Ark apartment, blushing, you old fogey, don't bother me. Du Zhonghong had never been scolded like this by this naughty kid. He was so furious that he gave him a few swats on the rear and pulled him away. In contrast, Yun Xiaoduo was much more obedient. She looked at her brother sweetly and reluctantly said, so can I still visit sister often in the future? Little Duo misses sister. Brother, can you bring her to see sister again? Yui Zhao's heart softened, and without knowing why, he thought of Xiao Shan and finally relented. Of course. This time, it's brother and sister's arrangement. Little Duo just needs to listen, and she can see her in the future. Yun Xiaoduo understood and nodded at them, so that's how it is. Then I'll listen to my brother for now. Yun Xiaoduo was obedient, but Yun Buxian was not satisfied. He stubbornly refused to budge, unwilling to move a step from the front of the Ark apartment. Yui Zhou, I don't care what issue you have with my little sister. Whether you leave or not is up to you, but I'm not going. Yui Zhou could no longer hold back, covering his face, feeling utterly embarrassed by the other party. He took a deep breath, leave if you want. As he spoke, he directly turned around. Seeing his nephew and niece really leaving, Yun Buxian couldn't care about much anymore, repeatedly calling out and reluctantly followed, shouting loudly. I'm asking you, Yui Zhao, what did our little sister do wrong? She saved you before, how can you repay kindness with hatred? What are you talking about? Why did you take Xiao Duo away? That's it. Of course, a few people were doing this on purpose. But even though they were acting, the effect was unexpectedly good. The conflict between Ark Apartment and Base D, along with Dawn Base, quickly spread to every corner. With Xiao Shuren pushing things along secretly, the rumors grew more intense. Rumors said that Xiao Shuren mistreats children and the elderly, offending both bases at the same time, that Xiao Shuren had fallen out with the two bases, and in a fit of rage, the two bases intended to destroy Ark Apartment, even saying Xiao Shuren made too much money and had gone crazy. Xiao Shuren, sighing and smiling bitterly, hiding achievements and fame. This matter, of course, soon reached the higher-ups of Cold Light Base. Leader Jiang slammed the table, his gaze fiery. Wait, Yuan's words are actually true? Our plan has succeeded so easily? The sycophant responded, isn't it? They are the leaders of the bases, yet they are this foolish. Our leader's strategy is effective, wise and powerful. Leader Jiang laughed heartily. If that's the case, then bring that woman along. Tonight, we will take down Ark Apartment. Chapter 149, The Great Weapon of Cold Light Base. Here, Xiao Shuren and others who publicly claimed to leave, including Du Zhonghong, were sitting in the room. Ling Che was also beside them, his expression heavy, his gaze fixed on Xiao Shuren. They had been here for a while now. Everything was ready, only waiting for the right moment. Wang Mang was already getting impatient. Landlord Xiao, can you really see where they are? Is it true? When they come, we will catch them all at once. Xiao Shuren looked at the system map, casually saying, don't rush. By the way, we forgot to ask Yuan what kind of ability users they have over there. Who cares what ability users they have? If they come to our apartment, can we not beat them? Yun Buxiang's voice was calm, patting his chest. Don't worry, we will face them, I will protect you. Yun Yichao stood aside. At this moment, he had nothing to say, his eyes calm, revealing a hint of mockery, obviously not taking them seriously. Xiao Shuren was deep in thought, but suddenly thought of a point. Actually, don't you find it strange? Even if I have conflicts with the other two bases, how did they determine that we have no ability to resist? Everyone's gaze turned to her. Wang Meng opened his mouth, mumbling, don't they have a level 4 ability user? I remember it's some kind of lightning power, mutated, anyway, very strong. But we have Ling Che. Fang Shicheng suddenly spoke up, looking at Ling Che, his eyes flickering slightly. He was usually the most cautious, but at this moment, he was full of confidence. They should not know Ling Che is here. Last time, they from Cold Light Base didn't see through it. Xiao Shuren said, I'm more inclined to believe they still have a backup. Xiao Shuren said meaningfully, let's make 2 preparations. Brother Yun, Brother Du, you don't have to act yet. Wait for me to let them in, and if we really can't beat them, then you can come in. Once they are let in, even if they have a backup plan, she could just activate the electric net. Xiao Shuren was still confident about the apartment's defense system. Fang Shicheng obviously recalled past memories and shivered. They're coming. Xiao Shuren saw the red prompt on the system map and felt excited. System, shut down the electric net.
The electric net outside responded by shutting down. Speaking of which, this was the first time Xiao Shuren clashed with another base. She rubbed her fists, feeling exhilarated.
Come. Close the door. Release the dogs. Oh no, the beep-beep machines.
Just right, she also wanted to test how strong Arkansas apartment really was now. On the other side, in a heavy-duty vehicle.
Oh Yuan sat in the driver's seat, struggling for a while, finally speaking up to persuade, leader, what if we let it go? I have a feeling today isn't a good day. In my opinion, why don't we go back first and discuss this matter again later?
Discuss what?
Leader Jiang rebuked sharply, why isn't today a lucky day? This acid rain has stopped. As he spoke, he squinted his eyes, suddenly realizing something, you little rascal, you aren't hiding anything from me, are you? Oh Yuan became alert and quickly shook his head. No. Absolutely not. I'm just worried about your safety. Deep down, he was extremely anxious. After all, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh, right? If Leader Jiang fails, that's fine, but if he succeeds and that group exposes his earlier defection, won't he be done for?
Leader Jiang, however, stared at him coldly and sneered, I doubt you have the courage. If you really have ulterior motives, then your blind mother will rot here in our base for life. The sycophant said confidently, hurry up and clear the way. Mentioning his mother made Oh Yuan clench his fingers, and a hint of a flattering smile appeared on his face.
I understand. I'm going right now.
Oh Yuan stepped on the gas pedal hard, with great force. Inside the car, Leader Jiang felt quite comfortable, holding his beer belly, and casually said, it's strange that we haven't encountered any obstacles on this road. They had reached near the Ark apartment, but so far, except for throwing away some unwanted trash, there was actually nothing else.
Isn't that right?
Just such a small apartment, who knows what methods they used to gather so many supplies. The sycophant complained bitterly, they even tossed out those rotten vegetable leaves. If it were me, I'd take it back and make soup.
Clearly, this is an end-of-world scenario, yet they are so extravagant. If you ask me, their apartment is better off given to us.
As soon as he finished speaking, another sycophant beside him rebutted.
What you just said, isn't this about to be ours? No matter how capable that Ark apartment is, we can trap them.
A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Leader Jiang's eyes, and he chuckled, feeling much better, waving his big hand.
Don't worry, once we move in, you two will each have your own room.
The two sycophants' eyes lit up, and they became even more flattering. Just as they were happily celebrating, they suddenly felt the car come to a stop. Oh Yuan's voice came from outside, Leader, we've arrived.
But? He stammered, hesitant and uncertain. But what but? Leader Jiang was dissatisfied, spit it out.
But the Ark apartment, there's not a single person here.
Oh Yuan finally spoke up.
He rubbed his eyes.
Really no one in front? How could this be? Didn't they say that he was to send back false information? What kind of scheme is this?
The car fell silent for a moment, and Leader Jiang indeed threw open the curtain, stepping out of the car with his pupils contracting sharply. Although they had arrived outside the Ark apartment, it was empty, and even the security booth that Oh Yuan had seen previously was deserted now. The electric fence looked like it wasn't even turned on, and even the lights were out. The whole apartment was eerily quiet.
Leader, should we continue in?
Oh Yuan spoke, his gaze lost in the dim night.
What's there to fear?
In my view, they must have received information from somewhere and are scared of us. One of the minions said dismissively. However, Oh Yuan felt something was very wrong, and after pondering for a while, he stayed silent. To be fair, he still hoped nothing would happen to the Cold Light Base. After all, his more than 60-year-old lame mother lived there. If something happened to the leader of Cold Light Base, he wouldn't know where to take his mother to seek refuge. Moreover, by then, he wouldn't have any value, and it was uncertain whether that group would even spare his life. Oh Yuan swallowed his anxiety and finally said softly, Leader Jiang. Leader Jiang gave him a mildly impatient expression, meaningfully saying,
What are you afraid of? Don't forget, we brought a powerful weapon this time.
He said this while looking into another car.
Now that the Ark apartment has arrived, you should come out quickly. Stop hiding. Chapter 150, Powers Inactive? They've come in.
Xiao Shuren was huddled in the four corners of the room with others, looking at the system map. At the moment they entered, he opened his mouth holding the contact list.
Get ready.
Leader Jiang had just crashed in, and upon seeing the Ark Park scene, his eyes lit up suddenly.
This Ark apartment, did we really get in this easily? Isn't it unguarded?
He murmured with two little brothers by his side, and behind them followed about dozens of ability users. Oh Yuan was equally shocked and confused, remembering the last time he came, the electric net was still intact.
Now, they didn't attack them.
What on earth is going on? Oh Yuan said instinctively.
Leader Jiang looked at him coldly, his eyes impatient. What does it matter? Since we are in, just kill anyone you see, right? You guys, kill anyone you see, understand? Xiao Shiren heard this, and his movement paused as he gripped the communicator tightly. 3. Leader Jiang and his little brothers were about to scatter. 2. Leader Jiang had already reached the small garden in the front yard. 1. The word dropped and, as expected, Leader Jiang was led into a dead end by Ouyuan. This was also one of Xiao Shiren's plans. Wang Meng, Fong Shicheng, and 2 other ability users quickly pulled down a big net. At that moment, Leader Jiang and his men finally saw the scene, and it was too late to escape. The big net firmly trapped them within. Leader Jiang fiercely grabbed the big net, unleashing his lightning abilities. You guys? Ling Che saw his intention and instantaneously flew in front of him, his eyes icy, a short knife resting against the opponent's throat. This all happened in the blink of an eye. Leader Jiang's movement instantly froze. The ability users from Cold Light Base turned around and were dumbfounded at this scene, exclaiming in unison. Boss! Let our boss go! Cold sweat dripped down Leader Jiang's face, and he didn't dare to breathe. Is this a trap you set? Succeeded? Everyone didn't expect things to progress so smoothly, surprise flashing in their eyes. Leader Jiang, coming to our apartment in the middle of the night, what exactly do you want? Xiao Shiren's tone was clear, cutting through the night, feeling particularly cold. She slowly walked over. As Leader Jiang saw her, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly chuckled softly. Landlady Xiao, what a coincidence, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The moment he blurted that out. Snap. Suddenly, a crisp snap echoed in the apartment, followed by a cold sneer. Tisk. With such a bunch, do I really need to take action myself? A young man spoke with disdain, as if he had been waiting in the shadows for a long time, slowly stepping out. At that moment, everyone froze. Not because of this person, but because they could clearly feel the loss of their abilities within. No, why is my power regressing? An ability user couldn't help but scream. No, not just you, mine is too. To be precise, everyone present was experiencing regression of their powers. Even Ling Che's hands trembled uncontrollably, she hadn't reacted when her vision blurred. It turned out that the young man had rescued Leader Jiang from her hands, and at this opportune moment, Leader Jiang slipped behind the young man, laughing heartily. Xiao Shiren, didn't expect this, did you? I already predicted that you would set a trap here, so I specially called someone. He became excited, watching all the ability users lose their powers, collapsing to the ground weakly. No matter how many ability users you have, tonight is a guaranteed loss, after all, this person's ability. I want to make everyone present lose their abilities. That's truly a magical ability, so this is the backup you left? Xiao Shan glanced at her hand and smiled slightly. Then your ability should be about the same, right? An inexplicable sentence. Leader Jiang, with a mocking tone, was about to unleash his lightning ability. I'm not as weak as them. Even if I'm affected, what of it? I'm level 4. Before he could finish, a huge howling sound suddenly pierced his ears. The Bai machine finally broke free and bit into his arm, blood gushing. Where the hell did this come from? Leader Jiang cursed suddenly. What the hell, a level 3 mutant beast? As he shook off the Bai machine, Ling Che at the back suddenly stood up and rushed towards the young man at lightning speed. The young man was also taken aback and exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Didn't you say you didn't have any abilities? What shocked her even more was that it wasn't just Ling Che who stood up, Wang Meng did too. Leader Jiang released his abilities, but in an instant, the Bai machine pounced on him, and Wang Meng slammed a fist hard on his nose. I'm not really an ability user. He and Wang Meng were fake ability users. What the hell is an ability? Leader Jiang, in disbelief, seemed unable to process what he had just heard. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Wang Meng knocked him out, and of course, the others present were no exception. One punch each. The scene was filled with wails. The Bai machine had also endured for long enough and began to act without mercy. Bye. It cursed in such a dirty way. It was furious that they barged in at midnight, disturbing its sleep and trying to steal the apartment. Just as its fist was about to land on Ouyuan, it paused, suddenly realizing, oh, you are that person, our undercover. Wang Meng patted his shoulder. We can win this time, it's all thanks to you. Ouyuan's face turned pale. What? Xiao Shan looked at him with a nonchalant expression, her eyes filled with mockery. Did you think what I gave you last time could actually kill you? Wang Meng chuckled. Actually, it's a tracker and a listening device. All your recordings will be synchronized. Including when you tried to stop him from coming in, and when he told you about his so-called doomsday weapon. Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Wang Meng's words echoed in his mind, growing more fearful. Had he been tricked into working for someone else? After Xiao Shan sorted everything out, Du Zhonghong and the others hurried out. Upon seeing this scene, they were shocked. Sister Xiao, don't you need our help? They had planned to help, but they didn't expect Xiao Shan to solve everything alone. Xiao Shan responded, I originally did need help, but not anymore. Unexpectedly, that so-called backup ability turned out to be making everyone's abilities rapidly fade away. Her abilities weren't enough, but she had money. Selflessly contributing her landlord function charging station at 800 federal coins an hour. Admiration flashed in everyone's eyes as they gave Xiao Shan a thumbs up. Splash! A basin of cold water was splashed directly onto Leader Zhang's face. When Leader Jiang woke up again, he found himself tightly bound and screamed, Who the hell tied me up? As soon as he finished cursing, he saw Yuan and Yuni next to him. His memories flashed back, and even the slowest person realized what had happened before. You traitor! Leader Jiang roared, Yuan, I thought you were filial and loyal, treating you to good food every day, but I didn't expect you to betray me and tip off this woman. If he weren't tied up, he would almost tear Yuan apart. Xiao Shan, Leader Jiang gritted his teeth, blaring, roaring, What do you want? What do I want? Xiao Shan replied with a tone full of innocence. Leader Jiang barges into our apartment, and I want to know what you all intend to do. I've heard very clearly that you want to kill the people in our apartment? Leader Jiang, aren't you going to give some compensation? I'll compensate your mother. General Jiang cursed at her. As soon as he finished cursing, Ling Che stepped forward and stabbed a short knife directly into his shoulder blade. The sharp pain made him scream out. He shouldn't have called out. The moment he did, the others who had fainted suddenly woke up, their breath caught in their throats at the sight. What's going on? Why are we all tied up? Leader Jiang is also tied up. What on earth is happening? The young man was the only one awake, his eyes extremely grim. Stop shouting, can't you see we've been captured? He couldn't believe that he had fallen into this state. He knew that his ability was supposed to be above all other abilities. Whenever he used it, those with special powers would immediately let him take away all their abilities, leaving them helpless, yet now he had turned over in the ditch. Xiao Shan glanced at the young man, then redirected his gaze back to Leader Jiang. Wang Mang. Wang Mang responded with an O. He quickly rushed over. Strip him of everything valuable on him, then throw it directly to the BB machine as food. Xiao Shan replied in a calm tone, a slight smile creeping on his face. The BB machine expressed its dissatisfaction with a loud cry, Who wants to eat him? He's so fat, better off being thrown to a zombie. Wang Mang couldn't care less about that. He couldn't hear what the BB machine was saying and swiftly stripped Zhang clean, pulling out a federal bank card and a gun. What a poor guy. Wang Mang muttered, Is this all he has? He mimicked Xiao Shan's previous thief-like demeanor, raising his chin. Password? Leader Jiang certainly wouldn't say, and Wang Mang wasn't someone to let it go. Seeing he wouldn't talk, he thought to knock him until he did. Every punch landed hard. Ling Che stood beside, coldly scanning the abilities users from the cold light base. Xiao Shan watched them, casually bringing over a chair and speaking slowly. You all should know that our apartment has always treated people kindly. If you can hand over all the federal currency you have on you today, I won't pursue your sneaky visit to our apartment tonight. Everyone, think about it? Xiao Shan looked at them, his eyes twinkling with amusement, while behind him, Leader Jiang was still being beaten, blood flowing nonstop, bruised and battered. Everyone fell silent. How could they dare? One by one, they struggled to pull out their possessions. This attitude made Leader Jiang, who was being beaten on the ground, even angrier. He was being beaten, and they were actually turning against him. Xiao Shan collected all the money and was shocked to find they were actually horribly poor. Those with over 10,000 federal coins were a minority. More had only around 3,000 federal coins. When she submitted it to the system, it only added up to 70,000 federal coins. Only those two little brothers had a bit more money, but barely over 10,000. The system was silent, this is too poor. Xiao Shan couldn't help but feel sympathy. Do you really have no money? Some were about to cry, they had emptied their pockets, there was nothing left. Xiao Shan sighed, how did you end up so miserable with him? Those people exchanged glances, someone whispering, is it really that miserable? Even the enemy thinks they are miserable? Wang Mang clicked his tongue twice, since following him is so miserable, he must be doing well. At this moment, Leader Jiang was being beaten so hard that he couldn't utter a word, yet, when Wang Mang lifted his fist again, he couldn't help but squeeze out a few tears, mumbling. Woo woo. Hee hee, keep hitting. Wang Mang didn't understand, what are you talking about? Do you want me to slap you? Yuan could no longer watch, Brother Wang, he said the password is 557738. Seeing such a cruel scene, Yuan became much more honest, watching Wang Mang beat up Chief Jiang, his eyelids jumping, keeping a bit of distance from Wang Mang, afraid that Wang Mang might accidentally kill him instead. Wang Mang suddenly understood, so that's it, I thought it was something else. He released the other person immediately. He picked up the card reader that had been prepared since morning, and when he looked at the balance, he was shocked.
Landlord, his card has 1 million.
As soon as he said that, the crowd suddenly looked up.
1 million?
The crowd started to buzz with excitement. Oh, Yuan was also stunned. Without saying a word, he rushed forward, and after confirming there were indeed so many zeros, he shouted.
There really is 1 million. Someone couldn't hold back anymore, even though they were tied up. They shouted angrily, "What's going on? Chief, didn't you say you didn't have any balance in your card? You actually secretly saved 1 million? Exactly. Didn't you say that the first thing you would do when you got rich was to give us money? You clearly have money. Do you think we are fools?" Their accusations were extremely loud. Chief Jiang was now beaten and injured, lacking any deterrent power.
At this moment, glaring at them looked rather absurd.
Xiao Shiren asked the people from the cold light base, suddenly asking, what did he say would happen if he took our apartment?
Everyone turned their gaze towards her.
Xiao Shiren, he wouldn't say that after this deal, everyone would get 100,000 federal coins, would he? Everyone fell silent. Chief Jiang really did say so.
He also said he would give them the best rooms at the cheapest rent. Plus, he was a level 4 ability user himself, which made everyone willing to follow him.
Xiao Shiren couldn't help but laugh. Since it won't work out with them, why not go with me? Just so happens I also need hands in my apartment.
My salary here is pretty good, at least 5,000 a month, with food and housing included, and in the future, I will definitely need more people. Since those people were from the cold light base, when they heard Xiao Shiren say this, their first reaction was, this is a scam, right? Xiao Shiren had a system map and saw the pile of red little figures suddenly turn green.
Chapter 152, Subduing the Ability Users from the Cold Light Base.
Chief Jiang couldn't take this talk and turned red with anger on the spot.
What, do you have objections?
Wang Mang shot him a sideways glance, making him tremble at that moment, shaking his head with that pig's head.
No. No objections.
Now, his words were much clearer, and his gaze became clear as well.
No objections, that's fine.
Wang Mang looked at him, stroking his chin and said, otherwise, I would have to consider feeding you to the zombies over there, that would be tiring.
Chief Jiang's eyes were filled with horror.
Right now, he had no ability, but once he regained it, he would definitely make them pay.
The people from the cold light base swallowed hard. Do you really mean it?
Ling Che also looked at her, subtly shaking his head.
Xiao Shiren calmly reassured them, saying she had it under control.
The system wouldn't go wrong, since they turned green, it was already the best proof.
Then what else?
Xiao Shiren asked, but if you want to get in here, I do have conditions. First, she paused, pointing her finger at two people. Those two were Chief Jiang's previous underlings, the highest ability users among them, looking at Xiao Shiren with great expectations, puffing their chests up.
You two are excluded. Xiao Shiren's tone was crisp and clear.
The faces of those two underlings changed suddenly. If it weren't for Xiao Shiren's ability, they probably would have started questioning her. Xiao Shiren's calm gaze continued to send away those with insufficient loyalty.
You can leave now. Seeing the disappointment in their eyes, Wang Meng grinned and kindly reminded.
Let you go does not mean letting you return to the cold light base. The few people leaving felt a chill from his gaze and hurried away.
What a joke.
They weren't fools, they had previously complained about the low pay, and now they discovered even the large biscuit was fake. Seeing the fierce woman in front of them, it was impossible for Captain Jiang to let them leave nicely. Why not run quickly instead?
Return? They would never go back in this lifetime.
The two younger brothers, though unwilling, dared not speak against the Ark apartment and quickly left.
Xiao Xian looked at the remaining people.
At a glance, these people were sincere, their eyes practically wanted to tear Captain Jiang apart.
After some time, I will have someone sign a labor contract with you.
Xiao Xian said, of course, since you decided to stay in our apartment, if I find out anyone violates the apartment rules later, I will not be polite with you. Recruiting ability users from the cold light base was her original idea. Now that they had come to her doorstep, of course, Xiao Xian would not be polite. However, rules had to be established.
The few people felt quite uneasy. Hearing her say this, they quickly nodded. Thank you, Landlady Qiao. At least 5,000 federal coins a month. And it includes food and lodging. Isn't that better than the cold light base? As for the labor contract, how important is that? Rules? Just follow them and it's done. A young man curled up on the ground, feeling tremendous torment, finally couldn't hold back anymore and spoke, then what about me? Can you let me go since you let them go?
He truly could not endure it any longer.
Of course not, what are you thinking?
Facing him was Xiao Xian's inexplicable gaze. You've injured so many people, you still want to leave?
The young man's face darkened.
Xiao Xian sighed, however, your ability is quite special. She had never seen someone who could make others incapable of using their powers before. So, this person, Xiao Shan, did not plan to let go. The other party was as dangerous as Feng Shicheng before. Xiao Shan thought for a moment. You stay to work as well, to pay off your debt. A tier 3 ability user, right? Xiao Shan accurately stated his ability level. Your ability can cause others to lose their powers? 2 tiers? The other party instantly froze. How do you know? Of course, she knew. If Ling Che could be affected, it only meant that the other party could control across tiers, a complete outlier. What's your name? She asked. My name is Qian Jin. Qian Jin stammered out. His ability was not battle-oriented, and he was really uncertain around Xiao Shan and her people. Even though he was reluctant, he still revealed his name. Xiao Shan pondered. You follow him because you have no combat ability? Undeniably, Xiao Shan was right. Qian Jin took a deep breath, filled with anger at being poked at his secret. What exactly do you want? Xiao Shan smiled. Did I not say? Compensate for the losses. Today's work loss for everyone, and emotional distress, you must compensate tenfold. Before you pay off the debt, you must stay here. Qian Jin felt like he was about to spit blood. Why should I? Ling Che's short blade pressed directly against his neck, with cold eyes lacking any emotion, almost freezing him. Qian Jin forcefully swallowed his anger. Forget it. Where does it matter to live? Moreover, this woman's combat ability was quite strong. Qian Jin comforted himself, telling himself not to quarrel with them, and then turned his head and said, Fine, I'll stay. Is that good enough? Poor Captain Jiang could only watch helplessly as everyone he had gathered left. He gasped and collapsed on the ground. Now everyone had found their place, only Yuan looked around. He cautiously opened his mouth. Then, what about me? Can I stay? Xiao Shan shot him a glance, and Yuan immediately expressed loyalty. Since you previously placed a listening device on me, then, you will definitely hear it. I serve him out of necessity. If he hadn't threatened my mom, how would I ever become corrupt with someone like him? Xiao Shan's expression showed no emotion. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Seeing Xiao Shan about to leave, Yuan grabbed her hand and knelt down. No, landlord Xiao, I'm begging you, don't leave me. My mom is a disabled person. Nobody likes her. Even the base thinks she is a burden. Only the cold light base, such a small base, is willing to take her in. If there was a better way out, I would definitely not corrupt myself with him. Only then did Xiao Shan lower her head and look at him. Seeing his eyes were slightly red, her brows furrowed. Before she could say no, he began to cry uncontrollably. Landlord Xiao, what I said is all true. My mom raised me with one hand in filth after her leg was crippled. I can't let her down. Just give her a bite to eat. I'm willing to do anything. I can work double, no, triple. Xiao Shan finally became speechless. She looked up to the sky. But based on your previous behavior, I can't trust you. Yuan cried even louder. Xiao Shan patiently said. What I mean is, I need to observe you for a few days. Chapter 153, Did Leader Jiang self-destruct? The other party was ready to be driven away by Xiao Shan. Upon hearing this, finally blurted out, Really? Landlord Xiao, are you willing to accept me? Isn't what I said already clear enough? Xiao Shan wondered, I can't pretend I didn't see the things you did before? Good. Yuan's eyes lit up suddenly. Thank you, Landlord Xiao. Oh no. Boss Xiao. He was so excited that he poured out everything in his mind. Boss Xiao, you might not know, I have seen a lot of supplies at the Cold Light base. This old stingy man has never been willing to give them to others. Even if we have heavy weapons, if you are interested, I can take you there. Xiao Shan was not interested in supplies. But heavy weapons, that sparked Xiao Shan's interest. Now it was the apocalypse, with zombies everywhere. The more ways she had to protect herself, the better. Leader Jiang, bound up, heard their words and was furious. Bastards! They were all bastards. How dare they reveal the hard-earned assets he had accumulated? Why should it be? No, he must find a way to escape. Du Zhonghong? I want to see Du Zhonghong. Leader Jiang thought this as he suddenly spoke before Xiao Shan could leave. I have important matters to discuss with him. Xiao Shan indeed paused her steps. Of course, Leader Jiang could not tell her directly this matter. I must speak to him in person. Du Zhonghong hurried over. Upon seeing him, Leader Jiang became excited, but he cautiously looked at Xiao Shan, meaning unspoken. Xiao Shan raised an eyebrow. What is it that you can't tell me? Instead of leaving, she pulled over a chair and sat down. Leader Jiang almost spat blood, grinding his teeth. He said slowly, It's Wan. Wan is with me, okay? The two fell into silence. Leader Jiang thought he had hit the soft spot of both, and quickly said, Let me go. As long as you let me go, I will immediately hand Wan over to you. I just want to leave. Do you think you still have room for negotiation? After a long pause, it was Xiao Shan who spoke first, her eyes curious, scanning the other party, emotion in her gaze icy.
Leader Jiang paused, then saw Wang Mang walking over again. The psychological shadow resurfaced, and fear flashed in his eyes. Don't! But no matter how Leader Jiang blocked, Wang Mang did not hold back. He was directly slapped, his face distorted. Then he heard Xiao Shan coldly say, "I'm not interested in where she is." Du Zhonghong also said nothing, but his fists were obviously clenched tightly, ultimately turning around. "She has long been expelled from our D-base. And all of this was self-inflicted on her." Having failed the leader's plan, his eyes turned completely red. "Whatever you do, you must bear the consequences." Xiao Shan smiled at him, as if she could see the thoughts in his mind. "Similarly, whatever you do, you must bear the consequences, right? For now, you will stay here." After everything was wrapped up, it was almost 3 or 4 in the morning. Yuan finished speaking, and Xiao Shan originally planned to take Fang Shicheng with her the next day, as he was fast. But unexpectedly, that night, Fang Shicheng couldn't help himself. Xiao Shan didn't stop him and let him go freely. After discussions among everyone, Leader Jiang also decided to lock him up temporarily. Xiao Shan became rich overnight, gaining over 1 million Federation coins, and she was so happy she could wake up from her dreams. "System, quickly unlock everything I haven't unlocked before." The system responded promptly. "Unlock 100 square meters of botanical garden, Federation coins 80,000. Unlock 1 supermarket, Federation coins 50,000. Unlock 2 watchtowers, Federation coins 20,000. And what about our apartment's defense system? Upgrade that too," Xiao Shan said. "And also our power grid. Upgrade everything." The sound of deductions in her mind came one after another. Xiao Shan finally felt what it meant to indulge in revenge consumption, thoroughly enjoyable. By the time she resolved everything, her account had already diminished by 300,000. Xiao Shan didn't mind at all, her eyes shining brightly. Level 4 power grid can electrocute enemies while knocking them back, and this knockback effect does not affect the power grid's effect. P.S. This power grid is also effective against plants. Supermarket, a supermarket from before the apocalypse, and the items in the supermarket need to be procured by the host. Level 3 apartment defense system can detect imminent psychic energy and take defensive measures. Watchtower, after activating, it can spray fire on enemies within a certain range and has a slow repair function for the power grid. The first few were not surprising, but the new watchtower function made Xiao Shan's eyes light up. Slow repair function? This slow repair function means I won't have to spend money to repair the power grid anymore? Xiao Shan asked. That's right. This function is great, it can save a lot of trouble. Xiao Shan praised, system, finally acting like a human. Unable to sleep because of the upgrades, she decided to go out for a look. But she didn't expect that as soon as she stepped out, she would bump into a suspicious figure. This person looked familiar, it was Leader Jiang, who had been locked up earlier. He actually came out? Xiao Shan suddenly remembered it was probably because of that young man, Shen Jin's psychic power had expired. But now, he looked incredibly weak, gasping for breath beside her. From her position, she could see the entire apartment scene. So it wasn't hard to notice that he was breathing heavily, his legs trembling, as if he had made a huge decision, his eyes bloodshot. He wants to self-destruct. Yunichao, who had also not slept, opened the door and stood next to her, his voice casually mocking. What, you don't plan to deal with him? Hearing this, Xiao Shan cheerfully responded with an O, indicating she understood and was just right to test the upgraded defense of the apartment. A level 4 psychic user's self-detonation power can kill countless zombies, Yunichao commented. If you leave it alone, I suspect this apartment will be destroyed. The girl remained calm beside him. I know, she replied. Yunichao couldn't tell if she was prepared or indifferent. He opened his mouth but ultimately held back the words, do you want me to help you deal with it, and quietly began to count. 3, 2. Xiao Shan was puzzled, what's wrong? 1. Boom. The next moment, Xiao Shan saw the level 3 self-defense system of the apartment activate. Leader Jiang was blasted away, forming a parabolic arc, and then exploded directly in the air. From their perspective, they could only see a mist of blood, like fireworks. Both of them fell silent. Xiao Shiren didn't know why, but suddenly sighed. Actually, it's quite shocking. Yunizhou. Yunizhou, question mark. Chapter 154, When Wan Has Disappeared. The next morning. Xiao Shiren had not yet woken up when he was startled awake by a heavy knock on the door from Wang Meng. Landlord! Landlord! This is bad. Wang Meng's voice was outside, shouting that Guy Jiang ran away. I didn't see anyone early this morning, and I don't know what happened. After a few seconds and a daze, Xiao Shiren finally realized what he was talking about and closed his eyes again. Don't mind it. What do you mean don't mind? This can't be ignored, landlord. What if that guy Jiang goes back and seeks revenge on us? Wang Mang was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Xiao Shiren sat up weakly and said, "It's fine, he has exploded." Exploded? What does that mean? Outside, Wang Mang exchanged glances with Yichuan and Sunli, and Wang Mang scratched his head. Landlord, I don't understand? Is it hard to understand? It's like fireworks, it exploded. Xiao Shiren was also not clear-headed, self-destructed. What? The voices of Wang Mang and the others suddenly rose, incredulous. What did you say? Self-destructed? That guy Jiang self-destructed, how come we didn't feel anything at all? Xiao Shiren finally finished washing up, opened the door, and pointed at the apartment. Don't you notice something wrong with the apartment? The apartment changes every day, right? Wang Mang said dismissively. Yichuan, however, figured it out, smacking Wang Mang on the head. Stupid. The landlord means her ability has upgraded. So that guy Jiang self-destructed last night, and we didn't feel it. Right, that's exactly what I mean. Xiao Shiren raised an eyebrow. How about that? Not bad, right? Not just good. Simply earth-shattering. Uneducated Wang Mang managed to squeeze out these words. Xiao Shiren was also in a good mood today and leaned out. So, Feng Shicheng and the others haven't come back yet? Who knows? Wang Mang got angry just thinking about it. Feng Shicheng would actually not take him with him on such a good opportunity to gather resources from others. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. As soon as Xiao Shiren heard Feng Shicheng's name, his communicator rang. Feng Shicheng's voice came through. Landlord. Hurry over. We are at the apartment entrance, we brought everything back. Xiao Shiren perked up and immediately ran downstairs. When she reached the entrance of the apartment, she was directly stunned. It was weapons, a whole truckload of heavy weapons. There were all kinds of weapons, machine guns, howitzers, all kinds of bullets. Oh, Yuan raised an eyebrow with pride. See? I told you, I didn't lie to you. He was holding a howitzer, pointing at it. This thing is rare in the apocalypse. If we were outside, it wouldn't be convenient, but we are in an apartment, so there might still be some ordinary people inside who could defend themselves. Xiao Shiren seldom saw this and felt it was quite rare. She studied it for a while, wondering if it might be useful. Let's sort it out and put it away later. Xiao Shiren said. Is that all there is in the cold light base? She curiously asked. Although it was a small base, logically, it should also have some savings. Of course not. Oh, Yuan directly pulled out a big bag of crystal nuclei from the front passenger seat. Look. Xiao Shiren looked down, shocked to find that all of them were above level 3 crystal nuclei. A large bag full, at least 200 or 300 pieces. I don't know why that Jiang didn't absorb so many crystal nuclei. Oh, Yuan complained, if I had these, I'd upgrade in no time. Oh, Yuan looked at Xiao Shiren, his eyes sparkling. Boss Xiao, how about you give us some? Of course. Xiao Shiren replied without thinking. After all, you found it, so you should see if there's something suitable for you. He doesn't absorb it for a reason. A woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned back and found it was Ling Che. Ling Che glanced at the crystal core and said, I don't recommend getting all your power from the crystal core. This kind of ability is too ethereal, far from actual combat, and could even become an obstacle on the path to upgrading. Oh, Yuan, who had been chased by Ling Che before, felt a bit frightened upon seeing her, silently retracting his outstretched hand. Then I won't take it. Ling Che nodded. Her words were few, but filled with presence. It's not that I forbid you, it's just that unless absolutely necessary, try to avoid it. Xiao Shiren naturally agreed with Ling Che. She nodded and said, Ling Che is right. We have indeed relied too much on our powers, rather than our own abilities. What the? Oh, Yuan muttered in rebuttal, actually, I think powers are my own abilities too. Even so, the situation last night was really tough. Xiao Shiren mused, like Chen Jin's power, if someone has the same ability as him, and it's not area-based but targets an individual, it can be very problematic. There are more and more mutated species now, and we can't guarantee that in the future, there won't be mutated species with similar abilities. After all, even Ling Che fell into a trap. It's fine. Oh, Yuan put his arm around Feng Shicheng's shoulder. From now on, Brother Feng will train me, and one day I will build up my physical strength. Feng Shicheng awkwardly pushed him away. Stop it. Clearly, after spending a night together, the two had improved their relationship quite a bit. Xiao Shiren looked at Yuan. Didn't you say you were going to bring your mom over? Where is she? Oh. Mentioning this, Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. She told me to come pick her up later, saying she had too much stuff. I'll go right away, don't worry, this time there's nothing to move, it will be much quicker. Besides my mom, others in the base who learned about our situation also plan to leave. Xiao Shiren thought for a moment, if you see Wenwan over at Hongzhong base, then bring her back. What Wenwan? That woman from last time?
Oh, Yuan asked instinctively. I haven't seen her, it's been a long time, probably arranged by that Jiang guy. You didn't see Wenwan at the base? Xiao Shiren's expression tightened. Though she said last night not to rescue Wenwan, when it came down to it, she felt that the other party did not deserve to die. No, I didn't see her. Oh, Yuan thought for a moment. I really didn't see her. I was even thinking whether to bring her over, since she's related to the Du family, right? Don't worry, that Jiang guy really doesn't have much cunning. He has been to all the places in Hongzhong base and didn't see her. I guess she was rescued or escaped by herself. By the way, how did you all deal with that Jiang guy? A few people looked at each other before whispering. It exploded. Huh? Exploded? Oh, Yuan was taken aback. Yes. It exploded. Everyone looked at him with certainty. Xiao Shiren twitched her mouth and explained the whole situation to him. It was only then that he regained his senses, wide-eyed as he grasped the main point. So what you mean is, our apartment can prevent self-detonation? It's really that amazing? What do you mean really that amazing? Xiao Shiren asked. Oh, Yuan clicked his tongue. It's just that everyone outside is saying you and the other two bases jointly wiped out mutated plants. Everyone thinks it's unlikely since it's just a small apartment with no power, so everyone wants a piece. However, that Jiang guy just tested the waters. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Oh, Yuan said, perked up again. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have. I'll just join our apartment, okay? He returned to his dog-like nature, as if he had met a long-lost friend. But this time, the downfall of the cold light base all depends on ourselves. I knew our boss is the best. Xiao Shan glanced at him. Alright, hurry up and go pick up your mom. Okay. After Yuan walked far away, Xiao Shan calmed down and prepared to explore her upgraded apartment. After the upgrade, the apartment was noticeably more spacious, and the flowers and plants she had planted before grew remarkably lush due to the catalyst. The newly added plant garden stood proudly beside it, featuring fertile black soil that looked no different from ordinary soil, the only difference being that this place was independently located on the side of the apartment. Xiao Shan was puzzled. System, are you sure this is a plant garden? How is it different from my little vegetable garden? Of course it's different. The flowers and plants in the small garden must be catalyzed and grown with the system's fertilizer to thrive. Also, plants that are not in season cannot be successfully planted. But the plant garden is different. It can accommodate almost all plants, whether vegetables or fruits, with no restrictions and no need for pollination. Just plant them and they will grow on their own. Moreover, the growth speed of plants in the plant garden is 10 times that of the outside, with a built-in catalytic effect. If the previous conditions didn't impress Xiao Shan, this self-catalytic effect stunned her directly. You mean I don't need to spend energy managing this so-called planting garden? You can understand it that way. Xiao Shan gasped softly. The output from the planting garden is 2 to 3 times higher than that of an ordinary vegetable garden. Xiao Shan could hardly believe her ears. With a built-in tenfold growth speed, no need to consume excess abilities, and even the output being so much higher than an ordinary vegetable garden. This 80,000 federal coins are truly worth it. Xiao Shan couldn't wait and immediately called Yu Yun and the others over. When Lu Guifeng heard about the planting garden, she initially felt a bit sorry for Yu Yun, thinking there weren't enough hands. But upon hearing Xiao Shan's introduction, she realized this matter was easy. Really? Just plant it and that's it? Lu Guifeng exclaimed, is it really that amazing? Yes. Xiao Shan smiled as she explained, don't worry, you just need to take care of the little vegetable garden outside, and as for the planting garden, we can add more hands. Lu Jia, you can teach them how to plant, it'll be completely fine. As for this kind of thing, Lu Guifeng was excited to come. She immediately spoke, alright, you make the arrangements, and I'll go teach them later. The three of them quickly reached an agreement, and Xiao Shan swiftly arranged for the newly recruited ability users to go to work. The matter of the planting garden was settled. Xiao Shan thought about opening the mall to buy new seeds when she suddenly heard a beep. Detected that the system store can be upgraded. Do you want to spend 50,000 federal coins to upgrade? Upgrade, of course upgrade. Just right, Xiao Shan also wanted to see what the system mall has upgraded to. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a progress bar appear below the blue display screen. Before Xiao Shan could take a close look, the upgrade was completed. Congratulations, host. The system store has been upgraded to level 3. From now on, you can purchase more advanced content. Before her eyes was a dazzling array of goods, now featuring all kinds of daily necessities. Various brands of body wash, shampoo, and even many types of toothbrushes that were once simple. What thrilled Xiao Shan even more was that the book section inside was unlocked. Xiao Shan looked over and found that there were actually quite a few classics. Domestic ones, foreign ones, and even untranslated originals. There's even a 5th grade textbook? Xiao Shan felt her eyes sparkling. No, it's not just 5th grade. Xiao Shan looked back and found that it wasn't just 5th grade, there were textbooks ranging from kindergarten to university, all kinds of materials. In an instant, she thought of the children in the apartment. The previous books were still too few. If there were these, knowledge could be passed down, and those children could have one more way out. Xiao Shuren's heart raced, and looking at the price of 800 Federation coins, she said without hesitation, "System, buy all the books on these 2 pages for me." "Host, are you sure? These add up to 40,000 Federation coins." The system kindly reminded her. "It's fine, just 40,000 Federation coins." Xiao Shuren felt no pain at all, instead, her eyes sparkled as she murmured. "With these, we can build the apartment better." The system was also touched by Xiao Shuren's boldness and sighed. No wonder the system chose such a woman, her understanding is so high. Xiao Shuren did not deny it and let out a light laugh. Looking at the huge pile of books in front of her, she thought for a moment and directly called Wang Mang and Feng Shicheng over. "You two, take this to Jian Yun." Wang Mang was shocked to see the books. "Landlord, where did you get so many books?" Xiao Shuren waved her hand. "Don't worry about it. Hurry up and take them over." Feng Shicheng looked at the books, a bit moved. "These are textbooks from childhood to adulthood? Prepared for the children?" "Pretty much." Xiao Shuren looked at Feng Shicheng and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to read them too?" Feng Shicheng pondered for a moment, cautiously picked up a book, and finally said sincerely, "Actually, I haven't read many books since I was a child. Seeing these makes me want to experience it, but I'm already so old now." "It's okay." Xiao Shuren's gaze fell on him. "After all, we grew up in the apocalypse." Xiao Shuren herself hadn't read many books either. But Xiao Shuren seriously picked up a book from the ground and stuffed it into his arms. "It's never too late to learn. We can learn now." Feng Shicheng was stunned to hear her words, looking at the book in his hands, mumbling, "Never too late?" He tightened his grip on the book, nodding seriously. "Okay." Wang Mang felt a chill. He wasn't someone who liked studying. Hearing their words, he muttered softly, "What's so good about these things? There are so many words, and I can't even understand them." Xiao Shuren's gaze turned to him, seemingly thoughtful. "Actually, I think it's not just other people who need to learn. Our arc apartment is a whole, so everyone should learn, right?" Under her slightly meaningful gaze, Wang Mang felt a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, he heard Xiao Shuren say, "How about this? Let's not move these books. There's a big empty space here. Call Jian Yun over to explain the contents of the books for us. Consider it a public class. Our arc apartment can't have everyone be illiterate, or else we'll be tricked and help count money for others. The tenants can join freely, but for us, it's better to learn more." Chapter 156, Jian Yun's Ability Upgrade. Today was definitely a happy day for everyone in Arc Apartment. Not only did a supermarket open downstairs, but they also specially held a free public class, saying that knowledge could be learned. The landlord is really amazing. Did you see that? The plantation and the supermarket, they are rising from the ground. Yeah, having a supermarket is really great. Although there's not much in the supermarket, the number of tenants has been increasing, and we can't just sit by the vending machine every day, not knowing when it can be used. And this public class, I haven't attended school much since the apocalypse. I actually get to see it now, it's quite strange. The tenants were chatting excitedly. Standing at the front, Jian Yun couldn't help but feel delighted, looking at the textbooks in her hands with tears welling up. "El landlord." She was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. "Where did you get these books? What's wrong?" Xiao Shuren said with a bit of amusement. "It's the textbook that's not good enough." "What are you talking about?" Jian Yun waved her hand. "I just not seen such new books for a long time." She was the one who read the most in the entire Arc apartment, but for so long, this was her first time seeing such new books. Even the content completely aligned with future teaching. How could Jian Yun not be excited? "It's okay, everyone is waiting to hear your class," Xiao Xian urged. "Hurry up and get ready." Facing the pairs of hopeful eyes, Jian Yun couldn't help but feel nervous in her heart and determinedly said, "All right." Suddenly, she felt a bit of confidence, put down the book in her hands, her words loud and clear. "What I want to explain to you is the origin of the apocalypse." Time passed by the second, and all the tenants listened attentively. After the apocalypse, the most severe destruction was of civilization. For 30 whole years, as countless civilizations were lost, people's spirits suffered greatly, morality thus fell apart. To survive, they were willing to become beasts. But today, Xiao Xian brought so many brand new books. Jian Yun spoke engagingly, like a born teacher, and everyone felt deeply involved. The more they listened, the heavier their hearts became. When the apocalypse first began, no one paid attention. After most people fell into desperation, the base suddenly rose, famous for its strong military power, gathering all kinds of ability users, and quickly eliminating zombies, clearing a piece of pure land. While everyone cheered, feeling that the apocalypse was about to end, conflicts broke out within the major bases. They fought for supremacy and slaughtered innocents, which not only led to a sharp decline in the number of ability users, but also gave the mutated beings a chance to evolve. It could be said that the current situation was also greatly caused by problems among the bases. Xiao Xian was also truly learning this historical segment for the first time, feeling a sense of sigh. The tenants also shook their heads. I only heard the elders talk about it before. I didn't expect the world was actually so beautiful before the apocalypse. What has it become afterward? If only humanity had united, there wouldn't be any mutated creatures. Sigh, it would be great to return to before the apocalypse when people lived in peace and work. Isn't that right? To be in Ark apartment already feels like a blessing among blessings, and so many people are still out there displaced. Jian Yun couldn't express her feelings, only feeling something called hope breaking ground within her. She steadied her breath. I believe that if everyone works together, the apocalypse can definitely end. Even Yun Xiaoduo beside her innocently asked while sucking on a lollipop. Brother, can this apocalypse really end in the future? Yun Yichao hadn't spoken yet when he heard Du Xiaowan unusually agree, lifting her chin. Of course. Didn't they already say that as long as we unite? Yun Yichao unusually held his tongue, but a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Among the major bases, where profit was supreme, uniting was easier said than done. Just based on this, Jian Yun, a spirit-type ability user with her current strength, it was like an ant shaking a tree. Naive. His gaze turned to Xiao Xian, who was listening intently with her face turned to the side. For some reason, Yun Yichao suddenly felt curious. What did Xiao Xian think? After everything finished, everyone was still lingering in their thoughts. This included Xiao Xian. She looked at Jian Yun with a complex expression. Jian Yun, you explained much better than I imagined. Jian Yun smiled ruefully. Explaining is just explaining, but you and I both know that it's very hard to end this apocalypse. Even she didn't have confidence. Xiao Xian was silent for a while and stopped speaking. Wang Mang leaned closer to Jian Yun. Jian Yun, whether it ends or not is one thing, but I have to admit, you told it really well. A guy like me who doesn't love reading, when I hear your story, I feel so pleased. Jian Yun glanced at him a few times. It's obvious you don't love reading. Wang Mang said in response. How did you see that? Jian Yun looked at Xiao Shiren and said casually, actually, I used my special ability. With Xiao Shiren's eyes showing no surprise, she smiled lightly. You should have noticed, my ability has a boost effect that I select for my teammates. For example, just now, I helped them focus. It can also decrease the attention of the target person, interfering with their actions. Xiao Shiren had expected this, but Wang Meng jumped up directly. What? A mental ability? Sister Jian Yun, why didn't you say this before? He was stumbling over his words. And landlord, did you know this all along? I had some precautions against you. Jian Yun whispered, it is indeed my problem, but it's not needed anymore, so I'm fine telling you. Xiao Shiren smiled and said, whether to say it or not is actually your own choice. That's not what I meant. Jian Yun hurriedly said, what I mean is, my ability is not only for teaching. It can also be for negotiations. Xiao Shiren indeed hadn't thought of that layer. Jian Yun gestured, that is, if you want to cooperate with other bases, you can take me along, I can increase the success probability. Xiao Shiren understood. Increase others' affinity with you? Yes. Jian Yun spoke rapidly, that's exactly it. After all, I have a mental ability, right? As long as it's related to the mind, whether positive or negative, I can control it. Wang Meng gasped. Mental abilities, terrifying indeed. This invisible way, even he hadn't noticed. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression changed. Then when you just said you could see I don't like reading, why is that? Oh, this. Jian Yun looked him over many times before saying. When I use my ability on others, it usually doesn't consume much energy, but on you, it took a bit more. Wang Meng felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. Looks like I really am not cut out for studying. He shook his head. Xiao Shiren was both amused and helpless. Jian Yun's ability truly was unexpected. I originally thought your ability could only interfere with others. I used to, but these past few days during the acid rain, it unexpectedly upgraded. Jian Yun spoke softly. The two looked at her. Xiao Shiren opened the system panel and indeed saw that the person in front had already become a level 2 ability user. Yet her overall aura showed no change, it was completely unnoticeable. I was also very surprised. Jian Yun explained upon seeing their gazes, maybe I accumulated some energy while killing the mutated plants? But Xiao Shiren said seriously. In any case, our team now has a general, right? Jian Yun smiled sincerely. Landlord, you are flattering me too much. I can upgrade my ability, and I have you to thank too. She winked at Xiao Shiren, but I won't bother you too much today. Xiao Shiren was somewhat baffled by what she just said and then noticed that a gaze fell on her. She turned around and was surprised to see Yun Yizhou. Wang Meng's eyes brightened when he saw Yun Yizhao, and he immediately greeted, "Brother Yun." Yun Yizhao's gaze, however, was fixed steadily on Xiao Shiren, and when he saw Wang Meng, he only nodded slightly. Wang Meng had a lightbulb moment. "Then I'll leave, to give you two some space to interact?" Xiao Shiren replied, "What space to interact?" But that kid, Wang Meng, darted away, not giving her any chance to speak, directly locking eyes with Yun Yizhao. "What's up?" Yun Yizhao had originally come to find her, but upon hearing her say so, he ended up amused and angry. "What, can't I find you if there's nothing wrong?" Xiao Shiren felt confused, he seemed like a powder keg. "You need to know, I'm very busy. As a landlord. Every day, I am busy collecting rent. Even if it's just for 1 minute, I can earn 100 federal coins." It's a lie. She doesn't earn anything. But it's fine to trick Yun Yichao, no problem. Yun Yichao took out the previous federal coin card, 10,000 federal coins. "Is that enough to buy you an hour of time?" Xiao Shiren's eyes lit up. "Boss, you're generous. I came here for the acid rain issue." Yun Yichao went straight to the point, speaking calmly. "Most areas of acid rain have already stopped, you should know this. But as far as I know, this is just the beginning. Recently, many places have started to experience large-scale droughts and intense heat." Xiao Shiren paused, instinctively speaking. "You mean, the weather after the apocalypse is becoming more extreme?" "Yes." Yun Yichao quietly looked at her, lowering his gaze. "That's what I wanted to say." Why are you telling me this?" Xiao Shiren reacted, astonished. "Is it because of Yun Xiaoduo? You don't seem like that kind of person. You even gave me 10,000 federal coins. You're really nice." Yun Yichao asked her, "What kind of person do I seem to be in your eyes?" "Well, not a good person." Xiao Shiren answered honestly, rubbing her chin. "You're not trying to trick me, are you?" "What would I trick you for?" Yun Yichao laughed in frustration. "I look so good, my personality is great, and I'm also a little landlord." Xiao Shiren's face was as thick as a wall, speaking boldly. "Anyone who wants to trick me has to queue up all the way to base D, shouldn't I be on guard?" Yun Yichao had nothing more to say, feeling speechless. "Alright, I've said my part, the rest is up to you. This is to repay the favor I owe you from last time, the mutant plants incident." He added, "Don't overthink it." When Yun Yichao left decisively, Xiao Shiren finally understood, looking at the federal coin card in her hand, narrowing her eyes. After the 30,000 from last time, when the system confirmed it couldn't be used, she returned it to Yun Yichao not long after. This time, it seemed Yun Yichao took the initiative to offer it, so the 10,000 federal coins were directly brought out. Xiao Shiren curiously asked the system, "So, I can't ask anyone for money?" The method of obtaining federal coins is determined by this system to assess if it is reasonable. Xiao Shiren understood. The standard is flexible, huh? She smiled sarcastically. "You're quite shameless, this system." The system said nothing, clearly not wanting to respond to her. Xiao Shiren held the federal coin card and walked toward the supermarket. So far, it was still empty, with only some shelves and a cashier counter added. Xiao Shiren thought about the decorations, looked at the system mall, and placed some daily necessities first. She also had Yu Yun and Lu Guifan bring over a lot of vegetables, arranging them neatly. In addition, there was a snack area, with items like small hot pots, drinks, biscuits, and chips, each brought in dozens of servings, priced similarly to vending machines, mostly ranging from tens to a few hundred federal coins. The fresh section, however, could not place fresh meat on the outside shelves yet, as the system showed it wasn't available for display. Xiao Shiren had to wait for the animals in her farm to grow. Lighting items, oil, and salt had been unlocked. Due to their small quantities in 3-liter bottles, the price was set at 500 federal coins per barrel for oil, and 100 federal coins per bag for salt. After a busy afternoon, Xiao Shiren finally filled up the shelves. Many people passing by were amazed when they saw it. "Landlord, is our supermarket about to open?" Xiao Shiren replied, "Wait a little longer." She thought for a moment and then searched again in the system mall, surprisingly finding surveillance cameras. Xiao Shiren decisively installed them. One cost 3,000 federal coins, and she installed 4, totaling 12,000. Once everything was nearly done, it was almost ready. Next, it was time to start working. The supermarket was not large, but because everyone in the entire apartment would buy things here, she decisively arranged for 2 ability users from the previous cold light base. Finally, it was ready to open. As soon as the door opened, many tenants rushed in. After all, they had used the vending machine too much and naturally wanted to see something new, not to mention it was a supermarket. How impressive. "I can't believe our apartment is developing so fast, we actually have a supermarket now. Why are the prices so cheap? This salt is only 100 federal coins? I want this flavor of chips, no one can snatch it from me." The crowd was absolutely packed. Everyone's faces were full of surprise and joy. The supermarket's business far exceeded Xiao Shiren's imagination. In just one night, Xiao Shiren made a painless 30,000 federal coins. To be honest, this supermarket is quite profitable, Xiao Shiren said with delight. Even knowing it was just the tenants seeking novelty, she was content with making 30,000. Chapter 158, Yun Xiaoduo, Awakened Abilities. Xiao Shiren's fame had spread widely due to the incident with Hongzhong Base. Hongzhong Base had never had a good reputation, and now with this news out, more tenants came and went. It was almost non-stop. Xiao Shiren also collected quite a bit of rent because of this. Recently, the number of tenants has suddenly increased by 20 to 30, Chen Jing said with a smile. Thank goodness the landlord built many more houses, otherwise, we might actually run out of rooms. Xiao Shiren looked at her account balance reaching 1,200,000 and humbly said, it's all thanks to everyone's hard work. Her lips curved into a smile, feeling extremely happy. Is there any situation with the apartment lately? Now that she also had money, Xiao Shiren planned to provide more benefits for the apartment. Chen Jing replied, well, there's not much going on, everyone is quite harmonious, but it's a bit hot lately, and everyone's spirits aren't that high. Xiao Shiren contemplated, how about installing an air conditioner? She opened the system store. Air conditioners were 3,000 each, which wasn't too expensive. With this plan in mind, she walked past the supermarket and just stepped inside to restock. But then she saw Yun Xiaoduo's small figure in front of the medicine section. Up until now, Xiao Shiren hadn't unlocked the medical room, so the medicines could only be kept in the supermarket for other tenants to use. Next to her was Du Xiaowan, who was tiptoeing to get her medicine. I want capsules, not granules. I can't drink granules, they are too bitter. Du Xiaowan chattered, I wonder how your brother takes care of you, you still manage to get sick. Yun Xiaoduo was unhappy to hear about her brother and immediately said, it's just that my brother has been busy lately, he finally has some time to rest, and I don't want to worry him. Alright then. Du Xiaowan shoved the medicine into her hands, here, no need to pay, I don't need your few coins. Xiao Shiren frowned and quickly walked over, Xiaoduo, are you sick? Seeing Xiao Shiren, Yun Xiaoduo's eyes lit up, and she hurried to Xiao Shiren, sister. I'm fine. Yun Xiaoduo originally didn't want to worry Xiao Shiren and was about to lie, but when she saw Xiao Shiren's serious face, she changed her tone, I just feel a bit dizzy and very thirsty, my limbs feel weak. She was afraid Xiao Shiren would tell Yun Yichao, can you keep me company and not tell my brother? Yun Xiaoduo's eyes had a pleading look. If my brother finds out, he will definitely make me take a lot of medicine, Duo hates taking medicine. Xiao Shiren wanted to refuse but seeing Yun Xiaoduo like this instinctively reached out to pat her head. Her forehead was extremely cold, making her heart skip a beat. Xiaoduo, how long have you had these symptoms? She felt more and more that it wasn't a cold, it looked like a heat stroke. Yun Xiaoduo stole a glance at her, but Du Xiaowan spoke first, you were fine in the morning. Could it be, really heat stroke? The more Xiao Shiren looked at her, the more it seemed like heat stroke, and her heart sank, feeling a bit frustrated. It's all my fault. The temperature has been high these days, and I unexpectedly neglected this layer. Seeing Yun Xiaoduo pale and teetering, Xiao Shan quickly urged, Xiaoduo, you should go back and rest. A strong guilt rose in her heart, sister will go with you. Yun Xiaoduo immediately looked up, really? She stepped forward, took Xiao Shan's hand, and said happily, that's great. I also want to spend more time with sister. Xiaowan, you go ahead. Du Xiaowan's face darkened at once, muttering, Jun Xiaoduo. You just had me get medicine, and now you don't need me and leave me aside? Then, you come with me? Yun Xiaoduo blinked her eyes. Who wants to go with you? Du Xiaowan was furious, just go. He really turned around and left. Yun Xiaoduo didn't understand, mumbling, men are indeed changeable creatures. Xiao Xian was amused and helpless, where did you learn this phrase? Yun Xiaoduo raised her chin, of course from Sister Jian Yun. Recently, I go find her every day and learned a lot. And Sister Jian Yun also tells stories. Yun Xiaoduo's face was flushed, and she couldn't tell if it was from the heat. The more Xiao Shan looked, the more heartbroken she felt. As soon as she entered her room, she quickly turned on the air conditioning and gave her a remote control. Once the air conditioning started, the room indeed became much cooler. Yun Xiaoduo also regained some spirit. Xiao Shan fed her medicine and applied a cooling patch, and only then did the other feel better, hugging Xiao Shan for a while before falling into a deep sleep. Xiao Shan looked at her sleeping face and touched her forehead. It seems okay. Xiao Shan felt relieved, tiptoeing to leave when she saw Yun Yizhao returning at that moment. Upon seeing her, he paused slightly, but after all this time, he trusted Xiao Shan and opened his lips slightly. However, she was quick and made a shushing gesture. She is sick, don't disturb her. Xiao Shan pulled him out decisively, the weather has been hot lately, it should be heat stroke or something. Yun Xiaoduo told me she doesn't want you to worry, so she asked me not to tell you. I promised, so please don't mention it to her later. Xiao Shan said the last few words very seriously. Yun Yizhao looked at Xiao Shan's hand, his gaze suddenly deepened, lost for a moment, I understand. Ha? Just those few words? That's it? Xiao Shan thought that according to his character, he would question her, but he surprisingly didn't. Then next, you take care of her, Xiao Shan thought for a moment. After saying this, she wanted to leave, but halfway she suddenly heard Yun Xiaoduo's voice from inside, now sounding even more hoarse than before. Sister! Xiao Shan's heart tightened, and she quickly walked in. Not knowing was one thing, but seeing it shocked her. Yun Xiaoduo, who had barely recovered, looked frighteningly pale, clutching the blanket as though she was having a nightmare. She touched the other's forehead, shocked for a long time. Yunizhao, come quickly, Xiaoduo's forehead is burning. Yun Xiaoduo not only didn't wake up but seemed to be having a nightmare, reaching out to grab Xiao Shan's hand. Sister! Yunizhao was also stunned, sitting at the bedside, as if suddenly realizing something. Something's wrong. What? Xiao Shan instinctively asked. The system also spoke up at this moment. Host, currently Yun Xiaoduo's state is like, awakening powers? Xiao Shan was dumbfounded. What awakening powers? She blurted out, not caring about Yunizhao's presence at this moment. Yun Xiaoduo is awakening powers? Once this was said, Yunizhao's gaze directly turned to her. Xiao Shan asked urgently, doesn't she already have them? How could it be? After so long of being together, she had always regarded Yun Xiaoduo as her little sister. If she had an accident, Xiao Shan would naturally panic. The system doesn't know either. This is the current situation detected by the system. There is a certain relationship between abilities and the system. But there is an essential difference, just like how you, the host, currently possess abilities while also having a system. Yun Xiaoduo is also awakening her own abilities. Chapter 159, High-Level Crystal Core. The system detected the energy fluctuations in her body, which belonged to an ability user. Xiao Shan gasped sharply. She had witnessed the power of the system. She looked at Yunichao. Yunichao, did you hear that? I said, Yun Xiaoduo is awakening her abilities. Yunichao's eyes also flashed with disbelief as he held her hand tighter. Are you sure? If she is awakening her abilities, then everything can be explained. No wonder she had an inexplicable high fever. Everything makes sense at this moment. Of course, I'm sure. Xiao Shan replied, can there be any doubt about such a thing? Quick, we need to think of a way to help her awaken. Xiao Shan had never personally experienced the awakening process of an ordinary person, but she had heard that the stronger the awakened ability, the more intense the reaction, making the awakening process more dangerous. We need a crystal core. Yun Yichao surprisingly calmed down, but his tone was not good as he stepped away. We need a high-level crystal core. Generally, awakening doesn't require it. But her reaction, the higher level of the crystal core, the easier it will be for her to absorb and successfully get through this. I'll go find one. Wait, I have one. Upon hearing the words crystal core, Xiao Shan hurriedly said, I have a crystal core. She wouldn't hide anything from Yun Xiaoduo and directly asked the system, what about the 4-level crystal core we had before? Hurry and take it out, I will give it to Yun Xiaoduo. The system fell silent for a moment. Host, according to the system's regulations, once a crystal core has been stored, it cannot be used by others. Isn't that impossible then? Xiao Shan widened her eyes. Right now, lives are at stake. Are you really going to stand by and do nothing? The system replied firmly. This is the rule. Xiao Shan was frantic. Rules are dead, but people are alive. The system fell silent again. Xiao Shan was anxious, looking at Yunichao with a dry throat. Yunichao, I might not be able to take it out. Yunichao, who was waiting in place, noticed her reaction and naturally understood what was happening. But the urgent task at hand was to save Yun Xiaoduo. Yun Yichao acted decisively. I am a plant-based ability user, she should awaken as a plant user too. I will go find a level 4 mutated plant. But if you go, it will take a long time, give me a little more time. Xiao Shan refused without thinking, quickly browsing the store, finally finding a solution. System, since I can't take it out, can you help me think of a way? Yes, detecting a mutated species trapping trap in the system mall. As the name suggests, it can trap mutated creatures. However, the number and size of the trapped mutated creatures depend on the host's luck. However, generally speaking, the trapped creatures are high-level mutated types. It can only lure them over, and the rest must rely on the host to solve it. Note, this item is a one-time consumable. She exclaimed with excitement, then I'll take that. Purchase successful, federal coins minus 8,000. Xiao Shan looked at Yunichao, her tone rising. Got it. As soon as she spoke, a small clip appeared in her hand. Use this. Yunichao looked at her, his eyes filled with doubt. Of course it works, Xiao Shan quickly replied, you can trust me completely. Just put it outside the apartment, and the nearby mutated creatures will come over by themselves, calling the people in our apartment to handle it together. She turned back to look at Yun Xiaoduo, her gaze slightly anxious. Yun Yichao fell silent, looking at Xiao Shan with a complex expression. After a long time, he finally spoke reluctantly. Thank you. If today's plan works, you can command us at the Dawn base. And if you don't want anyone from your apartment to sacrifice, I can go alone, my ability. The words of upgraded remained unspoken, interrupted by Xiao Shan. Enough. She accepted his gratitude with no psychological burden. Don't say those unnecessary things. Hurry and take action. The young girl's gaze was clear and determined. The gaze was bright, locking eyes with him, unexpectedly shaking his heart. Yun Yizhao lowered his head. Okay. Xiao Xian's call was the #1 command throughout the Ark base. Everyone immediately stood outside the apartment. Fang Shicheng looked nervous, glancing at the rarely seen Yun Yizhao, hostility flashing in his eyes. This man never liked Xiao Xian from the beginning, but now he kept showing up. Who knows what he's plotting? Boss, what's going on? You just notified us that a large mutant will be coming? Ling Che also stood nearby, his short knife sharp, extremely capable. How long? Yun Buxiang clearly already knew about Yun Xiaodua's situation, his face unusually serious as he looked at Xiao Xian. Sister, is this reliable? Xiao Xian explained, we need to wait a little longer, don't worry, it's absolutely reliable. You all remember, when the time comes, leave the crystal cores to me. She carefully placed the mutant trap 5 kilometers away from the apartment. Xiao Xian silently prayed. Level 4. It has to be a level 4 plant. Speaking of which, her apartment had already upgraded all attributes, so dealing with level 4 mutants should be a piece of cake. It's coming. After a while, Xiao Xian finally regained her spirits. The red dot on the system displayed quite large. It's a level 4. Xiao Xian's eyes flickered with delight. Everyone, prepare. This time, we will definitely take it down. That mutant plant was obviously a type of grass, unable to be identified, but with each step, the surrounding air grew hotter. If it had been some time ago, they really might not have been able to defeat it, but now their strength was completely different. Ice-type ability users, freeze it. Xiao Xian commanded loudly. Fire-type, water-type, all ability users, use your full power. Yu Yun. She waved her hand, releasing several pea shooters from earlier. Yu Yun understood and catalyzed. Everyone focused intently. Meanwhile, Ling Che and Yun Yizhao still charged at the front line, their movements extremely swift. Xiao Shan then noticed that Yun Yizhao's plant vines had grown significantly stronger than before, extremely thick, immediately wrapping tightly around that plant. Venom seeped in, viciously strangling it, like a prison. That fire-type plant struggled madly, but couldn't budge an inch. The beep machine hadn't been released for a long time. At this moment, seeing the mutant plant ahead, it rushed forward eagerly. Oh. Damn plant. Look at its lion's roar. For the first time, Xiao Shan felt the immense strength of her apartment. Even this level 4 mutant plant surprisingly couldn't hold out for half an hour, heavily collapsing to the ground. Her eyes lit up instantly. Everyone also relaxed. Is it over? He Chuan swallowed hard. Is this really a level 4 mutant plant? Why does it feel way too easy compared to the last time we killed it? Sun Li added. Isn't it way too easy? Wang Mang said. Last time was life and death, when did our brother Yin become this powerful, leveling up again? Everyone's expressions were complicated. If it weren't for the boss and Ling Che, how could we have solved it so quickly? Fang Shicheng's tone was lukewarm, cutting off the others' thoughts. That's right. Everyone agreed. They had all witnessed Ling Che's strength. The beep machine howled, dissatisfied, looking at Xiao Shan as if seeking credit. I'm important too, okay. Oh. Xiao Shan rode on the beep machine, hearing its voice, praising, yes. You are also amazing. Now the urgent task was to send someone to retrieve its crystal core. Yun Yizhao noticed the plant beneath the vines had stopped moving. He was about to harvest the crystal core when, in that instant of closeness, the plant suddenly sprang up, twisting and roaring. Amidst the shrieks, a scorching fire surged. The target was Xiao Shan. The faces of everyone suddenly changed. Landlord. Boss. They spoke in unison. And Xiao Shiren also didn't react in time, staring wide-eyed as the flames rushed towards her. At this critical moment, her vision suddenly shook. Boom. The man in front of her had somehow come to her side, blocking the blow heavily for her. Countless vines instantly wrapped both of them like a lion, and they rolled onto the ground. Xiao Shiren opened her eyes and saw the handsome features of the man before her. She suddenly pushed him away, raising her voice, Yun Yichao? The beep machine, aw. The lion hurt so much. Yun Yichao had stubbornly taken this blow, his messy black hair, his lips oozing with blood. Hearing Xiao Shiren's words, he barely opened his eyes. Crystal core. Everyone exploded. How dare you hurt my landlord? Wang Meng shouted with red eyes, punching the mutated plant. Others were also irritated, using their last strike. The mutated plant that had just attacked had clearly lost all its strength and fell heavily to the ground. Ling Che walked over and dug out its crystal core. Fang Shicheng rushed over, pulling the two apart, staring at Xiao Shuren with bloodshot eyes. "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Xiao Shuren looked at Yun Yichao on the ground and hurriedly crawled over. The vines had already retracted, his clothes were burned and torn, exposing skin covered with wounds, his face pale, thin lips pressed tightly. One could only imagine how badly he was hurt. She gasped, shaking him. Yun Yichao, are you okay?" He didn't speak, nor did he move. Could he be dead? Without thinking, Xiao Shuren tried to wake him up. "Yun Yichao." With a slap, a bright red mark appeared on Yun Yichao's clear face. Yun Buxiang was shocked. "Oh my, big sister, don't." He didn't finish his sentence. Xiao Shuren raised her hand again. And Yun Yichao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, laughing in anger. "Xiao Shuren. I was just fainted, not dead. Can't you check my breath?" Xiao Shuren's action froze, and she suddenly realized. "Oh right. Sorry." Yun Yichao spat out another mouthful of blood. It was hard to say if Xiao Shuren's actions weren't revenge for what he had done before. "Are you okay?" Xiao Shuren asked him, glancing at his back, unable to bear saying, "I feel like you were seriously hurt." Everyone looked away, unable to bear to watch. How could it be just a serious injury? Yun Yichao held on to his last breath. "Crystal core. It's still here." Hearing the response, he could no longer support himself and directly fainted again. This time, Xiao Shuren didn't hit him. She checked his breath and was relieved, he was not dead. Xiao Shuren breathed a sigh of relief. Even she didn't expect that Yun Yichao would actually take the blow from that plant for her, she whispered, still, quite conscientious. Ling Che handed her the crystal core. "The crystal core is of good quality, level 4, and it is a fire-type plant." She suddenly spoke up. "Is it for that little girl?" The little girl referred to Yun Xiaoduo. Xiao Shuren hesitated for a moment. "Yes." Ling Che chuckled lightly. "She will gain something." Everyone finished everything and finally felt reassured. Xiao Shuren eagerly rushed to Yun Xiaoduo's place, with Ling Che closely following behind. "How do I use this crystal core?" Xiao Shuren asked the system. Before the system could respond, Ling Che replied, "Just feed it to her." "Okay." Xiao Shuren said, and as soon as she acted, at the moment the red crystal core was swallowed, Yun Xiaoduo's previously painful, tightly wrinkled little face indeed relaxed at a visibly fast pace, and her pale little face regained some color. "This crystal core works surprisingly fast?" Xiao Shuren exclaimed. "It should be because it's a good fit for her attributes." Ling Che looked at Xiao Shuren, non-committally. It seemed Ling Che knew something. Xiao Shuren couldn't help but ask her, "What's going on?" "I've also noticed something unusual recently." Ling Che pondered her tone and said lightly, "Ever since the last red moon and acid rain. Not only did the mutant species upgrade, it seems that many who had not awakened their powers have also experienced a secondary awakening. Even those who had already awakened have seen some upgrades to their abilities. She might be one of them." At this, Xiao Xian was thoroughly shocked and whispered, "Secondary awakening? Powers upgrade? Mutant species have also upgraded." "That thing you caught today, the level 4 plant, might not be a coincidence," Ling Che spoke quietly. "When I recently went out to check, I noticed that the overall strength of the mutant plants has increased a lot." "Is it just because of a blood moon?" Xiao Xian's heart raced. "The specific reason is still unclear." "It might also be related to devouring the mutants," Ling Che said calmly. "But what I want to say is, living in the apocalypse might become even more difficult from now on." Xiao Xian looked at Yun Xiaoduo, her heart tightening. She had no sister, and Yun Xiaoduo felt like a real younger sister to her. She didn't want anything to happen to her. By some strange prompting, she thought again about the scene where Yun Yichao saved her. A strange feeling rose in her heart. This person is better than she imagined. On the other side, Yun Yichao blinked several times before slowly opening his eyes. "You're awake?" Yun Buxiang's voice came softly. "How do you feel? Where's the crystal core?" Yun Yichao scanned the room, not seeing the familiar figure, and felt an odd emptiness. It was hard to describe, just empty. "Xiao girl took it," Yun Buxiang said with a smile. "What? You feel disappointed not seeing her?" "What disappointment?" Yun Yichao shot him a glare, rolling his eyes. "You don't need to meddle in this." While he said that, a certain figure unconsciously floated in his mind, and he touched his own face. The mark from the slap she gave him was still there. He felt a bit unnatural thinking that, in fact, it wasn't so painful. "Don't deny it. I'm more experienced than you," Yun Buxiang said, raising his voice. TSK, that girl helped Xiao Duo a lot. From what I see, you don't really deserve Chow girl. If you marry into the Ark apartment, maybe there's a 1 in 1,000 chance. Yun Yichao. He replied speechlessly, what are you talking about? Yun Yichao said, I have no interest in her. Saving her was just for Xiao Duo. I don't believe it's just for Yun Xiao Duo, Jin Buxiang replied with a sigh. I know you have grievances with the previous Yun family, but that's all in the past. You can't keep dwelling in those feelings, can you? Now that you are strong, you can protect yourself. It's time to accept new people. And just as you see, she is quite good. Yun Yichao turned his head, his tone becoming cold when he spoke of the previous Yun family. The troubles of the Yun family will not be resolved, and I will not find peace. Yun Buxiang said slowly, you should know that's not what I mean. Our identities have long been exposed. Xiao Duo's power's awakening will soon attract the Yun family. Xiao Shan is a good ally, and I hope you can open your heart and become friends. In the future, she will be a great help. Yun Yichao sneered, but he did not take Yun Buxiang's words to heart. After all, even the closest family could turn against him, let alone so-called friends. Yun Buxiang stared at him, feeling that out of sight meant out of mind. Alright, I know you have always been stubborn. But you have to be responsible for those people at the Dawn base, right? You built it from scratch. If they sacrifice, won't it hurt you too? When this was mentioned, Yun Yichao indeed fell silent. Half of his face was in shadow, making it hard to read his expression, but his voice was extremely husky, I know. This matter, I will find a way to solve it. Yun Buxiang said everything he could and got up to leave. Yun Yichao remained in place, not turning on the light, just sitting alone in the shadows. He looked at the federal coin card in his hand and finally made up his mind. Xiao Shan stayed up until Yun Xiaoduo woke up. Watching the little person on the bed furrow her brows repeatedly, as if having a nightmare, murmuring don't kill my brother and you mustn't touch my brother, made Xiao Shan's heart ache, and she grasped her hand, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yun Xiaoduo's eyelashes trembled, glistening with tears, her eyes filled with confusion. Seeing Xiao Shan in front of her, she rushed into Xiao Shan's arms, softly saying, Sister. Sister, I had a nightmare. I dreamed that my brother and I were being chased. She sobbed, her appearance not seeming fake, curling up in her embrace, they looked so scary. It's okay, I'm here. Xiao Shan gently comforted her, stuffing the candy she had prepared long ago into her hands, try it. Do you feel anything strange in your body? Yun Xiaoduo took a while to calm down, clutching the candy, and said in confusion, it seems, there is? I feel like there is a fire burning inside me, but I can't use it. Xiao Shan's eyes brightened slightly when she heard her words, fire? Xiaoduo, come with me. Xiao Shan grabbed Yun Xiaoduo's hand and led her to an open space. This place was behind the small garden in the backyard, hidden by vines and vegetable leaves, forming a secluded area. Do you have any plants right now? Try to channel your energy into the plants, remember not to use too much force. Xiao Shan took out the candy and tempted her, don't be afraid, I'm right here, and there's a reward after you finish. What Yun Xiaoduo absorbed was fire element, and since it was a fire element, it could definitely be released. Maybe her abilities were related to her own system, just like hers. Yun Xiaoduo obeyed, a clover appearing in her hand. Under Xiao Shan's expectant gaze, she stretched out her hand, and the fire element instantly poured out from her fingertips. Boom! A powerful wind mixed with flames surged forth instantly, and under Xiao Shan's astonished gaze, flames shot up to the sky. And with quick reaction, she hurriedly took out the water she had already prepared and splashed it outside. Splash! The fire was finally put out, and Xiao Shan wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at Yun Xiaoduo with eyes full of surprise. Xiaoduo, you awaken fire abilities? Plants usually fear fire, but Yun Xiaoduo's abilities could perfectly combine with her plants. This is simply a deadly weapon. Xiao Shan looked at her excitedly. After using her energy, Yun Xiaoduo also felt it was amazing, looking at her hand, so can I protect my brother in the future? Of course you can. Xiao Shan's gaze was intense, eager to pick her up and spin around, giving her a big kiss. Our Xiaoduo is really powerful. Yun Xiaoduo blinked her eyes, not knowing what she was fiddling with, and suddenly gasped. Sister, I have unlocked another kind of plant. And I just got 200 sunshine by being with you. Xiao Shan gasped and saw a huge flower suddenly appear out of nowhere in front of her, with a big mouth. Her eyelids jumped. No, Xiaoduo. What on earth is this strange plant? The big-mouthed flower was entirely purple, looking at Yun Xiaoduo, affectionately nudging her. Yun Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled. Sister, this big-mouthed flower says it feels too uncomfortable staying in the corner and wants me to let it out. Xiao Shan quickly understood, when Yun Xiaoduo spoke of the corner, it must be her system and frowned to ask, then won't it disappear? Yun Xiaoduo patted the big-mouthed flower, which lowered its big mouth in response, as if conveying information. Sister, it said it won't. It can stay outside forever, and it can even eat mutated zombies. It said it can eat zombies below level 3.
If my abilities get stronger in the future, it can eat even more things.
Xiao Shan gasped in shock. She looked at Yun Xiaoduo seriously. Xiaoduo, you must never trust others easily in the apartment, okay?
Yun Xiaoduo's power is too strong, and she is young, the best time to be deceived. If she meets good people, it would be fine, but if she meets bad people, everything she has just shown can be used as a living weapon.
Yun Xiaoduo leaned close to her ear, hugging her leg, and said with half understanding, I know, sister.
Actually, my brother has told me many times, she mumbled, yawning. He also told me not to get close to you, but you are different from others, sister.
I won't trust anyone else, I only trust you.
The little girl's eyes sparkled, staring at her without blinking, and Xiao Shan felt soft all over, determined to protect Yun Xiaoduo well. She pinched the other's face and stuffed candy into her hand when she suddenly realized the presence of the big-mouth flower.
Can it change its position? Xiao Shan couldn't help but speak.
After all, this position is unlikely to have zombies or anything. The big-mouth flower heard Xiao Shan's words and nudged Yun Xiaoduo, who listened seriously. It says it's okay. Xiao Shan said, then let it go to the door, it can be placed near our electric grid, adding another layer of protection.
The big-mouth flower nodded and bounced toward the door, even its roots could be seen beneath it.
Xiao Shan patted Yun Xiaoduo on the head and said softly, Xiaoduo, let's go back to rest first. After all, she has just awakened and needs some time to adjust.
Okay. Yun Xiaoduo nodded obediently. When Xiao Shan took Yun Xiaoduo to the door, she unexpectedly bumped into Yun Izhou.
His gaze was calm, scanning Yun Xiaoduo all over, and only after confirming she was fine did he seem to breathe a sigh of relief. He squatted down in front of Yun Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, how do you feel now? Yun Xiaoduo smiled and said, I feel much better.
Well,
I just took Xiaoduo to test her supernatural ability. Xiao Shan touched her nose, realizing that the person before her was narrowing his eyes dangerously. She raised an eyebrow, thinking he was going to cause trouble, but he diverted his gaze.
Then I won't disturb you too?
Xiao Shan lifted her foot, leaving space for them.
Wait. Yun Izhou finally blurted out, wanting to say something but hesitating.
Under Xiao Shan's curious gaze, he clenched his fists. I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Xiao Shan said, I'll wait for you outside.
Yun
Izhou simply asked a few questions about Yun Xiaoduo's condition inside, then when he opened the door, the light in his eyes was a bit deeper.
You.
The two spoke at the same time and then froze.
Xiao Shan took the lead. What do you want to say?
Yun Izhou took a deep breath, pulled out a federal card. This is for you. You should know that there are about 100 people in our Dawn base, he deliberated. I hope all of them can live here.
Xiao Shan was surprised. What do you mean? Yun Izhou was silent for a moment before finally speaking. After being together for so long, you should know my identity?
My parents were the original leaders of the Yun family, sacrificed in a battle against zombies, and my awakened ability is to assist with wood. I can only control enemies, and in the apocalypse, it's a useless ability.
Seeing Xiao Shan not responding, Yun Izhou continued lightly. Xiao Shan finally understood, her heart chilled. So, you were at the bottom in the Yun family before?
In the apocalypse, strength is particularly important. If Yun Izhou's parents were alive, naturally, he would be respected, but unfortunately, his parents sacrificed themselves for the whole base. However, as the only heir, Yun Izhou still became a thorn in everyone's side. According to everyone's thoughts, I should obediently do some rough work in the Yun family, then patiently wait to be bitten to death by zombies. But just at that moment, Xiaoduo suddenly awakened that so-called ability.
So they expelled you? Xiao Shan asked.
Yun Izhou smiled, his gaze deep. Actually, we weren't expelled, to be precise, we escaped.
All this time, what they wanted was Xiaoduo's ability. We're currently near base D, they won't act rashly.
But now that Yun Xiaoduo has awakened her powers for the second time, and with such a significant enhancement, they may very well come back.
How could they know about Yun Xiaoduo's ability? Xiao Shan asked him, a bit confused. Hasn't she been at the Ark apartment all along?
Moreover, when the awakening happened, besides her and the Yun family, no one else saw it.
That's exactly what I want to tell you.
Yun Izhou said lightly, there is a person in the Yun family with an ability called foresight.
Foresight? You mean the ability to predict the future? Xiao Shan looked at him in disbelief.
Yun Izhou glanced at her. Don't get me wrong, this so-called foresight isn't that powerful. He can only predict things that are about to happen to a specific person, and his ability is currently focused on Xiaoduo. Xiao Shan suddenly fell silent, and after a moment, squeezed out a few words between her teeth. You mean now they not only know that Yun Xiaoduo has awakened her powers but also know she is at the Ark apartment?
I will divert their attention. Yun Izhou replied, that person's prediction frequency has always been limited.
With the sudden threat at the apartment, Xiao Shan hesitated a bit. The other party still maintained the card-giving pose. Seeing her worry, Yun Izhou smiled lightly. Don't worry, they aren't aware of how many people were at my previous base.
If you're really concerned, I can give you double the rent. He vaguely brought it up. Aren't you short on federal coins? Zhao Shan had to admit Yun Yizhou had hit the nail on the head.
She really was short on federal coins. After all, upgrading the apartment costs a whole 5 million. Since Yun Yizhou said it, Zhao Shan certainly wouldn't be polite, taking the card and asking, "How many people do you have there?"
About 100, there are still vacant rooms in the apartment. Zhao Shan thought for a moment, all right then.
But we must agree, your matter with the Yun family has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to get involved. If something happens to the apartment because of the Yun family in the future, then
It won't.
Yun Yizhou interrupted her, if they want to make a move against you, they have to step over my dead body first. Yun Yizhou's expression was serious, not like he was faking. Zhao Shan stared at him, stunned.
I guess you have a bit of conscience.
Yun Yizhou left quickly, his footsteps hurried. In that moment, Zhao Shan even had the impulse to call him back, but after calming down, she took a deep breath and shouted to him.
When will you set off? Yun Yizhou didn't turn back, now. Zhao Shan thought for a moment, how about you wait for me?
She didn't give Yun Yizhou a chance to refuse, digging out some messy things from her space. They included a walkie-talkie, some fruits that Yun Yizhou had grown himself, and quite a few compressed biscuits and special medicines. Zhao Shan muttered, this is what you personally grew, there aren't many vegetables outside, so take it with you. And this, I've tried this flavor of compressed biscuits, they are the best.
As for this walkie-talkie, I remember you didn't have one?
If you encounter danger in the future, just use it to call me, it might come in handy.
And this special medicine, it's the most precious thing I currently have, really expensive. Now it's free for you.
She counted and realized that all she had brought were things that seemed useless, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. Forget it, you can just keep them, it's all I can give you.
Also, you won't have to pay double rent, I'll give you a discount. After all, it's a big deal.
Chapter 163, A Bumper Harvest of Fruits and Vegetables. I will deduct your money from it monthly, Zhao Shan said. Whenever you come back, I will give you this card. The more she spoke, the stronger an odd feeling rose in her heart. It may be because Zhao Shan had never experienced the pain of life and death, she knew deep down that this path likely led the other party to face a life or death situation. Zhao Shan forcibly suppressed the strange sensation, lifted her chin, and tried to remain calm. All right, you can go. The man pondered over the thing in his hand, looked at her deeply, and suddenly smiled.
Okay. Zhao Shan said a few more casual remarks.
Once Yun Yizhou left, Zhao Shan lay in her bed, feeling a bit suffocated in her heart.
System, why do I feel uncomfortable after Yun Yizhou leaves? She couldn't help but speak to the system. Normal. For you humans, it's very normal to feel reluctant when parting with someone you've spent time with. It's not that I can't bear to part.
Zhao Shan murmured, I just feel some guilt.
From the host's perspective, he clearly could stay comfortably in the apartment, but you pushed him out? The system asked, so you feel like you controlled his life and death? Kinda.
Zhao Shan thought of herself as not a cruel person, but she felt this matter was a bit too cruel for Yun Yizhou. After all, I was the one who initially wanted them to stay in the apartment, but later didn't plan to take responsibility for them. Even without you, Yun Xiaoduo would awaken her special ability, and they would still be hunted. But now, you not only helped Yun Xiaoduo awaken but also provided them a place to stay. You've done enough, don't blame yourself. Zhao Shan understood, but upon hearing it said in this way, she still felt odd, sighed, forget it. Next, let's just see how his fate unfolds. The next day, when Zhao Shan woke up, Yun Yizhou was no longer around. Yun Xiaoduo had recovered quite a bit, even staying with Wang Meng, carrying a small sandbag on her back, a thin layer of sweat showing on her little face.
Wang Menggage, wait for me. She gasped for breath.
Wang Meng couldn't help but laugh, jogging ahead, Xiaoduo, with your little frame, you still need to train. Even though you have awakened your special ability, your physical fitness is still too poor.
What are you two doing?
When the two stopped, Zhao Shan took a few steps forward, curiously watching them.
Oh, landlord, you're here?
Wang Meng's voice was rough as he patted Yun Xiaoduo's head.
Isn't our Xiaoduo awakened her ability? She came to find me early this morning, asking me to take her for training.
I just thought I'd let her experience it, and actually, our Xiaoduo performed quite well.
Yun Xiaoduo's voice was sweet. Yes, what if zombies come? I can fight 10 of them.
Surprisingly, she did not mention Yun Yizhou, but Zhao Shan felt she knew where Yun Yizhou had gone. Her heart sank, and she comforted, Xiaoduo will definitely be okay. Yun Buxiang stood at a distance, still cheerful when he saw Zhao Shan walking over.
Of course. Our Xiaoduo is the best.
He chuckled, seemingly thinking of something, leaned closer to Zhao Shan's ear and spoke.
Landlord, our second batch of crops must be ready, right?
These days, I've had enough of the big and small cabbages in our apartment, they should hurry up and stock some other items in the supermarket. Yun Buxiang said, swallowing hard, rubbing his hands, this morning, I saw several mercenaries carrying boxes of vegetables.
Shall we get some? The other party seemed completely unaware of Yun Zhao's departure, and their expression was not very sad. It was only then that Xiao Shan spoke, "Take me to see." She felt a bit uneasy for some reason. "Just right, having contact with green is good too." Yun Buxian's eyes lit up, full of expectation. The vegetables in the backyard garden were indeed all ripe, each one crystal clear, not only loofah but also cucumbers, watermelons, all large and beautiful. Lu Guifan and Yu Yun were picking in the field, their faces filled with the joy of harvest. "Landlord, you have no idea, these melons are more beautiful than any vegetables I have seen in the apocalypse." "No, it's more than just the apocalypse, even before the apocalypse, I have never seen such fresh and juicy ones." Xiao Shuren walked over and saw Yun Buxiang had already gone in, burrowing into the small vegetable garden, stuffing one cucumber in his left hand and another in his right into his mouth. With a crunch, it sounded quite crisp. He ate while giving a thumbs up. "Sis, I've tried it, it's really great." Xiao Shuren's mouth twitched, thinking it over in her heart but still decided against it. This Yun Buxiang seemed crazy on the surface, but in reality, Yun Zhao had left, he must be sadder than anyone else. "These vegetables haven't been priced yet." Yu Yan smiled at her, a bit troubled. "To be honest, it's quite a hassle." Xiao Shuren knew she was subtly hinting at setting a higher price. After all, they had worked hard to grow them. She thought for a moment, 500 federal coins per pound. After all, the bases outside are currently unable to grow these, and the yield isn't very high. Previously, from 100 square meters, they harvested 600 pounds of vegetables. Now with 500 square meters, they only had 1 ton. It really couldn't be priced too low. "Selling to our base, still at the usual 20% discount. We'll supply about 300 pounds, there aren't many people, so we can't eat that much. The remaining 700 pounds, give 300 to base D and let Meng Bai sell the rest to other bases." "Great." Yu Yin couldn't help but speak when she heard the arrangement. "Recently, Meng Bai has been coming to us every day, saying he has contacted a new base that is very interested in our vegetables and willing to pay a high price. If it's only 500 federal coins per pound, I reckon that base will be overjoyed." Xiao Shuren replied with an her tone slightly higher. "What new base did you just contact?" "It's said to be a big base, I don't know which one. When I asked him, he didn't say." Yu Yin mumbled, "But he has visited so many bases, there should be quite a few he considers big ones. Also, our botanical garden, the seeds we planted there have started to sprout." Yu Yin sincerely agreed. "I must say, that botanical garden is indeed very efficient, the vegetables inside seem to change every day. I also went to check the livestock farm, and the animals there are growing well too. Our base is really getting better and better." Lu Guifan responded, then regrettably said, "It's a pity that if we had some fruit, it would be even better. I have fruit seeds." Xiao Shuren thought for a moment. The vegetables supplied outside are indeed enough. After this crop matures, we can plant some fruits. Chapter 164, Discussion on Cooperation with Base A. "What fruits?" Everyone was taken aback. "Landlord, are you saying we can eat fruit in the future?" Yu Yun swallowed hard. "Don't worry, there's everything." Xiao Shuren smiled, opening the system shop: apples, pears, peaches, and grapes. Unfortunately, planting trees would take up too much space. However, planting one of each shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Shuren thought and looked at the botanical garden, which was somewhat different from the small vegetable garden, with carrots, radishes, green beans, and sweet potatoes, and also made room to plant peppers and tomatoes. A small 100 square meters was fully utilized by Xiao Shuren, and due to the tenfold growth, it had already borne some fruits. Xiao Shuren felt a sense of achievement within. If things continued like this, the entire apartment would be self-sufficient in food and clothing. As for the pigs at the livestock farm, it was irrelevant, even though there were only 5 in total. The rabbit is indeed fat and strong, and according to Li Chunhua, it has started to reproduce. Unfortunately, Xiao Shan currently doesn't have enough crystal cores, otherwise, he would definitely expand it to 2,000 square meters. Xiao Shan glanced around the apartment. After installing air conditioners in each unit, he felt refreshed. When he reached Ouyuan's unit, it was also the first time he met his mother. She was indeed as Ouyuan said, limping on one leg and even blind in one eye, trembling as she looked at Xiao Shan. "Landlord Xiao, thank you for taking care of our Ouyuan during this time. He hasn't done anything bad these days, has he?" Ouyuan looked at Xiao Shan with guilt, took his mother's hand, and whispered, "Mom, don't worry, I've been very well behaved lately. The boss treats me really well. We employees have single dorms, the boss knows your situation and specially arranged for me to stay in a shared room. In fact, the shared room was rented with money he owed from his wages." Xiao Shan didn't expose his lie and smiled, saying, "Yes, you can rest easy." Only then did she speak tearfully, "That's good, that's good." She sighed, "I used to be an ability user. Ever since I became blind and crippled, I was driven out of the base. At that time, his abilities weren't strong, and wherever we went, people hated us. I was afraid he would go down the wrong path. Thankfully, this child is still understanding. Xiao Shan felt a pang of heartache, hardly daring to imagine how hard it was for ability users to live after losing their powers in the apocalypse. For some reason, she thought of her own mother. Over the years, it couldn't have been easy for her to protect her as she grew up.
I wonder how my mother is doing now.
Xiao Shan murmured to herself in her heart. Before leaving, O's mother thanked her fiercely, wanting to express her heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Shan had to persuade her to leave, and on her way back, she continued to hear other people's delighted voices.
Life is getting better now, we all have air conditioning. Hey, you can't say this isn't similar to how things were before the apocalypse. Following landlord Chow, I eat 10 meals a day.
It's so comfortable, I never had this kind of treatment at the base. Everyone looked at Xiao Shan with gratitude in their eyes. Xiao Shan breathed a sigh of relief, her earlier bad mood was completely swept away in that moment. Just as she was about to head back, she bumped into Meng Bai.
Landlord, you're here.
Meng Bai strode over with excitement in his eyes. I was just looking for you.
Our crops are ready for harvest.
Guess what?
A big base has been trying to contact us.
They even said they want to buy our vegetables at a high price and establish a long-term relationship with us. Xiao Shan raised a hand to signal for him to stop. I already know about this.
Which base is it?
Meng Bai patted his thigh, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. Base A.
Xiao Shan's gaze froze for a moment. She instinctively asked, what did you say?
Base A.
Meng Bai said as if it were obvious, landlord, you must know Base A, right?
It's quite a famous base in our region. Originally, they had a decent food stock and wouldn't buy from outside. But recently, with the acid rain and extreme weather, along with plant mutations, food production has greatly decreased, so they wanted to come to us.
Xiao Shan certainly remembered Base A.
She would never forget that it was because Zhang Guoqian wanted to send her to Wu Laodao of Base A that she had to flee. A chill ran through her, she locked eyes with Meng Bai. Did they ask you to cooperate?
Did they mention the terms?
It's settled. They want to buy at our price and offer double for the purchase, saying they want to maintain a good relationship with us.
Not selling.
Xiao Shan's voice was firm and turned cold. Meng Bai's eyes widened in shock, he could hardly believe his ears.
Boss, what did you say? Not selling?
Meng Bai's voice rose, landlord, you need to know, this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Well, Beise could be considered a powerful ruler, and now they're coming to us. If we don't sell, we'll miss out on a big opportunity.
I still feel something is off.
Xiao Shan rubbed his forehead. Beise has deep foundations and strong habits, how could they possibly seek cooperation with us? Not to mention, to raid us.
Xiao Shan didn't say this, but Meng Bai caught on, stuttering, so you think this matter isn't as simple as it seems?
Exactly. Xiao Shan said softly, it's not that I don't trust them, it's just that my intuition tells me so. Meng Bai jolted awake, his mind clearing quickly, murmuring, now that you mention it, Beise has so many people, if they needed food, they could easily collaborate with other bases, our apartments, 300 to 400 pounds of food, how long would that last?
About 3 to 4 tons seems more reasonable.
Xiao Shan thought the same way, Base D worked with them long-term because they were allies from the start. They trusted each other, believing the Ark apartment would keep getting better, and that's why they did so. But Beise couldn't simply come to help them for no reason. I'm worried that they just want to use this method to open a door to our apartment and later take action against us.
I'll go reject them right away.
Meng Bai became more frightened the more he thought about it. Beise has a bad reputation in the past, and they have many powerful superpowers. If they get in, it would be a disaster for our apartment. Xiao Shan nodded, remember to refuse them politely.
Those people have always been strong-willed.
You should bring Wang Meng with you, although he's a fake superpower user, his strength is not much different from real superpower users.
Okay.
When it came to life and death, Meng Bai was resolute. Chapter 165 Rejecting Beise, Zombie Tide approaches. The news of Xiao Shan rejecting Beise quickly spread throughout the upper echelons of Beise.
What did you say? That woman actually rejected us?
Boss Wu, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a long scar across his face, looked fierce as he said, what are you all doing?
Can't even handle a woman with no superpowers? No, not a woman. The subordinates trembled, it was a few men. Big, strong men.
We originally thought we'd use a gentle approach, but that guy looked like a strength-based superpower user.
As for the woman, we truly didn't see her.
Just thinking about that man made them a bit scared. He came with an iron rod, bent it casually while speaking, and smilingly told them, sorry, little brother, but all the stuff in our apartment is sold out. If you want to buy something, it will have to wait for next time.
Boss Wu narrowed his eyes, are you sure?
Of course, we swear on our lives.
The two voices rose high.
Boss Wu crushed the cigarette, but I didn't expect that stinky woman to become so powerful after she ran out.
Zhang Guoqian, didn't you say she had no superpowers? Hearing his name mentioned, Zhang Guoqian, soaked in sweat, turned red in the face and said, Boss, I don't know.
This dead girl suddenly got stronger, and there are so many people protecting her. I think it's her apartment that has something strange. Don't worry, I will definitely take this apartment. Boss Wu sneered, and Zhang Guoqiang breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear him speak again. I remember, you have 2 sons, right? Zhang Guoqiang's body became covered in goosebumps, and he blurted out, Boss, I only have these 2 sons, I need to rely on them in the future. Shut up. Boss Wu's eyes filled with hostility interrupted him. You've worked under me for so many years, when have I ever treated you poorly? He softened his gaze slightly, don't worry, I have my own plan. You and your son will definitely be fine. The woman you sent last time was quite nice, but too fragile. Wu Big Boss licked his lips, I wonder how your daughter will be. We absolutely cannot let her escape this time. Zhang Guoqiang endured and endured, ultimately lowering his head, clenching his fingers tightly and saying, all right. Mentioning this matter filled his heart with resentment. It was all the dead girl's fault. Why did she have to run away? You guys got rid of them so easily? Xiao Xian asked curiously. Wang Meng's fists cracked, tilting his head and saying, of course, landlord, you haven't seen them in that state. The Abbase clearly is not sincere in cooperating. The superhumans they sent looked weak and fragile, just scaring them made them run away immediately. Wang Meng smirked, I think they are not much better, they are even weaker than me, a fake superhuman. He Chuan, standing nearby, was calm and collected. When they left, they didn't look very happy. I estimate they just wanted to test the waters, and there will be a backup plan. Meng Bai thought simpler than the 2 of them. Since we are sure we won't sell these to Abbase, then who shall we sell them to? D-Base. Isn't this a simple question? Wang Meng answered boisterously, in my opinion, D-Base is much more honest than Abbase, that Abbase just talks about buying, but I observed carefully, they didn't even bring a Federation currency card. I'm just thinking about diversifying, Meng Bai sighed, although the relationship with D-Base is indeed good, shouldn't having more allies be better? Let's give it to D-Base first. Xiao Shan thought little of it, confidently said, once our apartment grows stronger, allies will come on their own. Xiao Shan's apartment was getting better and better, with a constant stream of visitors. She carefully reviewed each one, selecting only a few, but combined with the people from the Dawn base, it filled the entire apartment. She silently spoke in her heart, system, do we really need to save so many Federation coins to level up? Host, don't think about shortcuts, taking one step at a time, grounded and steady will help you go further. A predictable answer. The road is long and arduous. The road is long and arduous. After confirming the people from the Dawn base had moved in, she remodeled the entire apartment again. There were about 100 people from the Dawn base, each paying over 10,000 Federation coins a month, calculating at 10,000, that's over $1 million. But because she spent some money on renovations, Xiao Xian's current balance was around 140,000 Federation coins. She felt a slight headache, saying, system, didn't I have leftover crystal cores? I unlocked 100 square meters, but there are 400 square meters of public activity area still locked, please help me unlock it. Host's level 2 crystal core balance is insufficient. Would you like to choose a level 3 crystal core for unlocking? Xiao Shan glanced and then realized that choosing a level 3 crystal core is equivalent to 10 level 2 crystal cores, but level 3 crystal cores are rare and can unlock the level 3 system store, so it felt better to save them. Forget it, how many level 2 crystal cores do we need? Xiao Shan casually asked. We need 640 more. The other party replied. Xiao Shan pondered, alright, I'll find someone later to kill some, that should be enough. She was just about to take action when she saw countless red dots flashing rapidly on the system map. Warning! A large number of malicious life forms are approaching, please quickly eliminate them, host. Xiao Shan instantly sat up. This was alarming. Once she looked, she was startled. Dense red dots filled the map. Each red dot represented a zombie, and Xiao Shan was thrilled, just when we were talking about zombies. How did it come knocking at the door so quickly? She lifted her pace and shouted through the loudspeaker to everyone outside. Attention everyone in Ark apartment, there is a zombie horde attacking, everyone get ready. Voices outside were in an uproar. No way, zombies are here? We haven't even had 2 days of peace yet. Where did so many zombies come from? Sai, isn't this how it is in the apocalypse? Wang Meng stopped his exercise, looking at Yun Xiaoduo who was practicing with him, and gave her a playful smack on the head, ruffling her hair, come on. We've been practicing for so long, it's time for the master to see how well you can use your powers. Yun Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. Du Xiaowan floated over at some point, saying softly, you go, I want to see too. The 2 of them turned their eyes to him, and Du Xiaowan said confidently, what? This apartment isn't yours, and you won't let me go too? Chapter 166, 2 Half-Brothers. The people in Ark apartment instantly went on high alert, all turning to the electric fence, wanting to defend. Indeed, a large horde of zombies was visibly rushing towards them. It was less like they were rushing over, and more like they were coming to kill, each one filled with murderous intent. System, what level are those zombies? Xiao Shan sat down near the watchtower, crossing his legs leisurely. Most of them are level 2. Level 2, that makes sense. Xiao Shan nodded seriously, these zombies should be enough for us. Yu Yun, Xiao Duo, Wang Meng, He Chuan. Xiao Shan shouted down, then released his plants. Boom boom. Everyone became alert at that moment, and the plants accompanied by huge flames turned the sky red. Yun Xiaoduo, small and petite, pursed her lips, not knowing what had crossed her mind, her mood soured, and her strikes became heavier. The vast majority of zombies didn't even reach the electric fence before they were already dead. Oh, Yuan was astonished. Boss, how did we suddenly become this powerful? Du Xiaowan glanced at him, you're not knowledgeable. After saying that, he also made his move. Many surrounding zombies were instantly frozen, then shattered into pieces. The mysterious flames were even more astonishing, directly burning the zombies alive, along with several others who looked very strong. Zombies kept coming outside, but without exception, all were eliminated. Wang Meng jumped down and skillfully started collecting crystal nuclei. He Chuan and the others did the same, and soon, they each pulled out a large bag. Landlord! The crystal nuclei you wanted. So many, we've struck it rich. Not even a slightly stronger one. It was a piece of cake dealing with them. Oh, Yuan was sweating coldly. He realized that before, he had actually been opposing such a group of people. Big Mouth Hua stood in front of the electric fence, with a big mouth, wanting to bite the zombies, but couldn't catch a single one. The leaves shook, looking somewhat anxious. Boss, do you remember those heavy weapons we previously obtained? Why don't we give them a try, he said while using his abilities, trying to probe. Xiao Shan looked at him, and he scratched his head, I haven't used those before. It said those weapons are the Zheng's secret weapons, supposedly very powerful, way stronger than those before the apocalypse. Isn't this a chance to see? Wang Meng rushed forward, smashing a zombie that was trying to destroy the electric fence, crushing its head and pulling out a crystal nucleus. Ah, it's not a big deal, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Those things are definitely meant for more powerful people, just a bunch of level 2 zombies. After saying this, his tone suddenly paused, huh? Why do I see 2 people being chased in front of that group of zombies? But, they were frozen by Xiaowan. 2 people? Xiao Shan squinted his eyes, opening the system map, and then was stunned. Indeed, there were 2 gray dots on the map, which had previously been covered by large areas of red and not noticed. At this moment, it seemed extremely abrupt. Before I could react, I heard Wang Meng shouting from below, I brought them back. They don't look so good, both of their powers seem pretty weak. Are they plant-based? Didn't they say plant powers would mutate? Why do they look unchanged? The sounds outside continued, and Yuan shouted over the cries of the zombies, not every plant power will mutate. Only those with strong potential will. Take those 2 for example, their potential does not seem enough. Xiao Shuren originally took it lightly until someone suddenly remarked, these 2 people are dressed exactly like the ones who came from Base A today, right? They must be wearing Base A's uniforms. Xiao Shuren was stunned and hurried down from the watchtower, breathing stopped when she saw the 2 people. Wang Meng saw she didn't respond and thought she wasn't interested, so he complained, these zombies won't be attracted by those 2, will they? Are they spies from Base A? Was it intentional? If anything, just toss them into the zombie crowd. But Xiao Shuren widened her eyes, seemingly in disbelief, and turned to stop them without looking back. Wait. She looked at the faces of the 2 people, although they had been frozen, they were still incredibly clear. It was indeed the people she remembered. Xiao Shuren's fingertips trembled. They are the 2 who attracted the zombies? Seeing Xiao Shuren so excited, Wang Meng scratched his head, yeah, I saw them run in the front. Look at him, he still has bite marks from the zombies, especially this waist. TSK, a chunk of flesh was torn off. It's really tragic. Landlord, why do you care so much about these 2? You can't possibly. Wang Meng hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Xiao Shuren. No. They are my brothers. Xiao Shuren looked at their frozen figures, feeling a complex mix of emotions. She once thought she would never see these 2 brothers again in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, at this moment, she saw them, and they were even the ones who attracted the horde of zombies. But the urgent matter was still to deal with the zombies. She looked at Du Xiaowan, if you unfreeze them, will they die? Du Xiaowan seemed a bit guilty, no, they won't. Then hurry up and unfreeze them, Xiao Shuren pressed her lips together. Du Xiaowan nodded instinctively. The zombies continued to come in waves, but Xiao Shuren had completely lost her focus on that, her mind was filled with the same few sentences repeatedly. What if they were sent by Zhang Guoqian? How could they attract so many zombies? She clenched her fingers, and there was an even more important question. She saw her brothers, so, what about their mom? Wang Meng noticed the strange atmosphere but couldn't help but ask, "Wait, landlord, if these two are really your brothers, why are they here? Could there be some kind of conspiracy? Shouldn't we hold off on unfreezing them?" The silent Fong Shicheng swiftly elbowed him. Wang Meng looked confused. "What's wrong? What are you doing?" Fong Shicheng was nearly driven to laugh by this clumsy teammate. "You idiot! Can't you see the boss is confused?" Xiao Shuren's mind was in turmoil, but when Wang Meng said that, she gained some clarity. "No, unfreeze them. And with these zombies, let's finish them off as quickly as possible." She said to unfreeze them, and when the unfreezing was completed, Xiao Shuren hurriedly had them taken to her room. Dealing with the zombies took no more than 2 hours. But the two people, due to their injuries, fell into a continuous coma. Xiao Shuren was anxious and busy, sitting in place in confusion. Yun Xiaoduo quietly came to her side, blinked at her innocently, and said, "Sister, what's wrong? Are those two brothers of yours? How long will they take to wake up? Will sister keep them in the future?" Xiao Shuren looked at Yun Xiaoduo, perhaps because familiar people were nearby, she spoke with difficulty. "Yes. Why has sister never mentioned this before?" Yun Xiaoduo swung her little feet, holding a lollipop in her hand. "Is it because of a bad relationship with the family?" Xiao Shuren didn't understand why she brought this up, her gaze grew heavy, and she finally sighed, "Sort of. My mom treats me very well. I grew up with those two, but later when they went to school, I was left at home doing chores, so we communicated a lot less." Xiao Shuren said lightly, showing no visible expression, "But we usually had no conflicts, and now they appear here, I'm very surprised." Xiao Shuren only attended 2 years of elementary school before being forcibly taken away by Zhang Guoqiang, dropping out. Yun Xiaoduo tightened her grip on her hand. "So will sister keep them in the future?" Xiao Shuren shook her head, "I don't know." From the system map, their figures were both gray, which indicated that the system thought they might not harbor much ill will towards her. Xiao Shuren also wasn't clear about her own choices. Yun Xiaoduo softly spoke, "Sister, actually when I came out with my brother, I was also betrayed by my uncle." In the past few days, Yun Xiaoduo had clearly grown a lot, but even she quickly realized that the other person was hinting at her. She thought for a moment and said, "Xiaoduo, I understand. If they make any bad choices for the apartment, I definitely won't keep them here." She became clear-headed and calm. At that moment, the two people on the bed happened to wake up, seeing Xiao Shuren, their faces turned pale, and one jumped up in shock. "How did we end up here? Where is this?" Second brother Zhang Yi's voice trembled, full of confusion. Younger brother Zhang Li also sat up directly, looking around in bewilderment. What is going on? I remember we were being chased by zombies, how did we suddenly end up here?" They saw Xiao Shuren and exclaimed in surprise. "Sister? Sister, is that really you? Did you save us both?" Xiao Shuren paused for a moment, then nodded. "How did you end up being chased by zombies?" The two exchanged a glance, their voices trembled with sobs. We don't know. Weren't we old enough already? Dad said we could contribute to the entire base, so he called us to help, but unexpectedly the people at the base tricked us into the car and threw us into the zombie crowd." Zhang Li spoke, his eyes flashing with terror. "So many zombies, so many zombies. We heard Dad say you were doing really well in this direction, so we ran over without thinking. I can't believe we actually found you. How could this be?" Xiao Shuren's fists instantly clenched, her gaze shocked. "Did Beise send people to chase you? Or was it Zhang Guoqian leading them?" We don't know what happened," Zhang Li said in confusion. I don't even know what mistake I made." He lowered his head, bitterly saying, "Dad saw us thrown into the zombie crowd, and instead of stopping it, he told us it was all because of you, it's all your fault. Sister, can you tell us what exactly you did wrong?" Xiao Shuren's breath caught, her emotions complex. Ultimately, she just sighed and changed the topic, asking, "What about Mom?" The two shook their heads. "We don't know. Ever since we got to the base, we haven't seen her." Xiao Shuren's heart tightened, grinding her teeth, wishing to rush over to see her mother immediately. Zhang Li quickly said, "But from what Dad?" Zhang Guoqiang said, "She has actually been doing quite well these days. Since you left last time, she has been at home, although she took a couple of beatings, the family can't do without her." Xiao Shuren's heart sank heavily. According to Zhang Guoqiang's personality, they were probably just downplaying the situation. How could it be so simple as just getting beaten? The more she thought about it, the more restless she became. But they were at Base A, and she knew clearly that if she went there rashly, she would face great risks. There was even a high possibility that Base A had set a trap. From what the two of them said, it was evident that this incident was a retaliation from Base A against her. "So, where is Mother?" Xiao Shuren stood up and spoke softly, "You two stay here and rest for now." "Wait." Zhang Yi called out to Xiao Shuren. He looked a bit hesitant to speak. Xiao Shuren's gaze softened slightly. If there's something, just say it directly. Zhang Yi tentatively said, Sister, Zhang Guoqiang said you have an apartment? Is it in your apartment? Can we live here from now on? Meeting Zhang Yi's gaze, Xiao Shuren felt a pang of guilt, forcing a smile. Of course, you can. Sister grew up with you both, my apartment is definitely a place you can always stay. The two exchanged a glance, and their expressions clearly brightened. Xiao Shuren took a step and left. Yun Xiaoduo had been standing nearby. She glanced at the two and quickly moved past. After hearing about her two younger brothers' situation, Xiao Shuren felt a tightness in her chest. She sent Yun Xiaoduo back. Just as she stepped out, she bumped into a familiar figure. She leaned against the side, looking at Xiao Shuren with a half-smile. What? Want to go to base A? Xiao Shuren was stunned. You heard? I heard. Ling Che spoke calmly, scanning her from head to toe, and concluded, you can't go. Xiao Shuren tightly clenched her fingers. Ling Che, I know you're worried it's a trap, but my mother is inside, I can't just sit back and do nothing. She took a deep breath. My two younger brothers are probably the most valuable to my dad. If he could give them up, what more my mom? I know. Ling Che looked into her eyes. What I mean is, you can't go, I will. Xiao Shuren's eyes widened. You are the backbone of the entire Ark apartment, and now, because you refused base A, you are a thorn in their side. It's best if you don't go. Ling Che spoke slowly, stroking his short knife, but I'm different. In terms of killing, I'm better than you. Xiao Shuren certainly knew the other party's strength. She said anxiously, I can't let you take the risk. Don't worry. Ling Che chuckled lightly, I have backup at base A. Xiao Shuren stared at her blankly, not knowing who her backup was, then heard her softly say, do you remember the friend I mentioned last time? Xiao Shuren suddenly recalled that person from Basin. Wen Zhu? Her eyes brightened. She went to base A? Ling Che shook his head. Her name isn't Wen Zhu. Xiao Shuren felt a bit confused. Wen Zhu is probably her alias for joining Yu Yun's team. Her real name is Shu Shu. Ling Che said succinctly, so, you don't have to worry about me. Chapter 168 Two Younger Brothers Test. Xiao Shuren simply didn't know how to express her gratitude. Thank you. Ling Che. She secretly vowed that she would definitely bring something good for Ling Che from inside the unlocked space in the future. Ling Che looked at her gently, don't worry. I can handle everything. That night, Xiao Shuren lay in bed, focusing. System, we killed a lot of zombies yesterday, today's crystal core should be enough, right? Hurry up and expand the apartment. Counting. Counting successful. The host currently has 2,198 second-level crystal cores. Meets the upgrade requirements for the apartment. Crystal cores deducted, apartment area increased to 2,500 square meters. Xiao Shuren was a bit spirited. If that's the case, then there's only one condition left for upgrading the apartment. But that condition is also quite hard to meet. 5 million federal coins, that's not a small amount, she only has a little over 2 million right now. Right now, her apartment's earnings aren't small, though. With the freshest new vegetables maturing, 1 pound costs 400 federal coins, and a ton amounts to a full 400,000. If those ranches mature, they should also sell for quite a bit of federal coins, Xiao Shan calculated carefully. Flipping through the system mall, she found there was still something displayed in the system mall. Next level, level 3 system mall. After awakening the level 3 system mall, she could have other lethal weapons, and the tower defense would also upgrade. Her gaze lingered on the words lethal weapons, and a slight expectation surfaced in her heart. It turned out, the tenant's spending power was much higher than expected, even the fresh fruits and vegetables that just hit the market were snatched away. The next day when Xiao Shan arrived, she could still witness them scrambling for the goods, creating a lively scene with several people gathered together. Hey, save some for me, will you? Isn't there enough vegetables? One person shouted angrily. Why should I give it to you when I fought for it myself? Another person replied. Why not? Do you know who I am? Xiao Shan recognized the voice and walked over, only to realize it was Zhang Li and Zhang Yi. She frowned slightly. Zhang Li raised his chin and proudly said, do you know Xiao Shan? She is my sister. I demand these vegetables, and not one of you will get any. Another person laughed in anger. What do you mean Xiao Shan is your sister? Can you even look at yourself in the mirror? You think you're so important just because you grabbed some? Zhang Li's expression darkened. You all. What's wrong? Xiao Shan finally spoke, and everyone froze for a moment before respectfully saying, Landlord, what brings you here? The vegetables inside were nearly sold out. Xiao Shan glanced over and saw that only the last 7 or 8 loofahs were left, while Zhang Li had taken an entire basket, about to leave with it. That tenant shouted, Landlord, you have to make a judgment. We clearly arrived at the same time, and I was the first to get it, yet he wants to take it. He claims to be your brother. Do you have such a rude brother? Exactly. We all saw it. They even want to snatch it openly. The tenants chimed in, criticizing the two brothers without mercy. Xiao Shan looked at Zhang Li and Zhang Yi. Is what they said true? Sister. As soon as they spoke, guilt flashed in their eyes. Sister, this isn't our fault, we just wanted to taste these fresh vegetables. We've never had any healthy vegetables in the base, they were all yellowed and unwanted, so today we. Everyone present was shocked and began to murmur softly. No way? Is he really the landlord's brother? Why haven't we seen him before? The landlord never mentioned it, how strange. Even the tenant's expression changed, looking them up and down. The tenant waved his hand. All right, since he is the landlord's brother, let them have the stuff. Don't act like you've seen nothing all day, he muttered, somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao Shan was about to chastise the two, but in that moment, her anger vanished entirely. Indeed, for so long, they had been at base A, she was all too clear about what their lives had been like before. Perhaps, there was a reason for it. She called out to the tenant, wait. I'm really sorry about this incident, what's your room number? I'll have Yuyan bring some fresh vegetables over later. The tenant's face lit up with joy as the gloom lifted. After giving his number, he happily walked away. With only her two brothers left in the room, once everyone had left, Zhang Yi frowned and spoke with a much sharper tone. Sister, you're the landlord, you shouldn't be so humble. Even if I snatched it, so what? Xiao Shan's gaze turned cold. Zhang Yi. They are my tenants. We are equal between the two of us. Seeing Xiao Shan about to get angry, they fell silent but remained dissatisfied. Forget it, over the years, I have wronged you. Xiao Shan sighed after looking for a long time. People are obsessed with things they cannot have. To be fair, if Xiao Shan was still often hungry, she could not have imagined this scene. She suppressed the discomfort in her heart. Walk with me. Counting, it had been a long time since they had seen each other as siblings. Zhang Yi and Zhang Li were eager for this reunion. They had just reconnected and were extremely curious. Sister, what is that? So many vegetables planted? Our apartment unexpectedly has a farm. They gasped in amazement the whole way. And all along the way, Xiao Shan patiently explained, enjoying this rare family time. The apartment had been constructed so well by Xiao Shan, the backyard's small garden was paired with fruits and vegetables, and various flowers had long since bloomed, creating a stunning landscape in the apocalypse. Is this your special ability? How did you get so powerful? Zhang Yi's eyes shone, and he could not help but probe, can we move out of this apartment in the future? Xiao Shan paused and looked at him. Zhang Yi smiled, revealing 8 teeth, appearing especially sunlit. But Xiao Shan still frowned. Originally wanting to admit it, the words turned into something else at her lips. This is something I acquired by chance, Xiao Shan said without changing her expression. When I first came here, the apartment already existed, I didn't think much of it at the time, and unexpectedly, by chance, I became the landlord here. Then what about that electric fence? Zhang Li cooperated by pointing at the nearby electric fence, it looks so advanced. Sister, is such an electric fence safe in the apocalypse? Why are you asking this? Xiao Shan did not reply this time but instead questioned the two, her voice low. If possible, she naturally hoped for the worst result. The electric fence did not harm their people, so she spoke directly, it can be turned off, usually, it's off, only turning on when zombies come. However, I can also turn it on manually, but it has a buffer time. Chapter 169, Xiao Shan's Choice. Xiao Shan's counter-question was unexpected. Zhang Yi laughed and joked, it's nothing, we're just curious. I was thinking whether this electric fence could actually stop the zombies outside. If we fell asleep and they suddenly came in, wouldn't that be terrible? Xiao Shan smiled and looked at them. Don't worry, it won't happen. Otherwise, how would I attract these tenants to rent? It can't just rely on the place, right? Zhang Yi and Zhang Li asked the last question. Sister, but they all say our apartment is expanding little by little, is that true? If it really is expanding bit by bit, then how is it done? Xiao Shan said gently, it's true. The reason is that I have a control center located inside the apartment, in a place that no one can find. Xiao Shan's words were half true and half false, both of them looked a little suspicious, but since Xiao Shan had already said this, they naturally did not ask further. Watching the two of them leave, she closed her eyes, and her heart gradually cooled down. Since the two of them had asked to this extent, Xiao Shan was no fool, she knew that it was difficult to determine their innocence. The family affection she believed in might not be real. Indeed. Zhang Guoqiang, someone who valued carrying on the family line, how could he easily let them go back? Her only worry now was her mother. In the following time, Xiao Shan concentrated and sent people to monitor these two. Tell me, what's been happening recently? Xiao Shan asked quietly. Fang Shicheng frowned, I have recently seen them trying to secretly transmit messages outside every time. But the nearby signal towers are all controlled by Base D, so the communications signals they sent were all intercepted by us. I even made a backup. Fang Shicheng said, and hurriedly played the recording for Qiao Shan to listen, and soon the sound came from the recorder.
Hello? Hello? Dad, can you hear me? We are already in the Ark apartments.
That dead girl is indeed living well, eating and drinking well every day. You have no idea, there's air conditioning in the room, and fresh vegetables and fruits, much better than our environment.
She doesn't even think about bringing us over.
Just like her mother, two worthless girls. Zhang Yi rambled on a lot, calling her a dead girl over and over again. In the end, he clearly conveyed everything he had learned from Qiao Shan, and the last thing was their impatient words.
When are we going to make a move on her?
I think we shouldn't even wait for base A. Just spend some money to hire a few thugs, it's better if we handle it ourselves, right? Qiao Shan smiled, coldly thinking, they really can't be trusted. On the system map, the silhouettes of the two people had already turned red, currently near the watchtower.
Besides these? Qiao Shan asked.
Of course there is.
Fang Shicheng got angry just talking about it. Last time, didn't your brother's reputation spread?
They were initially a bit restrained, but recently, after they found that the tenants in the apartments had a very good attitude towards you, they started mocking others. Just a couple of days ago, they almost got into a fight with Wang Meng and nearly beat him up. At that time, Wang Meng looked green with anger. If it weren't for Wang Meng thinking about you being his boss's brother, he would have probably taught them a lesson. Now, everyone in the apartment has issues with those two.
Landlord, when do you plan to kick them out?
This question, Qiao Shan finally spoke up, his tone heavy.
You can spread these words first. Fang Shicheng was stunned, not yet understanding the meaning of shutting it out, and then heard the second sentence, incredulously saying, Boss?
What if they tell base A, what should we do? Right now, Ling Che is out, Yunizhou isn't here either, we are short of two strong fighters. Qiao Shan smiled faintly, they won't tell base A. You can wait for Zhang Guiqiang's response.
Human greed is endless.
The information Qiao Shan released before was already intentionally leading, and those two brothers must have already figured out the ins and outs of the apartments. Once they received Zhang Guiqiang's response, the first thing they would likely do is find the so-called control center.
Unfortunately, they will never find it.
The control center does not exist at all, this apartment is intrinsically linked to her life.
Just as Qiao Shan predicted, Zhang Guiqiang's response signal was incredibly fast, quickly reaching Qiao Shan's side. What are you saying? What control center? Hurry up and find it. This apartment is said to have even resisted a zombie tide before.
What a waste for this dead girl. If we get it, we won't even care about base A.
Boss? Fang Shicheng's heart raced as he spoke. They actually didn't tell base A.
I suspect they will start moving tonight. Qiao Shan said casually, we will wait for them.
All right, remember to bring Wang Meng. After all, no matter what, he couldn't let his own employees suffer, could he?
It must be said, Fang Shicheng's efficiency was remarkable. He quickly spread the false news that Qiao Shan was not at the apartment tonight and was going to base D. As soon as the two brothers heard this, they couldn't help but take action. When night fell, the two brothers sneaked into Qiao Shan's room.
Wait, are we really going in?
Zhang Li suddenly felt a bit panicked, unable to stop himself from speaking up. I just feel that something is off.
What's off?
Zhang Yi shot him a fierce glare.
Are you stupid? Haven't we already looked around the apartment thoroughly?
I also looked through the windows of those empty rooms, there definitely isn't a control center there.
I think this dead girl can only be kept here.
Zhang Yi cautiously used his plant abilities while cursing. I really don't know where this B*** got her luck, finding such a good apartment. Luckily she's stupid, she answered honestly to whatever I asked, otherwise we wouldn't even know this apartment has a control center. With a click, the door opened a crack.
Success!
Surprise flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to enter, someone suddenly hit him on the head with a stick.
Who hit me?
Zhang Yi was stunned, looking at his brother. Zhang Li, what's wrong with you? Before he finished speaking, his face was hit hard by a punch.
A punch, then another punch.
He had been hit several times before he realized something was wrong.
The lights turned on.
Who is your brother?
Look carefully, who your grandpa is.
Zhang Yi was hit hard and let out a wail. Seeing Wang Meng felt like seeing a ghost, his voice shrill. You.
Aren't you the one from today? Don't you fear my sister?
Your sister?
I might as well be your dad.
Wang Meng kicked him, directly knocking him to the ground.
Don't think I don't know what you guys are planning.
Zhang Yi's abilities weren't very strong, so in this situation, he couldn't even stop it, only cursing angrily. Wait until my sister comes.
I will make you regret it. Do you believe I'll make her kick you out of the apartment? Go to hell. When I get up, you better not wait for me.
Zhang Yi's vision blurred, using up all his life's foul language to curse him, his body trembling, severe pain in his abdomen. Just as he thought he was about to vomit blood, a bright, familiar female voice suddenly came to his ear.
Wang Meng, that's enough.
Sister? Startled, he jumped up, his voice trembling. Sister? Is that you? You're here. Quick. Save me. This one guy is hitting. At Xiao Shan's feet, a familiar figure had already passed out. It was none other than his little brother Zhangli. Zhang Yi immediately panicked, meeting Xiao Shan's calm gaze. I know everything. He froze, struggling to get up. What do you mean? I don't understand? I said, you should know what you told Zhang Guoqiang tonight. Xiao Shan tilted her head, shattering his last illusion. Tonight's events were also planned by me. Zhang Yi's expression visibly twisted, but his voice softened. Sister, what are you talking about? I never contacted Zhang Guoqiang. Fang Shiqing's face turned cold as he took out a recorder. Zhang Yi could no longer maintain his expression, staring at them fiercely. Xiao Shan couldn't help but ask, why? All these years, my mother and I have never mistreated you. Even if we weren't a family before, we've lived together for so long. We even gave you all the good things, even this apartment. If nothing unexpected happened, you could live here forever. You know very well that Zhang Guoqiang will harm me, so why did you do this? Her disappointment was unmistakable, but the other party seemed to finally realize Xiao Shan's attitude and his expression turned dark. What do you mean why? If you really cared as much as you said, why don't you give us the apartment? You're just hogging it to yourself. Living a comfortable life here, do you have any idea what kind of suffering we've been through all these years? If you hadn't run away, how could we possibly have gone to the base so early, risking our lives every day? Everything we are now is because of you. What are you saying? Wang Meng couldn't take it anymore and was cursing, ready to strike. But Zhang Yi had no intention of apologizing. He glared at them fiercely. Xiao Shiren stopped him, taking a deep breath. Forget it. She spoke coldly, tell Zhang Guoqiang that you've already taken control of the apartment. By now, she had grown strong, and it was time to settle old scores. Zhang Guoqiang had always wanted to make a move on the apartment and had contacts with people from Base A. If he was allowed to continue, he would eventually become an unstable factor. Why should I say that? Zhang Yi sneered, you don't really think I would listen to you, do you? It's all your fault. It's all because of you. If you have the guts, kill me. He spat maliciously, that old bitch's rotten child, the moment you open your contact list, I'll tell Base A, and you two can both die. She looked at the unfamiliar brother before her, a bit dazed, but when he mentioned the old bitch, her eyes froze with coldness, locking on him. She seized on the words you two can die. Do you know where my mom is? Xiao Shiren's gaze was chillingly sharp, but Zhang Yi just spat angrily. Should have known better. When your mom brought you over, your dad should have just strangled you. You don't know, do you? That old slut has been dead for a long time. When you refused to go, Dad sent her to that old bastard. He finished and actually laughed gleefully. Xiao Shiren's eyes filled with disbelief, her heart racing. She stared wide-eyed, clutching her chest tightly. What did you say? How could this be? That old bitch has been dead. Sent to old Wu. Don't you get it? Zhang Yi was fed up and said impatiently, so what if you have the apartment? Slap. Xiao Shiren raised her hand and gave him a crisp slap. Shut up. Her eyes were finally red. Wang Meng was equally stunned. Everyone in the room fell silent, only Zhang Yi's muffled laughter could be heard. As soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xiao Shiren. Wang Meng. Xiao Shiren's voice was filled with murderous intent. Hit him. Keep hitting until he confesses. And the other one, wake him up too, hit him. The sound of screams came from behind. Wang Meng's movements were violent, and Zhang Yi's arrogance was now replaced by painful cries. Zhang Li was splashed with water and shivering, still trying to process what was happening, only to be greeted by fists as large as sandbags. But no matter how much they were beaten, all they said was that Xiao's mother was really dead. Finally, Xiao Shiren could see a glimmer of hope. Zhang Li spat out a bloody tooth, his voice trembling. Sis, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I heard this from people at the base. She might not be dead, you'd need to ask Zhang Guoqiang for more details. Xiao Shiren's eyes were bloodshot. Hearing this, she finally looked up. Yes. Zhang Guoqiang. She didn't believe it. She didn't believe that her mother had just died. It's impossible. If she's dead, she should have a body. Zhang Yi stubbornly held his ground. Why tell her? What good would it do? Zhang Li cursed harshly. You want to die, I don't. Stop talking nonsense, alright? Xiao Shiren's mind was completely in chaos, filled with memories of her mother's smiles when she was still around. Her heart ached, and her fingers tightened. Then tell Zhang Guoqiang to come. Wang Meng cracked his neck, the sound deepening. If you try any tricks, just try my fists. Under the watch of several people, the two brothers finally surrendered. Zhang Li's voice trembled as he spoke into the communicator. Dad.
We found the control center. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqiang raised his voice. Is that for real? Of course it's true. Hurry and bring a few brothers over. Right now, the entire apartment is under our control, but that dead girl has run away. With the first sentence, the rest of the conversation flowed more naturally. Dad, hurry up, as fast as you can. Chapter 171, Heart Destruction. After putting down the communicator, the two of them turned to look at Xiao Shiren. We've done everything we can. Sis, can you let us go now? Don't call me sis. Xiao Shiren, having gone through earlier events, was extremely resistant to this term, speaking sharply, I am not your sister. All right. I won't call you sis, I won't. Zhang Li's voice was shaky, pleading, then can you let us go? After all, we didn't take that old, our mom. Xiao Shiren stared at them fiercely. When exactly was my mom taken? It was shortly after you had your accident. Zhang Li finally spoke softly upon hearing Xiao Shiren's question. At that time, Boss Wu wanted you, and when he heard you ran away, that definitely wouldn't do. A woman is a commodity in the apocalypse, so your mom had to take your place. He was clearly more sensible than his brother, his wounds not too severe, but he didn't dare offend the current Xiao Shiren, stuttering. It was Zhang Guoqiang who sent her there, it has nothing to do with me. Xiao Shiren's eyes were bloodshot. The others fell silent as well. After all, it was the life and death of their own mother, and Xiao Shiren's reaction was quite normal. Xiao Shiren tied up the two of them, standing at the apartment door, waiting for Zhang Guoqiang's arrival. Hearing Zhang Guoqiang's reaction, it was clear he was eager, and given the distance between Bai Ge and Ark apartment, it wouldn't take more than 24 hours. However, for every second that passed for Xiao Shiren, it felt like a year. Landlord, have something to eat. Wang Meng couldn't bear to watch any longer. He thought Xiao Shiren looked too haggard, holding a bowl of rice, worriedly looking at her. After being refused, he became frantic. No matter what, you can't let your body collapse. Your mom would be heartbroken to see you like this. Mentioning Xiao's mother made Xiao Shiren's eyes redden even more. Wang Meng immediately slapped himself hard. Oh dear, why did he have to bring up the landlord's sad matter again? At that moment, Xiao Shiren showed no emotion, shaking her head. I'm waiting for Zhang Guoqiang. Wang Meng sighed. Alas. He could only comfort her. Landlord, we still have to look ahead. If that person really dies, they can't come back to life, right? Come back to life. Come back to life? Wang Meng's words reminded Xiao Shiren. Xiao Shiren immediately thought of the system. The voice of the system coincidentally sounded at the right moment. Host, the system does not have the function of resurrection. Understanding the host's feelings, but even the system cannot go against the heavens. Xiao Shiren had thought early on that she would get such a result, but when she actually received it, her mood couldn't help but plummet, turning to look at the Zhang brothers, clenching her fists. Zhang Yi and the others noticed Xiao Shiren's thoughts, gulping, and hurriedly said, we've said everything we need to say. They had been tied up for so long, every part of them marked with bruises, pain unbearable. If Zhang Guoqiang doesn't come, I will feed both of you to the zombies. Xiao Shiren's voice was soft and cold, a rare expression to see. The two of them felt a chill in their hearts, fully aware that she wasn't joking. Zhang Yi looked down and suddenly blurted out. He's here. Zhang Guoqiang is here. Indeed, a military vehicle arrived below at some point, and the person in the driver's seat was Zhang Guoqiang. A few ability users followed him. Xiao Shiren stared at him fiercely, wishing she could tear him to pieces. Let him in. Zhang Guoqiang down below had no idea what was happening. He saw the power grid shut down and several burly men standing at the door, thinking they had come to welcome him, so he raised his chin. Why are you here? Where is my son? Didn't he say they would control this control center? Where are they? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi and Zhang Li on the watchtower spotted him and immediately shouted out excitedly. Dad! We are here! Hurry, save us! Zhang Yi yelled, tears welling up in his eyes. Dad, take those superpowered people and rescue us. We are kidnapped by Xiao Shiren, this is a trap. Zhang Guoqiang still hadn't reacted. Hearing their words, he thought they were joking. Just as he was about to scold them, Fang Shicheng in front of him suddenly grabbed him and swore. So you are Zhang Guoqiang, huh? Zhang Guoqiang was stunned, and what greeted him was Fang Shicheng tightening his grip. So you are the boss's father? Zhang Guoqiang couldn't even struggle, he was utterly dumbfounded. You, who are you? What is happening? Wasn't it agreed that I would receive VIP treatment? His eyes were wide, and he yelled, what are you doing? Knowing I'm your boss's dad, why don't you hurry up and let me go? Let go? What are you thinking? Suddenly, a laid-back yet familiar voice rang out. Oh, you even brought superpowered people? I advise you to get lost now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. It was Wang Meng.
The superpowered people changed their expressions upon seeing Wang Mang and couldn't help but ask, Zhang Guoqiang, what is going on? Didn't you say you would take us to enjoy life? They weren't fools. Of course, they could see that the two superpowered people were clearly not easy to mess with. Zhang Guoqiang hadn't seen Fang Shichang, so even being grabbed by the neck, he still didn't understand. But he had seen Wang Mang. What more could he not understand? This was a trap. Wang Mang directly took action and knocked out all the superpowered people behind him. Zhang Guoqiang backed away in fear, his eyes wide with terror. What do you want? He was lifted up like a chick by an eagle, Wang Mang's gaze fierce, and Zhang Guoqiang even forgot to use his powers. Dad! The two above were furious. Even they hadn't expected Zhang Guoqiang to be so disgraceful. When Zhang Guoqiang was brought before Xiao Shiren, his once haggard face was suddenly covered with frost, and he sneered, Zhang Guoqiang, long time no see. The Zhang Guoqiang before him looked hideous, but upon seeing Xiao Shiren, his expression changed to one of disbelief. How is this possible? You teamed up to trick me? Xiao Shiren had no time for his nonsense and said darkly, Zhang Guoqiang, how is my mom now? Zhang Guoqiang was heavily thrown to the ground, finally showing a look of realization, and laughed wildly. So you went out of your way to kidnap them just to ask me about your mom? He said ominously, what else can it be? Of course, she's dead. A shadow fell over everyone's eyes. You have no idea how tragic she was. What a pity, old Wu hadn't enjoyed her for long before she was gone. Chapter 172, Mother, Still Alive. Xiao Shiren's fingers tightened, wishing to tear the person in front of her apart, her eyes bloodshot. I ask you one last time, where is my mom? Heard that she's dead means she's dead. Your mother is dead, and your father is dead. Right now, I'm your only dad. Do you dare to kill me? Zhang Guoqiang met Xiao Shiren's gaze, speaking with arrogance as he fixed his stare on her. What, don't believe me? Come on. Kill me. I have a special alarm device from Bai Ge on me, if you kill me, it will alert them. Xiao Shiren finally smiled. She spoke softly, kill you? That would just dirty my hands. Xiao Shiren closed her eyes. The temperature outside is so high right now, I'll strip you of your shirt and leave you outside the apartment, and when you're about to die, I'll give you some medicine. Or I could send you into a crowd of zombies, since this is the apocalypse. Getting bitten and losing your limbs isn't a big deal, right? Wretched girl. You wicked girl. Zhang Guoqiang could hardly catch his breath. Xiao Shiren suddenly remembered something, oh right, your two sons. Don't you love them the most? Xiao Shiren said with a smile, I'll send them to accompany you, how about that? Zhang Yi and Zhang Li were on the verge of crying. Dad. Please, just tell us. That woman isn't dead, right? They cried, you have to say something. Zhang Guoqiang's eyes widened, cold sweat almost dripping down. Are you threatening me? Zhang Guoqiang gritted his teeth, each word heavy. I'll tell you this, if you dare touch a hair on my son, I'll make that woman pay with her life. It seemed the mother was still alive. A glimmer of hope ignited in Xiao Shiren's heart, and she signaled Wang Mang with her eyes. Wang Mang suddenly punched each of the two brothers. Are you going to talk? If you don't, I will kill them right now. Wang Mang was a strong ability user, and though he held back on that punch, it still made the two brothers feel like they were going to vomit. Xiao Shiren stared at him, where is my mom? Zhang Guoqiang wanted to act tough, but seeing the brothers about to be hit again, he trembled, she's in Wu Laoda's hands. Is she dead? Not dead. Not dead. Zhang Guoqiang hurriedly said, don't worry, she's doing just fine. I saw her before. Xiao Shiren was almost going to breathe a sigh of relief. Then she suddenly realized something, what about Wenwan? Did you all take her to Bai Ge as well? Was it her that told you about the situation in Ark apartment? Previously at Cold Light Base, Wenwan suddenly disappeared, and now it seemed likely she was taken by those from Bai Ge. Zhang Guoqiang quickly answered, yes, it was her. They said your apartment has everything now. I didn't believe it at first, since when I came, there was hardly anything in your apartment. But Wu Laoda grew suspicious and wanted to send people to figure out your situation. I didn't expect that you guys would actually drive our people away. So, he wanted to play the emotional card? To send them to us? Xiao Shiren finally understood everything, but he didn't expect you to reveal your true colors so quickly. We even intercepted the signals you sent. Yes. Anan, even though we aren't your real parents, could you let us go for the sake that I raised you? I only know your mother's business. I know she's not dead. Zhang Guoqiang pleaded as he crawled toward Xiao Shiren. Xiao Shiren retorted. Raised? Are you referring to using my mother's dowry to send me to elementary school? She laughed coldly. Elementary school in the apocalypse is not the same as a regular one. After finishing second grade, she could read.
But without her mother, she might not even have qualified for elementary school.
Zhang Guoqiang actually had the nerve to mention raising her?
Xiao Shiren shot a cold glance at the two of them, locked them up, and never let them out. Wang Meng agreed, but at that critical moment, the other side suddenly changed their face, pulled out a dagger from who knows where, and aimed it straight at her body.
You little bitch. You're just like your mother. Go die. His face was twisted with rage, the dagger poised.
It looked like it was about to stab into Xiao Shiren's arm.
Thud. Landlord. Boss.
Two voices rang out in unison. Xiao Shiren's pupils shrank sharply, looking up to see Fang Shiqing's arm suddenly spurting bright red blood as he stood in front of her, tightly frowning.
Once he confirmed Xiao Shiren was fine, he calmed down. Are you alright? I'm fine. Damn it, you dare hurt my brother.
The hot-tempered Wang Meng kicked Zhang Guoqiang hard, sending him crashing down. The dagger also fell to the ground, glinting coldly. Beside him, the two brothers, Zhang Yi and Zhang Li, were also stunned.
No one expected Zhang Guoqiang would act. Dad, what are you doing? Even if Zhang Guoqiang wanted to die, they didn't want to die with him.
Xiao Shan felt a chill in her heart, the anger growing stronger, and she clearly realized again that Zhang Guoqiang was beyond saving. Zhang Guoqiang spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. You little brat, your life is really big.
Just like your cheap mom. Wang Meng grasped Zhang Guoqiang's sleeve tightly. Landlord. What do we do now? Drag him down, just as I said before, strip him and expose him to the sun.
Xiao Shan looked at Fang Shiqing's wounds, speaking slowly and clearly, the three of them, together.
Fang Shiqing, you go back and rest first. She was completely disappointed.
Now her mother was still at Bai Ge. She didn't know what kind of torture she was suffering, while the three of them were turning on her. If it weren't for Fang Shiqing, she really didn't know what she would have turned into. Before being dragged away, Zhang Guoqiang still called her a worthless person.
What does it matter if your mom is still alive?
I'll tell you the truth, even if she is alive. She's half dead. If I can't go back, the entire Bai Ge won't let her have it easy. The faces of the two brothers turned ashen. Xiao Shan ignored them. Just at that moment, her communicator suddenly rang.
It was Ling Che.
Xiao Shan had never trembled so much, her voice was mixed with tears. Ling Che.
My mother. I know.
Ling Che's voice was cold, strangely reassuring. I found her with Shu Shu, she's still alive, don't worry. Xiao Shan couldn't control her surging emotions this time, her hands shook. What did you say?
Is she really still alive?
Ling Che nodded affirmatively, his voice hoarse and tired on the other end, clearly having gone through a fierce battle.
Still alive.
But her condition is very bad. Prepare yourself, she may not hold on for long. Every word struck Xiao Shan's heart like a hammer. Ling Che exhaled heavily. The people at Bai Ge have noticed our actions, they are now capturing us everywhere.
Chapter 173, Xiao's mother returns. Xiao Shan's voice was muffled, revealing intense tension. She quickly replied, then I'll come pick you up?
No need, we are doing our best to head towards you, but locating you is very difficult. The other party's words were concise, but you must be prepared.
When we rescued her, she was coincidentally brought into a room, but her appearance.
Xiao Shan was not a fool, she understood that the preparation Ling Che mentioned meant getting ready for retaliation from Bai Ge. Bai Ge has long discovered our traces, but so far, only a small leader from Bai Ge has chased us. His abilities are not as high as ours, so he is now trailing behind. Ling Che's breath quickened, wind howled around him. They can't catch up with me, but your mother is in a critical condition. You must, absolutely, prepare the best healing medicines. Xiao Shan felt an inescapable tension in her heart. After hanging up the communicator, she composed herself completely. Bai Ge clearly aimed at Ark apartment, and they must have been prepared to use her mother as leverage, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to discover it so quickly.
Moreover, preparing the best healing medicine. She clenched her teeth and asked the system, how many federal coins do we need for the best special medicine here? After detection, the best special medicine in the system can only be unlocked by upgrading the apartment to LV5.
Xiao Shan's heart sank suddenly. She incredulously said, but I don't have that many federal coins right now.
System, don't you think your requirements are set too high? Xiao Shan's tone finally became panicked. Can you relax the conditions a bit? Or I'm willing to pay double, can you ease the conditions just this once? Just once, only once.
As long as once, she just needed to save her mother. Under Xiao Shan's almost trembling scarlet gaze,
the system finally sighed. Okay.
This was simply the only hope for Xiao Shan.
She couldn't wait to say, system.
Before she could finish her words, the system mercilessly interrupted her. But, let me be clear, if your mother passes away, then this special medicine will no longer work. I have mentioned before, this special medicine cannot bring someone back to life. Xiao Shan opened her lips, feeling a bit dumbfounded.
Okay.
After she agreed, the blue screen in front of her indeed popped up the name of the special medicine, very long and quite complex, but at this moment Xiao Shan couldn't think too much, her gaze frozen on the price of 4 million federal coins.
4 million? You mean the price is very high, 4 million?
Xiao Shan's voice rose, unable to believe her eyes.
I warned you, the price is very high.
The system's voice echoed in her ears, and Xiao Shan's heart raced, almost going crazy, murmuring, is it only 4 million?
But I only have 2 million now. Host. Can I buy it on credit?
Or Xiao Shan finally thought of something, hurriedly pulling out the federal coin card given by Yunichao before, I got it.
Can you deduct money from here?
Yunichao has already left, the money in the card was originally for him to renew the lease, the money in here is for all the tenants. Okay, the system was silent for a long time, until Xiao Shan could no longer hold on, it finally spoke, only this once. For the first time in her life, Xiao Shan thanked the system for its humanity. Hearing the other party agree, she was even moved to tears. Her hand felt heavy, after obtaining the special medicine, she finally came to her senses and quickly ran up to the watchtower. Ling Che's powers were immense, she had said before that it wouldn't take long to bring her mother back, and that was certainly not wrong. Outside, Zhang Guoqiang and the other two brothers were still suffering in the scorching sun, Xiao Shan could see everything from the watchtower. They looked like dead ashes, their mouths so dry they were about to bleed, covered in sweat, and even Zhang Yi had passed out, while Zhangli was gasping for breath.
Water, water. Wang Meng, bring them back.
Xiao Shan picked up the communicator, and her first words made several people snap to attention.
Well, what happened?
Wang Meng stuttered out a sentence, his eyes full of vigilance, afraid that Xiao Shan would let these people go. Xiao Shan said softly, I don't want them to leave.
You bring them back, don't let them block the way. Also, didn't we seize a large batch of heavy weapons before?
Her tone was light, even making Wang Meng begin to doubt if his ears were faulty. This time, if people from Bai Ge come over, no matter the cost, I want them to come and not return. Xiao Shan originally didn't want to confront Bai Ge head-on, but if they touched her mother, she would definitely not hold back. Wang Meng didn't expect Xiao Shan to mention this willingly, under her gaze, he didn't dare say much, hurriedly agreed a couple of times and quickly left. Time seemed to move slowly, Xiao Shan couldn't remember how long she waited in place or how Wang Meng and the others were assembled.
Xiao Shan stayed in place for a long time before finally seeing Ling Che and the others.
And when she saw the person on Ling Che's back, her eyes finally sparkled with light. That figure, she remembered vividly, was her mother, who had grown up with her. Her clothes were tattered, not a patch of good skin on her hair was messy, and even during the bumpy ride, she spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Ling Che also saw her, but her expression was clearly pessimistic, her strength had already been exhausted, and she had even sustained some injuries.
Don't just stand there.
Another female voice was clear and calm, hurry up and help her.
Xiao Shan finally reacted, realizing the other person was talking to her.
Wang Meng hurried over, his eyes wide. The ability user was tall, with a high ponytail, her face covered in blood, sensing someone behind her, her water powers erupted almost instantly.
Did I tell you to come here?
Looking closely at where she hit, it was clearly a mass of air, but when the opponent fell to the ground, it transformed into a living person. He seemed to vanish again, but this time, his target was Ling Che. Ling Che dodged slightly and surged past.
Landlord. Xiao Shan understood immediately and activated the electric net in an instant. Ling Che quickly set Xiao's mother down. Quick, save her.
Xiao Shan looked intently at her mother, injecting the special medicine, until her mother's originally weak breathing warmed up in an instant, and the heavy heart suddenly felt lighter.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness she had Yunizhao's federal currency. But she didn't forget the girl with the high ponytail.
At that moment, the other party obviously was at a disadvantage, but the water powers were still surging continuously. The other party was exactly the Shu Ling Che had mentioned.
Chapter 174, Psychological Trauma.
Shu stood in front of the invisible person.
Xiao Shan couldn't care less, let her in first. No way.
Ling Che immediately refused without thinking, in her current state, the invisible person can easily get in.
No way, Xiao Shan insisted, my apartment has automatic defense systems.
Before she could finish, Ling Che had already left. You stay here, I'll go check on her first, Ling Che hurriedly said, that invisible person outside is a level 4 ability user. Wang Meng rubbed his fists together, looking for something to do, and immediately spoke up.
Isn't it just a level 4 ability user?
I'm in too, goddess of war, watch me punch him into pieces. As soon as Wang Meng finished speaking, Xiao Shan saw Ling Che sprint out like lightning. This was the first time Xiao Shan saw him move so fast. And at the instant Ling Che dashed out, the recuperating Feng Shicheng also came over, surprised at the scene.
Boss. Xiao Shan was astonished, didn't I say to let you rest? My injury is fine. Feng Shicheng looked at the pale and weak Xiao's mother, is this Auntie?
Xiao Shan spoke seriously.
Feng Shicheng, this is my mom. She just took the special medicine, and now she needs to rest. Can you take her back to the room? Feng Shicheng froze for a moment, of course. Only then did Xiao Shiren let out a sigh of relief. After all this time together, Feng Shicheng's loyalty had reached 100%, Xiao Shiren had no doubt he would betray her. So when Wang Meng pointed to himself, what about me? We'll observe patiently. There may be more people behind. Xiao Shiren pointed ahead and whispered, people from base A. Downstairs, Ling Che and Shu Shu stood back to back, and at that moment, the other party had become invisible. Just as Xiao Shiren held her breath, Shu Shu manipulated her water powers, instantly changing the color of a small section of the sky, pouring down towards the ground. Do you really think that just because you went invisible, I can't deal with you? Shu Shu smiled, not quite a smile. As it started raining with water powers, they naturally got drenched, leaving behind a footprint. The moment the first footprint landed, Ling Che struck. Her short knife sliced through the air ahead, and only then did Xiao Shiren notice a drop of bright red blood on the knife. You all come in quickly. Xiao Shiren shouted outside. Shu Shu could barely stand, Ling Che pulled her quickly back into the apartment. Shu Shu looked Xiao Shiren up and down, panting, you're the woman Ling Che has been talking about? You look pretty average in terms of combat power. Shu Shu, Ling Che said coldly. Shu Shu laughed and directly lay down on the ground. Forget it, being noticed by you must not be a bad thing, hurry up and arrange a room for me, I'm exhausted from saving your mom. Xiao Xian naturally thought about this aspect and quickly said. Okay. You two follow me. Xiao Xian felt as grateful to the two people as if they had given her a few million federal coins, so she arranged a room with a wave, providing a luxurious suite. Shu Shu didn't even have the strength to sigh, directly lying on the bed, cursing, if I had known it would be this tiring, I shouldn't have agreed to help you find anyone. Now it's good, I don't even have my identity left. What are you still doing standing here? I don't need your concern, hurry up and go see your mom. After lying there for a while, Shu Shu finally spoke. Xiao Xian. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that the water ability user in front of her was a bit too familiar. Ling Che glanced at Shu Shu, she has this kind of personality. Xiao Xian relaxed her furrowed brow and hurriedly said, then I'll go see my mom. You two stay here and rest for a while. After Xiao Xian finished speaking, she turned around and hurried off to the room where her mother was. She tiptoed in, and inside stood Feng Shicheng. She said to Feng Shicheng, you go out first. Don't worry, in the apartment, no one can hurt her. After Xiao Xian spoke, Feng Shicheng finally nodded. She looked at her mother, and in just a few months, her mother's complexion had weakened a lot, almost gaunt, with some faint injuries on her body. Combined with what Zhang Guoqiang had said before, it was clear what had happened previously. Xiao Xian shook with anger, reaching out to touch her mother's face, but before she could make contact, her mother frowned at her in reflex. She looked at her mother, her heart sinking, feeling a painful ache. Mom! The voice that came out was already choked, it's all my fault. If I had taken you away at that time, this would never have happened. The door opened at some point, and Ling Che gently patted her shoulder. We were late. Her voice softened slightly, sighing, when we got there, the people from Base wanted to use her as leverage against you, intending to lock her up, so we acted first and rescued her. But I didn't think the security system at Base was more comprehensive than I imagined, just rescuing her caused the alarm to go off. Xiao Xian suddenly recalled, muttering, indeed, Zhang Guoqiang said before, if he died, Base would know immediately. It seems they must have installed alarm devices on everyone. Ling Che glanced at Xiao's mother on the bed and suddenly spoke, that special medicine you have is good. She was in worse condition than now before. Xiao Xian bitterly smiled, but she hasn't woken up yet. Moreover, what worried her more was her mother's psychological trauma. After she left, her mother was handed over to Wu Laoda by Zhang Guoqiang as a replacement for herself, who could bear such an experience. What will her mother do in the future? Xiao Xian softly asked, System, does that special medicine have an effect on mental health? No. The system answered coldly. However, if the host upgrades to LV5 apartment in time, similar special medicine will appear. A spark of hope erupted in her heart, that would be great. Upgrading to LV5 only costs 5 million federal coins. But unfortunately, Xiao Xian currently had 0 federal coins. As she turned to look at Ling Che, she suddenly realized, then if the people from Base come knocking, can we not kill them? Ling Che had a slight smile on his lips. Whether to kill or not to kill, for Ark apartment right now, there is no choice, is there? The goal of Base is already clear, which is to obtain Ark apartment. Even according to their usual style, even if they can't get it, they would destroy it. Xiao Xian felt her heart sink. Ling Che spoke with a lot of reason. This time the pursuers should be Wu Laoda's people, anyway she has already offended them, so what's the harm in offending them thoroughly? You can also choose to cooperate with Base D, Ling Che reminded. You know, they swallowed the Ark apartment, and next will definitely be Base D. You have a good understanding of Base D, Du Zhonghong, and the others are not bad people. Xiao Shan nodded, contemplating deeply, but before she could contact Du Zhonghong, the system map suddenly popped up with an alert sound. Warning! Warning! A large number of hostile life forms are detected heading towards the apartment. Xiao Shan's gaze froze. At the moment she opened the system map, dozens of red dots were seen approaching her. The people from Base A were coming. Ling Che also noticed the change in her expression and raised an eyebrow. Do you need help? Xiao Shan stood up, looked at her, took a deep breath, and said, No need. I can handle it myself. Ling Che had been risking his life for her, and of course, she wouldn't let him deal with it while he was resting. These nuisances, the Ark apartment could handle them. Xiao Shan headed straight towards the apartment entrance. The electric fence outside had long been activated, buzzing loudly, and Yichuan and the others had received the news, gathering nearby. Xiao Shan spoke first. Let's aim for a quick battle. Wang Meng, send down all those heavy weapons. Wang Meng immediately took action upon hearing this. Various kinds of firearms and shells were sent down, even the youngest Yan Xiaoduo received a small handgun. But she firmly refused, saying, This is too heavy. I have superpowers. Du Shaowan snorted, holding the firearm in hand. Base A, huh? I've never played with these before. Xiao Shan couldn't help but speak. Are you sure you want to join us? You should know, you're from Base D. Du Shaowan voluntarily asked to come along. Before he came, he claimed he wanted to broaden his horizons and see how strong other bases were. Even when Xiao Shan repeatedly tried to stop him, wanting him to think carefully, he was still resolute. What's wrong with Base D? Our apartment is developing so well, they might even come to us in the future. Don't worry, I've asked my dad, and he said it's fine, we can continue without any problem. Du Shaowan was unbothered. Our Ark apartment is a whole. Look, the sirens are coming, isn't it normal for me to be here? The sirens howled. Xiao Shan then lowered her eyes. Since that's the case, then let's go together. Next time, she would waive Du Shaowan's rent as well. On the other side, Wu Lao sat in the car, listening to his subordinate's report, his face dark as night. What did you say? That level 4 invisible superpower user is actually dead? Yes, the subordinate's voice was low, revealing some resentment. I've already checked, that invisible superpower user was killed by Ling Che. No wonder. But their apartment strength seems very strong. Should we not go back first and call some people from headquarters? Wu Laoda's face was so dark it seemed like ink would drip from it, roaring, Shut up. If it weren't for your blindness in recruiting that woman Shu Shu as a mercenary, how could we possibly fall into this situation? And she actually saw our latest discovery, the mutated clock. I've already told headquarters, we must capture her back. I never expected her to be tied up with that broken Ark apartment in Ling Che now. But it seems their combat power is very high. The subordinate still couldn't help but say. What combat power is high? Didn't we capture that one named Wenwan? Wasn't it said that they have no combat power at all? If it weren't for Base D protecting them, they wouldn't have survived to this day. Wu Lao lit a cigarette, speaking fiercely, his words already tinged with dissatisfaction, and the only one strong is that woman named Ling Che. Who cares about others? Now that Base D is gone, what are we afraid of? But. The subordinate wanted to remind him, haven't we been a bit too calm on this journey? There used to be zombies wandering around. It's not just him, this place has clearly been cleaned out by someone. Boss Wu crushed the cigarette, but if you say one more word, I'll throw you down to feed the zombies. The subordinate's face turned pale, and hearing feed the zombies made him shiver. He ultimately chose to remain silent. Keep moving forward. Boss Wu ordered, aren't there a few ability users scouting ahead? Keep going. The further he walked, the smoother it felt. He even thought the people in the Ark apartment were a bunch of useless fools. The enemy was right before them, and they still didn't realize it. The more Boss Wu thought about it, the more his lips curled up. If he could take down the Ark apartment this time, wouldn't that mean a limitless future for him? Up in the watchtower, this scene was seen by everyone. Xiao Shan seemed to be pondering. They seemed pretty confident. Wang Meng, muscling up with a cannon, roared, confidence is a good thing. I've never even used these heavy weapons from before the apocalypse. I want to see which is stronger, the ability users or our cannon. They are coming. Yichuan faintly saw their figures, equally excited but still rational. Landlord, look. 3. Xiao Shan started the countdown. When counting to 1, Xiao Shan closed her eyes, and all the cannonballs launched at once. Not a single one left. Anyone who harmed the mother should die. They formed one parabolic trajectory after another in the sky. A line of ability users were clearly caught off guard and were blown away several feet. Those who reacted immediately activated their defenses. What happened? It's the Ark apartment. Someone shouted, They have cannonballs? Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Boss Wu was blasted, but, being a level 3 ability user, and having shown signs of potentially breaking into level 4 in recent years, he was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. What the hell? What's going on? Boss Wu cursed, and in the next moment, more cannonballs were flying towards him, causing his pupils to constrict. He just dodged one strike. But the enemy intensified their attack. The cannonballs in the sky were almost uncountable. Boom! Boom boom boom! The continuous sound of cannon fire shook the heavens. Xiao Shan stood atop the watchtower, watching as Boss Wu dodged left and right. In the blink of an eye, many from Bai Ge had fallen. The remaining ones, even if they were dumb, realized what was happening by now. Boss Wu's eyes turned red. Bitch! You fools can't see the woman is their mainstay? Kill her! He bit down on his teeth, activated his power, teleportation, and in the blink of an eye, appeared right in front of Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan didn't even blink, her expression cold. This was the man who wanted to buy her before and later tormented her mother for several months? The tip of his knife struck toward her instantly, reflected in her pupils. Boss Wu's eyes widened with a smile that expanded. Isn't she just a woman? What's so great about that? Xiao Shan stood still, and in Boss Wu's eyes, she looked even more contemptuous. Just as the sharp blade was about to slice her neck, she was suddenly bounced away by an invisible force. Boss Wu looked at her in disbelief. Next, more grenades fell from the sky, smashing down on him, but they missed, and he couldn't even see a shadow of her on the ground. Why aren't you coming to save me? Boss Wu roared. They only then realized that Boss Wu had again teleported outside. Wang Mang widened his eyes and rubbed them. Landlord, wasn't he right in front of you? How did he vanish in the blink of an eye? Xiao Shan replied blandly, it's the apartment's defense mechanism. Since the apartment upgraded, its defense mechanism should now be able to withstand ability users below level 4. As for other things, Xiao Shuren was not sure, but she estimated that the apartment's defenses should have a limit. Down below, Boss Wu was equally in disbelief. How is that possible? He couldn't hurt her at all? He couldn't believe it and wanted to use his ability again, but the grenades dropped faster, exploding in every corner, forcing them to hide behind rocks. A cold smile crept across Xiao Shuren's lips. Blow up that rock over there. Even if it gets blown to bits, that's fine. Her words were soft, yet at this moment, they felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. After this, everyone involved, if they are employees, their future salary will be doubled. If they are tenants, rent will be free. Once Xiao Shuren said this, everyone became excited. Then won't my salary be over 20,000 in the future? Wang Meng became eager, continuing to bombard the spot Xiao Shuren mentioned. Landlord, can our apartment really afford rent? Aren't you just stating the obvious? How could the landlord not afford it? Has she ever broken a promise before? He Chuan scolded. The boss is so amazing. As for the tenants, Du Shaowan was one of them, pouting, I have plenty of money, so I don't need free rent. But, are you sure you want to blow them up? We could ask for the federal card password they have. He only had a pistol, but his movements were decisive. Yet Xiao Shuren hesitated. Let's continue for now. The sound of explosions filled the sky. Even all the defensive ability users could not resist, and as she watched her brothers fall one after another, Boss Wu's eyes burned with rage. Bitch! As soon as this curse left his lips, another shell exploded. The only cover was completely shattered in that moment. And Boss Wu was also badly wounded. He cursed while trembling. I don't believe it. In the face of the cannon fire, he looked very undignified, but he activated his power again. Damn it, I will kill that woman right now. When he teleported in front of Xiao Shuren again, he found that he was not blasted away. Xiao Shuren smiled slightly. Fang Shichang was quick-eyed, blocking in front of Xiao Shuren. His unhurt left hand swiftly raised a knife, stabbing towards Boss Wu's heart. Boss Wu stopped in that moment, covering his chest, looking at them fiercely. You. He exhaled heavily, wanted to move again, but Du Shaowan had already aimed his gun at him. Bang! Boss Wu suddenly fell to the ground, writhing heavily, wanting to use his ability to teleport away but was too late. After her psychic ability upgraded, Jian Yun directly controlled him. Boss Wu lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, yet he couldn't use his ability at all. What's going on? What have you done to me? His tone was terrified. She smiled slightly, kicking Boss Wu while saying, Don't worry, my ability is to control others, right? I just controlled his thoughts and told him he couldn't use his powers anymore. Everyone turned to look at Jian Yun. Wang Meng stuttered, This. Jian Yun, can you really do that? Jianyun seemed unaware of how terrifying her power was, regretfully touching her chin. This is also the first time I controlled someone like this, but my ability is only level 2, he is level 3, I should not be able to control him for long? As soon as this was said, Fang Shichang did not hold back, directly drawing his knife and severing the enemy's veins. Boss Wu completely slumped to the ground. It was also the first time he realized the strength of the arc base. You, how could you? That woman before never mentioned that you have a psychic ability user, right? Xiao Shiren withdrew her surprised gaze and gave Wang Meng a look. And who is Wang Meng? He is Xiao Shiren's trusted subordinate. Understanding Xiao Shiren's intentions instantly, he quickly asked, who is that woman? What? Wen Wan. Where is she? Wang Meng asked again. Boss Wu jolted, she's dead. This time he was completely honest. The meridians were severed, and there were no more abilities, nor that arrogant spirit. Xiao Shiren finally grasped the key. How did she die? Boss Wu's voice trembled. It's not my fault. Blame her. At that time, she came to us, saying you had a rich arc apartment, and she even said you had no abilities at all. The beep beep machine roared. Get to the point. Xiao Shiren's heart sank as he asked. Isn't she an ice-type ability user? I thought, let her be a mercenary, and then she just died. He was lying. Xiao Shiren could see that. In the apocalypse, a woman who was usually pampered and couldn't even pick up a chicken, what fate awaited her? Everyone present knew. Xiao Shiren clenched his fingers, suddenly thinking of his mother. A wave of intense anger surged within him. Wang Meng also sensed Xiao Shiren's thoughts. Host, don't get angry, look at me. He thoroughly searched Boss Wu, taking everything clean. Any federal currency cards, crystal cores, communication devices, all were pulled out. Wang Meng shook the federal currency card in his hand, happily asking, what's the password? Say it, and we'll let you go. Of course, Boss Wu was reluctant to speak. He tightly closed his lips, but just as Wang Meng was about to act, he finally spoke a number. Wang Meng was prepared, taking out the card reader and swiping. With a ding. Wang Meng was shocked. Host, we struck it rich. There are actually 7 million federal currency in here. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Xiao Shiren couldn't believe it either, counting again, and indeed, it was over 700,000. A full 7-digit number. One could imagine how much profit Boss Wu had taken. Now we are rich. Wang Meng smiled widely, directly transferring all the cards into Xiao Shiren's account. He cleared his throat and threatened again, can you abase know the places where everyone inside died? Mentioning death caused the other side to freeze, shaking his head. Is it true that you don't know? Wang Meng was prepared, twisting his neck. If you really don't know, then dying here wouldn't be unfair, right? Chapter 177, Boss Wu was castrated. Boss Wu immediately trembled. You said you wouldn't kill me, right? He won't. Xiao Shiren suddenly spoke, but I will. Boss Wu froze, looking as if he had heard something unbelievable, mouth agape, murmuring, you. So, you'd better be honest. Xiao Shiren narrowed his eyes. After hearing this, Boss Wu seemed to deflate, finally speaking. They will know. Will they know everyone? Of course not. Boss Wu was much quicker this time, only a few people. Why does Zhang Guoqian know? When mentioning this, Boss Wu shivered, because didn't he say he was your father? Of course, I had to make use of that. Xiao Shiren exchanged glances with the others. Now that we've asked all the questions, can you let me go? Boss Wu seemed to timidly speak. Without his abilities, his courage was gone. Outside, others were still bombarding, and seeing Boss Wu caught, his subordinates could do nothing, wanting to escape but unable to leave the grenade's range, suffering heavy casualties. Xiao Shiren spoke again, this time his voice was chilling. Last question. She looked down at Boss Wu, about Wen Wan, how many people were involved? Boss Wu stiffened up. His eyes darted, what Wen Wan incident? I really don't know, didn't I say? She died as a mercenary. Xiao Shiren smiled. She looked at Fang Shichang, do it. Fang Shichang understood and directly pulled out his knife, fiercely stabbing towards his groin. Boss Wu let out a wretched scream, blood gushing forth, howling, you can't kill me. You kill me, the organization will definitely know. Who said we wanted to kill you? Xiao Shiren's voice was cold, without a hint of expression. For someone like you, killing you is really too cheap. Everyone under Wu's command is guilty in some way. Birds of a feather flock together, people tend to stick to their kind. Xiao Shan whispered, arrange him with Zhang Guoqian and the others. Remember, keep your distance. Send someone to watch, don't let them actually die. Others naturally heard Xiao Shan's words and exchanged glances. Wang Meng spat in his direction. Wu, the leader, murmured to himself. You. You can't kill me.
I didn't come here just for the Ark apartment, there's also.
What else? Xiao Shan seized the key moment.
Wu stopped speaking, he suddenly looked at her with rage, laughing wildly as if for revenge.
Who cares what else?
You want to know, so I won't tell you.
If I don't tell you, then just wait to play alone. Xiao Shan silently stared at him for a while and suddenly said, Is it related to Shu Shu? Wu's eyes widened.
He seemed shocked that Xiao Shan guessed so easily.
Xiao Shan smiled. Take him away.
Wu was taken away by Wang Meng. Outside, those possessing abilities had no good flesh on them, they likely wouldn't last long. Xiao Shan quietly scanned her surroundings before finally stepping away. Wu was gone, and most of the people outside were dead. Xiao Shan didn't know what would happen to Bai Ge in the end, but at this moment she finally calmed down and looked up at the sky.
She
avenge her mother. When Xiao Shan entered her mother's room, her mood was still heavy. Her mother on the bed looked much better, her breathing steady, yet she still refused to wake up. The system said, she is in this state due to a severe mental shock. Xiao Shan was stunned, so she is not willing to face things because the shock was too great before?
Indeed. After experiencing that, who would want to face it?
When Xiao Shan mentioned this topic, the system was certainly not polite.
Yes. Your current federal coin balance is already 7 million, right? Upgrade the apartment. Only then did Xiao Shan remember and hurriedly said. Okay. Let's upgrade.
As the information started up in her mind, just as Xiao Shan confirmed the upgrade was complete, she could feel the surrounding scene obviously changing.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to LV5 apartment, deducting 2 million federal coins. After the LV5 apartment upgrade, due to too many upgrade factors, it is currently loading. The system will no longer provide detailed descriptions, the host can check it themselves.
Current loading progress 10%.
Xiao Shan was slightly surprised by this scene. This wasn't the first time she had seen an upgrade needing to load, but the progress that popped up was only 10%. What a huge update this must be. Looking around, the room Xiao Shan arranged was a luxurious suite, and it had directly expanded a full circle. She roughly estimated that it was at least 200 square meters. Xiao Shan hurriedly ran outside, and the system blueprint popped up at this moment. This is.
Host, you can change the blueprint at will in the future.
Besides that, you can also choose to construct the apartment. The current maximum capacity of the apartment has reached 1,000 people.
She was truly shocked this time. How could there be room for 1,000 people now?
She opened the blueprint and found not only options for building public facilities, but also added choices like restaurants, medical rooms, and office buildings. Xiao Shan gasped and flipped through the system mall, which also popped up prompts. Please confirm, host, whether to upgrade the system mall. Upgrading the system mall requires 100 level 3 crystal cores.
She happened to have some.
Xiao Shan didn't forget about her mother on the bed and quickly clicked confirm, then heard the system's deduction sound.
Congratulations to the host, system mall upgraded to level 3.
Her heart raced, and she opened the system mall. At the very bottom, she unexpectedly saw a price that left her in disbelief.
System, mental medication, why does it cost 5 level 4 crystal cores?
Xiao Shan truly had no words to express her feelings this time.
5 pieces.
So far, she only had 2 level 4 crystal cores.
Where would she find 3 more?
But the system replied. This mental medication is the best one in the system, it actually shouldn't be unlocked now, but I advanced it.
Host, I tried my best.
At the end of the conversation, the system sighed, feeling some sympathy for Xiao Shan. I know you are very worried about your mother, but the price of 5 level 4 crystal cores cannot be lowered. But don't worry, she is just asleep, I just checked her condition, and there's nothing wrong. At this moment, Xiao Shan finally let out a sigh of relief. Her voice was hoarse, thank you, system.
Besides gratitude, she couldn't say anything else.
She used to feel that the system's prices were high, but at this moment, she clearly realized that the system was actually very good.
Chapter 178, Level up to LV5. Tall buildings rise up.
Xiao Shan stayed in her mother's room, searching through the entire system, but found no way to quickly obtain 3 level 4 crystal cores.
Including the last time's mutated species trapping trap.
It was limited in purchase. After upgrading to a LV5 apartment, she could buy it 50 times. But Xiao Shan didn't expect that this time's mutated species trapping trap could not attract any level 4 mutated species, not to mention crystal cores. However, knowing her mother was in good health still gave Xiao Shan a boost. She had no time to upgrade the apartment's facilities but turned to Shu Shu instead.
Shu Shu was lying comfortably on the bed, playing with a pre-apocalypse mobile phone. Seeing her come over, she didn't even turn her head, saying, "What's up? Something going on?"
Xiao Shan sat down at her bedside, contemplating her words, unable to speak.
Shushu grew a bit impatient waiting and finally glanced at her. You came over. You're not going to ask what I'm doing at a base, right? Xiao Shiren froze for a moment. Shushu continued with a sigh. You too, really? She also came to ask me. That she naturally referred to Ling Che. Xiao Shiren pondered for a moment. Are you willing to talk about it? Wu Laoda said you have questions. It wasn't strange for Xiao Shiren to be straightforward. She could see Shushu clearly didn't like to beat around the bush. Shushu exaggeratedly pointed at her own nose. Me? What problems could I have? I didn't do anything. I just pretended to be a mercenary to look at their base's confidential documents and flipped through a few pages before Ling Che called me away. Confidential documents? Xiao Shiren finally reacted. She looked at the person in front of her in shock. Shushu actually had the ability to find confidential documents? But wasn't she a level 3 ability user? In the apocalypse, although level 3 ability users were rare, a base had many talents. So, is Wu Laoda planning to capture you this time? Shushu casually leaned back on the bed, legs crossed, and said. That's more or less it, but I only hurriedly glanced at the so-called confidential documents and thought they were uninteresting. What I can tell you is that the recent mutated species are not just mutated plants anymore. Even some animals that only existed in the apocalypse have started to mutate in large numbers, and many high-level mutations are happening. But this information shouldn't be casually revealed. As for why it became confidential, I guess not many people know about it yet. Or maybe a base wants to swallow up other bases, deliberately keeping it a secret. Once the mutated species has cleared those bases, they would go to occupy them. She mocked. After all, wasn't a base built up this way from the beginning? Even in the apocalypse, they're still thinking about seizing others' territory. Xiao Shiren's heart sank again. The original stalled desire to build the apartment reignited once more. Yes. She no longer has that much time to stay. First, there was extreme weather, then massive plant mutations, followed by animal mutations. What's next? Will the original mutated species become even more powerful? Xiao Shiren didn't dare to imagine. Shushu muttered, sigh, I'm not saying anything, but when Ling Che told me life was comfortable here, I had no idea. Now that I see it, there's even air conditioning, which is way better than when I was a mercenary at Base A. By the way, how much is the rent here per month? I'll pay. No need. Xiao Shiren suddenly stood up and firmly said, You are Ling Che's friend, and you saved my mother before, so there's no need to pay. After dropping this sentence, she hurriedly rushed outside. Sigh. No way, I really don't want to owe anyone a favor. Hearing her words, Shushu looked at her leaving and hurriedly began to get dressed. The system had nearly loaded, and as expected, there were many more options. During this time, Xiao Shiren had set up 50 traps for mutated species, each costing 8,000 federal coins, spending a total of 400,000, so far she only had 160,000 federal coins left. Xiao Shiren saw in the system blueprint that there was actually an option for collective dormitory. Collective dormitory, improved from single rooms, each room about 40 square meters, can accommodate 10 people to live, recommended rent 1,600 federal coins. Xiao Shiren glanced at it and found that the collective dormitory was divided into 10 rooms for each gender. That means a total of 20 rooms, able to accommodate over 200 people. She was a bit shocked. But it must be said, this was exactly what Xiao Shiren needed. After all, some tenants don't have that much money, and a collective dormitory is the most cost-effective option. Xiao Shiren thought for a moment, knowing that because of its special nature, unlocking one room would cost 8,000 federal coins, to unlock all would cost 160,000. Let's unlock 5 rooms for each gender. Xiao Shiren thought for a while. Given her current tight funds, unlocking 5 rooms would be best. Insufficient space detected, please build a new dormitory building. Hearing this, Xiao Shiren was stunned. She never expected there would be an option to build a new dormitory building, and the cost was not low. 200,000 federal coins for a building? Xiao Shiren gritted her teeth and directly unlocked it. Please choose the placement location for the dormitory building. Xiao Shiren immediately chose an empty space. And in an instant after the selection, the building rose from the ground. Shushu, who had chased after her, also witnessed this scene, staring blankly at the towering building, mouth agape. No way. Is this your ability? This is simply a superpower. Shushu was dumbfounded. Even though she had heard of Xiao Shiren's abilities, it wasn't until she saw it with her own eyes that she truly found it incredible. Is this reasonable? Xiao Shiren only had 60,000 federal coins left in her card. Behind her came a series of exclamations. This building just appeared out of nowhere? It rose from the ground. The landlord is amazing. The tenants stood there in shock, completely stunned. Coincidentally, Lu Guifan was walking by with 2 children and smiled. You are new here, right? Our landlord's ability is impressive. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Living in our apartment, it's all good. Yuyun was taken aback, first seeing the building appear out of thin air, then turning around just in time to meet Shushu's face. She was stunned for a moment, her voice instinctively rising, "Sister Wenju?" Shushu turned around to look at her, startled for a moment before saying, "You are." Yuyun had a mournful face. "Sister Wenju, I'm Yuyun. Have you forgotten me?" Shushu finally remembered the other person, seeing her eyes had turned red, and suddenly realized, "I remember now." She waved her hand. "Wenju is just a random name I picked, my real name is Shushu, and don't call me sister, where are the others?" Yuyun looked even more wronged. After telling the story, Shushu's expression also sank, and in the end, she comforted and patted her head. "I didn't expect that after I left, they would treat you like this." Chapter 179, Temperature Control System. Yuyun's eyes turned red again. She whispered, "I thought I would never see you again. How could that be?" Shushu's expression softened a little, rubbing her hair. "Silly girl, I'm very lucky." The two of them exchanged pleasantries for quite a while. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiren took the opportunity to walk into the tall building and discovered that when she reached the second floor, an invisible resistance fell upon it. It seemed that the second floor had not yet been unlocked by the system. She pondered for a moment and then turned to look at the collective dormitory. She realized an important issue. Although the collective dormitory was there, it still had not been decorated. Xiao Shiren looked inside. So far, the collective dormitory was still just a bare shape, with even the bed being a wobbly iron bed. This environment, no matter how you looked at it, it was uncomfortable. Having her charge 1,600 federal coins each month, she couldn't bring herself to do it. "System, show me the decoration," Xiao Shiren said. The blue screen in front of her quickly flashed through decoration options, and Xiao Shiren looked at them, selecting finely decorated wooden beds, lined up together, with partitions and warm yellow ambient lights in between. Surprisingly, it didn't feel crowded at all. A 40 square meter space, surprisingly, was still okay. Xiao Shiren also laid down some flooring. It looks like a capsule bed from before the apocalypse. The system evaluated. Xiao Shiren didn't understand what a capsule bed was. After painting the walls and laying white tiled flooring, she also thoughtfully added curtains to each bed. Now, more and more people are moving into the apartments. Xiao Shiren murmured. Earlier, there was feedback that the 2 shower rooms were insufficient. Later, she opened up 10 more shower rooms, which finally were enough, but now with 10 people per room. "Let's install a bathroom," Xiao Shiren declared. "And get rid of the previous shower rooms, just install a water heater for each household." Now that she had the blueprint, it was very easy for Xiao Shiren to install things. She didn't even need to go to someone else's house, she just clicked on the system blueprint and it was done. She scanned through each room and felt completely satisfied. When the new tenants arrived, any needs could be addressed then. In the blink of an eye, 600,000 federal coins were about to be spent again. Xiao Shiren sighed. Federal coins were just too hard to earn. Not only federal coins, but level 4 crystal nuclei were also hard to earn. She looked at the system page, which was already showing the upgrade requirements for the next level. Need 15 million federal coins for the Ark apartment to expand to 4,000 square meters. Currently, it is only 3,500 square meters. When Xiao Shiren saw the words on the screen, she felt like she could strangle someone. After a long while, she finally spat out a few familiar words from between her teeth. "System, why don't you go steal it?" The system replied helplessly, "Host, the upgrade of this system, of course, comes with conditions." Think about it, don't people outside need conditions to upgrade their abilities? The Ark apartment is rooted in the same source as your abilities, but upgrading the Ark apartment only requires you to earn federal coins, which is already quite simple. Moreover, I also give you additional channels to earn federal coins. What do you mean by additional channels to earn federal coins? Xiao Shiren countered, I haven't felt anything yet? Didn't you notice that the areas of the botanical garden and livestock farm have expanded? When Xiao Shiren heard this, she was instantly stunned. She hurried downstairs, and when Yichuan saw her, he casually greeted her, "Landlord, what's the rush?" Xiao Shiren hurriedly replied, "Check out the botanical garden." As she rushed over, she was directly dumbfounded. The area of the botanical garden had expanded by a whole double. From the original 100 square meters, it had directly become 200 square meters now. Lu Guifan had already picked up her children by now. Seeing Xiao Shiren approach, she smiled, "Landlord, what brings you here?" Due to the high temperature, Lu Guifan had noticeably darkened a shade. "But now at least there's some meat, not as skinny as when we first met." Xiao Shan pointed to the open space ahead, This? Isn't this something you did?" Lu Guifan had already gotten used to things that suddenly appeared from time to time. A plot of land just appeared out of nowhere, and it's actually quite large. "Xiao Shan, it indeed is. However, she didn't expect the botanical garden to upgrade along with the apartment. Xiao Shan muttered, I thought I could only buy it with Federation currency. Host, don't think this system is that evil. The system coolly spoke. Xiao Shan. What does think mean? She felt it was just there. After arguing back and forth for a few sentences, Lu Guifan finally spoke, but didn't you say before that you wanted to plant some fruit trees here? With the weather so hot, won't they die from the heat if you plant them now? Xiao Shan only then realized that the weather was indeed very hot. And it's been getting hotter day by day. After Lu Guifan dropped the kids off and came over to the plantation, she had already started sweating lightly from the heat. As for herself, the sun's painful rays were burning down on her. Before, it didn't feel that bad, but now she could tell it was indeed getting a little hot. The plants won't die. Xiao Shan's face finally became serious, and she looked up squinting towards the direction of the sun. How long has this heat wave been going on? About a month, right? Lu Guifan instinctively replied. The high temperatures have lasted for quite a long time, probably 4 to 5 months, but the heat has been rising only in the last month. I've been outside every day, and logically, I should have gotten used to the heat by now, but now. She helplessly rolled up her sleeves, and Xiao Shan finally noticed she had clear sunburn marks on her arms. Xiao Shan's heart tightened. This was something she had neglected. Xiao Shan wondered, system, can we add something like a roof to the plants? Or even install air conditioning? System, we do have that. Xiao Shan didn't understand what the system meant. What does we do have it mean? The system was silent for a moment, but aside from the plantation? Many animals in the ranch have temperature requirements, including all the people inside the apartment. Xiao Shan suddenly understood. She immediately spoke, you mean, aside from the plantation, I can enclose the entire Ark apartment? And then install air conditioning? System. You are a genius. Xiao Shan's voice became excited. With this thought in mind, she opened the system store. But the moment she saw the prices inside, she was stunned. One large glass panel cost 10,000 Federation currency. And the entire apartment's renovation required 500 large glass panels due to its size. Who told you to enclose it? The system couldn't help but speak up. Didn't you notice that after the apartment upgrade, there's an extra task now? Xiao Shan truly hadn't noticed. After the upgrade, she hadn't checked the system panel again. Hearing what the system said, she opened it, and at the very bottom, there was indeed a new task. Task, obtain 20 level 4 crystal cores. Reward, thermostat system. Thermostat system, detecting that the weather is getting hotter. In order to ensure the comfort of tenants, you can make the temperature of the entire Ark apartment reach a certain balance by spending 10,000 Federation currency every month, similar to an air conditioner, covering the whole apartment. Xiao Xian's gaze froze as she found the 20 level 4 crystal cores. She moved her lips, then finally whispered, System, are you sure you're not making things hard for me? So far, I only have 2 level 4 crystal cores. If I could find more, I would have already given them to my mother. As far as I know, even Base D doesn't have any extra level 4 crystal cores. In this apocalyptic world, Xiao Shan wasn't sure whether there were enough high-level mutant creatures to find that many. But the next words from the system reignited hope in her. The system spoke seriously. Host, all tasks from this system are for the purpose of helping the host become better. The tasks arranged by the system are set after estimating the host's abilities, so they can be completed. Please trust this system. Xiao Shan felt a bit confused. So far, her card balance was running low. Lu Guifan didn't know what Xiao Shan was thinking deep down. She thought Xiao was just uncomfortable due to the increasingly hot weather. She comforted her, landlord, just relax. Although the weather is hot now, usually, it will be better in about 2 months. It's just 2 more months, we've been through this for so many years, haven't we? And don't look at how hard it is for me now, there's air conditioning back in my room, so I'm grateful. A trace of warmth appeared in Xiao Shan's heart. She nodded but suddenly heard a huge beast's roar at a crucial moment. The system's alert sound rang out. Alarm! Alarm! A massive energy fluctuation from a mutated being detected within the system. Please prepare, host. Her nerves were instantly triggered. Xiao Shan opened the system map, and in the next moment, she was stunned to find that the direction of the sound was actually where the beep machine was located. Without time to think, Xiao Shan hurried over, only to discover Yichuan and Wang Meng had also arrived. The beep machine on the ground let out a roar as if it had suffered some giant injury, its energy fluctuations relentless, practically slamming its lion head against the ground. What happened? Wang Meng instinctively asked. Why did Dado suddenly? Chi Lei also rushed over, wide-eyed, it. He hurried a few steps, trying to soothe it with his powers, but just as he touched the beep machine, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and lunged at Chi Lei to bite him. It was clearly already going insane, its eyes bloodshot. Shi Lei's face turned as pale as a ghost. Fortunately, the beep machine's collar activated at that moment. It was instantly pulled back to its original spot with booming sounds. Host, it's not talking, it's just screaming. The system translated. Xiao Shan. Isn't that just stating the obvious? She wasn't blind. Xiao Shan silently thought, meanwhile her brows furrowed even tighter. I feel like it's leveling up? Wang Meng suddenly spoke. Leveling up? Everyone looked at Wang Meng in unison. Yeah. Wang Meng said confidently, what, have you never seen a mutated being level up? I saw it once before, when they level up, it's this dead look, just howling and howling. Wang Meng scratched his nose awkwardly, then I thought it was too noisy, so I just killed it. Guess what? It was level 1 to level 2, and I ended up getting a level 2 crystal core. Shi Lei got up from the ground and looked at the beep machine, so now, it's level 3 leveling up to level 4? What we get is a level 4 crystal core. Wang Meng answered without hesitation. Xiao Xian was instantly stunned. She pressed her lips together and gazed at the beep machine with complicated eyes. Upon hearing level 4 crystal core, everyone finally couldn't help but chatter. What? It's already that powerful at level 3. And if it levels up to level 4, wouldn't that turn the world upside down? This lion really is impressive, but it hasn't absorbed any crystal cores recently, how could it suddenly level up? Last time, Xiao Duo awakened powers, could it all be due to the Red Moon's influence? Wang Meng shouted, hey, you guys, if we absorb its crystal core, won't we go from pseudo-ability users to real ability users? I haven't seen a level 4 crystal core much. Shi Lei shot him a glare after hearing this. Don't harm our Dado. I'm just joking, who would want to harm it? I'm a good person. Wang Meng quickly defended himself. Xiao Xian's expression became more and more complicated. Shi Lei noticed her expression and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Wang Meng didn't want to hurt. What about the landlord? After all, a level 4 crystal core is a huge temptation. Right now, he wished he could strangle Wang Meng for speaking carelessly. Wang Meng, meeting his gaze, also felt innocent, he was just speaking offhand. Why are you looking at me? Xiao Shuren noticed his stare and asked without raising her head, are you worried I'll kill it? Xiao Shuren chuckled, I haven't gone crazy to that extent, have I? She pointed at the BB machine, besides, it listens to me, its combat power is strong, I can control it, so there's no need to kill it, it won't bring any benefits. Xiao Shuren said this lightly, and Shi Lei instantly let out a breath of relief. Then the landlord you. What are you thinking? He didn't finish the last few words, but his gaze was intensely burning. Xiao Shuren's tone was calm, I was just thinking, if mutated species can upgrade, then there should be many level 3 mutated species upgrading to level 4 now. BB machine is just one of them. She walked over, producing several level 3 crystal cores, which she had caught using mutated species traps after completing her tasks. The BB machine lay on the ground, its aura was no longer as violent as before but instead lethargic, looking as if it had lost the will to live, no longer wanting to howl, revealing a sense of annoyance. I hope this is useful for it. Xiao Shuren directly threw the crystal cores onto it. The moment the cores touched its body, they immediately dissolved into it. The BB machine finally sensed the power and stood back up, radiating a layer of brilliance. Its body expanded in an instant. Everyone watched it without blinking, afraid of missing a single detail of its upgrade. Its shape swelled to nearly 3 times its original size before finally stopping, its claws becoming sharper, and when its previously closed lion eyes opened again, they brought with them a sense of intimidation. Its mane was sleek and radiated a soft luster. Wow! Wang Meng couldn't wait and exclaimed. The BB machine looked imposing, lowering its head and letting out a huff. Is this a level 4 mutated beast? Wang Meng's expression fell, a bit disappointed, it doesn't seem to have changed much. Chapter 181, The Wei Siblings. Golden-haired lion. It stared at Wang Meng, as if saying, say that again? Wang Meng pouted, the burly man directly hid behind Xiao Shuren and said in a pitiful tone, it's a fact. Look at the mutated dandelion we met before, how terrifying it was. The underground roots were so long, and there were so many seeds. And look at you. Wang Meng's eyes showed some disdain, it seems like other than growing bigger, you don't seem to be useful at all. The golden-haired lion, as if needing to prove its strength, suddenly raised a paw to slam down on the ground. But Xiao Shuren calmly said, if you ruin my vegetable garden, I will definitely not let you off. She smiled faintly. Golden-haired lion. It admitted it was scared. Its paw weakly lowered, letting out a huff. A mature person does not count small grievances. Xiao Shuren looked at the lion and asked, can you feel any changes within yourself? The golden-haired lion and BB machine showed a look of confusion, then shook its head, howled.
I can only feel that my strength has increased, my body has grown larger, besides that, I really can't feel anything but I think there should be power changing within me. Moreover, I also feel my mood has become much calmer. Xiao Shiren pondered. However, with a level 4 mutated beast added to the apartment, it should still be a good thing. Wang Meng sighed. Jin Yun's power has upgraded, Yun Xiaoduo has awakened, even the BB machine has upgraded, when will it be my turn? He cried out in despair. He Chuan patted his shoulder, we are in the same boat. Think from a different perspective. Although you two haven't awakened your abilities, you can still be stronger than some of those with powers. Isn't that already impressive? Qi Lei finally consoled, your strength is much greater than mine. If someone comes to attack me up close, I would. He didn't finish his sentence when the beat machine turned into a little lion, directly hanging in Qi Lei's arms, claws out and ready to pounce. Wang Meng felt a sharper pain in his heart. After all, he had no powers and no beat machine. Xiao Shiren looked at the two of them, speechless and amused. Now that the problem was perfectly resolved, Xiao Shiren felt relieved. She thought for a moment, I remember you mentioned something about the black market before? Wang Meng and the others had discussed it, and Xiao Shiren had overheard them. Hearing black market, Wang Meng perked up. Yes. There are quite a few things in the black market, but if you ask me, I still think our apartment supermarket has a wider variety, since it has all sorts of daily necessities. Why did you suddenly bring this up, landlord? Xiao Shiren pondered, I urgently need a level 4 crystal core. Urgently. Level 4 crystal core. The beep machine still remembered the restrictions this woman had forcibly placed on it. If she wanted to kill it, wouldn't that be easy? It immediately transformed into a little lion and shrank into Qi Lei's arms, trembling fiercely. Xiao Shiren. The others fell silent, exchanging glances. Wang Meng raised his voice, level 4 crystal core? Landlord, this thing isn't easily sold. Black market? Forget about it, they keep the good stuff for themselves. This is an absolute treasure for those with powers. Even if someone sold it, it would have been snatched up long ago. What if, Xiao Shiren carefully considered her words, what if I want to buy it with federal currency? Then at least it would cost. Wang Meng held up one finger, mysteriously. 100,000? Xiao Shiren's eyebrows twitched. 1 million. Wang Meng exaggeratedly exclaimed, a full million federal currency. There are hardly any level 4 mutated beasts out there, 100,000 is nearly impossible. Even if it were 1 million, it would take 10,000 people to snatch it. He said, bitterly. In the end times, how can there still be so many rich people in the world? With 1 million, how long could he afford a luxurious apartment? Xiao Shiren raised an eyebrow, equally finding the million price a bit steep. It seemed she would still need to search. However, judging by this speed, it wouldn't be long before level 4 mutated beasts would appear. The communicator beeped. As Xiao Shiren just picked it up, she heard Chen Jing hesitantly speak, landlord, we have an employee who wants to apply for a rental. Xiao Shiren? What? She almost thought she had misheard. Chen Jing smiled wryly, it's to keep the original dormitory and rent another room. You'll see when you come over. Xiao Shiren went with a skeptical attitude, but unexpectedly, when she arrived, she faced a delicate face. The person looked somewhat awkward and swallowed hard when meeting Xiao Shiren's gaze, landlord. He had prepared himself mentally, but he still couldn't stop the awkwardness upon seeing Xiao Shiren. Speak, what's going on? Xiao Shiren saw it was Wei Hayu, even more confused. According to the normal conditions I provided for you, I remember it includes room and board, right? Are you expecting a friend to visit? He was clearly prepared to come clean, and after a pause, he said, no, not at all. Landlord. Wei Hayu said, I didn't want to deceive you. He spoke softly, but when I first came in, I was wary of everyone, so you all might not know. My sister is actually not a baby, we are twins. Xiao Shiren squinted her eyes, you mean Wei Xuanchuang? Wei Hayu confirmed, yes. Xiao Shiren cut straight to the point, you're not trying to say your sister is a power user, but her ability has side effects, causing her to turn into a baby every time she uses it, right? Wei Hayu. It really was. Has she returned to her original state now? Xiao Shan decisively said, bring your sister over. Wei Hayu's attitude was clearly hesitant. In a sense, I should be your sister's lifesaver. What are you afraid of? Xiao Shan noticed his thoughts and asked him back. Wei Hayu was silent for a moment, okay. When Wei Hayu came back again, he brought another person with him. The girl looked to be around 13 or 14 years old and obviously felt a bit timid in the unfamiliar environment, speaking in a low voice. Brother, I told you, it's fine for me to squeeze into a room with you, but the landlord might not be easy to get along with. What if they kick us both out? After seeing Xiao Shan, she fell silent and obediently called out, landlord.
Xiao Shan looked her over. The little girl was dressed in ragged clothes, clearly worn for a long time. Xiao Shan's first question was, what is her superpower? Is it healing? She remembered that the system had told her before that Wei Xuanxuang's superpower was mental healing. Mental healing. Currently, isn't that just perfect for her mother? The two of them exchanged a glance, clearly astonished by what Xiao Shan said, almost asking out loud how she knew. Why you, how did you know? After a while, Wei Xuanxuang finally spoke, somewhat taken aback. Xiao Shan smiled slightly, since you want to stay here, I have an idea. As long as you do one thing for me, not only can you stay, but I can also hire you as an employee of our ARC apartment. In fact, I can arrange a room for you, right next to your brother. Wei Xuanxuang looked a bit dazed. What are the conditions? Xiao Shan smiled lightly, follow me. On the way, Xiao Shan introduced her current situation to Wei Xuanxuang and took her to her mother's side. Looking at her mother on the hospital bed, Xiao Shan reached out and gently stroked her face, a deep pain returning to her heart as she took a deep breath. This is my mother. I need you to heal her. Xiao Shan's tone was steady. I can do that. Wei Xuanxuang quickly agreed. After all, the conditions Xiao Shan offered gave her no reason to refuse. But you, if I can wake her up, can you really keep your promise? Wei Xuanxuang confirmed again. Xiao Shan understood this point. After all, after so long in the apocalypse, the siblings had wandered everywhere. Wei Hayu had a grasp of the apartment, but Wei Xuanxuang did not. Xiao Shan looked at Wei Hayu, and Wei Hayu's voice was low. Xuanxuang, don't worry. The other side explained, before, it was the landlord who took us in and gave me a job, and actually, I deceived her about this, but she didn't hold it against you. Wei Xuanxuang was speechless, clearly having complete trust in her brother. She looked at Xiao's mother. I can try. But I can't guarantee anything. Xiao Shan emphasized, if it's not possible, don't force it. After all, if you turn back into a baby, I don't know how to restore you. Then, the other's superpower reached out, delving deep into Xiao's mother's mind. Xiao's mother's expression obviously wrinkled, and Xiao Shan felt a tightness in her heart. Next, Xiao's mother looked like she had encountered something that made her very happy, and her face relaxed. As time passed, even Xiao Shan could feel that her mother's mood seemed to have eased a lot. The hand that had been tightly gripping the corner of the blanket was starting to relax. However, 10 minutes passed, and Xiao's mother still showed no signs of awakening. Xiao Shan pursed her lips tightly, a look of worry appearing on her face. The more Wei Xuanxuang used her power, the paler her complexion became. Xiao Shan even worried that she might faint or turn back into a baby. Fortunately, Wei Xuanxuang did not turn into a baby. It's not going well. Wei Xuanxuang tried many times but ultimately expressed her frustration. I just tried. The trauma to her spirit is indeed too severe. But I can ease her pain. A hint of guilt flickered in her eyes, and at this moment, Xiao Shiren's movements froze. She bit her lip, and the light that once shone in her eyes faded. Taking a deep breath, she said, it's okay. Xiao Shiren felt weak. It doesn't matter. Wei Hayu also looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, landlord, for wasting your time. How about we find a place ourselves? Xiao Shiren looked at him and shook her head. You all can stay. The two siblings were stunned, and then their eyes sparkled with disbelief. What did you say? Xiao Shiren repeated, I said, you can stay. If I'm not wrong, your sister should have upgraded her ability, going from an infant to her current state? And the side effects have lessened a lot? Yes, I'm now a level 3 ability user. Wei Xuanxuang considered her words, but I'm a healer, with no combat ability. At most I can reduce damage for my teammates. That's exactly what we need. Xiao Shiren snapped her fingers. In our apartment, we happen to be lacking a healer. Xiao Shiren thought this through. Keeping Wei Xuanxuang was also a backup plan. After all, the system had had bugs before. If she needed medicine and the system bugged out, it would be better to have a healer. Healing is more natural than special medicine. Xiao Shiren looked at her seriously. So, would you like to join us? Before Wei Xuanxuang could answer, Wei Hayu hurriedly spoke up. Of course we're willing. Wei Xuanxuang didn't know, but Wei Hayu understood how great the ARC apartment was. Even if they could choose to join a decent base, they would have to complete various tasks, which was far less free than the ARC apartment, not to mention there are free vegetables and meat. Wei Xuanxuang was also pleasantly surprised. Since my brother is joining, then I will join too. She actually thought the ARC apartment was nice. Compared to her past life of wandering, it was a huge improvement. Wei Xuanxuang had already prepared herself to be rejected in that brief moment. She had thought the landlord might not be a good person, but she never expected the young girl before her to be so straightforward, so generous. So, she also got a job. Xiao Shiren raised an eyebrow. Wei Xuanxuang gratefully said, thank you, landlord. If it weren't for you, I might have died long ago. Landlord, actually you could let me help heal your mother more. Wei Shuangchuan couldn't help but speak. Her psychological issues are indeed tough, but it's not without a solution. Perhaps trying a few more times would help. But it might still leave some shadows. Xiao Shiren looked at her and finally shook her head. No need, I'll find a way myself. The system map showed that Wei Shuangchuan's color was dark green, representing her absolute goodwill. Xiao Shiren smiled. You all go check out your new dormitory. Okay. Wei Shuangchuan's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. After sending the two away, Chen Jing also smartly left, and the system suddenly rang with a notification about federal currency arriving. Xiao Shiren then remembered that it was rent collection day, hurriedly checking her system balance. To her surprise, she found her account had increased by a staggering 840,000 federal dollars. All of it was rent renewal fees, and some clients even renewed for a whole year. This was still after deducting the situation of Yun Yichao's base. She was stunned for a moment, murmuring to herself, everyone's willingness to renew is quite high. Just as she was pondering, the system displayed a new tenant arriving. Since Chen Jing was already there, Xiao Shiren technically could choose not to deal with it. However, the system at that moment insisted on notifying her of another sound. Ding! Detected ability fluctuations in the apartment. Be cautious, host. Xiao Xian's expression instantly turned cold. What kind of ability fluctuation? System, scan deeply. Host, this ability seems to cause no harm to the human body, but can distinguish truth from falsehood, similar to a lie detector. Chapter 183, Z-Base, Seeking Cooperation? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian felt surprised. Lie detector? Do you mean someone is using the guise of renting a house to investigate our ARC apartment? Yes. But the system detected that the other party is not here with malicious intent. Xiao Xian's perception was already sharp. She calmly replied, just because there's no malicious intent on the surface doesn't mean those behind them don't have ill intentions. She wanted to see what the other party was up to. With this thought, Xiao Xian walked directly to Chen Jing's side. As she approached, she heard the other party mumbling. We have a botanical garden here, but in this hot weather, can fruit really grow? What if you're just making empty promises? And, I heard the fresh vegetables inside are only 100 federal coins per pound, and even on sale for 80% off. They can't be fake, right? Chen Jing answered one by one. But he continued to press, your apartment is so nice, you really don't have any harmful intentions? He kept asking without mentioning renting. Chen Jing was already exasperated. Her tone turned cold. This tenant, if you're not going to rent, can you let the opportunity go to someone else? If you don't trust us, you can go to the base. The middle-aged man scoffed. Who said I don't trust you? I just want to ask about the situation since I'm here to rent, right? And your collective dormitory, this is a 10-person room, costing 1,600 federal coins. His words were slow. Xiao Xian had been listening for quite a while before she finally spoke softly. Since this gentleman has abilities, he shouldn't be a talent that all bases desire, right? The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be shocked. What ability? Who has abilities? I didn't say that. He shot a glare at her, his eyes revealing dissatisfaction and wariness. Who are you? I am the landlord here, Xiao Xian replied gently. Tell me, which base is this gentleman sent from? Upon hearing this, the man's expression indeed twitched unnaturally, and then he couldn't help but say, what base? I don't understand a word you're saying. Xiao Xian smiled. To discern the truth in others' words, such an advantageous ability for the base, and no base desires you, do you think I'm a fool? Seeing Xiao Xian accurately state his ability, the middle-aged man's face changed, and he finally exclaimed, I won't rent. I won't rent. Is that enough? You say you don't understand a word I say. What truth discernment, what stuff, I don't know. The man spoke, but his tone was clearly flustered, and he started to leave, only for the door to shut instantly. Xiao Xian leisurely said, do you think my base lets you come and go as you please? Once Xiao Xian said that, the other party finally realized she was serious, and his eyelids twitched. Chen Jing was shocked as well. She glanced at the middle-aged man, then at Xiao Xian, and couldn't help but whisper, this can't be a misunderstanding, right? No. Xiao Xian replied casually. Chen Jing finally reacted and nodded. Xiao Xian toyed with her stun baton, speaking slowly, are you sure you won't say? If you don't say, I won't be polite to you. Your ability shouldn't be offensive, right? Because this is my territory, you'd better think carefully. The threat proved effective. Although the middle-aged man was reluctant, he finally spoke, yes. I admit, the base sent me here, but we just want to learn about your apartment. After all, we also want to find cooperation with your apartment. Cooperation? Xiao Xian narrowed her eyes. Yes. Cooperation. Let me introduce myself. I come from Z-Base, the Z-Base you imagine. He coughed lightly, especially emphasizing the word Z-Base. My name is Yen Fan. Z-base can be considered a small high-level base. You are indeed correct about the abilities, but everything I do is just to lay the foundation for our cooperation. Xiao Shiren spoke calmly, you'd better turn off your abilities when speaking to me. Yan Fan, who managed to climb to a small high level from a powerless ability user, indeed knew how to read people. After Xiao Shiren said this, he honestly turned it off. He repeated the word cooperation several times, perhaps trying to express Z-base's sincerity in cooperating, but without revealing anything substantial. Xiao Shiren finally couldn't hold it in any longer, so, what exactly is this cooperation? Yan Fan replied, we want your ARC apartment to merge with our Z-base. Xiao Shiren. She laughed angrily, is this your so-called cooperation? Yan Fan said confidently, our Z-base is a large base. Would it be strange for you to merge with us? Besides, we recently heard that you've offended a base, right? If you join us, we can protect you. Oh. Xiao Shiren said with a blank expression, why yes? Yan Fan answered immediately, didn't you say that your base has all kinds of fresh vegetables? That's a huge advantage for us. If you rely on us, a base won't trouble you anymore, and they'll envy us. We've been watching your base's development these days. There's huge potential if you join us. We at Z-Base can do our utmost to support you, like giving you crystal cores, supplies, and so on. While he was painting a bright future, Chen Jing couldn't hold back either. You said so much, but I haven't seen any real benefits. Even renting a place means choosing a dormitory. I see your Z-Base's sincerity is just that. Yan Fan realized his sincerity wasn't enough. He coughed lightly, actually, the base is very sincere. If you are willing to cooperate, I am willing to offer this. Yan Fan said, glancing at Xiao Shiren mysteriously. From his pockets, he pulled out 4 level 4 crystal cores, which sparkled like crystal and radiated dazzling brilliance. These were genuine, 4 crystal cores. Xiao Shiren held her breath, feeling a surge of impulse in her heart. These crystal cores were incredibly useful to her right now. But she still calmed down, it was impossible to sell her apartment for just a few crystal cores. Yan Fan chuckled a few times. Even without abilities at that moment, he seemed to understand Xiao Shiren's thoughts. These should be enough, right? Yan Fan asked, at our Z-Base, these are not all our possessions. If you are willing to cooperate, we can offer 10 crystal cores. What do you think? Want to think it over? He placed the crystal cores on the table, producing a crisp sound. Moreover, landlord Xiao should also hope that her apartment can have more partners, right? Chapter 184, Preparing to Head to Z-Base. 10 level 4 crystal cores. Xiao Shiren's pupils shrank suddenly, but she still calmly responded, what you offered is indeed good, but the mutated zombies outside are getting stronger and stronger. Level 4 crystal cores are not as rare as before, right? Yan Fan brushed off the dust on his clothes, looking refreshed. Well, I don't know about that, but when it comes to negotiation, the most important thing is to find common ground, isn't it? The headquarters said that if Landlord Xiao is willing, she can go over any time. Moreover, I heard that Landlord Xiao has a good relationship with D-Base. If D-Base is willing to cooperate with us at Z-Base, they can come along as well. However, I am only responsible for delivering the message. Miss Xiao, what do you think? Xiao Shiren smiled slightly. Then I need to ask D-Base. The other side expressed understanding. If Landlord Xiao can figure it out by herself, that would be best. It's getting late. Since you already know my intentions, I will take my leave. After he left, Chen Jing was confused by Xiao Shiren's reaction. She absent-mindedly said, Landlord, he clearly wants our apartment to submit to them and become their subordinate. Why did you agree to him? Xiao Shiren shook her head. I don't think so. I believe he is quite right. Currently, our major bases are like scattered sand. But the future environment is destined to become more difficult. If we don't gather this scattered sand together, the end of the world will never end in this lifetime. What he calls negotiation already represents that Z-Base can make concessions. Yan Fan's words should be the result Z-Base hopes for integrating the entire ARC apartment into Z-Base. But his later words hinted to himself that Z-Base could yield and even discuss cooperation together with D-Base and the 3 parties. Xiao Shiren shared this idea with Ling Che. Ling Che was silent for a moment before saying, I have learned about Z-Base. They do have a good reputation outside, similar to D-Base. Z-Base likely hopes you can serve as a medium to connect the other bases, because from our apartment's current development perspective, it indeed has a high possibility of becoming the only hope in the future of the apocalypse. These words made Xiao Shiren more certain that there was a possibility for negotiation. She contacted D-Base. Du Zhonghong instinctively asked, what? Z-Base came to find you? Xiao Shiren replied, yes. Du Zhonghong sighed, I should have expected it. They have probably had their eyes on you for a long time, especially since the ARC apartment has been performing so well these days. Saying they want you to merge with them is just a way to test your response. However, based on their previous style, they shouldn't be so impatient. He then realized, it looks like it might be because of the recent abnormalities. Recent abnormalities? Xiao Shiren wanted to ask, but Du Zhonghong hurriedly replied, let's talk when we meet. I will come over immediately. When Du Zhonghong said immediately, he had barely stepped out the door when he arrived at their apartment's entrance. As soon as Du Zhonghong entered, he saw Du Shaowan coming out of the supermarket, and he immediately widened his eyes, furious. Du Shaowan. What are you doing? Are you getting restless again? Put down the snacks. Xiao Shiren suspected he was originally coming to visit his son. Du Shaowan hugged his snacks tighter upon seeing his father, clearly about to clash with him again. Du Zhonghong felt helpless towards his son and could only glare at him, suppressing his anger while looking at Xiao Shiren. Little Xiao, let's talk while we walk. After some time apart, the surrounding environment had also improved. Du Zhonghong was a little dazed. I suspect Z-Base suddenly sought cooperation with you, likely due to external factors. Actually, it's not just Z-Base, even we are eager to move directly into the Ark apartment. Xiao Shiren exclaimed, a bit astonished. D-Base was a major base, how could they say such a thing? You have been in the Ark apartment. Although you may not be clear about the external situation, you should have felt it, right? Ever since the last acid rain, the weather has become extremely extreme. Du Zhonghong said lightly. If it were just extreme weather, we could still cope, but so far, it's not only extreme weather. Plants and animals are mutating, leading to poor harvests. Zombies are evolving. Originally level 3 zombies have even evolved into level 4, continuously destroying the last bases of humanity. Du Zhonghong looked at Xiao Shiren meaningfully and asked, can you guess how many ability users from a small base next to us have perished? And how many people have starved to death? Xiao Shiren couldn't guess and shook her head. About 1/5 of the ability users have perished. Du Zhonghong's voice was cold, and the number of those who starved to death is greater than those who perished, possibly 1/3. We have a partnership with the Ark apartment, plus the rations we saved before, so food can barely keep up for now, but who knows how long this situation can last. Du Zhonghong's every word stunned Xiao Shiren deeply. The numbers coming from his mouth seemed light, but in Xiao Shiren's ears, they felt incredibly heavy. But under such circumstances, your Ark apartment is living exceptionally well. Du Zhonghong's tone was calm, hiding some hints. A common man is guilty of having treasures. Today's Z-base is still somewhat upright, but if it were to swap bases, then it wouldn't necessarily be the same. Moreover, they are urgently looking for our cooperation, probably wanting to find a way out. If we are to discuss cooperation, it might be worth a try. Xiao Shiren's gaze grew serious. I understand. Du Zhonghong sighed, as long as you understand, if there are no objections, we can set out early tomorrow. Xiao Shiren nodded in agreement. Since they had already decided to set off the next day, Du Zhonghong didn't linger and immediately returned to D-Base. Xiao Shiren, however, reflected anew, although the Ark apartment was indeed developing better and better, there would always be stronger forces out there. If one day they were targeted by a powerful organization, it would undoubtedly be a big deal, and Xiao Shiren was not confident she could counter it. She returned inside and thought of Big Wu and the others. Big Wu was now on the brink of death. After days of exposure to the sun, just as Xiao Shiren had anticipated, he was still alive, but couldn't go on, and tears flowed out upon seeing Xiao Shiren. Ha! He seemed to want to plead for mercy, but was so thirsty that he couldn't utter a single word. Xiao Shiren spoke softly, you want me to let you go? Big Wu nodded vigorously. The other three looked at her with exhausted expressions. Xiao Shiren surprisingly agreed, okay. Xiao Shiren glanced at him, however, I want you to report to a base, saying you and your people are still in contact with the Ark apartment, and to warn a base not to startle the snake. Your words should have some weight at a base, right? Though Big Wu didn't fully understand, how could he let this only chance slip by? Thus, when Xiao Shiren gave him back the communicator and let him drink several mouthfuls of water after, he was quite honest. As soon as the communicator was connected, he heard an excited voice on the other end. Boss? You finally answered. I thought something happened to you. How's the progress with the Ark apartment on your side? Big Wu coughed and, under Xiao Shiren's threatening gaze, began to speak. His voice was raspy as he spoke. Xiao Shiren's eyes directly pointed ahead, signaling him to drink water. Big Wu gulped down several large mouthfuls before managing to steady his emotions. I won't be returning to the base for the time being. If anyone asks where I am, just tell them I'm still thinking of strategies to bring the Ark apartment to our base. The voice on the other end hesitated instantly. Boss. Is that true? Could it be fake? Although Big Wu felt guilty, he still held onto his dominant attitude from being the boss for so long. Just tell them. The Ark apartment is definitely taking down. I'm also considering for the base, just give me a little more time.
As he spoke, without waiting for a response, he hurriedly hung up the phone, looking at Xiao Shiren with longing. Xiao. Landlady Xiao, am I satisfactory with this? Xiao Shiren smiled as she spoke. Well done. After finishing, she instructed the others to take him away. The three bystanders stared blankly at the scene, clearly in shock. Daughter. And if you let him go, can you let me off too? Zhang Guoqiang, seeing Big Wu about to leave, couldn't agree and immediately pleaded, these days, Dad has realized his mistakes. After all, no matter what, I am still your dad. He was terrified that Xiao Shiren wouldn't let him go, crying, and hoarse, I swear, if you let me go this time, I will never disturb you and your mother again. Xiao Shiren glanced at him and left one last sentence. Not enough. Her mood was heavy. What Zhang Guoqiang was facing now was not even 1/100th of her mother's suffering. She clenched her fingers. As for Wu Laoda, Zhang Guoqiang's gaze was blank, eventually dimming, but in an instant, he yelled fiercely. Xiao Shiren, are you still human? I am your dad. Do you really want to kill me? Isn't what I'm going through enough? What do you want? Xiao Shiren finally smiled. Of course, until everything is enough. Saying this, she turned around without hesitation and closed the door. Wu Laoda hadn't breathed fresh air for too long, so as soon as he got outside, he pretended to be grateful and cried. Thank you, Landlady Qiao, thank you, Landlady Qiao. I promise, after I go out, I will never contact Bai Ge again. I am now at odds with Bai Ge. Xiao Shiren nodded, let's go. Wu Laoda immediately turned around, the excitement and malice in his eyes evident. This jerk. He really believed it. Once he's out, he must tell Bai Ge to kill this Xiao Shiren. Xiao Shiren watched his departing back, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Ling Che, who had appeared at some point beside her. He has nothing on him, right? Ling Che looked at her, no. That's good. Xiao Shiren said, but her eyes revealed a coldness, then Ling Che. I'm entrusting Wu Laoda's matter to you. Letting Wu Laoda go back alive was naturally impossible. What she needed to do now was to delay Bai Ge as much as possible to prevent them from acting against the Ark apartment too quickly. But with Wu Laoda no longer having any value, he didn't need to live anymore. After letting Wu Laoda go, Xiao Shiren began preparing for this action. She packed various medicines and bought different types of food from the system store. But she didn't expect that the animals in her farm had actually grown up, which surprised her when Li Chunhua came to inform her. Landlady. Look, they are so plump. I never thought their survival rate would be this high. Li Chunhua enthusiastically introduced, and in this environment, those two sows are pregnant. And these rabbits have given birth to a litter. If you ask me, those big ones can be slaughtered too. As Li Chunhua talked, she brimmed with a sense of achievement. Xiao Shiren looked over, and sure enough, her eyes lit up. To be honest, these animals were all well-fed and strong. The original 20 rabbits were all plump, their fur soft and easy to pet, and they looked incredibly cute. Sisterly, let's slaughter 3 first and try. Xiao Shiren said excitedly, looking at Li Chunhua. Coincidentally, she also wanted to see what difference the system feed made for the rabbits. Li Chunhua was already eager to go. Upon hearing Xiao Shiren's words, she immediately responded, okay. With a swift motion, the knife fell. Xiao Shiren also helped beside, taking out a barbecue grill from her space and putting the cleaned rabbit meat on it. Not long after she started grilling, a delicious smell of meat wafted through the air, and sprinkled with spices, it was even more fragrant. Her taste buds danced. This was her first time grilling rabbits raised in her own apartment. This scene naturally wouldn't be missed by Wang Meng, who loved to join the fun. He happened to be training with He Chuan and Yun Xiaoduo. Coincidentally, he saw Xiao Shiren grilling meat and exclaimed, Landlady, what is this? Rabbit. Xiao Shiren calmly replied. What rabbit? Rabbit meat? Wang Meng rubbed his eyes. Could it be those little rabbits from before? How can they be eaten so quickly? Yun Xiaoduo also said slowly, Sister. The bunny is so cute, how can you eat the bunny? Xiao Shan looked at the two of them, raised an eyebrow, and shook the rabbit meat in his hand. So, are you two going to eat it? After the apocalypse arrived, animals became extremely hard to preserve, and it was rare to get meat. At this moment, the rabbit meat was roasting, sizzling with oil, and the aroma filled the air. It must be said that the rabbit in Xiao Shan's hand was really fat. Even after removing the fur, it weighed a full 10 pounds. Fang Shicheng looked at the rabbit and said, I heard that those bases only take care of rabbits weighing around 3 pounds. I didn't expect we actually have 10 pounds. He Chuan sincerely praised, isn't that so? As expected of our landlord, even the rabbits are raised so well. He was quick to grab a piece that was roasting. The other piece was in Li Chuanhua's hands. Yun Xiaoduo exchanged glances with Wang Meng and Fang Shicheng. They swallowed hard. Although bunnies are very cute, bunny meat really smells good. Yun Xiaoduo whined, sister. Xiao Shan sprinkled cumin on top, and the aroma filled the air, causing the two to drool. He divided about a third for Yun Xiaoduo. Yun Xiaoduo got what she wanted and immediately chirped, I love you, sister. He looked eagerly at Xiao Shan, landlord, can you share some more with me? Xiao Shan rolled her eyes, a bit speechless, and tore off several parts to hand out to a few people, here. The rabbit meat was delicious and chewy, exuding a fragrant scent. Wang Mang just took a bite and felt it was unbelievably tasty. He widened his eyes in surprise. Wow! This rabbit meat is actually so good? Chapter 186, Departing for Base Z. This rabbit grew so fast, all thanks to our landlord. Li Chunhua said with a smile, generally, we'd need at least 3 months to raise them, but these rabbits only took 2 months, and the meat is so good, I've never even seen such a thing. And look at these baby rabbits. Li Chunhua shook his head, I didn't expect these rabbits to reproduce so well, one litter after another. It's lucky we have an extra 100 square meters, otherwise, they would have to stay outside. We don't know how long you'll be gone this time, so we can roast some rabbits to bring along. Xiao Shan thought for a bit. Although she could buy fresh meat from the system shop, the quantity was limited, and the quality wasn't as good. But right now, with the number of rabbits being scarce, she was really reluctant, then let's roast a few more. Let's roast 5, just enough for everyone to try. Then what about this pig? Li Chunhua casually said, how about we slaughter these 2 boars as well? They are fat and strong, I weighed them, and each is 600 pounds. When Xiao Shan chose the pigs, she picked 3 males and 2 females. She thought for a moment, since we might not be here for a while, if you want to kill them, go ahead. Then we can put it in our supermarket and price it at 800 per pound? Everyone was taken aback. Isn't that too expensive? When Xiao Shan saw several shocked faces, she pondered for a while, after all, this is our first batch of pigs, plus they are all natural. It's not expensive at all. Li Chunhua couldn't help but say, pork in the apocalypse actually has different grades. With this quality, outside it would cost at least 3,000 federal coins per pound. I actually think the price is too low. She felt quite heartbroken. Xiao Shan was equally surprised. She knew that this was the apocalypse, but she never expected that the prices for such meat would be so high. I think we can slightly raise the price, it wouldn't hurt. Li Chunhua suggested, looking at the rabbit meat on the grill, after all, production is currently low, raising the price a bit isn't a problem. And even if we raise the price, it's still much lower than outside, and everyone can accept it. Xiao Shan still had some hesitation. But Wang Meng boldly said, landlord, aren't we really short on federal coins right now? If we raise the price now, we can always lower it later. For the development of the apartment. Under the persuasion of a group of people, Xiao Shuren finally decided on the price. Then it will be 1,000 federal coins. Everyone exchanged glances. This price is almost the same as not raising it at all. Xiao Shuren said generously, I established this apartment to help everyone live better. No matter how short we are on federal coins, we can earn it slowly, right? Wang Mang gave a thumbs up, as expected of the landlord, such vision. Truly impressive. Xiao Shuren smiled and then looked at Li Chunhua. Sister Li, you and brother Zhang have worked hard for us during this time. If you want to eat meat in the future, you can come and get 5 pounds free. Li Chunhua's expression turned to one of surprise. Although they had taken care of animals at other bases, those bases offered no such good benefits. 5 pounds of free meat. Even if 1 pound costs 1,000 federal coins, that totals up to 5,000 federal coins. No matter how they calculated, they would never be at a loss. Xiao Shuren continued, in addition, all employees of Ark Apartment will have this quota every month. Everyone was moved. Especially since some of the employees here had children. Other bases would never provide such good treatment. Landlord, you are really good. Li Chunhua was so touched she couldn't speak, rubbing her fingers together. Are we killing pigs now? I'll do it right away for you. Also, our chickens are laying eggs, I'll get them for you right now. Xiao Shuren tried to stop her several times, but couldn't prevent Li Chunhua. Li Chunhua killed the pig at lightning speed, and amid the pig's pitiful cries, the pig was done in. Xiao Shuren calculated that according to the ranch conditions, the ranch seemed to have some sort of accelerated growth mechanism, and within 2 months, almost all the animals had matured. In 200 square meters, roughly estimating, there would be thousands of pounds of meat every month. It's not bad to provide some benefits for the employees. Plus, calculating like this, she should be able to upgrade the apartment soon. Xiao Shuren's eyes shone brightly. Once everything was ready, Du Zhonghong came to their apartment early in the morning. When Yun Xiaoduo knocked on the door, Xiao Shuren was still not awake. It wasn't until several knocks accompanied by her calling out sister rang out that Xiao Shuren sleepily rubbed her eyes. Little duo, why are you up so early? It's not early, sister, it's already 9 o'clock. Uncle Du has been waiting outside for you for a long time. Yun Xiaoduo's voice was soft as she blinked her eyes at Xiao Shiren. Only then did Xiao Shiren realize and fully wake up, Brother Du is here? So early? Uncle Du said that if we are going to base C, it will take 2 or 3 days, plus there will be dangers on the road, so we need to leave early. Yun Xiaoduo put her hands on her hips. By the way, I've never seen such large bases, I don't know what they are like. Thinking of this, Xiao Shiren remembered Yun Yichao. The reason Yun Xiaoduo had never seen those large bases was probably because of the Yun family? The Yun family must have been looking for them all these years. At the time when Yun Yichao left the base, Yun Xiaoduo was still young, it's normal not to have memories. Her expression became complicated as she picked up her communicator. She didn't know how things were on Yun Yichao's side. Xiao Shiren squatted down and smiled. Since little duo has never seen large bases, then sister will take you to see them? Yun Xiaoduo chirped, okay. Du Zhonghong brought along Du Xiaowan, and everyone else gathered one by one. If everyone is here, let's set off. He scanned the group and said, I have already checked, and there aren't any dangers on the road. I've also brought several high-level ability users. However, to avoid unexpected situations, let's stay close together as a precaution. Xiao Shiren listened seriously, okay. After waiting for everyone to set off, Xiao Shiren found a comfortable spot in the car. The system map opened. Just as Du Zhonghong said, the road was calm and peaceful. Occasionally, a few zombies appeared, but were dealt with by others one by one. After 2 days and 1 night, they smoothly passed through. When Du Zhonghong sensed they were getting closer, he said, in half a day, we will arrive. Nothing should happen on this road, right? Wang Meng muttered. Xiao Shiren's brow jumped, and a sudden bad premonition surged in her heart. Just after he finished speaking, his crow mouth had become effective. The car suddenly came to a stop. What happened? Du Zhonghong asked. Someone shouted outside, the car broke down. How could the car break down at this time? Du Zhonghong's words were hurried, stirring up a sense of unease among everyone. After all, this is a means of transport in the post-apocalyptic world. It's very practical. Xiao Shiren thought of a previous bad experience, her expression slightly grave, and she instinctively opened the system map. Fortunately, it didn't show anything on it. Wang Meng immediately got out to check, puzzled. This is strange, I can't see any problems. Why don't you all change to another car, a mercenary suggested, shivering a bit, this place is really desolate, I don't get what the Z-base was thinking, building the base here. Indeed, the surroundings were all barren woods, not even a road, endless dust, not even zombies wanted to come. Xiao Shiren, however, sensed that something was off. Just to be safe, they decided to change cars, but just like the last situation, they hadn't gone far before it stopped again. Why did it break down again? Someone shouted out of frustration. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If it happened once, it would be fine, but now it happened twice. All the cars are malfunctioning, someone shouted in panic, what the hell is going on? Isn't this a bit strange? It shouldn't be possible, everyone was almost in disbelief, panicking and becoming chaotic, could it be that Z-base? They promised to talk to us about cooperation, but in reality, are leading us into a trap? Wang Meng also cursed, what the hell is going on? There are no people or mutant species around here, Xiao Shiren happened to say at this moment, it shouldn't be. I also agree that it shouldn't be, Du Zhonghong's voice grew heavy, according to Z-base's usual style, it shouldn't be like this. Moreover, our operation this time is extremely covert, how could they know when we set off? They wouldn't want to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe us all out, right? Fong Shichang interjected. Did you forget? Even without me, D-base still has the entire Du family, Du Zhonghong said solemnly. If something happens to me, both D-base and Z-base will suffer. Then, what is this situation? Someone interjected, frightened, it can't be a mutant species, right? Didn't Xiao Landlord have the ability to detect mutant species? She didn't find anything. Or is it something else from our rival base? Du Zhonghong sighed. Forget it, everyone rest in place. Let a few people go ahead to check, and if there is any situation, report immediately through the communicator. Everyone understood. Xiao Shiren was still fiddling with her system map, frowning as she heard this sentence. So hot. Yun Xiaoduo murmured, wiping the sweat off her face. Xiao Shiren didn't feel it at first, but after hearing this, she felt extremely hot and was about to take a fan from her space when suddenly a thick layer of ice formed in front of her. So delicate. Du Xiaowan snorted. Yun Xiaoduo ignored him and turned to look at Xiao Shiren, sister, when can we set off again? Are we going to stay here overnight? Xiao Shiren didn't know, it shouldn't be. After all, she now had a system by her side, plus other ability users. It was not really fear. Just after speaking these words, a sudden, huge scream came from afar, mixed with terror. What happened? A mercenary said in shock. It's old Wang's voice. Didn't he go over there with several people? Could it be? Old Wang is in trouble. As they spoke, their legs felt somewhat weak. Xiao Shan quickly opened the system map but found that the front was still empty. Even she was filled with astonishment at this moment. System, are you malfunctioning? The system spoke suddenly. No. I am functioning normally. But Xiao Shan's heart suddenly felt cold. Something happened ahead, yet in the nearby 5 kilometers, there was actually no trace of zombies. But this is the apocalypse. She walked all the way here, encountering zombies along the road, yet in a 5-kilometer radius, there was no trace of any zombies. To be precise, there were no signs of any life forms. The system always used the term life form as a map indicator. How about I go check it out with Fang Shicheng? Wang Meng suggested, puzzled. Otherwise, we can't just wait here. If that thing in the dark is really that powerful, aren't we bound to die sooner or later? Fang Shicheng agreed, that's right, let's go take a look. The two exchanged glances, but cold sweat dripped from Xiao Shan's forehead as she blurted out, I'll go with you. The absence of mutated species on the system map could only mean that the mutated being could either hide its presence, possibly being stronger than the system's exploration, or its attack range was so wide that it exceeded 5 kilometers. As soon as she said those words, she was met with strong opposition from both. No way. You're our landlord. You just stay here. Wang Meng spoke up. Fang Shicheng echoed this. Xiao Shan looked at Fang Shicheng, somewhat amused, and said, Why are you chiming in? Didn't you wish for me to run into trouble before? Now Fang Shicheng turned into Xiao Shan's most loyal subordinate, explaining, That was because I didn't know you well. But at that moment, Du Zhonghong lowered his voice, Since it's for safety, why don't we all go together? As soon as he suggested it, nearly everyone agreed. Yes. Let's go together, this eerie place always feels unsettling. I always feel something strange, it's hard to say, we should stick together. The defense types should walk in the front to prevent sudden ambushes. Ling Che, who had been silent, finally spoke. Okay. A group of them marched in an orderly manner towards the direction where the ability's user had made noise. Along the way, it was all quiet. Xiao Shan's system map still showed nothing, and her heart raced rapidly. Look! That's old Wang. The mercenary who spoke up revealed incredulity in his voice, Old Wang, he really is dead. This place is truly strange. Not only old Wang, but several ability users lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes wide open, mouths slightly agape, as if still speaking, yet in the blink of an eye, they lost their lives, their bodies covered in blood. Even more bizarre, there were no visible wounds, it was as if their insides had inexplicably exploded. The mercenary's face turned pale as he staggered forward to get a clearer look at the corpse. This doesn't even seem to be the work of a mutated species, more like a mental abilities user? Xiao Shan shivered. No! Don't go! The familiar alert sound of the system finally rang out. Alarm! Alarm! A purely malicious life form detected ahead, please prepare, host. Chapter 188, Level 4 Mutated Zombie. Xiao Shan gasped. If someone could see her system map at that moment, they would find that the red dot on her map was as big as what she had encountered with the Level 4 mutated plant before. What lay ahead was merely a Level 4 mutated zombie. Be careful! As soon as she uttered these words, the frontmost person who wanted to touch the corpse suddenly had a blood-red mark appear on his forehead. Struggling and twitching, it fell directly to the ground. Dead. Everyone was stunned. Quick! Get ready! Du Zhonghong was the first to react, speaking sharply. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed in, and Xiao Shan felt a shiver run down her spine. The fourth-level mutant species appeared right in front of them in an instant, and everyone could see clearly that they were zombies, countless zombies that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them in the blink of an eye. But at least they were all low-level. Some people were not ready and were bitten hard by the zombies, their faces contorted in pain. Damn it, where did all these come from all of a sudden? The surrounding mercenaries began to fight wildly. Although these zombies were all low-level, they were ferocious when biting, far too many, simply overwhelming. Wang Meng and He Chuan knocked one out with each punch, their hands covered in blood and goo. No, where did so many zombies come from? What's going on? Sun Li shot a zombie in the head with a gun, equally shocked. But Xiao Shan said, not right. Ling Che's short knife was sharp, shining coldly, and in an instant, he killed all the zombies surrounding them. But the beep machine did not move. Its fur bristled up, as if on guard against something. You felt it too. Ling Che exchanged a glance with Xiao Shan, his voice chilling, I suspect these are not real zombies at all, this is something similar to a mental attack. Got it. Xiao Shan felt it too.
Despite zombies falling one after another, biting others and leaving blood marks, appearing to deal real damage, she had never seen them on the map, not even the location of that mutant species. Ling Che, all the zombies are controlled by that mutant species, it should be a 4th level psychic, Xiao Shiren spoke quickly, directly getting on the beep machine, but I still can't find its direction. I suspect it cannot appear because it cannot attack at close range. Xiao Shiren asked seriously, do we have any defense type? Yes. Of course. Upon hearing Xiao Shiren's words, Du Zhonghong immediately called someone out from the crowd. Yun Xiaoduo took the opportunity to stuff a nut into Xiao Shiren's hands, whispering, "Sister, there's my fire ability on it." She only exchanged a glance with Ling Che, who understood her meaning right away. I'll go alone. No, I'm going with you. Xiao Shiren rejected without a second thought. At this moment, the beep machine had already transformed into a mighty lion. She took the defense-type person and rode on it, coldly saying, I can feel that together, our target will be clearer. If it comes to grab me, just kill it. After Xiao Shiren finished speaking, Ling Che did not say anything more. Du Zhonghong also shouted, you too? In the blink of an eye, the two had already left. Xiao Shiren looked at the system map. Where exactly? The moment she stepped out, there was a gaze that followed her like a shadow. Until she separated from the team, the mutant species seemed to sense something. Found it. Xiao Shiren walked about 500 meters, with Ling Che following her side. It's ahead. Xiao Shiren blurted out. The defense-type ability user quickly exclaimed, it's coming. And in that instant, the opponent's attack launched immediately. Xiao Shiren was very sensitive to danger, therefore, at the moment the opponent attacked, she threw out a wall of nuts. The scorching wall of nuts blocked the incoming mental force fiercely when it made contact, the flames spreading and enveloping Xiao Shiren like a shield. The defense-type ability user was taken aback. He stammered, this is. Xiao Shiren had no time to respond, shouting towards Ling Che, 5 o'clock direction. Ling Che was incredibly fast. So fast. In Xiao Shiren's eyes, he was like a streak of light. Boom! A sharp explosion sounded. Xiao Shiren's heart raced with excitement. Come here. 3 seconds later, Xiao Shiren's communicator rang with Ling Che's voice. Her tone was clearly strange. Xiao Shiren hurried over with the beep machine. Ling Che's short knife was pressed against the neck of a mutated creature. It was better not to see it. But upon seeing it, she was directly shocked. That mutated creature was actually a zombie. At this moment, its neck was already pierced through by Ling Che. Ling Che stood there motionless. Xiao Shiren rode the beep machine, Ling Che, why aren't you speaking? As soon as she finished speaking, another familiar voice exploded from behind. Run. That's not me. That's an illusion. Xiao Shiren's pupils shrank sharply, and just in time, the Ling Che in front of her turned around and pounced fiercely at Xiao Shiren. Ling Che behind wanted to block, but it was already too late. She could only watch as Ling Che came towards her, paralyzed and unable to move, when the beep machine beneath her suddenly roared, even shaking the surrounding air. Xiao Shiren suddenly woke up. That mutated creature, which had turned into Ling Che, seemed to be hit by some kind of mental shock and was stomped down by the beep machine, roaring non-stop. The zombie even wanted to take action, and its pus-filled face revealed some blankness. The beep machine then gave it a slap. Slap. That zombie was smashed into meat paste. What? What just happened? Beep machine, did you save me? Xiao Shiren looked at the beep machine before her, cold sweat soaking her back. Of course. Human, hurry and thank me. It wiggled its tail, as if boasting. Only then did Xiao Shiren realize that the beep machine was a level 4 mutated beast, which should not be weaker than the zombie in front of her. And she had nearly fallen victim to the zombie. Thinking about this scene, Xiao Shiren felt a bit scared. She touched the lion head of the beep machine and finally couldn't help but say, but, you weren't controlled by its mental power? Beep machine, you must have gained a new ability after upgrading to level 4, right? The beep machine looked at Xiao Shiren with disdain, letting out a sound from its nose and lowly howling. What's so great about it? Humans are truly too short-sighted. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Shiren knew she was right. Her eyes brightened, and she fiercely patted the lion head. Beep machine, you really are a good lion. If it weren't for her inability to lift it, Xiao Shiren would have loved to spin it around in the sky for 2 circles. Ling Che walked over, looking at the beep machine, surprised but also not forgetting to get down to business. She directly pulled out a crystal core from the pile of meat with her knife. As expected. Ling Che's voice was cool, attracting Xiao Shiren's attention. You guessed it right, it really is a level 4 crystal core. Chapter 189, Do Zombies Have Autonomy? Level 4? The level 3 defensive ability user felt his legs go weak. I just faced a level 4 mutated zombie? This is extremely rare in my lifetime. Cold sweat dripped down instantly. No wonder, I didn't even have the ability to use my abilities. Xiao Shiren comforted him by patting his shoulder. It's okay, let's go back. Ling Che handed the level 4 crystal core to Xiao Shiren. Here you go. I know you need it urgently. She smiled, so, take it first, you use it first. Xiao Shiren understood. When they returned to the base with the level 4 crystal core, several people were shocked. Du Zhonghong looked at the crystal core in her hand, his body trembling. There actually is a level 4 mutated zombie here? No wonder, the zombies we've encountered along the way are so few. Could it be that we entered its territory? Wang Mang spoke carelessly. I thought it was the work of Base Z, but it turns out to be a level 4 mutated zombie. But a level 4 mutated zombie is already a dominator, how could it suddenly appear here? He Chuan was puzzled. This point made everyone fall silent. Indeed. Even the current level 4 zombie could not possibly appear alone. Have you ever thought? Fang Shiqing finally spoke at this moment. It will choose to ambush us instead of charging straight at us. When he said this, his tone was measured, as if he was considering the best way to express it. Don't you think that this zombie actually has a bit of self-awareness? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Especially Du Zhonghong, who could no longer sit still. What are you saying? That mutated plant last time also had a bit of self-awareness. But we have always limited ourselves to the mutated plant side. Is there a possibility that all the mutated species outside are undergoing a second evolution, and this evolution is directly giving rise to self-awareness? And they need nutrients to evolve. The reason they stopped evolving these years is due to a lack of food. Fang Shiqing finally clarified his thoughts and spoke softly. If we make a bolder assumption, the reason we haven't seen many zombies on our way is very likely because they have started to eat each other. Xiao Shiren joined in, now so stunned by this conclusion that she could not speak. Wang Mang was more straightforward. No way? You mean, the reason there are no zombies around is that they might have been eaten? Ling Che suddenly opened his mouth. He is right. When the female warrior spoke, everyone immediately stood in respect. If it were just a temporary food shortage, the Z-base would seek cooperation with the Ark apartment. But since it is also seeking D-base, everyone can think about why. Why? Because there aren't enough superhumans. Because only by forming a stronger alliance can they fight back together. Logically speaking, we are indeed the two closest big bases to it. Du Zhonghong pondered. That day after I discussed with Xiao Chao, I did indeed see the invitation they sent. They said they wanted to discuss the future after the apocalypse. He forced a bitter smile. It seems the evolution of mutated species outside is developing faster than I imagined. The group grew heavy with thought. Now they face level 4 zombies. What about in the future? Wouldn't it be level 5, level 6? In such a situation, humanity must establish a defensive line. Wang Mang interrupted their pessimistic attitude. Oh, that means we are also evolving. Just don't know when I will have superpowers. He sighed. Xiao Shiren looked at the crystal core in her hand, feeling heavy in her heart. So far, she only had 3 level 4 crystal cores. She still needed 1 more crystal core for her mother to wake up. She needed 17 more crystal cores for the system task to be completed. The situation was clearly becoming more severe. She thought to herself. System, upgrade to LV6 apartment. Besides the conditions you mentioned earlier, are there any hidden conditions? Yes, host. To upgrade to the LV6 apartment, the basic construction of various major categories of infrastructure within the apartment is required. The basic construction of various major categories of infrastructure? Xiao Shiren knew the system would lay a trap. If she didn't ask, this broken system wouldn't say anything. What categories? Core functions, living system, security system, energy system. Living system includes waste disposal station, medical room, surveillance system, greenhouse, livestock farm, restaurant, etc. Just establish any 5 of them. Security system, the host can choose to reinforce defenses, upgrade the electric fence, install anti-theft walls, set up security check gates. Energy system, energy collector. Xiao Shiren. That's quite a lot. How much federal currency will that cost? It's all money. Forget it, let's just wait until we get back to set it up slowly. Xiao Shiren muttered. Due to the car breaking down, everyone had to pause by the roadside, but luckily, there was a frost power user in the team, continuously generating ice blocks to cool everyone down. Yun Xiaoduo secretly handed Xiao Shiren some plants again. Now Yun Xiaoduo's combat power was exceptionally strong. With Yun Xiaoduo by her side, Xiao Shiren felt a strong sense of security. When will this car ever be fixed? Wang Meng muttered. Don't wait until it's not fixed, then what are you going to do? The mechanic, who had special abilities, wiped his sweat and muttered. Bro, it's not that I don't want to. But we're not car experts. If you say we can fix it, then it'll take longer, isn't that to be expected?
Xiao Shan was fine, she could still watch soap operas with Yin Xiaoduo. Wang Meng leaned over to take a look and found the lovey-dovey words on the screen extremely boring. He was so bored that he kicked some sand by his feet.
Feng Shichang remained calm.
Let's cherish our time right now, you never know when something might happen. When he said this, Xiao Shan suddenly felt a faint sound coming from her communicator. She paused slightly and looked at her communicator with some suspicion.
Sister, what's wrong?
Yun Xiaoduo asked, focused on the show. Xiao Shan shook her head, feeling a bit confused herself.
It's nothing, let's keep watching. She wondered, maybe it was just my imagination. It's fixed. A loud voice came from outside, everything is fixed. Everyone was already bored to death. Hearing this, they cheered immediately. Great, finally fixed. It's getting dark soon. Don't say anything, hurry and get into the car, I want to sleep already.
It's so hot outside, and with dirt everywhere, it's hard to rest. I can't stand it anymore, let's finish up and go back to base.
Everyone was in a rush.
Xiao Shan also got into the car, and during this time, she felt the communicator was a hassle, so she just tossed it into her space. Anyway, there wasn't much chance anyone would use the communicator to contact her.
Chapter 190, The Dilemma of Z-Base.
Z-Base was much larger than they had imagined.
When everyone arrived at Z-Base, their eyes lit up. Wow, this base looks pretty well built. Someone mumbled. Xiao Shan glanced around.
Z-Base exuded an ancient vibe, the large iron gates were already rusty, but looking inside from the outside, one could still see the clear division of labor and neat zoning. As soon as Xiao Shan walked up to the gate, someone stopped her. Who are you? The ability user asked with a stiff tone. After Xiao Shan explained her purpose, the other party immediately reported it. Soon after, they saw the middle-aged man from before, that is, Yin Fan, walking slowly towards them, his voice full of interest. I told you, how could you not come, right? Xiao Shan didn't have a good impression of him. Lead the way.
And shut off your abilities.
Yin Fan regained his composure and rubbed his nose, muttering, how did you see through it again?
He made a gesture inviting them in. Come on.
Du Zhonghong exchanged glances with Xiao Shan, raised his steps, and walked inside. Not looking was one thing, but seeing was shocking. As they walked through, they encountered various living areas, and Xiao Shan even saw a dedicated planting area. Inside, they grew some crops like wheat, but the yield was clearly very low, and even the small animals in the livestock area were quite thin.
Xiao Shan looked towards Yin Fan. Even Du Zhonghong couldn't help but ask, your base?
Yin Fan shrugged, that's why we want to find 10 level 4 crystal cores for cooperation with the Ark Apartments.
You know about acid rain, right?
Yin Fan said, our base has only been established for about 10 years. The last acid rain was the first time we encountered it. We never thought those acid rains would ruin the precious land we found for crops to grow.
And as for those animals, don't even get me started. Last time a plant mutated and ate all the animals.
With food already scarce and life tough, they obviously can't find anything to eat. Xiao Shan listened carefully, feeling incredibly lucky to have her system.
10 level 4 crystal cores is already the highest sincerity we can offer.
This thing can cultivate 1 or 2 level 4 ability users, so you can imagine how precious it is. Yin Fan looked at Xiao Shuren, speaking sincerely, don't think I'm just playing around, our Z-Base truly wants to sincerely cooperate with you.
If you want to cooperate, you must know the other person's background, right? He murmured, but I didn't expect we would be found out before even going in.
Du Xiaowan got out of the car and opened a bag of chips.
Boring, it's not that fun.
People around clearly found it common, and Du Zhonghong cast him a glare.
I also want to eat.
Yun Xiaoduo shouted, eagerly watching Du Xiaowan's chips.
Although he was reluctant, he still reluctantly handed some chips to Yun Xiaoduo. Here. As they walked, many people looked emaciated.
Looking at Xiao Shuren and the others, everyone revealed envious expressions.
Even Yin Fan couldn't help but be taken aback. He gulped hard, swallowing a huge mouthful of saliva. Everyone's gaze turned to him, including the two children.
Yun Xiaoduo held out the chips in front of Yin Fan.
Uncle, do you want to eat? Uncle doesn't want to eat. Yin Fan quickly refused.
But a storm of emotions surged in his heart.
Is this the food before the apocalypse? It smells so good. It seems everyone wasn't lying at all. Yin Fan sighed, up ahead is where our leader is. She has been waiting for you for a while. Don't worry, she is easy to talk to, you can go in. Xiao Shuren nodded. Okay.
She took a few steps but noticed the other person's gaze lingering on her, seemingly wanting to say something.
This. Yin Fan could no longer hold it in and spoke up, do you still have those chips from just now? Everyone.
He awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly, appearing somewhat like a carefree person.
I also want to try. Last time I went to your ARC apartment, I didn't get to taste it.
Yan Fan was about to drool. Their ability users' noses are sharper than ordinary people's sense of smell.
The last time he smelled this aroma was decades ago. Xiao Shiren directly handed him several bags of different flavors. Yan Fan's pupils shook. Boss, you are generous. Xiao Shiren chuckled lightly.
Du Zhonghong walked ahead. The decorations inside were still solemn, clearly showing that the leader of this base was an extremely meticulous and organized individual.
Xiao Shiren exchanged a glance with Du Zhonghong.
Yan Fan understood, and before he knocked, the door opened.
Xiao Shiren was slightly stunned and soon saw the other person's face. It was a woman.
The woman was no longer young, her expression was calm, revealing a hint of kindness.
You've arrived. Her gaze shifted to Du Zhonghong. This one must be the head of the Du family, right? Can we speak privately?
You should already know the purpose of my visit to the ARC apartment.
The woman ordered her subordinates to brew 2 cups of tea.
Looking at the rough tea leaves, she hesitated for a moment. Forgive me, this is the best tea we have stored in the base. Yan Fan should have mentioned to you that I am willing to offer 10 level 4 crystals, hoping to cooperate with the ARC apartment. Xiao Shiren remained calm. 10 crystals to merge the entire ARC apartment with Z-base seems impossible.
I knew you wouldn't agree.
Yu Ming chuckled wryly, but actually, 10 crystals are just the starting price. If you agree, we are willing to share half of all future crystals with you.
This. Xiao Shiren did not expect Yu Ming to be so generous.
It's not just about the resource shortage, Yu Ming said. All the plant-type ability users in our base were killed by the plants they raised during the last red moon. You've seen it, our base can't last much longer like this.
Other bases have also noticed our decline, watching us closely.
Yu Ming quietly said, if this continues, we will eventually meet our end.
Xiao Shiren finally understood.
All the plant-type ability users were dead.
And the land could not be planted because of acid rain. The Z-base truly walked onto a dead end.
But if the ARC apartment can merge with our base, even if just on the surface.
Plus, with cooperation from Base D, we can be sure to survive.
Xiao Xian, however, ultimately refused. Sorry, our ARC apartment refuses to merge with any base.
I cannot be responsible for a specific base.
Wu Ming's fingers tightened suddenly, turning pale, and he saw Xiao Xian's determination.
Then let's take a step back. Can we cooperate? During this time, many people in Z-base have starved to death. If we cooperate with ARC apartment, they can provide us with supplies.
As Yan Fan said, this time, Z-base really came with 100% sincerity seeking cooperation.
I just wanted to negotiate a little.
Wu Ming was different from what she imagined, there was no calculation in his eyes. But even so, when Xiao Xian heard this, she paused. If it's about supplies, I'm sorry, our apartment doesn't have that much. Wu Ming seemed not to expect that aspect would also be rejected by Xiao Xian. She moved her lips, finally taking a deep breath. We can manage with less.
I will find a way for the rest. Xiao Xian thought for a moment. Do you have federal currency? What does this have to do with federal currency?
Yes. Xiao Xian said, how about this, 5 million federal currency plus those 10 level 4 crystal cores, I can agree to cooperate with you, and when the apartment's food production increases, I will prioritize supplying you.
Wu Ming was surprised upon hearing this, really.
She calmed down, 5 million federal currency, of course I have.
But federal currency may not be interchangeable between the major bases. Wu Ming's eyes fell on her, calmly asking, can you accept it? I have use for it, but I think you can agree later.
Xiao Xian's words were concise. I can first give you 1,000 pounds of compressed biscuits and various snacks from before the apocalypse. Besides that, I have some daily necessities, but those will need to be exchanged for federal currency, and the prices might not be cheap.
Compressed biscuits. Snacks from before the apocalypse?
Every word made Wu Ming gasp, standing up directly.
You're serious? Is it really 1,000 pounds?
Her voice trembled with excitement.
These compressed biscuits were undoubtedly precious resources in the apocalypse.
She was prepared for the other party to bargain, but Xiao Xian surprisingly didn't negotiate.
Furthermore, offering them a total of 1,000 pounds of food? What is the concept of 1,000 pounds?
This base, if they had this much reserve food, could completely last for half a month or even a month.
However, I have to give it in batches. If you are willing, I can give you part of it immediately. Immediately?
Wu Ming seized those two words. Xiao Xian was indeed a spatial ability user, but her system was incredibly mysterious.
Just having the word space already surprised people.
Wu Ming gradually calmed herself down, calmly asking, how long will it take to see the increase in production you mentioned?
Within a year.
Xiao Xian said without hesitation, you just need to hold on for a year. If we cooperate together, this can definitely be achieved.
She was quite confident in herself, so when she heard Wu Ming's question, she answered directly, "If you are worried, we can completely draft a contract."
No need.
The other party's eyes seemed to show relief. She pulled out a box from somewhere, carefully opening it. Xiao Shan glanced at it, and her breath caught. Of course she recognized what was inside. It was level 4 crystal cores.
Exactly 10 of them.
Wu Ming boldly placed them on the table, looking at Xiao Shan, her lips curling into a smile.
I believe you.
Before I sent Yin Fan out, I also studied you.
So I believe you can solve the dilemma in our base.
You can also create a better future for us at Base Z.
Xiao Shiren's feelings were extremely complex. After leaving the room, Wang Meng came over. How did it go, landlord? Did the leader say what you should do? Xiao Shiren instead asked him, have you seen the situation at Base Z?
Wang Meng was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Shiren to bring this up. He thought for a moment and said, I think I saw, the people at Base Z are not doing well, and there are still many who are hungry. He spoke with a bit of sorrow. By right, in the end times, many people starved to death, but ever since Wang Meng arrived at the Ark apartment, perhaps because he had eaten too much, seeing those people now made his heart feel unusually uncomfortable. I also saw a woman, all alone with a child, so pitiful, the child looked like he was about to starve to death.
Wang Meng rambled, so landlord, should we cooperate with them? Xiao Shiren sighed, I have agreed.
She took a box out of her space.
These are 10 level 4 crystal cores. Wang Meng's eyelid twitched, and he was incredulous upon hearing this. What?
10 level 4 crystal cores, he jumped up, Base Z is really putting out 10? When I came in, looking at their shabby place, I thought they were just bragging.
Xiao Shiren took out some items from her space.
According to their previous agreement, 100 pounds of compressed biscuits, some chips, and other food were laid on the ground. She thought for a moment and added another 100 pounds.
Aren't they hungry?
They can take 30 pounds from it to make porridge.
Xiao Shiren spoke calmly.
Wang Meng scratched his head and said, oh. This was what Xiao Shiren had agreed to earlier. There were hundreds of people at Base Z, 30 pounds of compressed biscuits for porridge should be enough for them to barely eat a meal.
But Xiao Shiren also made it very clear about the following matters.
She couldn't provide too much help, at least for now, they had to rely on themselves. The compressed biscuits and similar items in the system were limited, they could only take out 200 pounds at most each day, but Xiao Shiren couldn't be here all day. Most importantly, they had to be self-reliant. Yin Fan had been waiting outside for a long time. When he saw Xiao Shiren, his eyes lit up immediately.
Landlord Xiao.
He greeted her warmly, clearly knowing she had facilitated the cooperation with Base Z.
I knew you could do it.
Yin Fan laughed happily, since that's the case, we should definitely fulfill our promise. He said excitedly, I heard the leader mention giving you 5 million federal coins to thank you for helping her a lot.
5 million, right?
What account should we use? As soon as Xiao Shiren heard this, she smiled and handed over the federal coin card that Yun Yichao had given her.
Just put it directly into this card. Yin Fan took it and smoothly sent the amount.
The sound of 500 federal coins arriving echoed, and only then did Xiao Shiren finally sigh.
Really good. Such a large sum of federal coins deposited. Having money in hand feels so good.
Yin Fan extended his hand, then next, Miss Xiao, may our cooperation be pleasant. Seeing this, Xiao Shiren extended her hand as well and smiled slightly.
Pleasant cooperation. Chapter 192, Base C also has a grudge against Base A. Xiao Shiren looked at the balance in the account card, if it were before, she could have upgraded the apartment by now.
This broken system really has become greedier. She complained in her heart. But complaints aside, thinking of the crystal cores made Xiao Shiren's lips involuntarily curl up. Now, her mother was finally saved.
Even the system's mission could be completed.
Xiao Shiren's mind was swirling, the place assigned to them by Wu Ming was the best in the entire area, but compared to it, still not as good as a single-room Ark apartment, at least the Ark apartment rooms can be described as spacious and bright, while the rooms in the base cannot be.
The entire base is too desolate, not even a hint of green.
I suddenly think you're quite good, system, Xiao Shan mumbled.
System, did your conscience finally awaken?
Xiao Shan rolled her eyes, what are you thinking? I just feel that seeing a bit of green in the apocalypse is truly not easy.
People and their environment are closely related. With the surrounding environment so bleak and desolate, how could anyone feel good? She sighed. From her angle, she could see the entire Z-base neighborhood clearly.
She even saw Wang Meng had already finished cooking the porridge.
Come. 1 bowl per person, line up slowly.
The others hadn't eaten for a long time, and when they saw the porridge, their eyes glowed greedily.
Am I not hallucinating?
1 person rubbed their eyes, there are actually people serving porridge.
No way. It's porridge. I saw it clearly. Wait, are these people from another base? They all swallowed hard. The smell of porridge was fragrant, wafting everywhere. But after the mention of people from other bases, no one dared to move. If they're from another base, then I won't drink it, someone whispered. They can't be trying to control us again with this porridge, right? Even though it smells good, I'm not the type to eat just anything. Wang Mang scratched his head, feeling they were being ridiculous. If you don't drink, then I will. He scooped up a bowl of porridge and gulped it down in one go. Now the people around were truly drooling. How long had it been since they had eaten such things? Ridiculous, Wang Mang said softly. He wasn't the polite type. After finishing, he moved a stool and sat down. Eat if you want. As soon as he finished saying this, Yan Fan approached, and upon seeing this scene, surprise flashed in his eyes. The group looked at him as if they had found a savior. Manager Yan, can we eat this person's porridge? Someone from Z base asked quietly. Xiao Shan watched, raising an eyebrow. She found the people from Z base quite interesting. Don't worry, it's definitely edible, Yan Fan finally said cheerfully. These are not from another base, these are our base's honored guests. He turned to Wang Mang. Don't take offense, mainly because other bases had used some tactics against us before, which made everyone scared to eat. Xiao Shan finally walked down and casually asked, which base? The other party clearly stiffened, seeming not to expect Xiao Shan to be here. She pondered, big base? Yan Fan looked a bit pitiful. Landlord Xiao, please don't make it hard for me. Xiao Shan smiled. I have to know some situations, right? If there are hidden dangers, it would be hard to clean up later. Yan Fan. The girl in front of him was young, but her aura was unparalleled. When he met her gaze, he felt a bit guilty, and he forced himself to say, it is indeed a big base, it's base A. Base A, huh? Xiao Shan drew out her tone, while Yan Fan's heart sank. Then do we have a common enemy? Coincidentally, base A has a grudge against me too. Her words were clear, and Yan Fan was almost taken aback. Base A? Arc apartment? Have a grudge? So they found the right partner for their cooperation. Yan Fan almost couldn't help but thump his thigh in delight, yet Xiao Shan seemed to just come to take a look and turn to leave. With nowhere to vent, Yan Fan boldly turned to his brothers. Eat up, don't worry, it's not poisoned. Yan Fan also ladled himself a bowl of porridge, put it in his bowl, and drank it down. A hint of sweetness lingered in his voice as he couldn't help but lick his lips. Not only was it not poisoned. He had never tasted such delicious porridge in his life. Why aren't you rushing to line up? Only then did the crowd come to their senses. A long line suddenly formed. After receiving their share, everyone changed their usual attitudes and became full of energy. Wow! They are not lying. These are really edible. I feel like I've never had anything this delicious in my life. Wang Mang, right? Starting tomorrow, you can call me brother. Everyone hurriedly queued up. Fang Shichang also helped out, and everything seemed peaceful and good. Even Xiao Shan was infected by this atmosphere, but she didn't expect that Z base and a base actually had connections in the past. That night, there was a knock on the door outside. It's me. Du Zhonghong? Xiao Shan opened the door. Brother Du, why did you come to find me so late at night? Du Zhonghong pondered for a moment. I came to talk to you. You should have agreed to Z base, right? Du Zhonghong asked. Yes. Xiao Shan paused for a moment and instinctively replied, have you agreed to cooperate too? There's no reason for me to refuse, Du Zhonghong chuckled. I mainly wanted to see how you're doing and your progress. She told me that if we can cooperate with her Z base, then we can use all their weaponry. Xiao Shan was stunned for a while. What about you? Du Zhonghong looked at Xiao Shan and then asked, did she give you the crystal cores? Yes, Xiao Shan thought for a moment. The other party patted her shoulder meaningfully. If you are a level 3 ability user, then absorbing these 10 crystal cores should successfully advance you to level 4. These crystal cores have been in Z-base for so long, and although they haven't been taken by anyone else, it's likely due to Wu Ming's influence. Xiao Shan quickly understood. Du Zhonghong then reminded her to take good care of her belongings. A warm feeling flashed through Xiao Shan's heart, and she whispered. Okay, I'll be careful. Du Zhonghong nodded and said softly, just know that. In the following days, Xiao Shan had nothing much to do, but Du Zhonghong was busy discussing the details of the cooperation until everything was finalized. On the 4th day, everyone finally could go home. Yun Xiaoduo muttered, I feel like that place is even worse than our apartment. It's not fun at all. Wang Meng, having fed porridge for several days, also felt a bit tired. As soon as he got in the car, he collapsed inside. At first, I thought feeding porridge was quite fun, but the more I tried, the more tired I felt. Wang Meng mumbled. However, Xiao Shan always felt something was strange.
For some reason, she had been enveloped by an indescribable feeling these days. Like she had overlooked something. Yun Xiaoduo lay on Xiao Shan's lap, her voice crisp. Sister, I want to eat candy. Do we still have candy? Xiao Shan paused and said, yes. She opened her system space and then finally realized something. Inside the system space, the communicator was quietly lying there. And the communicator emitted bursts of wind sounds, even sharp noises as if something was piercing through the skin. It was clear that someone was trying to contact her through the communicator. Xiao Shan picked up the communicator, stunned. The bright words Yun Yichao were clearly visible. Chapter 193, Yun Yichao's sudden contact. Why would Yun Yichao suddenly pick up the communicator? He still wanted to contact her? Not just Xiao Shan, Yun Xiaoduo beside her saw the display on the communicator and after a moment of daze slowly spoke. Sister, is it brother? As soon as she said this, Xiao Shan accepted the call. On the other end, there was a rapid breathing sound, as if he realized she had accepted the call, even the breathing stopped. Yun Yichao? What's wrong with you? Xiao Shan asked softly, did something happen? The other party remained silent. After a long while, Yun Yichao finally spoke. Xiao Shan. His tone was quite calm, but the wind sounds around him remained constant. Please take good care of Xiaoduo. The money in the card will belong to you starting today. Xiao Shuren felt a sudden chill in her heart. What did you say? Yun Yichao seemed too busy to respond to her. From afar came the incessant howls of zombies. Xiao Shuren felt an ominous premonition, but unfortunately, the other party seemed to have only planned to say this and directly hung up the call. She turned to look at Yun Xiaoduo, who was sitting there, dazed, seemingly unable to believe this situation had occurred, her eyes slightly red. Sister. Is brother in danger? Xiao Shuren didn't dare meet her gaze, she could only hurriedly speak, no, brother will be fine. Sister will help you contact him, don't be afraid. As she spoke, she began to try to contact Yun Yichao repeatedly. But each time, the call was hung up. Xiao Shuren was also getting a bit angry. Until the last time, the other party finally connected, and Yun Xiaoduo quickly spoke before Xiao Shuren, her voice trembling. Brother, where are you? Why did you let sister take care of me? Yun Yichao's tone was equally obscure, seemingly in disbelief. Xiaoduo. Where are you now? I'm next to sister. Yun Xiaoduo quickly replied, her voice laced with tears, brother, didn't you say you would come back? You have to tell me, where are you now? The screams of the zombies on the other end were extremely piercing, but Yun Yichao had no time to answer Yun Xiaoduo. He said in a low voice, be good, Xiaoduo, pass the communicator to sister, okay? Yun Xiaoduo stubbornly said, no. Brother, you can say everything directly. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would lose Yun Yichao, so she absolutely refused. In the end, Xiao Shuren sighed, took the communicator back, and gave Yun Xiaoduo a gesture to stay calm. Go ahead. Xiao Shuren's tone softened, I'm here. Yun Yichao paused, I can't go back. The words were simple, indifferent, but gave Xiao Shuren an indescribable shock. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, she couldn't help but whisper, what did you say? I said, I can't go back. He repeated, there are 7 or 8 level 4 mutated zombies here. 7 or 8, level 4. Each word combined together made everyone's heart tremble. Yun Yichao gasped as if he had been struck, breathing rapidly, so I can't go back. Help me take good care of my sister. Yun Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with tears, she was extremely anxious, looking at Xiao Shuren with pleading eyes. Xiao Shuren's heart sank as she interrupted him, can you tell me your location now? I'm probably some distance away from you. I told you to tell us your location. Xiao Shuren retorted, who said we would come to save you? Just 7 or 8 level 4 zombies, how could we not handle them? Xiao Shuren laughed in anger, not forgetting to mock him, threatening, if you don't give me the address, I'll immediately drive Yun Xiaoduo and all the people from your base of dawn out. Yun Yichao. What do you mean, just? He reported a location. It's about 500 kilometers from you. Yun Yichao's breath was unsteady. Xiao Shuren countered, how do you know? Xiao Shuren quickly opened the system map, system, can you help scan? Yes. Xiao Shuren initially didn't expect anything as she scanned casually, but unexpectedly, she actually found it. The location has been marked for you. Looking at it, she was stunned. This was the location she had passed before, right? Yun Yichao was there, encountering 7 or 8 level 4 mutated zombies, what did that mean? And 7 or 8 mutated zombies, terrifying in appearance, but for Xiao Shuren, they were resources. If we take them down, we can also complete the system's task. Her tone finally perked up, smiling at Yun Xiaoduo, let's go, call the others, we are going to rescue your brother. Consider him lucky. Even the distance wasn't that far. It's only 20 kilometers away. If it were before, Xiao Shuren might have truly felt scared. But it's different now, the strength of the zombies is increasing, and her strength is also growing. Not fake at all. 7 or 8 level 4 mutated creatures? Wang Meng heard this and immediately spoke. Our Yungu is actually this powerful? How did he provoke 7 or 8 mutated creatures? Fang Shicheng pondered for a moment, then spoke but hesitated. I think it might not be his fault. Did you all notice? The location he is at now is actually the same as the spot where we broke down. Fang Shicheng pointed to a certain spot. Haven't the zombies already started eating each other? Is there a possibility that they are actually going there to find that zombie? After all, it's the body of a level 4 mutated creature. Eating it should make them stronger, right? He whispered. Everyone had to admit, Fang Shicheng's analysis was spot on. No time to waste. Ling Che said indifferently, let's leave immediately. Elsewhere. Yuni Zhao's eyes were cold, his whole body covered in blood, keeping a wary eye on these creatures. He squatted on the ground, clearly exhausted, and the mutated creatures surrounding him. They couldn't be called humans, nor could they be called zombies. Their entire bodies were covered in pustules, and their size was several times bigger than ordinary zombies. Due to evolution, each one was hideous, making one want to vomit just looking at them. Yuni Zhao once again controlled the vines, fiercely lashing at the nearest zombie. But another zombie was quick to react, grabbing the vine fiercely. Crack! In an instant, it was crushed into pieces. Yuni Zhao had already reached a dead end, with no way to retreat. You smell so good. One of the zombies actually spoke human words. It didn't look human, its eerie green eyes locked onto him. During the previous battle, it had lost one hand, and now its eyes were filled with obsession. You are even more delicious than it. They had developed self-awareness, and their self-awareness was incredibly strong. They could cooperate to hunt and ambush, almost no different from humans. A flash of ruthlessness appeared in Yuni Zhao's eyes. Right now, he truly had no way out. But that didn't mean he wouldn't take them all down with him.